Chapter 1. Blessings of Numerous Offspring. Targeting Nalan Yanran. Yes. The synopsis has been concealed. The complete version is available here. Synopsis. Having traversed into the world of Dou Pa, I became a disciple of Yinran and the senior brother of Nalan Yanran, nurturing mutual affections and secretly pledging our futures together. Just as I, Chen Feng, pondered how to deal with the prodigious Xiao Yan, the system was activated. The blessings of numerous offspring system. With the birth of each child, reward from the system would be bestowed upon me. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring reward. Transcendent martial arts technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your second offspring reward. Transcendent combat skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your third offspring reward. Extraordinary physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 108th offspring reward. A chaotic divine artifact. Years later, with my own strength, I established the most powerful family in the Dou Qi continent. Awakening to wield the world's power, I indulge in the embrace of beauty. Main text. At the peak of Yinran's sect, in a tranquil courtyard. Ding! It has been detected that the host currently has no offspring. Please marry and beget children to expand your lineage promptly. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Chen Feng, reclining on his bed, replied with some impatience. Cease the urging. Am I not striving diligently enough? Originally, Chen Feng was a denizen of Blue Star. Upon awakening, he inexplicably found himself in the world of Dou Pa, having become a direct descendant of the prestigious Maitel family in the imperial capital, known as Maitel Chen Feng. Perhaps due to his identity as a transmigrator, Chen Feng's spiritual power was innately formidable. Though not on par with Xiao Yan, his talents far surpassed those of his peers. At the tender age of 10, he ascended to the 8th tier of Dou Qi, thereby becoming the most gifted individual of the Maitel family. Subsequently, through the machinations of the family's second elder, who happened to be Chen Feng's grandfather, he was sent to the sacred training grounds of the Jiamat Empire, known as Yinran's sect. With his exceptional cultivation speed, Chen Feng quickly caught the attention of Yinran, becoming her first official disciple. Later, when Chen Feng reached the age of 12, Yinran took in her second disciple, who was none other than Nalan Yanran from the original narrative. Reflecting on his fate, Chen Feng felt a mix of emotions. Having read the original work, he harbored peculiar thoughts about the dynamic between Yinran and Nalan Yanran. Little did he expect to find himself as Yinran's disciple and Nalan Yanran's senior brother. Indeed, the whims of fate are unpredictable and intricate. Chen Feng, possessing striking features and extraordinary gifts, quickly captivated Nalan Yanran. She followed him closely, calling out senior brother incessantly, utterly infatuated. Naturally, Chen Feng was not resistant to the charms of this beautiful junior sister. Time passed, and it had been over 5 years since Chen Feng became Yinran's disciple. Soon, he would celebrate his 16th birthday, marking his coming of age. Calculating the time, it would not be long until Nalan Yanran's engagement with the Xiao family was annulled. The morning breeze gradually enveloped Chen Feng in a veil of melancholy, rendering him unable to concentrate on his training point 3 days prior. He had inadvertently injured himself during practice, his mind wandering amidst the turmoil. The 3-year agreement from the original tale lingered in his heart like a thorn, especially after the demise of the Yinran sect. Now, as a favored disciple under Yinran, he stood on the precipice of potentially succeeding the sect's leadership. Naturally, he did not wish to witness the downfall of the Yinran sect at the hands of Xiao Yan. Yet, how could he possibly contend with such a prodigious individual? Despite his rapid cultivation, Xiao Yan's alliance with the venerable Yao Lao placed him at a distinct disadvantage. What could he do? Convince Nalan Yanran to rescind their engagement. Ridiculous. That would be akin to offering her up as a gift. How cruel. She was his beloved junior sister. No. Even with additional incentives, he would not part with her. Just as Chen Feng found himself ensnared in this quandary, a long-awaited opportunity, akin to a golden finger, finally arrived after a 15-year delay. Indeed, it echoed the timeless adage of transmigrators. Although the golden finger may arrive late, it would never be absent. Upon discovering its function, Chen Feng was utterly astounded. Such a peculiar golden finger truly existed in this world. His golden finger was dubbed the more children, more blessing system. As the name implies, he would receive reward from the system merely by having children. The more offspring he bore, the more bountiful the rewards. Upon realizing the implications, Chen Feng felt utterly flabbergasted. Was he to be treated as a mere breeding stallion? Strength through procreation. After the initial shock, he swiftly accepted the notion that wasn't it simply a matter of having children? Could this challenge a man? Thus, Chen Feng began to contemplate how to leverage his golden finger to gain strength. Naturally, he could not undertake the task of childbearing alone. However, as an admirer of beauty, he was not inclined to indiscriminately seek any woman for such a purpose. That would indeed reduce him to a mere breeding animal. Consequently, he set his sights on his beloved junior sister as his first target. After all, their mutual affection would facilitate the endeavor. Alas, I hope to successfully win over my junior sister today. Chen Feng slowly rose from his bed. His minor injury had healed after a few days of rest. Yet, before Nalan Yanran, he chose to feign a state of weakness. Only in this guise would she feel concern for him, rushing to his side each day to offer her tender care. As if summoned by his thoughts, a figure clad in white suddenly graced the courtyard, prompting Chen Feng to recline back onto the bed and continue his charade of fragility. With the soft patter of footsteps drawing near, a graceful young maiden soon entered his chamber. Dressed in an elegant, flowing gown of pale moonlight, cinched at her slender waist with a delicate silver ribbon, she perfectly showcased her exquisite form. Occasionally, her exquisite curves are accentuated, hands as delicate as tender shoots, skin as smooth as refined fat, with brows like crescent moons and a playful smile that exudes an ethereal charm. The young maiden is undeniably beautiful, with jade pendants adorning her tender earlobes as they sway gently. They emit a crisp sound, revealing a touch of preciousness. Senior brother, how are you feeling today? The maiden, holding a finely crafted food box, approached Chen Feng with a look of concern. This maiden is none other than Chen Feng's junior sister, Nalan Yanran. I feel much better. Yes, she drew near. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into Chen Feng's nostrils, stirring an unusual sensation within him, causing him to smile absent-mindedly at Nalan Yanran. Senior brother, today I have prepared your favorite chicken soup. You must drink it all. Nalan Yanran playfully lifted the food box in her hand. Indeed, enjoying chicken soup is a delightful affair. It is my utmost favorite. And especially since it is made by you, my dear junior sister, I assure you not a single drop will go to waste. Chen Feng gazed at Nalan Yanran, a hint of indulgence in his tone. As Nalan Yanran opened the food box, an alluring aroma immediately filled the air, awakening one's appetite. Senior brother, this chicken soup is made from the renowned Yunkai chicken, a specialty of Yunlan Mountain that I procured from Steward Yi. I heard he has raised it for 2.5 years, making it exceptionally nutritious. Yes, she ladled the soup into a bowl. The memory of Steward Ye's reluctant expression brought a smile to her charming face. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel his appetite surge, praising, "This chicken soup is incredibly aromatic. It must be delicious." Your culinary skills are increasingly refined, junior sister. Feeling a bit shy from the compliment, Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "As long as you enjoy it, senior brother, I will prepare it for you every day." With that, she scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Chen Feng's lips. Delightful. The seasoning is perfect, and the broth is rich and flavorful. This chicken soup is truly exquisite. After tasting the soup, Chen Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, showering her with praise. Chapter 2. Caught by Yun. Chen Feng experiences an embarrassing moment. Under the gentle care of Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng finished all the nourishing soup, feeling warmth enveloping his body. As he gazed at his tender and affectionate junior sister, who was delicately wiping his lips, he could not help but grasp her delicate hand. "Senior brother, what is wrong?" Nalan Yanran was taken aback by Chen Feng's gesture, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Yanran, I owe you much gratitude during this time," Chen Feng said softly, holding Nalan Yanran's soft hand, his eyes filled with warmth. Meeting the depth of Chen Feng's gaze, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt a flutter of nervousness and murmured, "Senior brother, this is what I ought to do. What is troubling you today? You seem a bit off, Yinran. Will you marry me?" Just as Nalan Yanran was lost in thought, Chen Feng boldly voiced the words he had long prepared. Having activated the system for abundant offspring, He naturally aimed to enhance efficiency and hasten the arrival of a child. After all, he was constantly urged by the system, and it had become quite bothersome. Moreover, the timeline for the marriage annulment was fast approaching, and Chen Feng was anxious to become stronger. Otherwise, facing someone like Xiao Yan, the chosen one of this realm, left him feeling insecure. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Yanran was utterly stunned. Is he proposing to me? Once she regained her senses, a wave of immense happiness surged within her. After years of harboring feelings for her senior brother, he finally confessed today. Nalan Yanran, you have successfully captured his heart. Yinran, do you wish to marry me? Seeing Nalan Yanran standing there in shock, Chen Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he misunderstood? Was Yinran unwilling to marry him and merely viewed him as a brother? However, just as Chen Feng's heart wavered, Nalan Yanran, blushing, softly murmured her agreement. Did you say yes? Hearing her response, Chen Feng was filled with joy, even forgetting that he was still recovering from his injuries. As he eagerly sprang up from the bed, Senior brother, your injury. Nalan Yanran looked at the rising Chen Feng in surprise. It's nothing serious. Chen Feng shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Nalan Yanran. Yinran, do you know? Today is the happiest day of my life because my beloved junior sister has agreed to marry me. These sweet words tumbled from his lips, causing even Chen Feng to blush. Yet Nalan Yanran was unaccustomed to such declarations, especially since she had long wished to marry him. Overcome with emotion, she softly replied, Senior brother, I feel very happy too. Chen Feng offered a faint smile, realizing that indeed, his junior sister was quite easy to win over. This moment was a mutual leap towards love. Holding her delicate hand, he could not resist leaning in for a kiss. Observing Chen Feng's actions, Nalan Yanran felt an intensified shyness within her heart, yet she offered no resistance, instead relishing an indescribable sweetness. She had long harbored affections for her senior brother, and the prospect of marrying him was a cherished dream. Today, her senior brother had taken the initiative to propose, making her feel like the happiest girl in the world. Suddenly, Nalan Yanran gasped. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, her senior brother had lifted her into a princess carry. Senior brother, what are you doing? She instinctively wrapped her delicate hands around Chen Feng's neck. What else could it be? Of course, I intend to have children with you. Seeing the bashful expression on Nalan Yanran's face, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle internally. She was displaying an unusual fragility today. In contrast to her usual demeanor, a proud and noble young lady from a prestigious family, before Chen Feng she appeared as delicate as a little white rabbit, vulnerable to his whims. As Chen Feng carried her towards the bed, Nalan Yanran's heart raced, and she quickly grasped his intentions. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming mix of anxiety and shyness. Her ears flushing red, her heartbeat reaching its zenith. It wasn't until Chen Feng gently laid her upon the soft bed that she regained her composure, whispering, Senior brother, we are not yet married. Yinran, we shall discuss that later. Rest assured, I will grant you a spectacular wedding. Chen Feng replied, leaning down to kiss her. Half an hour later, a woman clad in white arrived outside Chen Feng's courtyard. She wondered how Fenger was faring with his injuries. Having been preoccupied with trifles over the past few days, she had not visited him. Surely, he bore no ill will towards her. The woman gazed at the tranquil courtyard, a smile unwittingly gracing her exquisite face at the thought of her exceptionally talented disciple, draped in a simple gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her hair styled in an elegant phoenix headdress, her beautiful visage radiated serenity. Yet it was imbued with an undeniable air of grace and nobility that could not be concealed by her modest attire. Indeed, the white-clad woman standing before the small courtyard was none other than Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect and Chen Feng's current mentor. Due to Chen Feng's extraordinary talent, Yun had always favored him and had resolved to pass the position of sect leader to him in the future. Upon learning of his injury, despite her busy schedule, she had made a special effort to visit him today. What is that sound? As Yun pushed open the courtyard door, her brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that Fenger had not yet recovered? No, wait, that voice, wasn't it Yinran's? Indeed, their senior siblings have always shared a profound bond. With Fenger now injured, it is certain she will come to provide care. Contemplating this, Yun's face broke into a slight smile as she approached Chen Feng's abode and, extending her delicate hand, pushed the door open. Fenger, your master has come to see. Yet, before she could finish her words, The sight that met her eyes caused her smile to freeze instantly. Master! Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry of despair echoed from within the room, marking Chen Feng's utter humiliation. Chapter 3. Yunyan's Fury. Traitors, in broad daylight. How can you be so shameless? Moments later, a sharp rebuke suddenly echoed through the serene courtyard. At this moment, Yun sat gracefully in the pavilion, casting an angry gaze upon the young man and woman before her. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush on her cheeks, and her eyes occasionally flickered away when they met the kneeling figures of Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran appeared quite disheveled, their hair tousled and their garments askew. Nalan Yanran's face bore an alluring flush, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of shyness and affection directed towards Chen Feng. Disciple acknowledges the error of my ways. I implore my teacher for forgiveness. Chen Feng hastily spoke, recognizing his mentor's ire. Yun gazed at her kneeling disciple, a tumult of anger and embarrassment swirling within her. How could her prized disciple engage in such outrageous behavior in broad daylight? What deepened her humiliation was the fact that she had stumbled upon this shameful act. The memory of the unsightly scene she had witnessed earlier still burned in her mind, leaving her face aflame with embarrassment. How mortifying! Though she was inexperienced in such matters, she was not naive enough to be unaware of what her disciples had been up to. Fenger, I instructed you to recuperate at home. Is this how you choose to heal? Yun's anger intensified as she regarded her pleading disciple. 3 days prior, her talented disciple Chen Feng had sustained an injury while practicing martial arts. Concerned for this gifted student, she had advised him to rest at home for a few days, making a special trip today to check on his recovery. Little did she anticipate walking in on such an appalling scene. The shock of what she had witnessed left her momentarily speechless. Unaccustomed to such encounters, she reacted in fury and stormed out. Shameless, utterly disgraceful. Chen Feng, feeling a twinge of frustration, thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? The timing of the teacher's arrival could not have been worse. Even the system seemed to abandon him, fleeing from the scene. Teacher, this is entirely my fault. I could not restrain myself. I assure you, I will never act in such a manner during daylight again. After a brief silence, Chen Feng admitted his wrongdoing, taking full responsibility upon himself. Given that his junior sister was willing to bear his child, he could not allow her to bear the brunt of this embarrassment. Moreover, having accompanied Yun for many years, Chen Feng had developed an understanding of her character. Such a display of accountability would likely endear him to her, perhaps leading to a lighter reprimand. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yun's expression softened slightly. Yet, her gaze held a peculiar scrutiny as she regarded him. Not during the day? Is it implied that they can proceed in the evening? She does not strictly prohibit her disciples from engaging in romantic affairs. However, considering their tender age, can they truly exercise restraint? Although Yun is somewhat naive regarding worldly matters, she has lived long enough to grasp certain fundamental truths. Excessive indulgence among the youth can be detrimental to their health and future prospects. Yun has long regarded him as her successor and intends to entrust the entire Yunlan sect to him in the future. Naturally, she wishes to prevent Chen Feng from acting recklessly and jeopardizing his future. While she contemplates sternly dissuading the two, she also feels a twinge of hesitation. Is she perhaps overstepping her bounds? Matters of love are inherently consensual. As a mentor, it is not entirely appropriate for her to intervene excessively. The thoughts swirling in Yun's mind are unbeknownst to the young couple. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, upon hearing Chen Feng take full responsibility, gazes at him with increased affection. Brother, how fortunate I am to have you. Initially, she felt a pang of regret when caught by Yun. Had she known, she would have declined her brother's proposal. Yet now, she harbors no remorse. Even if given a second chance, she would still agree to her brother's earlier audacious request, perhaps even with greater enthusiasm. Are your injuries healed? After a moment of silence, Yun inquires gently, her tone revealing a hint of frustration. Yet she holds her cherished disciple in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have made the effort to visit him today. Teacher, thanks to junior sister's attentive care, I have nearly recovered. Chen Feng responds respectfully. In truth, his injuries were minor and had healed long ago. Under Yun's strict tutelage, he seldom found the time to rest. During these past few days, he seized the opportunity to pursue Nalan Yanran. Fortunately, his endeavors proved successful. though he remained uncertain about his performance. Yun, taken aback by Chen Feng's words, shifts her gaze to Nalan Yanran, remarking with an odd expression, "Yinran has indeed taken excellent care of you. After all, she has even tended to you in bed. How could it be otherwise?" Nalan Yanran, feeling the weight of Yun's gaze, experiences a surge of embarrassment and lowers her head, her cheeks flushed. Although she no longer regrets her choices, the situation remains undeniably awkward. Ultimately, she is merely a young girl with a delicate sensibility. To be caught in the act by her teacher during such an intimate moment is mortifying for anyone. Since you have recovered, begin your training in the back mountain tomorrow. You have been practicing the thunder gun techniques for some time now, and I shall thoroughly assess your progress. After a moment's hesitation, Yun decides not to dwell excessively on the matter of the two young disciples. It is only natural for youth to err occasionally. Such behavior is understandable. After all, both of them are her beloved students. What more can she do? Naturally, one would choose to forgive them. Pressing oneself too hard may overwhelm a dear disciple. Worry not. Esteemed teacher, I have diligently practiced the thunder gun technique for many days without the slightest negligence, and my skills have grown even more formidable than before. Upon hearing Yun shift the topic, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. Had the inquiry continued, even his thick-skinned demeanor would have led to discomfort. Yun, satisfied with his response, nodded approvingly. The intersect competition is merely a month away. I hope you will devote yourself to the rigorous practice of the gun technique and strive for the first place. Yinran, you two should minimize your meetings with him during this period, lest you become distracted. Yun gazed at the two with a profound expression. The implication in her words was unmistakable to them. Chen Feng, unperturbed, nodded without a hint of embarrassment, while the blushing Yinran dared not meet anyone's gaze. Rest assured, esteemed teacher, my skills with the gun will undoubtedly make you proud. Chen Feng felt quite confident about securing first place in this competition. Though his talent may not stand out in the vast continent of Dou Qi, within the modest confines of the Yunlan sect, he often carried himself with an air of invincibility, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Very well, should you achieve first place, you may present a request to me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Observing the confidence emanating from Chen Feng, Yun nodded with satisfaction. She held a favorable opinion of this proud disciple, who had never disappointed her over the years. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng glanced at Yun, pondering, "Dear teacher, could you perhaps assist me in having a child?" After activating the system for abundant offspring, his mind was now filled with thoughts of parenthood. With such a beautiful teacher who remained single, he couldn't help but entertain some rather impure thoughts. Of course, he dared not voice them. Otherwise, even if Yun valued him highly, she would expel this rebellious disciple from her tutelage. "I am grateful, esteemed teacher." Chen Feng suppressed his thoughts and assumed a respectful demeanor. "You two take care of yourselves." Yun nodded, casting a glance at the pair before slowly rising to leave. However, just as she stepped out of the pavilion, she abruptly turned back. Her brow furrowed as she looked at Yinran. "Yinran, I recall that you have an engagement, do I not?" Initially relieved as she watched Yun depart, Yinran's expression paled at this remark, and she cast a panicked glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng offered a gentle smile and subtly shook his head. He was already aware of Yinran's engagement to Xiao Yan and felt no surprise. Yinran, finally exhaling, replied softly, "Yes, esteemed teacher. Since you and your senior brother share a deep connection, let us swiftly annul this engagement, and I shall personally officiate your wedding." Yun had long been aware of Yinran's marital matters. Upon discovering that her cherished disciple's fiancé is a good-for-nothing, Yun had contemplated calling off the engagement. However, she hesitated, fearing the impact on the reputation of Yunlan's sect. But today, witnessing the disgraceful actions of the two, it appears that the dissolution of this betrothal is now inevitable. "I am grateful to my teacher," said her disciple, and upon hearing Yun's words, Nalan Yanran was filled with immense joy. Chapter 4. I am about to become a father. Senior brother, I apologize. After Yun departed, Nalan Yanran lowered her head, gazing apologetically at Chen Feng, as though she had committed a grave error. Within less than 6 months of becoming Yun's disciple, she had developed a secret affection for her senior brother. She vowed in her heart that she would marry no one but him. However, the binding marriage contract she bore weighed heavily on her mind. In contrast to her exceptionally gifted and handsome senior brother, Her fiancé appeared as nothing more than a worthless burden. Any woman would naturally choose the charming and talented senior brother, and Nalan Yanran was no exception. In her quest to win her senior brother's heart, Nalan Yanran dared not reveal the existence of her marriage contract. What if her senior brother took offense? She had planned to discuss with her teacher the possibility of discreetly annulling the engagement, thus resolving the matter once and for all. Little did she expect that today her teacher would bring up the engagement in front of her senior brother. Fortunately, it seemed that he did not mind. Her senior brother was truly kind. "It's all right, this is not your fault." Observing the demure Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng remained unconcerned. Indeed, the blame could not rest on her shoulders. If anyone were to be held accountable, it would be the patriarch of the Nalan family for orchestrating such a betrothal. Moreover, if he truly cared, he would not have accepted the advances of another. What was merely a piece of paper? What significance did it hold? Even if he were already married, Chen Feng would not be perturbed. Let it be known that he had no intention of acting as a usurper. Their relationship was mutually beneficial, each fulfilling their own desires. "Senior brother, you need not worry. I will swiftly annul the engagement." Seeing that Chen Feng genuinely did not mind, Nalan Yanran felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly assured him, fearful that he might harbor any grievances due to this matter. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Allow me to handle the annulment. It would not be prudent for you, as a young lady, to confront this matter alone." In the original narrative, Nalan Yanran's method of annulling the engagement was rather ostentatious, which had drawn considerable animosity from Xiao Yan. Chen Feng, despite possessing a system of his own, was not keen on provoking Xiao Yan, the child of destiny. Even with his newfound abilities, respect for Xiao Yan was due, as they both occupied the same realm of existence. In this context, Chen Feng felt it prudent to avoid any offense toward Xiao Yan. With his system granting him blessings through progeny, there existed no conflict between them. Engaging in rivalry would only impede his own growth. However, having taken Xiao Yan's betrothed, avoiding animosity with him proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to adopt a gentler approach for the annulment, aiming to elicit minimal resentment. Consequently, he decided to represent Nalan Yanran and journey to the Xiao family in Wutan City to annul the engagement. While he could not guarantee that he would avoid attracting animosity, he was certain it would not escalate to the level of a 3-year agreement leading to extermination of clans. As Chen Feng observed Nalan Yanran's deep concern for herself, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. His senior brother treated her with such kindness. However, a flicker of anxiety lingered within her. What if that man refuses to annul the engagement? "Fear not. When the time comes, I shall take action." Chen Feng reassured her with a gentle smile. "Just wait for my good news." "Yes, senior brother, you are truly wonderful." Gazing at the warm and jade-like Chen Feng before her, Nalan Yanran felt exceedingly fortunate to have such an exceptional and considerate man by her side. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nestled into Chen Feng's embrace. "Junior sister, you have now become my woman. Your affairs are inherently my own." Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Nalan Yanran's slender waist, his tone imbued with a hint of dominance. "Rest assured, no matter the circumstances or the time, I will stand steadfastly behind you, supporting you." In that moment, Nalan Yanran felt as if she were adrift in an ocean of love, enveloped entirely by happiness. "Senior brother, love me once more." The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Feng reluctantly extricated himself from Nalan Yanran's cozy bed, aware of Yunyan's stringent expectations. Arriving late would likely result in reprimand. Upon reaching the back mountain, he entered a small grove, where indeed, Yun awaited him. "Teacher," Chen Feng greeted respectfully as he approached her, clad in flowing white garments. Her long hair elegantly styled in a phoenix-like arrangement, Yun exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. Her serene beauty resembled a pristine spring in a secluded mountain, inspiring both reverence and an undeniable sense of allure. "Teacher, you are increasingly captivating." Struck by Yun's exquisite beauty, Chen Feng couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Yun cast a fleeting glance at Chen Feng and instructed, "Let us begin." "Yes, teacher." With a mere thought, Chen Feng summoned a long spear from his spatial ring and began to wield it before her. He practiced the advanced mystical-grade combat skill, the Thunderbolt Spear technique. In his hands, the spear transformed into a flurry of phantoms, swift as lightning, crackling with sound. The rapidity of his movements created explosive bursts of air. "Please, teacher, offer your guidance." After a brief display, Chen Feng halted his performance and bowed before Yinran. "Indeed, your spear technique has improved significantly since our last encounter." Following his demonstration, Yinran appeared quite pleased. Although her weapon of choice was not a spear, as a formidable combat emperor, she found it effortless to provide insight to a 9-star combatant. After offering a few simple words of praise, she permitted Chen Feng to depart from the back mountain. As time swiftly passed, 3 days had elapsed. Perhaps Yinran's previous words had taken effect. For 3 consecutive days, Nalan Yanran refrained from seeking out Chen Feng, intent on influencing his training. This left the newly exhilarated Chen Feng in a state of yearning he could scarcely resist. However, as Nalan Yanran resided in the female disciples' quarters, he found it inappropriate to approach her openly. Thus, he resolved to practice his spear technique instead. Reluctantly, Chen Feng retrieved his long spear, intending to hone his thunderous spear technique to divert his attention. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused Nalan Yanran to conceive, and you have been awarded a system gift package." Ding! As this is the host's first instance of inducing pregnancy, the reward has been doubled, granting you an extraordinary gift package. Please continue your efforts. At that moment, a series of system notifications resonated within his mind. Normally, pregnancy would take half a month, but in this fantastical realm, accelerated occurrences were not uncommon. Though difficult to detect, the system could achieve this directly. He had struck gold. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Feng momentarily stood in astonishment before a look of elation spread across his face. "Am I to become a father?" Chen Feng was overwhelmed with joy, astonished that after just 1 night of effort, he had indeed succeeded. To ensure Nalan Yanran's conception, he had exerted every ounce of his strength that night. Thankfully, all his endeavors bore fruit. Chen Feng sighed with relief, then turned his thoughts to the rewards bestowed by the system. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Gift Package System. "Open the Ultimate Gift Package," Chen Feng murmured, contemplating the rewards that awaited him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 9-star Dou Zong experience card." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Grade Advanced Skill, Devouring Origin Technique." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Qianquan Treasure Box." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Body of Dragon and Elephant." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Primary Puppet Pill." As Chen Feng's words faded, a cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind. He could not help but swallow hard. He never anticipated that this ultimate gift package would be so formidable. "The aforementioned items have been dispatched to the system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience." The system's notification chimed once more. "Heavenly Grade Skill. 9-star Dou Zong experience card." Chen Feng struggled to contain his exhilaration, taking a deep breath to force himself to regain composure. Subsequently, he plunged his consciousness into the system space to examine the specifics of these rewards. 9-star Dou Zong experience card, upon use. It grants the host a fleeting moment of 9-star Dou Zong prowess, lasting the duration of an incense stick's burn. Devouring Origin Technique, a heavenly grade advanced skill capable of absorbing all forms of energy to elevate one's cultivation. Qianquan Treasure Box contains a miniature world that can autonomously absorb external energy for replenishment. Body of Dragon and Elephant, innate divine strength. Practicing body refinement techniques can unleash the power of the dragon and elephant with astonishing endurance and recovery rate. Primary Puppet Pill. Beings below the Dou Zong realm that consume this pill will unconditionally obey the host while retaining their original memories. Truly outrageous. After perusing the information on these rewards, Chen Feng was left in a state of shock. The system was undeniably extraordinary. System, extract the Devouring Origin Technique. He then silently instructed. In the next moment, a torrent of overwhelming information surged forth, leaving him no time to react as it forcefully invaded his mind and rapidly coursed through. Hiss! Chen Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath, hastily stabilizing his mind to fully absorb the flood of information within his consciousness. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended the essence of this information. The Devouring Origin Technique allows one to absorb any form of energy to enhance their cultivation. This energy can manifest as the energies of heaven and earth, magic cores, elixirs, or spiritual herbs. Upon realizing the potential of the devouring origin technique, a look of astonishment crossed Chen Feng's face. It was immensely powerful. No wonder it was a heavenly grade advanced skill. Undoubtedly, with just this one technique, Chen Feng could ascend to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Gaining a true understanding of the devouring origin technique's capabilities left him even more astounded. It is well known that the world is abundant in energy forms. If one were to elaborate, even the released Dou techniques and the exotic flames of nature fall under this category of energy. As long as Chen Feng cultivates the devouring origin technique to a sufficient level, he could absorb these energies and convert them into his own cultivation. This was merely the beginning. If I were to wait for my first offspring to be born, the rewards bestowed by the system would surely be even more astonishing. Having tasted the sweetness of power at this moment, Chen Feng was filled with immense anticipation. He summoned the dragon elephant body and subsequently continued to chant internally. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted within him, enveloping his entire being. If the previous devouring technique had impacted his soul, the dragon elephant body represented an ultimate transformation of Chen Feng's physical form. Under the influence of this force, he felt every aspect of his corporeal existence, skin, muscles, bones, flesh, and even every single cell, undergoing a profound metamorphosis and enhancement. At this moment, Chen Feng felt as though his body were being forcibly torn apart by a tremendous power, only to be reassembled into a state of perfection. The pain was excruciating. The intensity of the agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, curiously, he remained acutely aware, distinctly perceiving the changes occurring within his body. Fortunately, the transformation did not last long. Once the energy subsided, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, akin to having engaged in a night of strenuous exercise with Nalan Yanran. Despite this, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he believed he could continue to battle Nalan Yanran for several more rounds. Clenching his fists, he could palpably sense a terrifying strength coursing through his physique. He was confident that, relying solely on his physical might, he could surpass his former self. Indeed, the dragon elephant body was remarkably powerful. Moreover, he had merely begun to awaken its potential. Should he acquire body tempering techniques in the future, he could further unlock its capabilities, fully unleashing the might of the dragon elephant body. At that time, he would wield true dragon elephant power, capable of shattering mountains and rending the void with a mere punch. My current physique is even more formidable than that of a magical beast. Chen Feng marveled at the strength he now possessed. Humans, inherently frail compared to magical beasts, found in Chen Feng, awakened to the dragon elephant body, the ability to overpower the very bodies of such creatures. He then bent down and effortlessly performed 1,000 push-ups without a hint of breathlessness. Such endurance is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, struck by a thought, Chen Feng broke into a somewhat lewd grin. He summoned the Qianquan treasure box, and as he continued to chant internally, a brilliant purple light flashed, revealing a purple box adorned with ancient patterns in his hand. Beep. Please proceed with blood oath recognition, host. The moment the purple box appeared, a system notification echoed in his mind. Blood oath recognition? That sounded rather sophisticated. Chen Feng hesitated briefly, then bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the purple treasure box. Whoosh! After absorbing his blood, the purple box transformed into a beam of purple light that melded into his hand. Upon closer inspection, the purple box had vanished, leaving behind a miniaturized purple tattoo in the shape of the treasure box upon his palm. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into his mind, swiftly assimilated. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Chen Feng's body inexplicably vanished from the room. When Chen Feng regained his sight, he discovered that the surroundings had transformed entirely. Before him lay a space the size of a grand plaza, shrouded in a layer of misty haze. Was this the inner world of the Qianquan treasure box? Chen Feng surveyed the expanse with astonishment. While spatial artifacts existed in the Duqi continent, such as the storage ring he possessed, they bore a significant limitation. They could not contain living beings. In stark contrast, the small world within the Qianquan treasure box had the capacity to accommodate living entities, allowing even humans to thrive within. Moreover, Chen Feng could distinctly sense that, upon pledging his blood to claim ownership, this miniature realm was autonomously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth from the outside. In no time, this small world would be suffused with the essence of the cosmos. Even retreating here for cultivation was entirely feasible. Chapter 6. Morning Breeze. I simply wished to provide them with a home gazing upon this small world, which was as expansive as a plaza. Morning Breeze felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This locale was perfectly suited for a hidden sanctuary, and it was indeed a realm where secrecy reigned supreme. Contemplating this treasure trove, Morning Breeze conceived of a plan. He intended to transform this space into his clandestine stronghold. In the face of danger, he could readily retreat into this sanctuary, where no foe would ever be able to locate him. Furthermore, such ample space could accommodate a plethora of items, proving to be of infinite utility. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Morning Breeze departed from this small world, reappearing in his room at the very spot from which he had vanished. It seemed that upon entering the treasure trove, his subsequent appearances would remain anchored in the original position. A flicker of insight illuminated his eyes. System, extract the puppet pill, he commanded. Subsequently, he focused on the remaining rewards from the system, silently invoking them. A ripple surged through the void, and soon a black pill materialized in the palm of his hand. This diminutive pill possessed the capability to control any being beneath the Dozong realm, rendering them entirely subservient to his will. Morning Breeze marveled at the puppet pill in his grasp. Indeed, the rewards from this system were of exceptional quality. If utilized wisely, this puppet pill could grant him a subordinate of Dohuang status. In the entirety of the Gamma Empire, such power would allow one to stride forth with unparalleled confidence. This singular puppet pill could bring a Dohuang expert entirely under Morning Breeze's command. Such an effect would be beyond the capabilities of even a 7th-grade elixir, would it not? However, having perused the original text, Morning Breeze had not encountered any similar pills. This puppet pill, rewarded by the system, surely did not originate from the Duki continent. Otherwise, such an extraordinary and mystical elixir would not remain obscure. He retrieved a delicate jade vial and carefully placed the puppet pill inside, subsequently discarding it into the small world within the treasure trove. Since the puppet pill could control a Dohuang, it would be unwise to squander it on trivial creatures. System, extract the 9-star Dozong experience card. Finally, Morning Breeze recalled the experience card among this round of rewards and silently invoked it. In an instant, a golden card floated before him in the void. He extended his hand to grasp the golden card. Could this card truly bestow upon him the fleeting power of a 9-star Dozong? Although he found it hard to believe, this was a reward from the system. There is a saying, what the system produces must be of the highest quality. The system is omnipotent. Thus, since the system claimed that this golden card possessed such capabilities, it must undoubtedly be true. Recognizing it as a consumable item, he resolved to employ it in a critical moment. With a decisive thought, he cast the golden card into the small world. In his heart, he had already resolved that he would not utilize this trump card until faced with the brink of death. At this point, the grand gift package had been completely claimed by Chen Feng. He felt a profound satisfaction with the rewards bestowed by the system. The swallowing heaven technique would enable him to swiftly elevate his cultivation. The 9-star Dozong experience card and the Qinquan treasure box provided him with life-saving capabilities. The dragon elephant body offered a formidable foundation for prosperity and offspring. Meanwhile, the puppet pill would grant Chen Feng his own faction. It is undeniable that these treasures were exceptional. Even a single item could incite a tremendous uproar. Remarkably, these rewards were merely a result of Chen Feng having made Nalan Yanran pregnant. Such bountiful rewards left him utterly captivated. Chen Feng felt a sense of anticipation for the second round of rewards. However, even now, he had yet to identify a suitable candidate for the second. Suddenly, the radiant visage of Yinran flashed through his mind. Could it be that his teacher? No, that was his esteemed mentor. How could he entertain such thoughts? Slap. Chen Feng sharply struck himself to dispel the inappropriate musings. If not his teacher, then it must be Sister Yafei. An alluring face suddenly appeared in his mind. Yafei, the granddaughter of the middle family patriarch, Middle Tingshan. Both hailed from the same clan. Chen Feng, as the grandson of the second elder of the middle family, held a position of high esteem due to his extraordinary talent. Since childhood, he and Yafei had played together, growing up as childhood sweethearts. Moreover, given Chen Feng's striking looks and exceptional abilities, Yafei had harbored feelings for him. However, 3 years ago, She had been assigned to the distant city of Wutan to manage a branch of the middle auction house. Chen Feng remembered well how Yifei had come to visit him at the Yunlan sect just before her departure. Brother Feng, remember to wait for your sister's return. You promised me you would marry me when we were kids. A man must keep his word. Yifei's enchanting words as she left lingered vividly in his mind. It had been 3 years since Yifei went to Wutan. He wondered how she was faring. As her bewitching image flashed through his thoughts, Chen Feng began to entertain ideas. Had it not been for the activation of the prosperity system, he might not have considered Yifei at all. After all, his capabilities were limited, and no matter how many beauties he possessed, he would be unable to retain them. Yet, things had changed. He had activated his golden finger. From the earlier grand gift package, it was evident that this system was immensely powerful, capable of rapidly enhancing Chen Feng's strength. This realization instilled him with growing confidence. Furthermore, to fully harness the benefits of the prosperity system, he would need to embrace numerous women, simultaneously enjoying the company of beautiful women while augmenting his own strength. What man would not desire such fortune? Having traversed into this new realm, Chen Feng naturally harbored his own youthful dreams. To wield authority over the world while reveling in the embrace of beautiful women. Undeniably, this is the aspiration cherished deeply in the hearts of every man. Naturally, the world is not devoid of steadfast, unwaveringly pure-hearted gentlemen. Yet, regrettably, Chen Feng has never perceived himself as such a noble man. Initially lacking the confidence, he could only suppress the ambitions that resided within him. Now, with the advent of a system, he is convinced that through diligent effort, he can undoubtedly realize this grand dream. I am not being fickle. I merely wish to provide a warm home for the beauties of the world, Chen Feng silently reassured himself. It seems that when the time comes to annul the engagement in Wutan City, he shall pay a visit to this sister, Yifei. After 3 years apart, he wonders if his childhood companion has had a change of heart. Recalling the words she spoke to him before her departure, a faint smile gradually graced Chen Feng's lips. A man of his word, he vowed that this journey to Wutan City would be the occasion upon which he fulfills the promise he made years ago. Chapter 7. Requesting a portrait, devouring the demon core the following day, atop the master peak of the Yunlan sect, in a refined courtyard. Fenger, why have you come to seek me so early? Please, come inside. Upon hearing the gentle voice of the morning breeze, Yun slowly opened her door, inviting him in. Clearly just risen from slumber, she draped a delicate pink nightgown over her form, which subtly concealed her fair skin. As he entered the room, Chen Feng was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, compelling him to take a deep breath. This scent was uniquely hers, an essence that was unmistakably Yunyan's. Taking a seat beside her, he couldn't help but observe his teacher. The loose-fitting nightgown fluttered slightly with her movements, accentuating her elongated and graceful neck, while a pure, unblemished amber necklace glimmered against her fair complexion. Chen Feng quickly found a seat, lowering his gaze, legs neatly together, attempting to appear well-behaved. Yet, internally, he scolded himself. Ever since activating the dragon elephant body, he felt as if he had been overtaken by base desires. The former version of himself would never have entertained such thoughts. This was his teacher. How could he entertain such notions? Fenger, you haven't answered me yet. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yun inquired, as she placed a plate of pastries on the table. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Please, indulge in some of my homemade osmanthus cake. Thank you, Chen Feng replied, reaching for a piece of the cake and taking a bite. Once his racing heart had calmed somewhat, he dared to meet Yun's gaze and spoke up. Teacher, do you have any demon cores? Demon cores? What do you need them for? Yun seated herself opposite him, her nightgown's neckline slightly revealing, causing Chen Feng to steal a glance before hastily lowering his head. He scolded himself internally. No more looking. This could lead to trouble. Teacher, I wish to ask senior brother Lu to concoct some elixirs, but I am in need of a few more demon cores. The senior brother Lu he referred to was Lu Ling, the direct disciple of the Pill King, Gu He. Yun nodded, her thoughts momentarily focused. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved several demon cores from her spatial ring and placed them gently on the table. I do not have many cores on hand. Will these suffice? If not, I can fetch more for you. Yun had always been indulgent towards her prized disciple, granting nearly every request unless it was excessively unreasonable. These will be sufficient. Chen Feng glanced at the demon cores, noting they were predominantly of at least the 3rd or 4th tier, with a few fifth-tier cores among them, more than adequate for his needs. Then I shall take my leave. After a final glance, Chen Feng prepared to bid farewell. Hurry, have some more osmanthus cake. I cannot finish it all. Yinran offered him another piece of cake, her arm lifting once again, causing her neckline to open slightly. Thank you, teacher. The morning breeze sent a shiver down Chen Feng's spine as he hastily accepted the osmanthus cake, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Oh, teacher, who painted this portrait? Suddenly, his attention was captured by a striking likeness on the wall. The figure depicted was none other than Yinran, rendered with extraordinary skill, lifelike and vividly expressive. Oh, this was specially painted for me by the renowned artist Hua Ling from the capital, Yinran casually remarked while glancing at the artwork. A thought flickered in Chen Feng's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Teacher, could you possibly gift this painting to your disciple? What do you wish to do with it? Upon hearing this, Yinran paused, casting a curious glance at Chen Feng. Teacher, it is something you may not know. I have found it difficult to concentrate on my cultivation lately, and upon reflection, I realized it is due to the absence of your supervision. This has led to my laxity. However, as the leader of a sect, you cannot remain by your disciple's side constantly. Thus, I wish to take this painting back to my quarters and hang it on my wall. In this way, it will feel as though you are always beside me, and I shall be able to devote myself to my training. Chen Feng slowly articulated his reasoning. I see. Yinran was taken aback by Chen Feng's words, surprised to learn of her significance in his thoughts. She regarded him with a mix of appreciation and warmth, her lips parting slightly as she said, It is rare for you, Fenger, to recognize your own shortcomings. In that case, please take the painting. Then I am truly grateful, teacher. Chen Feng rose and carefully tucked the portrait into his personal realm. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. He turned to bid farewell, standing while Yinran remained seated. As his gaze swept over her, he inadvertently caught a full glimpse, causing him to turn away in flustered haste as he exited her chamber, somewhat disheveled. Fenger, that child is always so impulsive. Observing him leave without even closing the door, Yinran shook her head and stood up to shut it. Teacher truly embodies the essence of a sect leader with such substantial resources. Once back in his own room, Chen Feng took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him. He then retrieved the magic core and the portrait he had acquired from Yinran. With the teacher's guidance, I shall surely be able to focus on my cultivation. After hanging the portrait above his bed and admiring it for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the several magic cores. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng picked up a third-tier magic core. His request for the core from Yinran was, of course, not for the purpose of seeking the old man Lu Ling to concoct any elixirs. Their relationship had always been strained due to Nalan Yanran, and he would never approach the old codger for such a favor. At my current level of cultivation, a third-tier magic core is more than sufficient. His desire for the magic core was solely to practice the swallowing yuan technique. This technique allows one to absorb all forms of energy in the world, and the immense energy contained within this magic core was something he could certainly consume. As the legitimate heir of the Mitter family, Chen Feng naturally could afford a few magic cores. However, these cores served no purpose beyond alchemy, and since he had no need for them, he did not carry any with him. Once seated upon his bed, Chen Feng grasped a third-tier magic core with both hands, focusing his mind to begin cultivating the devouring yuan technique. Magic cores are energy crystals found within magical beasts, brimming with violently chaotic natural energy. Even a battle king would hesitate to recklessly absorb such volatile energy, risking their own bodily integrity. Yet, the devouring yuan technique, being a high-level celestial skill, possesses the extraordinary ability to directly consume magic cores. As the technique was activated, an inexplicable force of absorption surged from Chen Feng's palms, enveloping the magic core within its grasp. Soon, a pure essence of energy was drawn into Chen Feng's body by this devouring power. Sensing this force entering him, Chen Feng endeavored to maintain a steady breath, eagerly absorbing the energy. Chapter 8. Breakthrough to the Dou Master. In the chamber, Chen Feng sat cross-legged upon his bed, his palms pressed together, cradling a third-tier magic core between them. As he activated the devouring art, a powerful force emanated from his palms, voraciously absorbing the energy contained within the magic core, which was then transformed into battle aura that surged into Chen Feng's body. As time elapsed, the energy within the magic core was continuously devoured by Chen Feng. although the energy was exceedingly chaotic, posing a risk of explosion if recklessly ingested. The devouring art tempered this energy, rendering it remarkably tranquil as it seamlessly flowed into Chen Feng, who effortlessly converted it into battle aura. This energy coursed through Chen Feng's limbs and vitals, ultimately settling within his dantian. Immersed in the practice of the devouring art, Chen Feng was completely oblivious to the existence of external distractions. This was characteristic of Chen Feng. Once he focused on a particular task, he would immerse himself wholeheartedly. His remarkable achievement of reaching the 9-star Dou warrior realm by the age of 15 was not solely attributed to his extraordinary talent, but also to his unwavering diligence. In his previous life, he had obsessively farmed a dungeon for 3 days and nights, refusing to relent until he procured a coveted piece of equipment. As time passed, with Chen Feng continuously absorbing the energy from the magic core, he was unaware that night had fallen. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated within Chen Feng's body. In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Feng sensed his newfound cultivation level, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. To his astonishment, within the span of a single day, he had transcended from the 9-star Dou warrior realm to the Dou Master realm. It is noteworthy that just half a month prior, he had only recently broken through to the 9-star Dou warrior level and had been working to stabilize his cultivation. Yet, merely half a month later, he had achieved yet another breakthrough, ascending directly to the Dou Master realm. One cannot help but commend the devouring art, a high-tier celestial technique, for its unparalleled ability to enhance one's cultivation through energy absorption, akin to wielding a cheat. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng reveled in the overwhelming battle aura coursing through his body, his heart brimming with excitement. Is this the power that accompanies the Dou Master realm? Attaining the status of a Dou Master signifies that Chen Feng has surpassed the common ranks. While the Dou Master level may still be regarded as relatively low on the continent, it is undoubtedly a considerable advancement compared to the foundational Dou warriors. Moreover, most importantly, Chen Feng had yet to reach the age of 16, granting him ample time for further endeavors. Possessing the multi-fortune system, as long as he exerted himself, his growth trajectory would undoubtedly accelerate in the future. Standing still, Chen Feng suddenly extended his right palm forward and then clenched it fiercely. In an instant, a silver battle aura erupted, manifesting upon his body's surface. Following its emergence, the battle aura retracted and gently adhered to the exterior of Chen Feng's garments, forming a protective layer reminiscent of battle aura defense. Perhaps due to the lightning attribute of his battle aura, this silvery energy shimmered with flashes of electricity. The aura of fighting spirit, a signature skill of formidable practitioners, stands as one of the most utilitarian techniques, significantly enhancing one's speed, strength, and defense while exhibiting remarkable combat support capabilities. Observing the silver aura enveloping him, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart. He then unleashed a series of punches into the air, emanating a fierce and commanding presence. After activating the dragon elephant body, Chen Feng's physical prowess experienced a substantial elevation. Even casual punches produced a sharp, whistling sound as the air was sliced through. After fervently striking several times, he paused. Yet an inexplicable sense of restlessness began to brew within him. Ever since he had activated the dragon elephant body, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength that seemed to have no outlet, causing his agitation to intensify. Moreover, his mind was persistently haunted by the memory of that night when Nalan Yanran had stayed over. Sighing, he wished fervently that she could visit once more. Since the last time Yinran had caught them in the act, Nalan Yanran had not returned to Chen Feng's side. As the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, she naturally possessed her own sense of decorum. The previous encounter had been driven by an emotional impulse, a moment of happiness that clouded her judgment, leading her to lose herself under Chen Feng's sweet words. However, when he invited her to come again, she remained steadfastly reluctant. It was evident that Nalan Yanran had taken Yun's warning to heart, which had been issued after her previous discovery. Yun had cautioned Nalan Yanran against frequent meetings between the two, and it was clear that Nalan Yanran, who typically heeded her teacher's advice, would not have approached Chen Feng had it not been for that moment of reckless abandon. At least, a return in the near future seemed improbable. As for that night's voluntary cooperation, it could merely be regarded as a fleeting indulgence, a final thrill. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Feng felt increasingly agitated. Such experiences, once tasted, are not easily forgotten. The craving becomes an insatiable yearning, difficult to extinguish. To demand that Chen Feng abstain now felt akin to asking for his very life. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze to the portrait on his bedside. The image of Yinran was vividly lifelike, her radiant smile illuminating his surroundings. In that moment, Chen Feng felt his heart race even more. No, if this continues, I fear I may lose myself entirely. Shaking his head, Chen Feng resolutely forced himself to dismiss the memories of that day. He needed to regain his composure. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to concentrate on his cultivation. Gazing at the exquisite visage of Yinran in the portrait, a plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps I should practice the thunderous spear technique in my thoughts. This might distract me and quell my wandering thoughts. Consequently, Chen Feng commenced to mentally rehearse the movements of the thunderous spear technique, envisioning each strike with precision. The spear thrust forth, piercing directly. Whoosh. Moments later, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, a look of relief gracing his features. Indeed, this method proved effective. After practicing the thunder gun technique for half an hour, he had completely relaxed, his mind freed from chaotic thoughts. Master, only with you by my side to supervise can I truly focus on my cultivation. He reflected as he cast a glance at the portrait before turning to exit the room. A person of meticulous cleanliness, after a day of training. He felt a distinct discomfort due to the lingering odors on his body, necessitating a bath. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng returned to his chamber, clad in fresh attire. At this moment, he felt rejuvenated. The earlier restlessness within him dissipated. With such a state of being, his cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Chen Feng placed the still partially absorbed magic core into the palm of his hand, settling down on the bed, swiftly re-entering his meditative state. Chapter 9 Teacher. I simply cannot contain myself any longer. As time swiftly passed, a week had elapsed. In the room, Chen Feng sat cross-legged upon the soft couch, firmly grasping a third-tier magic core, its threads of energy continuously being absorbed into his body. At this moment, the magic core in his hand had significantly diminished in size. This was the second third-tier magic core that Chen Feng had devoured. Bang! Just then, a muffled sound resonated from within Chen Feng, followed by a sudden surge of energy. He had astonishingly broken through to the rank of a 3-star Dou Master. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his dark pupils shimmering with excitement. At this rate, it would not be long before I ascend to the realm of a great Dou Master. In just 7 days, I have shattered 2 minor realms. Such a pace of cultivation, if known, would undoubtedly astonish many. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng cast a glance at the portrait of Yinran by his bedside, immediately feeling a surge of respect. Without his teacher's supervision, he would not have made such progress in his cultivation. Over these 7 days, under the watchful gaze of Yinran's portrait, the initial restlessness in his heart had dissipated, replaced by a singular focus on honing his spear techniques and practicing the swallowing yuan technique. Thus, Chen Feng would pay his respects to the portrait of Yinran several times each day, for without his teacher's meticulous guidance, he would not have achieved his current accomplishments. Fenger. At that moment, a voice resonated, startling him. Did I just hear my teacher's voice? Chen Feng opened his eyes and looked up at the portrait, murmuring to himself, could it be an auditory hallucination? Knock, knock, knock. After a brief moment, there came a knock on his door, accompanied by Yunyan's voice. Fenger, open the door quickly. It truly was the teacher. Chen Feng recognized the voice clearly and immediately sprang to open the door. Fenger, what were you doing inside? I called for you several times without a response. Today, Yinran was adorned in a flowing white robe, her raven-black hair cascading like a waterfall, reaching down to her slender waist. Her exquisite features resembled a flower fairy, untouched by worldly affairs, exuding an ethereal charm. Her eyes sparkled with the serene grace of a gentle breeze. Teacher, I apologize. I was engrossed in my cultivation and failed to respond. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Feng said with a hint of regret. Please, you may enter. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had been immersed in his training, Yinran felt no displeasure. She nodded slightly and followed him into the room. What is that scent? Upon entering, Yinyan's brows furrowed slightly as she inquired about a peculiar odor. Fenger, have you not bathed in several days? Her gaze scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe, her expression filled with suspicion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at her words, Chen Feng shook his head and replied, "No, teacher, I bathe every day." How could he, who prided himself on cleanliness, possibly neglect bathing, especially when he did so multiple times each day? Teacher, it seems that these past few days of intense training in my room have resulted in an excessive amount of perspiration, hence the rather unpleasant odor, Chen Feng explained hurriedly. After activating the dragon elephant body, he was constantly imbued with vigor. To prevent his mind from wandering, he resorted to rigorous exercises daily, such as practicing his marksmanship and performing sit-ups. Such strenuous activities naturally led to considerable sweating, making the presence of a slight odor in the room quite understandable. Indeed, Yinran nodded slightly, not overly concerned. She then retrieved a jade vial from her spatial ring and handed it to Chen Feng, saying, "Feng, you must be on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Master realm. This vial of purple jade spirit liquid should assist you greatly." Yinran had always taken a keen interest in Chen Feng's cultivation. In her estimation, he had broken through to the 9-star Dou warrior realm about half a month ago. During this time, he must have stabilized his cultivation and prepared to make a push towards the Dou Master realm. Hence, she promptly presented him with the vial, hoping it would prove beneficial. "Thank you, teacher. With this vial of purple jade spirit liquid, I am confident I can break through to the Dou Master realm within a week." Chen Feng accepted the vial without hesitation, refraining from disclosing his true cultivation level. After all, the rapid acceleration in his training pace was difficult to articulate. The purple jade spirit liquid appeared to be an energy substance, and it would certainly be advantageous for him. "Fenger, focus solely on your cultivation, leave the rest to me," Yinran replied with a satisfied smile upon hearing Chen Feng's words. In matters of cultivation, this treasured disciple had never disappointed her. Just then, Yunyan's gaze shifted and fell upon a portrait hanging above Chen Feng's bed, evoking an inexplicable sensation within her. "Fenger, why do you have my portrait hanging above your bed?" she inquired, a hint of discomfort creeping into her expression. Any woman would feel somewhat uneasy upon discovering her portrait displayed in a man's quarters. Though Chen Feng was her disciple, he was still a male, and this thought made Yinran slightly uncomfortable. "Teacher, you may not know this, but ever since I hung your portrait above my bed, I have felt as if you were by my side during my daily training, constantly urging me on, which has prevented any hint of complacency," Chen Feng quickly clarified, sensing Yunyan's unease. Upon hearing his explanation, Yunyan's expression softened. The portrait hanging above his bed could significantly aid Chen Feng's cultivation, which eased her previous discomfort. In fact, she felt a sense of pride as well. The influence of her portrait on Chen Feng was a testament to her esteemed position in his heart, affirming that her years of dedication had not been in vain. "Very well, if you wish to hang it there, let it be. Just ensure that you do not damage my portrait." Yunyan chuckled lightly, and then walked over to Chen Feng's bedside to remove the portrait. The wind carried a gentle whisper, but what was this unsightly stain upon the surface? At that moment, Yunyan noticed a smudge upon the portrait. She retrieved a handkerchief and attempted to wipe it away, only to find it sticky to the touch. What could this be? A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Feng, who hurried over with a smile and said, "It must be sweat that splattered onto it. Teacher, allow me to clean it for you." Yinran, not pondering further, handed the portrait directly to Chen Feng. "Very well, focus on your cultivation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," she said, turning to depart. Suddenly, Chen Feng spoke up. "Wait." Yinran inquired, "Fenger, is there something else?" Chen Feng hesitated momentarily, then confessed, "Teacher, I can no longer restrain myself." Upon hearing this, Yinran was left perplexed, her mind clouded. With her words now unleashed, Chen Feng boldly continued, "Teacher, could you possibly send my junior sister to visit me?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Yunyan instantly comprehended the situation, falling silent as her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Chapter 10. The Arrival of Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan, though not a woman of experience, was nonetheless an adult and quickly grasped the implications of his statement. A flush of crimson instantly adorned her cheeks, and her beautiful eyes glared at Chen Feng. How audacious of him to broach such a matter so bluntly. What audacity he possessed. As a woman, Yunyan felt a sense of offense rising within her. Just as she contemplated expressing her indignation, she swiftly restrained herself. Throughout her life, Yunyan had always been reasonable and understanding. Observing Chen Feng's troubled demeanor, which suggested he was genuinely struggling to endure, She began to reflect on her own actions. Had she truly been excessive in her conduct? Matters of intimacy between men and women were foreign to her, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Was it truly so enthralling to engage in such embarrassing acts? Yinran found herself bewildered. Having lived so many years, she had never once desired the company of a man. Yet, she had navigated life just fine. Was it only by experiencing such matters firsthand that one could appreciate their allure? For the first time, a flicker of curiosity regarding the dynamics between men and women ignited within her heart. After a brief silence, Yinran gazed at the downcast, silent Chen Feng and spoke softly. Is it truly so unbearable? At her words, Chen Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he mustered the courage to nod and replied. It is indeed quite distressing. Could you possibly assist me? How bold! Before he could finish his sentence, Yunyan's expression darkened with irritation. Fenger, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you dare to tease me? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan was genuinely incensed. Assist you? In what manner? A vivid recollection of the embarrassing scene she had encountered flashed through her mind, leaving her flustered. Although Chen Feng's earlier remarks had piqued her curiosity about intimate matters, the thought of actually engaging in such acts was daunting. Otherwise, she would not have remained chaste and solitary all these years. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Feng. She thought that had he not been her beloved disciple, his teasing would have earned him a swift reprimand. The dignity of a Dou Huang powerhouse and the leader of the Yunlan sect was not to be trampled upon. Seeing Yunyan's sudden shift in demeanor, Chen Feng was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and managed a wry smile. That was not my intention. I harbor no desire to offend you. My words were interrupted before I could clarify. Noticing Yunyan's wrathful expression, Chen Feng hastily explained. What I meant to say was that I wished to request your assistance in having my junior sister visit. I had no intention of teasing you. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Yunyan's expression froze, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She then shot him a glare. Next time, be more succinct in your speech to avoid misunderstandings. Understood. I shall be more precise next time. Chen Feng promptly replied, though inwardly he grumbled. It was you who interrupted me, and now I am the one being blamed. As she settled down at home to cultivate, Yun expressed that she would be available should any needs arise, before hastily departing. The awkward scene from earlier lingered in her mind, prompting her to suggest leaving. What about the junior sister? Chen Feng inquired. I shall pay her a visit, but whether she wishes to come is contingent upon Yinran's own desire. I shall not impose. Casting a sharp glance at the eager Chen Feng, Yinyan left in a rather flustered manner. After all, she was a woman. Was it truly appropriate for this lad to persistently broach such topics with her? Though her heart was in disarray, she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure in front of her disciple. This boy certainly lacked discretion in his speech. Is there any way I can assist with such matters? Outside the courtyard, Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment and indignation. Regret washed over her. She pondered whether she should have interfered in such matters to begin with. After all, she herself was not well versed in the intricacies of romantic entanglements. Nevertheless, she resolved to visit Yinran. The memory of Chen Feng's discomfort earlier, coupled with the stains on the portrait and the peculiar odors within the room, flooded her mind. Although she was not knowledgeable about such issues, she had heard whispers. This conjured a vivid image in her mind that she dared not contemplate further. Surely, this boy did not possess such audacity. Shaking her head, she forcibly dismissed the thoughts. She considered herself somewhat acquainted with Chen Feng, based on his previous conduct. He was certainly not that sort of person. However, it was undeniable that he had undergone significant changes lately, particularly following the recent incident. A frown of concern crossed her face as she reflected on Chen Feng's recent peculiar behavior. Could it be that her insistence had become overwhelming for him? Sighing, she decided to assist him this once. With a shake of her head, she exited the courtyard and made her way towards Nalan Yanran's residence. Yet, how was she to broach such delicate matters with that girl? After Yunyan's departure, Chen Feng recalled the request he had made earlier, and despite his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he have dared to voice such a request? Surely, Yinyan must harbor some discontent towards him now. This was truly a misstep. Nevertheless, despite his regret, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. To his astonishment, Yun had acquiesced to his unreasonable demand. Filled with disbelief and gratitude, Chen Feng marveled at her kindness. She was indeed exceptionally generous, even agreeing to such an outrageous request. Once he had strengthened his abilities, he vowed to repay her kindness in kind. Chen Feng recalled that in the original narrative, Yinran encountered Xiao Yan in the Monster Mountain range and subsequently fell in love with him. Yet in the end, Xiao Yan not only killed her mentor Yinshan before her eyes, but also disbanded the entire Yunlan sect. In the end, the two did not unite, leaving Yun in a lifetime of solitude and despair. Given that he had traversed time, Chen Feng naturally resolved that Yun would not repeat the same tragic fate. At the very least, he could ensure that she would no longer endure the pangs of loneliness. Her days would be filled with purpose, devoid of any sense of emptiness. After Yun's departure, Chen Feng remained in his chamber, awaiting the arrival of Nalan Yanran. This time, he exhibited remarkable patience. As time passed, evening approached, and the sky darkened. Alas, it seemed Yinran would not come tonight. Just as disappointment settled in Chen Feng's heart, a figure clad in white abruptly pushed open the door, rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Nalan Yanran, whom he had not seen for several days. His heart leaped with joy. Yinran, have you finally come to your senses? Chapter 11. A refreshing clarity. What have you come to understand? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Yanran appeared somewhat perplexed, her expression soon shifting to one of concern as she gazed upon him. Senior brother, the teacher informed me that you were injured again. How severe is it? Why are you so careless? As she spoke, her eyes were filled with genuine worry for Chen Feng. Injured? At this remark, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure. It seemed that the teacher, after all, felt too embarrassed to articulate the truth directly. Thus, she resorted to a ruse to bring Nalan Yanran to him. Yinran, I am indeed hurt, Chen Feng confessed, drawing her close with an affectionate embrace around her slim waist. Do you have any idea how much my heart aches from your absence? With a look of deep affection, he stared into Nalan Yanran's eyes, feigning sorrow. Senior brother, it was not my intention, she replied, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson as she buried her face in his embrace. In a hushed tone, she added, Isn't the teacher against us meeting frequently? Nalan Yanran intended to voice more, yet found herself lifted into Chen Feng's arms in a princess carry, leaving her quite flustered. Senior brother, what are you doing? Aren't you injured? She exclaimed, noticing him carry her toward the bed. I do not care. You shall not leave tonight, Chen Feng declared with a hint of possessiveness. Senior brother, could it be that you are not injured at all? Nalan Yanran suddenly realized, observing his demeanor, which bore no resemblance to that of an injured person. If I hadn't said so, would you have come to see me? Chen Feng replied shamelessly. Since the teacher had used this as an excuse to deceive Nalan Yanran, he had no intention of revealing the truth. How can you act this way? Deceiving even the teacher? Nalan Yanran's arms encircled Chen Feng's neck, her expression tinged with discontent. If the teacher finds out, she will scold us. I only resorted to such measures because I missed you dearly, Chen Feng thought to himself, having not truly deceived the teacher. Having confessed his feelings directly in her presence earlier that day. Noticing Nalan Yanran's worried expression, he comforted her. Fear not, I promise not to act this way again. However, do not make me wait so long for your visits in the future. With a sigh of relief, Nalan Yanran felt the warmth of his masculine presence enveloping her. Her ears flushing with warmth as she softly confessed, In truth, I long for you as well, senior brother. Upon hearing her words and witnessing her enchanting demeanor, Chen Feng could no longer restrain himself. He cradled her close and proceeded to the bed, and soon, the once smooth sheets, reminiscent of a tranquil plain, began to tumble restlessly. Beautiful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. Amidst Nalan Yanran's pleas for mercy, Chen Feng held her closely, drifting into a deep slumber. And before long, dawn arrived. Yinran, have you felt any discomfort in your body lately? On the bed, the morning breeze embraced Nalan Yanran's delicate form, gently inquiring. As a man, Morning Breeze naturally lacked understanding regarding matters of pregnancy. It had already been a week since Nalan Yanran had conceived, and he wished to ascertain whether she had begun to exhibit any signs of pregnancy. Should symptoms indeed manifest, he would need to exercise restraint in the future, for continuing as they might adversely affect the child growing within her. Although the activation of the dragon elephant body had heightened his desires, he was not the type to act recklessly, disregarding consequences. The impending arrival of his first offspring was something Morning Breeze held dear. Perhaps there was an expectation of rewards from the system, But the thought of the child within Nalan Yanran, his own blood, filled him with a protective instinct. This was his first progeny, and he was determined to ensure a safe delivery. Unwell? Not at all. Nalan Yanran, perplexed by Morning Breeze's words, shook her head. A wave of relief washed over him. It was still early, and such symptoms would likely take time to appear. It seemed he could still enjoy a few more days of comfort. Yinran, if you feel any discomfort, you must inform me at once, he urged her. As a pregnant woman, there were many considerations to heed. A moment's carelessness could impact the fetus, and Morning Breeze did not wish for his first child to suffer due to negligence. That would be an irreparable sorrow for him. Senior brother, you need not worry about me. I will take good care of myself. Although she found his concern somewhat strange, Nalan Yanran recognized it was for her own benefit and nodded in agreement. She was but a young girl, lost in the intoxication of love, and there were matters she had yet to fully comprehend. Senior brother, I must take my leave. Otherwise, if others see me here, it would not bode well for us, she said, reluctantly rising from Morning Breeze's embrace, preparing to depart. They were not yet wed, and as the esteemed young lady of the Nalan family, it would tarnish her reputation to have spent the night in a man's home before marriage, inviting scandal upon her family. Oh dear, senior brother, I cannot stand. Please assist me. As she attempted to rise, Nalan Yanran felt an unsettling weakness envelop her. After a night of unrestrained passion ignited by the dragon-elephant body, she found herself unable to walk steadily. Morning Breeze quickly stood to support her, helping her don her garments. It's all your fault. She shot him an indignant glance before refusing his offer to escort her, limping away from the courtyard. This girl, quite headstrong, truly deserved to be called my woman. As he watched Nalan Yanran vanish into the courtyard, Chen Feng turned and returned to his chamber. At this moment, he felt invigorated, an opportune time for cultivation. Chapter 12. Senior brother, am I pregnant? Time swiftly passed, and another 10 days had elapsed. At the summit of Yunlan's sect, within the grand hall, Yun, adorned in her flowing white attire, was attentively listening to a report from a cloaked figure. Very well, I have received your information. You may withdraw, she commanded with a wave of her hand, prompting the figure to vanish into the shadows of the hall. As the leader of Yunlan's sect, Yun naturally commanded a dedicated intelligence network, assisting her in overseeing the entire sect. That mischievous girl, it seems she has been spending the night frequently with Feng. Upon hearing the report, Yun felt a twinge of concern. The youth, so lacking in restraint, was bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. Had it been anyone else, she would have paid little heed. Yet, these two young individuals were her cherished disciples, one of whom she had already envisioned as the future heir of Yunlan's sect. Yun was genuinely apprehensive for the future of the sect. Should she prevent their meetings, Fenger would undoubtedly suffer, unable to concentrate on his training. However, if their interactions persisted, would Fenger's frail constitution be able to endure? A sense of worry crept into Yun's mind. It seemed she would need to have a serious conversation with Feng. The warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting delicate speckles of light that adorned the tidy room. Inside, a young boy sat cross-legged on the bed, hands clasped together, cradling a magical core between them. An inexplicable devouring force surged from his palms, drawing forth the tumultuous energies contained within the core. As these energies flowed into his body, the boy's youthful visage suddenly radiated with a lustrous glow akin to warm jade. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he did not relent. His eyes remained tightly shut, his fingers forming an unyielding seal, maintaining a state of utmost concentration, greedily absorbing the energy from the magical core. Strands of energy coursed through the boy's skin, seeping in through the pores, nurturing his bones and cleansing his meridians. Under the boy's insatiable demand, an increasing amount of energy was extracted from the magical core, gradually reducing it from the size of an egg to that of a mere yolk. Days passed in relentless cultivation, with the sunlight streaming through the window gradually diminishing and the sweltering temperature slowly waning. On the bed, the boy, with his eyes still closed, absorbed the final wisps of energy into his being, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Moments later, his dark eyes suddenly opened wide. In the next instant, the aura surrounding the boy underwent a dramatic transformation. He had ascended to the rank of 5-star Dou Master. Feeling the burgeoning Dou Qi within him, Chen Feng's handsome face broke into a gratifying smile. During this period, he had remained secluded, diligently practicing the swallowing yuan technique at home. Through his unwavering efforts, he had achieved 2 breakthroughs in a mere 10 days, elevating his cultivation to the realm of 5-star Dou Master. A 5-star warrior not yet 16, should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Gamma Empire. I should take a bath first, as Yinran is likely to arrive soon. Chen Feng rose slowly. After activating the dragon elephant body, his vitality surged. Despite engaging in vigorous activities at night, he recovered swiftly, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. Truly, he managed to balance both training and practice seamlessly. Although Chen Feng did not consider himself a master of time management, he nonetheless maintained a semblance of order in his daily life. As night fell, Nalan Yanran arrived as anticipated. Following an intimate encounter, she nestled in Chen Feng's embrace, and the two shared a tender moment. "Yinran, do you feel any discomfort today?" Chen Feng asked with his usual concern. "Senior brother, I don't know why, but I lack appetite and feel a bit nauseous," Nalan Yanran replied, her brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, Chen Feng's heart tightened as he realized the signs of pregnancy had finally manifested. "Yinran, from today onward, you must refrain from any strenuous activities. You need to eat well and stay hydrated. Only then can we ensure the safe arrival of our child." "A child in my womb?" Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's words. "Senior brother, do you mean I'm pregnant?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and her complexion turned pale. "I'm pregnant, but I haven't even married yet." "Yinran, what troubles you? We are expecting a child. Are you not happy?" Chen Feng observed the drastic change in her expression. Puzzled. "No, senior brother, we have yet to wed. If I am with child, how will I explain this to my father and grandfather?" Nalan Yanran shook her head, her greatest wish being to marry her senior brother and raise a child together. However, the reality of being pregnant before marriage weighed heavily on her. The Nalan family held strict rules, and being unmarried and with child would be a grave violation of their code. If her father and grandfather were to discover this, they would surely be enraged and accuse her of shaming the Nalan family's honor. Feeling anxious at the thought, Nalan Yanran's heart raced. "It is not difficult to marry. If you desire, I can visit the Nalan family tomorrow and ask for your hand from Uncle Nalan." Chen Feng gently reassured her, holding her close. He understood that the sudden shift from girlhood to motherhood left Nalan Yanran feeling unsettled and insecure. His role now was to provide her with the comfort she needed. "But, senior brother, do not forget that my engagement with the Xiao family has not been annulled," Nalan Yanran replied, her heart still uncertain. The betrothal to the Xiao family remained a thorn in her side. This marriage cannot be retracted, thus, she shall forever remain the fiancée of the useless scion of the Xiao family. Should she wed another man, it would be an affront to reason and likely invite scorn from others. Both the Nalan clan and the Yunlan sect would suffer reputational damage. How would the entirety of the Gamma Empire perceive her? Moreover, if her senior brother were to marry her, it too would attract criticism. Contemplating this, Nalan Yanran's complexion grew increasingly pale. "Yinran, have I not told you? You are my woman now, and no matter the circumstances or what may transpire, I shall always stand behind you." Sensing the unease of the woman in his embrace, Chen Feng enveloped her gently, offering a steadfast assurance. He sought to provide his beloved with the utmost sense of security. "Since this troubles you, I shall set forth in the coming days to annul the engagement with the Xiao family." Chen Feng pondered. Indeed, the matter of the annulment could no longer be delayed. Currently, Nalan Yanran's condition showed no signs of change. However, as time passed and her belly began to swell, it would undoubtedly place her in a most uncomfortable position. Though being unmarried and pregnant is not a grave issue in this world where strength reigns supreme, for someone as sensitive as Nalan Yanran, the prospect of showcasing a burgeoning belly before marriage would be exceedingly embarrassing. Naturally, Chen Feng wished to spare his beloved any discomfort or indignity. Hence, he resolved to ensure that their marital union was formalized before Nalan Yanran's condition became evident. Chapter 13. Yinran is pregnant. What? You intend to go to the Xiao family to annul Yinran's engagement on her behalf? Upon hearing Chen Feng's intention at the Yunlan sect master peak, Yin was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, master." Chen Feng nodded, having realized last night that Nalan Yanran was exhibiting symptoms of pregnancy. He felt that the matter of the annulment could no longer be postponed, thus he arrived at Yunyan's place early this morning. This trip to Wutan City would likely take some time, so he naturally wanted to greet Yun beforehand. Is this not against propriety? Yun furrowed her brows slightly. Logically speaking, this engagement was a matter between the Xiao family and the Nalan family. It was inappropriate for an outsider like Chen Feng to hastily go to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. What is improper about it? I am Yinran's senior brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Yinran's marriage is indeed my concern, Chen Feng declared confidently. He had anticipated Yun might oppose this endeavor. Hence he had prepared his arguments. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yun's lips twitched. Are you certain this is not a guise for personal gain? Were it not for her knowledge of Chen Feng's relationship with Nalan Yanran, she might have been convinced, reflecting on the scandalous actions they had taken. And now he intended to personally annul the engagement at the Xiao family. Yun found it utterly absurd. You, a third party, boldly approached the family of the aggrieved to annul the engagement. Is this truly appropriate? If the Xiao family were to uncover the truth, they might very well devour you alive, especially the young man from the Xiao family who is engaged to Yinran. If he were to learn that the person coming to annul the engagement had already been involved with his fiancée, he would surely be infuriated beyond measure. After all, for a man, this is an absolute disgrace. Nevertheless, Yun was aware of Nalan Yanran's engagement. It was said that her fiancé was a mere waste, possessing only the cultivation of a third-stage fighter. In Yun's eyes, such a man was undoubtedly unworthy of her cherished disciple. This was why, when Nalan Yanran had first mentioned the annulment, Yun, considering the reputation of the Yunlan sect, had neither immediately agreed nor outright denied it. Since you are determined to proceed, I shall not hinder you. When do you plan to depart? After a moment of silence, Yun ultimately acquiesced to Chen Feng. There is no time to waste. I shall depart for Wutan City shortly. Upon hearing Yun's agreement, Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. Then let us set off in 3 days. I will have Elder Guha prepare a bottle of qi gathering powder for you to take to the Xiao family. It is said that the young man from the Xiao family has yet to break through as a fighter. This bottle of qi gathering powder shall serve as compensation for him. Yun, after all, was kind-hearted and felt that the act of annulling the engagement owed a debt to the Xiao family, prompting her desire to make some amends. Very well. Chen Feng naturally would not refuse. He had no intention of being overly domineering during his visit to the Xiao family. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, he would prefer that. If not, then matters would escalate. Although possessing a system, Xiao Yan is ultimately the child of the plain and prefers to avoid enmity whenever possible. Even if conflict is inevitable, he strives to minimize the animosity directed towards him. After all, engaging with a being of such stature offers no tangible benefit. Unlike others, he does not rely on fire attributes to thrive through usurpation of Xiao Yan's fortunes. With the blessing of a progeny-generating system, his focus should be on lineage and legacy. As for Xiao Yan, let him engage first with the forces of the Soul Palace. Having perused the original text, Chen Feng is acutely aware that the Yunlan sect is already under the watchful eye of the Soul Palace. Even their revered ancestor, Yinshan, is likely in collusion with that vulture-like guardian, now merely a pawn of the Soul Palace. Thus, the Yunlan sect finds itself in perilous circumstances. His rapid advancement could similarly attract the attention of the Soul Palace. Should he manage to divert their gaze from Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly benefit Chen Feng. Why would he squander his energy confronting Xiao Yan directly? Of course, if Xiao Yan proves obstinate, Chen Feng would have no choice but to reconsider. After all, the Xiao family is but a trifling concern, hardly worthy of his regard. And as for Xiao Yan, the so-called child of the plain, before his true potential is realized, he remains merely a waste with cultivation limited to the third stage of Dou Qi. With the system at his disposal, he would hardly fear such a title. Wind, for the sake of safety, I shall arrange for Elder Guyi to accompany you to the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family is insignificant, Yun does not underestimate them, and they would not dare harm her cherished disciple. However, one must consider every possibility. It is better to err on the side of caution. Should the Xiao family feel cornered by the annulment of the engagement and act recklessly against Chen Feng, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, to ensure safety, Yun has resolved to send Elder Guyi along with Chen Feng. With Elder Guyi's formidable strength as a 9-star Great Dou Master, he is more than capable of suppressing the entire Xiao family. Teacher, that will not be necessary. The branch of the Mitre family within Wutan City can provide the needed assistance, so there is no need to trouble Elder Guyi. Chen Feng resolutely declined Yunyan's proposal. He has other matters to attend to in Wutan City, and his sister Yifei is awaiting his arrival. Having Elder Guyi in tow would hinder his endeavors. Since you have made prior arrangements, I can rest easy, Yun expressed, feeling a sense of relief. Wind has finally matured, now considering matters with greater depth, as she plans to cultivate Chen Feng as the next leader of the Yunlan sect. She wishes to see him engage with the responsibilities of leadership rather than remain consumed by solitary training. Wind, I believe it would be prudent for you to bring Yinran along. As an outsider, your presence in the annulment of the engagement could seem inappropriate, Yun suggested after a moment of contemplation. The matter of the annulment is inherently disreputable, should it become known that the party involved does not even make an appearance. It would cast the Yunlan sect in an excessively domineering light. If Nalan Yanran could personally make the journey, it would at least demonstrate a semblance of sincerity. However, Master, it appears that Yinran is unable to visit the Xiao family, as she has been experiencing some inconveniences lately. Chen Feng was taken aback by Yunyan's insistence that Nalan Yanran accompany her. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to disclose the fact that Nalan Yanran was with child to Yun. After all, she was already fully aware of the matters between him and Nalan Yanran. Surely, she would not insist on sending a pregnant woman on a long journey to the Xiao family to annul the engagement, would she? Inconvenient? What kind of inconvenience? Is she unwell? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan's curiosity was piqued. Considering the information relayed by her informants during this period, she cast Chen Feng a peculiar glance. Could it be that these two youngsters had been reckless, compromising her health? Returning to the matter at hand, Yinran is already with child, Chen Feng stated candidly. Chapter 14, Senior Brother What? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yinran is pregnant? This revelation left her momentarily stunned, her expression shifting between various emotions, tumultuous and uncertain. It was her duty to advise restraint to the two of them, yet they chose to ignore her counsel. And now chaos has ensued. After a long pause, Yun regained her composure and glared fiercely at Chen Feng, a surge of anger swelling within her. She felt a pang of regret for not foreseeing this outcome sooner. Those two little rascals spent every day together. How could they possibly escape unscathed? It was also her fault for lacking understanding of such matters between men and women, allowing this oversight to culminate in a significant error. In her view, Nalan Yanran was still quite young, in the prime of her cultivation journey. She had meticulously devised a perfect training plan for the two, with resources readily prepared, all aimed at propelling their cultivation far beyond that of their peers. However, Nalan Yanran's pregnancy had shattered all her meticulously laid plans. Teacher, given the circumstances, the immediate priority is to arrange my marriage with Yinran. Otherwise, when her pregnancy becomes apparent, we will be subject to scandalous rumors. Observing Chen Feng's fury, he was now in a state of indifference, having confessed everything. Restraint? Is restraint even effective? Clearly, Nalan Yanran possessed a predisposition for conception, otherwise, she would not have become pregnant on her first encounter. Moreover, once such matters commence, can they simply be halted? It is utterly impossible. Indeed, you two must hasten to marry, otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's insistence, Yun began to regain her composure. I was wondering why you were suddenly so eager to annul the engagement. It turns out you fear the exposure of this scandal, realizing it cannot remain concealed. Yun shot a furious glance at Chen Feng, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could slap him. Such monumental news. And had she not pressed for more details earlier, would he have preferred to keep it from her? It was utterly outrageous. Did this lad even consider her his teacher? Were it not for the concern of affecting the reputation of Yunlan's sect, she would have felt inclined to disregard him entirely. Impudent boy. Since Yinran is already with child, your trip to Wutan City to annul the engagement must proceed without any complications. It simply must succeed. Failure is not an option. There could be no further delay regarding Yinran's situation. Should the Xiao family vehemently oppose the annulment, under certain circumstances, and scrupulous methods may need to be employed, Yun reminded Chen Feng sternly. In any case, this marriage must be annulled. With the situation having escalated to this extent, Yun no longer considered the feelings of the Xiao family. Her focus had shifted entirely. As the leader of Yunlan's sect, her foremost responsibility was to safeguard the interests of the sect. Only by ensuring the sect's well-being could she contemplate other matters. I understand, Master. Chen Feng harbored the same intention, although he wished to avoid offending Xiao Yan too severely. If the latter proved obstinate, he would have no choice but to resort to forceful measures. In matters such as these, the distinction between right and wrong has become trivial. After all, if one cannot even safeguard his own beloved, it would be better to meet one's demise. Master, as I venture to Wutan City, I shall be away for quite some time. Yinji is now with child, so I must trouble you to take special care of her. Before departing, Chen Feng addressed Yinran. He held this first child in great regard and was determined to ensure a safe delivery, leaving no room for mishaps. Do you need to remind me? Yinji is. After all, my disciple, Yinran replied, casting a sharp glare at Chen Feng. With an awkward smile, he turned to leave her abode. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chen Feng immediately informed Nalan Yanran of his departure in 3 days to annul the engagement in Wutan City. The master hasn't said anything about me, has she? Nalan Yanran inquired. Feeling a wave of relief, though anxiety returned as she remembered that Yun was aware of her pregnancy. At such a young age, how would the master perceive her? Would she be disappointed? Yanran, do not overthink it. The master regards you as her own daughter. She would never blame you. Chen Feng reassured her, noticing her distress. As a pregnant woman, it was essential to maintain a tranquil state of mind, as excessive emotional turmoil could affect the unborn child. Once I return from annulling the engagement, I will promptly visit the Nalan family to propose, Chen Feng declared, gently embracing Nalan Yanran and placing a tender kiss on her forehead. I promise to give you a splendid wedding. Will you accept? Nalan Yanran nestled against his chest, her cheeks flushed with happiness as she replied, Senior brother, I wish to be with you forever and never part ways. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had passed. On that day, Yun delivered the qi-gathering pills, freshly concocted by the esteemed Dan King Gu He. Nalan Yanran also presented Chen Feng with the marriage contract to Xiao Yan. With all preparations in place, Chen Feng was set to depart for Wutan City at dawn. Senior brother, as this is your first journey afar, be sure to take care. She cautioned that night as they lay together in bed. Chen Feng held her delicate form close, inhaling her sweet fragrance, while her face flushed with shyness. He could not resist leaning down to plant gentle kisses on her soft pink ears and cheeks, murmuring, Do not worry, Wutan City has a branch of the middle family, and I have acquaintances there. Everything will be fine. You should rest at home and focus on nurturing the baby. Nalan Yanran felt a delightful shiver from his kisses, her cheeks aflame as she pressed closer to him, responding sweetly yet bashfully, Senior brother, this trip to Wutan City will take a fortnight at least. Can you endure it? After a moment of tender intimacy between the two, Nalan Yanran abruptly shattered the tranquility. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed longingly at Chen Feng. Yinran you. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Chen Feng instantly grasped her meaning. He beheld her eyes, brimming with tears like spring water, and nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her. However, recalling the child she carried within her, he exerted great restraint. I cannot indulge, for you are with child, he said with a heavy heart. Nalan Yanran, her face aglow with shyness, gazed at Chen Feng for a moment, her eyes shimmering, before suddenly exclaiming, Senior brother, I. With that, she dove beneath the covers, remaining hidden for an extended time. Chapter 15. Journey to Wutan City. Senior brother, it is still early. Why not sleep a little longer? At dawn, Chen Feng rose with the morning breeze. Nalan Yanran, with her long, lustrous hair cascading down her shoulders, held a comb in her delicate hands as she approached him from behind, gently grooming his hair with a demeanor of sweet obedience and softness. I won't sleep anymore. Let us set off early so I can return sooner to keep you company. A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he suddenly turned to embrace her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly to sit upon his lap. He gazed at her, and under his scrutiny, Nalan Yanran froze momentarily, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks as she shyly asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? Nothing, just admiring you, Chen Feng replied, playfully pinching her tender cheek. You must take good care of yourself while I am away. Eat well, drink well, and ensure you remain healthy and plump. Should I return to find you thinner, you shall face my stern punishment. Upon hearing his words, a pang of anxiety gripped Nalan Yanran, and she instinctively touched her own face. Senior brother, am I too fat now? Not at all, Chen Feng reassured her. What I meant is that being too thin feels uncomfortable. He placed his hand on her long, graceful thigh, feeling the softness and elasticity, truly perfect, a sensation that would never grow tiresome. That is good to hear. Relieved, Nalan Yanran exhaled, her heart swelling with joy. As long as senior brother is pleased. As long as it feels comfortable. Chen Feng observed the bashfulness that adorned her youthful face, and his thoughts drifted back to her bold actions from the previous night, stirring a subtle flutter within him. Yinran, about last night. Who taught you such things? He inquired, leaning closer to her lips. Genuine curiosity filled his heart. It puzzled him how she had transformed from being so inexperienced to displaying such adeptness in such a brief span of time. Nalan Yanran's ears turned crimson at his words. After a moment, she lowered her head, bashfully confessing, "Senior brother, I learned from a miscellaneous book given to me by Sister Hu." Under Chen Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Nalan Yanran felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Fearing he might misunderstand, she hastily explained, "Senior brother, I merely wish to acquire some basic knowledge. After all, I know nothing and worry I might not care for our child properly." In truth, the book Sister Hu had given her was far from a miscellaneous collection. It was titled 72 Skills of the Boudoir. Sister Hu had promised that mastering these 72 skills would ensure that senior brother could never part from her. Contemplating this, Nalan Yanran felt a twinge of regret. In this regard, she found herself quite clumsy and somewhat restrained, having only mastered the technique from last night. Indeed, once senior brother departs, I shall dedicate myself to diligent study. Upon your return, I shall astonish you. Sister Hu. A frown creased Chen Feng's brow as he recalled a vague impression of Sister Hu, known for her remarkably liberal demeanor. In the beginning, this Sister Hu had taken the initiative to approach Chen Feng, expressing her desire to share a bed with him. However, she was resolutely rejected by Chen Feng, who held steadfast to his principles. He was a connoisseur of beauty and would not entertain any woman who did not meet the divine standard. In the future, steer clear of that woman. Do not let her lead you astray. Chen Feng admonished Nalan Yanran with a stern expression. Despite the pleasure he experienced the previous night, Chen Feng's heart remained fond of the innocent and naive junior sister. Brother, do you not like her? Nalan Yanran was taken aback by Chen Feng's words, as she distinctly remembered him appearing quite joyful the night before. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng replied, "Not at all." Nalan Yanran pouted. Her mood dampened as she remarked, "Very well, I shall stop my studies." Chen Feng's lips quivered, and although a pang of regret filled his heart, he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. "Brother, I have prepared some chicken soup for you. Why not have a bit before you go?" Nalan Yanran dismounted from Chen Feng's side, having risen early to cook for him. "All right," Chen Feng replied, for he cherished the chicken soup made by Nalan Yanran, especially as he would be departing soon and would not have the pleasure of enjoying it for a while. Moreover, this cloud chicken was a specialty of the Yinran sect, nourishing and exceptional. The warmth in his heart swelled at the thought of Nalan Yanran's early efforts on his behalf. Truly, she was a capable woman, worthy of his affection. "Brother, this journey is long. You must be cautious along the way," Nalan Yanran urged after he finished the soup. As Chen Feng exited the courtyard, she followed closely behind, reluctant to part. "Yes, the wind is strong outside. You should return. I have already informed my family to send my former personal maid to attend to you, so do not worry about me. Take good care of yourself," Chen Feng said, playfully pinching Nalan Yanran's delicate face as he threatened, "If I return to find you have lost weight, I shall punish you severely." Leaning closer, he whispered something that made Nalan Yanran's ears flush crimson. She playfully struck his chest, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly wicked. Without a bit of mischief, where would the charm be?" Chen Feng replied with a cheeky grin. "All right, Yinran, do return now. I must take my leave." After some playful banter, Chen Feng turned to walk away. Nalan Yanran stood at the entrance of the courtyard, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendered speechless. Upon departing from the Yinran sect, Chen Feng made his way directly to the central flying transport station of the imperial capital. Given the remote location of Wutan City, the journey from the imperial capital was quite lengthy. Thus, he was left with no choice but to travel via the avian creatures of the Imperial Flying Transport Office. In a vast square, he observed several large flying beasts, known as thick-winged birds, resting there. These creatures did not fall under the category of magical beasts, but were genuine birds, known for their gentle nature and ease of domestication by humans. However, due to their scarcity, only the Empire possessed the resources to establish such a flying transport fleet. These thick-winged birds, although their speed does not rival that of other formidable flying beasts, possess remarkable endurance. Once well-fed, they can soar steadily for nearly 4 to 5 days. Furthermore, their capacity for burden-bearing is exceptional. An adult thick-winged bird can effortlessly carry loads exceeding 5 to 6 times its own weight for extended flights. During the Imperial Wars, these birds would be requisitioned by the military, returning to civilian life only after hostilities ceased, which meant many of them had endured the ravages of fierce battles. Upon revealing his identity as a true disciple of the Yinran sect, Chen Feng ascended onto a flying beast. With a resounding shriek, the aerial creature launched skyward under the command of its tamer, swiftly heading towards the direction of Wutan City. Wutan City, I am on my way, Chen Feng murmured as he watched the grand imperial city recede into the distance. Recommendation: fights break sphere. I can bestow intelligence upon all things. Below, there is a direct link to add it to your bookshelf. Synopsis: Lu Yun traverses the Dou Qi continent, acquiring the spirit-bestowing system. This system enables him to grant wisdom to all things, allowing creatures devoid of intelligence to attain awareness. Each being bestowed with intelligence by Lu Yun will comprehend cultivation methods, leading to their evolution. Moreover, with every successful bestowal, Lu Yun receives rewards. Thus, alongside Lu Yun's growth, many extraordinary phenomena began to emerge across the Dou Qi continent. Xiao Yan, damn, the grass by the roadside is so sharp that it pierced through my foot. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly ordinary grass had already developed intelligence. It could not only move at will, but also refine its form into something akin to divine weaponry. Sununner, what charm does Lu Yun possess that so many fierce beasts willingly follow him? Medusa, why does the blue lotus earth heart fire submit to him upon sight? As curiosity about Lu Yun grew among the onlookers, they were astounded to discover that a presence rivaling the 7-star Dou Saint. The legendary 9 Xian Golden Thunder, typically manifested only when a Grandmaster alchemist concocts a 9th-grade golden elixir, was obediently swirling at Lu Yun's feet. Even the ancient Bodhi tree, which had lived for millennia and once stood against Dou Emperor power, trailed behind Lu Yun, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a subordinate. As the ancient emperor's cave opened, Lu Yun, standing atop the 9 Xian Golden Thunder with the Bodhi tree enveloping him, effortlessly crushed the likes of the Soul Heaven Emperor and the void-devouring flame with a single strike. Chapter 16. Arrival at Wutan City. Nestled in a remote location, Wutan City requires 5 days of travel from the imperial capital, even when utilizing flying beasts. During this 5-day journey, Chen Feng did not squander a moment. In the modest confines of his chamber, a wooden bed was the sole piece of furniture, upon which Chen Feng settled in a meditative posture. He retrieved a 3rd-tier magic core from his spatial ring, cradled it in his palms, and commenced the operation of the Swallowing Yuan decision, absorbing the energy contained within the core. As a true disciple of the Yinran sect, the higher-ups of the flying transport company arranged for him a private chamber. Thus, in this sanctuary, Chen Feng could cultivate without the fear of interruption. As he practiced the Swallowing Yuan decision, a powerful force of absorption surged forth from his palms, enveloping the magic core. Moments later, strands of pure energy began to extract themselves from the core, flowing into Chen Feng's body through his palms, coursing through his limbs and bones. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the 5 days had elapsed. Black Crystal City has arrived. A resounding announcement echoed from outside the transport platform. Upon hearing the call, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of battle aura within him, a smile gracing his lips. After 5 days of cultivation, bolstered by the formidable effects of the Swallowing Yuan decision, he had successfully transcended to the realm of 6-star Dou Master. And the 7-star Dou Master stage was now within his grasp. Stowing the magic core away, Chen Feng concluded his practice. He approached the window, peering down to witness the silhouette of a city gradually materializing in his view. Due to its remote location, Wutan City was but an inconspicuous small town within the entirety of the Gamma Empire, devoid of a flying transport station. Hence, Chen Feng had to first arrive at the nearest major city, Black Crystal City, one of the largest in the northwestern region of the empire. Perched atop the flying beast, Chen Feng gazed upon the vast city, illuminated by the hues of the setting sun, reflecting a somber sheen. As they drew nearer, he discerned that the formidable city walls were entirely constructed from uniformly arranged black crystal stones. It was said that these walls had withstood the combined assault of two Dou powerhouses without yielding, a testament to their formidable defensive strength. In due course, the flying beast landed at the flying transport hub in the heart of Black Crystal City, allowing Chen Feng to disembark. As night descended, he decided to spend the evening resting in this city. The flying beast had not provided fresh water, and after 5 days without a bath, an unpleasant odor had begun to cling to him. For someone like Chen Feng, who valued cleanliness, this was intolerable. Moreover, as he prepared for the marriage annulment at the Xiao family, he, as the esteemed chief disciple of the Yinran sect, could not afford to present himself in such a disheveled state. After making some inquiries, Chen Feng promptly checked into the largest inn in Black Crystal City. That night, he luxuriated in a hot bath, and after declining the inn's special services, he succumbed to a restful slumber. On the following morning, the gentle breeze caressed the air, as a figure clad in splendid attire, adorned with a jade belt, gracefully emerged from the inn, drawing the adoring gazes of the surrounding maidservants. The gentleman, known as Chen Feng, already possessed striking good looks, but dressed in such opulent garments, he exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. As he strolled through the streets, he captured the attention of numerous married women who gazed upon him with longing. His brows were sharp, his eyes sparkled like cold stars, and his tall stature resembled a slender jade tree standing tall, his demeanor regal like a radiant sun hanging high in the sky, truly a rare beauty in this world. Observing the throngs of infatuated women who eyed him with desire, Chen Feng could only shake his head in silence, dismissing them as mere frivolous admirers, akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Such commoners, how utterly beneath him. He then proceeded to a carriage station, summoning a steed-drawn carriage, which swiftly raced towards the city of Wutan. Although Black Crystal City was the nearest large city to Wutan, it still took a considerable portion of the day for Chen Feng to arrive. As the outlines of Wutan City gradually emerged in the distance, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally arrived. His first destination would be the middle auction house. Upon entering the city, Chen Feng began inquiring about the location of the middle auction house. Given that it was already afternoon, visiting the Xiao family would be somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he resolved to find lodging at the auction house instead. After discovering its whereabouts, he made his way there. The middle auction house stood as the largest auction venue in Wutan City, belonging to the Middle family, one of the wealthiest families in the Gamma Empire. Renowned for their affluence, the Middle family had a long-standing history, having developed their influence over centuries within the empire, their connections intricate and extensive. According to whispers, this exceedingly wealthy family seemed to have ties, however tenuous, to the imperial royalty. Within the empire, the Middle family, alongside the Nalan and Mu families, constituted the three giants of Gamma, each wielding substantial influence across various sectors, including commerce and the military. Chen Feng, a direct descendant of the Middle family, was further supported by the family's second elder, coupled with his exceptional talents that led him to become a favored disciple of the Yinran sect's leader. This confluence of esteemed backgrounds granted him an extraordinarily high status even within the Gamma Empire, epitomizing the archetype of a distinguished and affluent gentleman. The Middle family's extensive network extended across most cities within the empire, even reaching this remote town of Wutan, a testament to their vast reach. For Chen Feng, arriving at the Wutan branch with such a prestigious identity was akin to a corporate executive unexpectedly visiting a branch for inspection. Had the notification been appropriately conveyed, it was likely that the entire staff at the Wutan branch would have been assembled at the city gates to welcome him. However, Chen Feng had come to Wutan with the intention of discreetly annulling an engagement, thus he would not create a grand spectacle. At last, he arrived. Moments later, gazing at the grand auction house on the street, a smile graced Chen Feng's lips. "Sister Yifei, it has been 3 years. I wonder how you have fared?" A captivating figure flickered through Chen Feng's mind, stirring a sense of anticipation within him, reflecting on the words spoken to him by Yifei 3 years prior. A subtle smile unconsciously graced his face. Had he known he would arrive in Wutan City, Yifei would surely be overjoyed at this moment, eagerly awaiting him at the entrance. Subsequently, Chen Feng adjusted his attire slightly and made his way toward the middle auction house. Clad in resplendent garments that unmistakably marked him as a scion of wealth, he was readily allowed entry by the vigilant guards stationed at the door, who discerned his status without inquiry. Chapter 17 Reunion with an old friend. Upon entering the opulent hall of the club, Chen Feng scanned the resplendent surroundings before making his way directly to a nearby room, its door emblazoned with the gleaming words Treasure Appraisal Room. The appraiser of Wutan City must be that shameless Guanai. The thought of reuniting with an old acquaintance brought an involuntary smile to Chen Feng's lips. Pushing the door open, he found the room somewhat sparse, occupied only by a middle-aged man idly seated on a chair. Upon hearing the door creak, the man looked up, his face quickly adopting a professional smile as he beheld Chen Feng, resplendent in luxurious attire. Esteemed young master, do you intend to appraise treasures? Where is Guanai? Is he not here? Bring him to me, Chen Feng replied, frowning upon realizing that Guanai was absent. The middle-aged man felt a jolt of surprise at Chen Feng's direct mention of Master Guanai's name. Noticing the young man's noble demeanor, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are, young master?" Without further ado, Chen Feng retrieved a jade-green token from his spatial ring and presented it to the man, upon which was impressively inscribed a lotus flower. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he took the token, hastily returning it to Chen Feng, his demeanor now markedly more respectful. "Please wait a moment, young master. I shall promptly inform Master Guanai." With that, he hurriedly exited the appraisal room. The jade-green lotus token was a mark of status reserved for direct descendants of the Mitre family. As the man realized Chen Feng's identity, he felt a surge of trepidation, not daring to show any disrespect. After a brief interval, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman in a blue robe, his hair touched with gray. "Young master, this is our auction house's Master Guanai," the man introduced. Chen Feng observed the elderly figure, noting a design reminiscent of an alchemical furnace emblazoned on his chest, with silver ripples shimmering with an air of nobility. Clearly, the elder was a second-tier alchemist. His complexion appeared radiant, and although his blue robe seemed ordinary, it subtly emanated a protective aura, indicating it had been imbued with some magical crystal. The elderly man's ordinary visage bore an unmistakable hint of pride, an essential trait for any alchemist. "And you are?" Guanai scrutinized the striking young man before him, a slight furrow of confusion crossing his brow, as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet could not place it. "Master Guanai, it has been a long time. You no longer recognize me?" Chen Feng greeted, a warm smile gracing his features. Though merely a second-tier alchemist, Guanai held considerable esteem within the Mitre family, having been recruited by the family's second elder, who happened to be Chen Feng himself, resulting in a long-standing acquaintance from Chen Feng's youth. "You are young Master Chen Feng," Guanai exclaimed, a spark of recognition illuminating his mind as he recalled the familiar voice. "Master Guanai, it has been years since we last met, and I trust you have been well." The morning breeze nodded, acknowledging his identity. "Young Master Chen Feng, it truly is you. What brings you to Wutan City?" Upon seeing Chen Feng nod, Guanai's surprise deepened. It was indeed unexpected for someone of Chen Feng's stature to appear in this city. He scrutinized Chen Feng, noting the considerable changes in his appearance over the years, a newfound masculinity that momentarily masked his recognition. "Ah, I see. You have come to visit Miss Yafei, haven't you?" Guanai soon conjectured, a suggestive smile gracing his face. Having known Chen Feng since childhood and having collaborated with Yafei for many years, he was well aware of the closeness between the two. Chen Feng had traversed great distances from the imperial capital to Wutan City, and it was hardly to pay a visit to this old man. That old rascal. Observing the smirk on Guanai's face, Chen Feng inwardly scoffed. He was all too familiar with the character of this old fellow. Despite his outwardly dignified demeanor, in truth, he was quite the libertine. When Chen Feng was merely 10 years old, this old scoundrel had urged him to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels. Had Chen Feng not steadfastly upheld his principles and resolutely refused, he would have long since succumbed to excess, ruining his health. Reflecting on this, Chen Feng felt increasingly grateful. Had he not turned down this old rogue, he might have been lost in a life of debauchery, and now, even if he activated the system of abundant offspring and blessings, it would be a case of having the will but lacking the means. That is good to know. But where is Sister Yafei? Are you not going to take me to see her? Chen Feng rolled his eyes, recognizing the old man's unrefined nature, and thus dropped the pretense. his tone turning decidedly less courteous. Miss Yafei should be in the conference room at this moment. Follow me. Gunny was unperturbed by Chen Feng's change in demeanor. As they exited the appraisal room, he suddenly leaned in close to Chen Feng's ear and, with a mischievous grin, said, "Young Master Chen Feng, I happen to have some stimulating elixirs here. Would you care for a few?" Chen Feng paused, casting a disdainful glance at the old man, and replied with an air of dismissal, "Do you think I am like you? I have no need for such things." With the activation of the dragon elephant physique, Chen Feng spoke with confidence. It was known that whenever he was with Nalan Yanran, she was always the first to plead for mercy. Gunny was taken aback by Chen Feng's retort, his face flushing with embarrassment. Observing Chen Feng's self-assured demeanor, he couldn't help but lament, youth truly is a blessing. Recalling that he could barely endure a minute of indulgence when he partook in such substances, he regretted his past decisions, realizing that during his youth, he should not have succumbed to such temptations. If only I had known. Without a strong constitution, even in old age, drugs are of no use. By the way, prepare yourself. We shall visit the Xiao family tomorrow. Chen Feng suddenly instructed Gunny as they made their way. To the Xiao family? For what purpose? Gunny inquired, puzzled. Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, his gaze was drawn to a corner of the hall. In the internal entrance of the mid-auction house, a previously tranquil atmosphere suddenly became agitated, as if an extraordinary figure had emerged from within. Chen Feng's gaze shifted, swiftly catching sight of vibrant red hues and the indistinct silhouette of a graceful form. As his eyes descended, he soon beheld a pair of striking red boots, their sharp heels clicking rhythmically against the polished bluestone floor, producing a melodious and delightful sound akin to a series of enchanting notes. As Chen Feng's gaze rose slightly, he was greeted by the sight of long, snow-white legs, undeniably captivating and arresting within his line of vision. How exquisitely white those legs are! Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Chapter 18 must be conquered. Chen Feng's habit is to first observe a person's legs. Although he had yet to see the full figure, he had already silently given a perfect score based solely on those legs. As his gaze ascended, he was immediately captivated by a stunningly beautiful visage. He thought to himself, why do those alluring white legs seem so familiar? Upon recognizing the enchanting countenance that had once mesmerized him, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then murmured softly, "It is worth noting that in days gone by, he had gazed upon and touched this beauty more than once." As the crisp sound of footsteps drew nearer, the woman, subtly guarded by the throng, finally emerged. She was adorned in a vibrant red, form-fitting brocade gown, exquisitely crafted to perfectly accentuate her splendid curves. The gown revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her snow-white, dazzling legs and was cinched at her slender waist with a silver belt, emphasizing her delicate figure to perfection. This woman exuded an irresistible allure. Under the gaze of her elongated, peach blossom-like eyes, one would feel their heart race and breath quicken. To men, she was nothing short of a siren, akin to a temptress feline, stirring the hearts of countless men present. As she gracefully entered the hall, the woman in the resplendent red gown wore a slight, enchanting smile. It seemed that her charm earned her an abundance of admirers, with many greeting her with warm smiles. While some of these greetings were undoubtedly inspired by her beauty, it was clear that the majority stemmed from a deep-seated respect for her status. The woman, poised and graceful, skillfully engaged with the surrounding guests, her subtle smiles effectively deterring those eager to initiate unwelcome advances. Her enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes casually scanned the hall. Upon encountering those mesmerizing eyes that seemed to harbor a hint of temptation, every man involuntarily felt a slight gulp in his throat, as a fervent flame ignited deep within. As her captivating gaze swept across the hall, it abruptly froze upon catching sight of a youth clad in resplendent attire not far away. Her footsteps came to a sudden halt, eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, the alluring woman became the focal point of everyone in the hall. Her unexpected reaction immediately redirected the attention of all the men present. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome youth, adorned in luxurious garments and radiating an air of nobility, they were momentarily taken aback. Whose illustrious son could this be? However, noticing the rare and unusual emotion reflected in the brocade woman's expression, a twinge of envy stirred within the hearts of the men present. Was it merely a handsome face that held their awe? What was so remarkable about that? In an instant, the air seemed to thicken with a palpable sense of sourness. disregarding the envious and resentful gazes surrounding him. Chen Feng offered a gentle smile to the brocade-clad woman who was momentarily entranced by him. His expression warm. "Sister Yafei, it has been a long time." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the woman in the splendid robe finally confirmed that she was not hallucinating. The youthful, handsome boy before her, who had shed his boyish innocence, was indeed the one she had yearned for over the past 3 years. With a light, crisp sound, the woman stepped forward with somewhat hurried steps towards Chen Feng, eventually halting before him. Her expression was one of excitement as she closely scrutinized the boy before her. It was then she realized that the lad who had only reached her chest in height 3 years prior was now able to meet her gaze equally. "Chen Feng, my dear brother, it has been 3 years since we last met, and you have grown so much that even I can scarcely recognize you." As she beheld Chen Feng, Yafei struggled to contain her excitement, inhaling deeply before slightly raising her delicate face, her red lips parting just a fraction. Were it not for the presence of many onlookers, she would have already thrown herself into the boy's embrace. Throughout these 3 years, her heart had never ceased to yearn for Chen Feng, sending people to the imperial capital each month to inquire about his well-being. 3 years apart had only enhanced Yafei's allure and charm. Chen Feng, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, could not help but marvel at how this enchanting woman was even more captivating than she had been 3 years ago. The beautiful woman in the resplendent robe was none other than his childhood companion from the Mythal family, the very reason for his visit to Wutan City. "Yafei, my dear brother Chen Feng, this is not the place for conversation. Come with me." After 3 years of separation, Yafei had a multitude of words she wished to share with Chen Feng, yet considering the crowd, she extended her delicate hand, disregarding the envious glances from the men present, and took him away from the hall. The moment Yafei took the initiative to grasp Chen Feng's hand, the hall erupted in astonishment. "Master Gunny, who is this pretty boy? I've never seen him before." At that moment, a rather familiar middle-aged man approached Gunny, his tone tinged with irritation as he inquired about Chen Feng's background, jealousy etched across his face. "Fool, you would do well to watch your tongue. If you offend this young man, your entire family shall face dire consequences, and no one will be able to protect you." Upon hearing this, Gunny's expression darkened, and he cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man before departing with an air of aloofness. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his face paling in response to Gunny's words. Witnessing Gunny's demeanor, the other men in the hall also shifted uneasily, their expressions betraying their surprise. It seemed that Master Gunny held this boy in high regard, suggesting he possessed an extraordinary identity. "Yafei, could you please let go? I can hardly breathe." Moments later, in a resting room of the auction house, Chen Feng found himself tightly embraced by Yafei, struggling to catch his breath. The moment they entered the small room, Yafei had warmly enveloped him in her embrace. As he felt the softness against his face, a sudden warmth surged within Chen Feng. The alluring fragrance of Yafei only heightened his senses, stirring the vitality of his dragon-elephant body, making it almost unbearable to contain his desires. How he longed to taste her, what was he to do? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yafei slowly released her delicate arm, gazing at the slightly flushed visage of Chen Feng. A hint of a smile flickered across her exquisitely beautiful cheeks as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Dear Chen Feng, it has been 3 years since we last met. Yet you remain as shy as you were back then. Enchantress, with a mere embrace, how can one possibly resist such allure?" As he beheld Yafei, who exuded a captivating charm with every smile and frown, Chen Feng felt a surge of unbidden thoughts and a flicker of heat in his core. This enchantress had grown even more alluring in their 3-year separation, rendering him increasingly unable to restrain himself. I must possess her. It is imperative. Contemplating the purpose of his visit to Wutan City, Chen Feng's heart yearned to enfold the enticing Yafei in his arms and shower her with affection. Chapter 19. The Thoughts of Yafei. Morning Breeze. Dear brother, did you come to Wutan City expressly to visit your sister? Yafei gazed at the young man before her, a playful glimmer dancing in her peach blossom eyes. Indeed, Yafei sister, it has been 3 long years since you departed, and you have yet to return even once. How truly heartless you are. Morning Breeze feigned a wounded expression. Oh, it seems that I, as your sister, still hold some significance in your heart. Yafei chuckled softly, her heart fluttering with a hint of joy upon hearing his words. Sigh. Unlike you, sister, who has been endowed with exceptional talent since childhood and has garnered the family's attention. Yafei's smile faltered slightly as she regarded the remarkably handsome morning breeze, a tinge of envy surging within her as she contemplated his esteemed position within the family. With extraordinary gifts, Morning Breeze had been the family's foremost prodigy since his youth, and now he had become the cherished disciple of the sect master of Yunlan's sect, destined for great achievements. And what of her? She remained confined to this small Wutan City, sacrificing her dignity for the sake of the auction house's development. Forced to make daily public appearances, having been born with mediocre talent and as a woman, if she did not strive earnestly, she feared she might not even be able to determine her own fate in the future. Shaking her head, Yafei allowed a gentle smile, reminiscent of spring waters, to grace her delicate cheeks once more as she fixed her gaze on Morning Breeze and said softly, "Dear brother, I have heard that you have been favored by Yun and are soon to be appointed as the young sect master. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance." Though she resided in Wutan City, she had kept a watchful eye on the happenings in the imperial capital and was, of course, somewhat informed about Morning Breeze's progress within the Yunlan sect over the years. "Nothing is confirmed yet, but my master indeed shows me great affection," Morning Breeze replied with a smile and a slight nod. "If one day you become the sect master of Yunlan, dear brother, I shall rely on you more than ever," Yafei said with a bright smile. "Rest assured, Sister Yafei, with me standing behind you, no one will dare to bully you," Morning Breeze declared, his gaze fixed on the enchanting beauty before him, as if making a solemn vow. Upon hearing his words, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Yafei's charming face as she teasingly asked, "Oh, and how do you intend to protect me?" Gazing at Yafei's exquisite features, Morning Breeze replied with a smile, "As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you, Sister Yafei." Yafei felt a surge of emotion at his declaration. Indeed, in Morning Breeze's heart, she held a place of significance, yet a troubling thought crossed her mind. "But, dear brother, if I were to marry, would you still stand by me?" However, the incessant messages from her family filled her with discontent. Did those old men wish to treat her as mere merchandise to be bartered away? For 3 years, she had remained in this small Wutan city, putting herself on display every day. What was her purpose? Was it not to achieve something substantial and prove her worth to those familial elders? Yet, these old men seemed blind to her efforts, their only concern being alliances through marriage, treating her as a mere object to be traded. She even claims that her actions are for the benefit of the family. No, absolutely not. The thought of returning to her family only to be treated as a mere bargaining chip, destined to be wed to a scion of a prominent family, fills Yafei with profound resentment. She is determined to seize control of her own destiny. Although she, like Chen Feng, belongs to the direct lineage of the middle family, her innate lack of cultivation talent condemns her to a life devoid of strength. Moreover, it is a cruel twist of fate that she has been endowed with unparalleled beauty. Deep down, she understands that without formidable power, her beauty will only invite calamity. She would either become a plaything for the powerful, living a fate worse than death, or be reduced to a mere tool for familial alliances, marrying someone she does not love. Neither of these outcomes is acceptable to Yafei. Thus, she must strive to elevate her status within the family. Only by establishing a significant voice in the family will she gain the right to choose her own future. To this end, she has ventured thousands of miles to the remote city of Wutan, seeking to escape the family's scrutiny. Yafei believes that by gradually expanding the middle auction house in Wutan and proving her worth to the family, she will eventually earn their attention. One day, she will ascend to the upper echelons of the family and take full command of her fate. Even if marriage is inevitable, it shall be to someone she truly loves. Yafei brushed back a strand of hair from her forehead and fixed her gaze intently on Chen Feng before her. "Brother Chen Feng, this time, you have come all this way to me. I shall not let you leave so easily. You must be weary from your long journey to Wutan, so please rest here for a while. I will prepare a feast for us tonight. It has been 3 years since we last met, and we must catch up properly." Her enchanting eyes sparkled playfully, as alluring as a fox spirit. "Very well," Chen Feng nodded, captivated by the enchanting figure before him, contemplating how he might win her over. Perhaps tonight would present a splendid opportunity. A little indulgence in wine might lead to an unexpected turn of events. Yes, that idea seems rather enticing. "Miss Yafei, Master Chen Feng has traveled a long way. Shouldn't you two reminisce a bit?" As Yafei emerged from the lounge, Master Gunny's eyes glimmered with surprise, his tone teasing. Brother Chen Feng has journeyed from the capital and must be tired. Let him rest a while. With a hint of a smile, Yafei replied to Master Gunny, Master Gunny, please send someone to prepare a fine banquet for me this evening in my courtyard. It seems these two are preparing for an extensive conversation tonight. Very well. I shall send someone to the Windward Pavilion to order the finest delicacies. We cannot neglect Master Chen Feng on this long-awaited visit. Gunny chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior as he nodded in agreement. Master Gunny, might I inquire if you possess any of the coveted Rui powder? Would you be so kind as to lend me a vial? Just as Master Gunny was about to depart, Yafei's voice resonated once more. Ah, what is this Rui powder? Upon hearing Yafei's words, Master Gunny's expression abruptly stiffened. He turned around, awkwardly regarding Yafei before him, his demeanor laden with discomfort. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What could Yafei possibly need the Rui powder for? This powder is a premier aphrodisiac, the very substance he had intended to offer to Chen Feng earlier. Over the years, Gunny had found it quite beneficial as well. What? Does Master Gunny not have any on him? Yafei gazed at the flustered Master Gunny with a knowing smile. After years of collaboration, she was well acquainted with his character. Ahem, I do have it. Master Gunny's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and handed it to Yafei, not forgetting to caution her. This Rui powder is exceptionally potent, so do not overindulge. Thank you for your sage advice, Master. Yafei nodded, accepting the jade vial before turning to leave. What could Miss Yafei possibly need Rui powder for? It is, after all, a substance meant for men. A look of suspicion crept onto Master Gunny's face, and suddenly, a realization struck him. His eyes widened as he watched Yafei's retreating figure, an expression of envy dawning upon him. That young man, truly fortunate in matters of romance. Chapter 20, Morning Breeze, Brother Morning Breeze. Do you think I am beautiful? Morning Breeze awoke from a deep slumber, feeling quite refreshed, only to find that darkness had enveloped the sky. Brother Morning Breeze, follow me. He trailed behind Yafei to a manor located at the back of the middle auction house, which served as Yafei's residence. As Yafei walked ahead, Morning Breeze's gaze lingered upon her. With graceful steps, her slender waist swayed enticingly, exuding an irresistible charm at every moment. The alluring contours of her figure stirred a tempest within Morning Breeze, who could not help but internally muse, what a captivating enchantress. Having departed from the imperial capital to Wutan City, he had not indulged in carnal pleasures for nearly a week, which had left him feeling rather pent up. After activating the dragon elephant body, his desires had become notably heightened. At that moment, gazing at the bewitching silhouette before him, he struggled to contain himself. Brother Morning Breeze, what are you staring at? Hurry up. At that instant, Yafei seemed to sense his distraction and turned, her exquisite face adorned with a seductive smile. All right. Morning Breeze snapped back to reality and hastened to catch up. Before long, he followed Yafei into her boudoir. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a familiar fragrance, Yafei's unique scent. Utterly enchanting. As he surveyed her room, surprise flickered in his eyes. The space was awash in red carpets, red curtains, a red bed, and red blankets. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a red belly band hanging by the bed. This enchantress truly has a penchant for red, he thought. The atmosphere resembled that of a bridal chamber. Was it not time to consummate their union? Brother Morning Breeze, please take a seat. Yafei's eye sparkled, her lips curling into a smile. The room had already been set with a sumptuous feast, and Morning Breeze seated himself without hesitation. Brother Morning Breeze, this is a fine wine and delicacies I specifically ordered from the Windward Pavilion for you. I hope it suits your palate. Yafei gracefully lifted a wine jug and poured him a glass, filling the room with the rich aroma of wine. Morning Breeze raised his glass and drank deeply, exclaiming, indeed, this is exquisite wine. Watching this unfold, a glimmer of joy danced in Yafei's eyes. Casually brushing aside a lock of hair that fell across her forehead, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, Brother Morning Breeze, how long do you intend to stay in Wutan City this time? Approximately a week, he replied candidly, calculating his plans to conclude his marriage and secure Yafei's affection within that time frame. He deemed it essential for her to conceive before his departure, for such an opportunity might not arise again. What a rare visit. Why depart so hastily? Shouldn't you spend more time with your sister? At his words, a trace of disappointment flickered in Yafei's heart as she arched her delicate brow, her expression tinged with displeasure. Soon, the internal competition of the Yunlan sect will commence. If I cannot return in time, my master will surely penalize me, Chen Feng explained with a hint of helplessness. Is that so? It seems you are eager to return to see your beloved junior sister, she remarked. I've heard that your relationship with Nalan Yanran is rather extraordinary. Although he had not returned to the capital for 3 years, it was evident that Yafei had already established numerous informants. The closeness between Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran was not something they attempted to conceal, making it quite easy for Yafei to gather information. Hearing Yafei's words, Chen Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed that she was already aware of his affair with Nalan Yanran. He could only wonder how much she truly knew. After all, their relationship had been clandestine, and it was presumed that no one else was privy to it. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Yafei interpreted it as tacit approval, leaving her feeling rather unsettled. Reflecting on her childhood bond with Chen Feng, who had once been her closest companion, she felt discomfort at the thought of him now being inseparable from Nalan Yanran. I was the one who arrived first. No, I must seize this opportunity to win Chen Feng back, she resolved. All right, let us drink and speak of other matters, she declared, picking up the wine jug and refilling Chen Feng's cup. Sister Yafei, let us share a toast, Chen Feng said, reminding himself of his purpose for being there. If he could manage to intoxicate her, he might achieve his desires for the evening. Very well, Yafei replied, raising her glass and smiling alluringly at Chen Feng. Strange. This wine is quite potent. After just the second cup, Chen Feng began to feel unwell, his body ablaze with heat. He shook his head, attributing it to the strength of the alcohol, and continued to clink glasses with Yafei. As they exchanged cups and shared their lives, time slipped away. At this moment, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, his breath becoming labored. What is happening? Am I drunk? When did my tolerance become so poor? Normally, he prided himself on being able to hold his liquor, and he should not be succumbing so easily. Across from him, Yafei's cheeks flushed, her demeanor languid as she reclined in her chair, her alluring figure on full display before Chen Feng. Witnessing this, he felt a surge of desire rise within him, urging him to rush forward and indulge in reckless abandon. Just then, Yafei stood up, a playful smile gracing her lips as she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, how about I dance for you? Chen Feng fought to suppress his cravings, forcing a smile. All right, Yafei responded with a bewitching smile. Her exquisite features tinged with a hint of crimson, and she began to dance gracefully before him. It must be said, Yafei was not only beautiful, but her dance was equally mesmerizing, as elegant as a startled swan, her flowing sleeves captivating the eye. A cascade of long hair flows down, the red skirt sways, and the snow-white legs appear intermittently, shrouded in an enchanting allure. As time progresses, Yafei's graceful movements quicken, her jade-like hands dancing with elegance, the hem of her skirt billowing in the air. A pair of smoky, water-like eyes seem to speak, yet remain silent, sparkling with light. The entire figure akin to a flower veiled in mist, ethereal and elusive, exuding an irresistible charm. Morning Breeze gazes intently at the dancing Yafei, as if entranced. Noticing his captivated expression, Yafei's beautiful eyes twinkle with laughter, the corners of her delicate mouth curling upward, her tempting red lips seemingly inviting a kiss. It must be said, she is a woman who radiates seduction from her very essence, every gesture imbued with an alluring grace that stirs the hearts of men. Suddenly, Yafei slowly approaches Morning Breeze, her soft form sliding gently into his embrace, her autumn-like eyes fixed upon him, her tender red lips slightly parted. Morning Breeze, do you think your sister is beautiful? Chapter 21. Miss Yafei, your hard work is appreciated. Morning Breeze, do you think your sister is beautiful? As Yafei suddenly slid into his embrace, Morning Breeze finally regained his senses. The heat within him intensified, causing his eyes to redden slightly. He gazed down at Yafei nestled in his arms, noticing her flushed complexion and slightly parted crimson lips. Clad in a flowing red gown, her long and fair neck led down to a delicate bosom, akin to pure white jade, tantalizingly veiled. Beneath the gown, her long, supple legs were exposed, smooth and snowy white. Unable to resist the allure of such a captivating Yafei, Morning Breeze leaned down and pressed his lips against her tender red ones, his arms encircling her slender waist as he kissed her fervently. Gradually, his breaths grew more rapid, the flames of desire within him threatening to consume him entirely. The heated breath he exhaled brushed against Yafei's exquisite face, making her acutely aware of the man's growing fervor. Yet, in that moment, she felt no inclination to resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms tightly around Morning Breeze's neck, her own body igniting with heat. Compelled by his masculine aura, after a brief interval, their lips finally parted, both of them panting heavily. Yafei, clinging to Morning Breeze's neck, breathed softly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Morning Breeze, carry your sister to the bed. Such a request was one Morning Breeze could not deny. At this juncture, refusal was no longer an option. He lifted Yafei effortlessly and hurried to the bedside, gently laying her upon the crimson bedding. Feeling the rawness of his actions, Yafei cast him a playful glare, her voice laced with a hint of complaint. Morning Breeze, be a bit gentler. Morning Breeze swiftly discarded his clothing and pressed down upon her. I apologize, but I cannot be gentle tonight. That evening was destined to be one of wild abandon. The following day, the sun had risen high in the sky. At the Mittler auction house, Master Gunny, why hasn't Miss Yafei arrived? The auction is about to commence. An anxious steward rushed into the appraisal room. Is Miss Yafei not here yet? She hasn't forgotten about today's auction, has she? Upon hearing this, Master Gunny paused momentarily. Recalling the divine incense Yafei had taken from here the previous day, his lips twitching slightly. Those two truly were like kindling and fire. It seems only I, this old fellow, can intervene. Shaking his head, Master Gunny exited the appraisal room and made his way to the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, due to Miss Yafei's ill health, I will be presiding over today's auction, he announced upon reaching the platform. Oh no, is Miss Yafei unwell? She must have overworked herself. Indeed, Miss Yafei has toiled day and night for the auction. She must be exhausted. Master Gunny's words immediately stirred a commotion throughout the auction hall. The men present could hardly suppress their concern for their goddess. Many decided to procure some nourishing herbs to send to the residence of Yafei. Observing the crowd's reactions from the stage, Master Gunny revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of sycophants. Ahem, everyone, please remain calm. We shall now commence the auction with our first item. It was not until afternoon that Yafei slowly regained consciousness. Ouch! Just as she attempted to rise, an intense wave of pain surged through her. Memories of the wild night flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. Her cherished innocence, preserved for over a decade, had been so easily surrendered to that scoundrel. Turning her gaze to the side, she spotted Chen Feng, soundly asleep beside her. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched his arm, exclaiming, "You wretched little brother, do you not care for your sister at all?" Yet, as soon as she did so, regret washed over her. Chen Feng abruptly awakened, pulling Yafei into an embrace and pressing down upon her with a mischievous grin. Then let me torment you some more. No. Yafei's complexion paled, her heart racing with anxiety as she pleaded softly, "Good brother, please spare your sister." Spare you? A playful glint appeared on Chen Feng's handsome face as he looked down at Yafei with mockery. He was not foolish. Upon regaining consciousness, he quickly realized that the food and drink from the previous night had been tainted. Once he comprehended the situation, a sense of delight welled up within him. Was this not precisely what he desired? Before he could make a move, Yafei had willingly presented herself before him. As he contemplated this, Chen Feng felt a surge of pride as he gazed at the woman beneath him. A man must possess charm, after all. Chen Feng, do you think your sister is despicable? Noticing the teasing expression on Chen Feng's face, Yafei's countenance shifted, and she suddenly ceased her struggles. A flicker of sorrow passing through her beautiful eyes. She believed Chen Feng was mocking her. After all, her actions the previous day had indeed been shameful. Feeling a pang of guilt, and upon seeing the jest in Chen Feng's expression, Yafei's defenses crumbled, and tears began to slide down her cheeks. Observing Yafei, who had seemed fine just a moment ago, suddenly burst into tears, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Sister Yafei, please do not overthink it. I harbor no other intentions. All right. I shall not torment you any longer. Chen Feng quickly removed himself from atop Yafei, reaching out to wipe away her tears gently, speaking softly. Sister Yafei, I truly did not mean to belittle you. Please trust me. Perhaps Chen Feng's comforting words had an effect, for Yafei ceased to weep, though her gaze remained unfocused. She then began to speak to herself. Chen Feng, did you know? The old folks in the family have long been urging me to marry. I do not wish to be treated as mere merchandise. nor do I want to marry another man. From childhood to now, the only person I have ever loved is you. I am truly delighted that you came to see me this time. I find myself contemplating that even if compelled to marry in the future, I wish to bestow my first experience upon you. Yifei tilted her head, her enchanting eyes gazing deeply into Chen Feng's, and softly declared, "Only in this way will my heart remain unburdened by regret." Upon meeting Yifei's autumn-like gaze and hearing her heartfelt words, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman before him harbored such profound feelings for him. Mary? Suddenly, Chen Feng extended his arms, embracing Yifei possessively, and declared with a hint of dominance, "You are now my woman, and I shall never allow you to marry anyone else. From this moment forth, you belong solely to me." Chen Feng fixed a fierce gaze upon Yifei in his arms. How absurd it was for her to entertain thoughts of marriage after surrendering her purity to him. It was nothing short of a foolish dream, as if she believed herself to be an innocent soul easily taken advantage of. Chapter 22. Yifei's ambition. What if the old men in the family insist on forcing me into marriage? Upon hearing this remark from Chen Feng, a flicker of light returned to Yifei's eyes. As astute as she was, she had never been a woman blinded by emotions. Her decision to bestow her first night upon Chen Feng, beyond their childhood bond, was also driven by her own aspirations. With the potential he had shown, he was destined to become a prominent figure in the Gamma Empire. By aligning herself with him now, even if she were to remain unrecognized in the future, she was confident that Chen Feng would not turn a blind eye to her struggles, especially after this night they shared. Though she had been born with modest talents, Yifei harbored her own ambitions. As a woman, she refused to resign herself to fate, unwilling to be treated as a mere pawn in political marriages like her sisters. From the moment she became aware, she vowed to seize power and take control of her own destiny. The thought of her family's stubborn elders persistently insisting that she marry Muzhan to strengthen their ties filled her with resentment. Should she ever gain authority, she would certainly drive those familial parasites away. They dared. Whoever dared to touch my Chen Feng's woman, I would annihilate them. Chen Feng's tone was domineering as he listened to Yifei. At this moment, he possessed the confidence to back it up. In terms of status, he was a direct descendant of the middle family, with his grandfather being the second elder, wielding actual power within the family. Soon, he would ascend to the position of the young master of Yinran's sect, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was on track to become the next sect leader. Most importantly, he had acquired the blessing of many sons system, which would undoubtedly aid him in becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With such advantages, he was resolute in his ability to protect his beloved. Chen Feng, with your words, I am content, Yifei said, unable to restrain herself from embracing him tightly, her heart swelling with emotion. While she was not fully aware of the confidence he held, as a woman, hearing such a promise from the man she cherished brought her immense satisfaction. At the very least, she knew he cared for her. Yifei felt a surge of emotion at Chen Feng's words. Is this your only satisfaction? Did I not fulfill you last night? She teased. In response, Chen Feng flipped over, pinning her beneath him once more. Sister Yifei, just how much medicine did you give me last night? He asked with a mischievous grin, playfully pinching her delicate chin before leaning in for a kiss. An hour later, Chen Feng held the weary Yifei in his embrace as they lay quietly in bed. I apologize, Sister Yifei, but I acted this way for caution's sake. He looked at her fatigued expression, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. Once you successfully conceive, I shall undoubtedly make amends to you. In his heart, Chen Feng vowed, tightly embracing the delicate figure in his arms. As a surge of fighting spirit flowed from his palm to soothe Yifei's wounds. Chen Feng, my dear brother, your visit to Wutan City must surely involve another matter, correct? Under Chen Feng's gentle consolation, Yifei gradually regained her composure, and the two lay on the bed, engaged in casual conversation. Given Yifei's astuteness, she would naturally not be swayed by Chen Feng's earlier fabrications. After traveling a great distance from the imperial capital solely to see her, if he had such intentions, what had he been doing for the past 3 years? As the lie was unveiled, Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. Indeed, my visit to Wutan City is for an urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Yifei shot him a skeptical glance, her curiosity piqued. What pressing matter? You must be aware of the Xiao family in Wutan City, correct? Chen Feng had no intention of concealing the truth and replied candidly. The third young master of the Xiao family is the betrothed fiancé of Nalan Yanran. The third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, that renowned good-for-nothing in Wutan City? Yafei exclaimed in surprise. Nalan Yanran was famous in the imperial capital as a paragon of grace and talent. Who could have imagined she would be betrothed to such an inept fiancé? Nalan Yanran hailed from one of the three prominent families of the imperial capital, the Nalan clan. Gifted from a young age and possessing stunning beauty, she later became a direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's master. Such an exceptional figure as Nalan Yanran had long been regarded as a goddess in the imperial capital, attracting numerous suitors. Conversely, the third young master of the Xiao family was rumored to be a mere waste, still at the third stage of fighting spirit. No one would have anticipated an engagement between individuals of such disparate standings. After her initial astonishment, Yafei couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. For someone as proud and lofty as Nalan Yanran, having a fiancé like Xiao Yan would undoubtedly be a blemish on her life. So, your purpose in coming to Wutan City is to assist Nalan Yanran in breaking off the engagement? Yafei, sharp-witted as ever, quickly deduced Chen Feng's intent given his close relationship with Nalan Yanran. Indeed, I have come to annul the engagement, Chen Feng thought to himself, silently praising Yafei for her astuteness, as she truly deserved her title of the Golden Empress in the original narrative. Why does she not come herself? Breaking off an engagement is hardly a matter of good reputation. Could it be that she is afraid? Upon hearing this, a flicker of discontent arose in Yafei's heart. For Chen Feng, who was an outsider to the engagement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran, to take the initiative to annul the engagement could potentially incite controversy and tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, having learned of Nalan Yanran's existing engagement, Yafei felt a peculiar thought emerging within her. Were it not for this engagement, given Nalan Yanran's attributes, she and Chen Feng could indeed be considered a match made in heaven. Yet, now that she was aware of Nalan Yanran's betrothal, the situation had changed dramatically. In Yafei's eyes, Nalan Yanran no longer deserves her brother, Chen Feng. Chapter 23. Inviting the Xiao family father and son to a banquet. Morning Wind's younger brother, Nalan Yanran, looked down upon Xiao Yan and wished to dissolve their engagement, yet feared the ensuing gossip. Could it be that by sending you, she would escape scrutiny? Yafei, with her beautiful eyes fixed upon Morning Wind, expressed her discontent. To her, Morning Wind was exceptionally gifted, of noble birth, and possessed boundless potential. He was, in every sense, flawless. However, should news of his visit to the Xiao family to annul the engagement spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, leaving him susceptible to whispers behind his back. Hence, her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction towards Nalan Yanran. Having offered her first night, she had already regarded Morning Wind as her own. The thought of her beloved possibly bearing a tarnished name left her unsettled. Yinran encountered a bit of trouble and is currently unable to come. Morning Wind naturally refrained from disclosing Nalan Yanran's pregnancy. What could possibly be more pressing than the annulment of an engagement? Clearly, she is overly concerned about her own reputation, unwilling to face the situation herself. Yafei, skeptical, perceived Morning Wind's words as mere defense of Nalan Yanran, stirring a tinge of jealousy within her. Morning Wind, dear brother, in your defense of Nalan Yanran, has she ever considered your feelings? Observing Yafei's protective demeanor, Morning Wind couldn't help but pinch her delicate face. Come now, it's merely an annulment. It's not as severe as you envision. The Xiao family is but a trifling concern. I hardly regard them with any seriousness. Were it not for Xiao Yan being the favored son of this realm, I wouldn't be contemplating this at all. He is not like Yinran, who constantly weighs the reputation of the Yunlan sect. If Xiao Yan were not the son of destiny, I would have annulled the engagement with the Xiao family long ago. A mere Xiao family, in the face of a behemoth like the Yunlan sect. Even if I feel stifled, what can be done? Indeed, so Morning Wind, are you prepared to directly annul the engagement with the Xiao family? Yafei nodded. The Xiao family was merely a small clan in Wutan City. Even the middle family could easily suppress them, let alone a colossal entity like the Yunlan sect. Not quite. Prior to arriving in Wutan City, my teacher had already instructed me that this annulment must not be overly ostentatious, as it is not a commendable affair, Morning Wind replied, shaking his head, since he wished to avoid inciting the wrath of Xiao Yan, the favored son of the realm. He could not follow the original narrative where Nalan Yanran boldly confronted the engagement. Such a display would be excessively forceful and humiliating for Xiao Yan. In the Dou continent, A woman's remorse in engagement is an exceedingly humiliating matter for the man, leaving him unable to hold his head high henceforth. In the original tale, Nalan Yanran publicly shamed Xiao Yan, causing him to lose face in front of his entire family, along with his father sharing in the disgrace. Such a brazen act of humiliation, I dare say, even if it were any other man in Xiao Yan's position, he would find it intolerable. Morning Wind bore no grudge against Xiao Yan, given that the latter was the favored son of this realm. He had no desire to draw the ire of such an individual. Thus, prior to arriving in Wutan City, he had already devised a plan. This annulment of engagement should be conducted with utmost discretion. The objective was to ensure that the news of the annulment remained confined, thereby benefiting all parties involved, Xiao Yan, Chen Feng himself, and Nalan Yanran. After all, the matter of breaking an engagement is not one of honor. Acting discreetly would mitigate potential controversies and safeguard the reputation of the Yinran sect. Chen Feng, how do you intend to proceed? Yafei inquired with curiosity. In her view, as a true disciple of the Yinran sect, Chen Feng's personal presence in Wutan City for the annulment would make it challenging to maintain a low profile. Having spent 3 years in Wutan City, she was likely well acquainted with the Xiao family. At her words, Chen Feng's gaze turned towards Yafei, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, I have had considerable dealings with them. What of it? Do you expect me to involve you in this annulment? The Xiao family is one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, and as the head of the middle auction house, Yafei had undoubtedly engaged with the Xiao family patriarch. I do indeed require your assistance, Sister Yafei. Chen Feng nodded. Please extend an invitation to the Xiao father and son for a banquet at the middle auction house, and ensure it is in your name, without any mention of me. Are you suggesting we privately convene with the Xiao father and son to discuss the annulment? Yafei quickly grasped Chen Feng's intentions. Indeed, if I were to visit the Xiao family directly, it would draw too much attention. Even with the intent to remain inconspicuous, it would be a challenge. As a direct disciple of the Yinran sect and a member of the middle family, my presence in this small city could easily incite a considerable uproar should any information leak. In such a case, the annulment would be impossible to conceal, contradicting my original purpose. Brother Chen Feng, are you perhaps overestimating the situation? It is merely the Xiao family. Is it necessary for you to extend such a gracious invitation? Yafei furrowed her brows, somewhat perplexed, feeling that Chen Feng was placing undue importance on the Xiao family. Sister Yafei, this annulment has, in part, been influenced by me. I wish to convey a modicum of apology on behalf of Yinran, ensuring that Xiao Yan does not feel unduly embarrassed. Chen Feng articulated, though his thoughts were otherwise. Were it not for the presence of Xiao Yan, a favored son of this realm, he would not be so courteous. Even without you. Given Nalan Yanran's temperament, she would never regard Xiao Yan, this well-known waste of the Xiao family, with any esteem. Yafei snorted. Having some understanding of Nalan Yanran's character, proud and lofty from a young age, and certainly not one to find favor with the notorious scion of the Xiao family. Brother Chen Feng, your heart is too kind. Yafei observed him, believing he need not feel any sense of apology in this matter. The inevitable outcome of the Xiao family's disgraceful offspring being jilted is apparent. Even in the absence of Chen Feng, Nalan Yanran's character would have led her to retract her engagement. Am I kind-hearted? Is this a mere label of goodwill being bestowed upon me? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It appears that his amicable demeanor towards Xiao Yan has been misconstrued by Yafei. To be candid, were it not for Xiao Yan being the chosen one of this realm, he would not be so circuitous in his approach. Nonetheless, let the misunderstanding persist. After all, gaining a reputation for benevolence incurs no loss. As it aligns with a virtuous persona, Chen Feng had no desire to elucidate further or linger on this topic. Really? Just earlier, someone declared my nature to be utterly wicked. Chen Feng once again pressed down on Yafei's delicate form, an impish grin adorning his face. Once more, he sought mischief. Yafei shot a playful glare at Chen Feng, her tone pleading. Good little brother, I truly cannot endure any more, perhaps another time. At her earnest entreaty, Chen Feng finally relented. The pair lingered for a while, sharing a bath, and only emerged from the room as evening fell. Upon Yafei's return to the auction house's studio, she discovered the table laden with gifts. What is this? Upon inspection, she found these offerings to be various herbs intended for bodily nourishment, leaving her perplexed. Miss Yafei, these gifts are from some guests attending today's auction. They heard of your ill health and specially procured them to aid your recovery, explained a nearby steward. Miss Yifei, you have finally decided to emerge. Have you completely forgotten about today's auction? At that moment, Master Gunny entered, unable to resist teasing her. Upon hearing this, a rosy hue blossomed on Yifei's exquisitely refined face. Of course, she had not forgotten about the auction. However, in her prior condition, she could barely stand, let alone muster the strength to preside over the event. Master Gunny, could you please send someone to deliver this invitation to the Xiao family? A moment later, Yifei prepared an invitation and handed it to Master Gunny. Chapter 24. Xiao Yan, the back mountain of the Xiao family at the summit of a cliff. A young boy lay upon the grass, chewing on a blade of green, his expression tinged with a sense of solitude. Alas, in merely a month's time, another assessment awaits. Yet my cultivation remains stagnant, and I shall once again bring shame upon my father. Xiao Yan sighed softly, lazily retracting his hand, resting his palms beneath his head, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. Damn the heavens! Have you brought me to this world merely to witness my misfortunes? Xiao Yan gazed at the sky, unable to contain his fury, his emotions ignited. After a few moments of roaring cries, his anger gradually subsided, his countenance returning to its usual melancholy. Regardless of his outrage, it could not restore the battle aura he had painstakingly cultivated. Brother Xiao Yan, I knew you would come to the back mountain again. Moments later, a light and melodious voice suddenly resonated beside him. Unbeknownst to him, a young girl had approached his side. Sununner, you've arrived. Upon seeing the girl before him, Xiao Yan mustered a strained smile. Yet the helplessness in his eyes was impossible to conceal. The girl was adorned in a purple dress, standing gracefully, the gentle breeze caressing her, causing her long, flowing hair to dance lightly, while the hem of her skirt fluttered, subtly revealing her exquisite curves. At this moment, the girl gazed at the despondent Xiao Yan with a touch of sympathy, remaining silent, akin to an untainted lotus in the mundane world. Brother Xiao Yan, you once told me that to let go is to be able to take hold. To release and to grasp freely is the hallmark of freedom. Have you truly forgotten? After a prolonged silence, the girl spoke, her dulcet voice evoking a peculiar sense of cleansing within the soul. Have freedom? I can only articulate such sentiments. Do I appear to embody that notion now? In response, Xiao Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly, his spirits dimmed. Faced with Xiao Yan's despondency, Sununner's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she earnestly replied, Brother Xiao Yan, although I am unaware of the specifics of your plight, I believe that you will rise again, reclaiming the glory and dignity that once belonged to you. At this point, the girl observed the still unresponsive Xiao Yan and shook her head gently. Brother Xiao Yan, when I ascended, I encountered Uncle Xiao. He seemed to be looking for you regarding something. Shall we descend promptly? Father seeks me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyelids fluttered, and he nodded, rising to accompany Sununner down the mountain. Father, did you summon me for something? At the mountain's base, Xiao Yan approached a middle-aged man waiting for him, inquiring hurriedly. The man was clad in a resplendent gray robe, exuding an air of authority with his commanding stride, his thick brows adding to his presence. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Xiao family and Xiao Yan's father, the five-star Dou Master, Xiao Yan. Are you still troubled by your cultivation? Gazing at Xiao Yan's youthful and delicate visage, Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh. As a father, he understood all too well that whenever Xiao Yan felt emotionally troubled, he would retreat to the mountains behind their home. Ah, father, what is there to worry about? It's still the same as ever, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Observing Xiao Yan's somewhat dispirited demeanor, Xiao Yan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and quickly shifted the topic. Never mind that for now. Yinran, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the Meitel auction house. To the Meitel auction house? To attend an auction? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. The auction was held today. Are we going there for a feast tomorrow? Indeed, Xiao Yan clarified. A banquet. Taken aback, Xiao Yan shook his head. Father, I think I shall pass. A sense of bewilderment coursed through him. Ever since his cultivation had faltered, he had seldom appeared in public gatherings. Why would his father suddenly wish to bring him to a banquet? This is different. You have been specifically invited. You must attend, Xiao Yan insisted, equally perplexed. He had received an invitation from the esteemed Miss Yifei of the Meitel auction house, which explicitly requested Xiao Yan's presence. Why would Miss Yifei invite me personally? Who is she? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. In this city of Wutan, who would return to extend an invitation to him, a person known to many as a failure? It is Miss Yifei from the Maitel auction house, Xiao Zhan revealed. Miss Yifei? Xiao Yan's confusion deepened upon hearing his father's words. Although he had never met her, he was aware of her reputation. She was a beauty renowned throughout Wutan City, and many men had succumbed to her allure. Interestingly, there was a certain connection between them, as both were well-known figures in Wutan City. However, while he was infamous, she was celebrated. Father, I seem to have no connection with Miss Yifei. Why would she suddenly wish to invite me? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zhan, perplexed. To be honest, I am equally puzzled. However, Miss Yifei holds considerable influence, and since she has requested your presence, it would be prudent for you to accompany me tomorrow, Xiao Zhan replied, shaking his head. Although he had interacted with Miss Yifei on numerous occasions in business, this was the first time she had extended such an invitation, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan fell into silence, a troubled expression crossing his face. Ever since his cultivation had faltered, he had become the subject of whispers and pointed fingers whenever he appeared in public. Thus, he felt a strong aversion to attending such a crowded gathering, especially one hosted by someone he had never interacted with before. Alas, if you do not wish to go, then so be it, Xiao Zhan conceded. Seeing the dilemma etched upon Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Zhan let out a sudden sigh. He had no desire to coerce his son. At worst, he could simply apologize to Miss Yifei tomorrow. Shaking his head, Xiao Zhan turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Yan spoke up, Father, please remember to call for me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a trace of relief graced Xiao Zhan's expression, and he nodded at Xiao Yan before turning to leave. Chapter 25. The suspicion of Sununner. How is it that Miss Yifei, with whom I have no prior acquaintance, has suddenly extended an invitation to me? Xiao Yan, still bewildered after Xiao Zhan's departure, pondered the intentions behind this unexpected invitation. Surely, it could not be to humiliate him, could it? Brother Xiao Yan, are you aware of the origins of this Miss Yifei? A faint smile graced Xiao Sunner's exquisitely delicate face. Not at all. Could it be that you possess some knowledge in this regard, dear Sister Sunna? Xiao Yan inquired, shaking his head in confusion as he gazed at her. Within the Jiamai Empire, there exist 3 prestigious families, and this Miss Yifei hails from the wealthiest among them. The middle family, Xiao Sunner slowly elucidated, offering a gentle smile to Xiao Yan. Moreover, she is a direct descendant of the middle family, essentially overseeing the auction house in Wutan City. The middle family. Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing the significant status of Miss Yifei. Compared to the middle family, the Xiao clan was hardly noteworthy. It was no wonder his father had taken the initiative to invite him to the banquet. Should he decline, he might inadvertently offend this esteemed Miss Yifei, which would likely create difficulties for his father. How do you come to know such things, Sister Sunner? The information you just shared might not even be known to my father, Xiao Yan remarked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Xiao Sunner paused momentarily, her lips curling into a silent smile. Observing her evasive demeanor, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. Though she bore the same surname, she was not connected to him by blood, and he had never met her parents. Whenever he inquired about them, his father would immediately fall silent, a smile fading from his face, clearly harboring reservations about them, perhaps even fear. In Xiao Yan's mind, Sunner's identity was shrouded in mystery. No matter how subtly he probed, she would cleverly respond with silence, rendering his efforts futile. Well then, it is getting late. Sister Sunner, you should return to rest, Xiao Yan suggested. Glancing at the twilight sky, with a resigned shake of his head, he refrained from further questioning and turned to leave. The young girl watched silently as Xiao Yan's figure receded, her expression tranquil, akin to a pure lotus untouched by the mundane world. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her ethereal voice resonating with a cleansing charm that touched the soul. Uncleing, you may reveal yourself now. As her words fell, a dark figure detached itself mysteriously from behind a large tree, bowing respectfully to the girl who stood with her back turned. Miss, how may I assist you? The shadowy figure addressed Xiao Sunner with utmost reverence. Uncle Ing, tomorrow, follow Brother Xiao Yan closely to protect him, and investigate what schemes this Miss Yifei may be harboring, the girl commanded in a calm voice that bore a hint of authority. Understood, miss. The shadow promptly responded, then vanished once more in a flicker. What could be your intention, summoning Brother Xiao Yan for no apparent reason? The young maiden paused for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of an intimidating chill graced her delicate visage. Regardless of your origins, it would be prudent not to harbor any ill intentions, otherwise. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, the red, plush couch lay in disarray, a testament to last night's revelry. Morning breeze cradled the soft form of Yafei, who was lost in a deep slumber. Emerging from his embrace, Yafei gazed at the peacefully sleeping man, a sweet smile gracing her exquisite features. Without disturbing him, she quietly rose, refreshing herself with a wash. Once she was properly attired, Yafei approached the bedside and gently nudged the man. Morning breeze, it is quite late. You ought to awaken. The Xiao family should be arriving soon. Morning breeze blinked his drowsy eyes, glancing at the daylight outside, and replied in a somewhat muddled manner. Is it already this late? Remembering the banquet he was to host for the Xiao family later that day, he decided against lingering in bed, preparing himself for an adequate grooming session. As this was their first meeting, he, a true disciple from the Yinran sect, could not afford to lose face. Prestige must be upheld. An imposing aura must be projected. Only then could he command the presence of the Xiao family. Yafei, aren't you going to wash up as well? He grinned mischievously at the already enchanting Yafei as he accepted the prepared robe from her hands. In response, Yafei rolled her eyes playfully, retorting, I have already washed. Is that so? Have you cleaned yourself thoroughly? Allow me to check, he said, and before she could react, he bent down and scooped her into a princess carry, striding confidently toward the adjacent bathroom. You rascal, put me down. Yafei protested, struggling to escape. But against Morning Breeze's robust strength, her resistance was futile. Very well, I shall do it myself. Acknowledging her inability to resist, Yafei acquiesced and willingly stepped into the bathroom. Morning Breeze, may I assist you with your back? She offered, to which he nodded in agreement. With a graceful motion, Yafei began to shed her garments, approaching his back. In the eyes of the public, she was a goddess, towering above, with countless men falling at her feet. Yet in Morning Breeze's presence, her divine demeanor dissipated, and she adopted a humble posture. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the weak must lower their dignity before the powerful, and a woman of lesser cultivation, especially, finds herself devoid of status. As the saying goes, survival in the cracks demands humility. Life under the rod necessitates submission. Such is the plight of Yafei today. To please her man, she exerted all her efforts to ensure Morning Breeze's comfort during the wash. After half an hour, they finally finished their bath. Morning Breeze, now properly dressed, stood before a mirror, adjusting his attire, while Yafei took it upon herself to tidy up the disordered room. Last night, they indulged in revelry until the early hours, leaving the entire room in disarray. Numerous areas bore evident traces of their merriment. This was not something Yafei felt comfortable entrusting to her maidservants. Although she typically exuded a poised demeanor, as a woman, she found it somewhat difficult to navigate such situations. Let us go, considering the time. Xiao Yan and the others should be arriving soon. After donning their attire, the two slowly exited the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and his son had also arrived outside Yafei's estate. Chapter 26. The first encounter with Xiao Yan. Young Master Chen Feng. What could possibly compel you to invite the Xiao family to dine? Upon learning that Chen Feng had condescended to extend an invitation to the Xiao father and son, Master Gunny was perplexed and somewhat displeased. What was the Xiao family? Merely a small clan within the confines of Wutan City. For someone of Chen Feng's stature to specifically invite the Xiao family was utterly absurd. If one were to extend an invitation, it should rightfully be to oneself. After all, he was a second-tier alchemist, enjoying a respectable status within the middle family, far surpassing the trivial authority of the Xiao family head. On ordinary days, Xiao Yan would greet him with deference. Seated in a gazebo within the elegant courtyard, Chen Feng had laid out a sumptuous feast of food and wine. Did he have some business for the Xiao family? Master Gunny, with an air of confidence, assured Chen Feng, this shall be easily managed. There is no need for you to personally intervene or to go to such lengths to host them. I will merely greet the Xiao family. It would be their honor to serve you, young master. With an air of self-assurance, Gunny declared that in this modest Wutan City, none would dare to disregard his authority. As a second-tier alchemist, he was revered throughout the Jiama Empire and was welcomed as an esteemed guest wherever he roamed. Master Gunny, you truly possess an impressive reputation. It seems you have not been remiss in wielding your influence, Chen Feng remarked with a hint of mockery, observing the imposing figure of Master Gunny. Upon hearing this, Gunny's expression stiffened momentarily before he forced a smile, replying, "Young master, you may not be aware, but I am indeed a second-tier alchemist. Naturally, they are obliged to show me a measure of respect within this small city. Let us do this. Do not trouble yourself, young master. Whatever you require from the Xiao family, I shall handle it for you, ensuring that it is executed flawlessly," Master Gunny vowed, patting his chest in assurance. In his estimation, the Xiao family was easily manageable. The mere thought of Chen Feng personally hosting the Xiao father and son irked him. He had never received such treatment himself. Why should they? Gazing at the loquacious Master Gunny, Chen Feng cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" Master Gunny was taken aback, stammering an awkward laugh. "I would never presume. When the Xiao family arrives, you must comport yourself accordingly. Do not indulge in any airs. If you jeopardize my affairs, I shall ensure you face the consequences," Chen Feng warned. The matter of the annulment had been meticulously planned, and he would not allow it to be disrupted by Master Gunny. Were it not for the old man's considerable reputation in Wutan City, which could lend an air of authority, he would not have invited him along. Moreover, Master Gunny was not only a second-tier alchemist, but also possessed formidable strength as a high-ranking Dou Master, making him the most powerful individual in the local branch of Wutan City. The morning breeze carried a hint of concern for the impending divorce proposal. Chen Feng worried that Xiao Yan, in a fit of rage, might act recklessly against him. However, with the old fellow Gunny by his side, he felt reassured about safeguarding his interests. When navigating the world, it is imperative to remain composed. Otherwise, one may easily stumble into misfortune. Possessing a promising future, he could not allow himself to falter in the small city of Wutan. "Rest assured, young Master Chen Feng, I shall never impede your affairs," Gunny Master exclaimed, noticing Chen Feng's stern demeanor, and quickly offered a smile. Had it been any other direct descendant of the Meitel family, he would never have lowered himself in such a manner. After all, he was a second-tier alchemist with his own temperament. Yet, Chen Feng was different, blessed with extraordinary talent and esteemed as a true disciple of the Yinran sect. He was not someone Gunny could confront directly. "By the way, do you still possess that valuable item you mentioned last time?" Chen Feng suddenly recalled and inquired of Gunny Master. "What valuable item?" Gunny Master was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, casting a surprised glance at Chen Feng. "What are you staring at? Do you have it or not? If you do, present it," Chen Feng urged, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Gunny Master's gaze. "Weren't you the one who said not to bother last time?" Gunny Master chuckled inwardly, recalling Chen Feng's dismissive attitude during their previous encounter. He promptly retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Feng with a smile, saying, "Yes, of course I have it." Chen Feng accepted the vial and put it away, his expression serious as he clarified, "This is not for my personal use, so do not misunderstand." I understand. Gunny Master nodded repeatedly, internally marveling at Miss Yifei's prowess. In just 2 days, young Master Chen Feng could barely withstand the allure. Gunny Master chuckled to himself, reflecting on Chen Feng's initial arrogance. A woman like Miss Yifei was not someone he could easily manage. In this world, there are only overworked oxen, but never exhausted fields. Indeed, Chen Feng was not preparing this item for himself. It would be absurd, with his dragon phantom physique, if he could not handle a single Yifei. How could he hope for a bountiful future? Each day these past 2 days, it was Yifei who had been the one crying out in desperation. This item was meant for Xiao Yan. It would seem inappropriate to meet for the first time without offering a token of goodwill. "Master Xiao, young Master Xiao? This way, please." At that moment, the enchanting voice of Yifei resonated from a distance. Chen Feng quickly regained his focus and turned his gaze towards her. There she was, smiling as she approached, accompanied by 2 individuals, a middle-aged man and a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gaze settled on the young man clad in black at the back. The youth, dressed in dark attire and possessing a handsome countenance, lowered his head as he trailed behind the middle-aged man, exuding an air of dejection. Could this be Xiao Yan? After a brief moment of observation, Chen Feng immediately formed an assessment of this prodigy, concluding that he was not nearly as handsome, barely half the charm. As the 3 individuals approached, Chen Feng adjusted his attire slightly, sitting upright with a tranquil demeanor and a subtle smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, Master Gunny stood quietly behind him, a prearranged position orchestrated by Chen Feng himself. Although Gunny felt a tinge of grievance in his heart, he dutifully maintained his post. The essence of the situation was clear. One must exude an air of sophistication and strength to command the attention of the Xiao father and son. Thus, the initiative was firmly within Chen Feng's grasp. With Gunny, a second-tier alchemist, providing a backdrop, Chen Feng was undeniably the most striking figure present. This arrangement proved to be remarkably effective. As the middle-aged man trailing behind Yafei drew near the pavilion, he was instantly captivated by the sight of the composed Chen Feng, his pupils involuntarily constricting in response to the presence of this young man. Chapter 27. The Fury of Xiao Yan. Who is this young man? Even Master Gunny seems to hold him in great esteem. As Xiao Yan gazed at the figure seated in the pavilion, a sense of astonishment washed over him, and he inwardly speculated about the identity of Chen Feng. Brother Chen Feng, these two are the clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, and young Master Xiao. Yafei said with a smile as she approached the pavilion. Clan leader Xiao, brother Xiao, please take a seat. Chen Feng did not rise, but simply offered a faint smile and a nod towards Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. Who is this? Xiao Yan regarded Chen Feng with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. From Yafei's previous words, he had already discerned that the invitation extended to him and his son was not from Yafei, but rather from the young man before him. Oh, I forgot to introduce him, Yafei said, a hint of amusement gracing her lips as she spoke. This is a direct descendant of the Mitre family, Mitre Chen Feng. A direct descendant of the Mitre family. Upon hearing Yafei's words, Xiao Yan's heart surged with astonishment. The illustrious name of the Mitre family was certainly well known to him. They were not a clan that the Xiao family could afford to provoke. Greetings, young Master Chen Feng. Xiao Yan quickly made his respects. Yet he was puzzled as to why this esteemed young man would seek out him and his son. Yinran, why are you not greeting young Master Chen Feng? Xiao Yan urged his son, who stood behind him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was about to step forward when Chen Feng interjected. Clan leader Xiao, brother Xiao, there is no need for such formality. I have summoned you today for a matter of request. A matter of request? Xiao Yan felt a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. What could this distinguished descendant of the Mitre family possibly seek from the Xiao family? Please, young Master Chen Feng, speak freely. As long as it is within the capabilities of the Xiao family, we shall do our utmost, Xiao Yan said, a smile gracing his features as he maintained a humble demeanor. Actually, I am here on the behest of my master to seek the resolution of a certain agreement with the Xiao family, Chen Feng stated candidly. Xiao Yan was perplexed. May I inquire as to the affiliation of young Master Chen Feng's sect? At that moment, Yafei timely interjected. Brother Chen Feng is a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Yinran sect. What? The Yinran sect? Upon hearing Yafei's words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, his face betraying his shock. Even Xiao Yan, standing behind him, wore a look of astonishment, though he had not ventured out for practical experience. Xiao Yan had perused materials concerning this sword sect. The city where the Xiao family resided was called Wutan City, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Jiama Empire. While Wutan City had gained prominence due to its proximity to the Monster Mountain Range, allowing it to rank among the empire's major cities, it was still merely at the lower echelons. The Xiao family held considerable influence in Wutan City, yet they were not the sole power. There were two other prominent families whose strength was comparable to that of the Xiao family. For decades, the three factions had engaged in a subtle contest for dominance, with no clear victor emerging. If the Xiao family was a tyrant of Wutan City, then the Yinran sect, as spoken of by Xiao Yan, could be deemed the overlord of the entire Jiama Empire. It was no wonder that his father displayed such astonishment upon hearing the name of the Yinran sect. It turns out that young Master Chen Feng is a highly esteemed disciple under the revered Master Yinran. No wonder his demeanor is so extraordinary. He hails from a prestigious lineage. As Xiao Yan grasped this revelation, he lowered his posture further, yet his heart brimmed with increasing astonishment. Why would this distinguished disciple of the Yinran sect seek out him and his son? Master Xiao, you flatter me. Pray, do you still remember my junior sister, Nalan Yanran? Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Chen Feng revealed a hint of a smile, recognizing that he had successfully captivated his attention. He wasted no time and spoke directly. Nalan Yanran, the granddaughter of old Master Nalan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then his face brightened with joy, evidently recalling past events. So, Young Master Chen Feng is the senior brother of my niece Nalan. It has indeed been many years since I last saw her. I had heard that she was taken under the wing of Master Yun, but I thought it merely a rumor. I never imagined it to be true. My niece possesses remarkable talent. Xiao Yan exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, my junior sister is quite gifted and capable. She is bound to achieve greatness in the future. Chen Feng replied with a tranquil smile. Speaking of which, the matter I seek your assistance with today pertains to Nalan, and it was conveyed by my master. At this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly, and his smile faded. Master Yun of the Yunlan sect is indeed a significant figure in the Gamma Empire, and as a mere clan leader, he could not afford to offend her. Given her power and influence, what could possibly require the Xiao family as assistance? The mention of Nalan Yanran sparked a troubling thought in his mind. He could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, and his large hand trembled slightly, though the concealment of his sleeves masked it. He forcefully quelled the rising fury within him and spoke with a trembling voice. Young Master Chen Feng, please speak freely. Master Xiao, as you know, the Yunlan sect is strict, and my master holds high expectations for my junior sister. She is to be nurtured diligently until she becomes a formidable force, and thus, she must not engage with any men before that. Upon inquiring about my junior sister, my master learned of her betrothal to the Xiao family, hence, she wishes to request that you annul this engagement. Crash. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself and slammed his palm down onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces and sending the feast of exquisite food and wine sprawling across the floor. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng's eyelids twitched, feeling a pang of regret for the wasted banquet. What a pity for this table of fine delicacies. The temperament of this clan leader is truly formidable. Are you implying that you have come on behalf of Nalan Yanran to dissolve the engagement? At that moment, Xiao Yan also reacted, his expression darkening as anger surged within him. Dissolve the engagement? How dare they? Xiao Yan's countenance turned grim as he realized he was being looked down upon once more. Nalan Yanran must surely believe him to be a worthless fool, unworthy of her. Thus, she sent her senior brother to Wutan City to annul their engagement. Heh, are you using the Yunlan sect to exert pressure on your father? This Nalan Yanji truly possesses remarkable tactics. A cold sneer of rage echoed within Xiao Yan's heart. Drawing in a breath of the frigid air, his hand concealed within his sleeve clenched tightly. If only he were a formidable warrior at this moment, who would dare to trample upon him so? Regrettably, he was merely a waste at the third stage of Dou Qi. Observing the smiling Chen Feng before him, Xiao Yan was consumed by a torrent of indignation, yearning to unleash it. Yet, he understood that acting upon such impulses would only lead to his own humiliation. The identity and strength of his opponent were far beyond his capacity to contend with. A moment of recklessness would not only disgrace himself, but also bring trouble upon his father. Clan leader Xiao, I recognize that this request may seem somewhat burdensome. Yet I implore you to dissolve the engagement for the sake of my master. Chen Feng remarked softly, gazing at the somber-faced Xiao Yan. The audacity is intolerable. Hearing this, Xiao Yan clenched his fists, a faint blue Dou Qi gradually enveloping his body, ultimately coalescing into a spectral lion's head upon his visage. Xiao Clan's supreme technique, Mad Lion's Fury. Level, mid-level Xian rank. Witnessing Xiao Yan's reaction, Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly, but before he could process it further, an even more formidable aura erupted from behind him. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Master Gunny glared at the young warrior, his Dou Qi surging as an aura befitting a Pinnacle 9-star Dou Master pressed down upon Xiao Yan. Clan leader Xiao, do not act impulsively. Should you strike, the entire Xiao clan may well perish. The elegant Yafei warned, her expression changing. At her words, Xiao Yan's body stiffened, and the Dou Qi surrounding him slowly receded until it vanished entirely. He slumped back into his chair, his countenance darkened, his voice hoarse as he muttered, Yunlan sect. What a remarkable Yunlan sect. Please, clan leader Xiao, remain calm. The dissolution of the engagement was indeed a misstep on our part at the Yunlan sect. Observing Xiao Yan's regained composure, Chen Feng sighed with relief and continued, thus, my master specifically sent me with an item as a token of apology for brother Xiao. No sooner had Chen Feng's words fallen than Xiao Yan's subdued voice, laced with suppressed fury, rang out abruptly within the pavilion. There's no need, young Master Chen Feng. You may take the item back. I shall never acquiesce to today's events. A profound silence enveloped the scene, all gazes swiftly shifting to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Master Gunny, standing behind Chen Feng, could no longer contain himself. A mere waste dared to bellow before young Master Chen Feng. He was about to reprimand Xiao Yan when, stand down. However, before he could utter another word, Chen Feng silenced him with a sharp reprimand. Master Gunny's expression shifted, casting a reluctant glance at Xiao Yan, yet he obediently fell silent. Brother Xiao, I assure you, I have come bearing ample sincerity this time. You might consider examining the treasure I have brought before making a decision. Observing the dark clouds shadowing Xiao Yan's handsome face, Chen Feng maintained a subtle smile. There is no need. Regardless of the treasure you present, I shall not consent to the dissolution of our engagement, Xiao Yan asserted firmly. He then grasped Xiao Zhan's arm and prepared to depart. Father, let us go? Wait, Chen Feng called out, addressing the father and son of the Xiao family who had already stepped out of the pavilion. What if the treasure I bring could resolve the issues within Xiao? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan paused abruptly, coming to a sudden halt. Chapter 28. Xiao Yan agrees to break off the engagement. What did you say? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the Xiao family father and son immediately halted, turning to face him with expressions of disbelief. Young Master Chen Feng, are your words truly sincere? Xiao Zhan was the first to regain his composure, a flicker of excitement dancing across his face as he inquired. Beside him, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with fervent anticipation, yearning for Chen Feng's affirmation. 3 years had passed. A full 3 years. Heaven knows how he had endured this time. He had suffered countless scornful glances. No matter where he went, he would be the subject of ridicule and derision. Throughout these 3 years, he had yearned day and night, even in his dreams, to reclaim his lost talents. During this period, his father, Xiao Zhan, had sought numerous treasures and elixirs to restore his abilities, yet all had proven futile. His cultivation remained stagnant at the 3rd stage of Dou Qi. Initially, Xiao Yan had succumbed to despair, envisioning a future shrouded in darkness. Yet unexpectedly, in this moment, he had heard a glimmer of hope from Chen Feng's lips. The revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within him. At this juncture, the Xiao father and son fixed their eager gazes upon Chen Feng, hoping to glean a definitive answer from him. Observing their fervent anticipation, Chen Feng smiled gently and began to speak. I have indeed heard of your circumstances, Brother Xiao. Therefore, on this visit to Wutan City, my master has specifically instructed me to bring forth a spirit pill concocted by the renowned Pill King Gu He. Consuming this elixir shall undoubtedly resolve the issues plaguing you. Brother Xiao. The mere mention of the Pill King Gu He sent a shiver through Xiao Zhan. Gu He possessed immense influence within the Jiao Empire. His alchemical prowess was both miraculous and unfathomable. Countless formidable individuals sought to curry favor with him, yet found themselves at a loss. Not only was Gu He a master alchemist, but he had also ascended to the rank of Dou Wang, securing his place among the top 10 powerful figures in the Jiao Empire. The value of a spirit pill crafted by such a figure would undoubtedly multiply manifold. Contemplating this, a look of unbridled joy spread across Xiao Zhan's face. Surely, the elixir personally refined by Pill King Gu He would resolve the issues within Yinran. It must. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was equally overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. Witnessing their reactions, Chen Feng's smile broadened even further. Brother Xiao, as long as you agree to break off the engagement, I shall present the spirit pill to you immediately. At these words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, the exhilaration within him gradually subsiding. He gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if caught in a dilemma. Although he longed for the spirit pill in Chen Feng's possession to aid in restoring his talents from 3 years past, he felt a lingering reluctance to concede to Chen Feng's proposal, plagued by a sense of indignation and the feeling of being bestowed upon. Yinran, why do you hesitate? Quickly agree to young Master Chen Feng. Seeing Xiao Yan remain silent, Xiao Zhan grew anxious, exclaiming, since Nalan Yanran does not value you, what use is clinging to a mere marriage contract? Once you restore your cultivation and become a formidable force, what kind of woman could you not win over? To Xiao Zhan, the prospect of having Nalan Yanran as a daughter-in-law pales in comparison to the future of his son. Furthermore, due to the incident surrounding the annulment of the engagement, he harbors a deep-seated contempt for Nalan Yanran. If breaking the engagement could yield a miracle elixir to restore Xiao Yan's innate talent, he would undoubtedly consent without hesitation. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was struck with a sudden realization. Indeed, his father was correct. As long as he became a formidable warrior, nothing would be unattainable. Should he fail to reclaim his cultivation talent, he would forever remain a trifling figure, a mere third-tier fighter, scorned by all. If he were to attain strength, Nalan Yanran would never dare to break off their engagement. The root of this predicament lay solely in his current ineptitude and lack of power. Xiao Zhan's words instantaneously awakened Xiao Yan, prompting him to suppress the remnants of youthful arrogance within him. Very well, young Master Chen Feng, I hereby agree to the annulment. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, directing a resolute gaze towards Chen Feng, his tone unwavering. The moment those words escaped his lips, his hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly. In the Duki continent, a man facing an engagement annulled by a woman incurs immense humiliation. By agreeing to this annulment, he would carry this shame henceforth. Though his countenance remained relatively calm, his heart silently screamed in defiance. Nalan Yanran, Yinran sect, await my vengeance. The disgrace of today shall be etched in my memory. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Xiao Yan held a profound confidence in his innate talent. 3 years prior, he was already a fighter. Should he regain his former prowess, he was certain he could create miracles and rise again. If one day he became a strong warrior, he would undoubtedly pay a visit to the Yunlan sect to cleanse the humiliation he suffered today. Xiao Yan maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet his fists were tightly clenched beneath his sleeves, silently vowing to himself. The countless taunts and scorn endured over the past 3 years had taught him the virtue of patience. Very well, Brother Xiao certainly understands the situation. In that case, please return the marriage certificate, Chen Feng urged, elated by Xiao Yan's agreement to the annulment. Hold on. Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on Chen Feng and suddenly inquired, Young Master Chen Feng, how can you assure me that this elixir will remedy my condition? Xiao Zhan, standing nearby, also reacted, turning his attention to Chen Feng, awaiting his response. Both father and son were astute. They would not simply take Chen Feng's word for it that the elixir in his possession could guarantee the restoration of Xiao Yan's innate abilities. In response, Chen Feng's expression sharpened. He had not anticipated that mere words would suffice to convince Xiao Yan to relinquish the marriage certificate. Brother Xiao, I assure you in the name of the Yunlan sect that after consuming the elixir I have brought, all physical ailments will be resolved within 3 months. Chen Feng asserted with conviction. However, Xiao Yan's true issue lay not in his body, but rather in the medicinal powder concealed within the ring he possessed, which had caused his regression in cultivation. Morning Wind inquired, and, according to the current timeline, there remains merely a month until the day of the Xiao clan's test. Moreover, the medicinal dust is poised to unveil its true form before Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan's innate talent will undoubtedly be fully restored. Therefore, the elixir mentioned by Morning Wind is nothing but a fabrication, a mere ruse to deceive Xiao Yan. Yet what of it? 3 months hence, Xiao Yan will undoubtedly have regained his cultivation talent. At least in this regard, he has not misled Xiao Yan. Upon reflecting on this, Morning Wind's gaze lingered for a moment on the ring in Xiao Yan's possession. To be candid, he had indeed contemplated seizing the ring from Xiao Yan's grasp. Such an act would not only allow Xiao Yan to instantaneously restore his cultivation and agree to return the marriage contract, but it would also strip this chosen one of his advantages, thereby eliminating any threat he posed to Morning Wind. However, given his current strength, could he truly manipulate the ring that rested upon Xiao Yan's finger? Chapter 29. A dual approach. Morning Breeze had perused numerous fanfictions of battle through the heavens in his previous life, observing that many protagonists opted to seize the ring from Xiao Yan in their quest for growth. Yet, is such a course of action truly viable? Do they genuinely believe that by acquiring the ring, they can compel Yao Chun to serve their whims? Who exactly is Yao Chun? The esteemed title of medicine sovereign is not one to be taken lightly. He would not be so easily manipulated. Following the betrayal by Han Feng, Yao Chun has grown wary of all individuals. Even in the original narrative, Yao Chun did not wholly trust Xiao Yan in the early stages. It was only through their continuous companionship and Xiao Yan's subsequent actions that he earned Yao Chun's complete trust. Should Morning Breeze attempt to forcibly wrest the ring from Xiao Yan's grasp at this moment, not only would he fail to gain Yao Chun's trust, but he might also provoke an attack from Yao Chun's soul entity. With his current strength, he is ill-equipped to contend with Yao Chun's spiritual form. Furthermore, there exists an unpredictable variable in the form of Sununner by Xiao Yan's side. The risks associated with a forcible attempt to seize the ring are simply too great. In due time, once sufficient strength is attained, he may contemplate subduing Yao Chun. This thought flickered through Morning Breeze's mind. Young Master Morning Breeze, how can I trust that the elixir you provide will restore my cultivation based solely on your word? Upon hearing Morning Breeze's statement, Xiao Yan momentarily fell silent before succumbing to the urge to inquire. The efficacy of the elixir is of paramount importance to him. There can be no room for oversight, and he requires a definitive response from Morning Breeze. What do you propose? Realizing that the other party harbored doubts about him, Morning Breeze remained unperturbed and inquired calmly. Quite simply, first, you shall provide me with the elixir. If it proves effective, I shall naturally return the marriage contract. Xiao Yan candidly expressed his intentions. How absurd. What if you were to renege on your word? Morning Breeze scoffed at the suggestion. You doubt me, yet you expect me to trust you? It is utterly ludicrous. Do you truly believe that my amiable disposition permits you to take liberties? At this moment, a flicker of anger ignited within Morning Breeze. He had endeavored diligently to preserve Xiao Yan's dignity as the chosen one of this realm. Had Xiao Yan acquiesced, he would have promptly returned to Yunlan's sect to wed Nalan Yanran, thereby ensuring a harmonious separation. Such an outcome would be beneficial for all parties involved. However, should Xiao Yan persist in his obstinacy, Morning Breeze would no longer indulge him. Nalan Yanran was already with child, and further delays were untenable. According to Yunyan's assertion, if necessary, he would no longer feel compelled to extend courtesies to Xiao Yan. Rest assured, young Master Morning Breeze, my Xiao family has always valued promises. Moreover, given the strength of my Xiao family, how could we dare deceive you? Observing the tense exchange between the two, Xiao Zhan swiftly intervened to mediate. If my intention were to coerce compliance, would I be engaged in idle chatter here? Morning Breeze cast a glance at the Xiao family duo, his tone indifferent. Patriarch Xiao, Brother Xiao, you should grasp this point. I have summoned you both here privately to preserve some semblance of dignity for your family. After all, should this matter be publicized, it would cast a shadow upon both your esteemed Xiao family and our Yinran sect. Chen Feng slowly rose, his tone laced with an air of subtle intimidation. Brother Xiao, I come bearing sincerity, and I hope you do not misinterpret my intentions. This time, it is a gesture of goodwill. Next time, it may very well be a matter of force. Xiao Yan was not oblivious to the veiled threat in Chen Feng's words, and a surge of anger welled within him. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Engaging in conflict with Chen Feng would yield no benefit for him. It could even bring calamity upon his family. Moreover, Chen Feng's statement was irrefutable. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the feeble Xiao family had little dignity when confronted with the formidable Yunlan sect. The mere act of bringing spirit pills was already a sign of goodwill, indicating sincerity. Should he provoke a confrontation, not only would he forfeit the spirit pills, but he would also invite disaster upon his clan. With these thoughts, Xiao Yan's fury swiftly extinguished. Over the past 3 years, he had not mastered much, but he had learned the art of patience. At the same time, Xiao Zhan observed the anger etched on Chen Feng's face, and his heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that, given Chen Feng's status, coercing the Xiao family into submission was not a formidable challenge. Both the middle family and the Yunlan sect were entities far beyond the Xiao family's reach. Should they provoke Chen Feng to the point of retaliation, it would spell great misfortune for the Xiao family. Yinner, you should acquiesce, Xiao Zhan said, gazing at his son, who was struggling with his emotions, and sighed softly. With Master Chen Feng's stature, he is unlikely to come merely to toy with us. Father, Xiao Yan hesitated, his expression complex. Xiao Zhan gently placed a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yinner, take a step back and consider. This engagement has already become a mere formality for you. Whether you accept or decline, there is no future between you and Nalan Yanran. Perhaps it was not as public as the original tale. But Xiao Zhan grasped the situation swiftly. The thought of Nalan Yanran sending her senior brother to annul the engagement had long extinguished his hopes regarding the union. Accepting the annulment could potentially yield the spirit pill, while refusal might incite the wrath of Master Chen Feng, resulting in a total loss. Such a course of action would be undeniably unwise. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan glanced at his father and finally nodded. Very well, I agree to the annulment. Ultimately, he chose to bow his head. The humiliation of today, I, Xiao Yan, shall etch into my heart. If I become a powerful figure in the future, I shall return to the Yunlan sect to seek justice. With a resolute gaze directed at Chen Feng, Xiao Yan silently vowed. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a smile finally graced Chen Feng's face. Indeed, the balance of soft and hard tactics is the true path to success. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade vial from the ring and handed it to Yafei, saying, "Sister Yafei, please deliver this elixir to Brother Xiao." Yafei nodded, though a flicker of skepticism crossed her mind. Would the Yunlan sect truly offer such a precious elixir as compensation to the Xiao family? Coming from the middle family and having managed an auction house for numerous years, her insights vastly surpassed those of the Xiao father and son. She was somewhat acquainted with Xiao Yan's plight. Over the years, Xiao Zhan had inquired about various treasures to remedy Xiao Yan's condition, yet all efforts had proven futile. In Yafei's estimation, healing Xiao Yan's affliction was an exceedingly arduous task, likely necessitating a rare 6th-grade elixir to yield results. But would the Yunlan sect be willing to part with such a treasure? At that moment, the Xiao father and son were also fixated on the jade pendant in Yafei's hand. Xiao Yan's gaze was fervent. Could this elixir truly restore his innate talent? Unbeknownst to anyone, Master Gunny's expression transformed dramatically the instant he beheld the jade vial in Chen Feng's possession. Chapter 30. The Fury of Xiao Sununner. Young Master Chen Feng, have you possibly made a mistake? Master Gunny gently prodded Chen Feng's arm, whispering under his breath. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent, Chen Feng retorted sharply, casting him a warning glare. Master Gunny promptly fell silent, but soon appeared to grasp the situation, his gaze shifting to the fervently animated Xiao Yan, who was receiving the jade vial from Yafei, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes. It dawned on him that young Master Chen Feng was merely toying with this fellow. A palpable misunderstanding seemed to linger. I hope this individual has not deceived me, he mused. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, Xiao Yan fought to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. At this juncture, he could only place his faith in Chen Feng. If this elixir truly possessed the power to restore his former talents, it would affirm that young Master Chen Feng had not misled him. In such a case, even if he were to be jilted, Xiao Yan would feel considerably better. After all, compared to his own future, the unacquainted Nalan Yanran held little significance in his heart. A stranger in the guise of a fiancé or a miraculous elixir that could reinstate his abilities. Given the choice, Xiao Yan would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. Nalan Yanran's disinterest in him did not particularly faze him. To be candid, he harbored no deep admiration for this prodigious fiancé, especially since they had never met. To Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran was merely a stranger, devoid of any emotional connection. Were it not for the innate sense of dignity that resided in a man's heart, he would not resist the idea of this annulment so vehemently. After all, the dissolution of the engagement would not only tarnish his own reputation, but would also bring disgrace upon his father and their entire clan. If within 3 months my talents have not been restored, it will be evident that this individual has been jesting with me, Xiao Yan thought, a flicker of malice passing through his eyes, only to be replaced by a heavy sigh, dimming his gaze. What could he possibly do? He suddenly realized that, given the other's status and strength, even if he were to be deceived or ridiculed, he would be utterly powerless. It was a brutal reality of survival of the fittest. As a mere waste, did he truly dare to seek revenge? For now, he could only wish fervently that this elixir would indeed prove effective. He silently muttered, "Young Master Chen Feng, I shall have someone deliver the marriage contract here shortly," Xiao Zhan said, pulling Xiao Yan towards Chen Feng and performing a respectful gesture, after which the two departed the estate with haste, seemingly eager to verify the elixir's efficacy. As he watched their hurried figures retreat, a faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips. The matter of the annulment had been splendidly resolved. Brother Chen Feng, I never anticipated that the Yunlan sect would be willing to part with such a precious elixir to compensate Xiao Yan. What grade is this elixir? Could it possibly be a 5th-grade pill? Approaching Chen Feng, Yafei's delicate face bore a hint of contemplation as she curiously inquired. Before Chen Feng could respond, Master Gunny behind him could no longer contain his laughter. Master Gunny, what brings you to laughter? Yafei observed the mirthful expression on Master Gunny's face, her demeanor tinged with curiosity. Master Gunny glanced at Chen Feng, noting his tacit approval, before he could no longer contain himself. Miss Yafei, The elixir that young Master Chen Feng provided to Xiao Yan is, in fact, not a spiritual pill, but rather, an ordinary medicinal pill. He hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from uttering the words Rui-san. What? Yafei's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her beautiful eyes turning toward Chen Feng. Are you mocking the Xiao family? No. I assure you, I harbor no intention of jesting. I can guarantee that within 3 months, Xiao Yan's innate talent will undoubtedly be restored. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, offering no further elaboration. The issue concerning Xiao Yan did not necessitate a miraculous elixir. Once Yao Chun makes an appearance, his talents will naturally resurface. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow flitted silently in a corner of the estate. In the courtyard of the Xiao family, beside a lotus pond, stood a young maiden clad in a light blue dress, exuding grace. The gentle breeze caressed her long, flowing hair, which danced delicately in the air, while the hem of her skirt fluttered, subtly revealing the perfect contours of her figure. The maiden gazed serenely at the lotus pond before her, remaining silent, much like an ethereal blue lotus, untouched by the impurities of the world. Mississippi suddenly, a shadow materialized behind the young maiden. Uncleing, you have returned so soon? How is brother Xiao Yan faring? Upon hearing the voice, Sununner expressed her surprise. Miss, Xiao Yan is unharmed. The events unfolded as follows. The figure in black slowly recounted the happenings that had transpired in the estate. Standing by the lotus pond, Sununner listened intently to the account. Upon learning that Xiao Yan had been rejected today, she felt a pang of astonishment, which quickly transformed into a glimmer of compassion in her gentle eyes. Brother Xiao Yan must feel so unfortunate. How could they come to annul the engagement? She pondered, reflecting on the years of disdain and ridicule he had endured, retreating silently to the mountains to nurse his emotional wounds. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. Why must they inflict pain upon brother Xiao Yan? Uncleing, who were the ones here to break off the engagement? Was it Nalan Yanran? Having spent many years in the Xiao family, Sununner was well aware of the engagement involving Xiao Yan. It was not Nalan Yanran. The one who came was her senior apprentice, a direct descendant of the Mitre family, Mitre Chen Feng. The figure in black replied. The Mitre family. Sununner maintained a calm demeanor, yet a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Please continue. What transpired next? Did they harm brother Xiao Yan? The figure in black nodded and continued to narrate the subsequent events within the estate. The spirit pill crafted by Dan Wanggu, he can restore brother Xiao Yan's talents? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in Sununner's beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had dispatched shadowy figures to inquire within the clan about Xiao Yan's condition, hoping to discover a remedy. However, to her dismay, even the ancient clan could not provide a solution. Thus, upon hearing that the Yinran sect had produced a spiritual pill that could potentially resolve Xiao Yan's ailment, Sununner was taken aback. How could a mere alchemist from the Garma Empire, named Gu He, resolve a problem that the ancient clan could not? Miss, Xiao Yan has indeed been deceived. He received nothing more than an ordinary pill, utterly useless to him, the shadowy figure remarked, pausing momentarily. What? Upon hearing this, Sununner was momentarily stunned, her heart igniting with an uncontrollable fury. Are you implying that this fellow, Chen Feng, has been toying with my brother Xiao Yan? The shadowy figure remained silent, tacitly affirming her assumption. Such audacity from the Mitel family and the Yinran sect. This is an egregious affront. Sununner's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes betraying the anger brewing within. For the mockery they have inflicted upon my brother Xiao Yan, they shall pay dearly. With a graceful yet menacing motion of her delicate hand, she summoned a chilling aura. Uncleing, I beseech you to take action tonight, and bring that Chen Feng to the back mountain of the Xiao family. Chapter 31. I am fuming. The efficiency of the Xiao family is commendable. In the estate of the Mitre auction house, Chen Feng gazed at the marriage certificate delivered by the Xiao family, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, upon returning to the Yinran sect, he could directly approach the Nalan family to propose. Yinran, that girl, would no longer need to hide in secrecy. With a sudden rip, Chen Feng tore the marriage certificate to shreds. One of his 2 objectives in Wutan City had been accomplished. Now, all that remained was to secure Yafei. With his determination, it should not take long for Yafei to conceive. However, for the sake of prudence, he must exert himself further tonight. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng sauntered toward the pavilion. At this moment, the graceful figure of Yafei was busily engaged within. Initially, Both Chen Feng and Yafei had worked until the sun reached its zenith, neglecting breakfast entirely. Reflecting on the lavish feast that Xiao Yan had overturned earlier, Chen Feng felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Such behavior was akin to that of a raucous crow, appending tables at a whim. One day without food had left him feeling quite famished. Although, given Chen Feng's current martial prowess, a day without sustenance was not particularly alarming. Nevertheless, after last night's exertions, he needed to replenish his energy. Otherwise, how could he continue to intensify his efforts tonight? Yafei, you needn't trouble yourself with these. The servants can manage, Chen Feng said, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, holding her close and inhaling her fragrant scent. The servants are rather clumsy. This feast is prepared by my own hands for you. I cannot entrust it to them, Yafei replied with a smile. She cherished the opportunity to be alone with Chen Feng, relishing their intimate moments away from prying eyes. Chen Feng, you haven't eaten all day. Make sure to indulge a bit more, Yafei said affectionately as they took their seats. She thoughtfully poured him a glass of wine and ladled out a bowl of soup. I know you adore chicken soup, so I made this especially for you, enriched with various medicinal herbs. You must replenish your strength, she said, her smile radiant. During the last auction, Yafei had been absent due to illness, prompting numerous wealthy patrons in Wutan City to hasten to her residence with an array of nourishing supplements. Many precious medicinal ingredients had been included in the chicken soup she prepared. In recent days, Yafei had deeply empathized with Chen Feng's struggles, concerned for his well-being. She had gone to great lengths to brew this restorative chicken soup for him. Beyond this nourishing concoction, every other dish on the table was also imbued with numerous medicinal herbs. In essence, this was a banquet of therapeutic cuisine, exceptionally fortifying. As Chen Feng surveyed the table, he quickly discerned the underlying intention. Goodness, was she determined to restore him to the heavens? Every dish was laden with rare and precious medicinal ingredients. What's this? Does Yafei think my constitution is lacking? The morning breeze fixed its gaze on the alluring Yafei before him, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Tonight, I shall let you witness my true prowess. Upon hearing this, Yafei's charming face flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare, reproaching, Brother Chen Feng. How have you become increasingly mischievous? Ha, a man must be a little wicked for a woman to take notice. Chen Feng replied with a roguish smile. Yafei rolled her beautiful eyes at him and playfully retorted, just drink your soup. At her words, Chen Feng lifted the chicken soup and consumed it in one go. How does it taste? Yafei asked nervously, her gaze fixed on him. Not bad, the seasoning is just right, the broth is rich and flavorful. This chicken soup is truly delightful, Chen Feng affirmed with a nod of appreciation. Then do try this meat, Yafei suggested, her delicate features finally breaking into a smile at his praise, as she served him a piece of meat. This meat is quite good as well, tender yet with a satisfying chew. Its juice is thick and the saltiness just right. However, it does have a slight gamey taste, perhaps due to an excess of herbs, Chen Feng remarked after savoring it. Following Yafei's enthusiastic insistence, Chen Feng nearly polished off the entire spread. Fortunately, I hadn't eaten all day, otherwise, I truly would not have managed, he mused, patting his stomach, which felt quite distended. Having consumed such a bounty of nourishing ingredients, warmth soon enveloped him, and his vital energy surged. Thank goodness I practiced the swallowing origin technique. Otherwise, I might have been overwhelmed, he thought, secretly activating the technique to absorb the medicinal effects and channel them into his dantian. Is everything all right, Brother Chen Feng? Have you overeaten? Perhaps we should take a stroll to aid digestion, Yafei inquired with concern, noticing him seated motionlessly. All right, he replied. Upon her approach, a smile crept onto his lips, and he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, carrying her towards a nearby room. Ah, Yafei exclaimed in surprise, bewildered as she asked, Brother Chen Feng, what are you doing? Having eaten my fill, it is only natural to engage in some physical activity. How else shall I digest? He responded with an air of inevitability. The saying goes, a full belly breeds desires, especially after consuming such rich tonics. Naturally, Chen Feng felt the urge to release his pent-up energy. Before Yafei could fully process the situation, he hastily carried her to the bedside. No, Brother Chen Feng, I am not feeling well today. Let us postpone this, she protested, her face turning crimson as she watched him begin to undress. Not feeling well? Chen Feng paused, his hands halting mid-motion. His eyes widened as he stared at the bashful Yafei. Could it be that time of the month? Yes, Yafei nodded shyly, a trace of apology in her expression. At this revelation, Chen Feng's countenance fell, his heart heavy with disappointment. I must say, how can you offer me such nourishment? Is this not a matter of life and death for him? I apologize, dear Chen Feng. I truly cannot today. However, tomorrow I shall make amends, and you may ask for anything you desire from me. Observing Chen Feng's troubled expression, Yafei spoke with regret. In truth, today is not entirely out of the question. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Chen Feng's mind. Gazing at Yafei before him, a faint smile graced his lips as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Ah! Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yafei's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushing with increasing embarrassment, as if she found it somewhat difficult to accept. Chen Feng, are you truly in distress? After a moment's hesitation, Yafei regarded Chen Feng with a look of determination. Yes, I am quite agitated at the moment. In response, Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. I have heard that holding in such feelings can be detrimental to one's health. What if it leads to dire consequences? Yafei, you surely do not wish to live in solitude, do you? Live in solitude. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yafei could no longer afford to be negligent. She nodded to Chen Feng, very well. Subsequently, Chen Feng took a seat by the bedside. Chapter 32, The Captivation of Chen Feng and His First Encounter with Xiao Sununner. A moment later, Chen Feng emerged from Yafei's chamber, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. Although still somewhat inexperienced, his technique surpassed that of Yinran by a considerable margin. Reflecting on the exquisite experience he had just undergone, Chen Feng offered a candid assessment. Shortly thereafter, he settled into a guest room not far from Yafei's quarters. Having indulged in pleasure for the past few days, he realized his cultivation had stagnated. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to break through to the rank of 7-star Dou Master. Gently, Chen Feng sat cross-legged upon the bed, retrieving a magic core from his storage ring. With both hands clasped around it, he began to circulate the swallowing yuan decision. After previously assimilating the medicinal power within him, he sensed he was on the brink of achieving the 7-star Dou Master level. This time, he intended to make a decisive breakthrough. As he activated the swallowing yuan decision, a force of absorption emanated from his palms, enveloping the magic core entirely. Under the influence of this consuming power, strands of pure energy were drawn into Chen Feng's body, transforming into refined Dou Qi. While Chen Feng was engrossed in his cultivation, a mysterious shadow stealthily entered the room, merging seamlessly with the darkness, silent as a specter. What is this entity doing? Is it attempting to absorb the energy from the magic core? Observing Chen Feng as he practiced the swallowing yuan decision, a flicker of surprise crossed the shadow's eyes. Magic cores, also known as magic crystals or the embryonic form of spiritual pills in the Dou Qi continent, are energy nuclei found within magical beasts, teeming with violent natural energies. Even a Dou Wang would hesitate to recklessly absorb such chaotic energies, fearing the risk of bodily explosion. Moreover, even those with cultivation levels surpassing Dou Wang would avoid directly absorbing the energy from a magic core due to its tumultuous nature, which could easily disrupt their Dou Qi. This cumbersome endeavor was clearly unwise. What kind of technique is this? It can directly consume the energy from the magic core? The shadow watched Chen Feng, who was immersed in his training, with a tumult of astonishment brewing within. In the Dou Qi continent, there exists a plethora of techniques, including some rare methods capable of utilizing the energy from magic cores. However, such techniques are likely classified as high-level Earth tier or even legendary Heaven tier. How could an inconsequential disciple of Yinran sect possess such a high-level Earth tier technique? The shadow was filled with shock, its gaze fixed on the young man before it, greed flickering in its eyes. High-level Earth tier techniques are exceedingly precious, even among ancient clans, and certainly not something a mere Dou Huang could claim. In the northwestern region of this continent, a Dou Huang might be considered formidable, capable of wreaking havoc. Yet, in the presence of the ancient clans, such status holds little significance. If I could acquire the techniques possessed by this young man, my cultivation would undoubtedly ascend rapidly, elevating my standing within the clan. The shadow contemplated this, feeling a surge of excitement within. Subsequently, he gazed at Chen Feng, who was immersed in his cultivation, and quietly approached him. Chen Feng, fully absorbed in the operation of the swallowing yuan technique, suddenly sensed an unusual presence within his exceptionally keen soul. Who is it? The moment he opened his eyes and beheld the shadow that had appeared before him, Chen Feng was startled, fear gripping his heart, and he instinctively shouted. The shadow paid no heed to Chen Feng, and before he could react, struck him down with a single palm, rendering him unconscious. You can blame yourself for provoking my lady. I hope you can preserve your life. Reflecting on the cultivation technique Chen Feng had just practiced, the shadow felt a strong temptation and swiftly vanished from the room. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly after the shadow's disappearance, hurried footsteps echoed. Chen Feng, are you all right? A voice filled with concern, belonging to Ye Fei, resounded from outside, evidently awakened by Chen Feng's earlier shout. Creak. Seeing that no one responded within, Ye Fei, filled with anxiety, pushed open the door and entered. Where is he? Upon discovering Chen Feng's absence, Ye Fei's countenance shifted dramatically. Oh no, something has happened to Chen Feng. The memory of that shout ignited a sense of urgency in her heart, and her expression darkened. Who could it be? Who could it possibly be? Moments later, the entire Meitel auction house was thrown into disarray as people began searching throughout the city of Wutan for any trace of Chen Feng. In the dead of night, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting its luminous rays down upon the entire back mountain of the Xiao family. Ugh, my head hurts. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng slowly regained consciousness, a sharp pain in his head leaving him somewhat dazed. Suddenly recalling the shadow, he jolted awake and surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a stone wall entwined with vines, the space rather confined. Is this a cave? A torch flickered in front of him, illuminating the scene. Observing his surroundings, Chen Feng felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Bound. A cave? Has someone kidnapped me? The ropes binding Chen Feng were made of an unknown material, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Frowning, he thought of the shadow that had appeared in his room. Who could it be? The ability to knock him out in an instant left no doubt about the shadow's formidable strength. Undoubtedly, a powerful individual. However, the extent of that strength was beyond Chen Feng's comprehension. What a ridiculous powerhouse, ambushing a mere Dou Master like me. It is utterly outrageous. The throbbing pain at the back of his head fueled his anger. He glanced around the damp cave, clearly devoid of any inhabitants. It seems they have merely left me here for the time being. Though trapped, Chen Feng remained utterly unperturbed. The fact that his captors had not taken his life suggested they harbored some ulterior motive. With this in mind, he chose to patiently await their arrival. Entering the confines of his system space, Chen Feng beheld the 9-star Dou Zong experience card, which instilled a sense of calm within him. Should he find himself facing a life-threatening crisis, he would not hesitate to employ this hidden card. After a brief moment of tranquil anticipation, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from outside the cave, followed by the faint sound of footsteps approaching. They have arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Feng immediately sharpened his focus, pondering if the mastermind behind this plot might be a woman. As the footsteps drew nearer, he caught a glimpse of the visitor illuminated by the flickering firelight. Before him appeared a slender figure adorned in a simple purple garment, lacking in ostentation, yet exuding an inherent nobility that seemed to resonate with the very heavens. Her long, dark tresses were loosely bound by a delicate lavender ribbon, cascading gracefully along her enchanting silhouette. When a gentle breeze swept through, her hair danced ethereally, embodying an otherworldly grace akin to that of a celestial being inadvertently fallen to earth, evoking an aura of unapproachable serenity. Chapter 33. The Revenge of Xiao. Sooner the dim light of the fire enveloped the young girl, creating the illusion of a purple lotus blooming in the mundane world, pure and exquisite, untouched by dust. As the girl in the purple attire approached, her features and figure became increasingly distinct, and a flash of astonishment crossed Chen Feng's eyes. What a beautiful maiden! It is astonishing that such extraordinary beauty exists in this small city of Wutan. The girl in purple, though still slightly immature in appearance, had already begun to reveal an enchanting allure. In the future, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. Why was such a stunning figure not mentioned in the original text? Chen Feng's gaze followed the girl in purple as she approached, speculating about her identity. It was evident that she was the mastermind behind the events unfolding before him. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not recall any memories of this girl in purple, nor could he understand how he had offended her. At that moment, Chen Feng's expression sharpened, astonishment flickering across his face. As the girl drew nearer, He noticed a strange shadow lurking behind her, seemingly merging with the darkness. Had he not come close, he would have been oblivious to its presence. Upon seeing this shadow, Chen Feng's pupils constricted. He immediately recognized it as the figure that had infiltrated his room and knocked him unconscious. How could this shadow have entered his chamber so stealthily, employing such eerie techniques? Although he had not faced it directly, Chen Feng could sense that the shadow's power was extraordinarily formidable. He cast another glance at the girl in purple. This shadow, so powerful, appeared to be under her command, which left Chen Feng somewhat astonished. It seemed this girl in purple was of considerable significance. Yet, why had this extraordinary maiden set her sights on him? This girl in purple was none other than Sununner, the proud daughter of the ancient clan. At this moment, as she gazed at the bound Chen Feng, memories of her brother Xiao Yan's earlier humiliation at his hands flickered through her mind, and a glint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. How dare you humiliate my brother Xiao Yan in such a manner? I, Sununner, shall not let you escape unpunished. Observing the chill emanating from her gaze, Chen Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. It was clear that this woman harbored significant animosity towards him. This only deepened his confusion, prompting him to scrutinize the girl in purple more closely. Unable to refrain from speaking, I am Chen Feng of the middle family. May I inquire your esteemed name and how I might have offended you? Upon hearing this, Sununner cast a glance at Chen Feng. Her voice light, yet tinged with a hint of indifference, resonating softly. A mere scion of the middle family is hardly worthy of knowing my name. At her words, Chen Feng felt a surge of irritation, his eyelids twitching. What an arrogant woman, despite having already surmised her noble background and distinguished identity. The blatant disdain she exhibited left him feeling quite displeased. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, he did not outwardly exhibit it. From the calm and indifferent tone of the other party, Chen Feng discerned no hint of disdain. It seemed as if the individual was merely stating a fact, devoid of any boastful embellishments. To them, the middle family appeared to be nothing more than an inconsequential entity. This revelation left Chen Feng increasingly astonished. After all, the middle family was one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire. Who, within the Gamma Empire, would dare to underestimate the middle family? Unless, suddenly, an idea struck Chen Feng, and his gaze fixed intently on the girl in the purple attire before him, giving rise to a conjecture. Could it be that this girl in purple was Sununner? As his thoughts began to flow, clarity flooded his mind. It had to be her. In this Wutan City, there could be no other girl of such extraordinary beauty and remarkable background, except for Sununner, the prodigy of the ancient clan. Of course, what further solidified Chen Feng's suspicions was the ominous shadow lurking behind her. That shadow must be the strongest Dou Huang of the ancient clan, Ling Ying, if he recalled correctly. In the original text, it was mentioned that Ling Ying practiced a technique that excelled in concealment, remaining in the shadows to protect Sununner. What a disgrace! A dignified Dou Huang strongman resorting to ambushing a mere Dou-sher like myself. Chen Feng silently cursed, feeling a sharp pain still radiating from the back of his head. Upon realizing the identity of the girl in purple, Chen Feng began to grasp the reason for her aggression towards him. Undoubtedly, Sununner was retaliating for Xiao Yan. It was evident that she was already aware of Xiao Yan's humiliation of being rejected today. Beyond that, Chen Feng could not fathom any other motive for Sununner's actions against him. Sununner coldly scrutinized Chen Feng for a while, seemingly deliberating on how to deal with him. Uncle Ling, cripple his cultivation, she said after a moment, her voice devoid of warmth. In Sununner's eyes, the reason for Xiao Yan's disgrace was simply due to his low cultivation, leading to disdain from his fiancée, Nalan Yanran, and contempt from the likes of Chen Feng. Thus, she resolved to cripple Chen Feng's abilities, rendering him a complete waste. In doing so, Chen Feng's fate would mirror that of Xiao Yan, transformed from a once prominent figure into a subject of ridicule. Sununner believed this to be the most fitting form of retribution, allowing him to experience the torment that her brother Xiao Yan had once endured. That would be justice. Upon hearing Sununner's words, Chen Feng felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him. He stared at her, nearly bursting into expletives. This woman was willing to do anything for Xiao Yan. Simply because Xiao Yan had been insulted, she had dragged him here in the dead of night. In this moment, the malevolence of wishing to forsake one's own cultivation is truly despicable. At this instant, Chen Feng vowed to ensure that Sununner would regret making such a decision. Yes, miss. As soon as Xiao Sununner finished speaking, a shadow emerged slowly, unhesitatingly advancing towards Chen Feng. Wait, Chen Feng quickly interjected. Might you enlighten me as to why you wish to treat me in this manner? It would help me understand the situation. While speaking, Chen Feng's mind delved into the system space, prepared to activate the 9-star Dou Zone experience card at any moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sununner regarded Chen Feng with a hint of surprise. His expression remained remarkably calm. This fellow possesses a certain audacity, even in such dire circumstances. He does not plead for mercy. Naturally, Xiao Sununner would choose not to reveal her identity, although she holds the middle family in disdain. The Xiao family is a formidable entity that one cannot afford to offend. After all, she cannot inadvertently attract a great enemy for the Xiao family. Chapter 34. Activate the 9-star Dou Zone card. Xiao Sununner was left in shock. You have offended someone you ought not to have. Xiao Sununner gazed at Chen Feng, remaining silent for a moment before coldly uttering a phrase. Someone I should not have offended? Is that referring to Xiao Yan, that useless individual with merely 3 stages of Dou Qi? Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept into Chen Feng's heart. Xiao Sununner truly embodies the essence of a sycophant. Xiao Yan endured some grievances during the day, and now, under the cover of night, she rushes to avenge him. Observing Xiao Sununner's frigid demeanor, a flicker of anger ignited within Chen Feng. This is what you have compelled me to do. Initially, Chen Feng had intended to sever ties after the annulment and swiftly return to Yunlan's sect to marry Nalan Yanran. As for Xiao Yan, Chen Feng had no intention of pursuing him further. They would each go their separate ways, free from interference. However, now Xiao Sununner had taken the initiative to strike at him for Xiao Yan's sake. She even aimed to cripple his cultivation. In the Dou Qi continent, a person without cultivation is rendered utterly powerless. Xiao Sununner's actions are nothing short of malicious. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he regarded the aloof Xiao Sununner, sneering, I hope you will not regret today's events. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sununner furrowed her delicate brows, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping into her heart. Could this person possibly have some hidden support? But soon, she dismissed the thought. What could a mere miter family possibly rely on? With the limited perspective of this individual, he could not fathom the terrifying nature of her background. If he were to comprehend it, he would likely be on his knees, begging for mercy in a state of panic. Nevertheless, she was not one to indulge in such trivialities. She had no interest in hearing Chen Feng plead for his life. Her beautiful eyes lingered on him for a moment, as if she were observing an insignificant insect. Uncle Ing, proceed, she said indifferently, losing all interest in Chen Feng, turning away to leave the cave. As she issued her command, the shadowy figure slowly advanced toward Chen Feng. At such a young age, he had already reached the rank of 6-star Dou Master. A prodigy indeed within the Jiama Empire. What a pity. The shadow contemplated the peculiar cultivation method Chen Feng had practiced earlier. With Chen Feng's talent and that strange technique, he could potentially become a formidable figure in the future. Yet now, having offended the young lady, it would truly take a divine intervention to save him. He thought to himself that he must extract that peculiar technique from this young man. If he could obtain it, his own strength would surely see rapid enhancement. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly froze, his gaze becoming dazed as he looked at Chen Feng. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Feng. Bang! Confronted by this sudden and terrifying pressure, the shadow was caught off guard and was violently hurled away, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cave. At that moment, Chen Feng, who had activated the 9-star Dou Zone experience card, was overwhelmed with excitement as he felt the terrifying power surging within him. Is this the might of a 9-star Dou Zone? Truly formidable. Subsequently, Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon Ling Ying, who had been sent flying not far away, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You wish to waste me? By all means, give it a try. Ling Ying struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with horror as he beheld Chen Feng, his mind a blank slate. What is happening? Just a moment ago, Chen Feng was but an insignificant 6-star Dou Master. Why has he now unleashed such a terrifying aura? This power is at least that of a Dou Zone. Ling Ying, hailing from an ancient clan, had seen much in his life, yet the transformation occurring in Chen Feng left him utterly baffled. What on earth is taking place? However, Chen Feng afforded him no further time for contemplation. The duration of the 9-star Dou Zone card is limited, and he did not wish to squander a single moment. In an instant, Chen Feng moved with incredible speed, becoming a mere shadow as he approached Ling Ying. Ling Ying, paralyzed by fear, could not move beneath the overwhelming pressure. "Miss, run!" In a moment of peril, he could only shout towards the cave's entrance. Bang! The next instant, Ling Ying felt a sudden blackout, consciousness slipping away. Quite loyal. Indeed. Chen Feng looked at the unconscious Ling Ying with a sense of satisfaction. This was for your earlier offense. He then seized the now unconscious Ling Ying and swiftly departed the cave. Run? I wonder where you could flee to. Before a 9-star dozo. A mere Xiao Sununner is but an easy target. Once Xiao Sununner left the cave, she made her way down the mountain. Xiao Yan must be feeling quite distressed at this moment. Recalling the humiliation and ridicule Xiao Yan had suffered earlier, a pang of sympathy washed over her. She intended to visit him after descending the mountain to offer some comfort. Just then, a tremendous pressure emanated from the mountain behind her, causing her to gasp in shock. This is from the direction of the cave. Xiao Sununner turned pale as she gazed at the source of this aura, disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. This energy is certainly not from Uncle Ling. Then who could it be? Could it be a powerful figure come to rescue my tell Chen Feng? The thought of Chen Feng's calm demeanor earlier crossed her mind. Miss, run. The next moment, Ling Ying's desperate voice echoed from the cave. Uncle Ling. Upon hearing Ling Ying's voice, Xiao Sununner turned ashen, her expression grave. This suddenly appearing powerhouse is even beyond Uncle Ying's capabilities? With no time to hesitate, Xiao Sununner immediately turned and fled down the mountain. However, before she could venture too far, a figure swiftly descended from the mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, it stood before Xiao Sununner. Run, do you truly believe you can escape? Chen Feng, gripping Ling Ying with one hand, regarded the now visibly flustered Xiao Sununner with a mocking gaze. You, how is this possible? The moment she realized that the figure blocking her path was none other than Chen Feng, Xiao Sununner's expression transformed, her face registering disbelief. She had anticipated a formidable ally coming to her aid, yet she never imagined that the strong presence would be Chen Feng himself. I warned you. You would come to regret this. Observing the calmness and indifference that had previously adorned Xiao Sununner's face now replaced by panic and incredulity, Chen Feng felt a surge of satisfaction within. What do you intend to do? As she watched Chen Feng approach her slowly, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, Xiao Sununner finally began to feel a sense of unease. My tell Chen Feng, I warn you, release Uncle Ling, and I shall let this matter pass, otherwise. Perhaps recalling the formidable influence behind her, Xiao Sununner suddenly felt a flicker of confidence as she issued a threat to Chen Feng. Chapter 35, Captivating Xiao Sununner, Mastering Ling Ying. What happens if not? As he gazed at Xiao Sununner, who still dared to threaten him at this moment, a cold smile crept upon Chen Feng's lips. This woman had just attempted to cripple his cultivation with such malevolent tactics. Naturally, Chen Feng could not let her off the hook. Mighty Chen Feng, I warn you. Xiao Sununner attempted to utter further words, but Chen Feng had lost his patience. How tiresome. The time for the experience card was limited, and he had no time to engage further with this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng grasped Ling Ying's body and swiftly approached Xiao Sununner. You. Upon seeing Chen Feng's rapid approach, Xiao Sununner's expression changed dramatically, her delicate face betraying a hint of panic. Bang! Before Xiao Sununner could react, she felt a heavy blow to her forehead and instantly lost consciousness. I had warned you. You would come to regret it. Chen Feng, cradling Xiao Sununner's limp form, gazed upon her exquisite, fair cheek, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. The 9-star Dou Zone experience card was, without a doubt, Chen Feng's most formidable trump card. He had intended to reserve it for a pivotal moment, but had been forced to use it prematurely due to Xiao Sununner's relentless pressure. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for Chen Feng. Having squandered a crucial card, he would not easily forgive Xiao Sununner. With a flicker of thought, Chen Feng communicated with the Qinquan treasure box, unceremoniously depositing the unconscious Ling Ying and Xiao Sununner inside. After completing this task, his gaze suddenly flicked toward the direction of the Xiao family's rear courtyard, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes, followed by a dawning realization. It seemed that the aura emanating from him had been sensed by that old fellow, Yao Chun. He must be utterly terrified at this moment. A slight smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he vanished from the Xiao family's back mountain. In the rear courtyard of the Xiao family, in Xiao Yan's chamber, there is a response. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon his bed, carefully sensing the changes within his body, feeling a surge of heat arising from within, his face alight with anticipation. He had already consumed the elixir that Chen Feng had provided him. Although harboring some skepticism, Xiao Yan was predominantly filled with hope. No one wishes to remain a worthless being for all eternity, and Xiao Yan was no exception. Gifted with a naturally powerful soul force and exceptional talent, his greatest desire was to become an unparalleled powerhouse. However, due to issues with his physique, his cultivation had stagnated at the third stage of Dou Qi, which left Xiao Yan profoundly dissatisfied. The elixir brought by Chen Feng had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Despite his doubts, he had unhesitatingly consumed the elixir upon his return. Shortly after Xiao Yan ingested the elixir, he finally began to feel a change within. An intense heat coursed through his body. This sensation of heat instantly exhilarated Xiao Yan. The presence of a response indicated that the elixir was indeed effective for his body. But why was the heat intensifying? As time passed, Xiao Yan gradually sensed something amiss. It felt as though a fiery blaze was igniting within his body, rendering him exceedingly hot. Gradually, he began to exhale heated breaths, his complexion turning a vivid crimson. This cannot continue. If it does, my body will surely explode. Ultimately, Xiao Yan could no longer bear it. He hurriedly dashed to a corner of the wall and swiftly unfastened his trousers. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glimmer of eerie light flickered in the ring he held, vanishing in an instant. When Chen Feng reappeared, he had already arrived at the Meitel auction house estate. "Sister Yafei, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need to worry about me." Observing Yafei anxiously searching for him, Chen Feng sent a calming thought her way. With a focused intent, he communicated with the Qianquan treasure box, bringing the unconscious Sununner and Ling Ying into the small world within. The Qianquan treasure box contained a miniature realm capable of housing living beings. However, this did not imply that Chen Feng could arbitrarily draw individuals into it. They must willingly release their resistance. Only then, as was the case with the unconscious Sununner and Ling Ying, could he transport them into the small world. With a flash of ethereal light, Chen Feng cradled Sununner in his arms while holding Ling Ying aloft, appearing directly within the small world. This realm autonomously absorbed the energies of heaven and earth from the outside world. After such a considerable passage of time, this small world, now only the size of a plaza, was filled with the energies of heaven and earth. Even while cultivating within this sanctuary, the abundance of energy was ample for Chen Feng's needs. Time was of the essence. A mere incense stick's length of time was swiftly approaching its end, and Chen Feng dared not delay. Otherwise, when Ling Ying awakened, it would be too late. He gently placed Sununner on the ground, and with a focused thought, he retrieved a delicate jade vial, pouring out a black elixir from within. This black elixir was none other than the puppet pill rewarded by the system when Nalan Yanran became pregnant. Primary puppet pill. Living beings below the Dozong realm who consume this pill will unconditionally obey the host and retain their original memories. Indeed, Chen Feng intended to administer this primary puppet pill to Ling Ying. His prior decision not to eliminate Ling Ying stemmed from this very intention. Now, having already utilized his greatest trump card, the 9-star Dozong card, Chen Feng felt a lack of security. If he could gain control over this Dou Huang powerhouse, he could continue to traverse the Jiama Empire with ease. Ling Ying, being a 9-star Dou Huang, meant that as long as no Dozong appeared, no one within the entire Jiama Empire could harm Chen Feng. Trading a mere experience card for a 9-star Dou Huang was hardly a loss. A cold smirk crept across Chen Feng's lips as he pried open Ling Ying's mouth and directly inserted the primary puppet pill. In order to prevent Ling Ying from awakening before the pill's effects could take hold, Chen Feng swiftly struck the back of his head once more. Now, all that remains is to await the manifestation of the medicine's effects. Contemplating the efficacy of the puppeteer pill, Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation within. Should it prove successful, he would possess a formidable ally of the Dou Huang rank at his disposal. This would liberate him from the constraints that had previously hindered his endeavors. Finally, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the presently unconscious Sununner. Perhaps due to the earlier fright, even in her stupor, a trace of panic lingered on her exquisitely delicate face. Sununner had always exuded an aura of aloof elegance. Yet, witnessing her in this rare, vulnerable state revealed an enchanting charm all its own. Having lost a Dozong experience card in vain, I must recoup my losses tenfold from you. Observing Sununner's breathtaking beauty and graceful figure, A sly smile unconsciously crept upon Chen Feng's lips. This is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Chapter 36. Xiao Sununner's secret stash. Gazing upon the delicate and endearing visage of Xiao Sununner, it was difficult for Chen Feng to reconcile her with the cold, haughty demeanor she had previously exhibited. His eyes roamed over her exquisite figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such a form, indeed, was pleasing to behold. Having spared Xiao Sununner's life, Chen Feng had no intention of allowing her to depart. After all, she was the cherished daughter of an ancient clan, and permitting her to leave would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. With his current strength, he could not possibly contend with the formidable ancient clan. This was precisely why he had chosen to keep both Ling Ying and Xiao Sununner in his custody. A behemoth like the ancient clan likely possessed means to discern whether Xiao Sununner and Ling Ying still lived. Should they perish, the ancient clan would undoubtedly become aware of it. As a scion of unparalleled bloodline and the clan leader's daughter, Xiao Sununner was of immeasurable value. Her demise would surely incite the ancient clan's wrath, and Gu Yuan might even unleash destruction upon the entire Jaimar Empire. Such repercussions were beyond Chen Feng's capacity to bear. Therefore, imprisoning Xiao Sununner and controlling Ling Ying was the most prudent course of action. However, he would not keep her without purpose. Chen Feng knelt, his hand gently caressing Xiao Sununner's tender cheek, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Within this small world, as long as Chen Feng remained alive, Xiao Sununner would never escape. In essence, she had fallen into his grasp, destined to become a caged canary. With Chen Feng as her master, as her owner, her duty would be to entertain him daily. Possessing the multiplicity system, Chen Feng understood that the swiftest path to strength lay in procreation. Yet, he was also a connoisseur of beauty, and ordinary women did not pique his interest. The stunningly beautiful Xiao Sununner certainly stirred his heart. Since he had resolved to prevent her departure, it would be more advantageous for her to bear his children here. Each child born would yield a system reward. 1 child, 1 reward. 2 children, 2 rewards. 3. This approach could entirely compensate for his losses today. In fact, as soon as Xiao Sununner bore him a child, Chen Feng would recoup his investment. Contemplating this, his gaze upon Xiao Sununner intensified with fervor. Yet, despite his stirring desires, Chen Feng was not one to act impulsively. The matter of childbirth could wait. Although Ling Ying had ingested the puppet pill, Chen Feng was still unaware of the precise circumstances. Should she awaken mid-process, it would lead to an awkward situation. Recalling the moment he had been interrupted by Yun, he still felt a chill run down his spine. That incident had nearly rendered him impotent and had left a lingering shadow over him. He would not repeat the same folly. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to admire Xiao Sununner's enchanting form while patiently awaiting the effects of the puppet pill. As the esteemed daughter of an ancient clan, it is only natural to possess a wealth of exquisite treasures. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze shifted towards Xiao Sununner's spatial ring, and he deftly removed it. At this moment, the time for the experience card had not yet elapsed, and with Chen Feng's prowess as a 9-star Dou Zone, he effortlessly broke through the restrictions within. To his astonishment, it was indeed a high-grade spatial ring, befitting the remarkable talent of the ancient clan's noble daughter. In the Duki continent, such spatial devices are not possessions that just anyone can acquire. Even Chen Feng, as a true disciple of the Yunlan sect and a direct descendant of the middle family, only possessed a basic spatial ring. The value of this basic ring pales in comparison to the high-grade ring in Xiao Sununner's possession. Subsequently, Chen Feng delved into the ring with his spiritual energy to examine its contents. A moment later, he withdrew his consciousness, wearing a hint of excitement on his face. Xiao Sununner truly lived up to her status as a daughter of the ancient clan. The cultivation resources within were extraordinarily lavish. Essentials such as techniques, combat skills, and medicinal pills were all present, and predominantly of high quality. Among them were earth-level techniques, earth-level combat skills, and high-tier medicinal pills. These treasures were indeed a boon for him. Chen Feng stowed the ring away with a smile, feeling that this time he had truly struck gold. The treasury of this ancient clan's young lady was indeed bountiful. Regarding techniques, he had already acquired the swallowing yuan decision, so he had no need for more. However, in terms of combat skills, he currently only possessed a high-level Xiantier thunder gun technique. This had been Chen Feng's weakness, but now, with the treasures from Xiao Sununner's small treasury, he would be able to remedy this shortcoming. As for the other cultivation resources within, they would also serve him significantly. The swallowing yuan decision required energy entities to enhance his cultivation, and these resources were perfectly suited for his needs. As time passed, the incense burned down, and the duration of the 9-star Dou Zong experience card finally came to an end. Chen Feng's cultivation level instantly reverted to that of a 6-star Dou Shi. Feeling the powerful energy dissipating within him, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, he was aware that this power did not truly belong to him. With the multitude of blessings system, he would soon reach the Dou Zong realm as well. Suddenly, a glimmer of joy appeared on Chen Feng's face as he hurriedly sat down, channeling the Dou Qi within him. Boom! Before long, a muffled sound erupted within him, and his aura surged. He had broken through. Slowly opening his eyes, a smile graced his features. He had not anticipated that experiencing the power of the 9-star Dou Zong would grant him insights, allowing him to break through to the 7-star Dou Shi realm. This was indeed an unexpected gain. After an indeterminate amount of time, Sununner, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly emitted a delicate moan before gradually regaining consciousness. "Miss Sununner, you are awake?" As her beautiful eyes gently fluttered open, Sununner was met with the sight of Chen Feng's mischievous grin. A flurry of memories rushed through her mind from before her unconsciousness, and her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly sat up. "Tell Chen Feng, what do you intend to do?" First, she assessed her own condition, and upon confirming that her attire was intact, she let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the sight of Chen Feng brought forth a wave of anxiety, compelling her to retreat, distancing herself from him. "What do I want?" "Naturally, I have intentions towards you," Chen Feng replied with a hint of mockery in his voice, amused by the panic evident on Sununner's delicate face as he gradually approached her. Feeling the pressure of Chen Feng's advancing presence, Sununner steeled her resolve. A surge of fighting spirit coursed through her, and she unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Chen Feng. "A mere fighter's strength is no match for me." Observing Sununner's desperate attack, Chen Feng merely scoffed. With a flicker of lightning in his palm, he countered with a forceful blow that struck her squarely in the chest, sending her flying. According to the timeline, Sununner's prowess in the original narrative had yet to surpass that of a fighter. However, the strength she displayed at this moment had already reached the level of a 3-star fighter, indicating that she had concealed her true abilities. Yet, despite this revelation, she remained outmatched against the 7-star fighter, Chen Feng. Chapter 37. The humiliation of Sununner. Sununner was sent flying by a powerful blow, her delicate lips instantly spilling a trickle of crimson blood. Clumsily, she rose to her feet, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon Chen Feng, struggling to accept the reality of her defeat. Who was she? The esteemed young lady of the ancient clan, nurtured in luxury since childhood, where every member of her family catered to her every whim. Even the clan leader, Gu Yuan, and the elders showered her with affection, cradling her as if she were a fragile treasure, terrified she might be harmed. Upon arriving at the Xiao family, she was met with utmost reverence from the entire upper echelon. Yet now, she found herself struck down by a mere man, and within this insignificant realm of the Jamadi kingdom. "How dare you harm me?" Sununner glared at Chen Feng, her eyes cold and piercing, as if she were a divine being judging a wretched demon. It seemed that in her eyes, Chen Feng's infliction of pain upon her was an unforgivable transgression. And what of it? Observing her unwaveringly haughty demeanor, Chen Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This woman was truly naive, evidently oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. At this moment, she remained unaware of her precarious situation. For reasons unknown, her elevated and aloof stance, as if all else were but mere ants beneath her, stirred a sense of displeasure within Chen Feng. "I shall not only harm you, but will also relish in playing with you henceforth." Chen Feng advanced towards Sununner, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "You dare?" As Chen Feng approached, Sununner's expression shifted, panic flickering in her eyes, yet she feigned composure. "Mighty Chen Feng, do you know my true identity? Should you dare to lay a hand on me, it will bring calamity upon the Mitre family." As she retreated, she issued her warning, attempting to instill a sense of trepidation in Chen Feng. "Your true identity? You mean the ancient clan behind you?" At her words, Chen Feng halted, speaking slowly. In the original narrative, Sununner maintained a distant demeanor towards everyone except Xiao Yan, embodying an extreme aloofness. Her arrogance stemmed from her lineage. Being part of the ancient clan, combined with her extraordinary bloodline and unparalleled talent. As the pride of the ancient clan, Sununner was indeed a prominent figure among the elite of the Duki continent, possessing every reason to be proud among her peers. However, Chen Feng had resolved to shatter the pride that resided within Sununner today. How do you know this? Upon hearing Chen Feng unveil her identity, Sununner was utterly taken aback. Her origins were a secret even to the entirety of the Xiao family. How could this individual from the Mitre family possibly know? I not only know that you hail from the ancient clan, but I also recognize you as the esteemed daughter of Gu Yuan, the leader of the ancient clan. You arrived at the Xiao family with the intention of stealing the precious imperial jade they possessed. Observing the shock etched upon Sununner's face, Chen Feng continued. Who are you really? As Chen Feng revealed his secrets, Sununner's heart sank deeper into unease, her delicate features reflecting sheer horror. Who was this person? How could he know everything about her? Even the clandestine purpose of her visit to the Xiao household. Feeling the mocking glint in Chen Feng's eyes, Sununner felt her composure wane, as if she were laid bare before him. As she struggled to maintain her facade, a flicker of satisfaction coursed through Chen Feng. Let us see how you uphold your aloof goddess persona now. At her tender age of nearly 15, Sununner insisted on maintaining an icy demeanor in front of others. Which irked Chen Feng. What repulsed him further was her cold goddess attitude towards everyone. While in front of Xiao Yan, she transformed into a complete sycophant. The moment Xiao Yan faced any distress, she would rush in like a rabid dog. Had Chen Feng transmigrated as Xiao Yan, perhaps he might have developed a fondness for Sununner. Alas, he was not Xiao Yan. Instead of affection, he harbored a profound disdain for her. Despite her exquisite beauty, he had never entertained any thoughts of pursuing her since arriving in Wutan City. Had she not instigated him and sought to ruthlessly cripple his cultivation, he would not have been so infuriated. Even now, his desires were limited to her physical form. His sole objective was to compel Sununner to bear him a child, a means of compensating for the losses he incurred. The notion of affection was utterly absent. The very thought of Sununner sending Ling Ying to ambush him, with intentions of crippling his cultivation, ignited a deep-seated urge for revenge within him. Reflecting on the night's events, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, Sununner had merely instructed Ling Ying to capture him. Had Ling Ying struck him down on the spot, he would have surely perished, deprived even of the chance to activate his 9-star Dou Zong experience card. Who am I? Chen Feng approached Sununner, towering over her. Remember this, from now on, I am your master. Impudent. Sununner felt a profound insult at Chen Feng's words, launching another assault against him. Truly unteachable, he thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he effortlessly seized her delicate wrist. With a resounding slap, he struck her tender face, leaving a vivid imprint upon her alabaster skin as she fell to the ground, her poise shattered. She glared fiercely at Chen Feng, consumed by an overwhelming rage. Never before in her life had she felt such a desire to take another's life. As she beheld the condescending expression on Chen Feng's face, looking down upon her, Sununner felt an insatiable humiliation, her teeth clenched in fury. Should she find an opportunity, she would stop at nothing to eliminate Chen Feng. So, do you wish to kill me? Chen Feng slowly crouched down, grasping Sununner's delicate chin. I have warned you before, you will come to regret this. This is the price of provoking me. A profound sense of shame engulfed Sununner as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng. Her eyes filled with a piercing malice, yet her lips remained tightly sealed, not uttering a word. Having learned her lesson twice, she was acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Chen Feng. To act recklessly would only result in her own detriment. Do not look at me that way. If you obey me from now on, I shall treat you well. Noticing Sununner had calmed down, Chen Feng finally released her. To dismantle her opponent's pride was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a short span of time. However, since Sununner had already fallen into her grasp, Chen Feng had all the time and means necessary to ensure her compliance. At that moment, Sununner's gaze suddenly sharpened as she noticed Ling Ying lying nearby. Chapter 38 Uncle Ling. Please take action and eliminate him. Upon glancing at Ling Ying beside her, Sununner was momentarily taken aback before swiftly rushing over. Uncle Ling, please wake up. Realizing that Ling Ying was still alive, a wave of joy surged within her heart, prompting her to vigorously shake his body. As long as Ling Ying remained unharmed, there might still be a chance for her salvation. Ling Ying, a formidable fighter at the Emperor Dou level, would effortlessly suppress Chen Feng once he regained consciousness. Regarding the terrifying power Chen Feng had previously exhibited, Sununner speculated that he must have employed some secret technique. If he truly possessed such strength, he would not have been easily captured by Ling Ying. As a young lady of an ancient clan, Sununner was well-versed and astute. Although somewhat astonished by the might of Chen Feng's secret technique, her knowledge led her to deduce that such techniques could not be employed lightly. Stop shaking him. He won't awaken anytime soon. Observing Sununner's actions, Chen Feng could discern her thoughts. An involuntary cold chuckle escaped him as he subtly sensed the puppet pill beginning to exert its power. In an inexplicable manner, he felt a connection forming between himself and Ling Ying. At this moment, it seemed he held dominion over Ling Ying's life and death. The potency of the puppet pill was truly remarkable. No wonder it was a product of the system. Chen Feng marveled internally. With but a single pill, one could command the life of a powerful Emperor Dou. Furthermore, it could even manipulate his thoughts, rendering him unconditionally obedient. Such a pill was undeniably extraordinary. If he were to acquire several more of these, he would be invincible. Remarkably, this was merely an elementary puppet pill, yet it was capable of controlling an Emperor Dou. Familiar with the narrative tropes of online literature, Chen Feng could almost predict the existence of intermediate and advanced puppet pills beyond this basic version. If an elementary puppet pill could govern the life of an Emperor Dou, could an advanced one control a Dou Zun, or even a Dou Sheng? With this thought, anticipation brewed within Chen Feng. He wondered if the system's rewards would include advanced puppet pills upon the birth of his first child. What have you done to Uncle Ling? At that moment, after shaking Ling Ying for a considerable time without any response, Sununner turned and questioned Chen Feng. She could vaguely sense that something was amiss with Ling Ying, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her heart, as though something ominous was about to unfold. Rest assured, I shall not harm him. He will live quite well, Chen Feng replied with a meaningful smile. He too was eager to see how Ling Ying would regard him once he fully absorbed the effects of the puppet pill. The effects of the puppet pill would not erase Ling Ying's memories or consciousness. He would retain the thoughts of a normal person. Observing Ling Ying's prior demeanor, it was evident that he held an unwavering loyalty to Sununner, even reminding her to flee in the face of death. Chen Feng was intrigued by how the puppet pill would ultimately brainwash Ling Ying. To compel an individual who was once a staunch devotee of Sununner to submit unconditionally is no small feat. Observing the smile etched upon Chen Feng's face, a chill inexplicably coursed through Sununner's heart, as if foreboding a dreadful event was imminent. I cannot remain passive. Noticing that Chen Feng seemed disinclined to take further action, Sununner began to survey her surroundings with a keen eye. What is this place? Yet, as she discerned the environment surrounding her, she was rendered utterly speechless, her exquisite countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. She had presumed that she had been brought to a clandestine location by Chen Feng. However, now faced with a diminutive world no larger than a plaza, enveloped by a dense white mist, she was completely at a loss. Is there such a place within Wutan City? What is this place truly? In an instant, Sununner was beset by a profound sense of trepidation, anxiously scrutinizing the unfamiliar little world before her, seemingly in search of an escape route. Witnessing Sununner's frantic movements, Chen Feng did not intervene. Once within this small world, it was impossible for her to depart without his consent. At that moment, Chen Feng's thoughts were entirely focused on Ling Ying. As the effects of the puppet pill continued to manifest, he sensed that the connection between them had become increasingly pronounced. It was evident that Ling Ying was now completely under the sway of the puppet pill. It would not be long before he awakened. Meanwhile, Sununner had reached the periphery of the small world, only to be halted by the boundary of the white mist. No matter her relentless assaults, she could not disturb the misty barrier in the slightest. What on earth is this place? Where have you brought me? Moments later, in a state of despair, Sununner dashed before Chen Feng, her voice rising in urgency, her delicate face tinged with hopelessness. She had come to the realization that this bizarre place felt akin to a prison. After searching for what felt like an eternity, she had not uncovered a single exit. This engendered a profound sense of despair within her. Could it be that this man truly intends to confine me here indefinitely? This is my world. I am the sovereign of this realm, and all that resides within is mine, including you. Observing Sununner, whose spirit had entirely waned, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. You shall not succeed. You cannot imprison me here. Sununner shook her head. unwilling to believe or accept Chen Feng's proclamation. Chen Feng offered a faint smile, disregarding her, his gaze shifting towards Ling Ying. At that moment, Ling Ying had opened his eyes and was slowly rising from the ground. Uncle Ling, the once distraught Sununner, upon witnessing Ling Ying's awakening, was suddenly illuminated with joy as she rushed towards him. Uncle Ling, it's wonderful that you have awakened. In this mist-enshrouded prison-like world, it seemed that only Ling Ying's presence could provide her with a semblance of security. Mississippi. Upon awakening, Ling Ying's eyes remained somewhat dull, but gradually regained their luster as he heard Sununner calling him. It seemed he recognized her, and with an expressionless demeanor, he uttered, Uncle Ling, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. A look of joy illuminated Sununner's face, but then a thought crossed her mind, and a fleeting chill flickered across her delicate features. She turned to the onlooker, Chen Feng, and commanded Ling Ying, Uncle Ling, swiftly eliminate him. At her words, Ling Ying's gaze shifted to Chen Feng, and his previously tranquil eyes transformed into a visage of respect. Subsequently, under Sununner's watchful gaze, Ling Ying rose slowly and proceeded directly toward Chen Feng. Once he is slain, we shall surely be free. Sununner regarded Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent, a cold smile gracing her lips. However, the subsequent actions of Ling Ying caused the smile at the corner of her mouth to freeze abruptly. Chapter 39, A Slap. Ling Ying approached Chen Feng, his gaze filled with reverence. To the astonishment of Sununner, he unexpectedly knelt down. Ling Ying pays homage to the master. Witnessing this scene, Sununner, who had initially sneered, believing Ling Ying would strike Chen Feng down, was left utterly dumbfounded. The smirk on her delicate face transformed instantaneously into shock and even horror, as she incredulously observed this unfolding spectacle. Uncle Ling actually knelt before this scoundrel? Why? At that moment, a whirlwind of confusion, disbelief, and astonishment surged within Sununner, rendering her speechless. Chen Feng, observing Ling Ying's behavior, was likewise taken aback. The puppet pill had indeed transformed Ling Ying so thoroughly. In Ling Ying's eyes, he perceived unmistakable awe, loyalty, and even fervor. It struck Chen Feng that even if he commanded Ling Ying to meet his demise at that moment, there would be no hesitation on his part. This elicited yet another wave of admiration within Chen Feng for the extraordinary capabilities of the puppet pill. Uncle Ling, what are you doing? At this juncture, Sununner finally regained her composure, staring at Ling Ying, who knelt before Chen Feng with an expression of utmost respect. She could scarcely believe her eyes and exclaimed, Why are you kneeling before this scoundrel? You must kill him. He is no match for you. She remained oblivious to the peculiar shift in Ling Ying's demeanor, mistakenly assuming he was cowering in fear before Chen Feng. Regrettably, no matter how fervently she pleaded, Ling Ying remained on his knees, his face imbued with reverence for Chen Feng, as if he would not rise unless commanded. Chen Feng, displaying a slight smile, made no move to instruct Ling Ying to stand, watching with great interest as Sununner lost her composure. Uncle Ling, why are you silent? What is wrong with you? Rise, do not kneel before him. Unable to endure Ling Ying's continued silence, Sununner rushed forward, her voice rising in urgency. In that moment, all semblance of her previous indifference and nobility vanished, leaving her utterly flustered. Ling Ying was her last line of defense, and seeing him kneel before Chen Feng ignited a sense of panic within her. Enough, rise. At last, Chen Feng spoke. Yes, master. Responding to Chen Feng's command, Ling Ying finally reacted, standing at once. Uncle Ling, why do you obey this scoundrel? Witnessing this scene, the ominous premonition in Sununner's heart intensified, and her expression grew frantic as she called out to Ling Ying. I commanded you to kill him. At these words, a flicker of inscrutable killing intent flashed in Ling Ying's eyes. Yet, perhaps due to the absence of Chen Feng's directive, he refrained from acting. Instead, he turned to Sununner and warned, Miss, should you dare to show disrespect to the master again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Uncle Ling, what? What do you mean? Hearing Ling Ying's words and sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, Sununner was left completely stunned. She gazed incredulously at the indifferent Ling Ying before her, as if confronting a stranger. For many years, Ling Ying had silently watched over her, and they had grown quite familiar with one another. Ling Ying had always treated her with utmost respect, never uttering such cold words. Why? What could possibly explain this? Sununner's delicate form trembled slightly as she involuntarily took a few steps back. Disbelief etched across her features as she regarded Ling Ying. Uncle Ling actually intends to kill her? Uncle Ling, have you chosen to betray the ancient clan? After a moment, Xiao Sununner managed to stabilize her emotions. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ling Ying, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Ling Ying's behavior led Xiao Sununner to believe that he had indeed betrayed the ancient clan, aligning himself with Chen Feng. Only this could elucidate the shift in his demeanor. Ling Ying cast a glance at Xiao Sununner, his tone suddenly shifting to one of respect. I pledge my loyalty solely to my master. Miss, the master is the greatest. You should consider submitting to him alongside me. At the mention of Chen Feng, a fervent madness flickered in Ling Ying's eyes as he attempted to persuade Xiao Sununner to submit. Uncle Ling, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Witnessing Ling Ying's overtly abnormal behavior, Xiao Sununner finally sensed something amiss. What have you done to Uncle Ling? Why has he become like this? She turned, her lovely face aflame with anger, loudly confronting Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had been eagerly observing the unfolding drama between the master and servant, smiled upon realizing Xiao Sununner had finally grasped the situation. I merely employed a few subtle tactics. There is no need for you to expend effort attempting to awaken him. He is now completely under my control, and even if ordered to kill you, the esteemed young lady of the ancient clan, he would hesitate not for an instant. Chen Feng approached Ling Ying, scrutinizing him with satisfaction. A single disposable 9-star Dou Zong experience card had procured him a permanent enforcer of the 9-star Dou Huang realm. This transaction seemed quite advantageous. With Ling Ying safeguarding him, he could nearly reign supreme in the Gamma Empire. I knew it was you behind this. Otherwise, Uncle Ling would never treat me this way. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, fury surged across Xiao Sununner's face, her expression seething as she glared at him, her silver teeth clenched, wishing to tear Chen Feng to shreds. However, the knowledge that Ling Ying had not truly succumbed to Chen Feng brought her some comfort. Yet, seeing Ling Ying reduced to this state by Chen Feng's machinations filled her heart with immense sorrow, and she could no longer restrain herself from berating Chen Feng. You despicable scoundrel, if you dare, release Uncle Ling. Do you not fear the retribution of the ancient clan? At her words, Chen Feng's countenance darkened as he addressed Ling Ying. Slap her. Yes, master. With that command, Ling Ying's figure flickered, charging directly toward Xiao Sununner. Uncle Ling, no? I am slap. Upon seeing Ling Ying approaching, Xiao Sununner's expression shifted dramatically, and she attempted to articulate her thoughts. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, a resounding slap marred her exquisitely beautiful face. Ying Shu you. Xiao Sununner gazed at the indifferent Ling Ying in disbelief. Although she was acutely aware of his current state of mind, a surge of indignation, confusion, and grievance welled up within her. This marked the second time she had been struck today. As a distinguished daughter of an ancient clan, she had never endured such treatment before. Offending the master warrants punishment. Ling Ying remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Sununner with an icy demeanor. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Xiao Sununner diverted her attention to Chen Feng. Striving to regain her composure before softly inquiring, Mighty Chen Feng, what must you do to release us? It seems you still fail to comprehend your current predicament. Chen Feng retorted, dismissively gesturing towards Ling Ying. Regardless of status, continue to strike. Chapter 40. Xiao Sununner, I will comply with all your requests. With a resounding clap, as Chen Feng's words fell, Ling Ying acted swiftly, delivering a quick strike. Before Xiao Sununner could fully comprehend the situation, she felt the sting of a crimson handprint appear on her other cheek. At that moment, the once flawless and exquisitely beautiful visage of Xiao Sununner was marred by two glaring red imprints, appearing shockingly conspicuous. After enduring 2 slaps, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her hair in disarray, presenting a woeful sight that starkly contrasted with her noble upbringing. Covering her face, the searing pain intertwined with humiliation and anger caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. As a daughter of an ancient clan, raised in luxury and accustomed to being adored, she had never before faced such indignity. Yet now, despite her feelings of humiliation and rage, she dared not act recklessly. The sting of those 2 slaps had finally opened her eyes to her reality, making her acutely aware of her precarious situation. Observing Ling Ying's indifferent demeanor, Xiao Sununner felt no doubt that should she utter another insolent remark, he would not hesitate to strike again. As she cowered with fear, her expression fragile. A faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips. Indeed, this appearance was far more pleasing to the eye. Ling Ying, remove the restrictions on your spatial ring and present it to me, Chen Feng commanded, his gaze fixed on Ling Ying. He felt a flicker of anticipation. Surely, the belongings of a 9-star Dou Huang would be substantial. Yes, Master, Ling Ying replied without hesitation, promptly dispelling the restrictions on his spatial ring and respectfully handing it to Chen Feng. As Chen Feng accepted the ring and delved into its contents with his spiritual energy, a satisfied smile soon spread across his face. Although the treasures within Ling Ying's ring paled in comparison to those of the esteemed Sununner, they still represented a significant fortune for Chen Feng. The resources for cultivation and various martial techniques were comprehensive and plentiful. With the treasures from both Sununner and Ling Ying's rings, Chen Feng need not concern himself with cultivation resources until he reached the Dozong realm. This scoundrel has even taken my spatial ring, Sununner thought bitterly upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions. That ring contained her entire fortune, filled with resources provided by her clan, now seized by this rogue. However, as she observed the greedy smile that crept across Chen Feng's face while he assessed Ling Ying's ring, a thought emerged in her mind. Brother Chen Feng, what must I do to secure my release? I will concede to any condition you propose. She hesitated before speaking, approaching Chen Feng with a demeanor markedly different from before, humble and submissive, fearful of inciting his wrath. Though inherently proud, Sununner was not foolish. Having learned from her previous lessons, she had tempered her arrogance. Now, as one bound by circumstance, she found herself compelled to seek compromise. Oh, upon hearing those words, Chen Feng stowed away Ling Ying's spatial ring, regarding Sununner with considerable interest. His gaze traversed her exquisite and graceful form, revealing a hint of mockery as he inquired, "Truly, are all requests to be met?" Following his words, Chen Feng reached out, brushing his hand against Sununner's delicate face. What are you attempting to do?" Overwhelmed by Chen Feng's unabashed, predatory gaze, Sununner felt as though she had been laid bare, her expression shifting in alarm. She trembled slightly, instinctively retreating a step to evade Chen Feng's unwelcome advance. "Is my intent not sufficiently clear?" Chen Feng mused. His heart stirred by the softness of her skin. It was undeniably smooth and inviting to the touch. "As long as you indulge me for a while. Once I am satisfied, I shall release you." "What do you say?" He chuckled. You are deluding yourself." Upon hearing Chen Feng's proposition, Sununner's beautiful face flushed with anger, feeling gravely insulted. As a scion of an ancient clan, she held a position of high esteem and purity, and it was inconceivable for her to submit to such a shameless rogue. Her virtue was reserved solely for her beloved brother, Xiao Yan. "Humph, that is not for you to decide." Chen Feng sneered, confident that within his domain, she would never escape his grasp. "Brother Chen Feng, aside from this request, I am willing to grant you anything else. Be it celestial tier techniques or combat skills, I can procure them for you. My father dotes on me, and he would comply with any request you make." Although seething with anger internally, Sununner endeavored to maintain her composure, pleading with Chen Feng. After receiving a couple of slaps, she understood that provoking him further would lead to her own detriment. Yet, despite her outward display of submission, she silently vowed that if she managed to escape this predicament, she would not let Chen Feng go unpunished. Today's ordeal filled Sununner with profound humiliation, a stain upon her life that she felt compelled to erase. As long as she could leave this place alive, she was determined to make Chen Feng regret ever entering this world. As for the Maitel family, the Yunlan sect, even the entire Gamma Empire, anything associated with Chen Feng must be eradicated, vanishing from existence. Only then could the wounds inflicted upon her today begin to heal. "Humph, do you take me for a fool?" At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly struck, gripping Sununner's fair neck with an icy resolve. "Release you? Am I to simply let you go? Should you escape and harbor thoughts of revenge, with the strength of your ancient clan, would I stand a chance at survival?" Chen Feng was well aware of Sununner's intentions. Her current display of vulnerability was merely a tactic to deceive him, regardless of the promised rewards. Would he truly be able to claim them? Once Sununner was free from his control, with her nature, she would never let him off the hook. Moreover, Chen Feng held little regard for celestial tier techniques or combat skills. As long as Sununner bears a few children, what more could one possibly desire? It must be said that although Sununner is a prodigious daughter of an ancient clan, She may have been overly sheltered in her youth, lacking exposure to the world's harsh realities, and thus views matters with excessive simplicity. Since Chen Feng has chosen to unveil the secrets of the miniature realm and the puppet elixir before her, she ought to comprehend that the former would never allow her to depart. It is unequivocally impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Chen Feng, I would never act in such a manner. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's sudden change of demeanor and the revelation of his innermost thoughts, Xiao Sununner's face turned pale, her heart engulfed in profound trepidation. If you wish for me to trust you, the path is quite straightforward. Chen Feng grasped her delicate neck, drawing her closer, and whispered into her ear. If you willingly submit to me, I might consider granting you your freedom. Chapter 41. Xiao Sununner, Master. My master, as long as you obediently submit to me, I shall naturally set you free. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from the morning breeze, Xiao Sununner found herself in turmoil, instinctively shaking her head. No, I cannot. Brother Chen Feng, I beg you to propose another condition. Anything but this, I will agree to it, please. With her neck grasped by Chen Feng, Xiao Sununner's delicate face flushed slightly, yet she continued to plead with difficulty, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Gazing at Chen Feng before her, Xiao Sununner was consumed by loathing and hatred, wishing she could rend him to pieces. To submit to Chen Feng was akin to wishing for her own demise. I have but this one condition. Fulfill it, and I shall release you. Chen Feng's hand caressed Xiao Sununner's chin, a wicked smile gracing his lips. No, I cannot possibly agree to this condition, Xiao Sununner responded anxiously. Brother Chen Feng, I can do anything else. Suddenly, Chen Feng released her, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to her face, his handsome features darkening with displeasure. Xiao Sununner, do not be ungrateful. I have already made it clear that once you are here, do not harbor illusions of leaving. Xiao Sununner cradled her cheek, her delicate form collapsing to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her demeanor utterly disheveled. After enduring the slap, she fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. Her eyes filled with stubborn defiance, yet despair flooded her heart. From Chen Feng's demeanor, she sensed there was truly no intention of letting her go. As this realization dawned upon her, a despondent expression overtook her face. Was she truly destined to be imprisoned by this scoundrel? In that moment, Xiao Sununner felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She should never have provoked this wretch, this demon. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Xiao Sununner, I have already granted you an opportunity. It is only due to your beauty that I have treated you with such civility. Do not overstep your bounds. Chen Feng approached her, gripping her smooth, fair chin with an air of coldness. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, if you dare, kill me. I would rather die than submit to you. Faced with Chen Feng, Xiao Sununner was engulfed in profound hatred and disgust. To be compelled to submit to such a degenerate felt like a fate worse than death. You wish to die? Upon hearing Xiao Sununner's words, Chen Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could this girl truly be contemplating self-harm? No, he must devise a means to control her. Otherwise, should she become pregnant, the safety of the unborn child would be jeopardized. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. A smirk appearing on his lips as he addressed Xiao Sununner. I cannot bear to let you perish so easily. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. As his words fell, a pill materialized in Chen Feng's hand, and he commanded Xiao Sununner, consume this. What is this? As she gazed upon the elixir presented by Chen Feng, a sense of foreboding enveloped Xiao Sununner. This potion, known as the puppet elixir, promised that upon consumption, one would surrender unconditionally to him, becoming akin to a puppet. Chen Feng, disregarding Ling Ying's protests, forcefully drew Xiao Sununner into his embrace and proclaimed, when the time comes, you shall do as I command. Please, I do not wish to consume this. Xiao Sununner cried, her face reflecting sheer terror as she stared at the vial in Chen Feng's hand, akin to encountering a demon. She struggled fervently within his grasp. Humph, your will is of no consequence, Chen Feng retorted coldly, suddenly pinning her down onto the ground, his weight pressing against her. Do you not desire to leave? Then I shall grant your wish. Consume this puppet elixir, and I shall release you at once. No, I implore you. Chen Feng, I beg you, do not make me take this. I beseech you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she fervently shook her head, haunted by the thought of Uncle Ling, who had succumbed to a similar fate. A chill crept into her heart. After consuming the puppet elixir, would she still remain herself? What difference would there be between her and a mindless puppet. If this scoundrel were to command her to act against her will, could she refuse? The terrifying consequences of ingesting the elixir filled her with dread. Living in such a state would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. Noticing the fear etched on Xiao Sunner's face, a smirk crept onto Chen Feng's lips. There was only one puppet elixir, already administered to Ling Ying. The substance in his hand was certainly not what it seemed. Overwhelmed by despair as she beheld Chen Feng atop her, Xiao Sununner felt as though she had truly fallen into the clutches of a demon. Chen Feng, I implore you, I promise to obey you in the future. Whatever you ask of me, please do not force me to consume the puppet elixir. She continued her plea, appearing pitiful, yet within her heart, a resolve to die had taken root. She understood that falling into Chen Feng's hands would mean not only the loss of her life, but also her purity. How could she ever face her brother Xiao Yan again? Death seemed a preferable escape. At that moment, her mind was set on temporarily deceiving Chen Feng, hoping to seize an opportunity to end her own life when he was distracted. If she were to consume the puppet elixir, she feared she would lose even the ability to choose death, destined to endure torment at the hands of this scoundrel. Such a fate was intolerable to Xiao Sununner. She was a paragon of her ancient clan, a precious gem of purity. How could she allow herself to be toyed with by a rogue? Even in death, she would preserve her integrity. Unbeknownst to her, the desperation she had unwittingly revealed had already aroused Chen Feng's caution. To ensure the safety of the child within Xiao Sununner, he must extinguish her desire for death. Very well, as long as you are obedient, I would never wish to force you to consume the puppet elixir. A fleeting smile graced Chen Feng's face as he pulled Xiao Sununner up, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Come now, my little Sununner, utter the word master for me to hear." Forced into his arms, Xiao Sununner felt a tremor of dismay within her. Instinctively, she sought to break free. Yet the fear of inciting Chen Feng's wrath compelled her to submit in humiliation. However, upon hearing his demand, a flicker of hesitation crossed her features. "Master? What does he take me for? A mere slave?" In an instant, fury surged within her, wishing she could rend Chen Feng limb from limb. Yet, she understood that she was no match for him. Given his temperament, a refusal would likely result in even greater indignities. With this thought, Xiao Sununner inhaled deeply, the humiliation evident on her exquisite face as she softly uttered, "Master." Chapter 42. The Pitiful Little Slave Girl. Master. Upon hearing the address from Xiao Sununner, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sensation wash over him, a peculiar blend of sweetness and bitterness. This young lady, born of noble lineage and possessing an imperious demeanor, had ultimately succumbed to him. Yet, this level of submission had yet to fulfill Chen Feng's ambitions. Despite her apparent fearlessness towards death, Xiao Sununner was now obediently yielding to him, which felt decidedly amiss. Observing the despondency and despair etched on her face, Chen Feng recognized that she still harbored suicidal tendencies. She must not perish. Chen Feng harbored aspirations of her bearing him a multitude of robust heirs. If Xiao Sununner were to die, how could his dreams ever materialize? Furthermore, even if he had no desire for offspring, he could not allow her to meet her end. The ramifications of her demise would be grave. The ancient clan would undoubtedly sense her passing, as the daughter of the clan leader and a rare bearer of divine bloodline. Her death within the borders of the Jiamar Empire could incite the wrath of the entire ancient clan. Gu Yuan, the nine-star Dou Saint, might very well obliterate the entire empire with a mere gesture. Such consequences were beyond Chen Feng's capacity to bear. Thus, from every conceivable angle, he could not permit Xiao Sununner to die. He needed to extinguish her suicidal thoughts before they could take root. "Xiao Sununner, did you seek me out tonight to avenge Xiao Yan?" Chen Feng cradled her delicate form, feeling her slight tremors, pulling her closer, as if he wished to meld her essence with his own. "What is your relationship with Xiao Yan?" Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that clung to her, Chen Feng could not restrain a deep breath, a look of rapture gracing his features. As he felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, Xiao Sununner's soft body stiffened, yet at the mere mention of Xiao Yan, she involuntarily shuddered. What would brother Xiao Yan think if he saw her being embraced and frivolously handled by another man, now reduced to such a state? How could she ever face brother Xiao Yan again? With these thoughts, her resolve to end her own life only solidified. "Brother Xiao Yan and I are merely ordinary friends." After a moment of silence, Xiao Sununner spoke to Chen Feng. "Brother Xiao Yan, How intimate that sounded. Hearing her words, Chen Feng felt an inexplicable displeasure stir within him. He gently turned her to face him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. You have captured me tonight and intend to cripple my cultivation, all in the name of avenging Xiao Yan. Is that not so? It seems you hold him in high regard. Chen Feng's fingers brushed against Xiao Sunner's tender cheek. Perceiving the unkind tone in Chen Feng's voice, Xiao Sununner felt an immediate surge of panic. She swiftly exclaimed, No, I truly despise him, brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is merely a waste with a mere third-stage fighting spirit, a disgrace to the entire Xiao family. How could I possibly associate with someone of his caliber? Fearing that Chen Feng might bring harm to Xiao Yan, Xiao Sununner uttered numerous insincere words, hoping to protect him. Brother Xiao Yan, I am so sorry. Sununner did not mean it. If I could see you again, I would surely apologize. Embraced by another man, Xiao Sununner felt an immense anguish in her heart. Brother Xiao Yan, it seems I may never meet you again. Is that true? You truly have no intimate relationship with Xiao Yan? Upon hearing Xiao Sununner's words, a playful smile crept upon Chen Feng's lips. How delightful it would be if Xiao Yan could hear Sununner's declarations. One could only wonder what expression would grace his face. Of course not. Xiao Yan is merely a waste. As the distinguished young lady of an ancient clan, how could I ever look favorably upon him? Xiao Sununner's words grew increasingly harsh. In a bid to convince Chen Feng, her exquisite visage betrayed a hint of disdain. Alas, no matter how she presented herself, Chen Feng would not be swayed. Since you despise Xiao Yan so much, I can rest easy, Chen Feng said with a smirk. Then added, Ling Ying, once we step outside, you shall eliminate Xiao Yan. Yes, master. Ling Ying responded instantly, without a trace of hesitation. No. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, Xiao Sununner instinctively gasped, her expression turning anxious. Master, I beg you, do not harm brother Xiao Yan. In a state of panic, she pleaded with Chen Feng, terrified for the safety of her beloved Xiao Yan. Did you not just profess your aversion for Xiao Yan? Why the sudden concern for him now? You dared to deceive me. Chen Feng scoffed, shoving Xiao Sununner aside, causing her to tumble to the ground. Quickly recovering, she clutched Chen Feng's leg, entreating, Master, I shall never defy you again. As long as you spare brother Xiao Yan, I will obey your every command. Overwhelmed by despair, Xiao Sununner disregarded any sense of humiliation, pleading with Chen Feng in utter degradation. She realized she had fallen completely into Chen Feng's hands, and her sole wish was for brother Xiao Yan to remain unharmed, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Please do not harm brother Xiao Yan. I implore you, master. I will agree to anything, as long as you do not kill him. Tears streaked down her fair face. Her pitiful demeanor, combined with her stunning beauty, evoked a profound sense of sympathy, compelling one to embrace her and offer comfort. Is this truly what you have spoken? As Xiao Sununner, clutching her own thigh and pleading desperately, caught Chen Feng's attention, he abruptly shifted his stance, grasping her chin with a fierce grip. Should you ever entertain thoughts of self-harm again, he declared with a menacing tone, I shall not hesitate to extinguish Xiao Yan's life, shattering his body into pieces and scattering his ashes to the wind. Since Xiao Sununner held Xiao Yan in such high regard, Chen Feng had no choice but to use the latter's existence as leverage to dissuade her from her suicidal inclinations. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Sununner's delicate visage turned ashen, and she fervently shook her head, exclaiming, No, I will not take my own life, I promise. Please do not harm my brother Xiao Yan. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she implored Chen Feng with all her might. Master, I shall never deceive you again. I will heed your every command. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do, only beseeching you not to bring harm to my brother Xiao Yan. He is innocent, and he has already suffered so much. I implore you, do not take his life. At that moment, Xiao Sununner's once flawless face was marred by streaks of tears, compounded by the stinging marks of 3 slaps. Thus, the formerly exalted daughter of the ancient clan, revered as a goddess by countless admirers, had irrevocably fallen from grace, reduced to a pitiable little slave beneath Chen Feng's feet. Chapter 43. Surely, you do not wish for your brother Xiao Yan to come to harm? Master, I implore you, do not take my brother Xiao Yan's life. I shall obey your every command. I promise you everything. In a desperate bid for Xiao Yan's safety, Xiao Sununner cast aside her dignity, clinging to Chen Feng's leg in a profoundly humble plea, observing the disheveled girl before him, her delicate features stained with tears and a look of utter despair in her eyes. Chen Feng's heart softened. He knelt down slowly, tenderly stroking her head, and spoke gently. Very well, I promise you, I shall spare Xiao Yan's life. At his words, Sununner was momentarily taken aback, then let out a slight sigh of relief, murmuring sweetly, Thank you, Master. Chen Feng, grasping the hem of his garment, wiped away the tears from her face, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, There, do not cry any longer. Your tears will only trouble me. If you remain obedient, perhaps, in a moment of goodwill, I might grant you your freedom. Seeing Sununner in such a fragile state, Chen Feng felt an undeniable sense of affection, yearning to embrace her tenderly. Is it truly so? The once demonic Chen Feng was now kneeling, gently wiping her cheek with a softness that bewildered her. His tone was gentle, and his promise of release stirred something unexpected within Sununner, causing her to gaze at him in a daze, her exquisite face tinged with a shade of crimson. Perhaps having grown numb to Chen Feng's previous harshness, Sununner felt a flicker of hope within the warmth of his unexpected gentleness, akin to dawn breaking through despair. Indeed, as long as you remain obedient, my mood may well improve, and I shall naturally let you go, he continued, caressing her delicate face, feeling a strange restlessness within himself. Yes, I shall be ever obedient, Master. I will do whatever you ask. At his words, Sununner nodded eagerly, her moist eyes finally shimmering with a hint of hope, as if she could truly envision her escape. Gone was the regal aloofness she once held. Her lowered gaze and tear-laden eyes made her resemble a humble maid, oppressed within a powerful household. Faced with such a pitiful sight, Chen Feng could hardly suppress his intrigue. My dear, you have stated it yourself. You shall do whatever I desire. A sly smile crept across his lips as he grasped her delicate chin, gently rubbing it, and said slowly, In that case, shall we indulge in some delightful recreation together? Play. Upon hearing his words and recognizing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Sununner finally regained her composure, understanding the true meaning behind Chen Feng's suggestion. Master, no, this cannot be. With a pale face, Sununner shrank back, unable to suppress her trembling form as despair clouded her once radiant eyes. Master, could you please let me out first? I promise to comply once I am free. She spoke cautiously, fearing another outburst from Chen Feng. Out first, then comply? Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng glanced around, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you find this place uncomfortable? The ground is hard, isn't it? Indeed, there isn't even a bed here. I have been inconsiderate. Within this small world, he had not prepared much, and there was nothing available. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for Sununner to be on the ground, especially with Ling Ying present. Chen Feng gently tapped his forehead, realizing he may have been a bit muddled. Ling Ying, I shall send you out first. Find a place to hide and wait for me. With a thought, Chen Feng directly transported Ling Ying out of the small world. Sununner, you see, your master is feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since you find the ground hard, how about we change our approach? At that moment, Chen Feng felt a surge of heat within him. Although the environment was lacking, they would have to make do. He leaned closer to Sununner and whispered, You need only do this, in such a manner. Sununner's eyes widened in disbelief at his request, her delicate face reflecting shock as his words struck her profoundly. Could it truly be done this way? Having been pampered since childhood and held in high regard, no one had ever broached the subject of intimacy between men and women with her. Chen Feng's proposition shattered her preconceived notions, rendering her unable to accept it. No, absolutely not. She shook her head frantically, her complexion turning pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her reaction, Chen Feng's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Did you not promise to obey me in all matters? This cannot be. That cannot be. Do you wish to go back on your word? If you refuse to comply, how can I let you go? Rising, he slowly approached Sununner, resting his hands on her soft shoulders as he spoke softly. Moreover, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother Xiao Yan, would you? If you continue to break your promises, I will truly be angered. If you cannot fulfill even this small request, I shall have Ling Ying bring me Xiao Yan's head. Chen Feng's words echoed in Sununner's ears like a demonic whisper, rendering her even paler. No, Master, please do not harm brother Xiao Yan. I promise. I will do anything you ask. I will help you. Faced with Chen Feng's threat, Sununner broke down, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. It was as if she had reached a breaking point, and she forced a tragic smile as she acquiesced to Chen Feng's demands. That's a good girl. At these words, a smile finally graced Chen Feng's face. Observing the despair etched upon Xiao Sununner's face, an overwhelming sense of helplessness consumed her, leaving Chen Feng increasingly restless. He approached the kneeling Xiao Sununner, bent down, and whispered softly in her ear, "My dear Sununner, I entrust this to you." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a thunderous echo resonated within her mind. Taking a deep breath, a hint of a tragic smile graced her delicate visage. Moments later, a refreshing smile illuminated Chen Feng's face, as he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Approaching the silent Xiao Sununner, who lay prostrate on the ground, he gently placed his hand upon her fragrant shoulder and spoke tenderly, "My dear Sununner, you have worked hard. Please rest well here. I shall step out for a while." With the fervor in his heart now quelled, Chen Feng contemplated visiting Sister Yafei, for she must have been quite worried after his absence throughout the night. Chapter 43. Good Xiaonger, you have worked hard. Going out. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Xiaonger finally reacted and hurriedly pleaded, "Master, please take me out with you." Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by her request, then smiled and replied, "Dear Xiaonger, it is not yet time for you to go out. If you behave well, I promise to take you out soon." Xiao Xiaonger, with a sorrowful expression, continued to implore, "Master, I have already done that for you. Can't you let me out?" Bending down, Chen Feng pinched Xiao Xianger's delicate chin with a mischievous grin and said, "Rest assured, I will take you out, but not now. You performed well just now. Keep up the good work. If I am pleased, I will definitely take you out. Master, please take me out first. Once I'm out, I promise to perform even better." Seeing that Chen Feng was unwilling to take her out, Xiao Xiaonger grew anxious and clutched his sleeve tightly. "My dear Xiaonger, are you not listening to your master?" Chen Feng's smile faded as Xiao Xiaonger persisted. "No, that's not it. I will be obedient. I just ask that you take me out next time." Sensing the change in Chen Feng's expression, Xiao Xiaonger instinctively felt a surge of panic and immediately released his sleeve. "We shall discuss it next time, depending on your performance." Chen Feng cast a cold glance at Xiao Xiaonger before his thoughts shifted, and he left the small world. "Master?" Watching Chen Feng suddenly vanish, Xiao Xiaonger was momentarily stunned and softly called out, gazing at the empty small world. Contemplating her current plight, despair welled up within her, and tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Ling Ying. After leaving the small world, Chen Feng appeared directly in the manor behind the middle auction house and called out to Ling Ying, who was concealed in the shadows. "Master." Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice, Ling Ying stepped out from the darkness, her demeanor respectful. "I will send you back to the small world. Keep a close watch on Xiao Xiaonger, and do not allow her to do anything foolish," Chen Feng instructed. Though Xiao Yan currently posed a threat, it seemed that Xiao Xiaonger would no longer contemplate suicide. However, Chen Feng feared that she might suddenly lose hope at any moment, which would be disastrous. "Yes, master," Ling Ying responded. Chen Feng nodded, concentrating his thoughts, and directly brought Ling Ying into the small world. Having not returned for an entire night, Sister Yafei must be quite worried. Subsequently, Chen Feng headed towards Yafei's room. Catching a whiff of his own scent, he frowned. After a night of turmoil, despite not engaging in any serious actions, he had still gotten rather dirty. He planned to reassure Yafei before taking a bath. Xiaonger also needs a bath. I must bring along other daily necessities as well." Since he intended for her to reside in the small world permanently, Chen Feng naturally wanted to ensure her comfort. Most importantly, he needed to bring in a large and soft bed for her. After all, it is hardly appropriate to allow a beautiful maiden to sleep on the floor. "Morning breeze. Where have you been all night?" "I was terribly worried," exclaimed Yafei, her face lighting up with surprise at the sight of his return. She rushed forward and embraced him tightly, her heart finally at ease. "Did I not inform you that I was safe? I merely had some matters to attend to. And as you can see, I am perfectly fine." Noticing the weariness etched on Yafei's features, clearly a result of a sleepless night, Morning Breeze felt a warmth in his heart. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and spoke softly. However, the astute Yafei did not entirely believe his words. The panic in his voice last night had unmistakably signaled trouble. Yet, since Morning Breeze chose not to divulge the details, she refrained from pressing him further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and if he was keeping something from her, questioning him would yield no truth. She was a wise woman, aware of what to say and what to withhold. For her, the only thing that mattered was his safe return. "Oh, is that so?" Yifei tilted her head, her alluring eyes shimmering with intrigue. She fluttered her long lashes and leaned in to inhale the scent that lingered on him. Her lips curled into a teasing smile, revealing a mature charm. Morning Breeze, when you say you had matters to attend to, does that involve another woman? Morning Breeze was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that Yifei must have caught a whiff of the fragrance from Xiao Yan that clung to him. He marveled at her keen sense of smell and chuckled awkwardly. With you, dear Yifei, by my side, why would I seek out another woman? As he spoke, a playful smile crept onto his face, his gaze lingering on her. Today, Yifei was clad in a stunning red cheongsam that accentuated her curvaceous figure, igniting a flicker of heat within Morning Breeze, who had just been released from his earlier turmoil. You mischievous rascal, after gallivanting all night, you return with intentions of mischief, Yifei teased, her laughter ringing with a seductive quality, causing Morning Breeze to struggle to maintain his composure. This enchantress, although he longed to take Yifei into his room and shower her with affection, the weariness on her face compelled him to restrain himself. Observing his reaction, Yifei felt a surge of satisfaction. Years of experience had taught her the immense allure of her beauty over men. Her lips curved into a subtle smile as her eyes danced over him, dismissing the scent of other women that lingered around him. No woman could ever steal Morning Breeze away from her. With her extraordinary beauty, she was confident in her ability to keep him by her side forever. Yifei, please have someone prepare hot water for me. I wish to take a proper bath. Morning Breeze said, playfully pinching her delicate, resilient cheek. You must be tired as well. Go and rest for a while. At his words, Yifei was momentarily taken aback, warmth blooming in her heart. Then, she chuckled softly, her smile enchanting and delightful. The little rascal has finally grown up and learned to care for his sister. Subsequently, the two parted ways, and Chen Feng returned to the elegant chamber where he had stayed the previous night. Under the arrangements of Medusa, several graceful maidens soon arrived at Chen Feng's room, carrying warm water. Young Master Chen Feng, Medusa has instructed us to serve you during your bath, announced one of the maidens as they filled the bathing tub with hot water. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement and extended his arms, allowing them to assist him in removing his shoes and garments. Comfort enveloped him as he settled into the tub, his body relaxing, and a look of bliss graced his face. Behind him, the two young and beautiful maidens gently massaged his back. Suddenly, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully caused Medusa to conceive and have received a system gift package. Please continue your efforts and accelerate your progress. Chapter 44. Yifei's Pregnancy. Abundant Rewards. First chapter. S. The previous chapter was a repetition, not an attempt to exploit readers. It was initially blocked, and due to the editor's absence, I had to repost it. To my surprise, it has now been unblocked, which is quite exasperating. It has since been corrected, and those who have subscribed can view it directly. I noticed that there are around 200 subscribers on Qidian. In fact, this book is available to QQ Reading members, and those with a membership can access it without charge. Text. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He then excitedly rose from the bath, elated by the revelation. Yifei is pregnant. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. His visit to Wutan City had two purposes: to annul his engagement with Xiao Yan and to ensure Yifei's pregnancy. Now, both objectives had been accomplished, filling his heart with joy. Suddenly, two maidservants gasped in surprise, having witnessed Chen Feng standing abruptly from the bath. They exchanged bewildered glances. Continue, he urged, feigning calmness to mask his embarrassment. The maidservants shared a look before resuming their task of massaging his back. Soon, Chen Feng regained his composure, his thoughts racing with anticipation for the system's rewards. System, unlock the reward package, he silently commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heaven Tier Beginner skill, Dragon and Phoenix Decision. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pet, the 6th tier magical beast, Purple Lightning Weasel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reflection crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Soul Controlling Banner. As Chen Feng issued his command, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Indeed, the rewards from the system were as bountiful as ever. While this round of rewards seemed less impressive than the first, Chen Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction, especially considering the additional benefits he had received previously. Ding! The aforementioned items have been dispatched to the system space. Please check, host. After the system's announcement, the voice fell silent. Chen Feng regained his focus and mentally entered the system space to inspect the details of the items. Moments later, he emerged with clarity on the information regarding these items. Dragon and Phoenix Decision, a Heaven-tier beginner skill. Divided into 2 parts, the Golden Dragon chapter and the Heavenly Phoenix chapter. This skill requires both genders to practice together to be effective. A smile crept across Chen Feng's face. The system understands me, rewarding me with a dual cultivation technique. As a seasoned practitioner, he immediately recognized what the Dragon and Phoenix Decision entailed. Such a dual cultivation method was undoubtedly appealing, given that cultivation can often be an exceedingly tedious endeavor. The prospect of collaborating with another made it wonderfully enticing. With a male and female partner, the task of cultivation would be far less burdensome. Furthermore, for someone like him, blessed with the system of abundance, the Dragon and Phoenix Decision was perfectly suited to his needs. The Purple Lightning Weasel is a 6th-tier magical beast with an astonishing speed. Capable of unleashing thunderous attacks, its strength comparable to that of a 7 or 8-star Dou Huang. This addition provides yet another formidable guardian of Dou Huang caliber. A glimmer of excitement danced across Chen Feng's face. The prowess of the Purple Lightning Weasel is sufficient to rival high-tier Dou Huangs, placing it among the elite in the Jiamat Empire. Coupled with Ling Ying, a 9-star Dou Huang, Chen Feng will find himself nearly invincible within the Jiamat Empire. The Shadow Stone, when activated, allows for a 360-degree capture of the surroundings within a 100-meter radius. Chen Feng's expression turned peculiar as he pondered the utility of such an item. Could this seemingly useless object truly be considered a treasure? He was perplexed. Perhaps he should take the time to examine it further. There might be undiscovered purposes yet to be revealed. The soul-controlling banner possesses the ability to devour 3 souls, transforming them into soul slaves, which in turn can consume other souls to augment their power. Upon reading the information regarding the soul-controlling banner, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. This artifact seems to be quite valuable, capable of devouring souls and appearing to evolve continuously. It is a treasure endowed with growth potential. It is worth noting that on the Duki continent, souls are plentiful. All right, you may leave now. Moments later, after being attended to by 2 maidservants, Chen Feng finally completed his bath. Yes, young Master Chen Feng. The maidservants responded respectfully before departing. System, extract the Dragon Phoenix technique. Once they had exited, Chen Feng eagerly anticipated the rewards. As soon as he uttered the command, profound information flooded his mind, revealing the contents of the Dragon Phoenix technique. The Tianfeng section of this technique could be taught to Yafei, Sununner, and Yinran. After absorbing the information, a wicked smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. With the Dragon Phoenix technique, his future cultivation will be more diligent than ever before. However, there lies a disadvantage to the Dragon Phoenix technique. When practiced in pairs, the individual with the lower cultivation will experience a significantly accelerated advancement. Presently, Sununner, Yafei, and Nalan Yanran's cultivation levels are inferior to Chen Feng's, placing him at a slight disadvantage. A minor setback is acceptable, Chen Feng mused, shaking his head. After all, they are all his women, so a little loss is inconsequential. His primary method of cultivation relies on the swallowing essence technique. Yet, in his heart, Chen Feng yearned to find a partner with a higher cultivation to practice alongside. Unfortunately, he found no suitable candidates at the moment. For reasons unknown, the exquisite visage of his teacher suddenly flashed through Chen Feng's mind. If only his teacher could cultivate this Tianfeng section. With a clear conscience, Chen Feng reassured himself that his intentions were solely for Yunyan's benefit, with no ulterior motives. After all, the Tianfeng section is a heavenly grade technique. Should Yun be able to cultivate it, her power would undoubtedly soar rapidly. He resolved to seek an opportunity for his teacher to give it a try, albeit with a hint of hesitation in his heart. Had Yun known that this technique required the collaboration of 2 practitioners, she would most likely have declined. System, extract the recording crystal. Chen Feng continued addressing the system. In the next moment, a violet crystal appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind, detailing the usage of the recording crystal. Moments later, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. The function of this recording crystal bore a resemblance to that of a video recorder from his previous life. It could capture the scenery within 100 meters, recording it in a complete 360-degree view without any blind spots. To view the recordings, one simply needed to activate the recording crystal, which would project the stored images. Furthermore, the recording crystal possessed ample space, allowing it to store numerous recordings simultaneously. It could be said that its utility was exceedingly convenient. However, upon grasping this information, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed that the recording crystal held little relevance for him. Chapter 45. Let's watch together, Xiao Sununner. With a commanding voice, Chen Feng issued directives to the system. In the next instant, a black magical banner materialized in his grasp. The banner, entirely cloaked in darkness, displayed eerie patterns and was shrouded in a faint, ominous mist, exuding a hint of malevolence. However, Chen Feng paid little heed to such notions. Regardless of its wickedness, as long as it proved effective, that was all that mattered. This artifact should suffice to confront Yao Chun, he mused, as thoughts of the soul entity led him to recall Yao Chun, the revered alchemist residing within Xiao Yan's ring. Capturing this esteemed figure as a soul servant could yield immense benefits, ensuring an endless supply of medicinal concoctions in the future. A sly grin crept upon Chen Feng's lips as he reflected on his previous assurance to Xiao Yan, that after consuming the spirit elixir, his talents would be restored within 3 months. Now, with the soul-controlling banner in hand, his abilities could be reclaimed even sooner. However, this matter required careful deliberation. Yao Chun was once a highly renowned alchemist, an 8th-tier master of the craft, and even in his currently diminished state, he was not to be trifled with. Beside Chen Feng stood Ling Ying and the 6th-tier magical beast, Zi Diandiao. Coupled with the soul-controlling banner, he felt somewhat emboldened in facing Yao Chun directly. Yet, Chen Feng preferred a cautious approach. Should Xiao Sununner become pregnant and he receive an additional boon, then dealing with Yao Chun would be nearly assured. The mere thought of Xiao Sununner in the small world stirred a certain excitement within him. Today, he was determined to explore the depths of this ancient clan's prodigious beauty. With this resolve, Chen Feng arranged his attire and stepped outside. Upon reaching the bustling streets of Wutan City, he diligently procured all the necessary supplies for daily living. If Xiao Sununner were to conceive, he intended for her to rest comfortably within the small world, necessitating the creation of a serene environment for her. Ordinarily, such errands would not require his personal involvement. He could simply instruct the personnel at the Meitel auction house to handle it. However, if the news were to reach Yafei, it would be a challenging explanation. An hour later, Chen Feng returned to the estate, having successfully gathered all the required items. He then summoned 2 maidservants, instructing them to prepare a tub of hot water. After a night of torment, and having rendered service to Chen Feng once more, Xiao Sununner certainly deserved a refreshing bath. The 2 maidservants exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Master Chen Feng required another wash so soon after his previous one. Should Miss Yafei inquire about my whereabouts, inform her that I have stepped out for a matter and shall return tonight, Chen Feng instructed the maidservants, ensuring that Yafei would not fret over his absence. Understood, Master Chen Feng, they replied before departing. Once they were gone, with a mere thought, Chen Feng transported the tub filled with hot water directly into the small world. Within the small world, Xiao Sununner sat on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head resting against them, her hair in disarray, and her eyes devoid of life. Beside her, Ling Ying transformed into a shadow, as always, guarding her side. Yet, despite Ling Ying's presence, Xiao Sununner felt an overwhelming loneliness, her gaze vacant and her heart hollow. For reasons unknown, she suddenly yearned for Chen Feng to return to her small world. The atmosphere was too desolate, and she felt a chill envelop her. "Little Sununner, why are you crying?" At that moment, Chen Feng's voice unexpectedly resonated behind Xiao Sununner. Upon hearing his voice, she abruptly lifted her head, and a peculiar glimmer of joy flickered across her previously melancholic face, albeit faintly. The moment she beheld Chen Feng, her spirits inexplicably brightened, dispelling her loneliness. "Master, you have returned." Xiao Sununner stared dazedly at Chen Feng, her crimson lips parting slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. At that instant, her fair and delicate face was streaked with tears, evidently having wept for a long time after Chen Feng's departure. "Why are you crying? Do you miss your master?" A gentle smile graced Chen Feng's face as he approached her side, tenderly wiping away the tear stains from her visage. Such a beautiful face. It would be a shame to ruin it with tears. Observing the slightly haggard and disheveled girl before him, Chen Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Subsequently, he effortlessly lifted Sununner's soft form into his arms. Master, what are you doing? Startled by his embrace, Sununner's expression turned timid. Look at how dirty you are. Your master will help you clean up. Chen Feng carried her directly towards the bath. Meanwhile, he sent Ling Ying away with a thought, knowing that any mischief would be best undertaken without an observer. Standing before the steaming bath, Sununner blinked at the inviting hot water, her heart fluttering. As a pampered beauty, she naturally took great pride in her cleanliness, often changing several outfits in a single day. At that moment, feeling grimy and uncomfortable, it was as if countless ants were crawling on her skin. Come, let's remove your clothes. Chen Feng reached for the purple dress adorning Sununner. And no, I can do it myself. Instinctively retreating at his approach, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Why be so polite with your master? Chen Feng replied with warmth. Ever the understanding one. Ultimately, after Sununner's insistence, he reluctantly turned his back to her. Master, you mustn't peek, she admonished bashfully, casting a glance at him before moving to the other side of the bath to prevent any unexpected glances. Am I that kind of person? Chen Feng declared earnestly. With his assurance, Sununner finally began to remove her clothing. Subsequently, a delicate expanse of skin, reminiscent of pristine white jade, was revealed. Her exquisite collarbone seemed to be sculpted by divine hands, evoking a sense of near perfection, accompanied by the soft rustling of clothing being removed. A flawless masterpiece emerged before him, untainted by mud, untainted by the allure of clear waters. It was a sight to behold yet not to be desecrated. Merely the thought of touching it invoked a sense of sacrilege. As the faint sounds continued behind her, Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a wicked smile played upon his lips. With a flicker of intent, he retrieved a crystal recording stone and activated it. Such a beautiful scene deserved to be captured for future admiration. Seeing Chen Feng's obedient demeanor, Sununner finally rose, her body resembling white jade as she swiftly submerged into the bath, revealing only the crown of her head. Upon hearing her enter the tub, Chen Feng turned slowly, approaching the edge of the bath with a mischievous grin. Sununner, would you like your master to join you for a wash? No. Sununner shook her little head vigorously. Then shall I help you scrub your back? No. She nestled deeper into the water, causing ripples to dance as her bare form swayed before Chen Feng's gaze. Master, could you please step back a bit? Observing Sununner perched at the tub's edge, her eyes sparkling with light, Chen Feng noticed her cheeks flush with color. As she clutched her arms to her chest, attempting to conceal her form beneath the water. Yet, unable to resist, he swallowed hard at the sight of her smooth alabaster back. How alluring. Sununner, feeling the weight of his gaze, implored softly, Master, I beg you. Snapping back to reality, Chen Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Very well. Noticing the lingering imprint of a hand on her flushed cheek, he found it somewhat unsightly. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and poured a few drops of liquid into the bathwater. Master, what is this? Sununner recoiled slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with caution. Given her understanding of Chen Feng, she suspected this liquid was not benign. What are you afraid of? This is purple jade essence, intended for your healing. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her reaction. Did she truly think he would administer something improper? I'm not that kind of person, am I? Upon hearing this, Sununner felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, her ears turning crimson. I'm sorry. Master, fearing his wrath and potential retaliation, she quickly murmured an apology. Her gaze timid. All right, you can wash in peace. I shall not disturb you further. Observing her distressed demeanor, Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively and walked a short distance away. Thank you, master. With relief flooding her heart upon realizing Chen Feng was not angry, Sununner felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Perhaps it is due to the relentless treatment she has endured from Chen Feng during this period that, at this moment, she perceives a surprising sense of fondness for his displayed generosity and tenderness. Observing Chen Feng's retreating figure, Sununner finds herself believing that he has treated her rather well. Suddenly, however, Chen Feng retrieves a large, soft bed from his spatial ring, placing a change of clothes atop it. Sununner, after your bath, obediently lie on the bed and wait for me, he instructs, setting down the garments he prepared for her. He takes a moment to sit on the bed, appreciating its springiness with satisfaction. With a mischievous grin, he casts a glance at Sununner before vanishing into the small world. As she gazes at the expansive bed left behind, a sense of foreboding creeps into Sununner's heart, causing her expression to falter. Could it be that her master harbors? Flashes of embarrassing images invade her mind, and a faint blush graces her delicate, fair face. Yet her beautiful eyes reflect a deep melancholy. Is she destined to remain ensnared in her master's clutches? Master? She calls out into the void, her slender form curling in the water. Once she confirms that Chen Feng has truly departed, she breathes a sigh of relief and begins to dry her porcelain skin. Meanwhile, in the room, TSK. Chen Feng channels his soul energy into the Qianquan treasure box, instantly witnessing an extraordinarily enchanting scene that stirs a tumult within him. He muses to himself, Sununner is indeed an illustrious heroine, truly remarkable. After some time, as he anticipates her completion, he eagerly enters the small world. At this moment, within the small world, Sununner has thoroughly cleansed herself. Her pristine, delicate skin glistens with droplets of water, radiating an alluring sheen, purer than the finest white jade. Glancing around to confirm Chen Feng's absence, she cautiously rises from the bath, emanating a fresh, subtle fragrance akin to a flower about to bloom. Hesitating for a moment as she gazes at the clothes Chen Feng has placed on the bed, she tiptoes slowly towards it. Just as she nears the bed, she suddenly feels a pair of hands encircle her slender waist, prompting an involuntary gasp of surprise. Before she can react, the figure behind her lifts her effortlessly and tosses her onto the bed. The unexpected intruder is none other than Chen Feng, who, having witnessed Sununner finish her bath, materializes right behind her at the opportune moment. TSK, she is indeed impeccably clean. This little enchantress. Which man could possibly resist? Master you. Sununner stammers, her small face displaying evident anxiety, resembling a startled lamb, at a loss for what to do. She hastily grabs the bedding from the bed, covering herself, and urgently implores Chen Feng, Master, please step outside. As Sununner stood there, helpless and bewildered, a wicked smile crept across Chen Feng's face. He forcefully yanked the blankets covering her away. Master you. Sununner's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing, her tone tinged with despair. Be good, Sununner, you must be obedient. Master you. On the bed, Sununner wore an expression of utter hopelessness, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Struggling, she gazed at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with desperation, pleading for mercy. With a sharp slap, Chen Feng, growing impatient with her resistance, struck her across the face. Sununner, you must understand your current position. Do not overstep your bounds. Observing her demeanor, Chen Feng's expression turned icy. He began to wonder if he had been too lenient with her, leading her to become somewhat arrogant due to his affection. Sununner, covering her cheek, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. A bright red handprint marred her delicate face, a painful reminder of her plight. Staring blankly at Chen Feng, tears continued to cascade down her face, her heart consumed by despair. Could it be that she was destined for this calamity today? Master you. Sununner gazed at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes, feeling deeply wronged. Having sacrificed so much, why did her master still treat her this way? Her heart ached with despair and torment. After striking her, Chen Feng glanced at the mark on her cheek and felt a twinge of regret. He reached out to caress her face, his voice softening with concern. Oh, Sununner, does it hurt? I was too harsh just now. If you obediently listen, how could I bear to hurt you? Thousands of words omitted. An hour later, Chen Feng donned his clothes with an air of ease, while Sununner lay limply on the bed, her tender face marked by remnants of tears. Her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, she radiated an aura of hopelessness. All right, don't be upset anymore. You must be hungry. I've brought you something delicious, Chen Feng said, feeling remorseful for his earlier actions. After all, it was her first time. Just kill me. Sununner's face bore no expression, her eyes devoid of color, as if she had lost all attachment to life upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Her innocence was shattered. She could no longer face Xiao Yan. Moreover, due to her lost purity, she sensed her noble bloodline had diminished. Even if she were to leave here and return to her ancient clan, she would be but a wilted flower, stripped of her former status. The thought of facing her father filled her with further despair, extinguishing any motivation to continue living. How could the master ever bear to kill you? Chen Feng embraced Xiao Sununner, quickly reassuring her, "Rest assured, this matter will forever remain unknown to Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yan, Xiao Sununner felt a sharp pang in her heart. In her current state, what face did she have left to meet him? "Master, I implore you, in my life." Tears streamed down Xiao Sununner's cheeks once more as she beseeched Chen Feng. She understood that in Chen Feng's hands, she would likely endure torment every single day henceforth. Such a life was unbearable. She longed for death, for liberation from her suffering. Witnessing Xiao Sununner's fervent desire for death, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. This was a troubling sign. He felt a headache coming on. Now that Xiao Sununner had lost her purity, threatening her with Xiao Yan was no longer effective. This posed a dilemma. Chen Feng found himself at a loss. It was evident that the pain of her loss had inflicted profound harm on Xiao Sununner. "Sununner, please do not despair. What if I take you out for some fresh air?" Chen Feng suggested gently. "Out? Would you truly allow me to leave?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Sununner's eyes, only to vanish moments later, replaced by despair once more. "No, I do not wish to go out. Master, please just kill me." The thought of having lost her innocence, of her noble bloodline being destroyed, rendered her unable to confront either Xiao Yan or her father. In her heart, she felt a deep-seated fear of facing them. She felt unworthy of her affections for Xiao Yan, and guilt plagued her regarding her father's expectations over the years. Outside, she knew not where to turn. It was better to remain in this confined world, where she could evade the pain and worries that tormented her. "Master, please, just end my life." Xiao Sununner pondered. Even within this space, she would endure daily humiliation at Chen Feng's hands, living devoid of dignity. Death seemed a more merciful escape. Observing Xiao Sununner's relentless determination, Chen Feng's patience began to wane. Initially, her sorrow had evoked his compassion, prompting him to console her. However, Xiao Sununner's ungratefulness was becoming intolerable. He had shown her kindness, yet she remained obstinate in her quest for death. His patience had its limits. "Xiao Sununner, do you truly wish for death?" A cold smile crept onto Chen Feng's face. Sensing the shift in Chen Feng's demeanor, Xiao Sununner instinctively trembled. Yet, she soon regained her composure. If she was no longer afraid of death, she felt little fear of Chen Feng. As for Xiao Yan, they would meet again on the road to the afterlife. By then, she would perhaps once again be considered pure. A faint smile began to grace Xiao Sununner's lips. "Indeed, I do not wish to live any longer, Chen Feng. You may kill me." At her words, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Such audacity. She no longer even addressed him as master, daring to speak his name directly. Truly, she had become unruly. "Are you ready to give up on life?" Morning Breeze inquired. As he retrieved a crystal from beside him, Xiao gazed at the crystal with a hint of confusion. Morning Breeze infused a trace of his fighting spirit into the crystal, and in an instant, a dazzling light erupted from it. This mesmerizing spectacle immediately captivated Xiao's attention. The brilliance intensified, gradually coalescing into a vivid image suspended in the air. Familiar voices resonated from the void, and upon witnessing the scene, Xiao's expression turned to one of shock. How could she possibly be in this? A flush crept across her face, making it difficult for her to look on. Was that truly her within the image? Had she truly behaved in such a manner moments ago? Xiao could scarcely believe her own eyes. Beside her, Morning Breeze was equally astonished. This crystal even captured sound? What genius crafted such a remarkable artifact? It was utterly considerate. "Xiao, do you find it beautiful?" Morning Breeze asked, noticing her rapt attention. "Master, please, stop." Realizing the situation, Xiao's face burned crimson. Her ears flushed as she implored Morning Breeze to cease. Why halt such a captivating display? "One must savor the beauty of it," Morning Breeze replied, pulling Xiao into his embrace, compelling her to gaze at the unfolding scene. His tone then shifted, growing somewhat indifferent. "Tell me, if your brother Xiao Yan were to witness this moment, what would his reaction be?" At Morning Breeze's words, Xiao shuddered, a chilling wave of dread washing over her. Chapter 48. The Hidden Perils of the Ancient Clan. The previous chapter was sealed. The author is striving to unseal it. As Morning Wind spoke, Xiao Sununner was left utterly bewildered, a wave of overwhelming dread enveloping her. "No, Master, you cannot do this." Xiao Sununner was genuinely alarmed this time. Trembling, she clung to Morning Wind, desperately pleading with him. The words he had just uttered filled her with profound terror. Xiao Sununner could scarcely fathom the implications if Xiao Yan were to witness this moment. What would he think? How would he perceive her? Merely contemplating it sent chills through her, and her lovely face betrayed signs of fear. No, despair must not allow Xiao Yan to see this. Even if it meant her demise, even if she were never to see Xiao Yan again, she wished to leave him with a favorable impression. Xiao Sununner believed that she had always presented herself before Xiao Yan as pure and innocent, a vision of grace and charm. She thought to herself that even if she were to perish now, in Xiao Yan's heart, he would only remember the best, the most perfect version of her. This was the sole source of solace for her. However, if this scene before her were to be witnessed by Xiao Yan, it would all be obliterated. What purity! What innocence! At this moment, even Xiao Sununner felt unworthy. She gazed at the tormenting image before her, tears cascading down her cheeks, her heart steeped in despair. Her life, it seemed, was utterly ruined. So now you know fear? Observing Xiao Sununner's desperate pleas, Morning Wind revealed a faint, mocking smile. Do I not have you under my control? Did you not wish for death? Very well, I shall grant you that. Once you are gone, I will present your lifeless body to Xiao Yan and allow him to savor this exquisite scene. What do you think? Morning Wind's words resonated in Xiao Sununner's ears like the voice of a demon, plunging her into an icy abyss, leaving her devoid of warmth. No, I shall not die. I beg you, master, please do not do this. Xiao Sununner was utterly panicked, her face a mask of terror. She held on to Morning Wind with all her might, continuously pleading, stripped of all dignity. In response, a smirk danced upon Morning Wind's lips. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to stoke the flames further. Not only that, should you dare to take your own life or disobey, I shall not only show this to Xiao Yan, but shall also deliver it to the ancient clan. I wonder how the members of the ancient clan would react upon witnessing such a scandalous spectacle of their esteemed young lady. Morning Wind leaned closer to Xiao Sununner, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sununner's complexion turned ashen, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. No, I beg you, please do not. The heartfelt pleas of Chen Feng pierced through Xiao Sununner's heart like arrows. She felt waves of anguish, as though death were imminent, yet at this moment, the fear of dying consumed her, for the cost was far too great to bear. I shall not die, I will not perish, she cried, tears streaming down her face, her sobs echoing with despair. Observing her distress, Chen Feng sensed it was time to intervene. He feared that her emotional turmoil might jeopardize the stability of the unborn child. Thus, with a mere thought, he retracted the energy sustaining the crystal that captured their image, abruptly halting the scene that had been unfolding. Enough now, cease your tears. As long as you remain obedient, why would I ever share such a thing with another? You are my cherished one, and I care for you dearly. How could I inflict such pain upon you? Chen Feng embraced Xiao Sununner gently, soothing her with tender words. Indeed, his sentiments were genuine. Xiao Sununner was now a significant part of his life, and he had no intention of exposing the precious video to anyone else. To do so would be a betrayal he could not fathom. Chen Feng had always been possessive regarding those he held dear. Is that truly so? You would not deceive me, master? Upon hearing his assurances, Xiao Sununner's tears subsided, her gaze now tinged with a hint of skepticism. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Feng playfully remarked as he playfully swatted her rear. Xiao Sununner pouted, recalling the times he had indeed misled her. However, at this juncture, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful. With Chen Feng's promise, a sense of relief washed over her. Yet simultaneously, a deeper fear took root within her heart, fearing that a mere displeasure might provoke him to reveal the earlier scene. An hour later, Chen Feng exited the small world, finding Xiao Sununner in a deep slumber, her face marked by exhaustion. Under the curious gaze of the maidservants, he summoned a bucket of warm water, for having perspired so profusely, a cleansing was in order. Linging, he called softly after his bath. Moments later, a shadow materialized, revealing Linging's respectful form. Master, she greeted with reverence. Tell me, Linging, since Xiao Sununner arrived at the Xiao family, has she maintained contact with any members of the ancient clans? As he prepared to seclude Xiao Sununner indefinitely within the small world, Chen Feng deemed it essential to consider the connections of the ancient clan she hailed from. Should the ancient clan discover the disappearance of Xiao Sununner, they would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts in the search. With the capabilities of the ancient clan, Chen Feng harbors uncertainty regarding whether they would be able to locate him. His current strength is insufficient to contend with the entirety of the ancient clan. Thus, Chen Feng can only endeavor to meticulously eliminate all potential dangers and prepare in advance. Reporting to the master, the ancient clan dispatches a formidable Dou each year to Wutan City to assess the young lady's condition. As she once confided in me, throughout the years, the resources for her cultivation have been provided by that individual, and her connection with the clan leader, Gu Yuan, also relies upon this person. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Ling Ying spoke directly. Chapter 49. The Charming Purple Lightning Ferret, a Dou expert? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly, his expression turning grave. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront a Dou expert. Although concealed within the small world, he held confidence that Sununner would remain undiscovered. Yet, Chen Feng had always favored caution. Should any trace be uncovered, it would lead to irrevocable consequences. He was uncertain about the methods employed by the Dou experts and the ancient clan, and could not guarantee that they would not trace back to him. Ling Ying, do you have any idea when that Dou expert usually arrives? Chen Feng inquired, hoping for sufficient time to prepare himself adequately. Master, 2 months ago. The young lady mentioned that the Dou expert has already visited this year. Ling Ying replied. Oh, a glimmer of delight crossed Chen Feng's face. Since the expert had already come this year, it meant that the ancient clan would unlikely send anyone else within the year. This granted Chen Feng an entire year to prepare. With this thought, a sense of urgency brewed within him. Time was limited, and he needed to act swiftly. To contend against the ancient clan, he could only rely on the power of the system. He aimed to conceive more offspring, eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited after their birth. The rewards for mere pregnancy were already lavish. One could only imagine how extraordinary the rewards would be upon the children's arrival. Motivated by this prospect, Chen Feng could not help but fantasize about bringing all the goddesses from the original narrative into his harem, the little healer from Qingshan Town, the azure scale from Shimo City, the enchanting Medusa from the serpent tribe, and more. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act promptly. A moment later, Chen Feng returned to the small world, thoughtfully bringing a bucket of hot water and some delicious food. Sununner, wake up, take a bath, and then have something to eat. He gently roused the slumbering Sununner. Perhaps she had truly given up hope, for her condition appeared significantly improved. Without regard for Chen Feng's presence, she gracefully enacted a scene reminiscent of a beautiful maiden emerging from the bath. Chen Feng found himself thoroughly captivated, not forgetting to activate the recording crystal to capture this exquisite moment. Perhaps due to her previous exhaustion, Sununner was genuinely hungry and consumed a considerable amount of the delicacies Chen Feng had brought. Observing her condition stabilize, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Sununner no longer contemplated ending her life, things would become manageable. It merely required Chen Feng to exert a bit more effort to help her conceive sooner. With this in mind, Chen Feng glanced around the small world, realizing it was time for a transformation. Once Sununner became pregnant, he intended to ensure she could rest comfortably here. For nurturing a child, a conducive environment was essential. Currently, the small world was barren, its surroundings far from ideal. It is evident that this is not an ideal environment for nurturing a child. Sununner, of noble birth, finds herself in a rather inadequate setting, confined within this enclosed space for an extended period. One fears this may lead to her emotional unrest, consequently destabilizing her condition. Therefore, Chen Feng must undertake renovations to make this place more comfortable for her. Moreover, he intends to frequently spend the night here himself, desiring a more pleasant living space as well. Chen Feng already harbors a general vision for the transformation. The entirety of this small world is only as large as a plaza, neither excessively vast nor insignificantly small. His plan is to cultivate it into a personal estate, complete with a garden where Sununner can unwind and tend to flowers during her leisure. He also envisions planting some spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, which would be beneficial for her health. A pond could be constructed for leisurely fishing, and most importantly, Chen Feng yearns to create a hot spring where he and Sununner can frolic and enjoy each other's company, alleviating the need for fetching water for bathing each time they venture outside. A plaza-sized estate is quite substantial, allowing the possibility of inviting other women to reside here in the future. Yet, these are merely Chen Feng's aspirations for now. The realization of such plans will require time and manpower. He must wait until he has sufficient help at his disposal before embarking on this endeavor. Sununner, is there anything else you desire? I shall bring it to you next time, he gently inquired, cradling her soft form in his arms after she had satisfied her hunger. Although he does not yet harbor deep feelings for Sununner, she is undeniably his woman now. As long as she remains obedient, Chen Feng will treat her well, for he has always been tender towards those he claims as his own. My lord, it feels so lonely here. I wish for a companion, Sununner replied, momentarily taken aback as she expressed her wish. Although Chen Feng would assign Ling Ying to guard her, the chill emanating from Ling Ying made Sununner genuinely apprehensive about being in her presence. A companion, you say? Chen Feng paused, then a smile graced his face. That can be easily arranged. I shall bring you many companions in the future, with the prospect of having more women in his life. Sununner would certainly not feel isolated. Then, Chen Feng recalled that when Yafei was pregnant, the system had rewarded him with a 6th-tier magical beast, the purple lightning weasel, which he had yet to summon. Given the inconveniences within the estate at that time, he had refrained from doing so to avoid any adverse effects. Since Sununner is feeling bored here, he decided it would be fitting to raise the purple lightning weasel as a pet for her companionship. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng silently commanded the system, summon the purple lightning weasel. In the next moment, with a flash of purple light, a petite violet figure materialized in Chen Feng's embrace. His eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. The purple figure, enveloped in a coat of violet fur, was no larger than a fist. Its large, expressive eyes sparkled with brilliance with each blink, exuding an enchanting glow. Quite adorable indeed. Chen Feng smiled, cradling the purple lightning ferret in his palm, gently kneading it, releasing a cascade of purple radiance. Master? Suddenly, the ferret spoke with a voice that was both melodious and slightly juvenile, reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. It was rather pleasant to hear. The little creature gazed intently at Chen Feng, seemingly perplexed as to whether he was indeed its master. Upon hearing the ferret articulate human words, Chen Feng was taken aback momentarily. However, he quickly recalled that magical beasts could indeed speak after reaching the 6th tier, possessing a level of intelligence akin to that of humans. Yet, this little one seemed to possess a rather limited intellect. A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he nodded kindly at the purple lightning ferret. Master, master, master. In response to Chen Feng, the little creature appeared elated, rolling around in his hands, its enormous eyes wide open, incessantly calling out. Meanwhile, Sununner looked at the purple lightning ferret in Chen Feng's hands, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, as she observed the little one's charming demeanor, a peculiar glimmer began to sparkle in her gaze. Chapter 50. It's all that old guy Gunni's fault. Gazing at the violet lightning ferret in his hands, Chen Feng felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the system would reward him with such an adorable companion. Moreover, judging by its voice, it appeared to be a female. Chen Feng recalled that once magical beasts reached the 7th tier, they could transform. This little creature looked exceedingly charming. It would surely be delightful in its transformed state. With this thought, anticipation blossomed within him. Master, what is this? At that moment, Sununner approached Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes curiously fixed on the violet lightning ferret. This is my pet, the violet lightning ferret, Chen Feng introduced with a smile. How can it? A look of skepticism crossed Sununner's face. As a distinguished daughter of the ancient clan, her knowledge was exceptional, and she was aware that high-tier magical beasts could indeed speak. Yet, could this adorable little ferret truly be a high-tier magical beast? She found it hard to believe. You are wondering why it can speak, aren't you? Do not underestimate it. While it appears cute and enchanting, it is actually a 6th-tier magical beast. In a confrontation, even an average high-tier Dou Huang would be no match for this little fellow, Chen Feng explained, gently rubbing the violet lightning ferret. A 6th-tier magical beast. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Sununner was utterly astonished. This creature was indeed a 6th-tier magical beast. Perhaps, for the ancient clan, this was not particularly remarkable. But here in the Jiamat Empire, a 6th-tier magical beast could dominate effortlessly. Sununner gazed deeply at Chen Feng, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. She suddenly recalled the terrifying power he had unleashed that fateful night. Even Uncle Ing, at the 9-star Dou Huang level, could not withstand a single blow from him. Such power must have reached the Dou Zone realm. At that time, Xiao Sununner speculated that Chen Feng had employed a certain secret technique to unleash such formidable strength in such a short span. However, she too possessed methods for enhancing one's power, including rare secret arts that were never shared outside the ancient clan. Thus, she was quite knowledgeable about techniques capable of instantaneously manifesting immense strength. Yet, such methods invariably came with significant repercussions. But, casting a glance at Chen Feng's flushed visage, a hint of confusion stirred within her. Why had he not exhibited any aftereffects? Furthermore, when he had previously bullied her, he had shown such ferocity, nearly reducing her to ruin, which hardly seemed indicative of any lingering consequences. With this thought, a faint blush crept onto Xiao Sununner's fair cheeks, rendering her all the more alluring. "Sununner, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Feng inquired with concern, noticing her rosy complexion. "And no, it's nothing." Xiao Sununner quickly shook her head, her beautiful eyes remaining fixed on the violet lightning ferret in Chen Feng's hands. Possessing a sixth-tier magical beast as a pet and mastering such formidable secret arts. What is his true origin? A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Xiao Sununner's beautiful eyes, but soon she recalled her current predicament, and her expression dimmed. What did her master's origins have to do with her? At present, she was merely a fragile little slave, subject to the whims of others, struggling to survive. As thoughts of the crystal that captured reflections in Chen Feng's hands crossed her mind, Xiao Sununner seemed to resign herself to her fate, forcing herself to cease pondering such matters. She redirected her attention to the adorable creature in Chen Feng's hands and curiously inquired, "Master, what is its name? It doesn't have one yet? Why not name it yourself? Didn't you say you wanted a companion? I could let it stay here with you, if you'd like." Chen Feng affectionately replied to Xiao Sununner. "Really?" Upon hearing this, surprise illuminated Xiao Sununner's face. She had always favored the color purple, often adorning herself in a flowing purple dress. The little creature, with its entire body covered in purple fur, resembled a fluffy ball and appeared irresistibly cute. Naturally, she was quite fond of such a pet. "When has my master ever deceived you?" Chen Feng chuckled softly, then placed the purple lightning ferret into Xiao Sununner's hands. "Little one, from now on, you shall keep this sister company." Initially, Chen Feng intended to refer to her as the mistress, but realizing that Xiao Sununner was merely his slave, he quickly amended his words, thinking that perhaps only when she bore him children would she be worthy of such a title. "Sister, sister." The purple lightning ferret responded obediently, perhaps sensing the lingering scent of Chen Feng on Xiao Sununner, and it behaved sweetly, calling out to her. "So well behaved, so adorable. Master, let us name it Little Purple," Xiao Sununner said, cradling the purple lightning ferret in her arms, unable to resist petting it again before turning to Chen Feng. "I'm glad you like it," Chen Feng replied casually, as Xiao Sununner gazed at the purple lightning ferret in her hands. It seemed as though a hollow part of her spirit had found a sliver of solace, and a radiant smile finally graced her face. Observing this, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. It seemed that for the time being, this woman would not entertain thoughts of ending her life. With the crystal and the purple lightning ferret, she had double assurance. Chen Feng's intention in leaving the purple lightning ferret with her was not only to provide companionship, but also to keep a watchful eye on her. Should Xiao Sununner ever contemplate despair, the ferret could intervene in time. Afterward, Chen Feng inquired if Xiao Sununner required anything else, brought her some everyday necessities, and then departed from the small world. "Where have you been wandering again?" In the manner, Yafei had awakened and appeared significantly revitalized. She observed Chen Feng's return, inhaling the scent that lingered on him, her beautiful eyes narrowing, her ample bosom presenting an enticing silhouette. "Brother Chen Feng, you've truly gone astray, confess honestly. Do you have someone else outside?" Inhaling the lingering fragrance of Xiao Sununner carried by the morning breeze, Yafei could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. With her astute nature, she naturally suspected that Chen Feng had been unfaithful. She silently reproached him, wondering how he could possess such boundless energy. After just one day of her absence, he was so eager to seek the company of other women. It was not that Yafei could not tolerate the presence of rivals. Rather, she was displeased with Chen Feng's flirtatiousness. They had only arrived in Wutan City a few days prior, and with her by his side, it seemed utterly reprehensible for him to indulge in such escapades. Faced with Yafei's inquiries, Chen Feng felt a hint of embarrassment. "Sister Yafei, please do not misconstrue the situation. It is not as you think." Was it that scoundrel Gu and I who instigated you? Just as he was about to clarify further, Yafei's expression suddenly shifted, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Chen Feng was taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, had it not been for that old rascal's repeated temptations, I would not have erred. That Gu and I shall confront him. Before he could finish his sentence, Yafei stormed off in a fit of anger. Chapter 51. Enraptured by cultivation, unable to extricate oneself. With Master Gunny as the scapegoat, Chen Feng naturally faced no issues. Under Chen Feng's coaxing and persuasion, the two once again found themselves inseparable. With Yafei's relatives departed, Chen Feng felt no reservations. Yafei, unable to withstand the situation, suggested that perhaps he should seek companionship elsewhere. As night fell, Yafei lay feebly in Chen Feng's embrace, expressing her helplessness. She had fully submitted and accepted the reality of their circumstances. Should this happen again, her life might be at stake. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng felt a sense of pride. Little one, can I not win you over? Yafei, I shall impart to you a method of cultivation, so that we may practice together henceforth. Subsequently, Chen Feng proposed that Yafei cultivate the heavenly phoenix technique. In the Duki continent, one could only cultivate one technique. However, the dragon and phoenix technique was different. It merely served as an auxiliary method and bore no detrimental effects. Thus, while Chen Feng practiced the swallowing origin technique, he could also cultivate the golden dragon chapter. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so? Upon discovering the nature of the heavenly phoenix chapter, Yafei's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Such a technique was indeed scandalous. Can there truly exist such an indecorous method? Yet, Chen Feng paid little heed to its propriety. As long as it facilitated cultivation, that was sufficient. The ability to engage in mischief while cultivating was, to him, simply perfect. Yafei, this technique is no ordinary one. Allow me to first demonstrate its extraordinary qualities. Soon, the two became engrossed in their practice. Time flew by, and 2 days swiftly passed. Calculating the duration, Chen Feng had already spent a week in Wutan City. Perhaps aware of Chen Feng's impending departure, Yafei clung to him daily, eager to linger in his presence for as long as possible. Naturally, the majority of their time was dedicated to practicing the dragon and phoenix technique. It must be said that the dragon and phoenix technique truly deserved its status as a heavenly tier method. Although it served merely as an auxiliary, its effects were nonetheless remarkable. After just 2 days of practice, both had made notable advancements. Chen Feng directly broke through to the 8-star Dou Master realm. Even Yafei, whose cultivation talent was rather lacking, had made a breakthrough, elevating from an 8-star Dou practitioner to a 9-star Dou practitioner. This transformation instantly filled her with elation. Astonished by the astonishing effects of the dragon and phoenix technique, she tirelessly urged Chen Feng to practice with her each night. Were it not for concerns about reputational repercussions, she would have insisted on training with him even during the day. Her mediocre talent had always been a thorn in Yafei's heart. Now that she possessed a method for rapid advancement, she was naturally overjoyed and completely immersed in her practice. Due to her obsession with cultivating the phoenix technique, Yafei rarely visited the auction house. This compelled Master Gunny to provide her with cover daily, claiming that Miss Yafei was unwell and required several days of recuperation. Upon hearing that his goddess was unwell, several wealthy patrons in Wutan City sent copious nourishing supplements to Yafei's residence. These supplements, crafted with care by the compassionate Yafei into a nourishing tonic, were meant to restore Chen Feng's vitality. Chen Feng, it appears the Xiao family has encountered some troubles. Today, a member of the family visited the auction house. On that day, Yafei delivered a chicken soup simmered with an array of medicinal herbs to Chen Feng's chamber. The Xiao family? At the mention, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, instantly deducing the matter at hand. A prodigious young lady named Sununner had mysteriously vanished, and now the entire Xiao clan was scouring the city in search of her. Yafei's subsequent remarks confirmed Chen Feng's suspicions, indicating the Xiao family's profound concern for this Sununner. Chen Feng chuckled softly, unperturbed. Given the Xiao family's strength, he had no reason to feel threatened. Moreover, they remained oblivious to the fact that Sununner had fallen into his grasp. In recent days, he had also engaged Sununner in cultivating the celestial phoenix technique. Whenever daylight permitted, he would feign training to distract Yafei, swiftly entering his small world to practice the dragon and phoenix arts with Sununner. Perhaps due to the frequency of their sessions, Xiao Sununner had grown desensitized, no longer resisting as she once had. At times, she even seemed to embrace the training, leading to commendable results. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's days unfolded like a blissful paradise. In stark contrast, the Xiao family was akin to ants on a hot pan, frantically scurrying about. Sununner, where have you gone? On the cliffs at the back of the Xiao estate, Xiao Yan stood, his handsome visage marred by worry and fatigue. Since Xiao Sununner's disappearance, he had not slept a wink. Over these past days, he had scoured the entirety of Wutan City, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. The thought of his pure and endearing sister, who would trail behind him calling Brother Yan, filled him with profound anxiety. What if something has happened to her? This thought gnawed at Xiao Yan's heart. How could such a lovely and obedient sister encounter ill fortune? The mere contemplation of her potential misfortune was unbearable. In recent days, he had forsaken food and drink, driven to madness as he searched tirelessly throughout Wutan City. He even suspected that members of the other two prominent families might have abducted Xiao Sununner, which led him to confront the Jiaoya family, only to be brutally expelled by Jiaoya Ao, leaving him bruised and battered. Yet, despite his injuries, Xiao Yan refused to relent. He felt as though he had lost something of utmost significance, obsessively seeking any trace of Xiao Sununner. He implored his father to rally the Xiao family to join the search. However, even with the full might of the Xiao family mobilized, there was still no sign of Xiao Sununner. Sununner, where on earth are you? Xiao Yan's heart ached with despair as he shouted into the abyss, seeking to release the pent-up frustration within. In this household, only his father and Sununner had ever treated him with kindness, never looking down upon him. Yet now, my dear sister Sun has encountered misfortune, and he finds himself utterly helpless. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's visage was etched with anguish. He gazed upon the precipice before him, wishing he could leap into the abyss and find release from his torment. Heaven above, why do you conspire against me? Why must I be rendered a wretch? Xiao Yan cried out to the heavens, his heart torn and his expression twisted with despair. Yan. At that moment, a deep voice resonated behind Xiao Yan. It was none other than the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan. Observing the unbearable suffering of Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan exhaled deeply. What a cruel fate this is. Yan, you have truly endured much. Father, I. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's voice, Xiao Yan slowly turned, his expression softening somewhat, yet still marked by despondency and defeat. Yan, you must forget about Sun, Xiao Zhan urged, noticing Xiao Yan's desolate demeanor. Chapter 52. Xiao Sununner is pregnant, father, I. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. We have done our utmost. Observing Xiao Yan's battered appearance, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh. Father, I suspect that beast, Galio, has abducted Sununner. Xiao Yan expressed his frustration. Enough, Yinran. Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly turned grave. Isn't there enough chaos already? In recent days, the Xiao family has offended numerous forces in their pursuit of Sununner. If this continues, how will the Xiao family maintain its standing in Wutan City? Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to protest further, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of displeasure. The Galio family, being one of the three great families in Wutan City, possessed greater strength than the Xiao family. Without concrete evidence, how could the Xiao family dare to investigate the Galio family? Unless the two families were prepared for outright war, a cost that the Xiao family could not bear. Father, are we to simply abandon the search for Sununner? Xiao Yan asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. The thought of his sister enduring torment filled him with anguish, robbing him of sleep day and night. Yinran, Sununner should be safe. If my suspicions are correct, she has likely returned home. Xiao Zhan's expression grew distant, memories flooding back to the day Xiao Sununner was brought to the Xiao family. The power of those behind her was not something the Xiao family could contend with. He had long been aware of Sununner's extraordinary identity, which is why he had indulged her over the years, perhaps even out of a sense of trepidation. Now, with her sudden departure and lack of communication, Xiao Zhan surmised that she must have been taken back by her powerful allies. Returned? Returned where? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Zhan with confusion. Yinran, you should understand that Sununner is not truly one of the Xiao family. She is backed by an immensely powerful force that we cannot provoke. I surmise that her sudden disappearance indicates she has returned to her family. Xiao Zhan sighed, harboring some dissatisfaction. After all these years with the Xiao family, she leaves without even a word. Is that so? But why did she? Xiao Yan was taken aback, beginning to believe Xiao Zhan's words, yet a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart. Why didn't Sununner say anything to me before she left? Did she have no words for me? Xiao Yan felt a profound sense of disappointment, questioning whether he had been overly sentimental. Perhaps, in Sununner's heart, he was indeed an inconsequential figure. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a bitter smile. All right, Yinner, do not dwell on Sununner any longer. Observing Xiao Yan's despondent demeanor, Xiao Zhan felt a pang of sympathy for his son. How have you been feeling lately? Have the medicinal pills shown any effect? Recalling the elixir obtained from Morning Breeze last time, Xiao Zhan shifted the topic. No, aside from feeling a bit overheated the night I consumed it. There has been no further reaction, Xiao Yan replied, a hint of despair creeping into his voice as he mentioned the elixir. Father, do you think that young Master Morning Breeze is merely toying with us? It has been so many days without any response, Xiao Yan expressed his doubts. Logically, that should not be the case. He is a true disciple of the Cloudy Mist sect and a direct descendant of the middle family. Why would he bother to deceive the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow in contemplation. If the elixir proved ineffective, they would have been outright played for fools. Though he cared little for the marriage contract with Nalan Yanran, the thought of being deceived was intolerable to him. Did not young Master Morning Breeze say that the elixir's effects would take around 3 months to manifest? Perhaps, in due time, the medicinal properties will take effect, and my talent will return. Xiao Yan still harbored a flicker of hope, clinging to the positive. If his talent could not be restored, he would be plunged into an abyss of despair. Let us hope so, Xiao Zhan replied, nodding slightly and sighing. His son truly had a tumultuous fate. The winds atop the mountain are fierce. You should return when you can, he cautioned, observing Xiao Yan standing precariously at the cliff's edge. He feared that the lad might act impulsively and leap into the abyss. Within a small world, a shadow flitted swiftly, leaving behind afterimages that moved with ghostly speed. Moments later, the figure halted, revealing the countenance of Morning Breeze. Indeed, the earth-tier movement technique was formidable. Morning Breeze exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips. During this period, aside from practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Sununner and Yafei, he had not neglected his own training. Moreover, he had discovered an earth-tier movement technique from Sununner's treasury. This technique, named as Shadows Follow, was precisely what Morning Breeze had been practicing. Mastering as Shadows Follow to its utmost could create countless phantoms, dancing like a throng of spirits, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. With commendable talent, Morning Breeze had successfully attained the first level of As Shadows Follow within a few short days. Armed with this earth-tier movement technique, he felt confident that, with his 8-star Dou Master prowess, he could confront a great Dou Master directly. Sununner's treasury was abundant with Dou techniques, cultivation methods, and training resources. However, Morning Breeze did not succumb to greed. He selectively chose only a few techniques suited to his abilities for cultivation. Furthermore, as his Dou Qi attributed to the lightning element, he could not cultivate techniques of other attributes. Master, please take a moment to rest, Sununner advised, approaching him with a cup of water as he paused his training. Under Morning Breeze's guidance, Sununner had begun to embody the demeanor of a devoted servant. Exhausted from her training, she would obediently present a glass of water and gently wipe the sweat from Chen Feng's brow. During their bathing rituals, she would tenderly assist him in scrubbing his back. When practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, she would actively align herself with his movements. Observing Sununner's transformation, Chen Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. His expectations were modest. As long as Sununner ceased her reckless pursuits of death, he was content. He had always been generous towards obedient women. Should Sununner bear him a son and a daughter, he might consider granting her freedom once his own strength was formidable. Of course, it would also depend on her willingness to venture forth. Chen Feng took the cup of water and settled down at a nearby stone table. To ensure Sununner's comfort, he had brought in numerous items from outside. Now, apart from the somewhat desolate atmosphere, the living arrangements were quite adequate. Suddenly, a notification echoed within Chen Feng's mind. Ding. Detection indicates that Sununner is pregnant, rewarding the host with a grand gift package. Ding. Would the host like to open the grand gift package? Chapter 53. The Power of Bloodline. Upon hearing the system notification echo within his mind, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. A wave of ecstatic joy swiftly illuminated his countenance. After days of diligent sowing, The fruits of his labor had finally borne fruition. Ah, Sununner, your prowess is indeed remarkable. With uncontainable excitement, Chen Feng enveloped the delicate Sununner in his embrace, planting a gentle kiss upon her charming visage. Sununner's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Though they had shared such moments numerous times before, she still felt a tinge of shyness in Chen Feng's presence. "Master, what is the matter?" she inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes as she observed Chen Feng's exuberance. "You have accomplished a great feat this time. I shall reward you handsomely shortly," Chen Feng replied with a mischievous grin as he held her close. At his words, Sununner's ears turned a deeper shade of red. Fully aware of the nature of the reward he alluded to. "Be good. Go play with Xiao Zi for now, and I shall return to bestow upon you your reward," Chen Feng urged, gently redirecting her before turning his thoughts inward, murmuring to the system, "Open the gift package." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the bloodline crystal." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the heavenly tier combat technique, Thunder Spear technique." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received a 1-star Dozong experience card." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon-Slaying Spear." A cascade of system notifications resonated in his mind, causing Chen Feng's heart to swell with joy. Behold, had he not just recouped his investment? Reflecting on the 9-star Dozong experience card he had previously expended on Sununner, he felt no remorse. Within mere days, he had regained a Dozong experience card. Once Sununner bore him a child, another wave of rewards would surely follow. This was an undeniable stroke of fortune. Although this time he had only received a 1-star Dozong experience card, Chen Feng was thoroughly satisfied. With the Dozong realm at his disposal, he could traverse the Gamma Empire with unparalleled confidence. Armed with this experience card, who could dare to challenge him within the confines of the Gamma Empire? Chen Feng's heart raced with excitement. The sensation of unveiling such rewards was simply exhilarating. Initially, his sole objective for visiting Wutan City had been Yafei. Yet Sununner had unexpectedly graced him with her presence. Ultimately, this journey to Wutan City had proven to be an unequivocal triumph for Chen Feng. "The aforementioned items have been dispatched to the system space. Please check at your convenience," the system informed him. Chen Feng forced himself to regain his composure, delving into the system space to examine the details of his latest rewards. Bloodline Crystal. Once activated, it can merge with the host, giving rise to bloodline power, capable of safeguarding the host's direct descendants. Thunder Spear Technique, a primary heavenly tier combat technique. Dragon-Slaying Spear, forged from celestial meteorite iron and the blood of ancient demonic dragons. After a brief moment of reviewing all the treasure's information, Chen Feng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Among these items, the bloodline crystal sparked the most delight within him. The prospect of integrating it into his being to generate bloodline power, thus ensuring the protection of his lineage, had effectively alleviated his greatest concern. For he had long harbored the fear of whether his child would safely come into the world. However, with the emergence of the bloodline crystal, it can be said that it has directly alleviated Chen Feng's lingering concerns. "System, extract the bloodline crystal," he intoned, and in the next moment, a crimson crystal materialized in his hand. Fuse. As soon as Chen Feng's voice fell, the blood-red crystal transformed into a streak of crimson light and surged into his body. A wave of intense heat coursed through him, and he sensed an extraordinary power awakening within. A faint crimson mist emanated from his being, dissipating into the void. After a brief moment, Chen Feng's expression shifted subtly. He felt an almost imperceptible connection forming with someone, a presence that felt strikingly familiar. Was it Yinran's essence? Chen Feng paused, then enlightenment dawned upon him. To be precise, he had established a connection with the fetus within Nalan Yanran. The revelation brought a hint of astonishment to his face. This bloodline power was indeed formidable, despite the vast distance separating Wutan City from the Yinran sect, and the considerable space between him and Nalan Yanran in the heart of the Gamma Empire. This power transcended distance, forging a bond in such a short span of time. Such a miraculous effect was truly astonishing. His gaze turned to Sununner, who was playfully teasing the purple lightning weasel nearby. Yet she seemed oblivious to the presence of the bloodline power. Initially puzzled, he soon realized the truth. The fetus within Sununner had yet to fully develop. Hence it could not be shielded by the bloodline power. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng probed further, only to discover that he had not established a connection with Yafei either. This confirmed his previous hypothesis. The bloodline power required the gradual formation of the fetus to take effect. Understanding this, Chen Feng's confusion dissipated, and he delved deeper into the other functions of the bloodline power. It appeared that this power necessitated the consumption of his own energy to activate. After a moment of contemplation, a look of deep thought crossed Chen Feng's features. While the bloodline power could protect his immediate lineage, it simultaneously drained his Dou Qi. The extent of Dou Qi consumed was directly proportional to the severity of the injury sustained by his direct bloodline. The heavier the damage, the greater the demand for bloodline power, resulting in a more substantial depletion of his Dou Qi. Realizing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. This seemed rather troublesome. If he were engaged in battle and suddenly faced such a predicament, it could spell disaster for him. Indeed, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. He could only hope misfortunes would not converge. With a hint of resignation, he said, "System, extract the Heavenly Thunder Spear technique." Immediately, a vast and profound influx of information flooded into his mind. Moments later, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, having fully assimilated the knowledge. Truly, as a heavenly rank Dou technique, with the Heavenly Thunder Spear technique, his spear skills would undoubtedly become exceedingly formidable. A hint of joy flickered across Chen Feng's face. He was naturally skilled in marksmanship, wielding a formidable thunderous gun technique. Even his mentor, Yinran, had frequently praised his remarkable prowess. This thunder gun technique seemed tailor-made for him. System, extract the Dragon Spiral Spear. Chen Feng continued to address the system. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a blood-red spear descended directly into Chen Feng's grasp. What a magnificent weapon! Chen Feng exclaimed, tightly clutching the blood-red spear, excitement illuminating his countenance. The spear was long and robust, entirely crimson, exuding an intense aura of ferocity. It was evident that this was a lethal instrument. For years, he had yearned for such a treasure, and now his wish had finally been fulfilled. With this dragon spiral spear in hand, his marksmanship would undoubtedly become even more formidable, and his strength would surge. Beside him, Sununner gazed at the sudden appearance of the dragon spiral spear in Chen Feng's hands, taken aback. With her discerning eye, she could easily recognize that this spear was extraordinary. "Sununner, what do you think of Master's spear?" Chen Feng inquired, gripping the dragon spiral spear. "It's impressively long. It appears quite fierce." Chapter 54. Taking action against the medicine elder S. Chapter 47 has been sealed again. I suspect you are plotting against me. If this continues, I shall inevitably lose my main text. After demonstrating his formidable marksmanship to Sununner, Chen Feng left the small world with an air of ease. "Ling Ying," Chen Feng called into the air. The void twisted momentarily, revealing Ling Ying's figure before Chen Feng. "What commands do you have, Master?" Chen Feng glanced at Ling Ying, feeling a twinge of envy at the latter's elusive abilities. "I must find time to learn from him someday." "Xiao Yan, you should be familiar with him, right?" Chen Feng inquired. "Xiao Yan." Upon hearing Chen Feng mention Xiao Yan, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Ying's eyes, and he nodded. Having followed Sununner for many years, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the member of the Xiao family he knew best. "Very well, there is something I need you to do." As he thought of the ring in Xiao Yan's possession, a cold smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips. It is time to take action against Yao Chun. From the moment he acquired the soul-controlling banner, Chen Feng had harbored this intention. However, considering Yao Chun's strength, Chen Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. Now, with a Dou Zong experience card in hand, and the formidable support of Ling Ying and the purple lightning mongoose, he felt emboldened. More importantly, he possessed the soul-controlling banner, which was particularly effective against spiritual entities. With so many trump cards at his disposal, he felt utterly unafraid. It was time to execute the plan to capture Yao Chun. "Please, Master, command me," Ling Ying replied respectfully. "Xiao Yan possesses a black ring. Tonight, go and retrieve it for me." Chen Feng took out a jade vial from his spatial ring and handed it to Ling Ying. "This is dreaming incense. Ensure that Xiao Yan does not notice." Although Ling Ying felt some doubt, he refrained from asking further questions and respectfully accepted the vial, saying, "As you wish, Master." "Ah, I just remembered something," Chen Feng said with a faint smile, retrieving an envelope from his spatial ring. "Place this on Xiao Yan's bedside." Thinking of the contents within the envelope, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Go now. After you have acquired the ring, meet me outside the city." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yes, master. Ling Ying nodded, then gradually faded from the room. Tonight shall determine everything. Chen Feng took out the soul-controlling banner, playing with it in his hands. Whether tonight's endeavor would succeed depended solely on this treasure. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. In the deep of the night, the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the entire Xiao family estate. On a bed, a young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands forming peculiar seals before him. His chest rose and fell gently, creating a perfect cycle with each breath, while a faint white vapor flowed through his mouth and nose, nourishing his bones and flesh. As the young man meditated with his eyes closed, the ancient black ring on his finger emitted a faint, eerie glow before falling silent once more. With a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of stale air and suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of pale white light shimmering within their inky depths, a manifestation of the recently absorbed, yet not fully refined. The he had painstakingly cultivated was dissipating. What the hell? Frustrated, he sensed within himself, and a surge of anger washed over his face as he exclaimed sharply. His fists clenched tightly. He eventually let out a bitter smile and shook his head, weary in body and spirit as he rose from his bed, stretching his numb ankles and thighs. With merely 3 segments of, he lacked the capacity to disregard fatigue. Forget it. What's the point of cultivating anymore? I might as well sleep. Casting a glance at the darkening sky outside, he felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. After all, his training had proven fruitless, so he decided to surrender to slumber. As time passed, soft snores began to fill the room. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared outside his door. In his dreams, the young man seemed to catch a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, furrowing his brow before sinking deeper into sleep. The shadow approached his bedside, eyes fixated on the black ring in his hand. Why would the master desire to take the ring from Xiao Yan? Could it possess some hidden significance? Remembering Chen Feng's instructions, a glimmer of caution arose in his heart. Ling Ying glanced at the slumbering Xiao Yan before placing the envelope entrusted to him by Chen Feng on the bed and directly removed the black ring from his hand. Examining the ring, Ling Ying found nothing amiss and swiftly tucked it away before hastily departing the Xiao residence. Outside Wutan City, Chen Feng emerged in a secluded grove, cradling a purple lightning mink that shimmered with violet luminescence under the bright moonlight. In his quest to subdue Yao Chun, he had mobilized all his resources. The thought of Yao Chun's formidable strength made him feel a tinge of anxiety. This old man was renowned as a master alchemist, and although he had become but a wisp of a soul, his power could not be underestimated. However, glancing at the soul-controlling banner in his grasp, Chen Feng felt a slight reassurance. Regardless of the strength one possessed in life, once reduced to a spiritual entity, they would bow before his banner. Suddenly, Chen Feng lifted his gaze toward the city gate, having sensed Ling Ying approaching. It appeared that he had succeeded. His expression sharpened. The absence of a fierce battle indicated that Ling Ying had successfully acquired the ring from Xiao Yan. As he felt Ling Ying drawing nearer, a smile involuntarily crept across Chen Feng's lips. Yao Chun must have believed no one could discover his presence, allowing Ling Ying to take the ring without resistance. This old man had always been overly confident in his soul's power. Master. Moments later, Ling Ying stood before Chen Feng. Where's the ring? The morning breeze eagerly inquired of Ling Ying. Here, Ling Ying extended his hand, revealing a black ring that lay quietly within his grasp. Under the moonlight, it emitted a faint, ethereal glow, appearing rather ordinary at first glance. Who would have imagined that a formidable soul was concealed within? Xiao Yan had absorbed 3 years' worth of fighting spirit without the slightest inkling. Instead of reaching out to take the ring from Ling Ying, the morning breeze stepped back a few paces, maintaining a safe distance. Only after establishing this boundary did he call out to the ring, Yao Chun, how much longer will you remain hidden? Do I need to summon you? Ling Ying. Upon hearing the morning breeze's words, Ling Ying was instantly bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at the morning breeze before looking back at the black ring in his hand. Is my master addressing this ring? However, in the next moment, the confusion on Ling Ying's face swiftly transformed into astonishment. The black ring in his hand suddenly emitted a wisp of white light, followed by the emergence of a spectral, ancient voice. Witnessing this, Ling Ying's eyelids twitched, nearly causing him to hurl the ring from his grasp. Chapter 55. The Great Battle with Yao Chun. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The ethereal apparition that suddenly emerged was none other than the revered Yao Chun. Upon emerging from the ring, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Feng, and with a tone laced with hostility, he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Observing Chen Feng, Yao Chun was engulfed by a sense of trepidation and unease. How could this individual be aware of his existence? Yao Chun recalled Chen Feng's identity distinctly. He had recognized this young man when Xiao Yan had visited the middle family's estate. A direct descendant of the middle family? A true disciple of the Yinran sect? Prior to this, Yao Chun had dismissed Chen Feng's status as inconsequential, considering the insignificant factions within the Jiama Empire beneath his notice. Yet now, gazing at the smiling Chen Feng, a chill inexplicably coursed through Yao Chun's being. He had concealed himself within the ring for many years, and even Xiao Yan, who wore him closely, had never sensed his presence. How then was this young man able to discern him? Earlier, when Ling Ying had infiltrated Xiao Yan's quarters, Yao Chun had sensed her presence immediately. However, as her intentions were unclear and she posed no threat to Xiao Yan, he opted to remain passive. He was not unfamiliar with Ling Ying. Having hidden within the Xiao family for many years, he was well acquainted with her aura. His curiosity about her motives led him to allow her to proceed uninterrupted, enabling her to take the ring out. What he had not anticipated, however, was that Ling Ying would present the ring to Chen Feng. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this young man, Chen Feng, was aware of his existence. Many in the world knew of Yao Chun, but within the Jiama Empire, no one should have been able to recognize him, let alone ascertain his hiding place. As Yao Chun scrutinized Chen Feng, he also glanced at the purple lightning weasel in the young man's grasp, a flicker of wariness flashing through his murky eyes. With his formidable soul power, he could perceive that this seemingly adorable weasel was indeed powerful. Yao Chun's gaze shifted to Ling Ying, who was currently holding the ring, feeling perplexed. Wasn't she associated with Xiao Sununner? Why was she mingling with Chen Feng? What of Xiao Sununner? Had she not departed from the Xiao family? How could her associate be entwined with this individual? Could it be that she had discovered his consumption of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi and had come seeking vengeance for him? At that moment, Yao Chun's mind was rife with confusion. In the next instant, the words that escaped Chen Feng's lips caused Yao Chun's expression to transform dramatically. Clutching the purple lightning weasel and maintaining a respectful distance, Chen Feng, with a smile, addressed Yao Chun, "Revered Yao Chun, I have long admired your esteemed name. Who are you truly? Are you perhaps affiliated with the Soul Palace?" Upon hearing Chen Feng directly proclaim his identity, Yao Chun could no longer maintain his composure. His voice quivered slightly. Any soul entity, when confronted with an entity as formidable as the Soul Palace, would inevitably be gripped by dread. Even though he had once been a revered figure throughout the central continent, now reduced to a mere soul entity, an inescapable sense of dread welled within him. He was acutely aware that in his current spectral form, should he fall into the clutches of the Soul Palace, his fate would be utterly dire. The Soul Palace? No, 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 I am certainly not one of those loathsome beings. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Observing the fear that flickered across Yao Chun's visage, he felt an involuntary urge to laugh. It appeared that this old fellow harbored a profound apprehension towards the Soul Palace. "Are you not affiliated with the Soul Palace?" Yao Chun inquired, scrutinizing Chen Feng, whose demeanor did not suggest deceit. Though a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind, Yao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given his current state, encountering the Soul Palace would yield catastrophic consequences. Yet, gazing at Chen Feng, a multitude of questions flooded his mind. Why had this individual sought him out? Clearly, Chen Feng was well prepared, having already acquired knowledge of his existence. He pondered how, after so many years of meticulous concealment, he could have been discovered, especially since he had only met Chen Feng once before, at a time when he was securely hidden within a ring, undetectable to someone of Chen Feng's caliber. Sensing Yao Chun's skepticism, Chen Feng grew weary of the conversation. He had not summoned Ling Ying merely for idle chit-chat. "Xiaozi, Ling Ying, proceed," he commanded, casting a glance at the ethereal soul hovering in the void. His tone turned frigid. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun's expression shifted dramatically. This young man indeed harbored ill intentions. In an instant, as Chen Feng's words hung in the air, Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel sprang into action. Ling Ying transformed into a flurry of shadows, launching an assault on Yao Chun, while the purple lightning weasel morphed into a streak of violet lightning, unleashing a barrage of electric strikes towards him. Damn it! Witnessing this turn of events, Yao Chun's countenance darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from him, clashing against Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel. In the pitch-black sky, three immense forces converged, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept through the surroundings. Under the weight of this terrifying power, the entire city of Wutan stirred, a wave of unrest rippling through its streets. Numerous Dou Masters and great Dou Masters, their faces etched with shock, flocked to the city walls. Their eyes glazed as they beheld the fierce battle unfolding beyond the city limits. Three Dou Huang strongholds clashed. In this modest city of Wutan, three Dou Huang powers had appeared. Within the Jiamai Empire, such beings were exceedingly rare, let alone in a remote town like Wutan. As the oppressive forces surged, the turmoil rapidly spread throughout the city. Amidst the chaos, more capable individuals, momentarily stunned, soon erupted with fervor and excitement. Leaping onto rooftops and darting across the city like frenzied fleas, their eyes fixed on the grand spectacle of the three combatants engaged in battle above. For such formidable beings of high rank, many harbor a profound reverence. The battles among these exalted warriors undoubtedly captivate those at the levels of the fighter and great fighter. Within the spacious confines of the city, hundreds of shadowy figures flitted about, their presence both awe-inspiring and formidable. Fortunately, among these three figures, one was a spirit entity, another a magical beast, and the last clad in a dark robe, rendering them unrecognizable to onlookers. Below, in a small grove, Chen Feng remained, his gaze intently fixed on the fierce conflict above. Moments later, as Yao Chun found himself besieged by Ling Ying and the purple lightning ferret, he began to struggle against their onslaught. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes, and with a forceful push of his palms, a momentary stillness enveloped the scene, followed by a tremendous column of icy white flames erupting forth. Extraordinary fire. Upon sensing the might of these frosty flames, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ling Ying's eyes. The purple lightning ferret, too, felt a sense of trepidation, unwilling to engage with the icy white inferno. Bone spirit cold fire. Truly, it deserved its ranking as the 11th on the extraordinary fire list, for its power was indeed remarkable. Observing Yao Chun summon the bone spirit cold fire, which swiftly subdued both Ling Ying and the purple lightning ferret, a hint of astonishment flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Chapter 56. The control of the soul banner reveals its might. Alas, it is astonishing that three formidable Dou Huang warriors have descended upon our city of Wutan. The purple figure resembles a fearsome magical beast, which must indicate a 6th-tier creature. How terrifying! Fortunately, their battle is taking place outside the city. Had it occurred within, Wutan would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Within Wutan, numerous factions have ascended to higher ground, their expressions filled with horror as they observe the fierce conflict unfolding in the void beyond the city. On the rooftop of the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhan's face is etched with disbelief. How could Wutan suddenly witness the arrival of Dou Huang warriors? This is his first encounter with such powerful beings, and feeling the oppressive force in the air, he perceives himself as nothing more than an insignificant insect, trembling uncontrollably. Miss Yafei, can you identify these two Dou Huang? In a loft within the Mitre auction house's estate, Yafei and Master Gunny gaze with grave expressions towards the exterior. Upon hearing the question, Yafei slightly shakes her head, her delicate features reflecting surprise. The renowned top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire are well documented by the Mitre family. Although Yafei has never seen these warriors, she is well acquainted with their information. Yet now, as she observes the two unfamiliar figures in the void, a look of confusion crosses her face. When did two unknown Dou Huang warriors emerge in the Gamma Empire? In the Gamma Empire, a Dou Huang warrior commands authority wherever they go. The sudden appearance of two unfamiliar Dou Huang will undoubtedly disrupt the current balance of power within the empire. Where is young Master Chen Feng? After a moment of observation, Yafei retracts her gaze, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Chen Feng. She cannot help but wonder aloud. In light of such a significant event, why hasn't brother Chen Feng come to witness it? Young Master Chen Feng is absent, yet it remains unclear where he has ventured. Master Gunny responds with a hint of exasperation. In recent days, Chen Feng has been elusive, frequently difficult to locate, a circumstance to which he has grown accustomed. A flicker of intrigue crosses Yafei's beautiful eyes. She has indeed noticed Chen Feng's recent peculiarities. It appears that her brother harbors many secrets. Outside the city, in a grove, it seems this old fellow is nearing his limit. Chen Feng hides behind a massive boulder, observing the intense clash in the void with a faint smile. Yao Chun has only recently awakened and is currently in a state of spiritual manifestation, rendering his full strength inaccessible. Although he is barely managing to fend off the attacks from Ling Ying and the purple lightning Martin with the aid of the bone spirit cold fire, it is evident that he is struggling to maintain his position. Continuing this battle will undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Since you are not members of the Soul Palace, why do you assault me? In the void, Yao Chun channels the bone spirit cold fire, temporarily repelling Ling Ying and the purple lightning Martin, his expression darkening. He is acutely aware of his precarious state and recognizes that prolonging this fight would be extremely disadvantageous. Thus, he prepares to negotiate. In his perspective, since the other party approached with a purpose, negotiation was certainly possible. At worst, he would have to endure some losses. Yao Chun felt a mix of helplessness and grievance. Here he was, the esteemed alchemist revered throughout Zhongzhou, reduced to compromising with two mere Dou Huang ants. In the past, such individuals would not even have qualified for a mere audience with him. A mere Dou Huang, kneeling before him in submission, would have gone unnoticed in his eyes. Yet now, he found himself yielding to the very existence of two Dou Huang. Though he felt a tinge of humiliation, times had changed, and he could only bow his head in submission. Speak, what is your true intent? As long as it is not excessive, I shall acquiesce, Yao Chun stated. Enveloped in a chilling white flame, addressing Ling Ying with a tone of indifference. It was evident to him that since they recognized his status as the alchemist, they were likely seeking his skills in alchemy. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within him. Why resort to violence? Why couldn't they engage in a civil discussion? After expressing his thoughts, he awaited Ling Ying's response, completely disregarding the side figure of the purple lightning weasel. He had not yet fallen to the level of negotiating with the beast. However, the response he received was not one of negotiation. Instead, it was a fierce assault from Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel. Without Chen Feng's command, they had no reason to heed Yao Chun's words. Seizing the moment when their attack paused, they launched a vigorous onslaught against him. Witnessing this scene, Yao Chun was taken aback. What was the matter with these two? Did they only know how to fight? Was there truly no opportunity for dialogue? Although this was unexpected, Yao Chun, being a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure and summoned the bone spirit cold fire to counter Ling Ying and the weasel. These two were indeed impervious to reason. While he defended himself, he lamented internally. The consumption of bone spirit cold fire was immense, and if this continued, he would be doomed. Suddenly, a thought struck Yao Chun's mind. What about that young man? He recalled that these two seemed to be following the orders of that boy. He distinctly heard the cloaked figure refer to him as master. With this realization, the white flames in Yao Chun's hands surged violently. After repelling Ling Ying and the weasel, he charged towards Chen Feng's direction. Capture the leader first. Once their master was in hand, they would surely hesitate. A glint of cold determination flashed in Yao Chun's eyes as he sensed Chen Feng's location and rushed towards him. This cunning old man. As Yao Chun hurtled towards him, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the other's intent. This was fortuitous. Grasping the soul-controlling banner, Chen Feng regarded the approaching Yao Chun with a subtle smirk. With a thought, he infused Dou Qi into the banner. As the fighting spirit surged into the soul-controlling banner, an eerie black mist emanated from its surface, causing it to tremble violently. What could this be? Observing the soul-controlling banner in Morning Breeze's grasp, Yao Chun furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. However, upon realizing that Morning Breeze was merely a Dou Master, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, could a mere Dou Master truly pose a threat? Surely, he was overthinking the situation. With this thought, a cold smirk crept onto his face as he swiftly approached Morning Breeze, intending to capture him as leverage against Ling Ying. As Yao Chun drew nearer, a slight smile graced Morning Breeze's lips. Almost there go. With Morning Breeze's words, the soul-controlling banner in his hand transformed into a streak of black light, shrouded in dense black mist, hurtling towards Yao Chun. What? A surge of alarm coursed through Yao Chun as he beheld the approaching black light. Ah, what on earth is this? You dare claim you are not from the Hall of Souls? In the next moment, Yao Chun let out a piercing scream of terror. Chapter 57. The First Soul Slave. In the void, the ethereal soul emitted anguished cries. A thick shroud of black mist enveloped the figure of Yao Chun. with several chains forged from the mist binding his limbs tightly. This black mist appeared to exert a formidable restraint on the soul upon contact with Yao Chun. It was as if concentrated sulfuric acid had been poured onto him, releasing plumes of white smoke. Enveloped in the black mist, Yao Chun's expression contorted with agony. His features twisted in torment. "Soul Palace, you wretches! I shall fight you to the bitter end," he bellowed, his eyes wide with bloodlust. In the next moment, a chilling white flame enveloped his entire being, causing the temperature around him to plummet. As the white flame ignited, the black mist released by the soul-controlling banner seemed to be suppressed, and the chains restraining Yao Chun's limbs were incinerated. Truly, this was a strange fire. Even my soul-controlling banner is rendered powerless against it. Witnessing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that this bone-spirit cold fire appeared to counter his soul-controlling banner. He then bellowed at the onlooking Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel. "What are you two standing there for? Attack with all your might." At his command, Ling Ying hesitated briefly before launching an assault alongside the purple lightning weasel against Yao Chun's soul. Initially, he believed that Yao Chun, bound by the soul-controlling banner, could be handled by Chen Feng alone, which is why he had refrained from engaging. Although Yao Chun had freed himself from the soul-controlling banner's restraints, he was evidently drained of energy and, having already sustained injuries, was utterly unable to resist the onslaught from the duo. He was being relentlessly pressured and battered by both a man and a beast. Moreover, with Chen Feng manipulating the soul-controlling banner nearby, he remained on high alert. Any moment of carelessness could see him engulfed by the black mist and suffer severe injury. What is this black mist? Why is it so formidable? It is utterly bizarre. The moment it appeared, it suppressed that Dou Huang expert. Truly, the might of a Dou Huang is evident. What kind of flame is this? Just gazing upon it sends chills throughout my body. Upon the city walls, many powerful figures in Wutan City observed the fierce battle outside, their faces bearing expressions of astonishment. This battle had opened their eyes, revealing the vast chasm that lay between them and the Dou Huang experts. Before such a powerful being, they felt as insignificant as ants, liable to be crushed at any moment. It seemed that the outcome would soon be determined. In the Mitre auction house, Yafei watched the besieged ethereal figure and spoke, her face etched with disbelief. Could it be that a Dou Huang expert would fall here today? Such individuals were rarely seen in the Gamma Empire. Now, in this small Wutan city, not only had 3 Dou Huang experts engaged in battle, but one might soon perish here. This reality left Yafei in a state of incredulity. After tonight, Wutan City would surely gain notoriety. As she gazed upon the battle unfolding in the void, Yafei murmured to herself. Indeed, the conflict in the skies above the grove was drawing to a close. The essence of Yao Chun grew increasingly transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing, battered and bruised. Confronted by the combined assault of Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel, alongside the soul control banner's relentless advance, he found himself utterly powerless, despair welling up within him. It was unimaginable that Yao Chun, once a formidable force traversing the vast expanse of Zhongzhou, would meet his end in this obscure little town. His face was etched with reluctance. Yet as he beheld Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel before him, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. Today, he was indeed facing inevitable doom. What a pity it was. He had delayed the young Xiao Yan for 3 years, intending to take him as his disciple. But now he could only harbor an unfulfilled debt. The image of Xiao Yan flickered in his mind, eliciting a deep sigh from within. Perhaps sensing that he was truly beyond salvation, Yao Chun found himself overwhelmed with reflections. It was time. Let us see how you will resist my soul control banner this time. As he gazed upon the severely wounded Yao Chun, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he urged the soul control banner to launch another attack. Under Chen Feng's command, the banner transformed into a streak of black light, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, swiftly engulfing Yao Chun's soul. The moment the black mist made contact, a pained wail escaped Yao Chun's lips. He was now too weak to summon the bone spirit cold fire, resigned to despair as 4 chains bound him. Collect. With a thought, Chen Feng summoned a tremendous force that surged through the chains, pulling Yao Chun's soul directly towards the soul control banner. No. With a desperate scream, Yao Chun's soul was drawn into the banner. Once Yao Chun was absorbed, the soul control banner transformed back into a streak of black light, resting in Chen Feng's hand, revealing its true form. Let me out. Where's this place? Damn the Soul Palace. Yao Chun's voice echoed from within the banner, laced with venomous fury. Cease your wailing. Once you enter my soul control banner, escape is an impossibility. A faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips upon hearing Yao Chun's bitter protests. Rest assured, I shall avenge the deep-seated enmity between you and the Soul Palace. Once you become my soul servant, you will have the power to devour other souls and grow stronger. The Soul Palace is abundant in souls. As soon as you become a servant of the soul control banner, I shall not be stingy. Perhaps you might even reclaim your peak strength, or even surpass it. Moreover, you will have your revenge on the Soul Palace, truly a twofold benefit. Who are you? You are not from the Soul Palace? Yao Chun cried out in confusion. Of course, I am not from the Soul Palace, Yao Chun. Obey and become my soul servant. And I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. I know you have long desired to learn about your rebellious disciple Han Feng, and if the opportunity arises, I shall allow you to personally devour his soul. A cold smile played upon Chen Feng's lips as he commanded the soul control banner, proclaiming, Soul control banner. Refine him for me. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, black mist once again enveloped the banner. In the next moment, the agonizing cries of Yao Chun echoed from the soul-controlling banner, resonating with profound suffering, as if he were enduring inhumane torment. From this day forth, you shall be my first soul slave. Despite Yao Chen's wretched screams, a subtle smile graced the face of Chen Feng. To claim the renowned Yao Chun of Zhongzhou as a soul slave is undoubtedly a thrilling accomplishment. It has come to an end. Has a Dou Huang powerhouse truly fallen in such a manner? What manner of existence is that dark mist to be so fearsome? As the battle above the grove concluded, the people of Wutan City gazed at the gradually returning tranquility, their expressions rife with complexity. The Dou Huang powerhouses, once merely figures of legend, had not only manifested in threes today, but had also witnessed the fall of one among them. This is undoubtedly a sensational event that will reverberate throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Once word spreads, this small Wutan City will undoubtedly achieve widespread renown within the empire. Chapter 58. Brother Xiao Yan, I'm returning to marry. Let us go. Take me into the city. Observing the agonizing cries of Yao Lao as he was being refined, Chen Feng retracted the soul-controlling banner and spoke softly to Ling Ying. After all, Yao Chun was an 8th-grade alchemist, and his soul was formidable. It would require some time to completely refine him with the soul-controlling banner. Yes, Master, Ling Ying replied respectfully upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Meanwhile, the purple lightning mongoose transformed into a streak of violet light and burrowed into Chen Feng's embrace, its innocent voice chiming. Master, am I impressive? Chen Feng affectionately stroked the little mongoose, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. Indeed, once we refine this old fellow, I shall reward you handsomely. Magical beasts can also enhance their strength by consuming medicinal pills and absorbing the energy within. In the original tale, Xian chose to follow Xiao Yan due to his identity as an alchemist. Once the soul-controlling banner successfully refines Yao Chen's soul, he would become Chen Feng's first soul servant, essentially granting him control over an 8th-grade alchemist. An 8th-grade alchemist, no less, and one who commands respect throughout the central state. Such a figure would hold considerable prominence even within the entirety of the Douqi continent. With this thought, Chen Feng playfully teased the purple lightning mongoose in his arms, envisioning the day when this little creature could request any medicinal pill, which Yao Chun would gladly concoct in abundance. Thank you, Master. The purple lightning mongoose nuzzled against Chen Feng, displaying a charming familiarity. All right, you should return and keep Sister Sununner company. Chen Feng gently patted the mongoose and with a thought, transported her to the small world. Meanwhile, while the people of Wutan City were still abuzz with discussions of the night's battle, Ling Ying had already stealthily returned to the estate behind the middle auction house with Chen Feng. Little brother Chen Feng, where have you been tonight? Have you been out chasing after someone? Upon seeing Chen Feng, Yafei's delicate face revealed a hint of suspicion, and she leaned in closer to sniff him. Sister Yafei, you're overthinking it. I merely took a stroll. I was also watching the battle outside the city earlier, which is why I didn't return sooner. Chen Feng, unflinching in response to Yafei's actions, stood firm in his integrity, for he had been occupied with legitimate matters all night. There's no scent of any other woman. It seems you truly haven't been unfaithful, A flicker of surprise crossed Yafei's eyes. Though she suspected Chen Feng harbored secrets, as long as he hadn't been disloyal, she preferred not to pry further. After all, men should possess some secrets and personal space. This was something Yafei managed quite well. As a woman, she only needed to understand Chen Feng's essence. As for everything else, it was beyond her control. If she pressed too hard, it could frighten Chen Feng away. With you, Sister Yafei, why would I need to seek affection elsewhere? Chen Feng gazed at the alluring beauty before him, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. Yafei exuded a captivating charm, and under the gaze of her enchanting, elongated eyes, men might unknowingly succumb entirely. Chen Feng was no exception. In the early morning, as the gentle breeze stirred, Chen Feng unexpectedly embraced Yafei and carried her towards the room, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. She was acutely aware of his mischievous intentions. No, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. The dawn was approaching, and an auction was scheduled for the following day, making Yafei reluctant as she struggled in Chen Feng's arms. Yafei, I will be departing in a few days. Chen Feng whispered softly in her ear, instantly halting her resistance. His objectives in Wutan City had been accomplished, and he had even encountered unexpected joys in the form of Sununner and Yao Chun. With such abundant gains, and the impending inter-sect competition, he felt compelled to return to Yinran's sect. Furthermore, with Nalan Yanran's pregnancy advancing, he needed to hasten his proposal to the Nalan family to formalize their union. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was soon to leave, a sense of reluctance welled up within Yafei. Very well, I shall let Gu and I handle the auction. With a resigned sigh, she allowed Chen Feng to carry her into the room. Yafei, let us admire the scenery tonight, he suggested. As they gazed through the window at the enchanting nightscape of Wutan City, the night was truly beautiful, adorned with countless stars resembling a shimmering river, and the moon hung in the sky, perfectly round. The following day, at the Xiao residence, the morning sun streamed through the window, warming the slumbering youth on the bed. After a prolonged rest, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, rubbing them as he awoke from a deep slumber. A delightful fragrance filled the room, prompting him to sit up and inhale deeply, his mind conjuring the delicate image of Sununner. She had always trailed beside him, leaving behind a subtle scent. Regrettably, the thought of Sununner cast a shadow over his spirits. He wondered if he would ever see her again. Just then, his gaze fell upon an envelope on the bedside table, sparking his curiosity. This is a letter from Sununner. Excitement illuminated his face as he observed the envelope addressed to dear brother Xiao Yan. In the Xiao family, aside from Sununner, no one else would refer to him in such a manner. Realizing this was indeed a letter from her, he recalled the fragrance that lingered in the room, understanding that she must have visited him the previous night, leaving behind her essence. Unable to resist, he inhaled the air once more, a smile gracing his lips as if she were right beside him. What could Sununner have written in this letter? With anticipation, Xiao Yan carefully opened the envelope and began to read the contents. Dear brother Xiao Yan, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left the Xiao family. You must understand that I am not truly one of them. Sununner has now returned to her family, and my father is presently arranging my wedding. Indeed, Sununner is to be married. My fiancé treats me exceptionally well. He is handsome, comes from a distinguished lineage, and at a tender age has already attained the rank of a Douan. Brother Xiao Yan, you must strive harder. Compared to my fiancé, you still have a considerable distance to cover. Upon reading this, Xiao Yan was struck with shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. Sister Sununner is to become a bride. How could this be? Xiao Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as though he had lost something of utmost significance. Especially when he heard Sununner praise her fiancé and encourage him to work harder, Xiao Yan felt utterly desolate, lost in a haze of despair. Chapter 59. Morning Breeze, Brother Morning Breeze. You must take good care of sister. Sununner is getting married. Clutching the letter in his hand, Xiao Yan's mind was a blank canvas. Memories flashed through his mind, recalling the moments when Sununner would joyfully trail behind him, calling out brother Xiao Yan. The image of her radiant and charming visage was vividly etched in his memory. Although he professed to regard her merely as a sister, deep down, Xiao Yan acknowledged the presence of some unwholesome thoughts regarding Sununner. He had believed that her fondness for following him meant she harbored feelings for him as well, which brought him a measure of delight. After all, there was no blood relation between them. But now, gazing at the letter in his hand, Xiao Yan revealed a faint, bitter smile. there would be no future. Xiao Sununner was returning to marry, and his opportunities had evaporated. Sitting despondently on his bed, his eyes devoid of life. He did not know how long he remained in that state. Eventually, a wry smile crept across his face as he continued to read the letter. Brother Xiao Yan, rest assured, I will return to see you in the future. Among the Xiao family, my relationship with you is the closest. Upon reaching this line, Xiao Yan's heart quivered. Indeed, Xiao Sununner still held him dear. She would come back to visit him, which meant there was still hope. With renewed vigor, he continued reading. Brother Xiao Yan, I am preparing to marry my fiancée this year. In a few years, when we have children, I will bring them back to the Xiao family so that they may call you Uncle Xiao. I plan to have many children with my fiancée. Please take care of yourself. By the end of the letter, Xiao Yan's hands trembled slightly as he held it. This year, she was to be wed, and would bring children to see him. Uncle Xiao, with a sudden shift in expression, Xiao Yan's demeanor morphed into one of rage as he tore the letter into shreds. No, he roared in despair. The pain. It was unbearable. Xiao Yan felt a sharp ache pierce his heart, as if he had lost the love of his life. This cannot be. It isn't real. Collapsing onto the bed, his eyes vacant, he muttered to himself. He inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air, as if Xiao Sununner were still by his side. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. Brother Morning Breeze, when do you plan to depart? In the middle auction house manor, Yifei lay in Morning Breeze's embrace, her delicate hand gliding gently across his chest. Tomorrow, he replied. Having completed all matters in Wutan City, Morning Breeze had no desire to linger any longer. Moreover, he had not seen Nalan Yanran and his teacher, Yinran, for some time, and he yearned for their presence. Upon returning to the sect, he intended to inquire whether his teacher would be willing to practice the Heavenly Phoenix Tome. Though young, Yinran had already broken through to the Dou Emperor realm, showcasing her remarkable talent. In recent years, however, he has encountered a bottleneck, remaining stuck at the 3-star Douhuang stage for quite some time. The Tianfeng chapter, being a celestial-level technique, possesses formidable auxiliary capabilities. Whether it involves dual cultivation or not, it matters little to Chen Feng. His primary intention is to assist his mentor in breaking through. Master, I trust you do not wish to remain at the 3-star Douhuang stage indefinitely. Imagining Yinran practicing the Tianfeng chapter, a faint smile involuntarily graced Chen Feng's lips. Why the haste? Wouldn't it be better to spend more time with me? Upon hearing this, Yifei felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. After more than 3 years of separation, only a few days of reunion felt utterly unsatisfactory. Dear Yifei, there is still plenty of time ahead. Did I not mention that I would return to participate in the sect's grand competition? Observing Yifei's slightly displeased expression, Chen Feng gently kissed her delicate face and reassured her, rest assured, once I return to the capital, I will swiftly arrange for your family to bring you back. What good will that do? What if those old geezers insist on marrying me off? The thought of her family's repeated letters urging her to return for a marriage alliance with the Mu family ignited a fire of anger within Yifei. You need not worry about that. I assure you, when you are summoned back to the capital, your family will undoubtedly entrust you with significant responsibilities. No one within the middle family will have the power to dictate your fate. Chen Feng embraced Yifei, pledging with unwavering conviction. His confidence stemmed from a solid foundation he possessed. Brother Chen Feng, even if you become the vice master of Yunlan sect, you still cannot command those old-timers in the family, can you? Yifei held a degree of skepticism towards Chen Feng's words. The middle family is one of the 3 prominent clans of the Jaimar Empire. Although Chen Feng currently enjoys a high status within the family, it would be challenging to direct those elderly figures. Do not fret, I will find a way. This is something you need not concern yourself with. Chen Feng gently pinched Yifei's exquisite face, speaking with resolute assurance. You must trust your man to protect his woman. Reflecting on the elderly clan members who wielded their age as authority, including his own grandfather, Chen Feng felt a deep-seated annoyance. Though these old fellows treated him well, they relished in dictating his actions, seeking to maintain control over him. Should he remain ineffectual, even if he were to become the master of Yunlan sect, he would likely still be under their thumb. Chen Feng is certainly not one to be manipulated. No one shall dictate his destiny. If they wish to rely on their age, then I shall summon someone older to bring them to justice. At that moment, he thought of the Ice Emperor Hebedong, who was still residing in the desert city. To subdue the elderly clan members, inviting Ice Emperor Hebedong would surely resolve the matter. After addressing Yinran's marriage, he he could indeed venture into the Tagore Desert. The Tagore Desert is home to the azure-eyed Qilin and the Queen Medusa, both of whom have long been established goals in Chen Feng's heart. Now, an additional target, the Ice Emperor Hebadong, had been added to his aspirations, as long as one devises a means to lift the seal upon high boating, and subsequently returns him to the Mitre family, within that entire lineage, with the support of the Ice Emperor high boating, who would dare to defy him. To wield authority based solely on age? Before the Ice Emperor, none possessed the privilege to claim seniority. In truth, with Chen Feng's current prowess, bolstered by Ling Ying, the Xidian Weasel, and the soon-to-be refined soul servant medicinal dust, controlling a family like the Mitres would be a trifling matter. However, the family has nurtured him for many years, treating him with kindness. He harbors no desire to dishearten his grandfather or the venerable elders of the clan. Furthermore, Chen Feng is reluctant to reveal his strength prematurely. Although he can now navigate the Gamma Empire with ease, there are still those affiliated with the Soul Palace who roam within its confines. He is yet to fully spread his wings and has no wish to confront those loathsome individuals. Now, dear brother Chen Feng, do take good care of your sister. Observing the display of masculine dominance upon Chen Feng's visage, Yafei felt her heart warm, sweetly leaning against his chest. Chapter 60, Xiao Sununner Master, are you from the Soul Palace? After a night of labor, Yafei ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep in Chen Feng's embrace. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Feng's thoughts shifted, and he found himself transported into the small world. Sister Sununner, I am hungry. The purple lightning weasel nestled in Xiao Sununner's arms, playfully demanding attention. You little greedy creature. At this, Xiao Sununner smiled gently, producing a magic core to feed the purple lightning weasel. Chen Feng decided to let the weasel roam freely within the small world, with Xiao Sununner assuming the role of its caretaker. This way, she would not feel lonely during her time spent here. Upon Chen Feng's entrance, he witnessed Xiao Sununner frolicking with the purple lightning weasel. The smile gracing her face elicited a soft smile from Chen Feng as well. It appeared that she was gradually acclimating to her current life, which was indeed a positive development. As time passed, Xiao Sununner would likely begin to forget Xiao Yan and find solace in the prospect of starting a family. The thought of Xiao Yan reminded Chen Feng of the letter he had instructed Ling Ying to place at Xiao Yan's bedside, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. That letter was, of course, penned by Chen Feng himself. He had learned that the Xiao family had been searching for Xiao Sununner in recent days, particularly Xiao Yan, who had descended into madness in his quest to locate her. Chen Feng thus resorted to this method to bring their frantic search to a halt. He pondered how Xiao Yan would react upon discovering the letter. The poor fellow had fallen victim to a soul-binding fragrance. He could only wonder if he had regained consciousness. Nonetheless, when he awoke to find his talents restored, he would likely be filled with exhilaration. For Xiao Yan, his emotions were undoubtedly a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. Chen Feng had no intention of taking action against Xiao Yan. After all, they bore no enmity towards each other. Eliminating Xiao Yan would yield him no advantage. Without the support of Yao Chun, Xiao Yan's future achievements were destined to be limited if he did not encounter other opportunities. Such a version of Xiao Yan held no significance in Chen Feng's eyes. The Xiao family possessed the imperial jade, and it was only a matter of time before they attracted the attention of the Soul Palace. Should he strike against Xiao Yan at this moment, he would garner no benefits and might even invite unnecessary troubles. Even if Xiao Yan were to have future opportunities, he would have to confront the Soul Palace alone. Chen Feng only needed to remain in the shadows, quietly marrying and starting a family, thereby strengthening his own power. Xiao Yan's restoration of talent would serve as confirmation of the efficacy of the elixir he had provided. Consequently, Xiao Yan could no longer use the betrothal as an excuse to renege on their engagement. Perhaps at this moment, Xiao Yan held a sense of gratitude towards him. In comparison to his engagement with Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan placed greater importance on the restoration of his talents. Since the day Chen Feng had exchanged the elixir for the marriage contract, Xiao Yan's agreement indicated that he did not hold the engagement in high regard. With the dissolution of their conflict, the 3-year agreement from the original narrative would naturally not come to pass. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Chen Feng's marriage to Nalan Yanran would be of no concern to Xiao Yan. With this thought, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon arriving in Wutan City, all matters were impeccably resolved. At that moment, the purple lightning weasel, upon noticing the entrance of Chen Feng, transformed into a streak of violet light, departing from Xiao Sununner's embrace and burrowing into Chen Feng's arms. Although Xiao Sununner treated it well, its deepest affection remained with its master, Chen Feng. Little one, indulging in your gluttony again, Chen Feng chuckled, stroking the weasel's silky fur. Xiao Sununner, upon seeing Chen Feng, also smiled faintly and called out, Master. Sununner, you haven't been practicing lately, have you? Please refrain from training in combat techniques. Chen Feng cautioned earnestly as he held the weasel and approached Xiao Sununner. Given that she was now with child, engaging in combat training could potentially affect the fetus's development. No, Xiao Sununner replied, a hint of confusion in her heart as she shook her head. She had fallen to such a lowly state, her divine bloodline destroyed, leaving her disheartened and devoid of the will to cultivate. That is good to hear, Chen Feng nodded, then retrieved some nourishing herbs from his spatial ring. Make sure to consume these regularly. They will benefit your health. These supplements had been procured from Yafei's quarters. Recently, in order to remain close to Chen Feng, Yafei frequently feigned illness to avoid attending the auction. Upon learning of her condition, some wealthy admirers in Wutan City lavishly spent fortunes on a plethora of nourishing herbs, delivering them to Yafei's residence. Under her care, Chen Feng had also consumed a significant amount of these supplements. The remaining ones were brought to the small world for Xiao Sununner's nourishment. Now that she was pregnant, it was essential for her to consume quality sustenance to ensure the proper development of the fetus. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Sununner, Chen Feng felt a surge of thought and produced the soul control banner, eager to ascertain whether Yao Chun had been refined into a soul servant. Ah, let me out, let me out. As the soul control banner emerged, Yao Chun's anguished cries echoed forth, capturing Xiao Sununner's attention. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly deserving of the title of medicine sovereign, your life force is resilient. Even after a whole night, you have yet to be successfully refined. Chen Feng remarked with a cold smile at the banner in his hand. Chen Feng, you minion of the Soul Palace, your demise will come in due time. Yao Chun retorted bitterly, clearly still regarding Chen Feng as an agent of the Soul Palace. After years of dealings with the Soul Palace, Yao Chun naturally presumed Chen Feng hailed from their ranks, given that the Soul Control banner was an artifact typically associated with them. Let it be the Soul Palace then. I wonder how long you can maintain your bravado. Chen Feng chose not to clarify, finding it pointless. The Soul Palace. Master, are you one of them? Xiao Sununner, overhearing their exchange, felt a jolt of shock. As a young lady of an ancient clan, she was, of course, aware of the existence of the Soul Palace. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Chen Feng, realizing that he hailed from the terrifying force known as the Soul Palace. No wonder his methods were so ruthless. Xiao Sununner was filled with regret, having initially entertained the thought of provoking this demon. Yes, I am indeed a member of the Soul Palace. What, are you frightened? As she displayed her astonishment, a hint of mockery emerged on Chen Feng's face. The force behind the Soul Palace was the Soul Clan, whose power surpassed even that of the ancient clans. If Xiao Sununner were to discover that her backing was the ancient clan, she would likely plunge into even deeper despair. From now on, even if she harbored ulterior motives, she would have to weigh the strength of the Soul Clan carefully. In no coming back to her senses, Xiao Sununner fearfully shook her head at Chen Feng. She had already resigned herself to a life devoid of hope. What significance did Chen Feng's identity hold for her? Sununner, do you know the identity of the old fellow involved in this matter? Interestingly, he has quite a connection with Xiao Yan. Would you like to learn more? Chen Feng pulled Xiao Sununner into his embrace, speaking with profound implications. Chapter 61. Xiao Sununner. Master, I wish to render him incapable of living or dying. Is this individual connected to brother Xiao Yan? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Sununner was taken aback, a wave of concern washing over her. Could it be that this person is from the Xiao family? Master, did you not promise me not to harm anyone from the Xiao family? Xiao Sununner clutched Chen Feng's sleeve, her demeanor humble, her heart laden with fear. It was not that she cared for the person inside, apart from Xiao Yan. None in the Xiao family held significance to her. What troubled her was the possibility that the individual within might recognize her. Reduced to such a state, she certainly wished to avoid the gaze of any former acquaintances. Who said this fellow is from the Xiao family? Chen Feng gently pinched Xiao Sununner's delicate face, speaking softly. As long as you perform well for me, I will uphold my promise and not harm a single hair on the Xiao family. Reassured by Chen Feng's guarantee, Xiao Sununner's heart settled slightly, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from such public affection. And what of the person inside? She inquired with curiosity, glancing at the soul-controlling banner in Chen Feng's hand. This individual is known as Yao Chun, once a revered alchemist of the Central State, a practitioner of 8th-grade alchemy. Chen Feng, wrapping his arm around Xiao Sununner's slim waist, continued his introduction. An alchemist? 8th grade? At this revelation, astonishment spread across Xiao Sununner's face. She had not heard of Yao Chun's name since being sent away from her ancient clan, yet she understood the significance of an 8th-grade alchemist. Even within the ancient clan, such an individual would be held in high esteem and afforded great privileges. Her master has actually captured an 8th-grade alchemist? Who exactly is he? Considering the information revealed by the black magic banner, Xiao Sununner's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that her master truly belongs to the Soul Clan? Xiao Sununner, how is it that you associate with this person, referring to him as master? Are you not of the ancient clan? At that moment, Yao Chun, trapped within the soul-controlling banner, recognized Xiao Sununner and was taken aback upon hearing her address Chen Feng as master. He pieced together her identity, noting the presence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within her, indicating her origins from the ancient clan. Moreover, possessing the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame at such a young age, her status within the ancient clan must be significant. Given the strength of the ancient clan, how could Xiao Sununner submit to someone from the Soul Palace? Furthermore, was she not fond of Xiao Yan? Now, her demeanor towards Chen Feng seemed exceedingly ambiguous. You recognize me? Upon Yao Chun's revelation of her identity, Xiao Sununner's face paled, her expression reflecting a mix of fear and trepidation as she gazed at the soul-controlling banner. Master, did you not say he is not from the Xiao family? How could he possibly recognize me? Xiao Sununner hid behind Chen Feng, seemingly hesitant to confront Yao Chun. After becoming Chen Feng's female servant, she felt a pang of inferiority, no longer possessing the courage to meet her former acquaintances. At this moment, hearing that Yao Chun actually recognized him, he felt a surge of panic within. Although Yao Chun was aware of his identity, he was not a member of the Xiao family. Chen Feng embraced Xiao Sununner, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Even if he knows you, what does it matter? Once he is in my grasp, can he possibly escape?" Subsequently, Chen Feng recounted the years Yao Chun had spent hiding within Xiao Yan's ring, devouring his fighting spirit. What? Brother Xiao Yan's fighting spirit has been consumed by him? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Sununner's expression shifted drastically as she gazed in disbelief at the soul-controlling banner in Chen Feng's hand. Remembering the grievances and suffering Xiao Yan had endured over the years, she furiously shouted at Yao Chun, "So you are such a vile person, you deserve this fate. If it weren't for this so-called medicine sovereign, my brother Xiao Yan would still be a genius. How could he have been rejected in marriage? And I would not have provoked this devil of a master? The root of all their troubles lay with this so-called medicine sovereign." With this thought, Xiao Sununner's heart brimmed with resentment towards Yao Chun. Sigh. Upon hearing Xiao Sununner's words, Yao Chun within the soul-controlling banner fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. He indeed felt guilt over consuming Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. And in the face of Xiao Sununner's wrath, he found himself unable to retort. I was left with no choice. Had I not fallen into misfortune, I would certainly have compensated Xiao Yan adequately. Thus, Yao Chun could only utter such a statement, which was, in truth, his heartfelt confession. Over the past 3 years, he had come to understand Xiao Yan's character, having undergone his trials. He had intended to reveal himself during this time and take Xiao Yan as his disciple, even preparing to impart all his alchemical knowledge to him. Unfortunately, now he found himself in Chen Feng's hands, unable to face Xiao Yan. Hearing Yao Chun's explanation, Xiao Sununner scoffed. Humph, what significance do these words hold now? Reminded of the humiliation her brother Xiao Yan had suffered over the years, she could not bring herself to forgive this so-called medicine sovereign. Master, can you torment him thoroughly? I wish to see him in a state of despair, unable to live or die, suffering worse than death. A chilling undertone laced Xiao Sununner's voice, radiating an icy coldness. Observing the flicker of hatred in her eyes, Chen Feng's gaze shifted. It seemed that Xiao Yan held significant importance in this woman's heart. One day, I shall mold you into my own form, he mused. No problem. Chen Feng reached out, gently grasping Xiao Sununner's delicate chin, a sly smile playing on his lips. However, how will you repay me? The last time, you were unable to let go of that position. This time, I expect you to cooperate fully. Xiao Sununner's animosity towards Yao Chun was solely for Xiao Yan's sake. Since she sought vengeance for him, she would naturally have to pay a price. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Sununner was momentarily taken aback, her face soon flushing crimson. All right, master, I promise you. As long as you render this old man unable to live or die, I shall acquiesce to your every demand. Although a sense of shame enveloped her heart. Upon seeing the soul-controlling banner in Chen Feng's grasp, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Sununner's eyes, compelling her to abandon all reservations. Though somewhat humiliating, her dignity had long been trampled beneath Chen Feng's feet. Before him, Xiao Sununner had gradually succumbed to a state of numbness. During this period, Chen Feng's antics had become increasingly audacious. Initially, Xiao Sununner had resisted, yet under the pressure of his intimidation, she slowly capitulated. Now, the prospect of adopting another posture was not entirely beyond her acceptance. Within the confines of the soul-controlling banner, Yao Chun had also overheard their exchange. Xiao Sununner, I never imagined you would descend to such depths. Sensing her resentment towards him, a heaviness settled in his heart, prompting him to exclaim, silence. Xiao Sununner's expression suddenly morphed into something fearsome as she angrily retorted, if it weren't for you, would I have become this way? All of this is your doing. You have harmed brother Xiao Yan, and in doing so, you have also harmed me. Chapter 62, Successful Refinement. Master, I have met you. Upon learning of Yao Chen's actions over the past few years, Xiao Sununner exhibited a frenzied demeanor, casting all blame upon him. Not only did she attribute the suffering Xiao Yan endured to him, but she also lamented her own current plight. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's loss of talent, she would not have faced the humiliation of a broken engagement. Consequently, she would not have sought vengeance through Ling Ying, nor would she have captured Chen Feng under the cover of night, leading to such a dire outcome. All of this was laid at Yao Chen's feet. Indeed, one should never provoke a woman. Observing the hatred radiating from Xiao Sununner, Chen Feng secretly clicked his tongue, vowing to keep her firmly in check henceforth. Such a woman, if driven to madness, could easily turn against him. Xiao Sununner, you. Listening to her venomous words, Yao Chun, trapped within the soul-controlling banner, felt a pang of panic. Truly, a woman's heart can be the most venomous. All right, Sununner, as long as you behave, I shall grant you any request. Chen Feng reassured her, embracing her to soothe her emotions, unhesitatingly acquiescing to her demands. For his beloved, Chen Feng had always been accommodating. He understood deeply that only when she was content could he find his own joy. You shall observe closely how I torment this old fool. A cold smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he gazed at the soul-controlling banner, then suddenly channeled his energy into it. Old fool, you speak too much. As his energy surged within, a dark mist enveloped the banner. Ah! The next moment, Yao Chen's anguished scream echoed from within. Hearing his cries, Xiao Sununner felt a surge of satisfaction, as if avenging a deep-seated grudge, her entire being refreshed. Ah! Chen Feng, what do you truly desire? What demands must I fulfill to avoid such humiliation? Inside the banner, as Yao Chun endured excruciating pain accelerated by Chen Feng's energy, he called out, believing that Chen Feng had captured him with ulterior motives. If he complied with Chen Feng's wishes, perhaps he could escape this torment. No need for that. Once I refine you, you shall obediently comply. A slight smirk played on Chen Feng's lips as he continued to channel his energy. He would be departing from Wutan City the following day, and thus he was determined to thoroughly refine this old man. Ah, you wretched soul palace insect. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yao Chun could no longer maintain his composure and unleashed a torrent of curses, abandoning his usual grace. The soul-controlling banner, designed specifically to subdue spiritual entities, was now being fully activated by Chen Feng, and even the proud and self-important Yao Chun could not withstand it any longer. Indeed, one can hardly deny the tenacity of this old fellow. Morning Breeze finds himself somewhat in awe of this old man, for even now, Yao Chun has yet to plead for mercy. This particular trait compels Morning Breeze to regard him with a newfound respect. In the original narrative, Yao Chun fell into the clutches of the Soul Palace, enduring countless torments, yet he never yielded. It is evident that this old man possesses an indomitable spirit. Fortunately, Morning Breeze has no intention of eliciting a plea for mercy. Once the soul-controlling banner has refined him, he will undoubtedly be compelled to obey. Master, what is this treasure? Listening to Yao Chen's anguished cries, Sununner finds her animosity gradually diminishing. As she regains her composure, a sense of trepidation arises within her as she gazes at the soul-controlling banner in Morning Breeze's grasp. This object appears exceedingly sinister at this moment. As she hears Yao Chun's tortured wails, an involuntary chill courses through her. This item, known as the soul-controlling banner, is capable of ensnaring souls, subjecting them to a torturous refinement, rendering them unable to live or die. Morning Breeze, wrapping his arm around Sununner's slender waist, smiles as he remarks, "By treating him in this manner, I have surely satisfied your desires." At his words, Sununner shivers slightly, her gaze fixated on the soul-controlling banner with palpable fear. In this moment, she is increasingly convinced that Morning Breeze hails from the Soul Clan. Only those of the Soul Clan could possess such a malevolent artifact, specifically designed to target souls. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient, my intentions will not turn against you, Morning Breeze reassures her, sensing her apprehension. However, should you dare betray me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Sununner, I trust you do not wish to experience the suffering this old relic endures? Morning Breeze casts a knowing glance at Sununner. No, please don't, she stammers, trembling slightly. A flicker of fear in her eyes as she clutches his arm and implores, "Master, I would never betray you. It would be prudent, for if I discover any treachery on your part, neither you nor Xiao Yan shall escape my wrath." Morning Breeze firmly grasps Sununner's delicate chin, sneering. "How long do you think Xiao Yan could endure within my soul-controlling banner, given his strength?" Upon hearing Morning Breeze's words, a chill envelopes Sununner, and she shakes her head frantically, pleading in a pitiful tone, "Master, I swear I will never betray you. Please, do not harm Brother Xiao Yan. Do not be so fearful. I am merely issuing a reminder. With your obedient nature, how could you ever betray me?" Morning Breeze comforts her, holding her trembling form close, inhaling the fragrance that envelopes her. "Morning Breeze, you truly are a demon. One day, you shall reap the consequences of your actions." Within the confines of the soul-controlling banner, Yao Chun listens to their exchange, his heart heavy with desolation. At this moment, he realizes that Sununner, now in Morning Breeze's grasp, faces a grim fate, especially with the threat to Xiao Yan looming. It is no wonder that the once seemingly noble Sununner now appears so subservient. "Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, your fate is indeed lamentable. After enduring so many grievances over the past 3 years, I, alas, have no opportunity to make amends. Now, even the woman he cherishes has fallen into the clutches of this demon, subjected to wanton degradation." Contemplating this, Yao Chun's heart is filled with desolation, resentment, and a profound sense of guilt toward Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, I have failed you." As the power of the soul-controlling banner is refined, Yao Chun gradually loses his consciousness. A wisp of black mist penetrates into his soul, and moments later, his once ethereal soul radiates an eerie black fog, exuding an aura of malevolence. Observing all this, Chen Feng's lips curl into a faint smile. His first soul servant is on the verge of manifestation. Chen Feng patiently waits, even unlocking new postures with Sununner. After the two indulge in a shared bath, Yao Chun is finally completely refined. Arise. With a single thought, Chen Feng activates the soul-controlling banner, summoning forth his inaugural soul servant. In the next instant, accompanied by a surge of black mist, Yao Chun's soul emerges from the banner. At this moment, Yao Chun's soul is enveloped in dark patterns, with a black mark upon his forehead, devoid of the ethereal grace he once possessed. Upon seeing his master, Yao Chun's soul bows respectfully to Chen Feng, shedding any trace of its former defiance. Chapter 63. The alchemical apparatus of the soul servant. Yao Chun, the alchemist, hovered in the void, respectfully bowing to his master, Chen Feng. Having been refined, Yao Chun had become Chen Feng's soul slave. As long as Chen Feng wielded the soul control banner, Yao Chun was bound to obey without the slightest dissent. Excellent. Observing Yao Chun's demeanor, a slight smile graced Chen Feng's face. The soul slave, Yao Chun, resembled Ling Ying, who had consumed a puppet pill, though retaining his past memories. His consciousness was entirely under Chen Feng's dominion. With merely a thought, Chen Feng could command Yao Chun to perform any task, even to self-destruct his soul. However, despite being a puppet, Yao Chun's capabilities far surpassed those of Ling Ying. In terms of strength, Although Yao Chen's soul had suffered significant damage, he could still summon the bone spirit cold fire, granting him the power to contend with high-ranking Dou Emperors. Should he consume a rare treasure capable of restoring his soul, his prowess would increase dramatically. In the future, capturing other soul entities for Yao Chun to devour could not only restore him to peak power, but perhaps elevate him even further. Undoubtedly, Yao Chun's most valuable attribute was his status as an 8th-tier alchemist. An 8th-tier alchemist is a rare gem, even within the vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent. Now, having transformed Yao Chun into a soul slave, it was as if Chen Feng had gained control over an 8th-tier alchemist. With this thought, a subtle grin appeared on Chen Feng's lips. He had witnessed numerous fanfictions of Dou Pa, where protagonists often chose the path of alchemy. The road of an alchemist is fraught with challenges, filled with monotonous days of concocting potions or seeking out rare materials. It is a tedious and dreary existence. Yet here he was, effortlessly commanding an 8th-tier alchemist. To enhance his strength, all he needed to do was continuously marry and procreate. It was astonishingly simple. As Chen Feng reveled in his thoughts, Sununner, who had just interacted with him, bore a faint blush on her cheeks. Upon witnessing the summoned Yao Chun and his respectful demeanor towards Chen Feng, a look of astonishment crossed her delicate features. "Master, what is happening? Why does he?" Sununner was bewildered and shocked. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of defiance, yet now he addressed Chen Feng with such reverence. Devoid of any hostility, this familiar attitude triggered a memory in her mind. She suddenly recalled Ling Ying and the changes occurring in the alchemist before her. Was it not strikingly similar? With this realization, Sununner understood. Chen Feng must have employed some arcane method to transform the alchemist in such a manner. Gazing at the deferential Yao Chun, a chill ran down her spine, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. How terrifying! Such capabilities were simply unfathomable. Whether it be the enigmatic Ling Ying of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm or the esteemed medicinal alchemist Yao Chun, both stand as formidable figures even amidst the vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent. Yao Chun, a revered 8th-tier alchemist, commands an unparalleled status. Yet, such illustrious individuals find themselves effortlessly subjugated by Chen Feng. Observing Chen Feng beside her, Sununner felt an unsettling dread, her legs instinctively tightening. A hint of moisture betraying her anxiety. "Surprised, are you?" Chen Feng remarked, noting her astonishment. "Any soul that enters my soul banner shall be forged into a puppet, compelled to heed my commands. Should you, Sununner, find yourself within, upon your return, you would become a stranger to your kin, unhesitatingly executing orders, be it to slay Xiao Yan or betray the ancient clan, without a trace of resistance." At these words, Sununner trembled, an icy chill enveloping her. Gazing at Chen Feng, she perceived a monstrous entity, her heart brimming with terror. If she were to perish, would her soul not escape his grasp? The thought was utterly horrifying. She could hardly fathom that had she indeed taken her own life in her despair, inciting Chen Feng's wrath, he might have transformed her very essence into a puppet. Would she then, in this moment, be poised to harm her beloved Xiao Yan? Resolute determination surged within her. No matter the cost, she could not defy Chen Feng, nor provoke his ire. Noticing her evident trepidation, Chen Feng swiftly enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Gently reassuring her, "Do you not despise him? Allow me to transform this old fool into a puppet, and you may torment him as you wish. Oh, and remember, this old man is an 8th-tier alchemist. Let us refrain from feeding little purple magic cores, as they may induce indigestion. If little purple grows hungry, let this old fellow concoct elixirs to suit any palate you desire. Do not hesitate." Chen Feng cast a glance at the nearby purple lightning weasel, his expression cheerful. The energy within elixirs would undoubtedly be more readily absorbed than that of magic cores, thereby enhancing the weasel's prowess. Yao Chun's primary function should be to refine elixirs. Chen Feng had no intention of squandering his talents. Matters of conflict would be left to Ling Ying and the purple lightning weasel, while Yao Chun would dutifully serve as a mere tool for alchemical endeavors. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Sununner's fear began to dissipate. She regarded Yao Chun before her, recalling his past actions, and a cold smirk surfaced on her lips. "Master, can any elixir be consumed?" The purple lightning weasel eagerly inquired, burrowing into Chen Feng's embrace. Taken aback by the question, Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Crafting elixirs necessitated materials, and despite having plundered Xiao Sununner's modest treasury and Ling Ying's spatial ring, these two were not alchemists. Their possessions were largely comprised of ready-made elixirs and scrolls of techniques. Even if he wished to employ Yao Chun as a mere tool for alchemy, it was a challenge to produce results without the necessary ingredients. Subsequently, Chen Feng could only retrieve some celestial materials and earthly treasures from the spatial ring belonging to Xiao Sununner and Ling Ying, handing them over to Yao Chun for the extraction of their energies, facilitating absorption by the purple lightning mink. In truth, what Chen Feng yearned for most was for Yao Chun to concoct the transformation pill. Once the purple lightning mink ingests the transformation pill, it would be able to assume a human form, thus providing Xiao Sununner with companionship during her cultivation of the Tianfeng chapter, alleviating her solitude. Chen Feng was also eager to envision what the purple lightning mink would look like in human form. Being so adorable, it surely would not be unattractive after transformation. Reflecting on the transformation pill, Chen Feng's thoughts drifted to Medusa. At this point in time, Medusa still retained her serpentine appearance. Although Chen Feng harbored intentions towards Medusa, he found himself at a loss regarding how to approach this snake woman. Thus, an idea began to blossom in his mind, to present Medusa with a transformation pill in advance. Coincidentally, to lift the seal on Hai Buodong, an additional ingredient was required: the sand mandrake. This particular herb could only be found within the territory of the serpent people, and he could trade the transformation pill with Medusa in exchange for it. It appeared imperative to gather the necessary ingredients for the transformation pill without delay. Chapter 64. The Excitement of Xiao Yan Yao Chun. Please present the burning decision for my perusal. In the confines of the small world, Chen Feng suddenly recalled something and commanded Yao Chun. Although he was incapable of cultivating this particular technique, his curiosity about this infinitely evolving method was piqued. Of course, master. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun exhibited no hesitation and retrieved a black scroll from his storage ring. Chen Feng held the scroll in his hands, unfurling it to examine its contents. Moments later, he carefully rolled it up again. The potential of the burning decision was indeed vast, yet as he possessed a lightning attribute talent, he was unable to practice it. Should any future descendants possess a fire attribute talent, however, he might consider cultivating them in this regard. Xiao Yan's journey, though arduous and perilous, was undeniably marked by the immense power of the burning decision. With sufficient exotic fire, this technique could evolve infinitely, potentially surpassing even heavenly ranked methods. Nevertheless, Chen Feng felt little temptation. He had the multi-child blessing system. As long as he diligently married and fathered offspring, he could swiftly enhance his own strength. Observing Yao Chun before him, Chen Feng suddenly realized that aside from his status as an 8th-tier alchemist, he offered limited advantages. What else did Yao Chun possess? Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the Black Demon Cauldron, and various techniques and combat skills. However, as Chen Feng was not an alchemist, he could not utilize the Bone Spirit Cold Fire or the Black Demon Cauldron. Once Yao Chun became a soul slave, as the master of the Soul Control Banner, Chen Feng could directly harness the power within Yao Chun. This meant that if Chen Feng wished to wield the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he could do so with ease. As for the techniques and combat skills Yao Chun possessed, Yao Chun, present all the techniques and combat skills you have. Though Chen Feng currently lacked nothing in terms of techniques, these resources would be indispensable for future developments of his faction. Such assets would never be too abundant for any organization. At the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan was engulfed in elation. The reason for his exuberance was the return of Xiao Sununner. Ultimately, she could not bear to part from him and chose not to marry someone else. True to form, she continued to trail behind him throughout the day. Moreover, what thrilled Xiao Yan was the restoration of his innate talent. He had transformed into an unparalleled genius, rapidly advancing in cultivation. In merely a year, he ascended to the rank of a great Dou Master, followed by Dou Ling and Dou Wang. 3 years later, he had become a formidable Dou Huang. He led his family to unify Wutan City and swiftly developed its power. Within 3 years, the Xiao family had emerged as the most powerful lineage in the Jiama Empire, even earning respect from the royal family. The Nalan family went so far as to send representatives to apologize for the annulment of the engagement, with Nalan Yanran pleading to serve as his maid. Xiao Yan, filled with pride and satisfaction, reveled in his accomplishments. Then, his sister Sununner was wed. As he beheld her, resplendent in her finery and breathtakingly beautiful. A broader smile spread across Xiao Yan's face. At long last, he found himself able to fulfill his desires. Yet, suddenly, a look of terror swept across Xiao Yan's face. He realized that the man marrying his beloved Sununner was not himself. No, this cannot be true. Startled awake, he opened his eyes wide. Remnants of panic etched on his features. It was merely a dream as he gazed around the familiar room. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. However, upon noticing the scattered scraps of paper strewn across the bed, his expression fell once more into despondency. Sununner had truly left his side. The thought of her impending marriage to another man pierced his heart with anguish. What pained him even more was Sununner's letter, in which she frequently mentioned that her fiancé surpassed him in strength. This wounded Xiao Yan deeply. The Sununner of old would never have spoken this way. She would have offered gentle reassurances and encouragement. Ultimately, it was his own lack of strength that had led to this. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, filled with frustration. If only he were a genius at this moment, Sununner would never have departed from him. Absolutely not. With this thought, Xiao Yan performed a swift roll and sat cross-legged upon his bed, commencing his cultivation. He believed, one day, his talents would surely return, as long as he persevered. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, a visible stream of pale white energy flowing from his mouth and nose into his body, nourishing his bones. Moments later, his eyes shot open, a flash of white brilliance coursing through them. It had not vanished. My Dou Qi has not dissipated. Feeling the energy he had just absorbed still present within him, Xiao Yan trembled with excitement. After examining himself once more to confirm the presence of Dou Qi within, his face radiated joy. Ha ha ha, my talent has finally returned. It has returned. My talent has come back. Unable to contain his elation, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Subsequently, feeling a twinge of concern, he continued to cultivate for another hour. It had not vanished. It truly has returned. My Xiao Yan's talent has finally returned. Slowly stretching his limbs, a look of infatuation and intoxication adorned his face. This sensation, after nearly 3 years, the feeling of becoming stronger has finally returned. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Yan, shall no longer be a waste. With that, he joyfully dashed out of his room, heading towards his father Xiao Zhan's abode. What did you say, Yinran? Your talent has been restored. Upon hearing the good news delivered by Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan displayed an expression of equal shock and excitement. It seems that the elixir given to you by young Master Chen Feng was indeed authentic. Within just a few days, it has allowed your talent to re-emerge. Naturally, Xiao Zhan immediately connected Xiao Yan's sudden resurgence of talent to Chen Feng's elixir. It must be the elixir's effect. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. After all, recently he had only consumed that miraculous elixir. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan felt a flicker of gratitude towards Chen Feng. In his heart, the marriage contract with Nalan Yanran paled in comparison to his own innate talent. In exchange for the elixir, Xiao Yan believed he had struck a fortunate deal. Were it not for young Master Chen Feng, his formidable talent might have remained forever dormant. Yinran, now that your talent has been restored, you must devote yourself to rigorous training. Do not dwell on matters concerning Sununner. She hails from a distinguished lineage, one that our Xiao family cannot afford to provoke, Xiao Zhan said, gazing earnestly at his son, Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he replied, Father, I understand. The thought of the charming and delightful Sununner lingered in his mind, filling him with a sense of unwillingness. Sununner, how can you marry someone else? You belong to me. Xiao Yan unconsciously clenched his fists. He vowed within himself to become a formidable warrior, to stand before Xiao Sununner, and to defeat her fiancé. He wished to convey to Xiao Sununner that he was indeed the most exceptional of all. Chapter 65. Departure from Wutan City. As time swiftly passed, night fell. Aware that Chen Feng would be leaving the next day, Yifei meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast to bid him farewell. The chosen venue, of course, was her private chamber. The room was adorned with a crimson carpet, a scarlet bed, and a ruby-hued quilt. Moreover, Yifei herself, clad in a flowing red dress, was a vision of exquisite beauty, her cascading black hair resembling a magnificent waterfall. The chamber was filled with vibrant red flowers, enhancing Yifei's allure even further. Draped in her crimson attire, her elegant neck led to a delicate bosom, as smooth and luminous as white jade, partially concealed yet tantalizingly visible, accentuating her slender waist that could barely be grasped. Her long, graceful legs were exposed, and even her dainty feet exuded a silent charm, inviting admiration. Chen Feng gazed at the room steeped in an atmosphere of seduction, his eyes drawn irresistibly to the enchanting Yafei. It felt as if everything had returned to that fateful night when he first arrived in Wutan City. A flutter of excitement stirred within him. One must admit, when it comes to allure, Yafei was unparalleled. Any man witnessing this scene would surely find it difficult to contain himself. Chen Feng, do you fancy it? Yafei's serpentine waist swayed enticingly, her voluptuous figure igniting within him an almost primal urge. You are departing tomorrow, so I have taken the liberty to prepare some dishes, hoping they will suit your palate. Upon casting a glance at the table, Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was no mere meal. It was a banquet of nourishing delicacies. The air was thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. It appeared Yafei had incorporated all the supplements bestowed upon her by the admirers in Wutan City into this lavish spread. With such a display, it was bound to be an eventful evening. Did she not fear overindulging herself? Chen Feng mused, acknowledging that had he not possessed the physique of a dragon, he might not have withstood it. Clearly, Yafei was prepared to embrace the challenge head-on. This table of medicinal cuisine was her hidden reserve of energy. He knew tonight would be a night of fervent passion. His gaze lingered on Yafei, who, due to Chen Feng's unwavering efforts, had blossomed into an even more radiant beauty. Her skin dewy and glowing with a rosy hue. Especially captivating was the sheer red fabric that enveloped her voluptuous form. Chen Feng's gaze, having been cleansed by the purity of the snow-capped peaks, now slid toward the depths of temptation. At this moment, he cared little for the exquisite dishes laid before him. What need was there for food? You alone shall suffice. With a mischievous smile, Chen Feng approached Yafei. Confident in his dragon-like physique, he felt no need for supplements. Even without them, he could unleash his prowess. Ah, why the rush? I have put so much thought into this. You must consume it all. Yafei playfully pushed Chen Feng away, perhaps concerned he might overexert himself, insisting he partake. Women place great importance on the sense of ceremony. She wished for Chen Feng to never forget this night. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. The morning breeze, filled with a sense of helplessness, led Chen Feng to take a seat at the table. To my dear brother Chen Feng, I raise a toast, Yafei declared, pouring a glass for him and then lifting her own cup with a gentle smile. Sister Yafei, if we are to drink, let us share a cup, Chen Feng replied with a grin. As you wish, Yafei said, casting a flirtatious glance at him before gracefully settling onto his lap. Her voice soft and inviting. Tonight, we shall drink until we are intoxicated. Agreed, until we are thoroughly inebriated. They proceeded to exchange cups, indulging in a stream of toasts, each drink flowing one after another. However, after just a few cups, Chen Feng began to sense something amiss. This wine. There is something wrong. He felt an unsettling restlessness stirring within him, clearly indicating that Yafei had infused something into the drink. Good heavens, this woman is reckless. With a blend of supplementation and potions, combined with his own unique physique, Chen Feng found himself growing increasingly concerned for Yafei's well-being. At that moment, Yafei, her complexion flushed from the effects of the drink, whispered sweet nothings, clearly showing signs of intoxication. Brother Chen Feng, let us continue drinking, she urged, her eyes fixed on him as she held her cup. Certainly. With her warmth enveloping him, Chen Feng felt a surge of desire rising within, his gaze intensifying as it lingered on Yafei. Clink. Their cups met in a toast. Yafei drained her glass in one swift motion. A drop of wine trickling from the bottom of her cup, cascading down her fair neck and into the expanse of her smooth skin. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's throat tightened. Suddenly, Yafei set her cup down, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck as her lips parted slightly, exuding a fragrant hint of wine. Brother Chen Feng, do I look beautiful? Ah, this familiar game. Testing his resolve? Who could withstand such a challenge? As he gazed at her smiling lips, alluring and slightly curved, as if inviting him to taste their sweetness, Chen Feng could no longer bear the temptation and pressed his lips against hers. They entwined like two octopuses, lost in a passionate embrace. Moments later, their lips slowly parted, and Chen Feng lifted Yafei's soft form, carrying her toward the bed, omitting 10,000 words. In the early morning, Yafei, utterly exhausted, finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Feng glanced at the sky, quietly slipping out of bed without disturbing her. Ling Ying. He called into the air. Master, how may I serve you? Ling Ying materialized before him instantly. From now on, you shall remain at the Meitel auction house to ensure Yafei's safety, Chen Feng instructed. Although the strength of Wutan City should pose little threat to Yafei, he still felt a twinge of unease. Yafei had become his woman, and she was with child. Chen Feng could not bear to see her come to any harm. Moreover, the once tranquil city of Wutan has now been plunged into chaos. Following the fierce battle of the three formidable Dou Huang powerhouses that transpired that fateful night, nearly the entire Gamma Empire has come to recognize the existence of this small city, Wutan. During this time, Master Gunny has reported that numerous factions have arrived in Wutan. Their intentions undoubtedly aimed at uncovering the origins of the three Dou Huang experts. Chen Feng speculated that among these factions, many undoubtedly hail from the various major powers of the Gamma Empire. It is likely that even members of the royal family and the Yunlan sect have made their presence felt. The emergence of Dou Huang powerhouses could significantly alter the dynamics within the Gamma Empire, especially with the simultaneous appearance of three such figures. The royal family, without a doubt, could not remain idle in the face of this development. At this moment, Wutan has become a veritable melting pot of intrigue and ambition. Within the confines of the middle auction house, only Master Gunny, the esteemed Dou Shi, remains. Chen Feng harbored concerns that Yafei might struggle to manage the influx of these individuals, so he made the prudent decision to keep Ling Ying by her side as a discreet protector. As for himself, he was accompanied by the Zidian Weasel and Yao Chun. As long as he was not directly targeted by a Dou Zone powerhouse, his life would be secure. Even if a Dou Zone were to confront him, he possessed a Dou Zone realm experience card. Thus, it could be said that his safety within the Gamma Empire was assured, and there was no cause for concern. Yes, Master. Upon receiving Chen Feng's directive, Ling Ying vanished without the slightest hesitation. It was time to return. Chen Feng cast a glance at Yafei's room, but refrained from making an appearance. The battle from the previous day had served as the most fitting farewell. Chapter 66. Morning Breeze. Brother, I await your proposal. At noon, Yafei's beautiful eyes fluttered briefly before she slowly opened them. She stretched her jade-like arms, only to find emptiness surrounding her. Startled, she sat upright, gazing at the vacant space beside her, her delicate face suddenly shifting in expression. Morning Breeze. Brother, has he already departed? With no sign of Morning Breeze within the room, Yafei's spirit instantly plummeted. That rascal. He didn't even bid me farewell. Before leaving, the thought that he might have already vacated Wutan City left her feeling desolate and quite disheartened. Suddenly, Yafei noticed a letter resting on the bedside, her expression brightening with delight as she hurriedly opened it. Dear Sister Yafei, by the time you read this letter, I shall have left Wutan City. Seeing you in such a deep slumber, I couldn't bear to wake you. You won't hold it against me, will you? Yafei pouted her rosy lips, feeling somewhat melancholic. This insufferable brother has truly left. What a heartless man. Slipping away without a word, she felt quite disgruntled and resolved that when they next meet, she would certainly teach this troublesome brother a lesson. Continuing to read, she found, rest assured, Sister Yafei, within 3 months, I shall ensure your return to the imperial capital, and you will command absolute authority within our family, with no one capable of undermining your position. Reading the confidence radiating from Morning Breeze's letter, Yafei felt a twinge of confusion. Why does he possess such certainty in enabling me to wield power over our family? She was acutely aware of the stubbornness of those old fogies within the family. To relinquish power to a young woman like herself seemed utterly improbable, even with Morning Breeze's elevated status among them. I hope he does not engage in any reckless actions. A hint of worry crossed Yafei's face as she feared that Morning Breeze might clash irreparably with the family elders for her sake. Such a scenario would be detrimental to him and could jeopardize their connection to the Meitel family. Surely, he would not act so impulsively. Shaking her head, Yafei continued reading. Oh, and there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Please do not panic. You are with child. We are expecting a baby. You must take care of yourself, for I am certain you would not wish for our child to face any complications at birth, would you? What? Upon reaching this line, Yafei's mind went blank. I am pregnant. She found it hard to believe. Yet, as reality sunk in, it seemed quite logical. With Morning Breeze being so robust, their intimate moments during this time, it was only natural for her to conceive. After a brief moment of shock, A smile of joy suddenly illuminated Yafei's face. I carry morning breeze as child. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her. She believed that this child would be morning breeze as first, and upon its birth, he would undoubtedly regard her with even greater importance. As a shrewd woman, Yafei was acutely aware that the arrival of a child would undoubtedly elevate her status in Chen Feng's heart. With this thought, she tenderly caressed her abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her features. My dear child, your mother's future hinges upon you. Rest assured, Yafei, I shall bestow upon you a rightful title. Before our child is born, I will grant you a splendid wedding. Yafei clutched the letter in her hand as if it were a cherished treasure, her face radiating sweetness. Chen Feng, I shall take excellent care of our child. I eagerly await your proposal. High in the skies, a magnificent flying beast soared swiftly. Upon its back rested a house crafted from unique timber. In just 7 days, they would reach the imperial capital. Standing by the window of the wooden dwelling, Chen Feng gazed back at the distant Heijing city, a smile illuminating his countenance. After departing from the middle auction house, he had left Wutan City, securing a flying beast bound for the imperial capital. Now, he found himself alone atop the creature, enjoying the tranquility. With a mere thought, Chen Feng entered his small world. At that moment, Sununner was sowing spiritual herb seeds in an open space. The small world felt desolate, devoid of flora, appearing rather monotonous. Thus, upon passing through Heijing City, Chen Feng procured a batch of spiritual herb and flower seeds, intending to plant them in his small realm. Once they flourished, the world would be imbued with life and vibrancy. On another note, a dozen first-tier magical beasts were confined within, not merely for amusement. As Sununner was to reside in the small world for an extended period, Chen Feng could not deliver provisions to her daily. With these magical beasts, she would be able to fend for herself. Naturally, he was reluctant to let her toil. Nearby, Yao Chun was expertly manipulating flames to roast a whole sheep. With his skills as an 8th-tier alchemist, he controlled the heat to perfection. The roasted lamb turned a golden brown, sizzling and exuding a rich aroma that filled the air. Since he lacked ample alchemical materials, Chen Feng had no intention of allowing Yao Chun to remain idle, temporarily assigning him the role of Sununner's personal chef. Remarkably, given Yao Chun's expertise, the roasted delicacy was exceptionally delectable, crisp on the outside yet tender within, earning Chen Feng's praise. Soon, the entire sheep was ready, and Chen Feng, Sununner, and the purple lightning weasel indulged in the feast. To Chen Feng's surprise, despite its small stature, the weasel possessed a hearty appetite, devouring more than half of the roasted lamb. Yet, even after such a feast, its belly appeared perfectly flat, showing no signs of excess. What a waste of food, Chen Feng mused inwardly. In his past life, he had envied those with a metabolism that allowed them to eat without gaining weight. This physique is truly a waste of sustenance. Consuming food feels no different than abstaining from it. Master, are we still in Wutan City? After satisfying her hunger, Sununner prepared a cup of warm tea and presented it to Chen Feng. Having spent considerable time in this small world, she has come to realize that Chen Feng can freely enter and exit, suggesting that this realm must be a certain spatial treasure. I have already departed from Wutan City and am currently aboard a flying magical beast en route to the imperial capital. Shaking his head, Chen Feng spoke to Sununner. Regardless, he had no intention of allowing her to leave. Thus, revealing some information seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, Sununner was already aware of her identity as a disciple of the Yinran sect, so there was no need for secrecy. A flying magical beast, you say? Then we must be in the air now. Master, could you take me outside to see? Upon hearing this, Sununner hesitated for a moment before earnestly requesting Chen Feng. Having lingered in this small world for too long, she found herself feeling somewhat restless. Since they had already left Wutan City, she yearned to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Chapter 67. The Ambition of Morning Breeze. Do you wish to go outside? Upon hearing this, Morning Breeze directed a scrutinizing gaze towards Sununner. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this girl harbor ulterior motives? Faced with his penetrating gaze, Sununner felt a twinge of fear. With a timid demeanor, she reassured. Master, please do not worry, I will not wander off. I merely wish to glimpse the world beyond. Very well. Given your commendable conduct of late, I shall grant you this reward. Considering that Sununner's abilities would pose no threat while aboard the flying magical beast, Morning Breeze readily acquiesced. Master, I too wish to go out. Beside them, the purple lightning ferret could not resist burrowing into Morning Breeze's embrace, playfully pleading. You little rascal. Ever the glutton and the playful one. All right, I shall take you along as well. With a warm smile, Morning Breeze playfully pinched the fluffy ears of the ferret, and with a mere thought, he transported both Sununner and the purple lightning ferret from their little world. When Morning Breeze reappeared, he had brought Sununner and the purple lightning ferret into a wooden cabin atop the flying magical beast. Sununner rushed to the window, her gaze drifting downward. As the beast soared swiftly through the skies, countless mountains and rivers unfurled before her eyes, instantly easing her spirits. Having been confined within the little world for an extended period, she had felt perpetually tense, suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. Morning Breeze, mindful of this, had decided to allow her a breath of fresh air. The emotional state of a pregnant woman can indeed influence the healthy development of her unborn child. And with Sununner now expecting, it was essential that she not remain in such a stifling environment for too long. Periodic excursions would benefit both her and the child's well-being. Yet, all of this depended on Sununner's behavior. There are still 5 days until we reach Yinran's sect. If you enjoy this, you may remain outside for the next few days, Morning Breeze said gently, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as he approached her by the window. Thank you, Master. Perhaps due to a fear of Morning Breeze's formidable nature, Sununner cherished the tenderness he displayed and felt a deep gratitude towards him. As they soared further from the ground, her heart gradually lightened. Having departed from Wutan City, she reasoned that her brother Xiao Yan would no longer be in danger. With the prospect of being outside, she would not encounter Xiao Yan, and she feared how she might explain her current predicament should they meet. Master, may I pose a question? After a long silence, Sununner, with a hint of hesitation, turned to Morning Breeze. Ask away, he replied with a gentle smile, appearing unperturbed. Are you truly of the Soul Clan? As soon as she asked, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Would he be angered by her inquiry? No. Morning Breeze shook his head and answered truthfully. Upon hearing the response from Chen Feng, for reasons unknown, Sununner felt an inexplicable sense of relief, seemingly pleased that Chen Feng was not of the Soul Clan. So, Master, you are. However, the peculiar abilities exhibited by Chen Feng, whether it be the puppet pill, the soul-controlling banner, or the secret techniques that could amplify one's power, filled Sununner with doubt regarding his identity. He was certainly not merely a disciple of the Yinran sect. The feats Chen Feng displayed were far beyond what a simple sect could provide. Are you probing into my background? Chen Feng suddenly grasped Sununner's delicate chin, his gaze laced with scrutiny. And no. In response, Sununner felt a tightening in her heart and hastily explained, Master, I am simply a bit curious. Curious? Chen Feng released his grip, casting his eyes towards the swiftly passing scenery outside, and slowly began to speak. Indeed, I am backed by a formidable force. However, it is not any of the ancient 8 clans you are aware of, nor is it a prominent power from the central continent. Yet one day, I shall establish a force that surpasses all others in the Duki continent. Gazing at the mountains and rivers below, Chen Feng unabashedly declared his ambition. Observing his silhouette and listening to his words, Sununner could not help but shudder. For reasons unknown, her intuition told her that Chen Feng spoke the truth. Considering the strange techniques he had displayed, despite being of a similar age to her, he effortlessly commanded figures like Ling Ying and the esteemed medicine master, as well as the 6th-tier magical beast, the purple lightning weasel. Even she, the daughter of the ancient clan's leader, was playfully manipulated by him. With Chen Feng's capabilities, he might genuinely realize his powerful ambitions in the future. What? Do you think I am speaking in vain? Noticing Sununner lapse into silence, Chen Feng assumed she was skeptical. A confident smile graced his face. What he had just conveyed were his innermost thoughts. Possessing the system of abundant offspring and fortune, he would undoubtedly grow faster than anyone else, and enhancing his strength would be remarkably simple. If he could not become a supreme being under such circumstances, it would truly be a waste of such a formidable advantage. And no, I believe in you, Master. You will succeed. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Sununner thought he was upset and quickly sought to clarify. In response, Chen Feng chuckled, embracing her delicate form, and teasingly nibbled on her tender earlobe, saying, Sununner, if you faithfully follow me, one day you will become one of the most esteemed women on this continent. Feeling the intimacy of Chen Feng's actions, Xiao Sunner's ears flushed crimson. Master, if that day truly comes, will you spare the ancient clan? She asked, her tone humble. Spare the ancient clan? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself how this girl truly held him in high regard. We are not even there yet, and you are already pleading for the ancient clan? He found the situation somewhat amusing. The ancient clan stands as the most formidable force on the continent of Duqi, second only to the Soul clan. The clan leader, Gu Yuan, is a being of unparalleled strength, embodying the peak of the 9-star Dou Sheng. Until the moment he possesses absolute power, Chen Feng will not recklessly confront the ancient clan. However, as Xiao Sununner has suggested, if that day were to arrive, should Gu Yuan, that old fellow, be willing to submit to him, sparing his life may well be a possibility. After all, if Xiao Sununner were to bear him a child, Gu Yuan would indeed become his father-in-law. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Yet, prior to that, you must serve me diligently. With a mere thought, Chen Feng summoned the playful purple lightning weasel back into the small world. Then, cradling Xiao Sununner, he made his way to the nearby wooden bed. With several days remaining until their arrival in the imperial capital, Chen Feng had no intention of idling away the time. Gently placing Xiao Sununner upon the bed, the two commenced their practice of the dragon and phoenix technique. Chapter 68. Return to the Yinran sect. Finally, after nearly 5 days aboard the flying beast, we have gradually arrived at our destination, the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the sacred city of Gamma. Master, is this truly the imperial capital? Beside Chen Feng, Xiao Sununner gazed down at the scenery below, her expression a mix of emotions. Having arrived here, it seemed unlikely that she would ever meet her brother Xiao Yan again in this lifetime. Brother Xiao Yan, please take good care of yourself. Sununner can no longer be by your side. Indeed, this is the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire and will be my stronghold from now on. Chen Feng nodded slightly, resolved to rise rapidly in this new environment. With the Gamma Empire as a stepping stone, he would establish his own supreme family. All right, Sununner, I will send you back to the small world. Now that they had reached the imperial capital, Chen Feng could no longer allow Xiao Sununner to expose herself. Understanding the situation, Xiao Sununner obediently nodded. Master, will you come to visit me often? Rest assured, whenever I have time, I will come to see you, Chen Feng said, affectionately pinching Xiao Sununner's delicate face. His recent days of cultivation had advanced his skills, achieving the rank of a 9-star Dou Master. Although the dragon and phoenix art was merely an auxiliary technique, being a celestial-grade skill, its training efficiency was remarkable. However, as Xiao Sununner's pregnancy progressed, signs of impending motherhood would soon emerge, making it impossible for her to continue practicing the dragon and phoenix art. After sending Xiao Sununner into the small world, Chen Feng stood atop the flying beast, gazing down at the magnificent city emerging from the mist, a smile gracing his face. This journey to Wutan City had consumed over half a month, and now he was finally back. As the flying beast descended slowly, Chen Feng's gaze shifted toward the northern direction of the imperial capital. There, a grand mountain loomed, resembling a great dragon lying low, exuding an aura of celestial energy. That was the formidable presence of the Gamma Empire, the Yinran sect. Teacher, I have returned, he thought, his eyes fixed on the majestic peak shrouded in a light mist. His heart yearning to soar directly towards it. The Yinran sect, as a colossal entity within the Gamma Empire, was situated atop a towering mountain merely a dozen miles from the imperial capital. This mountain, named Yinran Mountain after the sect, boasted steep cliffs on 3 sides, with only one path leading to its summit, making it a veritable fortress. The entire mountain was patrolled diligently by disciples of the Yinran sect, resembling a small fortress. Merely 2 miles from the foot of Yinran Mountain, 50,000 iron cavalry were stationed, ostensibly to guard the capital. Yet it was evident to all that the rulers of the empire were wary of this nearby, formidable presence. At the summit of the back mountain of Yinran sect, enveloped in swirling mists, it resembles a realm of immortals. At this moment, upon a protruding black rock at the cliff's edge, a woman clad in a moon-white robe is seated, her hands forming intricate seals as she meditates with closed eyes. With each breath, a perfect cycle unfolds. During each transition, ethereal wisps of verdant energy seep from the rich atmosphere surrounding her, spiraling around her form before being continuously absorbed into her body for refinement and assimilation. As the last tendril of green energy enters her, she slowly opens her eyes, a faint azure glow flickering within, while her cascading emerald locks seem to dance in an unseen breeze. My lady, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I have prepared some chicken soup for you. A beautiful maid standing nearby, named Xiao Yan, swiftly interjects as she notices the pause in her lady's practice. Xiao Yan, is it chicken soup again? Nalan Yanran responds with a hint of exasperation. For the past fortnight, she has been consuming chicken soup nearly every day. Young master instructed me that chicken soup is the most nourishing, and thus I must prepare it for you daily, Xiao Yan explains. Having been assigned to attend to Nalan Yanran since Chen Feng departed from Yinran sect. Very well, Nalan Yanran concedes, realizing it is her senior brother's directive, and dutifully consumes the bowl of soup. After finishing, she gracefully rises, standing at the cliff's edge where the gentle breeze clings to her moon-white robe, accentuating her delicate figure alluringly. With a languid gaze, she sweeps her eyes across the unfathomable depths of the chasm below, her jade hand brushing against her robe, and a hint of longing crosses her face. Brother, when will you return? Yinran misses you. At that moment, a female disciple rushes over, breathless. Sister Nalan, Brother Chen Feng has returned. What? He has finally come back. Nalan Yanran exclaims with delight, swiftly turning away from her designated training spot. Brother, you have finally returned. Upon reaching Chen Feng's residence, Nalan Yanran immediately spots the figure she has longed for and dashes toward him, akin to a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. Leaping into his embrace. Brother, I missed you so much. Nalan Yanran exclaims, tightly holding Chen Feng, her face radiant with excitement. Were you not advised against vigorous activity? Why rush so? Chen Feng chides gently while enveloping her soft form in his arms. I couldn't help it. I was just so thrilled to see you back, she replies, burying her face in his embrace, her lips pouting as she playfully pleads with him. Were you practicing at the back mountain? Chen Feng's expression shifts to concern. What did I say before I left? You must refrain from training for the time being, as it could disturb the child. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Yanran could not help but let out a delicate laugh. Senior brother, it has barely been a month. The teacher has reassured me that it is of no concern. As long as I refrain from practicing combat techniques, simple meditation poses no issue. With the esteemed Yunyan's endorsement, Chen Feng felt disinclined to press further. How is the child? Any news lately? He leaned down, resting his head gently against Nalan's abdomen, and inquired softly. Senior brother, it's not even been a month. What news could there possibly be? A hint of a smile graced Nalan Yanran's face, until a thought struck her. Turning to Chen Feng, she asked, by the way, Senior brother, what of the Xiao family? What has transpired? Mentioning the Xiao family brought a flicker of tension to Nalan Yanran's expression. With my personal involvement, everything has gone smoothly, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The Xiao family has agreed to the annulment of the engagement. At this revelation, Nalan Yanran jubilantly leaped onto Chen Feng, clinging to him like an octopus, her countenance radiant with excitement. Be careful. You already have a child, and yet you're still so reckless. Chen Feng feigned reproach, yet could not resist enveloping Nalan Yanran's delicate form in his embrace. Senior brother, I am utterly elated. You are simply remarkable. Nalan Yanran leaned closer, whispering into Chen Feng's ear. Senior brother, tonight I shall reward you splendidly. Chapter 69. Teacher, do you desire the heavenly stage technique? After a brief moment of tender intimacy with Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the main peak, the grand hall of Yinran sect. Upon returning to the sect, it was only fitting that he inform his mentor of his safe arrival. Upon learning of Chen Feng's return, Yun, who was in seclusion, immediately emerged. Fenger, what transpired at the time of the annulment? Yun, clad in elegant white garments, her long, ebony hair cascading like a waterfall down to her slender waist, possessed a stunning beauty akin to a celestial flower untouched by worldly affairs, radiating a captivating, ethereal charm. Teacher, all went smoothly. The Xiao family has also agreed to the annulment. Moreover, the marriage certificate is now in my possession, Chen Feng replied, his eyes lighting up as he gazed upon his exquisite mentor. That is splendid news. A smile graced Yunyan's face upon hearing this. The engagement between Nalan Yanran and the Xiao family had long weighed heavily on her heart, and now that it had been amicably resolved, she felt a significant burden lifted. You did not make things too difficult for the Xiao family, did you? Yun inquired, curious about how Chen Feng had persuaded them to agree to the annulment. Certainly not. Do I strike you as someone who would bully others? Chen Feng recounted how he had invited the Xiao father and son for a private discussion. Though he refrained from divulging every detail, he merely described the spirit pill he had given to Xiao Yan as a qi gathering powder, never anticipating that a single vial would suffice to resolve the matter. Yun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Clearly, she had overestimated the Xiao family. A trivial gain had effortlessly dissolved the engagement between Nalan Yanran and the Xiao family, all without tarnishing the reputation of Yinran sect. Naturally, Yun was exceedingly pleased with such an outcome. Fenger, you have done exceptionally well this time. Her gaze fell upon Chen Feng, admiration shining in her beautiful eyes. In her heart, she had already begun to cultivate Chen Feng as the next leader of Yinran's sect, and his adept handling of the situation brought her immense satisfaction. Yun gracefully approached Chen Feng, her delicate hand playfully pinching his handsome face. You have lost quite a bit of weight during your time away. It seems this journey was quite arduous for you. Speak now, what reward do you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wish. As Yun drew near, a fragrant aroma wafted into Chen Feng's senses. Gazing at his enchanting mentor, he found himself unable to suppress a swallow. My goodness, after some time apart, he felt his teacher had grown even more alluring. Teacher, could you possibly bear me a child? The words nearly escaped Chen Feng's lips upon hearing Yun's offer. However, despite his impure thoughts, even with 100-fold courage, he dared not voice such a proposition, lest he face dire consequences. Though Yun was indulgent and doting, should she discover him to be a rebellious disciple, he could very well find himself at the receiving end of her wrath. Teacher, could you assist me in proposing to the Nalan family? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng made this request. Currently, Nalan Yanran is pregnant. It will not be long before her belly begins to swell. If they do not marry soon, it is likely that Nalan Yanran will become the subject of gossip. Naturally, Chen Feng does not wish for the woman he cherishes to endure any slander. Their union, without a doubt, should occur at the earliest possible moment. However, this time, the proposal to withdraw from the engagement with the Xiao family was done in secrecy from the elder of the Nalan family. Upon receiving the news, the elder will likely be furiously enraged. Chen Feng also cannot guarantee that his attempt to propose will not result in being dismissed. Yet, with Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yinran sect and a formidable Dou Huang powerhouse, personally advocating for Chen Feng, even the Nalan family, no matter how furious, would likely give her some measure of respect. Now that the engagement with the Xiao family has been rescinded, it is time for the two of you to expedite your marriage. Upon hearing this, Yun paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall personally visit the Nalan family in due time to propose for you. Upon hearing Yun's words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Chen Feng's face. Thank you, teacher. Yun smiled gently, her eyes tenderly fixed on Chen Feng. You are my esteemed disciple. This time, not only will I assist you with your proposal, but I shall also personally organize a grand wedding for you. At this point, Yun's tone shifted slightly as she added, however, the most pressing matter at hand is the intersect tournament in a week's time. Once you secure the first place, I will have the time to attend to your marriage. Chen Feng, do you have confidence in achieving first place in this tournament? Yun's gaze turned towards him, her lips parting slightly. During your time in Wutan City, you did not neglect your cultivation, did you? Of course not. I have diligently followed your teachings and practiced diligently every day. Chen Feng recalled the time spent in dual cultivation with Yifei and Sununner, which indeed counted as earnest effort. Oh, what level of cultivation have you achieved now? Upon hearing this, Yun felt a surge of gratification and inquired about Chen Feng's progress. In response, Chen Feng hesitated briefly before deciding to be truthful. I have broken through to the 9-star Dou Master level. He had been living under Yun's watchful gaze, and it would be quite challenging to conceal his cultivation level. After all, Yun is a Dou Huang powerhouse, and if she wishes to investigate, he would find it nearly impossible to hide. Moreover, Chen Feng did not wish to keep anything from her. Revealing his true abilities might yield unforeseen benefits. At the very least, Yun would regard him with greater importance. What? 9-star Dou Master? Upon hearing Chen Feng's revelation, Yun was utterly astonished. She extended her delicate hand, resting it on Chen Feng's shoulder, and infused a surge of formidable Dou Qi into him to examine his cultivation. Indeed, Chen Feng, How did you achieve this? I recall that just a month ago, you had not yet broken through to the Dou Master realm. In just a fleeting month, you have not only transcended the Dou Master realm, but have also attained the esteemed level of a 9-star Dou Master. This revelation left Yinran utterly speechless after discerning the depth of Chen Feng's cultivation. She gazed at him, grappling with disbelief. She was well aware of Chen Feng's extraordinary talent. Indeed, it was remarkable, yet it had not reached such an outrageous pinnacle. Wind, speak to me honestly. What on earth is happening? After her initial shock, Yinran's expression turned serious as she regarded Chen Feng, her tone adopting a more severe edge. Concern gnawed at her, fearing that in his haste to elevate his cultivation, Chen Feng might have resorted to nefarious means, thereby jeopardizing his future. Master, please do not worry. I have not engaged in any dubious practices. Noticing Yinran's grave demeanor, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile lightly. Having resolved to reveal his cultivation, he was well prepared. Subsequently, he leaned in mysteriously and whispered in her ear, Master, would you be interested in a celestial grade technique? Chapter 70. Take a chance. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. What did you say? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yinran thought she must have misheard. Teacher, you did not mishear. It is indeed the celestial rank cultivation method. Do you want it? Chen Feng reiterated. Fenger, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you possibly possess a celestial rank cultivation method? Upon receiving Chen Feng's confirmation, Yinran felt a jolt of surprise. However, her exquisitely beautiful face soon revealed a look of skepticism. Clearly, she did not believe Chen Feng's words at all. A celestial rank cultivation method? That is a legendary technique. How could it possibly exist in this small realm of the Jama Empire? And how could Chen Feng have it? Are you trying to deceive your master? Thinking of this, Yinran shot a glare at Chen Feng, her expression tinged with irritation. Teacher, how could I dare to deceive you? Just take a look for yourself. Chen Feng released the aura of a 9-star Dou Master, intending to let the facts speak for themselves. Do you think I could have advanced from a 9-star Dou practitioner to a 9-star Dou Master in just 1 month without reason? Hearing this, Yinran was completely taken aback by the aura emanating from Chen Feng. Indeed, why had this young man advanced so swiftly? From the energy he radiated, she could sense the profoundness of his Dou Qi, which did not seem to stem from any dubious means. Could it be that he truly had an opportunity and obtained the celestial rank cultivation method? How did you acquire the celestial rank cultivation method? Yinran gazed at Chen Feng with suspicion, clearly still unconvinced. I stumbled upon it while wandering in the back mountain last time and accidentally fell into a cave, from which I obtained a celestial rank cultivation method left behind by an ancient powerhouse, Chen Feng fabricated. He certainly could not say it was given to him by an elderly man with white hair. That would be too kitsch. The back mountain? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yinran was even less inclined to believe him. She often roamed the back mountain of the Yinran sect. How could she not have found the celestial rank cultivation method? Which cave did you find it in? Take me to see it now. Yinran regarded Chen Feng with a look of skepticism, utterly disbelieving his tale. Last time I got lost, and I can't quite recall the exact location now. Chen Feng replied awkwardly, trying to evade the situation. The back mountain is not that vast. How could you possibly get lost? Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Yinran had already concluded that he was speaking nonsense. Teacher, you need not inquire so much. Just tell me whether you wish to cultivate this celestial rank cultivation method. I know you are currently stuck at the 3-star Dou Emperor realm and have not advanced for quite some time. If you were to cultivate this celestial rank cultivation method, it might just help you break through. Teacher, you wouldn't want to remain at the 3-star Dou Emperor level for a lifetime, would you? Chen Feng's tone carried a hint of temptation. He did not believe Yinran could resist the allure of the celestial rank cultivation method. Even if you obtained the celestial rank cultivation method, I would still be unable to cultivate it. Yinran possesses a talent of the wind attribute, while Chen Feng embodies the attribute of thunder. The fact that Chen Feng is capable of cultivation implies that Yinran is, in essence, unable to cultivate. However, esteemed teacher, you may not be aware that the celestial level technique I have acquired is truly exceptional, allowing for the cultivation of any attribute. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng spoke with an air of mystery. The thought of mastering the Dragon Phoenix technique filled him with delight, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Any attribute can be cultivated? Could there truly exist such a wondrous technique in this world? Yinran, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, remained skeptical. Observing the sly smile that played at the corners of his mouth, she could not shake the feeling that he was up to something dubious. Could this young man truly be practicing some nefarious art? With this troubling thought, a sense of worry crept into Yunyan's heart, and she urged, "You must show me that technique at once." Lately, she had sensed something unusual in Chen Feng's demeanor. Even the way he looked at her had changed. Previously, he had always been obedient and earnest in her presence. Reflecting on the remarkable leap in his cultivation, Yinran could not help but speculate whether it was due to his practice of some forbidden technique that had altered his character so drastically. "Teacher, I must insist. After you view the technique, please do not punish me," Chen Feng said, suddenly gripped by fear. To be prudent, he hastily sought a guarantee of immunity from punishment. Indeed, this young man had dabbled in a forbidden art. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan's expression darkened. In her eyes, this was a clear sign of wrongdoing and guilt. "Fenger, do you truly?" At this moment, Yunyan felt the urge to express her anger. However, gazing at Chen Feng's anxious countenance and recalling his obedient behavior over the years, she paused, her heart softening unexpectedly. "Fenger, as long as you confess honestly, I will not punish you. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue." In Yunyan's view, Chen Feng was still young. A momentary lapse in judgment could lead to mistakes, yet if rectified promptly, there remained a chance for redemption. As her most cherished disciple, Yunyan was naturally inclined to grant him an opportunity for reform. With her assurance, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then focused his thoughts and retrieved a black scroll from his spatial ring. The Heavenly Phoenix technique had been instilled directly into his mind by the system. Hence there was no actual scroll. In the Duki continent, the creation of a scroll is not as simple as merely jotting down notes. Crafting a scroll requires one to utilize their own soul power as ink and guide it with a pen to successfully produce a qualified scroll. This black scroll was crafted by Yao Chun for him, containing the very essence of the Heavenly Phoenix technique. "Teacher, you promised that after viewing the scroll, you would not punish your disciple," Chen Feng reminded her, still harboring some apprehension about the contents of the Heavenly Phoenix technique. Yunyan's demeanor only served to deepen her discontent. She pondered the malevolence of this technique, contemplating what sinister power could instill such fear in the wind spirit of being discovered. "If you can acknowledge your missteps, dear Feng, I shall graciously grant you an opportunity for redemption." With that, Yunyan extended her hand and took the scroll from Chen Feng's grasp. Curiosity stirred within her. What manner of nefarious art could facilitate such rapid advancement in Feng's cultivation? As Yunyan unfurled the scroll, Chen Feng felt a sudden wave of trepidation and instinctively retreated a few steps. Regret gnawed at him. Was he courting disaster? If Yunyan were to unleash her wrath, it could spell his doom. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. What if he could present the Heavenly Phoenix text? Perhaps Yunyan, in her pursuit of greater power, might be persuaded to cultivate the Heavenly Phoenix techniques. The thought ignited a spark of ambition within him. Resolute, Chen Feng decided to take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold. After all, the bond between him and Yunyan spanned many years of master and disciple. Even if she were truly incensed, surely she wouldn't go so far as to end his life. Chapter 71. The Traitor. How dare you be so unruly? Gazing at the black scroll in Yunyan's hands, Chen Feng felt an undeniable sense of tension. In truth, he had no desire for self-destruction. His predicament was compounded by the fact that both Nalan Yanran and Sununner were with child. He possessed the Dragon and Phoenix Decision, a heavenly tier technique, yet lacked a partner for dual cultivation. In his desperation, he reluctantly turned his attention to his own mentor. As Yunyan perused the black scroll, Chen Feng's gaze remained fixed on her, ready to flee at the slightest hint of disarray. At that moment, Yunyan's mind was entirely absorbed in the scroll. After a brief interval, her expression shifted, a faint blush gracing her exquisite cheeks. The explicit cultivation methods recorded in the Tianfeng chapter caused the innocent Yunyan to flush crimson. How could such absurd practices exist in this world? Shock coursed through her, swiftly replaced by indignation. Her precious disciple had actually engaged in such lewd techniques, and worse still, sought to involve her in this debauchery. After a moment of bashfulness, an overwhelming fury took its place. "I am his teacher. This is utterly outrageous. Chen Feng, you have a great deal of audacity." Unable to endure any longer, Yunyan stowed the scroll and glared at Chen Feng with fiery eyes. What did this wayward disciple mean by presenting her with such a scandalous technique? What intentions lay behind this? The scroll explicitly stated that dual cultivation must involve both genders to yield results. Could it be that this rebellious disciple wished to engage in dual cultivation with her? The thought filled Yun with shame and rage, her delicate form trembling with indignation. Such insubordination. If the man before her were not her beloved disciple, she would have struck him down in her fury. Teacher, what troubles you? Chen Feng, taken aback by Yun's outburst, felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed he had truly overstepped this time. You ungrateful disciple. Do you not recognize your error? Yun glared at him, her heart aching. How had her cherished pupil devolved to this state? Not only had he practiced such lewd techniques, but he also sought to drag his teacher into the mire. Teacher, where have I gone wrong? Chen Feng, striving to maintain his composure in the face of Yun's wrath, countered with a question. Which nefarious individual bestowed this wicked technique upon you? Fenger, you have truly disappointed your teacher, Yun said, her expression one of profound disillusionment as she gazed at the unrepentant Chen Feng. Teacher, how is this considered a wicked technique? Chen Feng queried, perplexed, for he believed it to be a legitimate method of dual cultivation. How had it transformed into a nefarious practice in Yun's eyes? Such a scandalous technique, and it is not deemed wicked? I held you in such high regard. Yet you have fallen so low. Yun gazed at the morning breeze before her, her tone turning exceedingly stern. Teacher, this dual cultivation technique, having been created by our esteemed predecessors, is naturally meant for the cultivation of future generations. This method neither contravenes moral principles nor endangers oneself. How can it be deemed as an evil practice? Upon hearing Yun's repeated mention of evil practice, Chen Feng felt a wave of discomfort within. Was it not merely a dual cultivation technique? How could it be transformed into something sinister by Yun's words? Upon hearing his response, Yun was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Chen Feng's earnest expression, she found that there was a semblance of reason in his argument. This technique, it seemed, indeed did not specify any harm to heaven or humanity. It could hardly be labeled as an evil practice. Yet, this method was undeniably difficult to articulate. Wind, you are still so young. How could you engage in such licentious cultivation? After a brief silence, Yun gradually regained her composure and addressed Chen Feng in a grave tone. Teacher, do you truly believe that matters between men and women are licentious and devoid of virtue? Chen Feng retorted. Is it not so? Yun shot him an indignant glare and exclaimed, the matters between men and women are the union of heaven and earth. In accordance with the principles of yin and yang, how can they be considered absurd? Chen Feng spoke earnestly. Though his words seemed quite reasonable, he felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Observing Yun's demeanor, he realized she was genuinely angry. If he failed to persuade her today, life in the Yunlan sect would likely become quite unbearable. He might even lose Yun's favor and be cast aside, which would be detrimental to his future prospects. Chen Feng could not accept such an outcome. How can you speak of such licentious matters with such seriousness? Seeing Yun's calm expression, she was struck with incredulity. Very well, even if your argument holds some truth, what does it mean for you to present this technique to me? Do you expect me to cultivate this method alongside you? At this point, Yun's expression darkened. What do you have to say in your defense? Ah, teacher, you truly misunderstand. I meant no such thing, Chen Feng replied, a hint of panic in his voice. I merely sought to assist you. This celestial-level technique is profoundly mysterious, and I hope that after you reviewed it, you might gain some insight, perhaps even break through the bottleneck of a 3-star Dou Huang. At this juncture, Chen Feng's tone became serious and earnest. I have never thought, nor would I dare to think, of cultivating with you. That, he implored, please see my sincerity. Teacher, is this truly how you feel? Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Yun fell silent for a moment, her expression softening slightly. I would never dare to offend you. Teacher, Chen Feng asserted with utmost sincerity. Yun's enchanting eyes fixated intently on Chen Feng, and after a brief moment, she slightly nodded. For now, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Have you truly practiced this technique? Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. Master, this is by no means a nefarious practice. As you can see, I have been cultivating it for some time, and there has been no peculiar outcome. While the technique may indeed be somewhat difficult to articulate, it is nonetheless a celestial-grade art, possessing its own mysteries. As practitioners, We ought to prioritize our cultivation. I urge you to set aside worldly preconceptions and delve into it. Perhaps unexpected revelations await. Chen Feng spoke with sincerity, seemingly genuinely concerned for Yun, devoid of any malevolent intent. Yun gazed deeply at Chen Feng, her expression complex. And ultimately, she offered a slight nod. Your goodwill is appreciated. You may take your leave now. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that he had indeed acted impulsively today. Observing Yun's demeanor, it seemed a subtle distance had formed between them. Disciple takes his leave, he said, bowing respectfully before gradually departing the grand hall. The dual cultivation method, is it truly feasible? As she watched Chen Feng's retreating figure, Yun suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting subtly. With whom has Feng been engaging in dual cultivation during this time? Chapter 72. My senior brother is 1,000 times stronger than Xiao Yan. Impulsive. This time, I truly acted recklessly. Upon exiting the grand hall, Chen Feng felt a chill of perspiration on his back. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of luck. Thankfully, he managed to regain his composure in time and barely convinced Yun. Had he failed, his very survival beyond the grand hall would have been uncertain. He slapped his own face, pondering whether he had temporarily lost his senses. How could he have been so illogical as to show the Tianfeng manuscript to his teacher? Was it appropriate to present such a thing to his mentor? Could it be that he had truly succumbed to folly? Chen Feng engaged in relentless self-reflection, ultimately attributing his lapse to the dragon-elephant body. Surely, the side effects of the dragon-elephant body were responsible for his audacious behavior. How could he dare to entertain such notions about his teacher? It was indeed a reckless endeavor. With his current meager strength, would his teacher even consider him? The Tianfeng technique clearly states that mutual advancement is only possible when both parties possess comparable strength. Otherwise, it merely serves to benefit the one of lesser cultivation. If his teacher were to engage in dual cultivation with him, would that not be an inequitable advantage for himself? No wonder his teacher was so averse and furious. In an instant, Chen Feng gained clarity. He must at least reach the Dou Huang realm before his teacher would regard him. Today, he had truly acted foolishly. However, his teacher's reaction was excessively intense. Recalling Yun's furious demeanor, Chen Feng felt a tinge of melancholy. Truth be told, it was the first time he had witnessed such ire from Yun, and it genuinely astonished him. Was it really necessary? He could not fathom why it was such a big deal. After all, it was merely a dual cultivation technique. Wasn't it the case that the little dragon girl and Yanghua, despite being master and disciple, managed to cultivate together? They not only became a couple, but also had children. Chen Feng deemed his teacher's mindset overly rigid. Once his strength blossomed, he would need to enlighten her. With this thought, Chen Feng glanced back at the grand hall, shaking his head and letting out a resigned sigh. He vowed that one day, he would persuade his teacher. Senior brother, did the teacher truly promise to come to my home to propose? Upon returning to his residence, when Chen Feng relayed Yun's commitment, Nalan Yanran immediately displayed signs of elation. The Nalan family had already opposed the annulment with the Xiao family. This time, having discreetly called off the engagement, Nalan Yanran still hesitated to inform her family. However, with Yun's backing, she instantly felt emboldened. After all, even if the elder Nalan expressed anger over the annulment, he would not dare to punish Nalan Yanran harshly, considering the standing of the head of the Yunlan sect. Can there be any doubt when my teacher herself made the promise? Chen Feng teased, pinching Nalan Yanran's delicate nose with a smile. Yet, despite his light-hearted words, he felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Surely, his teacher would not go back on her word due to the unpleasantness of the evening, would she? It is unlikely. It should not be so. The teacher's heart is vast, and she should not be so petty. So, my senior brother, when do you plan to come to my home to propose? Nalan Yanran tightly embraced Chen Feng and shyly inquired regarding their marriage. She was even more anxious than Chen Feng. After all, she was currently with child. If this matter were to be delayed further, it might become impossible to face others. The teacher had already stated that after the inter-sect competition, they would promptly proceed to the Nalan family to propose. Yan, tomorrow I will help you pack your things and send you home. I must formally propose to your family. You ought to inform Uncle Nalan in advance, right? Although Chen Feng and Nalan shared a close relationship, and the Nalan family was somewhat aware, they could never have anticipated that Chen Feng would have made Nalan Yan pregnant. Since he intended to propose to the Nalan family, It was essential to notify them beforehand. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly abrupt. Nalan Yanran nodded in agreement. Given her condition, it was naturally impossible for her to participate in any intersect competition. Senior brother, should I discuss the matter of the annulment with my father? Contemplating her father and grandfather's stance on the annulment, Nalan Yanran felt a pang of guilt. In the past, whenever she suggested annulling the engagement, her grandfather and the elders had always opposed it. If she were to secretly annul it this time, she would undoubtedly face reprimand upon her return. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng found himself wanting to laugh and playfully pinched Nalan Yanran's delicate face. Yinran, what are you thinking? If you do not inform them that you have annulled the engagement with the Xiao family, do you think they will accept my proposal? Chen Feng perceived that Nalan Yanran before him was somewhat immature. After all, she was still young and had not considered the implications thoroughly. Very well. I shall tell them upon my return. Nalan Yanran pouted slightly, feeling a sense of grievance. She would surely be scolded upon her return. Fear not. You are the eldest daughter of the Nalan family. Uncle Nalan will at most scold you a few times. He cannot truly do anything to you. Chen Feng embraced Nalan Yanran, reassuring her, rest assured, I will prove that your judgment is sound. Your future husband is far superior to Xiao Yan. Soon, Uncle Nalan and the others will come to understand this, and at that time, they will undoubtedly realize that your choice was not mistaken. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Yanran felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. Senior brother, you are 1,000 times better than Xiao Yan. Oh, in what way am I superior? Chen Feng teased, lifting Nalan Yanran's chin with his finger. In every way, you possess better talent, higher cultivation, and are more handsome than he. Nalan Yanran raised her small face proudly and declared. Although she had never met Xiao Yan, in comparison to Chen Feng, his mere third stage of fighting energy was hardly commendable. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was strikingly handsome, with exceptional talent, and within the Yinran sect, countless senior and junior sisters pursued him. To be able to fall in love with the morning breeze fills Nalan Yanran's heart with an enduring sense of pride. Little did she expect that in your eyes, she is deemed so exceptional. A smile graced the face of the morning breeze. Being praised by his beloved brought him immense joy. Indeed, in my eyes, my senior brother is the most outstanding. Nalan Yanran tilted her delicate face, her gaze towards the morning breeze revealing a hint of admiration. Since entering the sect, she had secretly harbored feelings for him, and the thought of soon marrying the one she adored filled her with boundless happiness. Yinran, your senior brother will surely bring you joy, he said, cradling her lovely face in his hands before leaning in for a kiss. On a different note, I must confess that my mood today has been somewhat dismal. This manuscript has faced allegations, and the editor has outlined numerous points for me to amend, leaving the author quite frustrated after investing considerable time in revisions. I shall endeavor to increase my output, so do follow closely. It might vanish unexpectedly one day. As this book operates on a subscription model, I cannot access the data in the back end. Thus, the reader's comments are what truly reassure the author, as it signifies that someone is indeed reading. I hope for your continued engagement in commenting. As promised, there will be 4 updates tomorrow. Chapter 73, The Mark of Poison Yinran. Have you gathered everything? Allow me to escort you down the mountain. At dawn the following day, Morning Breeze accompanied Nalan Yanran as they descended towards the base of the Yinran sect. The Yinran sect was situated at a considerable distance from the imperial capital, and Morning Breeze, wary of allowing Nalan Yanran to journey alone, guided her along a narrow path down the mountain. The shaded trail in the early morning was adorned with white frost, exuding a somewhat chilly ambience. Brother, do you feel confident about securing the first place in this grand competition? Nalan Yanran, draped in the outer garment that Morning Breeze had removed, felt a warmth envelop her. What? Do you doubt my abilities? Morning Breeze replied with a confident smile, bolstered by his status as a 9-star Dou Master. Among the younger generation of the Yinran sect, he was undoubtedly an invincible force. Claiming the first place in this competition was hardly an exaggeration. Of course, I have faith in you. I merely hope you exercise caution. Nalan Yanran responded with a smile, assured of Morning Breeze's prowess. As they conversed, they made their way down from the Yinran sect, and after half an hour, they finally entered the imperial capital. By the way, brother, there is something I forgot to mention. Suddenly, Nalan Yanran seemed to recall something, addressing Morning Breeze. What is it? Morning Breeze stopped in his tracks. Could you ask our master to summon Elder Guhi to my home? Nalan Yanran inquired. Elder Gu He, the Pill King? What purpose would that serve? Upon hearing the name Gu He, a flicker of displeasure crossed Morning Breeze's mind. He was well aware of the old man's inappropriate intentions towards his master and held no fondness for him. The master was solely his. Anyone daring to covet her would face his wrath. Now that he had acquired Yao Chun, an 8th-rank alchemist, as his sole servant, he regarded Gu He, a mere 6th-rank alchemist, with disdain. In the future, once he had control over the entire Yunlan sect, if Gu He were to behave, perhaps Morning Breeze might spare his life. However, should he defy him, Morning Breeze would not hesitate to extract his soul for Yao Chun's nourishment. The soul of a 6th-rank alchemist should significantly restore Yao Chun's strength. Brother, have you heard of the mark of poison? Nalan Yanran's expression suddenly grew somber. The mark of poison? Upon hearing those words, Morning Breeze instantly understood. Nalan Yanran's request to invite the Pill King Gu He was likely to seek treatment for Old Master Nalan. Although the Nalan family had concealed the Old Master's poisoning for years, Morning Breeze, having read the original story, was well aware of Nalan Jia's predicament. Several years prior, the Elder had battled against an exceedingly venomous 5th-rank magical beast, the Iron Mark Poison Beast. Though he ultimately vanquished it, he unfortunately fell victim to a terrifying toxin known as the Mark of Poison, which had been injected into his body. This toxin is exceedingly potent, as recorded. It has been known to lethally afflict 6th-tier magical beasts with its branded poison, were it not for its exceedingly rare occurrence. Many formidable individuals across the continent would undoubtedly be rendered pale with terror at the mere mention of such a toxin. Over the years, relying on his formidable fighting spirit, Elder Nalan has managed to suppress the toxin. However, as his age advances, the resurgence of the toxin has become increasingly formidable. It seems that Elder Nalan has realized this and is on the verge of being unable to contain the internal poison. Hence his urgency in requesting Dan Wang Gu He to attend to him. Nalan Jia is the backbone of the Nalan family. Should he falter, Nalan Yanran would face imminent collapse, risking her position among the 3 great families. Senior brother, my grandfather has been afflicted by the branded poison, and even the president of the Alchemist Guild is at a loss. Our hopes now rest solely on Dan Wang Gu He. Nalan Yanran spoke, her expression somewhat dejected. The current status of the Nalan family is entirely upheld by Nalan Jia. Should anything happen to him, the entire Nalan family may very well crumble. The branded poison is not something even Gu He might be able to resolve. At these words, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The horror of the branded poison is such that Gu He too would be powerless to eliminate it. This toxin, true to its name, is deeply seared into one's bones and even marrow, rendering any elixir nearly futile for its expulsion. The only method to eradicate it would be to control a flame, entering Elder Nalan's body and using high temperatures to expel the branded poison. However, this necessitates a crucial condition. The flame must be a unique fire. Gu He lacks such a flame. Even if he were to visit the Nalan family, it would yield no results. Perhaps we are left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. If even Elder Gu He cannot provide a remedy, then my grandfather. Nalan Yanran sighed, her heart heavy with concern for Elder Nalan. Yinran, do not fret about the poison afflicting your grandfather. Leave this matter to me. Observing Nalan Yanran's worried demeanor, a confident smile suddenly appeared on Chen Feng's face. Though Gu He lacks unique fire, Chen Feng possesses it. Presently, Yao Chun has become his sole servant, and the abilities he commands can likewise be wielded by Chen Feng. In essence, Chen Feng can directly manipulate the bone spirit cold fire to treat Nalan Jia. This presents itself as an extraordinary opportunity. A smirk danced at the corners of Chen Feng's lips. Having secretly withdrawn from the Xiao family's marriage arrangement behind Elder Nalan's back, he is certain the elder will be profoundly displeased. While there is support from Yun behind him, Elder Nalan is known for his stubbornness. Whether he would agree to this marriage remains uncertain. However, if Chen Feng could successfully alleviate the branded poison from the elder's body, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing. He could win the goodwill of the entire Nalan family. Moreover, saving Nalan Jia would also bode well for the Miter family, as Elder Nalan, being the helm of the Nalan family, has maintained a notably amicable relationship with the Miter family throughout his years of leadership. Should he fall, the collaborative endeavors between the Nalan family and the Middle family would likely come to a standstill, resulting in considerable loss. Brother, how fortunate I am to have you. Upon hearing Chen Feng's assurance, A smile graced Nalan Yanran's face as she nestled in his embrace, feeling warmth envelop her heart. She assumed Chen Feng would seek Gu He to approach Nalan Yanran, unaware that he intended to take matters into his own hands. Very well, Yinran. I shall escort you no further, Chen Feng remarked, gazing at the opulent residence of the Nalan family in the distance. Until Nalan Yanran had disclosed the matter of the annulment to her family, he deemed it inappropriate to accompany her back, lest others gossip. Yes, brother. I shall await your proposal, Nalan Yanran said, glancing around. Noticing no one was paying attention, she quickly leaned in and kissed Chen Feng on the cheek, then hastily made her way towards the Nalan residence. Take care, Chen Feng called after her, observing her flustered demeanor. I understand, brother. You may return now, she replied. And after watching Nalan Yanran enter the estate, Chen Feng smiled and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Chapter 74. You truly possess remarkable skills. After traversing several streets, Chen Feng soon arrived before an imposing estate. At the entrance, the characters Maitel were flamboyantly inscribed. Gazing at the familiar facade, Chen Feng smiled lightly and proceeded directly towards the grand entrance. Young Master Chen Feng. The guards at the door immediately greeted him with respect upon his arrival. Chen Feng nodded slightly and walked through the gate. It had been a while since he last saw the old master. Since he intended to wed Nalan Yanran, it was only natural for him to return to inform his grandfather. Moreover, matters concerning Yafei could only be resolved with the old master's assistance. In no time, Chen Feng found himself in the central courtyard of the Maitel residence. Young master has returned. Quick, informed the second elder. The servants in the courtyard hurriedly ushered him inside. My dear grandson has returned. Chen Feng did not wait long before he encountered his grandfather. Grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman clad in ornate robes at the entrance of the courtyard, a smile graced Chen Feng's face as he promptly bowed respectfully. This venerable figure, with hair grizzled and adorned in splendid garments, was none other than Chen Feng's grandfather, Maitel Huayuan, the second elder of the Maitel family. My boy, you have indeed returned. How wonderful. It has been far too long since you last visited. The old man approached Chen Feng, patting his shoulder with his wrinkled hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. Evidently, the return of Chen Feng brought immense joy to the heart of the second elder. It is the fault of the grandson. I shall make it a point to visit grandfather more often. As Chen Feng looked at the affectionate elder before him, warmth flooded his heart. Were it not for the ardent support of this venerable man, even with his exceptional talents, he would not have achieved his current standing. As the second elder of the Maitel family, he may have been as obstinate as other clan elders, yet Chen Feng had to acknowledge that this elder's affection was sincere. His reluctance to seize power within the Maitel family stemmed from a desire to spare this dear old man any distress. Despite his many shortcomings, he was still Chen Feng's grandfather. The young man truly wished to shield him from sorrow. My boy, you've grown quite a bit, even taller than grandfather. The elder beamed with delight as he looked at his beloved grandson. In just a year, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony, and I shall ensure it is a grand affair. Thank you, grandfather. Let us speak further inside. Chen Feng gently urged the second elder towards the interior of the house. Dear boy, I hear that Yunlan sect is to hold a grand competition soon. How is it that you have time to return home? At such a crucial moment, you ought to devote your time to training, so you can secure first place in the competition and bring honor to me. Once inside, the grandfather and grandson took their seats, and the elder addressed Chen Feng earnestly. Grandfather, rest assured, my victory in the upcoming sect competition is already assured. Chen Feng declared with an air of confidence upon hearing the old man's words. You young rascal, confidence is commendable, but do not let it breed arrogance, the elder cautioned. Unable to suppress his concern, the Yunlan sect boasts a plethora of talented individuals, and while he recognized his precious grandson's exceptional abilities, a twinge of worry lingered. Grandfather, you need not fret. When the results are revealed, you shall see, Chen Feng replied, eager to shift the conversation away from his concealed prowess. I have returned for a matter of importance to discuss with you. What is it? The elder inquired. Grandfather, I plan to marry Nalan Yanran in half a month's time, Chen Feng stated, revealing his intentions directly. What? Marry Nalan Yanran? The young lady from the Nalan family? The elder was taken aback by Chen Feng's announcement. Indeed. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. After the inter-sect competition, my master has agreed to assist me in proposing to the Nalan family. We shall wed directly after half a month. Isn't that a bit hasty? The elder was momentarily at a loss, considering the closeness of Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran's relationship, which he had been aware of but had not taken too seriously. He held a liberal view of young love and did not intend to interfere, recognizing that Nalan Yanran, as the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, was indeed a suitable match for Chen Feng. Their union would greatly benefit the relationship between both families. However, the prospect of marriage in merely half a month was unexpected and rather sudden, especially given their youth. Neither had yet reached adulthood. Grandfather, to be candid, Yinran is already with child. Chen Feng hesitated, yet decided against concealing the truth from his grandfather. What? The elder's eyes widened in shock. After a moment's pause, a smile formed on his face. You young lad, you certainly move swiftly. Ha ha ha, splendid. You have inherited your grandfather's spirit. Having encountered Nalan Yanran a few times over the years, the elder noted how she had blossomed into a remarkable young woman. Her talents shone brightly as she was a direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader. Countless young elites from the imperial capital had pursued her, and now she found herself in a delicate condition due to his grandson's actions. A sense of pride swelled in the elder's heart, knowing that the precious flower nurtured by the Nalan family had found itself intertwined with his beloved grandson. Grandfather, please keep this matter to yourself to avoid any gossip, Chen Feng remarked, observing the elder's playful demeanor with exasperation. Rest assured, my dear grandson, your grandfather is quite adept at keeping secrets. The old man, brimming with joy, remarked. You need only to pursue your courtship with confidence. I shall ensure your wedding is splendidly arranged. Chen Feng nodded appreciatively and then added, Grandfather, there is another matter on which I seek your assistance. Speak freely, my boy. There is no need for formality. Whatever I am able to do, I shall certainly oblige. The old man gazed at Chen Feng with a tender affection. Could you possibly devise a way to have Sister Yufei reassigned back to the capital? Chen Feng inquired. Yufei? The old man paused, slightly taken aback. What reason do you have for wanting her back? Did you visit her during your trip to Wutan City? At this, the old man's expression turned somewhat peculiar. You rascal, you haven't become entangled with Yufei, have you? Chen Feng, ever bold and forthright, replied without hesitation, indeed. Sister Yufei is expecting my child. What? Yufei is with child by you? The old man looked at Chen Feng in utter disbelief. You young man truly possess remarkable abilities. After a moment of stunned silence, the old man regained his composure, gazing at Chen Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 75, Grandfather, do you wish to become the head of the family? What are your intentions by requesting that Yufei be brought back? After a moment of silence, the old man expressed his exasperation. Learning that Chen Feng had successfully dealt with Nalan Yanran brought him some comfort and pride. However, at that moment, he found himself in a predicament. This reckless lad had even gotten Yufei pregnant. Truly remarkable, indeed. Naturally, I intend to marry her, Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. Since Yufei is carrying his child, he must grant her a proper status. After all, Yufei is not like Sununner. Chen Feng and Yufei had grown up together. Their bond akin to childhood sweethearts, imbued with profound affection. As for Sununner, Chen Feng had no immediate plans to offer her a title. Given her unique status, he would never reveal it before confronting the ancient clans. If she were to follow him with assurance as he matured, he might consider granting her a title in the future. You truly are something. What will happen to Nalan Yanran if you marry Yufei? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the old man was immediately infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. Of course, I must marry her, Chen Feng replied, somewhat incredulously. After all, he had already compromised Yufei. Could he possibly not marry her? Fine, you certainly are something. The old man was both exasperated and amused by Chen Feng's unabashed demeanor. How could this lad remain so composed while discussing such matters? I am curious to see how you will explain this to the Nalan family. The old man glared at Chen Feng, unwilling to deal with this mess. In the continent of combat, the strong are revered. As a powerful individual, having many wives and concubines is certainly acceptable. However, the Nalan family's strength is not inferior to that of the Meitel family. As one of the three great families of the imperial capital, Chen Feng's standing is comparable to that of Nalan Yanran. Given the old man's temperament, it is unlikely he would let Chen Feng off easily for such actions. Grandfather, have you become timid? Just a moment ago, you praised me for possessing your qualities. Chen Feng remained unperturbed, thinking that he could simply reveal a fraction of his strength to compel the old man to acquiesce. In the original text, this old gentleman was a typical opportunist. As long as he demonstrated sufficient power, the Nalan patriarch would not dare to disrespect him. I take back my previous words. You are indeed surpassing your predecessors, and I, your grandfather, humbly concede. Hearing this, the old man rolled his eyes at his shameless grandson, his anger bubbling within. Grandfather, you did say you would assist me in any endeavor, Chen Feng reminded him. Did I ever say that? The old man shot him a glare before slowly sitting down. Do you know that the head of the family has already decided to arrange Yafei's marriage to Mu Zhan of the Mu family? Now that Yafei is with child due to you, I am at a loss as to how to report this to the family head. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened as he replied, Grandfather, what more do you wish to say? Yafei is already my woman. No one shall lay a hand on her. Calm down. Young man. Observing Chen Feng's grim demeanor, the elder furrowed his brow. All right. Let me contemplate a solution. At worst, I might have to concede some benefits to them. After a moment of silence, the elder spoke with a hint of resignation. He could not bear to see his granddaughter-in-law heavy with child, wed to another. Moreover, the Mu family would undoubtedly refuse, for they would not stoop to reclaiming the discarded shoes of his grandson, being one of the three great families. However, that rascal Mu Zhan has always been infatuated with Yafei, should he learn of this affair. The relationship between the two families would likely be irreparably damaged. Thank you, grandfather. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Feng's expression softened, warmth filling his heart. The elder truly cared for him. But don't rejoice too soon. Whether you can pass the scrutiny of that old coot, the family head, remains uncertain. The mention of the family head cast a shadow over the elder's countenance. Once a formidable contender for the position of family head, he had ultimately fallen to the current patriarch, resigning himself to the role of the second elder. Their rivalry, fueled by past grievances, had bred a constant undercurrent of animosity between them. This incident, if seized upon by the patriarch, could lead to significant repercussions, even if they succeeded. Chen Feng was acutely aware of the internal dynamics within the middle family and understood the elder's predicament. The elder's urgency in sending him to the Yinran sect was, in truth, a means of safeguarding him. Remaining within the family might not pose a direct threat to his life, yet he would surely face oppression from other factions. With this thought, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. The current state of the middle family was akin to a disorganized mass, mired in stagnation and internal strife. To preserve their status as one of the three great families, they resorted to marrying off women to forge alliances, merely surviving. In the original narrative, had it not been for the timely return of Hai Buodong, the middle family would have been inevitably consumed. Since the disappearance of the venerable elder, the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, the middle family has found itself in an exceedingly precarious position. Founded primarily on commerce, the family had amassed immense wealth over the years, claiming to be the richest in the entire Gamma Empire. Yet, despite such vast riches, there was not a single formidable warrior to safeguard the family. The family head, Middle Tingshan, ranked among the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, barely entered the realm of the Dou Wan. Without the backing of their immense wealth and the lingering influence of Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, the middle family would not even qualify to be counted among the three great families of the imperial capital. As the saying goes, an innocent man bears the burden of great wealth. The middle family now resembled a sumptuous feast, particularly coveted by the royal powers, who had long coveted their riches. Before the Ice Emperor Haibodong vanished, none dared to covet the power of the middle family under his protection. However, with his disappearance, the middle family lost its formidable support and became a target for various factions, especially the royal family, who, in alliance with the Mu clan, sought to undermine the middle family's military influence. Were it not for the lingering concern that the Ice Emperor might still be alive, they would have likely already taken decisive action against the middle family. Numerous cities have begun to marginalize the middle family, obstructing the establishment of their auction house branches. Consequently, the middle family has been compelled to set its sights on more remote cities. Even the modest Wutan City has become a stronghold for their auction house. What is the worth of all this wealth if, in the end, it merely serves to benefit others? A hint of scorn graced Chen Feng's lips. Given the incompetence of the clan elders, he realized he must seize control of the family's power swiftly. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng turned to the elderly man beside him, whose face reflected concern, and earnestly inquired, "Grandfather, do you wish to become the family head?" Chapter 76. Breakthrough to the Great Fighter. What did you say? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the old man was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, I am aware that you have harbored resentment ever since you failed to seize the position of the clan leader," Chen Feng stated, his gaze fixed intently on his grandfather, his tone remarkably earnest. "What if I were to offer you another opportunity to become the clan leader? What nonsense are you spouting?" The old man looked at Chen Feng with astonishment, wondering what had possessed this impudent youth. The position of clan leader is not something that a mere boy like you can dictate. Surely you do not think that winning Yunyan's favor grants you the ability to influence the middle family? You should first become the leader of the Yunlan sect before speaking such things. The old man dismissed Chen Feng's words as folly, not taking them to heart. Although Chen Feng currently enjoyed a high status as Yunyan's favored disciple within the Yunlan sect, he lacked any real power and could not sway the authority of the middle family with his present standing. "Grandfather, do you still remember the Ice Emperor, Haibuodong?" Aware that he needed to present solid evidence to convince his grandfather, Chen Feng decided to invoke the name of Haibuodong directly. "Nonsense," the old man exclaimed. "He was our middle family's esteemed elder. How could I possibly forget? I even witnessed him in person back in the day." With a sigh, he continued, "Had the Ice Emperor not gone missing, our middle family would not have fallen to such a state, relying on marriages of our women to bolster the family's position. In those days, the name of Ice Emperor Haibuodong was renowned throughout the Jemu Empire. With Haibuodong's presence, who would dare to covet the middle family's interests? However, with his disappearance, the middle family lacked a strong figure to hold the fort, leading to a decline in their business and overall strength. Over the years, they managed to maintain their status in the Jemu Empire only through careful maneuvering and the presence of the barely competent clan leader, Middleton Shan, who had just reached the level of a great fighter. "Grandfather, what if I could bring back the Ice Emperor?" Chen Feng's eyes locked onto his grandfather's. As he spoke slowly, "What did you just say?" The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. "I can bring back the Ice Emperor," Chen Feng reiterated. "What madness has possessed you today? You weren't even born when the Ice Emperor vanished. Do you know him?" The old man stared at Chen Feng, puzzled about what had caused this young man to speak such absurdities. The thought of bringing back the Ice Emperor seemed trivial in his eyes. For so many years, the higher-ups of the middle family had never ceased their search for the Ice Emperor. Yet, despite the formidable information network of the middle family, they had gleaned not a single thread of information regarding the esteemed elder. Thus, when Chen Feng claimed he could return the Ice Emperor, the old man found it utterly unbelievable. "Grandfather, I am aware that no matter how much I say now, you may not believe me. Within 3 months, I shall undoubtedly bring the Ice Sovereign back to our family." Chen Feng wished to say little more. He simply sought the old man's stance. "I ask you this. If the Ice Sovereign were to support you, would you be willing to assume the role of family head?" The old man rolled his eyes and replied, "What nonsense. If the Ice Sovereign supports me, of course, I would be willing to take on the mantle of family leader. Were he not inclined to lead, he would not have fought so fiercely against my Teltingshan for this position in the past." The defeat he suffered then lingered in the old man's heart. However, when my Teltingshan broke through to the Dou Wang realm, the old man resigned himself to fate. In this world, it is ultimately the strong who command respect. Before a Dou Wang powerhouse, no matter how significant his contributions to the family, he could not compete with my Teltingshan. Indeed, the Maitel family now truly requires a Dou Wang to preside over them. "Very well, grandfather. You may await your new role as family head." With the old man's words, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hearing this, the old man's irritation flared anew. This impudent boy was becoming rather audacious, was he not? "All right, grandfather, I must take my leave," Chen Feng stated as he prepared to depart. "Leaving already? Are you not staying a few more days?" Upon hearing his beloved grandson's intention to leave, the old man's anger dissipated, and he urged him to stay. "No, did you not mention the impending sect competition, advising me to focus on my training?" Chen Feng shook his head, affirming that he had indeed been diligently training during this time. With the sect competition still ahead, he aimed to break through to the great Dou Shi realm. "Very well, training is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Chen Feng's commitment to his training, the old man fell silent and escorted him out of the courtyard. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, Chen Feng began his seclusion for cultivation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, The day before the sect competition had arrived. In his chamber, Chen Feng gripped a fourth-tier magic core tightly, fervently channeling the swallowing yuan technique to absorb its energy. At some point, a silver diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than a thumb, began to slowly hover in the center of the swirling energy, remaining motionless. A soft glow emanated from it, indicating the fragility of this nascent entity. With a sense of wonder, Chen Feng gazed at the silver diamond crystal, which stood as if in the eye of a storm. In that moment, he could distinctly feel a wave of euphoria emanating from the depths of his soul. This small object is the crucial element required to become a great Dou Shi. Those of considerable strength often refer to it as the Dou Jing. In the eyes of many powerful beings, it is only after acquiring the Dou Jing that one truly steps into the realm of Dou Qi cultivation. This diminutive gem is the crystallization of all Dou Qi within a person's body, containing an astonishing amount of energy. Sensing the convergence of this Dou Jing, Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his dark pupils. At last, I have transcended to the rank of Grand Fighter. Sensing the unparalleled surge of power coursing within me, a satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he slowly clenched his fist. A rich silver radiance swiftly enveloped the surface of his knuckles, while an underlying azure glow began to emerge, revealing its sharpness. With his feet slightly apart, Chen Feng forcefully stamped the ground, his body seemingly shifting through dimensions, instantaneously appearing in the courtyard outside. His gaze fell upon a nearby slab of azure stone, and with his fist infused with a formidable and suffocating energy, he struck down with great force. A thunderous sound erupted as shards of stone flew in every direction. Tilting his head slightly, Chen Feng observed his fist, which had penetrated directly through the stone, and chuckled softly as he gradually withdrew his arm, leaving behind a hollow indentation and several deep fissures upon the stone's surface. With a slight curl of his palm and a bend of his fingers, a faint silver glow emanated from the tips. After a brief moment, he flicked his fingers, releasing a silver energy that shot forth like an arrow, resulting in a resounding thud as it created a deep crater in the ground. The manifestation of his fighting spirit was quite impressive. Amused by the commotion he had caused, Chen Feng chuckled softly. Having reached the level of Grand Fighter, his fighting spirit could finally be projected beyond his physical confines, liberating him from bodily limitations and granting him a significant advantage in combat. Chapter 77. The Inner Sect Competition. Within the Yinran sect, a grand and magnificent temple stands tall, and before this magnificent edifice lies an expansive plaza. In the center of the plaza, there are 9 enormous stone platforms, crafted from the finest obsidian, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a Dou Wang powerhouse. At this moment, the entire plaza is teeming with a crowd, the air filled with a cacophony of voices, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Upon learning that today marks the day of the Inner Sect competition, nearly all disciples of the Yinran sect have gathered here. Some disciples, aware of their lack of strength to participate in this competition, find no hindrance in coming to join the festivities. Even before the competition commences, they arrived early to secure their positions, eager to witness this rare spectacle of the Yinran sect. When Chen Feng arrives at the plaza, it is already a scene of overwhelming crowds. After surveying the space for a moment, he strides directly towards the temple. In front of the temple, there are a number of seats designated for the esteemed members of the Yinran sect. At this moment, Yun and several elders of the sect are seated, their expressions solemn. As Yun occupies the main seat and spots Chen Feng, her gaze immediately shifts to him. Master, Chen Feng respectfully bows before her. Yun nods lightly. Then, as if recalling something, she calls out, Fenger, come here. Obediently, Chen Feng approaches her side. Without warning, Yun extends her delicate hand to grasp Chen Feng's arm, a surge of potent Dou Qi coursing through him. You have broken through again. In the next moment, Yun's expression shifts, sensing a disturbance in Chen Feng's aura, as though he has recently achieved a breakthrough. With a hint of skepticism, she reaches out to test. To her surprise, Chen Feng has indeed ascended to the rank of a great Dou Master. Master, it was merely luck, Chen Feng awkwardly explains. Caught off guard by Yun's sudden action, Yun, however, remains unconvinced. Gazing at the youthful countenance of Chen Feng, her heart swells with tumultuous emotions. At just 15 years old, he has already reached the great Dou Master realm, Such talent is nothing short of terrifying. What cultivation method have you been practicing? Yinran's feelings are complex. On one hand, she rejoices at Chen Feng's rapid progress. On the other, she harbors concerns about the nature of his training. Fenger, can your body withstand this pace? Yinran worries that excessive indulgence in training might jeopardize Chen Feng's health. Chen Feng can only respond with a stiff resolve. Aside from the dragon and phoenix technique, he cannot explain the swiftness of his cultivation. Then, with whom have you been training? Yinran's gaze sharpens on Chen Feng, her expression suddenly darkening. Yinran, that girl, is pregnant and thus unable to practice the dragon and phoenix technique. If Chen Feng has broken through, it must be due to training with other women. This thought stirs a flicker of anger within Yinran. She treated Nalan Yanran as if she were her own daughter, and naturally could not tolerate Chen Feng frolicking with other women behind Nalan Yanran's back. Upon meeting Yinran's gaze, Chen Feng was rendered speechless. Unsure of how to explain himself, he felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, to utter one falsehood required countless others to cover it up. Had he foreseen this day, he would never have disclosed the matter of the dragon and phoenix secret to Yinran. Given Yinran's demeanor, it seemed she would keep a close watch on him in the future. With this thought, a trace of bitterness crept onto Chen Feng's lips. Master, Chen Feng has made a breakthrough. This is a good thing, so why the anger? The Grand Elder Yunling of the Cloud Mist sect, who was seated nearby, could not help but interject, looking at Chen Feng with a cheerful smile. With such extraordinary talent, he should certainly claim first place in the grand competition today. Indeed, who was unaware that this lad was the foremost genius of the Cloud Mist sect? With Chen Feng in action, first place was surely within reach. Chen Feng was a prized disciple of the sect leader. As the saying goes, a great master produces exceptional disciples, and his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. The other elders present echoed their praises for Chen Feng. His talent was evident, and with Yunyan's favor, it was highly likely that he would become the next leader of the Cloud Mist sect. Although all present were high-ranking members of the sect, they did not display any airs before Chen Feng. After all, despite his current limited cultivation, he had already revealed immense potential, and they naturally did not dare to offend him. You elders overpraise me, Chen Feng replied, maintaining a humble demeanor in response to their compliments. I will settle this later. Given the presence of so many elders, Yun refrained from pressing further, casting a glare at Chen Feng before falling silent. Look, that's senior brother Chen Feng. Truly, the first genius of the Cloud Mist sect. Even his looks are striking. If only I could marry senior brother Chen Feng. Indeed, if senior brother Chen Feng could give me a kiss, I would willingly sacrifice 3 years of my life. Senior brother Chen Feng will undoubtedly take first place in this grand competition. In the square, many female disciples of the Cloud Mist sect gazed up at Chen Feng, their expressions filled with infatuation. You might as well give up. I heard that senior sister Nalan is pursuing senior brother Chen Feng. Moreover, it seems he has already agreed to her advances. As Nalan's sister frequently visits his residence, spoke a knowledgeable female disciple. Upon learning that Chen Feng was already taken, the group of enamored girls immediately displayed expressions of disappointment. If Chen Feng was regarded as the grass of the Cloud Mist sect, then Nalan Yanran was undoubtedly the flower. With Nalan Yanran's involvement, their chances were effectively extinguished. The two were a match made in heaven, both recognized as geniuses of the Cloud Mist sect, making them exceedingly well suited together. Although senior brother Chen Feng was talented, it would not be so simple for him to seize first place in this grand competition. Indeed, while senior brother Chen Feng is exceptionally gifted, he is still quite young. In my opinion, the first place in this grand competition should rightfully belong to senior brother Yuntao. Brother Yuntao is indeed the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder. Although his talents may not quite match those of brother Chen Feng, he is nonetheless considered a rare prodigy within our Yunlan sect. It is said that he has recently ascended to the Dou Master realm. Upon hearing the female disciples extolling brother Chen Feng to the heavens, some of the male disciples grew somewhat discontent, as a subtle air of jealousy lingered in the atmosphere. Has brother Yuntao truly reached the Dou Master stage? If I recall correctly, he has only just turned 17 this year. Such extraordinary talent is indeed a rarity, and it seems that the first place in this grand competition is destined for brother Yuntao. At that moment, amidst the discussions of the Yunlan sect disciples, a youth clad in a moon-white robe made his appearance in the square. Listening to the conversations of the other male disciples, a faint smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of confidence. He then cast a glance towards the higher echelons of the Yunlan sect, pausing momentarily on Brother Chen Feng, before slowly making his way in that direction. Chapter 78. The Challenge. The disciples pay their respects to the sect master, esteemed elders, and venerable seniors. The youth strides directly to the high platform, first bowing to the senior members, and then approaches the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "Grandfather. Ah, Tower, you have arrived." A gentle smile graces the Grand Elder's aged face as he gazes upon the young man before him. This youth is none other than Yun Tao, the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, the very subject of discussion among many male disciples moments prior. It is said that Yun Tao has broken through to the Dou realm. It seems that the contest for first place in this grand tournament will be between you and Chen Feng. As Yun Tao stands before them, the elders' faces soften with warmth. Familiar with the Grand Elder, they often see Yun Tao and greatly admire his talent. Although this lad possesses notable abilities, he pales in comparison to Chen Feng. Hearing the praises, the Grand Elder's face beams with pride, evidently pleased with his grandson's talent. However, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, young Yun Tao feels a surge of discontent, casting a furtive glance at Chen Feng, his eyes darkening momentarily. He possesses extraordinary potential and nearly became the sect master's direct disciple, only to be overshadowed by the even more gifted Chen Feng. In the Yunlan sect, he feels like nothing more than a mere accessory to Chen Feng. This has left Yun Tao feeling quite frustrated, harboring resentment towards Chen Feng. Despite his inner turmoil, Yun Tao manages to present a smile as he addresses Chen Feng. "Junior brother Chen Feng, it has been a while." "Greetings, senior brother Yun Tao," Chen Feng responds, nodding with a smile. "How has your cultivation progressed lately, junior brother?" Yun Tao inquires, harboring a tinge of wariness towards Chen Feng's talent. "Fairly well, I suppose. I have heard that senior brother Yun Tao has broken through to the Dou realm. I extend my congratulations," Chen Feng replies nonchalantly. He is well aware of the underlying thoughts of his counterpart, finding it somewhat amusing. The Dou cultivation is trivial compared to his current standing, which has already reached a significant realm above. Chen Feng dismisses Yun Tao with ease. The title of first place in this grand tournament is destined for him alone. "Huh. A fortunate breakthrough," Yun Tao responds, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Junior brother Chen Feng, your talent is remarkable. Do remember to show some mercy during the competition." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nods slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Tao. "You are too kind, senior brother. We are all comrades here, after all." With that, Chen Feng strides towards the central area of the square, where several competition platforms await. "What an arrogant fellow." Yun Tao's expression darkens as he watches Chen Feng's retreating figure. He has learned that Chen Feng only broke through to the 9-star Dou last month. Even with his impressive talent, he is yet to reach the Dou realm. For this grand tournament, Yun Tao has prepared exhaustively, having long felt suppressed by Chen Feng. This time, he is determined to reclaim his honor in the sect's great competition. At this moment, the Morning Breeze has leapt onto the arena. "Look, how did Brother Morning Breeze manage to ascend so swiftly?" The sect leader has yet to declare the commencement. What does he intend to do? Observing Morning Breeze on the stage, the disciples of Yunlan sect displayed expressions of confusion, murmuring amongst themselves. In previous sect competitions, the process commenced with a drawing of lots. Whosoever was drawn would take to the stage. Who has ever seen someone like Morning Breeze simply stride onto the arena? Could it be that the rules of this competition have been altered? Not only the disciples below, but even the high-ranking members on the platform regarded Morning Breeze's actions with puzzlement. "Masters, esteemed elders," at that moment, Morning Breeze spoke up unexpectedly. "For this sect competition, let us forego the tedious lottery process. It is far too cumbersome." Upon hearing his words, Yun frowned, gazing at Morning Breeze on the stage, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Is this young man not being a tad too arrogant? The nearby elders also furrowed their brows, displaying their displeasure. Although Morning Breeze possesses extraordinary talent, he is still merely a disciple. Such brazen behavior, attempting to alter the rules of the competition, naturally incited their discontent. And how do you propose to change it? Yun fixed a penetrating gaze upon Morning Breeze, pausing for a moment before inquiring solemnly. "By defending the arena." Morning Breeze replied, unperturbed by the scrutinizing eyes of the Yunlan sect's higher-ups. "There are 9 arenas here, Any fellow disciple who possesses confidence may step forth to defend. Every disciple present is afforded a chance to challenge, and those who endure until the end shall naturally be the strongest 9. Morning breeze's gaze swept across all the disciples of Yinran's sect. As for determining the first place in this competition, it shall arise from among these 9 strongest individuals. What do you think of this proposed rule, esteemed masters and elders? Upon concluding his proposal, he turned his gaze toward the high-ranking members of Yinran's sect. Traditionally, sect competitions have unfolded through a lottery system, requiring several days to complete the entire event. Morning Breeze deemed it an extravagant waste of time. He had already predetermined his victory in this competition. Even the most formidable among the present disciples, Yin Tao, possesses merely the cultivation of a battle master, and is simply no match for him. As for the others, they are even less of a concern. Faced with such an array of adversaries, he was unwilling to squander days of time. Rather than prolonging the competition, he preferred a swift resolution, allowing time for cultivation. This method would swiftly eliminate those lacking in strength, ultimately leaving the 9 defenders, who would undoubtedly be the elite. Morning Breeze intended to sweep through all the disciples of Yinran's sect with his invincible prowess. In the continent of battle Qi, strength reigns supreme. Only by exhibiting unparalleled might could he command absolute authority once he ascends as the young sect master. The disciples found Morning Breeze's approach quite commendable. Before the senior leaders could voice their opinions, Yin Tao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he was the first to express his agreement with the revised rules proposed by Chen Feng. He had already harbored ambitions to make a significant impression during this grand competition. Although the rules suggested by Chen Feng added a layer of complexity, achieving victory through such means would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Yinran sect to new heights. What do the esteemed elders think? Yin paused momentarily, directing her gaze towards the dozen or so elders present. The Grand Elder, after assessing the confident demeanor of Yin Tao, contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding in affirmation. I too find Chen Feng's idea commendable. With the Grand Elder's endorsement, the other elders echoed their agreement, exclaiming, "This method is indeed ingenious." Observing the unanimous approval among the elders, Yun's gaze shifted back to Chen Feng on the platform, a subtle smile flickering in her eyes. This young man, it appears, is quite adept at garnering support for himself. She was well aware of Chen Feng's capabilities and understood the intent behind his actions. In light of this, the upcoming competition shall proceed according to the rules proposed by Chen Feng. Chapter 79, Challenging Yin Tao. The rules of this grand competition have indeed been altered. Brother Chen Feng is actually going to defend the arena. Is he not being a tad too arrogant? Indeed, does he not fear our wheel battle strategy? The disciples of Yinran's sect were utterly astonished to hear that the higher-ups had actually acquiesced to Brother Chen Feng's suggestion. It is well known that this defensive mode presents a far greater challenge than the drawing lots method. The defender must endure the relentless challenges from numerous disciples of Yinran's sect, and only those who remain standing on the arena can be deemed victors. By proposing such a rule and being the first to take the stage, it is evident that he is prepared to accept challenges from all. Such audacity, unless rooted in immense confidence in his own abilities, could be perceived as sheer folly. Could it be that Brother Chen Feng, like Brother Yin Tao, has also ascended to the realm of Dou Master? This is a possibility. Otherwise, how would he dare to act thus? No way. Brother Chen Feng is merely 15 years old. How could he possibly have broken through to the Dou Master realm? Even if he had, could he withstand so many challengers? Observing Brother Chen Feng upon the stage, the disciples of Yinran's sect murmured amongst themselves, deeming him excessively presumptuous. Well then, since everyone has consented to this rule, let us not squander time. At that moment, Yun suddenly rose, her gaze sweeping over the disciples below, finally resting on the confidently dark-clad Chen Feng, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke. After Brother Chen Feng's breakthrough to the great Dou Master realm, Yun was certain that this competition was destined to be his personal showcase. None among the disciples present posed a threat to him. It was precisely for this reason that she readily endorsed the rules proposed by Chen Feng. After this competition, having witnessed his prowess, declaring him the young sect master should face no opposition, Yun cast a glance at the elders surrounding her. In the past, she had suggested to these esteemed members of Yinran's sect that Brother Chen Feng be appointed as young sect master. However, they consistently dismissed the notion, citing his youth and insufficient cultivation as excuses. If Brother Chen Feng were to sweep through the disciples present by defending the arena, they would have no grounds for objection. Fellow disciples, do come forth and engage in battle. The moment Yunyan's words fell, Yun Tao could hardly contain his eagerness as he strode toward the center of the square, leaping onto the arena and boldly addressing the disciples of Yunlan's sect below. His face radiated confidence. In his view, if even Chen Feng dared to take the stage, he would be undermining his own presence by remaining off it. Thus, upon taking the stage, he issued a challenge, drawing all eyes to himself. Brother Yun Tao is so self-assured, such a formidable aura, daring to challenge directly. Does he not fear the wheel battle? Even if he has broken through to the Dou Master realm, this seems rather presumptuous. As they beheld Yun Tao on the stage, the crowd erupted once more into a flurry of excitement. The audacity of that young man is truly astonishing. On the high platform, the Grand Elder could not help but exclaim in frustration upon witnessing his grandson's performance. Yet, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, revealing his satisfaction with Yun Tao's remarkable display of talent. After all, it is mere arrogance that stems from a lack of ability. Yun Tao's prowess, however, is a testament to his confidence. Brother Yun Tao, I challenge you to a duel. After the initial commotion, the disciples of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances, and soon a youth leaped onto the arena. It was none other than junior brother Li Yun. As he ascended the platform, a smile graced Yun Tao's face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Li Yun had made quite a name for himself within the Yunlan sect, having reached the rank of an 8-star Dou practitioner at the tender age of 17, a small prodigy among the inner disciples. Yet, to Yun Tao, who possessed the strength of a Dou Master, Li Yun's 8-star status was hardly worth his consideration. Brother Yun Tao, I hope you will show me mercy, Li Yun remarked, foregoing further pleasantries as he unleashed his Dou skills and charged toward Yun Tao. Indeed, we are all comrades, Yun Tao replied with composure. But a cold glint passed through his eyes as he faced Li Yun's assault. With a surge of Dou Qi, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Crimson Flame Palm. A radiant crimson glow emanated from his palm, coalescing into a gigantic imprint that collided with Li Yun in an instant. Boom. As the grandson of the Grand Elder, Yun Tao had mastered profound techniques and skills, and his might was formidable. With but a single strike, he sent the young man, named Li Yun, crashing down. Junior brother Li Yun, I appreciate your efforts. With a smirk of pride crossing his features, Yun Tao adopted a humble demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a seasoned master. Brother Yun Tao is truly remarkable, defeating Li Yun with a single move. After all, he is at the Dou Master level, beyond what we Dou practitioners can contend with. The spectators murmured among themselves, their confidence dwindling as they turned their attention to the figure of Chen Feng on the platform. Given their assessment, they decided to challenge Chen Feng instead, reasoning that despite his extraordinary talent, he was still young and likely had not yet reached the Dou Master realm. Observing the awe-inspiring strength displayed by Yun Tao, the disciples of the Yunlan sect hesitated to step forward, and no one dared to ascend the other platforms, as the competitors lacked the requisite prowess. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Yun Tao and Chen Feng. Hearing the murmurs, a smile curled at the corners of Yun Tao's lips. He had intentionally showcased his formidable abilities to instill a sense of caution among the onlookers. Thus, they would think twice before challenging him, thereby avoiding a relentless series of battles. Just as others contemplated confronting Chen Feng, he unexpectedly leaped onto the platform occupied by Yun Tao. Brother Yun Tao, I humbly seek your guidance. The morning breeze carried a glint of amusement across Chen Feng's visage as he gazed upon the billowing clouds ahead. His intentions mirrored those of his opponent. By demonstrating formidable prowess, he ensured that no one would dare to challenge him recklessly. Chen Feng, do you wish to fight me? Yun Tao inquired, momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity as he descended onto the arena. He had not anticipated such a bold move from his adversary, and his expression darkened with unease. What was the implication of this? Did Chen Feng truly believe he could best him? Each contender was afforded but a single opportunity for challenge, and by presenting this solitary chance against himself, Chen Feng cast a shadow of doubt over Yun Tao's confidence. Is it so, brother Yun Tao, that I am not permitted to challenge you? Chen Feng replied, his demeanor unperturbed, a flicker of mirth dancing in his eyes. His objective was unambiguous. It was merely to establish authority over Yun Tao. Once he had triumphed over this formidable opponent, lesser challengers would surely think twice before daring to confront him. Chapter 80, Young Master. Since junior brother Chen Feng is so confident, I shall not hold back. With that, a subtle aura of fighting spirit began to emanate from his body. Yun Tao clenched his fists tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking knuckles. Although he was certain of his strength and believed he could easily defeat Chen Feng, he was aware that his opponent was the foremost genius of the Yinran sect, and thus, he could not afford to be complacent. At this moment, facing Chen Feng, he resolved to give it his all. Observing Yun Tao's readiness for battle, Chen Feng shrugged nonchalantly, appearing quite casual. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Gazing at the battle-ready Yun Tao, he found it hard to muster any interest in the fight. This fellow is truly arrogant. Witnessing Chen Feng's indifferent demeanor, Yun Tao felt a surge of irritation and firmly resolved to teach him a lesson. Junior brother Chen Feng, be careful. A hint of a smile crept onto Yun Tao's lips as he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself toward Chen Feng like a spirited fox. Being the grandson of the Grand Elder, he possessed ample combat skills. Simultaneously, he summoned a torrent of fighting spirit from his palm, crafting a colossal handprint that surged menacingly forward. As he fixed his gaze on the ferocious Yun Tao barreling toward him, Chen Feng's expression remained placid. When Yun Tao drew near, an overwhelming silver fighting spirit erupted from Chen Feng, with streaks of lightning flickering in his palm. Thunderclap palm. With a soft exclamation, a violent burst of energy accompanied by flashes of lightning erupted from his palm, striking Yun Tao with tremendous force. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as Yun Tao's expression tightened, a massive wave of power engulfing him and sending him hurtling backward, crashing onto the arena like a lifeless dog, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Tear. On the elevated platform, the Grand Elder, who had been observing intently, could not help but rise, his expression transformed with shock. There is no need for concern. Fenger knows how to temper his strength, replied Yun calmly, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her beautiful eyes. This impudent boy is becoming increasingly prudent in his actions. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Yinran sect below the arena wore expressions of astonishment. One move. Merely one move. Senior brother Yun Tao was defeated by senior brother Chen Feng? The sight of Yun Tao, akin to a lifeless dog, being hurled from the arena left all the Yinran disciples in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? Isn't senior brother Yun Tao at the Battle Master level? Could it be that senior brother Chen Feng has also broken through to the Battle Master rank? Even if Chen Feng had indeed advanced, it would be implausible for him to vanquish Yun Tao with a single strike unless he. As realization dawned, the scene erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with everyone speculating about Chen Feng on the platform. Just then, Yun Tao, who had been knocked off the stage by Chen Feng, swiftly rose to his feet. His face was now etched with astonishment. The power of Chen Feng's palm had left him utterly astounded. The strength of this individual. Yun Tao placed his hand upon his chest, only to be momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that after sustaining a blow from Chen Feng, he would surely be gravely injured. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that he bore not a single wound. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he regarded Chen Feng on the thunder stage with an expression of incredulity. Could it be that this fellow had shown mercy? Contemplating this, Yun Tao felt a jolt within. To achieve such restraint suggested that Chen Feng's prowess far surpassed his own. It is one thing to unleash one's full strength, but to master the finesse of controlling force, expelling an adversary without inflicting harm, that is an arduous task. As Yun Tao pondered, a sense of dread filled him. To what extent had this junior brother Chen Feng's capabilities ascended? On the arena, as Chen Feng met Yun Tao's astonished gaze, he wore an expression of nonchalance. Brother Yun Tao, I concede. Upon hearing this, Yun Tao hesitated, scrutinizing Chen Feng deeply before finally managing a wry smile, inwardly chiding himself for his own arrogance. Thank you, junior brother Chen Feng, for your mercy. Having witnessed Chen Feng's terrifying strength, he felt no desire for comparison. His admiration wholly earned. Master, Chen Feng, what is the extent of his power? On the high platform, the Grand Elder observed the unscathed Yun Tao, his heart surging with tumultuous waves, incredulously gazing at Yun. This young man has shown commendable resilience, having recently broken through to the great fighter rank. Yun's countenance remained serene, as if Chen Feng's ascension to the great fighter realm was a trivial matter. However, the slight curve of her lips betrayed her inner thoughts. What? Hearing these words from Yun, astonishment washed over the Grand Elder's face, as he glanced in disbelief between her and the charismatic Chen Feng upon the arena. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure, muttering in bewilderment. A great fighter at 15. How can this be possible? The other elders, upon hearing Yun's revelation, bore expressions akin to encountering a ghost, incredulously staring at Chen Feng on the stage. A great fighter at such a tender age. This was unfathomable. Such talent was truly terrifying. Since the founding of the Yinran sect, no genius of this caliber had ever emerged. In an instant, the elders found themselves rendered speechless, gazing in awe at Chen Feng on the arena, lost in contemplation. Congratulations, Master, for nurturing such an exceptional disciple. Our Yinran sect is poised for great prosperity. Once the crowd regained their senses, smiles began to adorn their faces as they offered their congratulations to Yun. Indeed, congratulations to the Master. Upon realizing the extent of Chen Feng's formidable talent, the senior members of the Yinran sect unanimously concluded that this young man was destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Their minds were already inclined towards flattery, and one by one, they began to shower Yun with accolades. Upon hearing the flattering remarks of the elders, Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her beautiful eyes. She gently spoke, after this grand competition, I have resolved to appoint Fenger as the young master of the Yinran sect. I wonder what the esteemed elders think of this. Surely, you have no reason to oppose Fenger's ascension to this position, do you? Her gaze swept across the assembly of high-ranking members of the Yinran sect, eagerly awaiting their responses. In response, the Grand Elder and others exchanged glances, pausing in silence for a moment before collectively exclaiming, the sect master is indeed wise. Should Chen Feng become the young master, it will undoubtedly herald a great flourishing for the Yinran sect. Indeed, this time, there was unanimous support, with no dissenting voices. They were not foolish. It was evident to all that Chen Feng's future achievements would be extraordinary, and his succession as the next leader of the Yinran sect was a foregone conclusion. To voice opposition at this juncture would only serve to offend Chen Feng. The high-ranking members present were astute enough to avoid such folly. Hearing this, Yun's smile widened, and she replied softly, I believe that Fenger will not disappoint us. Chapter 81. Meeting the Young Sect Master. I never anticipated that Brother Chen Feng's prowess would be so formidable. Even Brother Yuntao, who possesses the strength of a Dou Master, was vanquished by him with a single strike. It seems that Chen Feng's capabilities have transcended the mere breakthrough into the Dou Master realm. Below the arena, the disciples of the Yinran sect watched him with murmurs of discussion, yet none dared to challenge him. Clearly, Chen Feng had achieved his objective. Ever since he defeated the Dou Master Yuntao with a single palm, no one has dared to ascend the stage to confront him. After all, each individual is afforded only one opportunity to challenge. As for a real battle, who would willingly squander their sole chance on an undoubtedly futile confrontation? Following his defeat, Yuntao appeared to have adopted a more composed demeanor. He did not hastily rush to defend the arena, but chose instead to sit in meditation, recuperating the expended Dou Qi within him. On other platforms, several individuals who deemed themselves capable began to ascend, yet they evidently overestimated their own strength. They lacked the intimidating presence of Chen Feng and Yuntao. Once they stepped onto the stage, they were met with numerous challenges from fellow disciples. After just a few rounds, they could no longer endure, resulting in their expulsion from the platform. After his recovery, Yuntao seized control of one platform. With his Dou Master prowess, he was barely able to manage the wheel battle, ultimately succeeding in defending the arena. Thus, in this grand competition, Chen Feng triumphed with the defeat of a single opponent, earning him the title of champion with remarkable ease. Fenger, you performed admirably. After the competition concluded, Yun gazed at Chen Feng with a smile, her heart filled with satisfaction. At merely 15, his cultivation as a great Dou Master is unparalleled within the entire Gamma Empire. Only her disciple could achieve such a feat. While the dragon and phoenix technique may be somewhat extravagant, it is, after all, a celestial tier art. As long as Fenger exercises a modicum of restraint, there should be no significant issues. Reflecting on how Chen Feng's rapid advancement was attributed to the dragon and phoenix technique, Yun gradually eased her concerns. Nevertheless, she still harbored worries about Chen Feng's physical constitution. In her eyes, he was still too young. Reckless pursuit of cultivation could potentially jeopardize his foundational strength. It seems I must visit Elder Guha to inquire about any elixirs that might assist in fortifying Feng'er's physique, she contemplated inwardly. It is all due to the guidance of the master. Hearing Yunyan's praise, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within. Evidently, his recent performance had greatly pleased his instructor. I never imagined you to be so adept at concealing your talents, silently breaking through to the great Dou Master realm. The Grand Elder approached, his face alight with mirth, devoid of any pretense before Chen Feng. Truly, you are the foremost genius of our Yinran sect, achieving such a breakthrough at such a tender age. At this rate, I believe it will not be long before you surpass us old-timers. Just moments ago, Chen Feng showed mercy towards Yun Tao's subordinates, which endeared him to the Grand Elder. Indeed, the sect master has truly acquired an exceptional disciple. The other elders also gathered around enthusiastically, showering compliments upon Chen Feng. You flatter me, esteemed elders. In response to their accolades, Chen Feng displayed remarkable humility. In the future, as he ascends to the role of sect master of the Yinran sect, he will undoubtedly rely heavily on these venerable figures, and he cannot afford to jeopardize this relationship. Feng'er, this is your reward for achieving first place in the recent competition. Yun presented a scroll and a jade vial to Chen Feng from her storage ring. Participants who excel in the sect's competitions are naturally entitled to rewards. As the first place winner, Chen Feng's reward was indeed substantial, a high-level Xian rank combat technique and a vial of 4th-grade elixirs. However, after acquiring the storage rings from Sununner and Ling Ying, Chen Feng found himself indifferent to these rewards. Thank you, Master. Chen Feng respectfully accepted the reward, his expression remaining calm. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The master had promised that should he secure first place, she would grant him a request. Yet now she remained silent on the matter. He yearned to persuade her once more, insisting that the Feng chapter was indeed remarkable. Perhaps it could help him break through the bottleneck of the 3-star Dou Huang? Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, Yun was unaware of his thoughts. Observing her prized disciple basking in glory after clinching first place, she felt a surge of joy, and the discontent she had harbored towards him during this period swiftly dissipated. This impudent boy had ultimately not disappointed her. As she contemplated her long-held decision, Yun's demeanor gradually became serious. Feng'er, step forward. A green token suddenly appeared in her hand as she addressed Chen Feng. The countenance of the elders shifted upon seeing the green token in Yun's hand. Yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Although Chen Feng was still young, he had already attained the cultivation level of a great Dou Master. Such terrifying talent was more than sufficient to compensate for his youth, qualifying him to become the young sect master. As Chen Feng gazed at the token in Yun's hand, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, prompting him to step forward eagerly. Feng'er, you have been my disciple for 5 years. Throughout these years, you have displayed extraordinary talent, diligent cultivation, and commendable character, making you worthy of great responsibilities. Yun reflected on the bond they had developed over the years, feeling a swell of emotion. The naive child of yesteryears was now on the cusp of adulthood, possessing the prowess of a great Dou Master. Gazing at Chen Feng, Yun felt a sense of pride. Her disciple was indeed formidable, possessing the potential to rival others. Today, I hereby appoint you as the young sect master of the Yinran sect. I hope you will uphold your principles and strive to elevate the Yinran sect to greater heights. Yun's gaze remained solemn as she addressed Chen Feng. With that, she extended the green token towards him. Thank you, Master. Chen Feng's heart trembled as he respectfully received the green token from Yun's hand. From this day forth, Chen Feng shall assume the position of the young master of our Yinran sect. To meet the young master is to meet the sect master. In the absence of the sect master, the young master is empowered to govern the sect. Yun's gaze swept across all the disciples and senior members present, her voice resounding with authority. Is it true that Brother Chen Feng has been appointed as the young master? He is still so young. Why has the sect master hastened to confer this title upon him? Chen Feng is only 15 years old, is he not? My goodness, a 15-year-old young master. This indeed marks a groundbreaking moment since the founding of the Yinran sect. Upon hearing Yun's declaration, the disciples of Yinran sect were taken aback, engaging in fervent discussions. We have met the young master. On the high platform, the elders exchanged glances, each performing the same gesture of respect towards Chen Feng, bowing and clasping their hands. We have met the young master. Observing the deference shown by the senior members, the disciples of Yunlan's sect naturally did not dare to be negligent, echoing the salute and bowing in unison. At this moment, I too possessed genuine authority. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers from all present, Chen Feng gazed at the token in his hand, his heart swelling with joy. Chapter 82. A father-daughter dialogue at the Nalan residence within the spacious and luminous hall. A middle-aged man with a slightly sullen expression was irritably tapping his fingers on the table while holding a teacup. Nalan Su was currently in a state of agitation, having just returned home only to be chastised by his father, Nalan Jie, who had struck him with a cane, reproaching him for his failure to properly discipline his daughter. He had never anticipated that after merely a year of commanding troops stationed in the western territories of the empire, his audacious daughter would dare to unilaterally annul the marriage that had been personally arranged by the patriarch years ago. In the family, everyone was aware of Nalan Jie's strong desire for face, and Nalan Yanran's current actions would undoubtedly lead others to believe that the Nalan family, seeing the decline of the Xiao family's influence, had disdained to proceed with the marriage, thus breaching their commitment. The news had left Nalan Jie seething with rage at home every day. Had he known sooner, he would never have permitted his daughter to reject the engagement. To be candid, Nalan Su himself was not particularly in favor of the union between the Nalan and Xiao families. After all, Xiao Yan had once been synonymous with ineptitude, and the thought of marrying his daughter, blessed with both beauty and exceptional talent, to a wastrel was utterly repugnant to him. However, under his father's insistence, and for the sake of the Nalan family's honor, he felt compelled to honor the betrothal. "Father, when did you return? Why didn't you inform Yinran?" Just as Nalan Su's anger peaked, a melodious voice rang out in the hall. A figure clad in moonlight-colored attire gracefully emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, sweetly smiling at Nalan Su. Do you still regard me as your father? I thought that having become Yunyan's disciple, you would have forgotten all about the Nalan family." Gazing at his daughter, who had blossomed into a more enchanting young woman, Nalan Su's ire began to wane slightly as he coldly retorted. Observing Nalan Su's displeased countenance, Nalan Yanran could only shake her head in resignation. She gestured to a nearby maid, dismissing her from the room. "Father, after more than a year apart, you arrive only to reprimand me. I must tell mother about this later." Once the maid had exited, Nalan Yanran wrinkled her delicate nose and sat beside Nalan Su, playfully huffing. "Why should I have rushed back? Don't you know the answer to that?" At her words, Nalan Su's lips curled into a grimace. "Let me tell you, your grandfather has threatened to break your legs." With a slight pout, Nalan Yanran, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Nalan Su's words, remained unfazed. "Surely you understand the purpose of my return, do you not? It's regarding my decision to withdraw from the engagement, is it not?" She idly toyed with a strand of her hair, speaking with a serene demeanor. Seeing her composed expression only fueled Nalan Su's irritation, and he slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "The marriage was personally sanctioned by your grandfather. Who gave you the authority to annul it? That is my engagement. I refuse to be wed according to your wishes. My life is mine to govern. Regardless of who granted permission, I am acutely aware that, as per our agreement, it is I who shall be wed, not my grandfather." The mere mention of this matter caused a frown to appear on Nalan Yanran's face. Her inherently independent nature resented having her significant life decisions dictated by others, even if that individual were a respected elder. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. You simply believe that Xiao Yan, once deemed a waste, is unworthy of me, do you not?" Nalan Su retorted with a hint of anger. "Father, whether Xiao Yan is a genius or a failure is of no consequence to me. I harbor no affection for him and shall never become his bride," Nalan Yanran replied, her delicate brows furrowing as she pressed her lips together. Her heart belonged solely to her senior brother, Chen Feng, and she vowed never to love another in this lifetime. "Why? This engagement was decreed by your grandfather himself," Nalan Su exclaimed in frustration. "And what of it? I have already set my heart on another. I shall marry no one but him," Nalan Yanran asserted with unwavering conviction. "Who is he? You are already bound by a betrothal. How can you entertain feelings for another man?" Nalan Su questioned, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Yanran replied slowly, "It is my senior brother. I love him, and he loves me in return. As for Xiao Yan, whoever wishes to marry him may do so." I would sooner die than wed him. Nalan Yanran's brows arched defiantly. Your senior brother. Are you referring to that lad from the Mittler family? Nalan Su inquired. Taken aback. Indeed. A hint of a smile graced Nalan Yanran's features at the mention of Chen Feng, and she nodded proudly. That young man is quite admirable. Nalan Su, clearly informed about Chen Feng, felt his demeanor soften considerably. In his heart, he preferred his daughter to wed a genius like Chen Feng rather than a failure. Yet, upon contemplating his father's stance, he felt a wave of exasperation. Very well, as long as you can navigate your grandfather's objections. I shall relinquish my involvement in this matter. Nalan Su finally conceded with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran also felt a sense of dread. Her grandfather had always been a source of intimidation throughout her life. Father, I have already arranged for my senior brother to summon Elder Gu He. Perhaps he can alleviate the affliction plaguing grandfather, Nalan Yanran informed Nalan Su. Is that truly so? Nalan Su's expression brightened at her words. For the poison afflicting the elder had long been the greatest conundrum for the Nalan family. Over the years, they had exhausted every possible remedy, even consulting the president of the Alchemist Guild, yet even he was powerless against the elder's ailment. It is indeed true. My master once told me that after this grand competition, my senior brother should be appointed as the vice master of the Yinran sect. With his influence, we should be able to invite Elder Gu He. Remembering the promise Chen Feng had made to her, Nalan Yanran's lips curled into a smile, her chin held high, radiating an innate elegance. The vice master of the Yinran sect, you say? Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Nalan Su felt an even greater sense of satisfaction toward Chen Feng. He was well aware of the Yunlan sect's esteemed status within the Jiama Empire. If there were a Cloudlawn sect master as a son-in-law, the Nalan family would surely thrive within the Gamma Empire, commanding respect and instilling fear in those who dared to offend them. In contrast, that waste of a Xiao Yan could never compare to Chen Feng. Contemplating this, Nalan Su could not help but reveal a hint of a smile as he remarked, "You honor. If that young lad Chen Feng truly possesses the ability to cure the old master, then there should be no issue on that front. With Elder Gu He taking action, he should be able to resolve the poison afflicting grandfather." Nalan Yanran held a favorable view of the alchemist Gu He. After all, he was a distinguished 6th-grade alchemist. Indeed, let us hope for the best. Nalan Su was well aware of Gu He's esteemed reputation and nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. Chapter 83. Procuring medicinal herbs. Upon encountering the young master, Morning Wind traversed a mountain path within the Yunlan sect, greeted warmly by the disciples he met along the way. He acknowledged them with a nod and a friendly smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. 3 days had elapsed since the inter-sect competition, and the entire Yunlan sect had become aware of Morning Wind's elevation to the position of young master. Sensing the respect of those around him, a slight smile graced his lips. However, becoming the young master of the Yunlan sect was merely the first step in his journey. After a brief moment, Morning Wind arrived at a hall located on the eastern side of the main peak, the task hall of the Yunlan sect. As the foremost sect in the Gamma Empire, the internal structure of Yunlan was inherently sophisticated. This task hall served as a venue for the higher echelons of the sect to issue tasks. Disciples who completed them would earn corresponding contribution points. With these points, they could exchange for necessary cultivation resources within the task hall. Young Master has arrived. Greetings, young Master. At that moment, numerous individuals occupied the task hall. Upon seeing Morning Wind enter, the familiar disciples respectfully bowed. There is no need for excessive formality, he replied with a gentle smile, proceeding into the grand hall. May I inquire about the young master's purpose for visiting? A steward in charge of the task hall, upon learning of Morning Wind's presence, promptly approached with a respectful demeanor. Stewardly, I have come to exchange for some treasures, Morning Wind stated directly. Having assumed the role of young master, he now held a position among the higher ranks of the Yunlan sect. This status conferred upon him privileges not afforded to the other disciples. While the latter required sufficient contribution points to exchange for treasures, the high-ranking members of the sect could trade items directly and even procure certain earth-grade treasures with gold coins. Furthermore, in addition to exchanging for treasures, the upper echelon could also issue tasks, delegating duties to the disciples of the Yunlan sect. Please, young master, right this way. Upon hearing Morning Wind's words, Steward Li hastily ushered him into a room and instructed an attendant to prepare a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Morning Wind acknowledged with a nod as he settled into a seat. May I inquire what treasures the young master wishes to exchange? Stewardly placed a tome before Morning Wind. This is the list of treasures. Please peruse at your leisure. I shall not bother with the reading, Morning Wind replied, glancing at the extensive inventory before him. Do you possess any treasures capable of restoring soul power? Restoring soul power. Stewardly was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Such items are indeed rare treasures. Allow me to check. As he spoke, he picked up the list of treasures from the table and meticulously examined it for a while, shaking his head in regret. I'm afraid, young master, that items capable of restoring soul power are exceedingly rare. I have checked the inventory for this year, and we have not acquired such treasures. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as Chen Feng nodded lightly. Indeed, artifacts that could restore soul power were truly hard to come by. Even the Grand Yunlan sect could not procure such treasures. Chen Feng's quest for items to restore soul power was primarily to enhance the strength of Yao Chun, who held the greatest potential under his wing. If he could merely locate some artifacts capable of restoring soul power, it would significantly bolster Yao Chun's capabilities. Li, please issue a task. Whoever can find an item that restores soul power will earn 3,000 contribution points. Chen Feng instructed Li. 3,000 contribution points? That is quite a sum, young master. Are you certain? Li hesitated upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Have no fear. Do you doubt my ability to provide treasures worth 3,000 contribution points? Chen Feng understood his concern and directly placed the scroll and elixir, awarded for securing first place in the recent competition, upon the table. This is a high-level Xiantier fighting technique and a bottle of 4th-grade elixirs. Is this sufficient? Chen Feng spoke nonchalantly, for he found little value in the fighting technique and elixirs, and thus offered them as rewards for the task. Li picked up the jade vial, opened it to sniff, and then perused the scroll again, a smile illuminating his face. This is ample. Together they are valued at 4,000 contribution points. Then let it be 4,000 contribution points. Whoever can assist me in procuring items that restore soul power shall receive 4,000 contribution points, Chen Feng stated with indifference. Very well, I shall issue the task immediately, Li nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, Chen Feng called out, retrieving a list from his spatial ring. Please help me gather the herbs listed here as much as possible. After that, he produced a purple gold card from his pocket. The card shimmered with 5 distinct waves of color. The 5-wave purple gold card, on the Duki continent, required at least the strength of a Douling to possess such a prestigious identity card, though certain transcendent forces also held such privileges. Charge whatever the value may be to this card, Chen Feng said, handing the 5-wave purple gold card to Li. Is this the 5-wave purple gold card? Li was taken aback upon seeing the card in Chen Feng's hand, followed by a glimmer of envy in his eyes. He was well aware of Chen Feng's status, being a direct descendant of the Mitre family, a lineage of high regard. The Mitre family was the wealthiest clan in the entire Gamma Empire, and Li naturally assumed that the 5-wave purple gold card was bestowed upon Chen Feng by his illustrious family. This is a privilege reserved for the formidable spirit warriors, illustrating the esteem in which the middle family holds Chen Feng. However, a subtle smile graced Chen Feng's lips, for this purple gold card was not bestowed upon him by the middle family. Rather, it was unearthed from the petite treasury of Sununner. As the daughter of the ancient clan leader, she truly embodies the essence of a little heiress. Merely this 5-patterned purple gold card. She possesses 5 within her spatial ring, an abundance that is simply unspendable. Young master, I shall attend to this matter at once. Please wait a moment, Elderly remarked, regaining his composure as he accepted the list from Chen Feng's hand and swiftly exited the room. It is indeed advantageous to wield privileges. Observing Elder Li's departing figure, a hint of amusement danced at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth. His procurement of the medicinal materials listed was primarily intended for Yao Chun's alchemical endeavors. It would be a grievous waste to confine such an esteemed 8th-grade alchemist to the confines of a small world, merely tasked with grilling meat for Sununner and her companions each day. Chen Feng had meticulously compiled a comprehensive list of the elixirs he intended to concoct, requesting Yao Chun to delineate the necessary materials, preparing for a single, extensive acquisition. Given the capabilities of the Yunlan sect, it is reasonable to expect that they would be able to procure the majority of the items listed. Chapter 84, Sununner, Am I Pregnant? After procuring an ample supply of medicinal herbs from the task hall, Chen Feng returned to his courtyard. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he entered the small world. Master, you have arrived. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Sununner displayed her joy. Master, it has been such a long time since you last visited me. She leapt into Chen Feng's embrace, her delicate face reflecting a hint of yearning. Sununner was with child, and due to this, Chen Feng could not practice the Dragon Phoenix technique with her as frequently, resulting in his diminished presence. Moreover, in pursuit of breaking through to the great Dou Master realm, he had remained in seclusion for an extended period, inadvertently neglecting Sununner. Although the small world housed Yao Chun and the purple electric mongoose, one was a puppet and the other a magical beast. In Sununner's heart, they ultimately did not belong to the realm of humanity, rendering normal conversation impossible. This solitude had left her feeling stifled, and she often clung to the purple electric mongoose, her spirits dampened. Thus, the sight of Chen Feng brought her immense joy. Master, I have missed you so much, Sununner expressed to Chen Feng. Apologies, I have been exceedingly busy of late, Chen Feng replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. He understood that Sununner's exuberance was not born from affection for him, but rather from her profound loneliness and the desire for companionship. I have brought you some delectable treats to nourish your body, Chen Feng announced, revealing a bountiful supply of Yinran sect's specialty, the cloud chicken. These chickens possessed a trace of magical beast bloodline and were raised within the sect, nourished by medicinal herbs. Consuming them would undoubtedly be beneficial for one's health. The batch of cloud chickens that Chen Feng had selected was meticulously chosen, each having been raised for at least 2.5 years. They were particularly suitable for making soup, with tender meat and nutritious broth, which would greatly aid in the growth of the unborn child. Though he did not frequently enter the small world, Chen Feng remained deeply concerned about the well-being of Sununner's child, determined to ensure that his offspring would be born healthy and strong. Thank you, Master, Sununner said with delight, feeling the warmth of Chen Feng's concern. I have gathered the medicinal herbs you requested. Please expedite the crafting of the elixirs I need. After spending some tender moments with Sununner, Chen Feng approached Yao Chun, presenting him with the entirety of the acquired herbs. Understood, Master, Yao Chun replied respectfully as he accepted the herbs and commenced the alchemical process. The volume of herbs Chen Feng had procured was substantial, leading to a myriad of elixirs to be refined. Among them were the following: Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, a pinnacle 4th grade elixir. This potion was designed to directly enhance one's strength. However, its effects were limited to those at the great Dou Master level, allowing such individuals to elevate their prowess by 1 star upon consumption. Notably, a person at the same level could consecutively consume 2 of these pills without experiencing significant resistance. He has now transcended to the realm of a great fighter and may utilize the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill for yet another breakthrough. The 5th tier Ascension Pill enables a fighter of spirit level to forcefully ascend 1 rank. Such an elixir is exceedingly rare, available only to an 8th tier alchemist like Yao Chun. However, Chen Feng's intention behind crafting this Ascension Pill is not for his own use, but rather to administer it to his grandfather. The old man shares the same generation as Middle Tingshan, yet his cultivation talent is evidently lacking. He has remained stagnant at the 9-star fighter level for a full 8 years, without achieving any advancement. Should his grandfather consume the Ascension Pill, combined with the foundational strength accumulated over these 8 years, he would undoubtedly break through to the Fighter King realm in a single leap. The 6th tier Spirit Pill allows a Fighter King to elevate their prowess by an entire star level. However, it possesses a significant resistance, as a Fighter King can only consume a single Spirit Pill throughout their lifetime. This Spirit Pill is also being prepared for his grandfather. Once the old man breaks through to the Fighter King level and stabilizes his realm, he may continue to ingest Spirit Pills for further elevation. Despite the considerable drawbacks associated with utilizing medicinal pills for breakthroughs, at his grandfather's age, potential has been largely exhausted, and he may never achieve another breakthrough in this lifetime. Chen Feng feels he cannot dwell on this too much. If he becomes powerful enough in the future, he can simply concoct longevity pills to ensure his grandfather enjoys his twilight years. Furthermore, Chen Feng has prepared 2 sets of materials for Yao Chun to craft 2 spirit pills. The other spirit pill is intended as a betrothal gift for the Nalan family. Since Old Master Nalan is also at the Fighter King level, he should find it difficult to refuse such a generous offering. In addition to these potency-enhancing elixirs, Chen Feng has arranged for Yao Chun to concoct a batch of blood fetal vitality pills. Though a fifth-tier pill, the blood fetal vitality pill does not match the efficacy of the Serpent Clan's secret nurturing pill. It will ensure that the children born to Sununner and her companions possess superior physiques, healthier than the average child, thus minimizing the risk of stillbirth. Chen Feng has truly invested considerable thought for the sake of his children. Fortunately, with Yao Chun, an 8th-tier alchemist, at his disposal, Chen Feng wouldn't have the skill to accomplish this on his own, even with Sununner's little treasury. Enough of the pill crafting for now. Let us stew this chicken, Chen Feng instructed Yao Chun. As an 8th-tier alchemist, Yao Chun has mastered the art of controlling heat to perfection. Cooking is considerably simpler than alchemy, and after this period of training, he has become a top-tier chef. Even Chen Feng cannot help but praise the dishes he prepares. Yes, master, Yao Chun replied, promptly seizing a cloud chicken and dispatching it. Moments later, a pot of richly aromatic chicken soup was ready. Master, please enjoy. Yao Chun presented the soup at the table. Chen Feng nodded, contemplating the aging Yao Chun. He mused that he should quickly find a few beautiful maidens to bring into their midst. Facing an old man all day is somewhat disconcerting. It is far less comfortable than being attended by a vibrant and youthful beauty. Sununner, come, drink while it's hot. Chen Feng gently placed a bowl of chicken soup before Sununner, his voice tender. Thank you, master. Feeling Chen Feng's thoughtfulness, Sununner was touched as she obediently sipped the soup. Suddenly, as Chen Feng was about to enjoy his own bowl, he was startled by the sound of Sununner retching, which instantly dampened his appetite. Is the soup truly that unpleasant? He asked with a hint of frustration in his gaze. It's not the soup, master, it's my own issue. I've been feeling nauseous these past few days and occasionally feel the urge to vomit, Sununner replied, a little embarrassed. Nauseous and wanting to vomit? Could it be? Chen Feng's mind raced as he quickly moved to stand behind her, gently patting her back, while feeling a surge of anxiety. Sununner, you must take care of yourself. You are with child now, and things are different from before. Sununner was momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's words. I am pregnant. Chapter 85. Sununner, I do not want to bear a child. Am I pregnant? Sununner widened her beautiful eyes, disbelief etched across her face. She gently caressed her flat abdomen, momentarily stunned, before forcing a faint smile. Master, are you jesting? How could I possibly be pregnant? Who claims I am jesting? Observing Sununner's incredulous demeanor, Chen Feng clarified. You have just conceived. Naturally, there would be no visible changes to your belly. In due time, it will gradually swell. That cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Master, you must be deceiving me. Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, a wave of panic surged within Sununner, yet she still could not bring herself to accept it. Master, I am not truly pregnant, am I? Sununner grasped Chen Feng's hand, her head tilted back, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear as she gazed at him. What do you mean, Sununner? Chen Feng's irritation began to brew at her reaction. Are you not pleased to carry my child? He reached out, gently pinching her delicate chin, his expression growing increasingly cold. And no, that is not the case. Realizing Chen Feng's sudden change in demeanor, a flicker of fear ignited within Sununner, and she hurriedly shook her head. Master, I simply do not wish to have a child so soon. Master, perhaps we should consider not keeping this child for now. Just a few years later, I can bear your child, all right? Sununner implored Chen Feng. Reflecting on Chen Feng's demeanor and her own recent conduct, she began to concede the possibility that she might indeed be pregnant. Heavens! The thought nearly made her faint. How could she be with child? The mere notion of bringing a child into the world with Chen Feng was beyond her acceptance. At present, she could barely safeguard her own existence. If she truly bore a child, the consequences would be irrevocable. What about the child? Would it live in this isolated world with her? Sununner found it impossible to fathom, her heart rejecting the notion entirely. Do not want this child? Chen Feng's expression grew even colder upon hearing her words. Listen well. Sununner, he said, coldly gripping her chin. In my heart, you are not as significant as this child. Should anything happen to it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Chen Feng produced a crystal recording stone, addressing Sununner. Do you recall what is contained within? Shall I play it for you once more? Sununner, well aware of the crystal's implications, immediately shook her head frantically, her pallor evident as she pleaded with Chen Feng. Please, master, I was wrong. And what of this child? Are you willing to bear it? Chen Feng held her chin. urging her to slowly raise her head and meet his gaze. "I shall bear this child, no matter what." Xiao Sununner nodded fervently, no longer daring to express her reluctance. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression softened, and he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Xiao Sununner's eyes. "Enough of the tears. As long as you obediently listen, how could your master ever wish to harm you?" With Chen Feng's return to his previous gentle demeanor, Xiao Sununner felt a wave of relief wash over her. She nodded obediently, refraining from mentioning the child again. "Come, drink some chicken soup to nourish your body. Only then will the child be born healthy." Chen Feng instructed Yao Chun to pour another bowl of warm chicken soup, which he personally fed to Xiao Sununner. She dared not defy his wishes and dutifully finished the entire bowl. "Would you care for another?" Chen Feng asked softly. Xiao Sununner shook her head and timidly replied, "Master, it's a bit rich. I might be sick if I drink more." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng retrieved a box of dried fruit from his spatial ring. "These fruits are sour. They will be quite helpful if you feel nauseous." He then offered a piece of dried fruit to Xiao Sununner. Biting her rosy lip, she slowly opened her mouth to accept it. "This chicken soup tastes delightful. Little Purple, do have some as well." Chen Feng served a bowl of chicken soup to the purple electric mink and then resumed drinking his own. His demeanor suggested that he had moved past their earlier conversation. Yet Xiao Sununner's words had lodged a thorn in his heart. He could not ascertain whether she had genuinely changed her mind or was merely feigning compliance. What if she still harbored thoughts against this child, contemplating some ill intentions, though protected by the power of bloodlines? Chen Feng could not guarantee that this force would suffice should Xiao Sununner encounter any issues herself. Moreover, her emotional state would undoubtedly influence the development of the fetus. If she remained despondent, it could leave lasting repercussions on the child. Contemplating this, Chen Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Continuing along this path was not a solution. "Sununner, once the child is born, I shall grant you your freedom to come and go as you please." After a moment of silence, Chen Feng suddenly declared to Xiao Sununner. He understood that an extended stay in this confined space could lead to feelings of depression and a yearning for freedom to explore the world beyond. He recalled how happy and relaxed she had been the last time they rode a flying beast, and he allowed her to step outside. "Master, is that truly the case?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Sununner immediately raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope. "When the child arrives, I will take you on excursions to enjoy nature and relieve your mind." Seizing the effectiveness of this tactic, Chen Feng began to weave fantastical promises for Xiao Sununner. "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of longing flickered in Xiao Sununner's eyes. Confined within this secluded little world, she felt as though she were on the brink of madness, suffocated by the lack of fresh air, and could hardly wait to escape and unwind. After a while, "I shall embark on a journey to the Tagore Desert, during which I will grant you the opportunity to wander freely." Following the grand wedding, Chen Feng prepared to set off for the Tagore Desert. "Isn't that the territory of the serpent people?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Sununner paused for a moment, her expression reflecting a hint of confusion. Clearly, she had heard of the Tagore Desert before. "Indeed, since you find it dull, I shall bring in a few serpent maidens to keep you company," Chen Feng said with a smile. He envisioned Qing Lin, mentioned in the original text as quite obedient, and thought she would make an excellent maid. Most importantly, she possessed the rare blue serpent triflower eyes, indicating great potential for future development. "What exactly are the serpent people like?" pondered Xiao Sununner, her heart filled with anticipation, for she had yet to encounter a serpent person. Chapter 86, Yinran. Allow me to try the following day. Under the morning breeze, Chen Feng descended from the Yunlan sect and made his way back to the imperial capital, heading directly towards the grand estate of the Nalan family. As he approached the imposing edifice, he noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance. All of them were clad in the robes of alchemists, their chests adorned with shimmering silver waves that proudly proclaimed their status and rank. On the bustling streets, passers-by cast envious and reverent glances towards the group of whispering alchemists, for in their eyes, alchemists represented a vocation as noble as that of the aristocracy. The Nalan family, clearly aware of the formidable power wielded by these alchemists, did not dare to treat them lightly. At the entrance, some servants were respectfully conversing with the waiting alchemists, only granting entry upon confirming their qualifications. Meanwhile, those alchemists whose abilities were deemed insufficient were graciously turned away. Although this action left some of the rejected alchemists feeling disgruntled, they could only leave with a hint of dissatisfaction, thinking of the Nalan family's influence and the connection between Nalan Yanran and the Yinran sect. Observing the scene for a while, Chen Feng noted that those permitted entry seemed to be third-grade alchemists, while the rejected individuals were predominantly second-grade or even some first-grade alchemists merely seeking to join the commotion. It appeared that the Nalan family was indeed in a state of desperation. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Feng stepped towards the heavily guarded entrance of the Nalan estate. Parting the crowd, he advanced a step, and an elderly man, presumably the steward, hurried forward to greet him. "Esteemed young master, I am the steward of the Nalan family. How may I assist you?" Noticing the absence of an alchemist's emblem on Chen Feng's chest, the steward exhibited a touch of curiosity but remained cordial. "I am Miter Chen Feng. I would appreciate it if you could notify Miss Nalan," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Miter Chen Feng? Of the Miter family?" The steward, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Chen Feng before nodding and instructing his servant. "Master Chen, please follow me to the parlor for tea. I have already dispatched someone to inform our young lady." With a slight bow, the stewardess' tone now carried a note of respect due to Chen Feng's lineage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Feng maintained a gentle smile as he followed the steward through the grand entrance, disappearing within. Following the steward at a leisurely pace, Chen Feng's gaze swept across the opulent estate. The towering and majestic structures elicited a subtle nod of approval from him. The Nalan family truly deserved their reputation as one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire. Their wealth and influence were indeed unparalleled. Walking along the path paved with azure stones, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Within his perception, as he delved deeper into the Nalan family, a myriad of covert gazes and spiritual awareness emanated from obscure corners, observing every movement of Chen Feng with keen interest. A casual glance upwards revealed dark silhouettes, shrouded in shadows, their blackened forms concealing the sharp tips of arrows that reflected no light, subtly shifting within the estate. Any minor disturbance in the air could trigger their swift attack. The defenses were indeed formidable. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, shaking his head in resignation. The current situation of the Nalan family was undeniably tense. Should anything happen to the elder Nalan, the family would face dire consequences. Thus, it was only natural for them to remain on high alert, ensuring that rival families could find no opportunity to exploit. After a brief moment, Chen Feng followed the steward to a side chamber. "Young Master Chen Feng, please wait here. I have dispatched someone to inform Miss. She should arrive shortly," the steward said, serving tea before departing the chamber. "Senior brother." As Chen Feng sipped his tea, it wasn't long before Nalan Yanran rushed in, her expression a mixture of urgency and delight. "Senior brother, I've missed you so much. Why have you taken so long to visit me?" Upon seeing Chen Feng, she leapt into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Chen Feng held her tightly, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. "I've been preoccupied with training for the sect's grand competition. Now that it's concluded, I came to see you right away. Senior brother, I heard you secured first place in the competition, and you were even appointed as the young sect master by the elders." Nalan Yanran's face lit up with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with pride as she gazed at Chen Feng. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her man was the most exceptional. She longed to prove to the Nalan family that her discerning judgment was correct, and that her senior brother was in no way comparable to that useless Xiao Yan. "Indeed, from this day forth, I shall serve as the young sect master of Yinran sect." Chen Feng proudly displayed the azure token given to him by Yinran, playfully pinching Nalan Yanran's delicate nose. "By the way, senior brother, did you not invite Elder Gui? With your current status as young sect master, he should grant you that courtesy, right?" Nalan Yanran scanned the hall, her brow furrowing slightly as she noticed the absence of Dan Wang Guhi. She recalled that Chen Feng had promised to invite the alchemist to assist her grandfather with his poison. "Yinran, the poison afflicting your grandfather is beyond Elder Guhi's capability to resolve," Chen Feng replied. "Ah, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's expression soured, anxiety creeping into her voice. "The poison cannot be delayed any longer. Yinran, allow me to attempt it. Perhaps I can unravel the affliction plaguing your grandfather," Chen Feng reassured her. "Allow you to try?" Nalan Yanran's face turned skeptical at his words. "Senior brother, if even Dan Wang Guhi cannot remedy it, how can you? You are not an alchemist. How could you possibly detoxify?" The suggestion made by Chen Feng to undertake the task of detoxification surprised Nalan Yanran. The toxin known as Lao cannot be resolved by just anyone. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild has publicly admitted his inability to do so. How could Chen Feng succeed? Yinran, if you trust me, allow me to give it a try. Chen Feng provided no further explanation, believing that once he had successfully detoxified, Nalan Yanran would naturally place her faith in him. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Yanran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Chen Feng. Then, senior brother, follow me. I shall take you to meet my grandfather. As Nalan Yanran spoke, she took Chen Feng's hand and led him away from the secluded hall. After a brief moment, Chen Feng followed Nalan Yanran to a lavish hall, where, through the slightly ajar door, he could faintly discern the presence of numerous individuals within. Chapter 87, Senior Brother. You actually possess? Senior Brother, please come in. Nalan Yanran gently pushed open the door, and the hushed whispers in the hall abruptly ceased. A multitude of gazes turned towards the entrance, and upon recognizing Nalan Yanran, the esteemed young lady of the Nalan family, they exhibited little reaction. However, when their eyes fell upon Chen Feng, who stood behind her, a flicker of surprise surfaced within them. Chen Feng bore no alchemist badge upon his chest, leaving them somewhat astonished. Why had the young lady brought someone who was not even an alchemist into their midst? Chen Feng's gaze slowly traversed the spacious hall. Approximately a dozen alchemists, clad in identical robes, occupied the area, each of them adorned with a badge signifying their status as third-tier alchemists. Yet, most of these third-tier alchemists were of middle age, and two among them sported graying hair. Disregarding the astonished looks, Chen Feng's attention settled upon a middle-aged man seated prominently at the head of the hall. This man did not wear the traditional alchemist robe. Instead, he sat with a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority without needing to display anger. As Chen Feng's gaze lingered on him, the middle-aged man also fixed his eyes upon Chen Feng, momentarily taken aback by the latter's youthful visage. Nalan Su promptly rose, clasping his hands in greeting towards Chen Feng, then turned to Nalan Yanran with a hint of confusion. Yaran, who is this young brother? His extended absence from the capital had limited his encounters with Chen Feng, and although the boy seemed familiar, he could not place him. Father, this is my senior brother. Nalan Yanran, feeling a sudden wave of shyness under her father's scrutiny, introduced him in a soft voice. The relationship between her and Chen Feng evoked a sense of bringing a fiancé home to meet her parents, causing her youthful heart to flutter with bashfulness. Your senior brother? Nalan Su was taken aback by this revelation. Junior Maitel Chen Feng, greetings to Uncle Nalan. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, recognizing the man as his future father-in-law and thus treating him with utmost reverence. Nalan Su's expression softened into a smile as the realization dawned upon him. Ah, so it is my esteemed nephew Chen Feng. It has been many years. You have grown quite tall. The other alchemists in the hall exchanged glances of surprise upon learning Chen Feng's identity. As the most talented youth of the Maitel family and a disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader, news of his recent elevation to the position of junior sect master had spread throughout the capital. Now, the revelation that the young man before them was the Yunlan sect's junior master left them in a state of astonishment. Amidst their shock, they were also filled with curiosity, pondering the reason for the junior master's visit to the Nalan family. Could it be related to the matter of detoxification? Esteemed nephew Chen Feng, please take a seat. Nalan Su warmly invited. Then, as if recalling something, he inquired, might Master Gu He be present today? He remembered that Nalan Yanran had mentioned Chen Feng would invite the venerable Gu He to the Nalan residence for the purpose of assisting the elder with detoxification. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head and spoke, Uncle Nalan, even Elder Gu He is unable to dispel the cursed poison. The mention of Master Gu He brought a fleeting shadow of despair to Nalan Su's face. The other alchemists present felt a growing sense of uncertainty. Master Gu He, the only sixth-tier alchemist in the Jamma Empire, was unable to find a solution. How could they possibly surpass him? A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Observing this scene, Nalan Su felt a weight in his heart and quickly steeled himself. I believe you are all aware of the predicament faced by our Nalan family. My father has fallen victim to the notorious cursed poison, and now its effects have escalated to a point where he can no longer endure. You are all esteemed alchemists of the Jamma Empire, each possessing unique skills. Thus, I humbly request your assistance in seeking a remedy. Nalan Su surveyed the room, and with a somewhat subdued smile, he continued, let us dispense with any further pleasantries. If you can restore my father to health, I assure you, the rewards will be most gratifying. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards a side chamber, saying, "My father is within. I kindly ask each of you to try your hand at a solution." Upon hearing this, the 10 or so alchemists in the hall exchanged glances. After a brief moment, an elderly man with graying hair stood up with a smile and made his way into the side room. Yet, after a mere 10 minutes, he emerged, shaking his head, and returned to his seat, offering a sheepish grin to Nalan Su. "I apologize, Nalan Patriarch, but the cursed poison is exceedingly stubborn. The detoxification pills I concocted proved ineffective." Hearing this, both Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran sighed in disappointment, exchanging glances and shaking their heads with a bitter smile. Following the first elder, the remaining alchemists sequentially entered the side chamber. However, after a similar span of time, they too exited awkwardly. Clearly, they lacked the capability to counteract a poison that even Master Gu he could not remedy. As each alchemist emerged with expressions of embarrassment, the disappointment on Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran's faces deepened. When the last alchemist finally exited, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Inside the hall, the previously proud and confident third-tier alchemists now wore awkward expressions, their silence heavy with embarrassment. The atmosphere gradually descended into a state of gloom. After a lengthy pause, Nalan Su sighed and forced a faint smile. "Thank you all. It seems my father is indeed fated to endure this calamity. Although we have not succeeded, I will ensure that the steward prepares a substantial reward for your efforts." Upon hearing these veiled words of dismissal, the alchemists exchanged wry smiles, shaking their heads as they bid farewell to Nalan Su. Given their lack of success, they felt it inappropriate to accept any benefits from the Nalan family. Alas, it was unexpected that none of the numerous alchemists could alleviate the cursed poison afflicting the patriarch. As he observed the departing crowd, Nalan Su let out a sigh, then turned his gaze towards Chen Feng. "Dear nephew Chen Feng, is it truly the case that the Pill King Gu he cannot find a remedy for this cursed poison?" Nalan Su inquired, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. If even Pill King Gu he is powerless, then who in the entire Xiao Empire could possibly save the old master? This thought filled Nalan Su's heart with despair. He had sought out the most renowned alchemists in the Xiao Empire, yet none could alleviate the old master's affliction. Could it be that the old master's fate is sealed? Contemplating the dire circumstances the Nalan family would face following the old master's passing, Nalan Su could not help but furrow his brow. He turned his gaze to Chen Feng, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps with the assistance of this young lord and son-in-law of the Yinran sect, the Nalan family might yet be preserved. Upon hearing his words, Chen Feng shook his head and replied, "This cursed poison can only be resolved with the mastery of the legendary. As Pill King Gu he lacks, he is naturally at a loss." Nalan Su was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of despair. There was a mythical treasure of unparalleled rarity, one he had only heard of but never beheld. The quest to acquire such legendary was fraught with difficulty. If even Pill King Gu he could not possess, where could he possibly seek out someone who does? At that moment, Nalan Yanran, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, suddenly recalled Chen Feng's earlier words. "Senior brother, did you not say that you had a solution?" Hearing Nalan Yanran's inquiry, Nalan Su instinctively directed his gaze towards Chen Feng, his expression wavering. "Nephew Chen Feng, do you truly possess a method?" Although he harbored doubts about Chen Feng's capabilities, he found himself clinging to a glimmer of hope, as if grasping at straws. In response to their hopeful gazes, Chen Feng smiled gently, slowly extending his palm. With a mere thought, a surge of ghostly white flames erupted forth. As the ethereal flames manifested, an intense heat and a chilling aura simultaneously filled the room. The sudden appearance of the ghostly white flames captured the attention of both Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran. Could it be? Nalan Yanran gazed at the swirling, ghostly white flames dancing upon Chen Feng's palm, her delicate hand instinctively covering her mouth in shock and elation, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with excitement. Chen Feng looked down at the lively, sprite-like flames in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Uncle Nalan, do you recognize this fire?" Chapter 88, The Purification of Poison. "Morning breeze, my dear nephew. Is this an extraordinary flame?" As I gazed upon the icy yet fervent white flames in Morning Breeze's hand, The astonishment gradually faded from my eyes, replaced by an uncontainable joy on Nalan Su's face. Indeed, what I possess is an extraordinary flame. Morning Breeze nodded, for in his grasp was the bone spirit cold fire. With the spirit of Yao Chun bound to him, he could wield this extraordinary flame as well. It truly is an extraordinary flame. My dear nephew, Morning Breeze. Nalan Su looked at him in disbelief. Even the Pill King, Gu He, had never possessed such a flame. One could only imagine how rare and precious this entity is. To obtain an extraordinary flame not only requires fortune, but also substantial backing. Yet, my dear nephew, Morning Breeze. Nalan Su thought of Yinran, the leader of the Yinran sect. Could it be that Yinran assisted Morning Breeze in subduing this extraordinary flame? Though filled with questions, Nalan Su refrained from inquiring further. Senior brother, if you possess an extraordinary flame, surely you can save my grandfather, Nalan Yanran said joyfully, gazing at Morning Breeze. I shall give it a try. Morning Breeze replied, hesitant to make promises. While he could control the bone spirit cold fire, he was uncertain about the nature of the poison within Nalan Jia. If it proved too difficult, he would have to allow Yao Chun to temporarily take over his body and operate it himself. Then I shall be indebted to you, dear nephew. Following Nalan Su's guidance, Morning Breeze approached the side room slowly. A soft, gentle light emanated from within as he gently pushed open the door. The room was spacious, with a large bed positioned in the center, upon which lay an elderly man with a gaunt face. Several maidservants bustled around the bed, and upon hearing the door open, they turned their gazes towards him before resuming their careful attention to the unconscious elder. As Morning Breeze approached the bed, he scanned the elder's face, noting the dark gray hue that faintly clung to it, and the serene visage bore an unsettling aura of death. It truly is grave. Observing the elder's countenance, which seemed to hover on the brink of the grave, Morning Breeze murmured, Indeed, this poison is such that even a Dou Huang expert would hesitate to engage with it. For the old man to have endured for so many years is already a testament to his limits. Nalan Su, who followed closely behind, sighed and shook his head before cautiously saying, Dear nephew, do you see any prospects for treatment? Senior brother, you must save my grandfather, Nalan Yanran implored, nodding slightly. Her bright eyes fixed earnestly upon Morning Breeze, brimming with hope. Then it all rests upon you, dear nephew. If you can indeed restore the old man to health, there will be no obstacles to your union with Yinran, Nalan Su remarked, casting a glance at Nalan Yanran before addressing Morning Breeze. Upon hearing these words, Nalan Yanran's delicate face flushed with a hue of crimson, yet her heart swelled with joy. Uncle Nalan, rest assured, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Chen Feng nodded slightly, and then took a seat beside the bed, raising his right hand, from which a chilling white flame spiraled upward. In an instant, the temperature within the room soared dramatically. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon Nalan Jia's aged visage. Despite enduring prolonged exposure to toxins, the old man's already emaciated face appeared even more ghastly, resembling a specter. Nevertheless, hints of his namesake's defiance could still be discerned. With a gentle touch, Chen Feng's left hand alighted upon Nalan Jia's shoulder, unleashing a hidden force that reduced his garments to mere dust, revealing a skeletal frame. Observing this frail body, Chen Feng could not help but shake his head. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, standing nearby, felt her eyes welling with moisture, the rare mist swirling within her gaze, lending her an air of poignant vulnerability, despite her noble lineage. Gradually, she extended her soul's energy, enveloping the chilling white flame, striving to suppress its searing heat before delicately placing it upon Nalan Jia's back. As the flame made contact, it entered his body with a soft hiss, and the previously unresponsive Nalan Jia suddenly convulsed. Chen Feng's fingers rested on Nalan Jia's back, his eyes narrowing, as he guided the white flame through the main meridians, inching closer to the bones besieged by the lingering toxins. As the temperature of the white flame intensified, Nalan Jia's once expressionless countenance began to manifest signs of pain. His parched hands clenched tightly, veins bulging upon his arms. On the bed, Nalan Jia, with his eyes tightly shut, abruptly opened them, unleashing a hoarse cry of agony. A fierce aura surged forth, reminiscent of a phoenix rising from ashes. Grandfather. Witnessing the elderly man's sudden awakening and his anguished roar, both Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su hastily called out, Grandfather Nalan. I am endeavoring to purge the poison from you. Please bear with it. Catching sight of Nalan Yanran's drenched face, Chen Feng understood the suffering he was enduring and quickly clarified the situation. Hearing the voice behind him, Nalan Yan turned his head slightly, gazing at the youthful, tender face before him, momentarily taken aback. Then gritting his teeth, he chuckled hoarsely. Youngster, are you the one who has saved me? I cannot guarantee absolute success, but I shall do my utmost. Chen Feng responded with a slight nod. Young lad, feel free to proceed. Even if you were to inadvertently end my life, none would dare hold you accountable, Nalan Yan said, enduring the excruciating pain with a valiant grin. Grandfather, what nonsense are you uttering? Nalan Yanran, glancing at Nalan Yan, who had just regained consciousness, let out a sigh of relief and could not help but chide him gently. How dare you return, you wretched girl? If it were not for your decision to dissolve the engagement with the Xiao family, would I be in this state, unable to cultivate, tormented by that poisonous affliction? With a fierce glare directed at Nalan Yanran, Nalan Yan roared in anger. Grandfather, the one who is currently providing you with the antidote is none other than my senior brother. Nalan Yanran, chastised and instinctively shrinking back, then turned her gaze towards Chen Feng, who was diligently working to cure the elder. A newfound sense of confidence surged within her. The only one capable of saving you now is my senior brother. Reflecting on this, Nalan Yanran felt a sense of gratitude for having pursued her senior brother. Otherwise, who would be there to rescue her grandfather now? What? Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, an expression of astonishment instantly crossed Nalan Yan's face. Having returned home for quite some time, the elder was well aware that his granddaughter's unwavering resolve to break off the engagement stemmed from her secret commitment to her senior brother at Yunlan's sect. Chapter 89. The approval of the father-in-law. As a silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere grew palpably still. You are the scion of the Mitre family, are you not? After a moment, Nalan Yan regained his composure, scrutinizing Chen Feng with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Chen Feng had met the elder before, and he quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. Fully aware that this man was of the same generation as his grandfather, he dared not exhibit any semblance of disrespect. To think you possess the ability to detoxify. Upon learning that Chen Feng was his granddaughter's beloved, Nalan Yan could not help but cast a few more glances his way. Grandfather, the poison afflicting you has stumped even Master Gu He. Only one who wields can hope to counter it. Nalan Yanran interjected eagerly. She was acutely aware of her grandfather's dissatisfaction regarding her annulled engagement and was keen to divert any ire towards Chen Feng. She wished to showcase all the commendable qualities of her senior apprentice brother, hoping to validate her choice in him. In the days leading up to this moment, Nalan Yanran had exerted considerable effort to win her grandfather's approval for her union with Chen Feng. When Chen Feng achieved first place in the grand competition and was conferred the title of Vice Master of the Yunlan sect, she hastened to inform both her father and grandfather, eager to demonstrate Chen Feng's potential and justify her decision to break off her previous engagement. Nalan Yan exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Chen Feng. I never would have guessed that you possess the rare and coveted, which even Master Gu He covets. There was an unmistakable awe in Nalan Yan's tone as he regarded Chen Feng. There was a treasure he had never encountered before, and here was this young man, seemingly destined for greatness. It is merely a stroke of fortune for a younger generation, Chen Feng replied, maintaining a humble yet dignified demeanor. Proceed without hesitation, rest assured. Should anything go awry, no one would dare hold you accountable, Nalan Yan said with a faint smile, nodding at Chen Feng. If not for his own pride, he would have readily accepted Chen Feng as a suitable son-in-law. In every conceivable aspect, Chen Feng surpassed the young scion of the Xiao family. Clearly, this young man was far more compatible with Yinran. Moreover, should Chen Feng ascend to the position of master of the Yunlan sect, he might prove to be a protector for the Nalan family. Even if the poison afflicting him remained unresolved, Nalan Yanran would at least have a formidable ally. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded and continued to channel the ethereal white flames into Nalan Yan's body. In the quietude of the room, Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su remained silent, their eyes fixed on Chen Feng as he worked to alleviate Nalan Yan's affliction. As time passed, observing the beads of sweat cascading down the elder's face and the veins pulsating in his arms, both Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su displayed signs of anxiety and unease. Yet Chen Feng's countenance remained serene, his fingers gently trembling as they pressed against Nalan Yanran's back. The pale white flames flickered gently, enveloped by the power of the soul, cautiously weaving their way into the latter's body, gradually using their intense heat to expel the toxins that had infiltrated deep into the bones. The ethereal fire wrapped around the obsidian skeleton, appearing to be in close contact. However, a meticulous examination would reveal an exceedingly fine gap between them. The temperature of the strange fire was terrifyingly high, should it directly contact Nalan Yanran's bones. Even a formidable Dou Wang would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries or even face death in an instant. The searing heat permeated from the flames, slowly roasting the dark bones. As the pale white fire continued its relentless assault, wisps of black mist quietly emanated from the bones. Just before their escape, they were swiftly engulfed by a cluster of pale flames, which, through their dreadful heat, gradually reduced these toxins, so formidable that even a Dou Huang would treat them with utmost caution, to nothingness. At this moment, Nalan Yan was drenched in sweat, his aged face contorting in spasms, the sound of his labored breaths escaping through clenched teeth. Chen Feng, have you finished? His fists were tightly clenched, the veins in his arms pulsating like small serpents, his voice hoarse and trembling. Behind him, Chen Feng was also beaded with sweat. The prolonged exertion of controlling the strange fire with such precision was a considerable strain on his soul power. Hearing Nalan Yanran's quivering inquiry, he nodded slightly and replied softly, "Let us conclude for today. Old sir, the depth of your poisoning exceeds my expectations. It seems impossible to expel it all at once, so we must proceed slowly. Is it truly possible to eliminate all the toxins?" Nalan Yan could not suppress his excitement. Despite having lived for so many years, faced with the choice between life and death, one would invariably choose the former. Given the current progress, there seems to be no issue, Chen Feng said with a smile. I did not expect that at such a young age, you would possess such remarkable abilities. You truly are the esteemed disciple of the Yun sect leader. Nalan Yan quickly nodded, a hoarse laugh escaping him. Then I shall rely on you, young man. As Chen Feng's fingers curled slightly, the pale white flames that had danced around the bones began to withdraw slowly, their final remnants being absorbed back into Chen Feng's body. Young Master Chen Feng, how is it? Observing that Chen Feng seemed to have halted the expulsion of toxins, Nalan Su hurried forward, a look of concern etched upon his face. Nalan uncle, let us conclude today's treatment here. At this rate, it will likely take at least 3 days to completely expel the toxins, Chen Feng remarked, glancing at Nalan Yan, whose complexion had improved somewhat. As he looked upon Nalan Yan's slightly revitalized visage, the heavy burden that had weighed upon Nalan Su's heart finally lifted. The significance of Nalan Yan to the Nalan family is akin to that of the royal family to the emperor. Should this pivotal support be lost, while the Nalan family may not entirely falter, the disparity with the other two prominent families is bound to widen gradually. Therefore, dear Chen Feng, I must ask for your diligence in the coming days. If you can restore the elder's health, I shall have no objections regarding your union with Yinran. Nalan Su pulled Chen Feng aside, and, glancing at Nalan Yanran with a smile, spoke with warmth. Both Chen Feng's lineage and his exceptional talents brought satisfaction to Nalan Su's heart. With the fate of the Nalan family hanging in the balance, his reservations about this marriage had vanished entirely. Chapter 90. Senior brother, I await your proposal. Grateful for the assurance from Nalan Su, Chen Feng could not help but smile. He had finally secured the favor of his future father-in-law. Now, only the old stubborn man remained. However, Chen Feng still held his trump card. Even if he managed to lift the curse from the old man, he was still reluctant to consent to the marriage. Chen Feng had also prepared the spirit combat pill, confident that the allure of the pill would be irresistible. Beside them, Nalan Yanran felt a surge of joy upon hearing her father's words. Although Nalan Su had previously assured her that he would not obstruct her union with Chen Feng, hearing her father explicitly affirm it to Chen Feng filled her with pride. Chen Feng, my esteemed nephew, you have worked hard. Why not stay for a meal before you depart? Nalan Su warmly suggested to Chen Feng. Perhaps another day. I am rather fatigued today and wish to return home early to rest. Chen Feng politely declined, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy with his recent exertion. He intended to continue treating the old man tomorrow and needed to ensure he was in optimal condition. Very well, Nalan Su replied, not insisting further. He turned to Nalan Yanran, saying, Yinran, Please accompany Chen Feng as he leaves. Of course, Nalan Yanran smiled and nodded, then walked out of the grand hall alongside Chen Feng. Father, how do you feel? After Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran had departed, Nalan Su approached Nalan Jia with concern in his voice. This young man possesses some skills. It seems I may have temporarily evaded my demise. Nalan Jia sat up, feeling considerably better, and a hint of a smile graced his face. Father, it appears that the Mitter family's young man is rather impressive. Noticing his father's improved mood, Nalan Su hesitated before cautiously probing. Do not attempt to gauge my opinions. Nalan Jia retorted sharply, his keen wisdom recognizing Nalan Su's intentions as he shot him a reproachful glare. Had you been stricter in your upbringing, that foolish girl would not have acted so disgracefully without my consent. The thought of Nalan Yanran unilaterally breaking off her engagement ignited his anger. Father, I genuinely believe Chen Feng is quite commendable. Despite receiving a reprimand, Nalan Su steeled himself for the sake of his daughter's future happiness. I concede. The lad is indeed admirable, Nalan Jia acknowledged with a nod, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he continued. But does his merit allow our Nalan family to breach our vows? This marriage was arranged by my own word. Now that the Xiao family has fallen into disarray, shall we renege on our promise? What would become of our families standing in the imperial city? Where would I place my dignity? Nalan Jia almost shouted in exasperation. Should those old fellows become aware of this matter, they would undoubtedly mock themselves mercilessly. In this fleeting existence, Nalan Jia places great importance on his reputation, and he is naturally troubled by the annulment of the engagement with Nalan Yanran. Father, what do you suggest we do now? Nalan Su, witnessing his father's furious demeanor, dared not retort and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Since the deed is done, you surely cannot truly cast Yinran out of the family, can you? Why? Do you still wish to protect that wretched girl? I would rather break her legs. Such a disgraceful affair. Nalan Jia exclaimed angrily. Calm down, calm down. It's detrimental to your health to be this enraged. Nalan Su quickly soothed, internally grappling with the situation. What a predicament this is. Had I known, I would not have returned. That wretched girl is driving me to the brink, and you still think of protecting her, Nalan Jia fumed. Let us not discuss Yinran for the moment. What are your thoughts on that lad, Chen Feng? He has rendered you considerable assistance, and given Yinran's connection, we cannot simply disregard him, can we? Nalan Su hastily diverted the topic, using Chen Feng as a shield. Upon hearing this, Nalan Jia's expression softened slightly, gradually regaining his composure. That girl may be reckless, yet her judgment is indeed commendable. Chen Feng is destined to achieve greatness in the future. Nalan Jia mused after a lengthy pause. And what about the matter between him and Yinran? Yinran informed me that in due time, the esteemed Master Yun will personally visit our Nalan family to propose for Chen Feng. Upon mentioning the Yunlan sect, Nalan Su's countenance grew serious. Setting aside the affection between Yinran and Chen Feng, we cannot afford to offend the master of Yunlan sect solely based on face. Compared to Yunlan sect, the Nalan family is insignificant. Should we provoke the master, it would be exceedingly detrimental to our family's prospects. Moreover, Nalan Yanran is a disciple under Yun Yun. They had painstakingly enabled Yinran to become Yun Yun's apprentice, and naturally, they wish to maintain that connection. With the ties to Yunlan sect, even if the Nalan family were to decline, there would still be a level of assurance. I am not yet senile. Nalan Jia shot a glare at Nalan Su. Given the circumstances, what else can be done? On another day, you shall send some gifts to the Xiao family to make amends. As for that girl Yinran, I can no longer manage her. Let her be as she wishes. Now that his face has already been lost, Nalan Jia is not the type to stubbornly cling to pride. Shall we really send Nalan Yanran to the Xiao family to apologize and return the marriage decree? Very well. You need not worry, I will handle it. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Nalan Yanran's heart soared with joy. For her, as long as her grandfather does not oppose the union between Chen Feng and herself, that is all that matters. Senior brother, thank you so much today. Nalan Yanran expressed with heartfelt gratitude to Chen Feng at the entrance of the Nalan residence. Between the two of us, is there any need for such formalities? The morning breeze enveloped Nalan Yanran's delicate figure in an embrace as Chen Feng spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Yanran leaned against Chen Feng with a blissful expression, her heart swelling with pride. Even Elder Gu he was unable to dispel the poison, yet her elder brother managed to do so. Truly remarkable. Elder brother, when will you come to my home to propose? Reflecting on their impending union, Nalan Yanran felt a surge of anticipation and eagerly inquired. Once I have resolved the lingering poison afflicting the old man, I shall invite the master to make the proposal. Chen Feng, too, yearned for their marriage, envisioning a time when he could carve out moments for other pursuits. Elder brother, then I shall await your proposal at home. Nalan Yanran gazed at Chen Feng with a radiant smile, rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth, and then shyly darted into the residence. Chapter 91. Completely eradicating the poison and demanding the 7 illusions blue spirit do in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. Within the confines of the Nalan residence, in the chamber of the venerable Nalan Jie, the morning breeze was currently urging the bone spirit cold fire to purge the last remnants of poison from the elder's body. Moments later, wiping away a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, Chen Feng withdrew his fingers from Nalan Jie's back. Observing the elder's face, which had suddenly regained a healthy hue, he nodded slightly and smiled. Congratulations, esteemed elder. The poison has completely departed from your body. As he spoke, Chen Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The 3 days spent detoxifying had indeed exhausted him. His mind remained focused without a moment's respite. Although the elder had repeatedly insisted on a carefree approach, stating he would not be held accountable should anything untoward happen, Chen Feng knew that should he inadvertently cause the elder's demise, it would likely spell the end of his engagement with Nalan Yanran and irreparably offend the Nalan family. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Jie released a long breath, devoid of the dark particles that had previously plagued him. It seemed that, as Chen Feng had asserted, the poison had indeed been thoroughly eradicated. Feeling the change within his body, a glimmer of joy appeared on Nalan Jie's aged visage. The affliction that had tormented him for so many years had finally been completely excised. Congratulations, esteemed elder. Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran approached, their faces illuminated with delight. Nalan Jie was of immense significance to the Nalan family. At this juncture, they simply could not afford to lose such a steadfast anchor. Young man Chen Feng, I am truly indebted to you. The Nalan family owes you a great favor, Nalan Jie said gravely as he slowly rose to his feet, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. Esteemed elder, you are too gracious. As for Yinran's affairs, they are my responsibility. Aiding you in detoxification is merely what I ought to do, Chen Feng replied candidly, casting a glance at Nalan Yanran. In truth, he had become somewhat of a benefactor to her. Even if Nalan Jie harbored any dissatisfaction, he would not dare to express anger. Chen Feng seized this opportunity to subtly gauge Nalan Jie's stance. Your matters with Yinran are entirely separate from this. One must not conflate the two, Nalan Jie responded, momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's words. His expression turned serious as he stated, the Nalan family has long made a promise. Should anyone succeed in detoxifying me, there shall be a substantial reward. Young Chen Feng, do not leave the Nalan family in a position of dishonor. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Feng fell into silence, inwardly lamenting the elder's obstinacy. The elder's declaration left him uncertain about his true intentions. Young Master Chen Feng, since the esteemed elder has spoken, there is no need for you to be modest. Pray tell, what reward do you seek? Anything within the treasures of the Nalan family is yours for the asking, Nalan Su interjected. Perceiving Chen Feng's silence and fearing he might be sulking, based on Chen Feng's behavior over this period, Nalan Su has already acknowledged Chen Feng as his son-in-law. He does not wish to witness this young man clashing stubbornly with the elder, resulting in an unpleasant spectacle. With this in mind, the junior shall not hold back. Upon hearing Nalan Su's words, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and an idea struck him, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. It is rumored that the elder possesses a rare herb known as the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar. Might I inquire if it could be obtained? Given the elder's steadfastness, Chen Feng decided to be forthright. In his quest to restore Yao Chun's spiritual power, he has been on a diligent search for treasures capable of reviving soul strength. The original text mentions that Nalan Jie has in his possession a miraculous herb called the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar. This extraordinary substance is reputed to possess remarkable efficacy in restoring spiritual power. In the narrative, Yao Chun awakened from his slumber upon absorbing the essence of the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar, regaining a substantial amount of his spiritual strength. During this time, Chen Feng has gathered several items designed to restore soul power through the channels of the Yunlan sect, and the miter auction house. Presently, Yao Chun's prowess, even without the aid of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, can reach the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Should he harness the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he could even contend with a Dou Zong expert. However, if Chen Feng allows Yao Chun to absorb the essence of the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Nectar, it could potentially elevate his spiritual power to the level of a Dou Zong. With the aid of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Yao Chun may even rival 3 to 4-star Dou Zong practitioners. Contemplating this, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. The Seven Illusions Green Spirit Nectar? Nalan Jia was momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's request. You are quite well informed, he thought, genuinely surprised, as he had never disclosed the existence of the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Nectar to anyone. How did this young man come to know of it? Observing Nalan Jia's astonishment, Chen Feng merely smiled, offering no explanation. It is not surprising that the Miter family, known for their keen information network, learned of Nalan Jia's possession of the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Nectar. Unable to fathom the source of this information, Nalan Jia could only speculate about the Yinran sect and the Miter family. Very well, I shall honor my word. Since you have asked, I will grant your request. Though reluctant, Nalan Jia remained true to his word and instructed Nalan Su to retrieve the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Nectar. Moments later, Nalan Su entered, cradling a plant nestled within an exquisite jade pot. As the plant appeared, an ethereal fragrance enveloped the room, instilling a sense of tranquility. Captivated by the scent, Chen Feng's gaze fixated on the plant in her hands. The plant exhibited a verdant hue, resembling a finely carved piece of jade. At its apex, a flower with 7 colors was gently unfurling, and as the petals blossomed, Chen Feng was astonished to observe that the 7 hues were gradually transitioning, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Morning Wind, dear nephew, this is the Seven Illusions Azure Spirit Essence. It is said that when refined into liquid form using an alchemist's flame, it can swiftly rejuvenate exhausted souls. The old master exerted considerable effort to obtain it, enduring the scorching poison in the process of harvesting this very substance. Nalan Su chuckled. As he gazed upon the Seven Illusions Azure Spirit Essence, a fervent light flickered in Morning Wind's eyes. Ah, Morning Wind, this Seven Illusions Azure Spirit Essence now belongs to you, Nalan Su said with a warm smile. Thank you, Uncle Nalan, Morning Wind replied, bowing slightly in gratitude. Without further ado, he stepped forward, accepting the essence from Nalan Su's hand, his gaze filled with excitement as he examined it closely. Although the Seven Illusions Azure Spirit Essence can be stored in your storage ring, you must ensure it basks in sunlight for an hour each day, or it will wither automatically. Remember this well, Nalan Su advised. Understood, Morning Wind nodded in acknowledgement, and then promptly placed the Seven Illusions Azure Spirit Essence into his storage ring. Chapter 92. Nalan Jia's Compromise. The marriage is settled. Having obtained the Seven Illusions Blue Spirit Dew, Chen Feng felt an immense sense of joy within his heart. The hardships endured over the past 3 days were indeed worthwhile. However, the old man's disposition remained a puzzle to him. He had already promised Nalan Yanran that after curing the old man's poison, he would have his teacher withdraw the marriage proposal from the Nalan family. Yet, at this moment, the old man's attitude was causing Chen Feng considerable distress. What if the old man proved obstinate and refused to grant even his teacher any favor? Would he not be left in an awkward position? Contemplating this, Chen Feng pursed his lips, realizing that it was imperative to first secure the old man's approval. It seemed he would have to resort to his final trump card. Reflecting on the numerous elixirs that Yao Chun had concocted during this period, a resolution formed in his mind. After all, one of those elixirs was intended specifically for the old man. With this thought, a faint smile graced Chen Feng's face as he turned his gaze toward Elder Nalan. Grandfather Nalan, although the poisonous mark on you has been thoroughly cleansed, your body remains exceedingly frail after years of toxin erosion. I have brought some nourishing elixirs that I hope may assist you. With that, Chen Feng produced 2 jade vials from his spatial ring. You young rascal, I appreciate your kind intentions, yet my Nalan family is not in need of such trifles, Nalan Jia replied, casting a dismissive glance at Chen Feng, directly refusing his offering. Chen Feng's intentions were clear to him. It was merely an attempt to curry favor with the Nalan family. If he were to accept Chen Feng's gifts, it would be tantamount to tacitly agreeing to the marriage between Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran. Although he harbored no objections to this union, He was not inclined to reveal his stance simply for a handful of elixirs. Grandfather Nalan, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Although turned away, Chen Feng maintained his smile. Perhaps you might first allow me to introduce the effects of these elixirs, and then you can decide whether to accept them. After a brief glance at Nalan Jia, Chen Feng began to elucidate the properties of the elixirs in his possession. This is the 5th grade elixir, Xian Yuan Dan. Upon consumption, it can fortify and restore your essence, rapidly revitalizing your weakened body to its peak condition. As I understand it, after being afflicted by the poisonous mark, your strength has diminished from a 3-star Dou Wang to a 1-star Dou Wang. If you were to take this Xian Yuan Dan, I assure you that within a month, you will regain your cultivation to the level of a 3-star Dou Wang. The Xian Yuan Dan was indeed one of the elixirs that Chen Feng had Yao Chun refined during this time. He had procured an abundance of medicinal materials from the Yunlan sect and the Maitel auction house, all entrusted to Yao Chun. Presently, he possessed numerous precious elixirs like the Xian Yuan Dan, including several 6th grade elixirs. 5th grade elixir, Xian Yuan Dan? Upon hearing Chen Feng's introduction, Nalan Jia was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the elixirs presented by Chen Feng would at most be of the 3rd or 4th grade, never expecting him to produce a vial of 5th grade elixirs. The value of a 5th grade elixir is, even for the Nalan family, exceedingly precious. You, young man, have shown great intent, yet no merit comes without reward. Thus, you should take this elixir back. A faint smile appeared on Nalan Jia's face as he declined once more. Though he felt a flutter of interest within, the Nalan family could indeed procure 5th grade elixirs. A mere vial of such an elixir was akin to asking him to part with his footwear. Apologies, but you have misjudged me. Grandfather Nalan, please hold your horses. I have yet to fully introduce another elixir. Once I have presented it entirely, you may refuse at your leisure. Chen Feng smiled gently, unperturbed, eager to see if Nalan Jia could maintain his composure after hearing about this other elixir. He picked up the 2nd vial, uncorking it, and in an instant, a rich aroma of the elixir wafted through the room. This is, upon catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, Nalan Jia's expression shifted, astonishment washing over him as he gazed at the jade vial in Chen Feng's hand. What sort of elixir is this? Beside him, Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran also displayed expressions of surprise. Grandfather Nalan, have you ever heard of the Douling pill? Noticing the change in Nalan Jia's demeanor, Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. What? The Douling pill? Upon hearing those words, Nalan Jia could no longer maintain his composure. Are you saying that the elixir inside is the Douling pill? His gaze fixated on the jade vial held by Chen Feng, his tone grew urgent. He was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the Douling pill. This was a 6th grade elixir, and within the entire Gamma Empire, aside from the alchemist Gu He, no one else could concoct it. In the past, he had been stuck at the 3-star Dou Wang realm for several years, and had even contemplated seeking Gu He's assistance in crafting a Douling pill. However, acquiring the necessary materials for a 6th grade elixir was no trivial matter, and persuading the renowned alchemist Gu He to lend his expertise was an exceedingly arduous task for Nalan Yanran. Over the years, Gu He had only crafted elixirs for the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect and had never assisted outsiders. Thus, when Chen Feng asserted that the elixir in his hand was indeed the Douling pill, it stirred something profound within Nalan Jia. Chen Feng nodded slightly, smiling as he affirmed, Indeed, the elixir I possess is the 6th grade Douling pill. Nalan Su's face was equally filled with astonishment. This young man had truly invested significantly. To part with a 6th grade elixir demonstrated an unparalleled sincerity. Upon hearing about the 6th grade elixir, Nalan Yanran could not help but cover her mouth with her delicate hand. After her initial shock, her gaze toward Chen Feng was filled with affection. Her senior brother had gone so far as to procure a 6th grade elixir for her, which moved her deeply. At this moment, Nalan Jia swallowed hard, his eyes glistening with yearning as he looked at the jade vial in Chen Feng's hand. The Douling pill. It truly is the Douling pill. This was the 6th grade elixir he had long coveted. Did this young man genuinely intend to gift it to him? Nalan Jia's gaze burned with intensity. Had it not been for his concern about his own dignity, he might have shamelessly approached Chen Feng for the coveted Douling Dan. Could he no longer suppress his desire? Observing the fervor in Nalan Jia's eyes, Chen Feng could not help but smirk inwardly. He doubted that a mere Dou Wang could withstand the allure of the Douling Dan. Watching the old man stubbornly maintain his composure, Chen Feng chuckled softly, recognizing that the other party was too proud to relent. Thus, he offered a graceful exit. Grandfather Nalan. This Xin Yuan Dan and Dou Ling Dan are but a token of my esteem. His gaze shifted to the tearful Nalan Yanran beside him, and with heartfelt sincerity, he continued, the Nalan family has cared for Yinran for over a decade. This is my humble tribute to you, and I sincerely hope you will not refuse. At this juncture, Chen Feng chose to be forthright about his intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, Yinran was destined to be his bride. Should the old gentleman continue his obstinacy, Chen Feng was prepared to employ his own means to persuade him. He hoped fervently that this venerable man would not be unappreciative of his gesture. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Nalan Jie snapped back to reality, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Chen Feng. The implications of his words were unmistakable. Accepting the Dou Ling Dan would signify his tacit approval of the union between Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran. Nalan Jie's lips quivered, yet he refrained from outright rejection as he had previously done. His eyes were drawn irresistibly to the jade vial in Chen Feng's hand, filled with an insatiable longing. Had it been any other elixir, Nalan Jie would have steadfastly upheld his position. However, the Dou Ling Dan was simply beyond his capacity to refuse. Chen Feng, your sincerity has not gone unnoticed by the Nalan family. I can rest assured knowing that Yinran will be entrusted to you. Nalan Su, understanding his father's pride, seized the opportunity to accept the elixir from Chen Feng's hands, regarding him with warmth. At that moment, Nalan Su was thoroughly pleased with Chen Feng as a prospective son-in-law. This young man was bold enough to present the Dou Ling Dan. If the Nalan family continued to be obstinate, it would indeed be a display of ingratitude. Beside them, Nalan Yanran was profoundly touched. Had it not been for the presence of Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, she would have already thrown herself into Chen Feng's embrace. Moments ago, she had resolved that should her grandfather persist in denying her beloved, she would forsake everything to be with him, even if it meant being cast out by the Nalan family. Thank you, Uncle Nalan. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely upon hearing Nalan Su's words. Had it not been for the final push, he truly wished to avoid extreme measures to sway the old gentleman, for he was, after all, Nalan Yanran's grandfather. Now, the hour grows late, and you, dear nephew Chen Feng, must be weary. It is best you return and rest, Nalan Su remarked, noticing his father's discomfort. He turned to Nalan Yanran and instructed, Yinran, please see off our esteemed nephew Chen Feng. Having achieved his aim, Chen Feng did not wish to linger any longer. He nodded in acknowledgement and departed the room alongside Nalan Yanran. Father, this young man is willing to part with the spirit combat pill, so there is no need for you to remain upset. Nalan Su advised with a smile as he handed the pill to Nalan Jie after Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran departed. Upon hearing this, Nalan Jie accepted the pill with an impassive expression, letting out a resigned sigh. If Yin comes to propose, simply inform her that I am recovering from a serious illness and currently in seclusion. As for Yinran's marriage, you, as her father, should handle it. Remember to notify me on the day of her wedding. After speaking, Nalan Jie turned and walked towards the nearby training chamber. Nalan Su's face broke into a slight smile upon hearing his words. The old man's statement undoubtedly indicated his stance. This old fellow's obsession with face would never change. Shaking his head, Nalan Su then left the room. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful to me. Outside the gates of the Nalan residence, the two young souls stood embraced, with Nalan Yanran nestled affectionately in Chen Feng's arms, her face brimming with emotion. For you, what is a mere spirit combat pill worth? A smile graced Chen Feng's face, and his heart felt lighter. After all the efforts expended, the matter of his union with Nalan Yanran was finally secure. Tomorrow is a holiday, at least until the third watch. Chapter 93. The surge of Yao Chun's power upon departing from the Nalan family. Chen Feng did not linger and promptly returned to the Yunlan sect. Subsequently, he retrieved a spirit pill and consumed it, preparing for a thorough period of recuperation. The recent days spent treating Nalan Jie had undoubtedly drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy, leaving Chen Feng's complexion somewhat pale. After a brief period of rest, a thought crossed his mind, and he entered the small world. Yao Chun, observe the exquisite treasure I have brought you. Chen Feng beamed as he produced the 7 illusions Qingling nectar and presented it to Yao Chun. This is the 7 illusions Qingling nectar? Yao Chun's gaze sharpened. his expression reflecting palpable excitement. As an 8th-tier alchemist, he instantly recognized the precious substance in Chen Feng's hand. With this treasure, his spiritual energy would undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge. Go ahead and refine it. Enhance your strength, Chen Feng said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Yao Chun, visibly elated, accepted the 7 illusions Qingling nectar from Chen Feng. Gazing at the ever-shifting colors of the nectar, he summoned the black demon cauldron, which materialized upon the table. With a gentle touch on the jade basin containing the nectar, Yao Chun exerted a slight force and suddenly exhaled sharply. With a crack, the surface of the jade basin fractured like a spider's web, the cracks swiftly spreading. Yao Chun flicked his fingers against the fissured basin, and it shattered completely, revealing the roots of the 7 illusions Qingling nectar, enveloped in moist earth. Observing the damp soil, Yao Chun paused briefly before placing his hand upon it once more. A faint white flame emerged, releasing an intense heat that rapidly dried the wet earth. Afterward, with a gentle pat, the soil surrounding the 7 illusions Qingling nectar fell away, revealing the pristine roots beneath. With a slight curve of his palm, a subtle force gently lifted the nectar and carefully placed it into the cauldron. As he rotated his hand, the white flame flickered within his palm. A delicate flick sent the flames surging into the cauldron, swirling around the 7 illusions Qingling nectar several times. As the white flame enveloped the nectar, its inherent heat caused the once jade-like substance to wither rapidly. Yet, even as the branches and leaves withered, the 7-colored blossom grew increasingly vibrant. When the foliage finally crumbled to ash, the colors intensified to a point that was almost blinding. Moreover, a rich aroma, akin to a fine brew long buried in the earth, began to waft from the mouth of the cauldron. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, Chen Feng felt a jolt of energy coursing through him. To his astonishment, although he had just recuperated, the lingering fatigue had entirely dissipated. Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. Just the floral scent alone possesses effects comparable to a 3rd-tier elixir. It must undoubtedly have extraordinary benefits for the spiritual body. The morning breeze cast its gaze into the medicinal cauldron, unable to suppress a silent admiration within. As Yao Chun's fingers subtly moved, the ethereal, white flames encircling the 7-colored blossoms surged forth, enveloping them and igniting a fierce combustion. As the flames roiled violently, Chen Feng's attention fixated on the cauldron, and he suddenly let out a soft gasp. He discovered that as the flames began to refine the 7 illusion blue spirit nectar, the ever-shifting brilliance of its 7 hues was somehow able to withstand the onslaught of the white flames, striving to preserve itself amidst the inferno. Oh, this entity is indeed extraordinary. It can endure the temperature of this strange fire for such an extended period, yet this is merely the beginning. With a gentle chuckle, Chen Feng observed that as the white flames continued to soar, the resisting brilliance of the 7 colors was gradually waning. It appeared that the energy the 7-colored light could wield was not limitless. With a flick of his hand, Yao Chun unleashed another surge of white flames into the cauldron. Instantly, the temperature of the flames surged once more, and after a brief moment, they ultimately consumed the resisting brilliance entirely. Once the 7-colored light vanished, the 7-colored blossoms immediately withered into frailty. A mere flicker of the flames caused the petals to shrivel rapidly, droplets of 7-colored dew seeping from the desiccated leaves, shimmering with an otherworldly luster. As the 7-colored blossoms entirely withered, the delicate droplets gradually merged into a singular entity, resembling a resplendent pearl radiating 7-colored brilliance, captivating and alluring. Shortly after the appearance of the 7-colored dew, Yao Chun retracted the flames, and with a gesture, the lid of the cauldron was lifted, causing the 7-colored dew to shoot forth. Tracing a magnificent arc in the air, the descending droplets slowly hovered half an inch above Yao Chun's palm, pulsating softly with a faint 7-colored glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Chun swallowed the 7-colored pearl. Chen Feng watched in eager anticipation as Yao Chun consumed the luminescent orb. Moments later, Chen Feng's expression suddenly shifted. He felt an overwhelming, terrifying surge of soul power ripple outward, exploding violently from Yao Chun's form. The sudden eruption of soul energy caused Chen Feng's countenance to change dramatically. This formidable soul shockwave, if it were to strike him, could potentially obliterate his very essence. His pupils constricted as he intensely fixated on the expanding waves of soul energy emanating from Yao Chun. and he forced himself to remain calm. There was no escape from such a wide-ranging attack. Yet, he trusted that Yao Chun would maintain control and ensure his safety. The soul energy ripples surged forth with lightning speed, and just as they were about to make contact with Chen Feng's body, they suddenly quivered and then vanished in an instant. Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a cold sweat broke out on his back under the influence of such terrifying soul power. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng felt the surge of spiritual power emanating from Yao Chun, and excitement gradually appeared on his face. Yao Chun, to what extent has your strength reached now? Chen Feng asked, his gaze scanning Yao Chun with palpable anticipation. In response to my master, I have now attained the Dou Zone realm. If I were to invoke the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, even a 3-star Dou Zone would not stand a chance against me, Yao Chun replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of exhilaration as he sensed his current prowess. Thank you, Master, for your bountiful gifts. Yao Chun expressed his gratitude, looking at Chen Feng with sincere appreciation. Although he had already ingrained the obedience to Chen Feng's commands in his mind, he still retained his own thoughts. It was due to Chen Feng's endowments that his power had surged dramatically, and naturally, Yao Chun felt a deep sense of gratitude. As long as you exert yourself for my cause, I shall not neglect you, Chen Feng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. I know you have longed for vengeance. Once we arrive in the Black Corner region, I will personally grant you the opportunity to deal with that traitor, Han Feng. Thank you, Master. I am willing to devote everything for you, Yao Chun replied, his tone resolute upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng nodded, his heart brimming with excitement. With Yao Chun as his formidable ally, he felt invincible within the Jiao Empire. Moreover, this individual was an 8th-tier alchemist, capable of both refining pills and fighting, and he possessed culinary skills as well. Truly, this old fellow was a versatile talent. Meanwhile, Sununner stood beside them, her complexion pale, startled by the overwhelming spiritual power Yao Chun had unleashed. Listening to their conversation, she felt a surge of astonishment. A servant with Dou Zone strength? And an 8th-tier alchemist to boot. Sununner gazed at Chen Feng's silhouette, pondering how her master had grown increasingly formidable. The following morning, Chen Feng rose early and made his way to the peak of Yinran sect. Fenger, do you seek your master for something? Yun, clearly just awake, donned a simple nightgown, her expression languid as she regarded Chen Feng. Master, did you not promise that once I secured first place in the great competition, you would assist me in proposing to the Nalan family? Chen Feng said, casting a glance at Yun's ample assets and swallowing nervously, fearing she might detect his unease. He quickly bowed and lowered his head. What's the rush? You seem quite impatient, Yun teased, a hint of amusement gracing her exquisite features. Master, it's just that I truly cannot afford to delay any longer with my junior sister, Chen Feng replied sheepishly. Very well. I shall personally visit the Nalan family in 3 days to assist you with your proposal, Yun acknowledged, recognizing that this matter could not be postponed any further. And she ceased her teasing. Thank you, Master. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude eagerly. His master had been exceedingly kind to him, and he resolved to repay her kindness in the future. Master, I shall take my leave now. Please continue to rest. The morning breeze brushed past, leaving no trace as it cast a fleeting glance at the fullness of the teacher's bosom. Fearing an embarrassing moment, Chen Feng hurriedly took his leave. However, Yun suddenly recalled something and called out to him. Are you still practicing the dragon and phoenix technique? Her gaze assessed Chen Feng, who appeared somewhat thinner and noticeably paler of late. Surely, he had overexerted himself in his training, depleting his vitality. Chen Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness. Why did the teacher persistently dwell on the dragon and phoenix technique? If she wished for him to practice it, why not simply instruct him to do so? What was the purpose of her inquiries? Take this bottle of elixir, Yun said, producing a jade vial and handing it to Chen Feng. Teacher, what is this elixir? Chen Feng asked, perplexed as he accepted the vial, unsure of her intentions. Why ask so many questions? Just know that it will be beneficial, Yun replied without elaboration, cautioning him, do not consume too many at once. 1 a day will suffice. Understood. With that, Chen Feng graciously accepted his teacher's goodwill and gradually departed from her residence. Upon returning to his own quarters, he immediately entered his small world and presented the jade vial to Yao Chun. Can you tell me what this elixir is? Although Chen Feng did not doubt his teacher's intentions, His curiosity was piqued. Master, this elixir is called the Zhuang Yuan Dan. Upon consumption, it fortifies the body and replenishes vital energy. It is a rare 4th-grade elixir. Yao Chun, a distinguished 8th-grade alchemist, recognized the elixir's origins merely by sniffing the vial. Zhuang Yuan Dan fortifies the body, replenishes vital energy. Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of confusion. Understanding what the elixir was, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. What does my teacher mean by this? Does she look down upon me? Chen Feng felt that with his dragon elephant physique, he had no need for such a remedy. The very fact that Yinran had given it to him felt like an affront to his capabilities. He vowed to prove his worth to her in the future. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, he nearly cast it aside in frustration. Yet, considering it was a gesture of goodwill from his teacher, he hesitated and ultimately decided to consume one of the elixirs. Despite possessing the dragon elephant physique, a little extra nourishment could not be harmful. However, regret soon washed over him. His naturally fiery temperament flared uncontrollably after consuming the Zhuang Yuan Dan, akin to dousing flames with gasoline, spiraling out of control. What now? Chen Feng felt as if he were on the verge of explosion. In despair, he turned to Sununner, who was playfully frolicking with the purple lightning weasel. Sununner, I implore you. Chapter 94. The malicious intent of Yao Ya after the confrontation over the spirit-refining pill. Both Nalan Jie and his son had fully accepted the union between Nalan Yanran and Chen Feng. With Yunyan stepping in, the arrangement was effortlessly finalized. The Maitel family and the Nalan family were both illustrious households in the imperial capital, and with Chen Feng's status as the young master of the Yunlan sect, he had already garnered considerable attention. Once the engagement between Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran was announced, the news swiftly reverberated through the prominent families of the imperial capital. The announcement of the young master of the Yunlan sect marrying the eldest daughter of the Nalan family sent shockwaves across the entire city. In the heart of the imperial capital, situated less than 5 miles from the palace of the Gamma Empire, stood an opulent mansion sprawling over thousands of square feet. Its grand entrance adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters of Yahua Mansion. Such a lavish and spacious abode could only be afforded by the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire or by the empire's Long Princess, Yao Ya. It was said that the current royal ruler held the Long Princess in high esteem, bestowing upon her this luxurious residence following her coming-of-age ceremony. As night fell and darkness enveloped the imperial capital, the gentle moonlight streamed into Yahua Mansion. The mansion, resembling a palace, emanated an air of nobility and mystery under the moon's glow, with its golden glazed tiles casting a mesmerizing radiance. On a loft within the mansion, a young woman stood elegantly by the railing, her tall figure clad in a striking red outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Beside her, a stone table held a white incense burner and a green porcelain teacup, from which wisps of fragrant smoke rose. At that moment, a shadowy figure, appearing like a ghost, silently materialized on the loft and knelt before the young woman. Your Highness, the Long Princess. The figure was shrouded in a loose black robe, obscuring their facial features, revealing only piercing, serpent-like eyes that glinted with a chilling intensity. Upon the appearance of the shadow, the young woman took her seat at the stone table, lifting the green porcelain teacup and delicately stirring the tea leaves with her slender, pale fingers, her tone indifferent as she inquired, have there been any significant events in the imperial capital lately? This is the intelligence gathered by your subordinate. Please review it, Your Highness. In response, the cloaked figure respectfully presented a letter. Yao Ya extended her delicate hand, accepting the envelope, and began to read it slowly. Moments later, she set the letter down, her fair visage gradually displaying a grave expression. Chen Feng, first place in the Yunlan sect's grand competition. He has been conferred the title of Young Master by Yun. Rumor has it he has broken through to the Grand Dou Master realm. Today, he even cured the poison afflicting Nalan Jie. And now, he is engaged to Nalan Yanran. Yao Ya tightened her grip on the letter, her eyes narrowing. Why has this Chen Feng suddenly become so active of late? Observing the information documented in the letter, her expression darkened. For Chen Feng, the foremost prodigy of the Yunlan sect, she had always maintained a vigilant interest. Every action Chen Feng exhibited after joining the Yunlan sect was meticulously reported to Yao Yi by spies implanted by the royal family. Initially, Yao Yi had merely observed Chen Feng with a fleeting interest, not deeming her a significant concern. Although Chen Feng displayed astonishing talent, apart from that, her performance was not particularly exceptional. Even with her remarkable aptitude for cultivation, she would need to ascend to the Dou Huang realm to pose any real threat to the royal family. To Yao Yi, Chen Feng was merely a moderately renowned genius. However, after witnessing Chen Feng's recent endeavors, Yao Yi's demeanor grew increasingly grave. She was compelled to concede that she had perhaps underestimated her. This Chen Feng was indeed extraordinary. Based on her recent performances, she had entirely surpassed Yao Yi's expectations. At merely 15 years of age, she had already broken through to the great Dou Master realm. Such prodigious talent far exceeded that of the current sect leader, Yinran. In the future, she might have a substantial chance of ascending to the legendary Douzong realm. The emergence of a Douzong powerhouse would be sufficient to alter the entire landscape of the Gama Empire. At that time, the Gama Empire would no longer belong to the Gama royal family. This Chen Feng was destined to become a significant threat to our royal family. Glancing at the envelope in her hand, a sudden chill swept across Yao Yi's exquisite visage. The Yunlan sect was widely acknowledged as the most formidable force in the Gama Empire, holding an esteemed position within the realm, and regarded as a sacred ground for countless cultivators. However, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. As the sovereign of the Gama Empire, the Gama royal family had consistently viewed the Yunlan sect as a thorn in their side, wishing to eradicate it swiftly. Yet, the Yunlan sect wielded immense power, boasting numerous Dou Wang experts, and was further fortified by the presence of Yun, who had already broken through to the Dou Huang realm. What instilled the greatest trepidation in the royal family was the long-secluded Yunshan. Consequently, for many years, the royal family had refrained from any rash actions. Though these two great powers frequently clashed in the shadows, they maintained an outward appearance of tranquility, seemingly accepting a status quo of shared dominion. In reality, these colossal entities were engaged in a covert struggle. The Gama Empire had always remained vigilant against the Yunlan sect, as evidenced by the 100,000-strong army stationed at the foot of the sect's mountain. Even within the Yunlan sect, numerous spies had been placed by the royal family, monitoring every move within. Closely observe Chen Feng's every action. Should she venture beyond the imperial capital's confines, inform me immediately. Moments later, Yao Yi slowly tore the envelope in her hand to shreds. Chen Feng's recent conduct had already kindled a murderous intent within her. A 15-year-old great Dou Master with such a formidable cultivation attitude would undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future. Beyond her astonishing talent, the forces backing Chen Feng further fueled Yao Yi's apprehension. The middle family, the Yunlan sect, and now the addition of the Nalan family. The Mitre family and the Nalan family are indeed the foremost noble families of the Gama Empire. Should the Yunlan sect become irrevocably entwined with these two eminent families, the status of the royal family would be rendered precariously unstable. Once the morning wind matures fully, bolstered by his formidable strength and the influence behind him, he will pose a significant threat to the royal lineage. Contemplating this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yao Yi's eyes. This morning wind must perish. He is the pivotal figure that unites these three powerful factions. If he is eliminated, the alliance of these three forces will falter. Does our ancestor possess knowledge of this information? Yao Yi's gaze abruptly shifted to the figure cloaked in black. My subordinate has already dispatched individuals to convey the news to the palace, the cloaked figure responded. Prepare yourself. I shall make my way to the palace early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi nodded slightly and instructed in a calm tone, Understood, Your Highness. The cloaked figure acknowledged and then vanished into the night. Chapter 95, The Day of Matrimony. On this day, the entire middle family was adorned with vibrant decorations, illuminating the atmosphere with an air of joyous celebration. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, Chen Feng finally arrived at the momentous occasion of his wedding to Nalan Yanran. As the young master of Yunlan's sect, Chen Feng had already garnered considerable attention from various factions. This grand marriage not only involved the middle family, but also the Nalan family. Following their engagement, the middle family distributed invitations to the prominent powers. Thus, on this wedding day, the middle estate was bustling with guests, a scene of unparalleled festivity. Esteemed families, royal kin, and high-ranking officials from Yunlan's sect all gathered at the middle family to partake in Chen Feng's banquet. Even the imperial grand princess Yao Yi graced the occasion with her presence and generous gifts. The arrival of the Grand Princess naturally drew the gaze of all present. A few high-ranking officials from Yunlan sect furrowed their brows upon seeing Yao Yi. They were acutely aware of the complex relationship between the Jiamar Empire and Yunlan sect. They had not anticipated that the Grand Princess would attend the wedding of the young master of Yunlan sect, especially since they had not extended an invitation to the royal family. Her presence was indeed a surprising, uninvited honor. Draped in an opulent robe, the Grand Princess exuded elegance and beauty, her striking features radiating an air of regal allure. Beneath her cool demeanor lay a hint of the authority bestowed upon her by the royal lineage. Chen Feng's gaze lingered upon her, astonished by her breathtaking presence. The Grand Princess embodied a captivating maturity, her enchanting eyes evoking an irresistible charm. This essence bore a resemblance to that of Yafei. Yet the Grand Princess possessed an added air of aristocratic prestige, evoking a compelling desire for conquest. However, Chen Feng was acutely aware that women of such stature are often difficult to conquer. Having perused the original narrative, he understood that the Grand Princess harbored grand ambitions. Having caught the attention of the royal guardian, Xian Tian, she was destined to ascend as the queen of the Jiamar Empire. The notion of a queen, an alluring dominatrix, further ignited Chen Feng's inner yearning for conquest. Nevertheless, contemplating the relationship between Yunlan sect and the Jiamar royal family, Chen Feng recognized the improbability of winning the heart of the Grand Princess unless he revealed the hidden might that lay behind him. The formidable presence of Yao Chun, comparable to that of a 3-star dozong, could effortlessly aid Chen Feng in securing the Grand Princess's affection. Yet, at present, he had no intention of unveiling his concealed strength. "Greetings, young Master Chen Feng. Wishing you a joyful marriage," the Grand Princess said, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him as she gracefully extended her delicate hand, accompanied by a gentle smile. In that fleeting moment, her radiant smile left the surrounding noble youths utterly mesmerized. Such an occurrence was rare, for the typically aloof Grand Princess seldom bestowed her warmth upon others. "Thank you, Your Highness the Grand Princess." The demeanor of the other party left Chen Feng unable to discern any faults. With a smile, he extended his hand and gently clasped that delicate, almost ethereal hand, secretly marveling within, while outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor, ensuring that the other party felt no discomfort. "Your Highness, please, allow me to escort you to your seat," Chen Feng gestured, leading the Grand Princess toward the esteemed guest area. Such composure at such a tender age. If this young man is not dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a significant concern for our imperial family in the future. Her enchanting gaze swept across Chen Feng's face, which remained remarkably unperturbed. In her heart, Yao Ye regarded Chen Feng with increased admiration. His ability to maintain such tranquility in the presence of esteemed figures and peak powerhouses was indeed commendable. Unlike other noble youths who, due to her status, shrank back in trepidation and felt the need to project an exaggerated strength, he stood resolute. "Everyone, please do not feel constrained. Today, I am merely a guest at this wedding, just like all of you." Yaya turned to the attending guests, offering a slight bow before gracefully taking her seat. Her impeccable manners made her difficult to criticize. Even some of the higher-ups from the Yunlan sect, who initially harbored discontent, found their displeasure considerably alleviated upon witnessing this imperial Grand Princess's extraordinary poise. Before long, the wedding banquet commenced, with fine wines and sumptuous dishes filling the table, enveloping the Mitre family estate in a lively atmosphere. "Thank you all for attending my wedding. Allow me to raise a toast to each of you." Moments later, Chen Feng emerged to toast the guests, displaying remarkable courtesy and showing no airs of the young sect master of Yunlan. Under the meticulous arrangements of the elder, this wedding feast was a resounding success, with guests reveling in joy, undoubtedly a grand affair. This also fulfilled Chen Feng's earlier promise to Nalan Yanran. As night fell, nearly all the guests had departed, and the Mitre family gradually fell into tranquility. A round moon hung high in the sky, casting silvery beams upon the Mitre family's backyard. In the festive atmosphere of the bridal chamber, Chen Feng lifted the veil from Nalan Yanran's head. Gazing upon the more radiant and enchanting Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng's face softened. "Yinran, you look truly beautiful today." With a blissful expression, Nalan Yanran nestled into Chen Feng's embrace, feeling utterly content. "Senior brother, I have finally married you. I have waited for this day for so long." "So have I," Chen Feng replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his lips. After all the effort, was it not all for this moment? Now that they were married, there would be no need for secrecy between him and Nalan Yanran. From this day forth, he could free up time to pursue the plans he had long envisioned. Yinran, let us rest, Chen Feng said, holding Nalan Yanran close. Aware that he had indulged in quite a bit of wine that day, leaving him slightly lightheaded. Senior brother, I am sorry. Nalan Yanran replied, her tone tinged with regret upon hearing his words. Why do you say that? Chen Feng asked, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. On the night of their wedding, I found myself unable to serve my beloved brother. Nalan's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and spoke shyly. It is quite all right, you are with child. And this is not your fault, Chen Feng replied, taken aback for a moment as he gazed at the blushing Nalan Yanran, before breaking into a smile. Moreover, we are now married, so you must refrain from calling me brother henceforth. Darling. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran quickly responded, her voice sweet and delicate. Call me that a few more times. Darling, darling, darling. Chen Feng embraced Nalan Yanran as they climbed into bed, lying there and engaging in light conversation. My dear, during this time you. Moments later, Nalan Yanran, her cheeks still aglow with shyness, nestled under the covers. Chapter 96. The Elders break through to the Dou realm and the potent efficacy of the purple crystal pill after their marriage, at the Elders' behest. Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran took residence within the Mitre family estate. Upon learning of Nalan Yanran's pregnancy with Chen Feng's child, the elder held her in high regard, ensuring that she received a plethora of nourishing delicacies each day, fearful that she might lack the necessary sustenance for the baby. Chen Feng, too, set aside his ambitions temporarily, choosing to spend quality time with Nalan Yanran. Although she was with child, she had mastered numerous skills from the 72 unique techniques during her time at Yinran's sect, and their intimate moments together were never lacking. Grandfather, what do you require of me? On this particular day, Chen Feng was summoned by the elder, who radiated vitality, his expression imbued with excitement. My boy, I have achieved a breakthrough to the Dou realm. The elder exuberantly released a surge of energy, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment before quickly regaining his composure, a smile gracing his face. Grandfather, congratulations. This is largely thanks to the spirit elevation pill you provided me, having been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou realm for many years. The elder was naturally elated to finally break through. His advancement to the Dou realm was made possible by the spirit elevation pill refined by Yao Chun, which he had given to the elder. With years of accumulated strength and the enhancement of the pill, the elder effortlessly ascended to the Dou realm. Now, as a Dou powerhouse, he had positioned himself among the upper echelons of strength within the Gamma Empire. Most importantly, he saw the possibility of surpassing his former rival, the current head of the Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan. My boy, did you not say that once I reached the Dou realm, you would grant me that? The elder rubbed his hands together, a gleeful glint in his eyes as he looked at Chen Feng. Grandfather, you do not mean to consume the Dou pill right away, do you? Chen Feng rolled his eyes in response. The elder was indeed referring to the Dou pill. Having already bestowed one upon Nalan Jia, Chen Feng was determined not to neglect his own grandfather. Grandfather, you have only just broken through to the Dou realm, and the priority now is to stabilize that realm. I suggest we wait a while before you take the Dou pill. Chen Feng was concerned that the elder, eager for immediate results, would hastily consume the Dou pill after his recent breakthrough, potentially resulting in significant repercussions. Although Chen Feng did not harbor expectations for the elder to achieve another breakthrough with his aid, he certainly did not wish to witness him devolve into a half-invalid Dou. Very well, but you mustn't keep your grandfather waiting too long. The elder hesitated, ultimately recognizing the wisdom in Chen Feng's words. If the Dou pill were to be in his possession, he might indeed find it difficult to resist consuming it immediately, especially after so many years without a breakthrough. By the way, grandfather, here is a terrestrial-grade Dou technique for you to practice. Subsequently, Chen Feng retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring and presented it to the elder. Earth-level combat techniques? The elder exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the scroll, flipping through it with a look of disbelief directed at Chen Feng. From whence did you acquire such earth-level combat techniques? While he could fathom that the spirit-purifying pill and ascension pill might have originated from the renowned pill king Gu He, Perhaps due to Chen Feng's newfound status as the young master of the Yunlan sect, it was conceivable that Gu He had crafted those pills for him. However, as for the earth-level combat techniques, let alone whether the Yunlan sect possesses such techniques, it would be inconceivable for Chen Feng to bring one out. Grandfather, fret not about my cultivation. As for the origin of this earth-level combat technique, it is best left undisclosed. The earth-level combat technique indeed came from Sununner's secret treasury, and Chen Feng preferred to be forthright rather than concoct a fabrication to deceive the elder. Very well. It seems you have grown wings and are now keeping secrets from your grandfather. Upon hearing this, the elder let out a helpless sigh, and then, as he gazed at the scroll in his hands, a smile of delight spread across his face. With this earth-level combat technique, that old coot, Mitre Tingshan, would likely no longer be his match. After spending some more time with Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng was eventually summoned back to the Yunlan sect by Yun, marking his return to the sect. Teacher, is there something you wish to instruct me upon? Upon his return to the main hall of the Yunlan sect, Chen Feng sought out Yun. What's this? After your marriage, you seem so enraptured that you can hardly bear to return? Yun teased from her seat of authority. Teacher, it's merely that Yinran is with child, and I wish to spend more time with her. However, rest assured, though I may not have returned, my cultivation has not stagnated, Chen Feng hastily explained, believing Yun might harbor discontent. During this period, although he spent most of his time accompanying Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng diligently practiced the swallowing yuan technique whenever he had a moment. As a result, his cultivation had already ascended to the rank of a 3-star great fighter. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yun's expression turned serious, and she addressed him with a grave demeanor. The reason I summoned you back is indeed concerning your cultivation. Fenger, while you practice the dragon and phoenix technique, I will refrain from pursuing the matter further for now, but your rapid advancement worries me. I fear it may lead to unforeseen repercussions that could hinder your future breakthroughs. Yun regarded Chen Feng as the future of the Yunlan sect. Hence her concern for his cultivation was profound. Taken aback by her words, Chen Feng's countenance also shifted to one of seriousness. The concerns Yun raised were indeed valid. Whether it was the swallowing yuan technique or the dragon and phoenix technique, both paths promoted swift elevation. In less than 2 months, his cultivation had surged from a 9-star fighter to the realm of a 3-star great fighter, a pace that was undeniably excessive. Teacher, do you possess a solution? Chen Feng inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yun, for since she had broached the topic, it was reasonable to assume she might have a remedy. Yun nodded gently and said, I consulted Elder Gu He, who possesses an ancient alchemical formula detailing a rare elixir known as the amethyst pill. Perhaps this could resolve our dilemma. The amethyst pill? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. He was unfamiliar with alchemy and had never encountered such a concoction. The ancient formula acquired by Elder Gu He had been preserved for ages, and prior to this, even my master had never heard of this elixir. Noticing Chen Feng's perplexed expression, Yun continued, according to the ancient formula, the amethyst pill is an exceptionally unique 6th-grade elixir. Upon consumption, it can purify the meridians and enhance one's innate qualities. More importantly, it can rectify any deficiencies within the body, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. If you, Fenger, can take this amethyst pill, it will thoroughly eliminate any hidden dangers within you, allowing you to continue your practice of the dragon and phoenix art without leaving any lingering issues. Chapter 97. Yun's journey to the Beast Mountain Range. Accompanied by Chen Feng from the imperial capital. Is it possible that this purple crystal pill possesses such extraordinary efficacy? Upon hearing Yun's detailed introduction, Chen Feng felt a sense of astonishment. According to the ancient alchemical texts, the purple crystal pill was specifically crafted during ancient times by powerful sects for their prodigious disciples. Those who consumed the purple crystal pill would find their internal fighting spirit remarkably enriched, enabling them to engage in battles beyond their level with ease. It was evident that Yun had thoroughly researched the properties of this pill. The recipe for the purple crystal pill was exceedingly rare. She had even agreed to fulfill a condition for Elder Gu He to obtain it, promising to assist him on a journey to the Tagore Desert in the future. Moreover, the purple crystal pill must be consumed before one reaches the Doling realm and before turning 18 to achieve its maximum effect. Yun turned her gaze toward Chen Feng. Recognizing that, Given his current circumstances, it was the optimal moment for him to take the purple crystal pill. Chen Feng's cultivation was already astonishing, and with the aid of this pill, he would only become more formidable in the future. Master, the purple crystal pill must be exceedingly difficult to concoct, requiring numerous rare medicinal materials, I presume? Chen Feng inquired, his interest in the pill piqued. Although Yao Chun was an 8th-tier alchemist, he had never encountered this ancient recipe that had survived since antiquity. Indeed, to concoct the purple crystal pill, one requires a variety of precious ingredients, the most invaluable of which is a material known as purple spirit crystal. Yinran's expression grew serious as she addressed Chen Feng. The reason I summoned you back is that I am preparing to leave the sect for a period to search for the precious materials needed to refine the purple spirit crystal. During my absence, this vast sect will temporarily be under your stewardship as the young master. Purple spirit crystal? At Yinran's words, Chen Feng's body trembled, and his eyes widened in shock. While he was not well versed in the purple crystal pill, he was quite familiar with the purple spirit crystal. Knowledge of the original plot made it clear to him where the purple spirit crystal was located. In the original narrative, Yinran had engaged in a fierce battle with the 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal wing lion king, to seize the purple spirit crystal, ultimately falling into a sealed slumber, which led to her fateful encounter with Xiao Yan. Chen Feng felt a complex swirl of emotions. He had assumed that by traversing into this world, he had altered the original storyline. With the 3-year agreement no longer in play, he thought that his master would no longer seek the purple spirit crystal in the Beast Mountain range. However, it was unexpected that due to his rapid progress in cultivation, this incident not only had not been averted, but was now set to occur sooner than anticipated. This truly caught Chen Feng off guard. Fenger, what troubles you? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Noticing Chen Feng lost in thought, Yinran furrowed her brows slightly. As the young master, you will eventually take over the sect. This opportunity for you to adapt early is one you must cherish. Upon hearing Yinran's words, Chen Feng snapped back to reality, nodding slightly as he replied, Master, rest assured, I will do my utmost to manage the sect well. Though he acquiesced, his mind was already swirling with other thoughts. According to the current timeline, Yinran's abilities are likely inferior to those depicted in the original narrative. Should she encounter the amethyst-winged Lion King, it would surely lead to her demise. How could Chen Feng allow his mentor to meet such a fate? Xiao Yan is presumably still within Wutan City and cannot possibly appear in the Monster Beast Mountain range. Thus, the only one capable of rescuing his teacher is none other than Chen Feng himself. He had already resolved that after Yinran departed from the Yunlan sect, he would stealthily follow her to ensure her safety. With this thought, Chen Feng suddenly lifted his gaze towards his teacher, a flicker of unusual emotion glimmering in his eyes. Ever since acquiring the system, he had dreamt nightly of having Yinran bear him a child. Perhaps this would be his opportunity. Teacher, this time, without Xiao Yan, allow your disciple to protect you. Subsequently, Yinran convened the senior members of the Yunlan sect to explain the situation before temporarily entrusting the sect's authority to Chen Feng. Upon hearing Yinran's decision, the senior members were somewhat taken aback, but found it reasonable. As the current young sect master, it was only fitting for Chen Feng to oversee the sect's affairs in Yinran's absence. Young sect master, how may I assist you? The following morning, after confirming that Yinran had left, Chen Feng sought out the Grand Elder, Yinling Grand Elder. I had a moment of enlightenment last night and have decided to enter seclusion for a period to achieve a breakthrough. I wish to entrust the matters of the sect to you for the time being. Chen Feng stated his intentions directly, knowing he would leave the Yunlan sect. He needed a person of high moral standing to oversee the sect. The Grand Elder, Yinling, was undoubtedly the best choice. Is the young sect master preparing for another breakthrough? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yinling felt a surge of surprise, unable to help but marvel at Chen Feng's remarkable talent. Rest assured, with me here, the sect shall remain orderly. Without overthinking, the Grand Elder readily agreed. As the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, he had once followed the former sect master, Yin Shan, and held a venerable status within the sect. In the past, whenever Yun was away, she often entrusted the sect's authority to him. Then I shall trouble you for a time, Grand Elder. I plan to return to my family to undergo my breakthrough. If any matters arise, please send someone to notify me at the Maitel mansion. Hearing the Grand Elder's agreement, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. Go ahead, Rest assured, young sect master. With me here, nothing will go awry. In this Gamma Empire, no one dares to provoke our Yunlan sect. The Grand Elder assumed Chen Feng was simply enamored with his newlywed life, chuckling without concern. Afterward, Chen Feng departed from the Yunlan sect, returned home to inform Nalan Yanran, and then made his way outside the imperial city. Not long after Chen Feng left the imperial city, a shadow swiftly approached the Yihua mansion, situated not far from the royal palace. Within the Yihua mansion, the Princess Yao Yan sat in a pavilion, her eyes closed, meditating in tranquility. At that moment, a shadow, akin to a specter, silently emerged in the attic. Kneeling on one knee before the young lady. "Your Highness, I have crucial news to report," the figure announced. "Speak." Upon hearing the voice, Yao Yi responded with a hint of indifference. "I have just received word that not long ago, the young master of Yunlan sect, Chen Feng, departed from the imperial capital." The cloaked figure's revelation was startling. At these words, Yao Ye's eyes widened abruptly, a striking murderous intent flickering within her beautiful gaze. Chapter 98. The Night of Doom ambushes the morning wind. A lamb enters the tiger's den. Outside the imperial capital, on a secluded pathway, the morning wind ambled leisurely forward. In his grasp, he held a black soul banner, the soul-controlling flag. "Yao Chun, is that person still following behind?" After a while, Morning Wind inquired of Yao Chun, who resided within the banner. "Yes, master. After you chose this path, that individual came after you." Yao Chun's voice echoed from within the soul-controlling flag. It appeared the pursuit was indeed aimed at him. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Morning Wind's eyes upon hearing this. After departing from the capital, he had traveled some distance, and upon noticing the absence of others, he intended to summon Yao Chun to lead him to the Beast Mountain Range. After all, with only the cultivation of a great fighter, he could hardly match the speed of Yinran. To ensure his safety, he drew forth the soul-controlling flag and instructed Yao Chun to scan the surroundings for any other presence. Should anyone catch sight of him, it would mean exposing his secret. To his surprise, Yao Chun's spiritual awareness soon relayed to him that a figure in black lurked not far behind, closely tailing him. Upon receiving this revelation, Morning Wind felt a jolt of alarm. Someone was indeed following him, clad in black attire, a clear indication of ill intent. To ascertain whether this figure was truly pursuing him, Morning Wind opted for an even more secluded path. Unexpectedly, the black-clad individual persisted in his pursuit, solidifying his suspicions. "Yao Chun, what is this person's strength?" Morning Wind queried. "Master, this individual should possess the strength of a one-star doling." Yao Chun responded after a brief assessment with a fragment of his spiritual energy. "One-star doling?" Morning Wind pondered, perplexed. If this individual was truly after him, why had they yet to strike? Were they afraid of his mere great fighter cultivation? Such caution seemed excessive. Perhaps the proximity to the imperial capital deterred them from taking action? With these thoughts, Morning Wind quickened his pace. He was eager to uncover the motives of his pursuer. Simultaneously, he harbored doubts about the identity of this individual who had begun shadowing him immediately after leaving the capital. This indicated that someone had been monitoring him all along. A chill coursed through Morning Wind's heart at this realization. Regardless of who it might be, anyone harboring malicious intentions towards him should be prepared for his fierce retaliation. "Yao Chun, keep a close watch on that individual. Report any unusual movements immediately," he commanded as he accelerated further away from the capital. "Understood, master." Yao Chun's respectful voice resonated from within the soul-controlling flag. With the strength of his spiritual energy, surveilling a doling realm individual was a trivial task. "Master, there is movement. 3 more Dou spirits have arrived, accompanied by a Grand Dou Master, and they seem to be allied with the individual behind." As Chen Feng traveled another mile, the voice of Yao Chun suddenly resonated from the soul-controlling banner. 3 more Dou spirits? Chen Feng paused, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. It turned out this individual had refrained from acting because he was awaiting his companions. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Did these individuals truly overestimate themselves? He was merely a Grand Dou Master. Was it necessary to summon 4 Dou spirits against him? Gradually, Chen Feng slowed his pace, eager to discern the identity of this person who was so intent on targeting him. "Master, they are approaching," but the Grand Dou Master remained stationary, seemingly with no intention to engage. Yao Chun continuously reported on the movements of this group behind him. Their arrival was timely. Once they drew near, you can swiftly control them. That Grand Dou Master may very well be the mastermind, and he must not be overlooked. Chen Feng remained unfazed. Merely 4 Dou spirits were nothing more than messengers of death. Soon, Chen Feng felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. It seemed they had resigned themselves to their fate, no longer concealing their presence. Holding the soul-controlling banner, Chen Feng turned and stood still, awaiting their arrival. In the next moment, 4 figures clad in black emerged within Chen Feng's line of sight, each exuding a menacing aura. The black-clad individuals spotted Chen Feng waiting not far off, their minds swirling with confusion. Yet, considering the disparity in strength, they thought little of it. Attack! Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 black-clad figures unleashed their Dou techniques, aiming to swiftly eliminate Chen Feng. However, in the next instant, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted, fiercely pressing down upon the 4. They felt as if their minds were engulfed in a thunderous roar, their hearts gripped with terror, and before they could react, they succumbed to unconsciousness. In the face of Yao Chun's Dou zone prowess, they stood no chance of resistance. Humph! Those who dare to strike at me must be prepared for death. Chen Feng, brandishing the soul-controlling banner, infused it with a hint of Dou Qi, causing the banner's surface to emit an eerie black mist. Soul capture! With a soft command, 4 chains of black mist shot forth from the soul-controlling banner, piercing the bodies of the 4 Dou spirits. In the next moment, the chains drew forth an ethereal soul from each, returning them to the banner. Yao Chun, these 4 soul entities are your reward. Go and bring back that mastermind who has been watching from the sidelines, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Master. Yao Chun felt a surge of elation and swiftly emerged from the soul-controlling banner, transforming into an ethereal soul and vanishing from sight. At this moment, approximately a mile away from Chen Feng, a young girl donned in a black cloak awaited silently. The young maiden in question was none other than Princess Yao Yi. To ensure absolute certainty, she had followed closely to witness the severed head of Chen Feng with her own eyes. Once Chen Feng met his demise, the ties binding the 3 formidable forces, the Mitre family, the Nalan clan, and the Yinran sect, would be irrevocably severed. Contemplating her elaborate scheme, a faint smile graced Yao Yi's delicate visage. The death of Chen Feng would not only dismantle the alliance of these 3 powers, but would also eliminate a profound threat to the royal family. This maneuver could be likened to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Gamma Empire must remain under the sovereign's control. Any individual posing a threat to the royal existence must perish. A cold demeanor swept across Yao Yi's face. Such a young girl, yet her ambitions were decidedly grand. Just then, a voice, frail and aged, suddenly resonated from behind her. Who could it be? The unexpected utterance sent a jolt of shock through Yao Yi's heart. However, before she could turn around, a deafening roar engulfed her mind, and she soon lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 99. My lady, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Master, I have brought her. It is a young girl. Soon, Yao Chun presented the unconscious Yao Yi before Chen Feng. Another female? Chen Feng mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. It seemed he had not entangled himself with any woman recently. Driven by curiosity, he bent down to remove the black cloak that shrouded the girl's head. It is she, the imperial princess Yao Yi. Upon seeing the girl's strikingly beautiful yet cold visage, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. How could it be her? He recognized this extraordinary woman, the stunning beauty who had unexpectedly attended his wedding day. It appeared that his recent actions had indeed drawn the attention of the royal family. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Yao Yi likely sought to eliminate him because she perceived him as a threat to the empire. Indeed, being a 15-year-old Grand Dou Master, he was unparalleled in the entire Gamma Empire. Such talent belonged to adversarial forces. Were he in her position, he too would feel a sense of impending danger. However, comprehension did not equate to a lack of anger. After all, it was the royal family that had initiated this conflict. As he regarded the now unconscious Yao Yi, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Unquestionably, once he ascended to the position of the Cloud Mist sect's leader, he would be empowered and might very well retaliate against the royal family. Their preemptive strike only solidified his resolve. This Gamma royal family could not be spared. Contemplating this, Chen Feng examined the fallen Yao Yi, a hint of murderous intent crossing his features. Yet, He realized that killing Yao Yi now would likely provoke unwanted attention. He recalled the 4 Dou spirit realm warriors from earlier. Such individuals could be deemed elite within the Gamma Empire. Although Yao Yi was the imperial princess, orchestrating the involvement of 4 Dou spirits simultaneously would be no small feat. This operation was likely sanctioned by a high-ranking member of the royal family. Should he slay Yao Yi at this moment, it would undoubtedly alarm that royal figure. Chen Feng was not yet ready to reveal himself prematurely. As a vital member of the royal family, her demise would attract even greater scrutiny from royal forces, a scenario he wished to avoid for the time being. Alas, death may be avoided, yet the living shall not escape unscathed. A bold thought suddenly sprang forth in his mind as he surveyed the unconscious Yao Yi. His gaze wandered over her delicate features, slowly descending to her form clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated her alluring curves, igniting a surge of desire within him. He had longed to experience the taste of this imperial princess, and now she had unwittingly delivered herself to him. Gazing upon Yao Yi's exquisite beauty and enchanting figure, Chen Feng could not suppress a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Subsequently, Chen Feng was struck by a sudden thought and retrieved a thin, skin-like layer from his storage ring. Holding it in his hand, he felt its icy coolness, as delicate as the wings of a cicada, almost insubstantial. This exquisite material was crafted from the silk of the ice mountain snow silkworm, meticulously sculpted by skilled artisans, who had intricately outlined the shape of a human face upon its surface. Once placed upon his visage, it would conceal his former appearance. This ice silkworm skin was indeed a rare treasure, unearthed by Chen Feng from the small treasury of Sununner. With his palm open, he gently pressed the ice silkworm skin against his face. Instantly, a wave of chill coursed through his features and into his very being. Chen Feng could even vaguely perceive his own facial features subtly shifting. Moments later, a completely new countenance appeared on his face, transforming him into an entirely different person. He produced a copper mirror to examine his reflection, revealing a somewhat more mature young man, ordinary in appearance yet not unattractive. His palm caressed the face concealed beneath the ice silkworm skin, and a wicked smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yao Chun, assist me in locating a hidden, pristine cave nearby, Chen Feng instructed, bending down to lift the delicate form of Yao Yi into his arms. During their previous wedding, when Nalan Yanran was with child, Chen Feng had been unable to consummate their union, a source of deep regret for him. Today, he resolved to make amends. Where am I? After an indeterminate period, Yao Yi slowly regained consciousness, her eyes flickering with confusion. As the memories from before her unconsciousness surged back, a look of wariness crossed her face, and she hastily rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. Before her lay a dimly lit scene. Not far away, a campfire crackled, allowing Yao Yi to conclude that she was indeed within a cave. My clothes. At that moment, Yao Yi's expression shifted dramatically, turning as pale as death. The firelight illuminated her, and she was horrified to discover that her previous black attire had been replaced by a flowing red gown. Could it be? Recalling the ancient voice that had echoed in her ears, a despairing thought crept into Yao Yi's mind. Anxiously, she began to inspect herself and, after a moment, breathed a sigh of relief. Her purity remained intact. However, the realization that her garments had been altered chilled her to the bone. Given the earlier voice, which was undoubtedly male, could it be that this man had changed her clothing? As this thought surfaced, a fierce killing intent surged within Yao Yi. This man had seen her body. He must die? Suddenly, her expression changed as she heard faint footsteps approaching the cave entrance. Her gaze sharpened with vigilance as a man clad in a red robe slowly entered the cave. You're awake? Chen Feng remarked, observing the wary expression on Yao Yi's face. A smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he had deliberately donned a crimson robe and altered his voice. Yao Yi, not particularly familiar with him, would undoubtedly fail to recognize him. Who are you? She inquired, rising to her feet, her heart brimming with caution and hostility as she gazed upon the unfamiliar man. It was he, this man who had changed his attire, truly detestable. In her mind, Yao Yi had already sentenced the man before her to death. Who am I? A playful smile danced upon Chen Feng's lips. Can't you discern? I am your groom for this evening. As he spoke, he slowly approached Yao Yi. My dear, tonight marks our grand wedding day. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Groom? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yao Yi felt a jolt within her heart. She glanced at the crimson dress enveloping her form and then at the red robe adorning the man before her, instinctively retreating a couple of steps in fear. What? What do you intend to do? She watched as the man drew nearer, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes, but her complexion quickly paled. My fighting spirit. How could it have vanished? Panic and dread seeped into Yao Ye's voice. Chapter 100. Yao Yi, you cannot do this. What have you done to me? Feeling the dissipating energy within her, Yao Yi questioned Chen Feng loudly, her heart filled with profound anxiety. I have done nothing but offer you a pill that disperses your internal energy, Chen Feng replied, observing the fear that finally surfaced on Yao Ye's face. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now you understand fear, do you? Did you not consider the possibility of failure when you sought to kill? Recalling the ambush Yao Yi orchestrated earlier that day, Chen Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. Without the aid of skilled allies like Yao Chun, he would have been merely a simple genius disciple of the Yinran sect. Now, he would likely have lost his head, presented as a trophy to Yao Yi. This woman before him harbored a dark heart. He felt no inclination to show her any mercy. All of this was of Yao Yi's own making. You despicable wretch! Yao Yi exclaimed in despair, unable to contain her anger towards Chen Feng. Despicable? Chen Feng scoffed. Can there be anyone more despicable than you? Allow me to demonstrate my own brand of depravity. As he spoke, he moved closer to Yao Yi, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What? What do you intend to do? Yao Yi's expression shifted, her voice sharp with command. What else would one do on their wedding night? Chen Feng replied playfully, of course. It is to share a chamber with you. You dare. Yao Yi's face paled, yet she forced herself to maintain composure, her gaze icy as she regarded Chen Feng, as if emboldened by her status. Do you know who I am? I am the first princess of the royal family. Should you dare to act in such a manner, it would be a capital offense. So my bride is a princess. Chen Feng feigned astonishment. Indeed, you would do well to release me. That only excites me further. Perhaps I could even become a prince consort, Chen Feng said, a wicked smile plastered across his face. Do not come any closer, Yao Yi cried, retreating until her back pressed against the mountain wall, her expression helpless as she shouted. Cease your cries. This place is remote. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue, Chen Feng retorted with a sneer. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Yao Yi's shoulder, tearing away a portion of her tightly wrapped crimson dress, revealing her smooth, white shoulder. Such a slippery shoulder. Ah! Yao Yi gasped, shrinking back, resembling a small white rabbit being bullied, her body trembling uncontrollably. Please, who are you? Whatever you desire, I can acquiesce. In that moment, Yao Yi no longer exuded the nobility and poise she once possessed. Only fear and unease remained. She desperately sought to regain her composure, attempting to placate Chen Feng. Who sent you? I am the first princess of the royal family. If you treat me this way, there will be no place for you in the entire Gamma Empire. As long as you release me now, I, the princess, shall overlook the past and even grant you immense wealth. Such a rare opportunity. Faced with the relentless advance of Chen Feng, Yao Yi managed to maintain her composure. While revealing her identity, she attempted to intimidate and entice Chen Feng. This was a skill she had mastered, and it was no wonder that she would later become the queen of the Gamma Empire. I desire nothing but you. Chen Feng shook his head, a mocking expression gracing his features as he regarded Yao Yi. If you comply and please me, I shall naturally let you go. You may leave now. Within the cave, Chen Feng slowly donned a clean, azure robe and addressed Yao Yi, who lay slumped on the ground. The scattered remnants of her red dress on the floor bore witness to the madness of the previous night. Yao Yi's eyes were vacant, her gaze fixed on the cave's ceiling, her expression utterly numb, her heart ashen. Observing her immobility, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, then allowed a slight smile to play upon his lips. What is this? Are you reluctant to part? Shall we continue? Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's eyes finally flickered with life. You might as well kill me. Recalling the torment of the previous night, Yao Yi felt utterly shamed to return. Her heart resolved to die. Had she not heard such words before? Chen Feng's brow arched at her statement, his gaze sweeping over Yao Yi's delicate form before retrieving a crystal from the ground. He had anticipated her reaction. He was adept at handling such situations. Yao Yi could not die now. If she did, the Gamma royal family would inevitably suspect him. Thus, he had to dispel her suicidal thoughts and ensure she lived. He skillfully channeled a wisp of his energy into the crystal. Ah! The next moment, peculiar and evocative sounds echoed throughout the cave. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Yao Ye's eyes flickered, unable to resist glancing over. Her pupils constricted. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the sensuous scene coalescing in the void. This, Yao Yi could hardly believe her eyes. The woman being toyed with was none other than herself. Stop. Just stop. Witnessing the images emerging in the void, Yao Yi felt as though last night's nightmare was replaying itself, her fair form trembling involuntarily. Is it beautiful? Chen Feng paid no heed to Yao Yi's distress. He was thoroughly satisfied as he observed her gradually becoming hysterical. Indeed, this was the effect he sought. What do you intend to accomplish? A glimmer of light returned to Yao Ye's eyes, her expression no longer numb, but filled with resentment as she glared fiercely at Chen Feng, wishing to rend him to pieces. Could you perhaps put on some clothes first? Chen Feng's gaze lingered on Yao Ye's fair, delicate form, the flames of desire igniting within him once more. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would likely continue at this moment. Since Nalan Yanran and Sununner became pregnant, he had not experienced such unrestrained joy in quite some time. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi finally realized that he was still completely unclothed and hastily turned away to retrieve a set of black attire from the spatial ring, donning it with an impassive expression. The crown princess, is it? Tell me, if I were to publicly unveil the scenes captured in this crystal, do you believe your position as crown princess would remain secure? Chen Feng taunted, gesturing toward the image captured in the crystal. At Chen Feng's words, Yao Yi shuddered, a chilling dread washing over her. You cannot do this. In that moment, Yao Yi could no longer maintain her composure, her face turning ashen. Chapter 101. I am Xiaomingda. Upon hearing that Chen Feng intended to publicize the video from the void, Yao Yi was instantly paralyzed with fear. Her delicate form trembled incessantly, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. You must not do this. Yao Yi gazed at Chen Feng with terror in her eyes. She could hardly fathom the repercussions if this video were to be revealed. How would the royal family perceive her? How would the entire Gamma Empire view her? All along, she had been the cherished jewel in the eyes of the royal elite. The puppet master behind the throne, her great-grandfather Jia Xingtian, had always held her in high regard and nurtured her with great care. He even envisioned her as the future queen of Gamma. Yao Yi harbored her own ambitions, meticulously showcasing her capabilities. Her greatest dream was to ascend to the throne of the Gamma Empire. Given her talents, coupled with the royal family's favor, her rise to becoming the queen seemed almost assured. Yet now, faced with such a predicament, she found herself unable to confront the royal family. If this scene were to be exposed, the consequences, just the thought of it made her feel suffocated, as if she could scarcely breathe. You cannot do this. Yao Ye's face reflected her despair as she stared intently at Chen Feng, then glanced at the crystal recording on the ground. Suddenly, she surged forward, intent on shattering the crystal. However, Chen Feng was quick to react, snatching the crystal into his grasp. That won't do, he smirked coldly, acknowledging her cleverness in attempting to destroy the evidence. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, otherwise, she would have succeeded. What do you wish to achieve? State your demands. I implore you to relinquish what you hold. Watching the recording crystal in Chen Feng's possession, Yao Ye's heart sank into despair, her tone nearly pleading. If you desire me to conceal this matter, it will depend on your performance, Chen Feng replied, toying with the crystal in his hand, satisfied with Yao Ye's reaction. With the evidence contained within this crystal, he could manipulate the imperial princess at will. What do you want me to do? At his words, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Yao Ye's gaze. If she could eliminate this individual before her, the events of the previous night would remain undisclosed. What, do you wish to kill me? Chen Feng noticed the fleeting malice in her eyes and smirked coldly. Come then, if you possess the capability. As Chen Feng's thoughts shifted, the purple lightning mongoose materialized in his embrace. Master, where have you been all this time? It has been ages since you last visited me. Upon being summoned, Xiaozi nestled into her master's arms, seeking affection. Be good. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to keep you company, Chen Feng reassured, gently stroking the soft fur of the purple lightning mongoose. As Yao Ye gazed at the purple electric ferret nestled in Chen Feng's arms, her pupils involuntarily narrowed. This purple ferret could actually speak. Being the eldest princess of the Jiamar Empire, she possessed extraordinary knowledge, understanding that magical beasts could only articulate human language upon reaching the 6th tier. This meant that the creature cradled in the other's embrace was, in fact, a sixth-tier magical beast. What manner of being are you? Yao Yan cast a deep glance at Chen Feng. He had taken her virtue, yet she did not even know his name. To possess a sixth-tier beast as a pet, he evidently hailed from a remarkable lineage. Contemplating this, despair began to creep into her heart. The greater Chen Feng's origins, the more elusive her hopes for retribution became. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Do not presume that your status as a mere princess of the Jiamar Empire renders you formidable, Chen Feng replied disdainfully. This trifling empire holds little significance in the grand scheme of the Duki continent. It barely qualifies as a third-rate power. Hearing the disdain in his tone, Yao Ye's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Could it be that you hail from the central continent? Having been cherished by Jia Xingtian from a young age, she had heard numerous secrets about the central continent from her great-grandfather. It was said that in that land, the strong flourished like clouds, where even a Douhuang expert was but an ant. I have already stated, my identity is not for you to pry into, Chen Feng retorted, allowing her to speculate as he revealed his sixth-tier magical beast to divert suspicion away from himself. After all, as the young master of the Yinran sect, he lacked the qualifications to bear a sixth-tier magical pet. Very well, you may leave now. Should I require your services in the future, I shall seek you out, Chen Feng said, retracting the purple electric ferret. You wish to find me again? Upon hearing his audacious words, Yao Ye's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Chen Feng. Naturally, since we have shared a chamber, we are now husband and wife. Is it so strange for a husband to seek out his wife when in need? Chen Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he brazenly declared, this is your duty. Yao Ye trembled in fury, yet found herself powerless against Chen Feng. Do not entertain thoughts of seeking death, otherwise. Chen Feng waved the crystal recording in his hand, the implication clear. Yao Ye could not afford to perish just yet, lest the royal family shift their focus onto her. Moreover, after the events of the previous night, Chen Feng also wished for her survival. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. After unleashing himself upon her for so long, it was likely that she now harbored within her his essence. Thus, he intended to spare her life to ensure she bore him a child. Yao Ye regarded Chen Feng with cold eyes, silent and resolute. In her heart, she deemed him a demon, a beast. One day, she vowed to rend him to pieces, avenging today as humiliation. In that moment, Yao Ye had never felt such an overwhelming desire to ascend to the throne of the queen. After witnessing the prowess of Chen Feng, she understood that her quest for vengeance could only be realized by becoming the queen of the Gamma Empire, for that would afford her even a sliver of a chance. Otherwise, she would forever lack the means to exact her revenge. Very well, since you choose not to depart, I shall take my leave first. Chen Feng tucked away the crystal used for recording images, dusted off his hands, and turned to exit the cave. His thoughts lingered on his mentor. Any delay could lead to significant troubles. However, Yinran still needed to gather other medicinal herbs. So it was unlikely she would venture into the Beast Mountain range to challenge the amethyst-winged Lion King so soon. May I inquire your name? As Chen Feng was on the verge of exiting the cave, Yao Ye could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Her gaze was fixed intently on his retreating figure, her expression intricate. I am Chao Mengda. Chen Feng paused for a moment, uttered his name, and then promptly left the cave. Chao scoundrel, I Yao Ye swear that if I do not slay you, I shall never be deemed human. After Chen Feng departed, Yao Ye glared at the scattered remnants of her crimson gown, her teeth clenched in rage. Chapter 102. Entering the Beast Mountain Range. In the boundless void, Yao Chun emanated a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping Chen Feng and swiftly propelling him through the air. Chen Feng urged Yao Chun to expedite their journey, and after half a day's travel, they finally arrived at Qingshan town by afternoon. Along a narrow path outside the town, Yao Chun gently set Chen Feng down before retreating into the soul-controlling banner. Master, I just conducted a thorough investigation. There is no trace of Master Yun nearby. She has likely not arrived here yet. Chen Feng, anxious that Yun might have already reached this location, hastily requested Yao Chun to check. Upon receiving a reassuring confirmation, he finally felt at ease. The refinement of the purple crystal pill requires other precious herbs, and it seems Yun has ventured elsewhere to seek these materials before ultimately coming to this Beast Mountain range in search of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Moreover, Yinran is not one to act recklessly. She would not dare to risk confronting the formidable six-tiered magical beast for the purple spirit crystal unless it were absolutely necessary. Remain vigilant at all times. Should my master appear, notify me immediately, Chen Feng instructed Yao Chun. Yes, master, Yao Chun replied respectfully. With that, Chen Feng proceeded along the narrow path towards the nearby Qingshan town. Qingshan town, the closest settlement to the Beast Mountain range, was colloquially known as the Beast Town due to its proximity to the mountains. Soon, Chen Feng entered the heart of Qingshan town. Within the town, the most populous crowd consisted of mercenaries who spent their days amidst peril, banded together, arms crossed, passionately discussing the most alluring women, the strongest spirits, and the fiercest magical beasts in the area. Walking upon the cobblestone streets, Chen Feng, clad in a flowing green robe, appeared distinctly out of place amidst the rough-hewn garb of the surrounding mercenaries, inevitably drawing a myriad of curious glances. After all, the majority here were mercenaries, with few elite youths like him frequenting this locale. Unfazed by their stares, Chen Feng leisurely made his way deeper into the town. Flanking the streets were numerous shops, bustling with activity due to their advantageous location. Chen Feng's gaze wandered with interest over the brightly lit storefronts, and when it settled upon a spacious herbal medicine shop, he paused momentarily in contemplation before stepping into the establishment known as Wan Yao Zhai. He recalled that the little medical sage was a practitioner within this very shop. In his heart, Chen Feng had long harbored a yearning for the little medical sage, who possessed a rare and perilous poisoned body, boundless potential, and an exquisite beauty. Now that he found himself in Qingshan town, it was only fitting to seize the opportunity. If he could win the affection of the little medical sage, it would be all the more splendid. Upon entering the expansive shop, the interior was illuminated as if it were daylight, courtesy of the moonstone crystals adorning the walls. At this moment, the shop was bustling with a considerable flow of customers, and the staff were all engrossed in their duties. Consequently, no one attended to the newcomer, Chen Feng. In his predicament, Chen Feng had no choice but to detain a passing male attendant and inquired, "Excuse me, is the little medical fairy present in the shop at this time?" The male attendant, upon being halted by Chen Feng, glanced back at him. Noticing his elegant azure robe and the demeanor of a young gentleman, he immediately assumed that Chen Feng was yet another suitor of the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy was revered by all mercenaries in the entire Qingshan town, her reputation spreading far and wide. Over the years, numerous young men from distant lands had journeyed to pursue her, yet all had been summarily rejected by her. The male attendant harbored a natural disdain for these outsiders, for the little medical fairy was akin to a goddess in their eyes. Though they held no illusions of winning her affection, they certainly did not wish to see her depart from Qingshan town with these young suitors. Thus, the attendant cast an impatient glance at Chen Feng and curtly replied that the little medical fairy was not in, before returning to his tasks without further acknowledgement. Confused by the attendant's brusque demeanor, Chen Feng pondered why his simple inquiry had provoked such impatience. Eventually, with no other recourse, he resorted to his financial prowess to obtain more precise information. It turned out that the little medical fairy had accompanied a medicinal herb-gathering team into the mountains and would not return for 3 days. With this in mind, Chen Feng decided to venture into the depths of the monster Beast Mountain range. Since the little medical fairy was already in the mountains, there was no need for haste. After all, one cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. From the original text, it was clear that the little medical fairy was quite suspicious. Approaching her recklessly would likely jeopardize any chance of earning her trust. Chen Feng had never contemplated employing force against her. After all, he was no fiend. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not malevolent. His treatment of Yao Yi and Sununner had been provoked by their own actions. If it weren't for his own strength, he would have either been incapacitated by Sununner or slain by Yao Yi. His actions towards them were merely a matter of tit for tat. Was that excessive? Not in the slightest. However, the little medical fairy was different. In the original narrative, she was inherently kind-hearted and uninvolved in any power struggles. Most importantly, she possessed a unique and troublesome physique, making her exceptionally valuable for cultivation. Should Chen Feng succeed in winning her over, not only could she bear his offspring, but she would also become a formidable ally. Regardless of the circumstances, this journey to Qingshan town was imperative for securing the little medical fairy. Yao Chun, let us first seek out the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Upon arriving at the entrance of the monster beast mountain range, Chen Feng summoned Yao Chun. Yes, master. A potent surge of spiritual energy enveloped Chen Feng as Yao Chun guided him directly into the depths of the mountain range. If Yinran desired the purple spirit crystal, she would inevitably confront the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Since he could not prevent Yinran, Chen Feng resolved that, for her safety, he must take action against the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Above the mountains of the beast realm, the spirit of Yao Chun soared unrestrainedly through the morning breeze. Any reckless flying beast that dared to show itself was swiftly vanquished by Yao Chun's formidable power. Given Yao Chun's current prowess, he may not reign supreme over the entirety of the beast realm, yet within this vicinity, he was undoubtedly an invincible force. Consequently, upon sensing the location of the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair, Morning Breeze led Yao Chun directly toward it. Before long, they arrived deep within the heart of the beast realm. Yao Chun, it is nearly time. Summon the amethyst-winged Lion King, Morning Breeze urged as they approached the lair. Indeed, my master, Yao Chun replied with a nod, and then a tremendous surge of spiritual energy radiated outward. Here, in the depths of the beast realm, the creatures were predominantly 4th and 5th-tier formidable beasts. However, under the oppressive weight of this terrifying spiritual presence, they could only cower on the ground, trembling in fear. Too intimidated to stir. Who dares to act recklessly upon my territory? Chapter 103, Just Don't Kill Me. Who dares to act recklessly in my domain? Not long after the immense spiritual force of Yao Chun spread forth, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the beast mountain range. With the emergence of this furious cry, a terrifying aura swept across the skies above the mountains. Shortly thereafter, an enormous shadow leapt from the heart of the mountains, presenting itself before Chen Feng and Yao Chun. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning the nature of this shadow. It was an unimaginably colossal beast. Measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length, its body enveloped in a layer of purple crystalline substance that sparkled under the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. The head of this beast resembled that of a fierce lion, its blood-red eyes glimmering with an unusual purple light, complemented by a massive mouth lined with formidable fangs. Atop its lion-like head, a fiery red spiral horn emerged, with clusters of purple flames swirling around its tip. The immense lion's body was adorned with a pair of purple wings, which, when flapped, unleashed torrents of pale purple flames that surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming all in their path. Its 4 robust claws were similarly encased in purple crystals, each step causing the very void to tremble, hinting at an unimaginable strength. As the gigantic beast stood suspended in the air, an invisible pressure descended, causing Chen Feng to tremble slightly. Yao Chun, with a flicker of thought, released a powerful aura in response. In an instant, the previous pressure dissipated. This was the king of the beast mountain range, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Gazing at the imposing creature before him, Chen Feng mused inwardly. Human beings, what brings you to my beast mountain range? High above, the colossal purple crystal-winged Lion King spoke in human tongue, its wary gaze fixed upon Chen Feng and Yao Chun, specifically focusing on Yao Chun. The aura emanating from Yao Chun startled the Lion King, its eyes reflecting a mix of caution and apprehension. Upon reaching the 6th tier of strength, magical beasts acquire the ability to speak, and they possess intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Purple crystal-winged Lion King, I have come to request your assistance in a matter, Chen Feng stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon the Lion King. Why should I, the king, serve the likes of you humans? The Lion King retorted with a disdainful snort, its gaze fixed unkindly upon Chen Feng. It could sense that Chen Feng's strength was lacking, and the audacity of a mere human insect to address it in such a lofty manner greatly displeased the beast. As the ruler of the Beast Mountain Range, the Lion King held a long-standing contempt for those of inferior power. How dare a mere human intrude upon its territory? Were it not for the formidable presence of Yao Chun nearby, it would have long since devoured Chen Feng whole. Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, the Lion King interrupted. Leave my domain at once, or you shall face my wrath. Observing the unwavering demeanor of the amethyst-winged Lion King, a chill gradually crept across Morning Breeze's countenance. It appeared that negotiation was futile. Subsequently, Morning Breeze gestured towards the side, instructing Yao Chun, proceed, but ensure not to kill. Yao Chun replied respectfully, yes, master. Upon hearing this, The amethyst-winged Lion King was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury. Arrogant human. Yet in the next instant, its expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming aura erupted from Yao Chun, causing the amethyst-winged Lion King to tremble. Was this the realm of Dou? Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Yao Chun, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a pang of panic. Wait. However, before it could utter another word, Yao Chun had already taken action. A colossal palm print suddenly materialized from the void, descending upon the amethyst-winged Lion King with relentless force. As the massive imprint appeared, the surrounding space was engulfed in a violent tempest. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of dread flashed in the eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yet as the sovereign of the beast realm, it was not one to succumb easily. Human, I shall confront you. It roared defiantly, its voice echoing through the mountains. With the sound of its lion's roar, the amethyst crystals adorning its body blazed with renewed brilliance. In an instant, surging violet flames erupted from within, coiling and twisting before coalescing into a towering pillar of purple fire that soared into the sky. Morning Breeze, however, held no interest in the clash between Yao Chun and the amethyst-winged Lion King. What was there to behold in a battle devoid of suspense? With Yao Chun's strength rivaling that of the Dou realm, even in mercy, he could effortlessly dominate the amethyst-winged Lion King. Little Purple, lead me there, he commanded, summoning the thunderbolt weasel to hasten towards the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Moments later, a grand entrance slowly came into view, revealing the dwelling of the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, several third-tier magical beasts stood guard at the entrance, trembling as they gazed at the fierce battle unfolding above. The residual energy cascading down from the conflict compelled them to cower on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Little Purple, eliminate them. Upon sighting the magical beasts, Morning Breeze ordered the thunderbolt weasel to engage. In response, the creature transformed into a streak of lightning, darting swiftly towards the beasts at the entrance. With a series of violet flashes striking the third-tier beasts, they emitted agonized cries. In but an instant, the beasts were obliterated, lifeless upon the ground. Damnable human, should you harm my kin, I shall not spare you. The commotion caused by Morning Breeze naturally attracted the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King, who was embroiled in battle with the nameless adversary. Upon recalling his son within the confines of his lair, the amethyst-winged Lion King could not help but unleash a fierce roar. How could he be concerned with anything beyond his own survival? Observing this, Yao Chun let out a cold snort, unleashing a colossal palm imprint that descended upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, under the protection of the thunderbolt ferret, Chen Feng had successfully entered the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon entering the cavern, the illumination was not as dim as one might have anticipated. Embedded within the surrounding rock walls were occasional clusters of violet crystals. These crystals were natural formations of the cave and, in the realm of humanity, such amethyst shards are highly treasured decorative items, holding considerable value. The spacious and profound interior of the cavern was adorned with these amethyst crystals, creating an extraordinarily beautiful spectacle. Gazing upon this naturally formed lair, Chen Feng could not help but marvel internally at how this transformed lion had developed a taste for a life of comfort. Chapter 104. The Pillaging of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's Lair. With the Morning Breeze at his back, Chen Feng, accompanied by the amethyst lightning weasel, ventured deep into the cave, ultimately arriving at its innermost sanctum. His gaze fixated on a particular spot, where a towering mass of amethyst crystals had formed a square pedestal. Atop this crystalline altar lay a spherical object, approximately the size of Chen Feng's head, quietly resting in place. As he stared intently at the purple sphere, Chen Feng suddenly perceived a substantial emanation of heat radiating from it, causing the cave's temperature to rise significantly above that of the outside world. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes as he contemplated the orb. This must be the accompanying amethyst crystal source, imbued with an astonishing reservoir of energy. Having perused the original text, Chen Feng was well aware of the profound rarity and significance of the amethyst crystal source. It was said that when an amethyst-winged lion produced offspring, there existed a minuscule chance of yielding this extraordinary source alongside the young beast. This amethyst crystal source, having spent an extensive period within the lion's belly, contained an exceptionally pure energy that was truly magnificent. when a young beast matured to the 4th tier. Devouring this source would allow it to ascend directly to the 5th tier. Moreover, the purple flames within would surpass those of other amethyst-winged lions that had not consumed such a source. Thus, it was of paramount importance for the cubs of the amethyst-winged lion king. What a remarkable treasure! If I were to absorb all of this, my cultivation would undoubtedly experience a tremendous boost, Chen Feng mused, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. The technique he practiced, the devouring essence art, was particularly adept at assimilating the pure energy contained within the amethyst crystal source, yielding exceptional results. With a mere thought, Chen Feng summoned the immense amethyst crystal source into his own miniature realm. This source could not be forcibly opened. One needed to find the amethyst spirit crystal to shatter it. Chen Feng recalled that the lair of the amethyst-winged lion king was abundant with amethyst spirit crystals. Without delay, he ventured down an alternate passage. In mere moments, Chen Feng found himself at the opposite side of the lair. As his gaze swept across the area, a small amethyst-winged lion king came into view, lying prostrate and peacefully asleep. A glint of determination sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes as he beheld the slumbering creature. Capturing the young one will surely ensure the elder's compliance, he remarked with a slight smirk. Little Purple, awaken this creature gently. Be careful not to harm it. Addressing the amethyst lightning weasel beside him, he issued the command. Without hesitation, the weasel unleashed a bolt of purple lightning towards the young amethyst-winged lion king. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the cave. How dare you, human! You harm my offspring! The anguished cry of the young amethyst-winged lion king resounded. In the skies above the Warcraft Mountains, the once mighty amethyst-winged lion king found itself engulfed by the relentless fury of the medicinal dust, its expression shifting dramatically as it emitted a furious roar. In the next instant, the amethyst-winged lion king abandoned all resistance, hastening toward the direction of its lair. Attempting to flee? Did you consult with me first? The medicinal dust would not allow the amethyst-winged lion king to escape. In a flash, it positioned itself directly before the lion king, delivering a colossal palm strike aimed at its target. Human, you have gone too far. I shall fight you. The amethyst-winged lion king, already injured and driven frantic by the cries of its offspring, felt its immense eyes burn with rage upon seeing the figure blocking its path. A low growl, tinged with fury, escaped its massive jaws, and the purple light enveloping its body intensified. Moments later, the brilliant glow began to rival the setting sun on the horizon. The violet radiance enveloped the realm, and after a brief period of gathering power, the light suddenly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the sprawling purple brilliance compressed into a slender, deep violet beam barely half a foot in diameter. Amethyst seal. As the purple light flickered, the deep roar of the amethyst-winged lion king echoed throughout the mountains. This was indeed the innate ability of the amethyst-winged lion clan. At the moment the deep violet beam manifested, the expression of the medicinal dust shifted slightly, and it unleashed a tremendous surge of soul power, directing a massive palm strike toward the violet beam. Boom! As the violet beam and the enormous palm strike collided, the space around them warped slightly, and in an instant, they met with the terrifying force of a meteorite collision. Upon their clash, it became evident that the violet beam was at a distinct disadvantage. In mere moments, the beam shattered explosively, while the massive palm strike only dimmed slightly. The residual force of the palm strike sent the amethyst-winged lion king plummeting from the sky, issuing a mournful cry as it fell into the depths of the Warcraft Mountains. It was evident that in this battle, the amethyst-winged lion king was utterly outmatched, left powerless against the formidable might of the medicinal dust. Within the cave, the amethyst-winged lion king was roused from its stupor by the electric shock of the thunder mongoose, casting a furious glare at the human intruding upon its sanctum. A significant wound, charred and deep, marred its back. Clearly, although the thunder mongoose had merely unleashed a casual bolt of lightning, it had severely injured the youngling, as the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With eyes ablaze, the beast glared at the young amethyst-winged lion, whose irises were gradually suffused with a pale violet hue, and whose form began to shimmer with a layer of amethyst. Little one, do not resist stubbornly. Such defiance will only lead to greater suffering. Observing the enraged young amethyst-winged lion, the morning breeze brought a sense of ease to the thunder mongoose. The young amethyst-winged lion, however, could not comprehend this advice. With a roar of defiance, it charged directly at the thunder mongoose. In an instant, a flash of violet streaked past, and the massive form of the young amethyst-winged lion was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing violently into the mountainside. The already gravely injured amethyst-winged lion king suffered yet another severe blow, plunging into unconsciousness. Calmly, Chen Feng approached the now unconscious amethyst-winged lion king. With a mere thought, the colossal figure of the lion vanished from the cavern, transported into his small world. Subsequently, Chen Feng resumed his search within the cave. The amethyst-winged lion clan lived in such opulence. It was only natural that they possessed a treasure trove. Since he was already present, Chen Feng was determined to plunder it entirely. After a brief search within the cave, Chen Feng finally stumbled upon a trove of treasures. Among them were amethyst crystals, numerous cores from 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, and a wealth of precious herbs. As the reigning monarch of the Beast Mountain Range, the amethyst-winged lion king was certainly not lacking in such herbs and cores. To his delight, Chen Feng discovered that the amethyst-winged lion king was quite well endowed. Without the slightest hesitation, he gathered all the treasures into his spatial ring. He had plans to concoct a considerable number of elixirs, and with these herbs at his disposal, he would no longer need to search far and wide. Having completed all his tasks, Chen Feng left the cave, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 105. Teacher, my apologies. As Chen Feng emerged from the lair of the amethyst-winged lion king, he beheld the creature straining to fly toward him. However, it had not ventured far before being struck down by Yao Chun's powerful palm. The amethyst-winged lion king let out a furious roar but refrained from retaliating, rising once more to head toward the cave. At that moment, it had come to realize the vast disparity in strength between itself and Yao Chun. Had the latter harbored any intent to kill, it would already be dead. The creature desperately soared toward the lair, yearning to catch a glimpse of its offspring, hoping to ascertain its survival. What a profound expression of maternal love. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng felt a twinge of admiration. Enough is enough. Should this continue, it may very well perish, and I have tasks for it to attend to. Observing the severely injured amethyst-winged lion king, he gestured for Yao Chun to cease the assault, allowing the creature to approach. Simultaneously, he summoned the wounded and unconscious cub of the amethyst-winged lion king. Unimpeded by Yao Chun, the parent swiftly returned to the entrance of its lair. Humans, what do you truly desire? The amethyst-winged lion king erupted in rage upon seeing its child injured and in a state of unconsciousness, directing its fury at Chen Feng. Mind your tone. Your voice is rather loud. Chen Feng replied coldly, placing his foot upon the cub. Should you continue to raise your voice, do you believe I would hesitate to end its life? You. The amethyst-winged lion king glared at Chen Feng, yet, upon witnessing its offspring beneath his foot, it ultimately chose to swallow its anger. Human, whatever you desire, I shall comply, provided you release my child. Regaining composure, the amethyst-winged lion king addressed Chen Feng, discerning from Yao Chun's demeanor that this seemingly weaker young man was the one in charge. Very well, had you adopted this attitude earlier, this little lion would not have suffered such torment. Seeing the amethyst-winged lion king's demeanor soften, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. If you wish for me to release your son, it is a simple matter. He lifted his foot and fixed his gaze upon the lion. In due course, a human woman of emperor-level strength will come seeking the amethyst spirit crystal. She is my teacher. The amethyst-winged lion king paused in surprise, then hastily nodded in agreement. Certainly, whatever she requires, I shall provide. Though the amethyst spirit crystal was precious, it paled in comparison to the life of its child. No, you must not give it to her. Regardless of what benefits she offers, you must refuse. Furthermore, you must engage in battle with her. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's next words left the amethyst-winged lion king utterly perplexed, its mind reeling. Is she not your teacher? It asked, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the human's intentions. That is not for you to inquire. The morning breeze blew coldly as Chen Feng cast a glance at the amethyst-winged lion king, showing no inclination to elaborate. Very well, I promise you that I will exert my utmost effort to eliminate that woman. Concerned for the safety of his child, the amethyst-winged lion king readily acquiesced. He suspected that Chen Feng might be a rebellious disciple seeking to use his hands to dispose of his teacher. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned frosty. I warn you, should you dare to harm my teacher. He stepped forcefully upon the cub of the amethyst-winged lion king and menacingly declared, I will roast your son and consume him. You. Infuriated. The amethyst-winged lion king glared at Chen Feng, his immense pupils glowing with a cold light. What exactly do you want me to do? You want me to fight, yet not injure her. This is too much for a beast to bear. Were it not for his son being in Chen Feng's grasp, he would have longed to devour him in his fury. Quite simple, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. You shall engage her in battle, but you must not harm her. Do you not possess the ability to seal her cultivation? Simply confine her powers. How easy it sounds. The amethyst-winged lion king roared in response. The disparity between their realms made it far from simple to seal her powers. That is your concern, Chen Feng retorted, pointing at the unconscious cub on the ground. If you fail to accomplish this, I fear for your son's life. With that, Chen Feng willed once more, drawing the cub back into his small world. What have you done to my son? The amethyst-winged lion king's countenance shifted dramatically as he questioned Chen Feng. Rest assured, he is quite safe, Chen Feng replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face, laced with subtle menace. Once you fulfill your part of the bargain, I shall return him to you. The amethyst-winged lion king scrutinized Chen Feng intently before finally regaining his composure. Very well, I hope you do not go back on your word. With his son at Chen Feng's mercy, the amethyst-winged lion king had no choice but to comply. Indeed, I find your current disposition quite agreeable. I shall seek to collaborate with you again in the future. Upon receiving the amethyst-winged lion king's agreement, Chen Feng's demeanor softened, revealing a semblance of satisfaction. Who would willingly cooperate with you? The amethyst-winged lion king inwardly cursed, feeling a swell of indignation at Chen Feng's words. By the way, there is one more matter I neglected to mention. Chen Feng retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and tossed it to the amethyst-winged lion king. When you battle my teacher, do not forget to disperse this. This is not a trivial matter. Do not blame me for not warning you. Be careful not to fall victim to it. The amethyst-winged lion king regarded the jade vial with skepticism, but slowly nodded in acknowledgement. This is a healing potion. Take it to mend your wounds. Observing the feeble demeanor of the amethyst-winged lion king, Chen Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that it might indeed prove to be no match for his master. After contemplating the situation, he decided to dig into his own pockets and tossed a vial of elixir toward the creature. Should it falter at a critical moment, his carefully laid plans would be in jeopardy. The amethyst-winged lion king received the potion with a puzzled gaze, bewildered by this peculiar human. Just moments ago, he had dispatched his minions to injure it, and now he was offering a remedy for its wounds. Truly absurd. The thought of Chen Feng instructing it to confront his master only reinforced the lion's growing conviction. This human was undeniably deranged. Yao Chun, let us depart, he commanded. After conveying all necessary information to the amethyst-winged lion king, Chen Feng prepared to take his leave. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips at the thought of the contents of the jade vial he had just entrusted to the lion. Master, I sincerely apologize. This act of rebellion against my teacher is a burden I must bear. Chapter 106. The Little Medicine Fairy after departing from the lair of the amethyst-winged lion king. Chen Feng instructed Yao Chun to guide him towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Unsure of when Yun would arrive in the area, he had no intention of waiting idly. Yao Chun, I implore you to remain vigilant during this period and monitor the situation in the Beast Mountain range. Should a fierce battle erupt, notify me immediately, Chen Feng commanded. Given Yao Chen's formidable soul power, monitoring the vicinity was a task well within his capabilities. By the way, could you ascertain the current location of the medicinal gathering team from the Wanyaozhai? Chen Feng suddenly recalled the Little Medicine Fairy, who had already ventured into the mountains to collect herbs, a smile gracing his lips. Since we have some time, it would be prudent to make contact with her. Yes, Master, Yao Chun replied with a nod before unleashing a surge of soul energy that swept towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Master, I found them. Moments later, Yao Chun slowly opened his eyes and gestured in a specific direction towards Chen Feng. Lead me there, Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully, and with Yao Chun's guidance, he swiftly approached the indicated location. Amidst the tranquil forest, a large contingent moved silently, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the shadowy recesses of the trees, hands tightly gripping the weapons at their waists, ever prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. This was a group of mercenaries. among whom were several herb gatherers clad in Wan Yaozhai uniforms, being safeguarded as they advanced by the mercenaries. As seasoned veterans in the Beast Mountain range, the mercenaries maintained a tacit understanding, able to discern signals of danger and safety through mere glances exchanged among themselves. In the heart of the group, a young woman in a flowing white dress was surrounded as if she were the center of a starry constellation. Though her beauty was not strikingly exquisite, she possessed a rare charm, her serene smile radiating a refreshing and ethereal aura that significantly enhanced her allure. At that moment, this delicate beauty slightly straightened her posture, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, her soft panting coupled with her graceful visage evoking a sense of affection among those around her. Upon witnessing the young woman's vulnerable display, some mercenaries felt an overwhelming impulse to carry her to their destination, yet they were acutely aware that, even if they offered, she would graciously decline with a smile. As the attention of the group converged upon the young woman, a notably handsome young man emerged from the ranks of the escort, a broad smile adorning his face as he leaned towards the panting woman, engaging her in conversation. After a brief exchange, the little medicine fairy gently shook her head with a smile and continued on her way. Unperturbed by her refusal, the young man's face remained devoid of anger. With a faint smile, he waved his hand and called out, "All members of the Wolf Head, remain alert. We have ventured deep into the Beast Mountain range. Do not falter in the shadows." "Yes, young leader." Hearing the youthful cheers, the surrounding group of burly men instantly responded in unison, their synchronized voices drawing the attention of many, including the white-clad woman who could not help but glance back. Delighted by such a reaction, the young man smiled faintly and quickened his pace to walk alongside the little healer, ardently protecting her. How presumptuous! Does he think that merely because his father is the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, he can win the heart of the little healer? Observing the young man conversing closely with her, a mercenary behind him muttered under his breath, his tone laced with jealousy. The emblem on the young man's chest depicted a one-eyed wolf's head, and most of the mercenaries in the group bore the same insignia. All hailing from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, one of the three major mercenary groups in Qingshan Town. These members were tasked with safeguarding the herb-gathering team, having been specifically hired by the Wan Yaozhai as their protectors. Evidently, Wan Yaozhai's trust in the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps surpassed that of other wandering soldiers, as they were chosen to serve as close bodyguards. As time passed, the group finally arrived safely at their destination, a sunken basin teeming with medicinal herbs. Within this basin grew an array of plants, and upon entering, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, instantly refreshing the spirit. "Everyone, we have reached the herb-gathering area. Please take a moment to rest. After such a long journey, you must be weary," announced the white-clad woman in a gentle, melodious voice that broke the tranquil silence of the group. The forward momentum of the march halted, and the entire assembly turned to gaze at the pure-hearted woman, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement. Following a swift discussion, a dozen mercenaries dispersed to keep watch while the others settled down to recuperate from their exertions. As the mercenaries took their respite, the herb-gathering team commenced their work. That must be the little healer. Not far from the basin, amidst a shadowy thicket, the figure of Chen Feng gradually emerged. The woman's striking presence instantly captured his attention. She was indeed the one he had been searching for. As the crowd parted, Chen Feng swiftly discerned the entirety of her visage, clad in a delicate white garment. While her beauty may not have been breathtaking, she was undeniably a rare sight to behold. Her serene smile exuded an ethereal charm that elevated her allure significantly. His gaze wandered over her figure, finally resting upon her slender waist, accentuated by a green ribbon. The sight of her form left him momentarily awestruck. Among the women he knew, his teacher, Yinran, was undoubtedly the most enchanting and the one he yearned for the most. Nalan Yanran embodies the delicate grace of a noble woman, while Sununner exudes an impeccable beauty and elegance. Yifei possesses an alluring charm, akin to that of a rare enchantress. The Princess Yao Yi embodies a regal aura, combining both icy allure and captivating mystique. Yet, before him stands a fair maiden, whose slender waist and fragile demeanor render her the epitome of purity. Ah, indeed. She is one of the most revered goddesses of the original work, and to overlook such perfection would be a disservice to oneself. Chen Feng could not help but marvel inwardly, his resolve to win over the little healer growing ever stronger. After observing her for a moment, he glanced at the busy herbal gathering team, a subtle smile gracing his lips as ideas began to form in his mind. Chapter 107. The self-staged heroic rescue in the basin. The herbal gatherers of the Wan Yao Zhai were diligently collecting medicinal herbs. The other mercenaries, having taken their rest, gradually assumed a vigilant stance. At this moment, Mu Li, the young vice-leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, was busy instructing his subordinates to set up tents. Each time Wan Yao Zhai ventured into the mountains for herb gathering, it typically required 1 or 2 days, often necessitating an overnight stay in the wilderness. The nocturnal forest was far more perilous, with magical beasts being considerably more active at night, which was why the Wan Yao Zhai's herb-gathering team always employed a substantial number of mercenaries for protection. "Little physician, you must be weary. Have some water," Mu Li remarked, his gaze fixated on the enchanting little physician. Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, he hurried over to offer his kindness. "Thank you, but I have my own water," she replied politely, smiling graciously as she produced her own flask. Feeling somewhat awkward after being rebuffed, Mu Li managed a sheepish grin, though a shadow of displeasure flickered in his eyes. "Little physician, tasks such as these could easily be assigned to others. Why burden yourself so? The dangers of the Beast Mountain range are significant. As a young lady, it would be unfortunate if anything were to happen to you." After taking a sip of water, the little physician resumed her herb gathering, while Mu Li stubbornly lingered nearby, adhering to her side like an unyielding adhesive plaster. "I only feel at ease when I gather the herbs myself, and with your wolf head mercenary group safeguarding us, we should be quite secure," she replied, managing a strained smile despite her inner discontent at his presence. Upon hearing her words of praise, a glimmer of pride illuminated Mu Li's expression. "Rest assured, as long as my wolf head mercenary group is here, I will ensure your safety," he declared confidently. However, just as Mu Li finished speaking, a ferocious roar emanated from the adjacent thicket, sending a chill through the air. Mu Li's expression froze, and as realization dawned upon him, his countenance shifted dramatically. "There are magical beasts nearby. Everyone, prepare yourselves," he shouted. At Mu Li's command, chaos erupted in the basin as all the mercenaries drew their weapons, steeling themselves for the impending threat. Roars echoed from the jungle, growing closer, accompanied by a terrifying aura that began to envelop the area. The mercenaries' faces paled as they sensed the ominous presence. With their seasoned experience, they could discern from the aura alone that the magical beasts lurking in the thicket were likely formidable and numerous. "Vice Leader, this appears to be a beast tide. It is beyond our capabilities to confront. We should retreat at once," an elder mercenary advised, his face etched with shock. A beast tide? How could it possibly arise so suddenly? Mu Li pondered in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Mu Li's expression drastically changed. Numerous beast tides had been discovered in the Beast Mountain range, but they typically occurred during specific seasons. This sudden onset of a beast tide was indeed unexpected. Just as Mu Li hesitated, he noticed several colossal shadows darting towards the basin from the forest. At that moment, seasoned mercenaries gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Blood crystal demon wolves!" "Howl!" The piercing howls of wolves swiftly echoed through the woods. A few exceptionally large blood crystal demon wolves emerged, their bodies enveloped in a crimson fur, their fierce, blood-red eyes fixed intently on the people in the basin. "Captain, we must flee. The blood crystal demon wolf is a third-tier beast. We cannot contend with it." As the others regained their wits, some mercenaries shouted before fleeing in panic. With their strength, facing these bloodthirsty and brutal third-tier creatures would lead only to death. Moreover, with several blood crystal demon wolves appearing simultaneously, even the captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, would have no choice but to retreat. In the face of survival, they cast aside any notions of professional ethics, abandoning the herbal gathering team from Wan Yao Zhai without a second thought. Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, retreat at once. Mu Li snapped back to reality, casting a glance at the terrified Xiao Yan, her face pale with fear. Though a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, he nonetheless led the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps in a hasty withdrawal. As the humans attempted to escape, the blood crystal demon wolves would not let them off so easily. With a furious roar, they charged forward. The mercenaries ran swiftly, but a few herbal gatherers from Wan Yao Zhai were caught off guard and found themselves lagging behind. As they noticed the oncoming blood crystal demon wolves, their faces turned ashen, their legs trembling with dread, despair overwhelming their hearts. Xiao Yan, too, found herself at the rear. Trembling, she took out a flute, intending to blow it, only to see a blood crystal demon wolf lunging towards her. Is this how I will perish? In that moment, despair filled her heart, and she slowly closed her eyes, preparing to embrace her fate. Beast, cease your rampage. Just then, a voice imbued with a sense of justice rang out. Thud. Following that, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by the anguished howl of the blood crystal demon wolf. Xiao Yan, startled, opened her eyes to see a figure clad in green standing proudly before her. The very wolf that had threatened her lay on the ground, howling in agony, evidently gravely injured. I'm alive. Xiao Yan regained her senses, staring blankly at the young man standing protectively in front of her, her heart swelling with joy at having escaped death. Miss, are you all right? As Xiao Yan gazed dreamily at the young man's back, he slowly turned around, revealing an extraordinary countenance, adorned with a gentle smile. The youth, like the morning breeze, gazed at the seemingly dazed little healer and slowly extended his hand. Thank you for saving me. The little healer, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped his hand with a look of profound gratitude and gradually rose to her feet. A true man must not stand idly by in the face of peril. A glimmer of sunlight graced Chen Feng's face, and with his extraordinary features, he radiated a sense of righteousness. Upon hearing these words, the little healer gazed at the figure before her, and an unfamiliar emotion stirred within her, causing her eyes to become somewhat dazed. Just then, a blood-curdling scream jolted her back to reality. She turned her gaze to see a gatherer from the Wan Yao Zhai brutally slain beneath the claws of a dark, crystal demonic wolf. Witnessing this scene, panic swiftly etched itself upon the little healer's face. Can you save my companion? She implored, gripping Chen Feng's sleeve with a tone of desperation. Certainly. Before the little healer could finish her plea, Chen Feng's figure was already in motion. Chapter 108. The little healer, my lord, you are injured. The third-tier Xianjing demon wolves possess a strength comparable to that of formidable Grand Masters in the human realm. Their ferocity is such that even an ordinary Grand Master would hesitate to engage them one-on-one with absolute confidence. Furthermore, there are 5 Xianjing demon wolves in total, including the one that lies incapacitated. Yet, before the morning breeze, even a pack of wolves poses no fear. As he swiftly moved, a sharp spear was firmly grasped in his hand, and he struck with precision and ferocity at the head of a Xianjing demon wolf that was preparing to pounce on a herbalist from the Wanyao workshop. With a sharp thrust, the spear penetrated the skull of the demon wolf, unleashing a burst of energy that created a gaping wound, causing the massive creature to freeze in its motion before collapsing to the ground with a look of unwillingness in its eyes. The herbalist, who narrowly escaped peril, sighed with relief, casting a grateful glance at Morning Breeze. Meanwhile, the little healer, while observing the positions of the other Xianjing demon wolves, kept her beautiful eyes closely fixed on Morning Breeze, marveling at such a formidable youth for the first time. With a resounding crash, the third Xianjing demon wolf soon fell as well. At this moment, all the herbalists from Wanyao workshop gathered together, while the last 2 Xianjing demon wolves stood side by side, confronting Morning Breeze without fear of their fallen companions. Instead, they grew even more ferocious. Only you 2 remain. Morning Breeze positioned himself protectively in front of the little healer and her companions, gazing at the 2 demon wolves that regarded him with fierce eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. In the next moment, he charged forward, his spear aimed directly at the leftmost Xianjing demon wolf. The energy coursing through the spear exploded, forcefully swatting aside the creature's claws with a might rivaling that of a beast. As the battle ignited, it escalated into its most intense phase. Be careful. Witnessing Morning Breeze narrowly evade the claws of the Xianjing demon wolf several times, the little healer felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. This anxiety stemmed not merely from the thought of losing her protector, but from a deeper emotion. She truly did not wish to see him come to harm. Under her watchful gaze, the combat between Morning Breeze and the last 2 Xianjing demon wolves reached a fever pitch. His spear plunged deeply into the forehead of one demon wolf, while the other's claw struck his back with immense force, sending him hurtling several meters away, landing 2 meters in front of the little healer and her companions, stirring up a cloud of dust. My lord, be cautious. Seeing Morning Breeze toppled to the ground, A look of panic and concern washed over the little healer's delicate features. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, kneeling beside him to assess his injuries. The elegant visage of Chen Feng once again imprinted itself in the delicate eyes of the little healer, particularly those clear and radiant orbs that left a profound impression on her. However, her momentary distraction quickly dissipated as she softly inquired, "Young master, are you injured? Is it severe?" Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, he noticed that the last of the dark crystal demonic wolves had leaped high into the air, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. "Move aside." Chen Feng swiftly extended his hand, pressing gently against the little healer's back, causing her entire upper body, along with her face, to snugly press against him. Meanwhile, his other hand grasped the bloodied long spear, channeling his energy to hurl it fiercely at the airborne dark crystal wolf. With a thunderous impact, the spear was propelled forward, enveloped in immense energy, piercing through the wolf's abdomen and sending it crashing to the ground. The little healer's delicate form was pressed against Chen Feng, and her fair cheeks were instantly tinged with a blush. Yet, she refrained from overthinking, understanding that Chen Feng had acted in haste to protect her. With a soft gasp, Chen Feng appeared exceedingly weakened after unleashing that final blow, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Young master, are you all right? You mustn't be harmed." Seeing Chen Feng in such a state, the little healer became visibly anxious, her face etched with concern. "Cough. I am fine, merely grazed by that beast. Sustaining some internal injuries. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery," Chen Feng replied hoarsely, a light cough escaping his lips. Hearing this, the little healer's complexion turned pale, her crimson lips parting as she exclaimed, "Internal injuries? How can you say that as nothing?" Feigning strength, Chen Feng smiled and reassured her, "I assure you, I am well. However, I must refrain from any vigorous movements for a time, lest I aggravate my wounds. Now that the wolf pack has been vanquished, you are safe, and I must take my leave." After uttering these words, Chen Feng braced himself against the ground, attempting to rise. Yet, as he began to sit up, a grimace of pain crossed his features, and he seemed to lose strength, collapsing back toward the ground. Noticing this, the little healer hurriedly extended her hand to support Chen Feng, gently adjusting his position so that his head rested upon her thigh. Though separated by a thin layer of fabric, Chen Feng could still feel the softness and elasticity beneath him. And with their close proximity, he caught a whiff of a unique fragrance that was utterly enchanting. "Young master, since you require rest, allow me to care for you during this time. Once you have healed, we can depart," the little healer declared. She then called to the other herbal gatherers, saying, "Why are you all still standing there? Quickly prepare a stretcher. We must leave this place post-haste." The Xianjing magic wolf is a third-tier beast, with various parts of its body fetching considerable value. If the 5 Xianjing magic wolves could be transported in their entirety, they would undoubtedly make an ordinary person exceedingly wealthy overnight. However, the overwhelming scent of blood is certain to attract more magical beasts, and this frail group of herbal gatherers dares not linger in such a perilous location. Thus, upon hearing the words of the young healer, the other herbal gatherers quickly regained their composure and showed great concern for their benefactor. In no time, they fashioned a stretcher and, working together, gently placed Chen Feng upon it. After securing the injured Chen Feng, the young healer and her companions did not tarry, swiftly retreating from the basin under the cover of night. Chapter 109. The Abduction of the Little Medical Fairy by Muli Creek. In the serene and elegant room, Chen Feng lay quietly on the soft bed. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the little medical fairy clad in a simple white dress. "Young master, you are awake. Here is the chicken soup I prepared for you. Please enjoy it while it's warm." Upon entering and seeing Chen Feng gazing at her, the little medical fairy felt no embarrassment for neglecting to knock. Instead, she approached him directly, holding a bowl of soup. "All right." Chen Feng nodded in appreciation of her care and did not decline. As he prepared to sit up, the little medical fairy proactively extended her hand to assist him in propping up against the bed. "Young master, you are still quite weak. Allow me to feed you." In the next moment, she lifted the bowl, not waiting for Chen Feng's consent, and brought a spoonful of chicken soup to his lips. At that moment, Chen Feng raised his gaze, and their eyes met, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably delicate. Chen Feng possessed a handsome countenance, and even in his weakened state, there was a profound charm about him. This scene caused the little medical fairy's heart to race, yet her gaze remained unwavering. After a brief moment of eye contact, Chen Feng opened his mouth, cooperating with her hand to receive the soup. Delicious. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, little medical fairy. Chen Feng praised after savoring a sip of the soup. If you find it enjoyable, then do finish it. A sense of pride swelled within the little medical fairy upon receiving his compliment for the soup she had personally made, and she continued to scoop another spoonful towards him. Young master, I still don't know your name. What brings you to the Monster Beast Mountain Range? The little medical fairy inquired with genuine curiosity. My name is Chen Feng, and I hail from the Yinran sect. I have come to the Monster Beast Mountain Range for training and fortuitously encountered you being besieged by the Xianjing demon wolf. Chen Feng replied with a smile upon hearing her question. Chen Feng, from the Yinran sect. So you are a disciple of the Yinran sect? The little medical fairy's face registered surprise upon hearing his words. Although she had grown up in the small town of Qingshan, she was familiar with the Yinran sect, a prestigious sect renowned throughout the Jiama Empire, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the royal family. Even some outer disciples who had once trained there achieved great success outside. Are you surprised? Chen Feng chuckled. Not at all. The little medical fairy shook her head, saying, It is no wonder you possess such formidable strength at such a young age, given your background with the Yinran sect. Hearing her address him, Chen Feng's gaze softened as he looked into her eyes. Little medical fairy, there is no need to keep calling me young master. Just call me Chen Feng. All right, Chen Feng. The little medical fairy's heart fluttered like a startled deer under his gaze, and she responded softly. After this experience of feeding, both the little medicine fairy and Morning Breeze felt a newfound ease in their conversations. As evening descended and tranquility enveloped the Wan Yao Zhai, Morning Breeze quietly exited the room, venturing into a secluded alley. In an instant, a black soul banner materialized in his hand. Yao Chun, make your way to the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps headquarters and bring Mu Li here. Yes, master. With the command from Morning Breeze, Yao Chun swiftly emerged from the soul banner, transforming into an ethereal spirit before vanishing from sight. Given Yao Chun's current prowess, he could traverse Qingshan town undetected, remaining concealed from all. Locating a person was a mere trifle. Under the veil of his spiritual power, Mu Li was utterly unable to hide. Soon, Yao Chun reached the headquarters of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, directly entering the room where Mu Li was situated, subduing him with ease and carrying him off as if he were a mere chick, delivering him to the prearranged meeting place with Morning Breeze. Master, Mu Li has been brought. Upon arriving beside Morning Breeze, Yao Chun unceremoniously dropped Mu Li to the ground, bowing respectfully. At this moment, Mu Li, who had been abducted from his room in a state of utter terror, slowly lifted his head, eager to glimpse the identity of the master of this formidable being before him. To his astonishment, this individual appeared remarkably youthful. After discerning Morning Breeze's appearance, Mu Li's heart surged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the master of the one who had so effortlessly overpowered him would be a youth even younger than himself. Senior, may I inquire as to why you have summoned Mu Li? Mu Li asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Given Mu Li's estimation, Yao Chun's formidable abilities indicated that he at least possessed the strength of a Dou Wang, a level that could effortlessly obliterate a mercenary group in this small town. Thus, Mu Li dared not display any disrespect. Mu Li, I have summoned you today to request your assistance in a matter, Morning Breeze stated with an air of calm. At these words, Mu Li's fear subsided considerably, replaced by a glimmer of hope. After all, being sought out for a task by such a remarkable figure as Morning Breeze could potentially elevate his own status. With such a formidable ally, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps could truly command respect in Qingshan town. Senior, whatever the task may be, please do not hesitate to command. I shall comply without reservation. Mu Li responded, nodding earnestly. Excellent. I require you to bring a group tomorrow to forcibly abduct the little medicine fairy from Wan Yao Zhai, and after securing her, disperse this vial of medicine. As Morning Breeze spoke, he presented a jade bottle to Mu Li. However, his expression darkened as he cautioned, remember, you must not harm the little medicine fairy, nor disclose anything of our conversation today. Failure to adhere to this will result in the annihilation of your Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Initially, upon hearing the arrangements made by Chen Feng, Mu Li's lips curled into a knowing smile. However, upon hearing the final words from Chen Feng, his demeanor shifted instantly to one of seriousness. He promptly bowed his head in reverence, assuring Chen Feng, "I shall remember, esteemed senior. I will adhere strictly to your instructions and will not cause the slightest harm to the young healer." "Very well. Yao Chun, please escort him back." Chen Feng replied with a slight nod. "Yes, master." In response to Chen Feng's command, Yao Chun seized Mu Li once more and swiftly returned to the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Meanwhile, Chen Feng quietly made his way back to his residence, his departure unnoticed by anyone around. Chapter 110. The Little Healer is Captured. On the following morning, the Little Healer, as she did the day prior, carried a bowl of chicken soup to the door of Chen Feng's room, entering without inquiry. "Chen Feng, how are you sitting up by yourself? Did you hurt yourself?" Upon entering the room, she noticed Chen Feng leaning against the bed, which made her feel a twinge of anxiety. Seeing her nervous demeanor, Chen Feng smiled gently and shifted his body slightly. "Little Healer, did I not mention before that my recovery ability is quite remarkable? Perhaps in a couple of days, I will be completely healed." Upon hearing this, the Little Healer nodded and softly replied, "Indeed, as a high disciple of the Yinran sect, your cultivation is formidable, and your recovery ability is undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary people like us." High disciple of the Yinran sect. Ordinary people. Chen Feng felt a pang of confusion at her words, his brows furrowing slightly. "Little Healer, why are you suddenly saying this? Has something happened?" "It's nothing. I merely spoke casually. Please drink this bowl of chicken soup." The Little Healer's gaze flickered as she presented the soup to him. "Are you not going to feed me?" Chen Feng did not reach for the bowl, but instead gazed at her fair face with a smile. "Well, you're feeling better now, right?" "I am indeed feeling somewhat better, but being fed is always more comfortable." "Do you not wish to feed me?" "No, that is not what I meant." "Then let me feed you now." The Little Healer hurriedly replied, sitting at the edge of the bed, scooping a spoonful of soup to bring to his lips. "Is today's chicken soup tasty?" "It is. However, drinking chicken soup all day can become rather monotonous." Chen Feng initially nodded in agreement, then shook his head. "I see. Then I shall go buy some ingredients today and let you sample my other culinary skills." The Little Healer brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, smiling brightly. "Sounds good. I'll be waiting." Chen Feng nodded in response. The headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps is situated to the south of Qingshan Town, an area predominantly under their control. Early this morning, Mu Li, the young vice-captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, led a team of a dozen mercenaries towards the vicinity of the Wanyaozhai. It is quite common to see such a group of mercenaries on the streets of Qingshan Town, thus it did not attract much attention. "Listen up. As soon as you spot the Little Healer from Wanyaozhai, seize her immediately." Mu Li commanded his mercenaries near a market close to Wanyaozhai. "Vice-captain, are you really going to take action against the Little Healer?" One of the slightly older mercenaries hesitated, voicing his concern. "She is one of Wanyaozhai's people. Moreover, the young captain, did we not encounter the Xianjing magic wolf in that basin last time? It is said that after our departure, a young formidable warrior exterminated all the Xianjing magic wolves and rescued the people of the Wan Medicine Pavilion. However, that individual is currently gravely injured and recuperating at the Wan Medicine Pavilion. We have yet to ascertain the relationship between that young warrior and the Wan Medicine Pavilion. If we act now, it may prove unwise." Another mercenary also urged caution. Upon hearing the words of the two beside him, Mu Li's countenance darkened, and he exclaimed, "Do not concern yourselves with the Wan Medicine Pavilion or that young warrior. Simply focus on the task at hand. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences. Furthermore, I shall reward all who take action today with 1,000 gold coins." In Mu Li's heart, having witnessed some of Yao Chun's formidable abilities yesterday, he aligned himself with such a terrifying powerhouse. Thus, he felt no fear of a mere Wan Medicine Pavilion or a young great fighter. He contemplated that in a few days, he might directly usurp his father Mu Shi's position as the cornerstone of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. 1,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries around him brightened. They were already individuals who danced on the edge of danger, and now, under Mu Li's generous reward, they cast aside their previous hesitations. They declared in unison, "We shall follow the young captain's orders." "Very well, send a few people to track down the whereabouts of the little medical fairy. The rest should be prepared to act at any moment to seize her. But remember, do not harm the young lady," Mu Li instructed. As Mu Li's words faded, the other mercenaries swiftly sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, the little medical fairy, adorned in a flowing white dress and delicately holding a small basket, caught the eye of a mercenary from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. "Young Captain, the target has appeared." Upon spotting the little medical fairy, the mercenary hurriedly approached Mu Li to report. "Prepare to take action." With this information, Mu Li waved his hand, and several mercenaries promptly followed in his wake, boldly advancing towards the little medical fairy. "Mu Li? What bad luck to encounter such a person while out." The appearance of this group caught the attention of the little medical fairy, who frowned slightly upon seeing them. Previously, during the attack by the Xianjing magic wolves in the Monster Beast Mountain range, Mu Li had violated the contract and the spirit of mercenaries by fleeing with his subordinates, leaving a group of frail herbalists behind. This behavior had already caused her disdain, and seeing Mu Li again only deepened her displeasure. "Haha, little medical fairy. It has been a long time." Just as the little medical fairy furrowed her brow, Mu Li approached her, laughing heartily in greeting. Upon hearing Mu Li's words, the little medical fairy shot him a disdainful glance, showing no courtesy, and turned to leave. Faced with her contemptuous gaze, Mu Li felt a surge of anger but chose not to display it outwardly. He commanded directly, "Seize her." With Mu Li's order, the mercenaries surrounding him swiftly encircled the little medical fairy. Swish, swish. Soon, two gleaming steel blades were pressed against the little medical fairy's neck. With a knife pressed against her throat, the young healer initially felt a surge of panic, quickly followed by indignation as she exclaimed, "Mu Li, what are you intending to do?" "Nothing much, merely wishing to invite you, Miss Healer, as a guest." Mu Li replied with a grin. He then shot a fierce glare at the two individuals holding the knife to her neck, admonishing, "Loosen the blade a bit. What if you accidentally harm the young healer?" "Mu Li, are you aware of your actions? Do you not fear provoking the ire of other mercenaries? Mr. Yao will not allow you to act recklessly." The young healer shouted. "Huh, what of Mr. Yao? Merely a merchant, nothing more. Does the Wolf Head mercenary group fear him?" Mu Li retorted. "Take her away." With those words, the young healer was taken away by the members of the Wolf Head mercenary group before the eyes of onlookers, who were filled with a mix of outrage and helplessness. A few hastily departed to inform the people at Wan Yao's studio of the incident. Chapter 111. The assertive little healer enter. Dear little healer. Upon being brought to the stronghold of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, the little healer was unceremoniously confined to the chamber of the young vice captain, Mu Li. As she was pushed into the room, she whirled around, casting an indignant glare at Mu Li and his companions at the door, exclaiming, "Mu Li, what madness has taken hold of you?" "Madness? Huh, I assure you, I am not mad. How could I resist the allure of a captivating beauty like you, little healer? Today, you shall keep me company." Mu Li sneered, his gaze revealing a lecherous intent as he spoke slowly. "You dare." At his words, the little healer's delicate face turned ashen. She had not anticipated Mu Li's brazen intentions towards her. "What is there that I would not dare?" A sinister smile crept across Mu Li's face as he took a step closer, entering the room. "Do not come any closer." Instinctively, the little healer recoiled. As Mu Li stepped further inside, several mercenaries outside discreetly closed the door. However, once the door was shut, Mu Li did not engage in any further inappropriate actions. Instead, he stood still, seemingly contemplating something. To the little healer, this behavior suggested he was concocting a nefarious scheme against her, causing her to grow increasingly wary. Her slender hands instinctively moved to her waist, where she had concealed a pouch of medicinal powder she had crafted herself. Though it lacked lethal properties, it was effective in inducing drowsiness. The time has come. Moments later, Mu Li murmured to himself, fixing his gaze intently on the little healer as he advanced toward her. With each step Mu Li took, the little healer continued to retreat, acutely aware that she stood no chance against him in a physical confrontation. She was merely an ordinary person with slight cultivation, while Mu Li had attained the prowess of a 6-star warrior. "Little healer, do not resist." Before long, Mu Li had cornered her against the wall of the room. "What is that?" Suddenly, the little healer pointed vehemently towards a spot behind Mu Li. At her exclamation, Mu Li's eyes shifted in that direction, and in that fleeting moment, the little healer swiftly opened her pouch, scattering the powder towards him. However, Mu Li's reflexes were commendable. He deftly sidestepped the cloud of powder. "Using drugs. Little healer, you have indeed considered this tactic." Observing the powder that had fallen to the ground, Mu Li smirked disdainfully as he produced a jade vial from his hand. Without hesitation, He sprinkled its contents over the little healer before casually walking away to sit by the table in the room. Cough, cough. The powder Mu Li had released was notably finer, quickly dispersing into the air. The little healer soon inhaled some of it, and its effects manifested rapidly, causing her to feel an unsettling heat enveloping her body. The wretched Muley has dared to administer such a drug to me. A sudden thought crossed Xiao Yixian's mind, darkening her expression as she glared at Muley, her eyes filled with a desire to rend him asunder. What should I do? If the effects of this potion fully manifest, will I truly fall into the clutches of such a despicable person as Muley? Brother Chen Feng, I have yet to return with the groceries. Are you still waiting for me? As the potential consequences loomed over her, a wave of despair surged within Xiao Yixian, and 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. How she wished for someone to rescue her at that moment. No, even in death, I cannot succumb to Muley's grasp. As the drug's effects began to take hold, Xiao Yixian resolved to preserve her purity by a drastic measure. She would bite her tongue and end her own life. However, just as this thought flickered in her mind, a series of anguished cries echoed from outside the room. Upon hearing these sounds, Xiao Yixian's actions froze, and she raised her gaze with a glimmer of hope. Muley, seated at the table, also stood up, directing his attention towards the door, bellowing, "Who dares to be audacious within my wolf head mercenary group?" Bang! Before Muley could finish his sentence, the door was violently kicked open, revealing a tall figure in the doorway, capturing the attention of both Muley and Xiao Yixian. Brother Chen Feng. Upon seeing the man who had burst in, Xiao Yixian exclaimed in surprise. Yet, at that moment, her willpower was waning, and she was on the verge of losing herself. Muley, recognizing the newcomer as Chen Feng, felt no surprise, but still shouted angrily, "Who are you to ruin my affairs? Just wait and see. Get out of my way." Bang! Before Muley could complete his threat, Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the air to crash against the wall, where he crumpled to the ground. With just that blow, the once arrogant Muley was rendered breathless, his eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to fathom why Chen Feng had struck him with such ferocity. "Xiao Yixian, how are you?" After eliminating Muley, Chen Feng rushed to her side, his concern evident. "Brother Chen Feng, you have finally arrived. I feared I might never see you again." Upon Chen Feng's arrival, Xiao Yixian leapt into his embrace. "It's all right, don't be afraid. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Chen Feng gently rested his hand upon the back of Xiao Yixian's head, offering her solace. In Chen Feng's gaze, the once graceful Xiao Yixian now bore a lovely blush across her cheeks, and her previously vibrant eyes had become hazy, even her slender neck adorned with a hint of pink. In such close proximity to the masculine aura, the heat within the young healer ignited like dry, kindling meeting a fierce flame, a fervent desire that she found utterly futile to suppress. Her delicate, alabaster hands greedily reached towards Chen Feng's chest, caressing it gently. "No, I cannot allow myself to behave this way. How would Brother Chen Feng perceive me?" After this intimate encounter, a sudden jolt of clarity surged through her, momentarily overcoming the blaze of desire. She withdrew her hand and stepped back until her back met the wall, then curled her fair feet beneath her, cradling her snow-white chin upon her knees. "Brother Chen Feng, I did not mean to. It was that detestable Muley who administered that drug to me, and I am struggling to maintain control." The heat of desire tinged her voice with a subtle, trembling note, as she earnestly explained, her tone laced with a hint of sorrow. "That drug, you say? I shall investigate whether there is an antidote with Muley." Chen Feng furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the figure of Muley sprawled on the ground, and spoke in a hushed tone. Just as he intended to rise and approach Muley, the young healer's senses were once again overwhelmed by desire. She lunged forward, encircling Chen Feng's waist with her jade-like arms, her fair cheek brushing against his chest repeatedly. Chapter 112. The little healer reveals her true feelings. As the little healer leaped towards him, Chen Feng naturally cooperated, his palm gradually ascending. In that moment, the little healer, overwhelmed by desire and losing her rationality, evoked a sense of madness in Chen Feng that starkly contrasted with her usual ethereal and pure demeanor. This sensation was exceedingly subtle. After several moments of intimacy, the effects of the aphrodisiac on the little healer finally dissipated, yet her cheeks remained flushed. "Brother Chen Feng." The enchanting figure of the little healer pressed closely against him, her voice soft and tender, resembling a delicate bird seeking comfort. "From now on, you shall be my woman. Chen Feng declared, caressing her silky hair with a gentle gaze. Brother Chen Feng, I feel. Upon hearing his words, the little healer momentarily averted her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, the events that had transpired lingered in her mind, indelibly etched and impossible to erase. Observing her hesitance, Chen Feng wore a serious expression and inquired, Sununner, do you not wish to be my woman? Or do you believe that I took advantage of you in your vulnerable state? No, Brother Chen Feng. I owe my gratitude to you for saving me. I have never thought of you in that way. The little healer's lovely face displayed a hint of panic as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. At her age, she was a blossoming young woman, experiencing the stirrings of first love. Chen Feng, possessing both striking looks and formidable strength, was undeniably captivating to young girls. Furthermore, he had rescued her twice, and they had shared a close bond for a period of time. Thus, after their intimate encounter, she did not feel the humiliation that typically accompanied the loss of innocence. After all, their relationship had unfolded because Chen Feng had come to her aid, and she, under the influence of the aphrodisiac administered by Mu Li, had been unable to control her desires, leading her to initiate the embrace. Sununner, it's all right. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. I can handle it. Chen Feng perhaps misinterpreted her coyness, his words tinged with disappointment. Upon hearing this, the little healer finally steadied her gaze, looking directly at him as she softly spoke. Brother Chen Feng, do you remember the rather abrupt thing I said to you yesterday? Chen Feng furrowed his brow in thought, recollecting the conversation before slowly responding. Sununner, you mean when you mentioned that I am a disciple of the Yinran sect while you are merely an ordinary person? Yes. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, and then explained. Brother Chen Feng, the reason I suddenly said that yesterday was that I feel my origins are from such a humble place, and my status is vastly different from that of a genius disciple of the Yinran sect like you. You are merely here for a brief period of training, and once your injuries heal, you might leave this place. At that moment, I thought we were destined to be but fleeting encounters, with no hopes of any further connection. I intended to seal away the memories of our time together after your departure, but now, I fear I can no longer adhere to that plan. As she spoke the last words, a hint of sorrow tinged her voice. Ah, Sununner, you have been burdened by such thoughts all along. It is I who have caused you distress. Observing the slight redness in Xiao Yan's beautiful eyes, Chen Feng tightened his embrace around her slender waist, drawing their bodies closer together. In that instant, a fierce desire to protect Xiao Yan blossomed within Chen Feng's heart. Sununner, do not concern yourself with matters of status. No matter who you are, I shall protect and cherish you faithfully. Chen Feng gently pressed his lips against Xiao Yan's fair cheek, speaking tenderly. Her heartfelt confession and the insecurities stemming from external circumstances tugged at his heartstrings. Is that truly so? Brother Chen Feng, are you not afraid of being ridiculed for associating with a village girl like me? Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of light sparked in Xiao Yan's reddened eyes. Sununner, I will not allow you to belittle yourself. Your beauty, your form, are rare in this world. Your eyes exude a refreshing and ethereal aura, and your heart is so kind. Chen Feng lavished her with a stream of compliments. Brother Chen Feng, so I am held in such high regard in your heart. Hearing such an array of praise, a shy smile graced Xiao Yan's face, her fair cheeks burying themselves against Chen Feng's chest. Sununner, the charged atmosphere once again ignited Chen Feng's desires, and with a swift movement, he found himself atop Xiao Yan. After another passionate encounter, both Chen Feng and Xiao Yan finally dressed. Brother Chen Feng, we should return now. This is the base of the Wolf Head mercenary group, and many mercenaries will be arriving soon. Moreover, you are still injured, and I worry. Xiao Yan expressed her concern, lacking a clear understanding of the strength of cultivators. Even though she was aware of Chen Feng's formidable prowess, she still feared he could not withstand an overwhelming number of opponents. Fear not, for the Wolf Head mercenary group is but a trivial matter. They cannot stir up much trouble. Chen Feng replied casually upon hearing Xiao Yan mention the mercenary group. Earlier, when he entered this courtyard, he had dealt with the dozen or so mercenaries stationed here, ensuring that for the time being, no one would know of the events that transpired within. Furthermore, the formidable Yao Chun was discreetly positioned to guard against any disturbances. Indeed, the little healer gently nodded. The exceedingly confident demeanor of Morning Wind bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. As Morning Wind and the little healer stepped out of the door and into the center of the courtyard, a sudden clamor erupted from beyond the courtyard. Not far from the yard, nearly 20 individuals were hastening towards the location of Morning Wind and the little healer. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a fierce appearance, marked by a scar across his face, accompanied by another middle-aged man clad in an exquisite robe, adorned in the manner of a merchant. As they advanced swiftly, the scarred man, with a hint of apology in his voice, addressed the merchant, "Mr. Yao, I cannot fathom what has driven Mu Li to such madness, as he has brought your little healer from the Wan Yao pharmacy here. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter appropriately." This scarred speaker was none other than Mu Shi, the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Although his cultivation level was merely that of a 2-star Dou Master, he was regarded as a prominent figure in the small town of Qingshan. The middle-aged man referred to as Mr. Yao was the esteemed proprietor of the Wan Yao pharmacy in Qingshan. Chapter 113, Medicine Dust Report to the Master. Your teacher has entered the mountains. What is the meaning of this? Captain, all of our mercenary group's members are dead. Who would dare to commit such an atrocity at our Wolf Head Mercenary Group's base? A throng of individuals strode into the courtyard, only to be taken aback by the scene that greeted them. Scattered across the ground lay a dozen corpses of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, devoid of life. What on earth happened? Could it be that the youth is the formidable young man spoken of by the herb gatherers who returned a few days prior? Mr. Yao, the proprietor of Wan Yao Zhai, was equally astonished, though his surprise was purely one of intrigue rather than anger, as the demise of the Wolf Head Mercenaries bore no consequence to him. Mu Shi, having surveyed the courtyard, fixed his gaze upon the two figures, Chen Feng and the little medical sage, standing in the center. His voice, cold as ice, demanded, "Did you kill all these people?" "Indeed, I did slay these miscreants." "What? Do you wish to avenge them?" Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. "Fear not." He then reached out, gently caressing the delicate face of the little medical sage, signaling her to remain calm. "Captain, I believe this lad is courting death, daring to create such a ruckus in our Wolf Head Mercenary Group. He truly knows not the height of heaven or depth of earth to speak thus to you." The uproar continued, with Mu Shi's fury reaching its zenith. However, having navigated the mercenary world for decades, Mu Shi was no fool. The aura exuded by Chen Feng clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual, possibly of considerable significance. "Mr. Yao, do you recognize this person? He seems quite familiar with your little medical sage." Considering this, Mu Shi suppressed his rage and turned to the silent Mr. Yao, inquiring softly. "I do not know him. I have never seen him." Mr. Yao replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps he is the young powerhouse who rescued the little medical sage and her group from the monster beast mountains last time." Oh, at Mr. Yao's words, Mu Shi's mind raced. He had indeed heard of such an event and was aware of this individual, yet he had not fully believed the tale. As the members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group had found no traces of the Xianjing demon wolf in the region afterward, rendering the truth unverifiable. What perplexed Mu Shi the most was the sudden act of abduction involving Mu Li, which left him utterly confounded. "Where's Mu Li? Where could he be?" Suddenly agitated, Mu Shi glared at Chen Feng, demanding, "What have you done to my son Mu Li?" "The likes of him? Naturally, I have killed him." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Curse you." Upon hearing the news of Mu Li's demise, Mu Shi's eyes instantly turned crimson, his teeth grinding audibly. His visage contorted in fury. "Kill him. Reduce him to mere pulp." Mu Shi roared, pointing at Chen Feng. The overwhelming anguish of losing his son having stripped him of all rationality, disregarding Chen Feng's formidable strength and potential backing. "Slay. Avenge the young captain and our fallen brothers." As Mu Shi's words reverberated, the mercenaries surrounding them tightly gripped their weapons and collectively bellowed, charging ferociously towards Chen Feng and the little healer. Observing the throng of mercenaries rushing forth, Chen Feng swiftly drew the little healer behind him. With a gentle sweep of his palm over the spatial ring, a sharp spear materialized in his grasp. A mere flick of the weapon sent the foremost mercenaries reeling. The spear's razor-sharp tip inflicted ghastly wounds. Blood gushing forth as those struck in vital areas succumbed instantly, while others writhed in agony upon the ground. Despite Chen Feng's ruthless and overwhelming assault, these mercenaries, seasoned in the dance of death, displayed an unnerving fearlessness, their numbers seemingly swelling to nearly 30. Chen Feng, never one to show mercy, resolved to retaliate fiercely against those who dared to offend him. At that moment, a surge of fierce combat energy emanated from his palm into the spear. each swing unleashing a formidable arc of power, and within mere seconds, over half of the mercenaries were sent hurtling away. The manifestation of combat energy revealed Chen Feng to be a true master of the great fighter level. Witnessing his prowess, Mushi's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, as a flicker of dread crept into his heart, a blinding scarlet light invaded his vision, growing ever larger. With a swift thrust, before Mushi could react, the dazzling crimson spearhead pierced through his skull, marking the end of the so-called strongest in Qingshan town. Alas, the captain is dead. Flee. He is a demon. The scene unfolded in a flash, instilling terror within the remaining mercenaries, who finally comprehended that this youth was an insurmountable force. As Mushi collapsed, the rest of the mercenaries scattered in panic, leaving only Mr. Yao, who had long retreated to a corner. Chen Feng's gaze flicked towards him, causing Mr. Yao to shudder, genuinely fearing for his life. "Sununner, let us depart," Chen Feng said, ignoring Mr. Yao as he took the little healer's hand and slowly exited the courtyard. Though the bloodshed had unsettled her, the little healer felt no revulsion. It was all a consequence of their own misdeeds. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. During this brief interlude, Chen Feng and the little medicine fairy have shared an intimacy akin to that of devoted lovers. This existence fills the little medicine fairy with profound joy. Each day, she delights in preparing an array of culinary delights for Chen Feng to savor. Meanwhile, Chen Feng has embraced a leisurely pace of life, though he occasionally finds himself occupied. For the fertile land recently cultivated by the little medicine fairy deserves diligent care and nurturing. On the morning of the 4th day, an unexpected transmission from Yao Chun reached Chen Feng. "I report to you, Master, that your mentor, Yinran, has entered the Beast Mountain Range." Chapter 114. Teacher, I must present myself in a different guise. Has the teacher ventured into the mountains? It appears I must act swiftly. Upon hearing the message from Yao Chun, Chen Feng murmured to himself. He was resolute in his pursuit of Yinran. Should the purple crystal wing Lion King prove efficient in his endeavors, he would achieve his desires this time. After deciding to set off, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the little medicine fairy. At that moment, she donned a delicate white silk dress, seated beside a small platform. Perhaps due to the dress's sheer fabric, her exquisite figure was subtly revealed. When Chen Feng glanced her way, she was intently mixing some medicinal powders, occasionally using a tiny crystal stick to lift a bit of powder to her dainty nose for a gentle sniff. Observing the serene little medicine fairy, a smile graced Chen Feng's face as he approached her from behind and candidly stated, "Sununner, I am heading to the mountains today to attend to a matter. I may not return for 4 or 5 days." Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy paused momentarily, then ceased her activities, turning to face Chen Feng. She nodded her pristine chin slightly and smiled, saying, "Brother Chen Feng, you may go. If it is something significant, do not rush back. Take care of your affairs first." The little medicine fairy displayed remarkable understanding and composure, showing no desire to curtail Chen Feng's actions simply because they were in a romantic phase. She recognized that a man like Chen Feng would not lead a mundane life. After 3 days of sharing the same bed, she felt an immense sense of happiness and contentment. Noticing her attitude, Chen Feng playfully inquired, "Sununner, are you not curious about what matter I am attending to?" "Brother Chen Feng," she replied softly, "I believe that as a disciple of the Yinran sect, your journey into the Monster Mountain Range must involve some tasks from your sect. Such confidential matters are probably not meant for many to know, so I refrain from asking further." "Indeed, you are correct, Sununner. My venture into the mountains is indeed related to my sect and is of utmost importance, meant to remain undisclosed." Chen Feng nodded, relieved that the little medicine fairy's understanding spared him from fabricating excuses. "So, Brother Chen Feng, do you intend to set off immediately?" The little medicine fairy's tone grew slightly somber. "Not in haste. I wish to eat." Chen Feng's voice trailed off intentionally as he cast a playful glance at the little medicine fairy. The soft, sheer fabric of her dress did little to conceal her fair skin and curvaceous form, igniting a flicker of desire within him once more. Though they had shared a bed for 3 days, the way Chen Feng looked at her still made the little medicine fairy feel a youthful shyness. At that moment, a blush rapidly spread across her fair neck. "Brother Chen Feng, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you," she offered, rising gracefully. "I wish to eat you," Chen Feng replied with a grin, and in one swift motion, he wrapped his right arm around her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly. "Oh, Brother Chen Feng, you are so mischievous." A look of surprise graced the face of the little healer. "Do you not like it? You are so mischievous," feigning ignorance. Embarrassed, she nestled her delicate cheek against the warmth of Chen Feng's chest. A smile danced upon Chen Feng's lips. The tender sensation ignited an eagerness within him to gently lay this exquisite figure, akin to soft jade, upon the fragrant couch. After a moment of indulgence, Chen Feng finally departed from Qingshan town, reuniting with Yao Chun. However, before leaving, he discreetly entrusted the little purple lightning marten to the little healer, secretly safeguarding her. With the marten's prowess, there was no one in Qingshan town who could endanger her safety. Perhaps by the next visit, Sununner would already be with child. Chen Feng glanced back at the quaint town nestled at the foot of the mountain, murmuring to himself. Over the course of 3 days, he had taken advantage of the formidable recovery abilities bestowed by his dragon elephant body to sow the seeds multiple times, thus nurturing a considerable confidence that Sununner would conceive, which would subsequently yield a plethora of rewards from the system. Retracting his gaze, Chen Feng turned his attention to the expansive forest ahead. According to Yao Chun, Yinran had ventured into the Beast Mountain range over 2 hours prior. The reason Chen Feng remained unfazed and continued to cherish moments with the little healer was that Yinran would require time to search for the location of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, while he could reach his destination with great swiftness. In the next moment, the iced silkworm mask, previously utilized, reappeared in Chen Feng's hand. The mask held significant utility, capable of flawlessly concealing his former appearance and transforming it into a brand new visage. Chen Feng spread his palm, affixing the ice silkworm mask to his face. As a familiar chill coursed through him, allowing him to vaguely sense his features subtly shifting. Moments later, his countenance morphed into the likeness he bore when he last met Yao Yi. "Master, to alleviate any additional psychological burden upon you, I must assume a different identity before you." Gently caressing the mask that cloaked his face, a hint of a resigned smile graced Chen Feng's lips. "Yao Chun, let us depart," he instructed Yao Chun before swiftly plunging into the depths of the dense forest ahead. By the time Chen Feng and Yao Chun re-entered the territory of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, night had already enveloped the land. Within the Beast Mountain range, nighttime was exponentially more tumultuous than during the day, as most beasts emerged to hunt under the cover of darkness. However, within the domain of the 6th-tier beast, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, an eerie tranquility prevailed, with no beast daring to disrupt the peace. "Yao Chun, where is my master at this moment?" Chen Feng inquired, surveying the surroundings. Responding to the master, "Given your teacher's speed, it should take her several more hours to arrive here. However, I will immediately sense her presence once she is in the vicinity." With a sense of confidence, Yao Chun responded to Chen Feng, for he was once renowned as the revered alchemist of the continent, possessing an extraordinarily powerful soul. "Well, since we must wait for a few more hours, we shall remain here for the time being." Upon hearing Yao Chun's words, Chen Feng nodded slightly. However, the depths of the Beast Mountain range were dark and damp, making it inconceivable for Chen Feng to linger there. At that moment, he recalled the long-lost Sununner from the small world. Although Sununner was now pregnant and unable to engage in certain activities, there were still other means to allow Chen Feng to unwind. Chapter 115. The poison is successfully administered. Yinran falls into the trap. In the early morning, as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, a resounding boom akin to muffled thunder echoed from deep within the Beast Mountain range, within the realm of the formidable dominator, the amethyst-winged Lion King. It seemed the Lion King had sensed the presence of its adversary. Emerging from the small world, Chen Feng's gaze fixated on the vast expanse above, whispering to himself. Despite the prompt from Yao Chun that Yinran had entered this territory, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her figure. Soon enough, the colossal form of the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared in the sky that Chen Feng was observing. Following closely, a feminine silhouette emerged, gracing the heavens. Clad in a simple gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, the woman wielded a long sword radiating a cerulean glow. Her hair was elegantly styled in a regal phoenix adornment, and her enchanting visage exuded tranquility, remaining unperturbed in the presence of the gigantic beast. Behind her, a pair of azure wings unfurled, and she stood with an air of serene beauty, her delicate cheeks emanating an undeniable majesty and nobility that mere attire could not conceal. "Teacher, you have finally arrived." Upon sighting the woman, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with recognition. She was indeed the Yun he had been awaiting. Instinctively, he retrieved a mirror to confirm his own appearance. And once satisfied, he stowed it away, redirecting his gaze to the heavens. With Yao Chun's soul energy cloaking his presence, he felt no trepidation about being discovered by Yun above. "Human woman, why do you disturb this king's repose?" The enormous amethyst-winged lion king bellowed with human speech, directing its inquiry towards Yun. "I seek to procure the amethyst spirit crystal for a purpose," Yun responded. Her captivating eyes fixed on the lion king, her voice as melodious and clear as pearls cascading upon a jade platter. "The amethyst spirit crystal?" Upon hearing her words, the lion king experienced a jolt of realization, its enormous pupils reflecting an unusual hue. It recalled the instructions given by Chen Feng, who had mentioned that a woman of the emperor level would soon approach it seeking to exchange for the crystal and to follow its directives. It appeared that the human female who had previously abducted its son was indeed this very individual. Contemplating Chen Feng's instructions, the Lion King resolved not to part with the amethyst spirit crystal so readily. Hence, it refused with a dismissive tone. "Huh? The amethyst spirit crystal is something my kind can only shed a minuscule piece of once every 20 years. It is not something you can simply demand. I am willing to offer something of value in exchange," Yun proposed with a tone of negotiation, observing the Lion King's stance. "Exchange? It is inconceivable that I would trade with you. Do not even think about it." The Lion King vehemently shook its head. "This creature adheres quite well to my directives." Watching the dialogue unfold between the amethyst-winged Lion King and Yun, Chen Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Above the sky, upon witnessing the Lion King's unwavering resolve, Yun couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Initially, she had prepared 3 fifth-tier magic cores and a tome containing advanced esoteric techniques for magical beasts as her terms of exchange. However, the Lion King's reaction far exceeded her expectations, rendering any negotiation impossible. With a soft sigh, Yun slowly raised her peculiar longsword, expressing her reluctant determination. "If it must be this way, I shall resort to forceful reclamation." "Huh, humans are ever thus. Come forth and dare to challenge me, the noble crystal wing Lion King, and let us see the extent of your prowess." Upon witnessing Yun's actions, the crystal wing Lion King erupted into a thunderous laugh that trembled the very earth, finding her defiance quite to its liking. Ignoring the Lion King's words, Yun gracefully lifted her hand, and as she did so, a small azure tornado suddenly materialized in the sky. Initially only 2 meters in size, the tornado swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal vortex within moments. In that vast expanse, the azure tornado howled and spun, uprooting the mighty trees below, which were violently shredded into a flurry of wood shavings by the tempest. Roar. Gazing at the ever-growing whirlwind, the crystal wing Lion King emitted a deep growl from its massive maw, the sound reverberating across the mountains. As its roar echoed, the crystals adorning its body gleamed with brilliance, and in an instant, a surging purple flame erupted from within, coiling and swirling until it coalesced into a massive purple pillar. Soaring skyward, as the impending clash loomed above, Chen Feng silently hoped, "Crystal wing Lion King, may you exercise caution in your assault, should my master be harmed. I shall not spare you." In the heavens, the enormous azure tornado, summoned by Yun's gesture, swept towards the crystal wing Lion King, accompanied by a cacophony of fierce winds. Wherever the storm passed, the forest below was reduced to barren earth, and many magical beasts hastily fled from its path. Protected by the medicinal dust, Chen Feng remained unscathed amidst the tempest. Humph. Observing the oncoming storm, the crystal wing Lion King emitted a thunderous grunt, flapping its wings, and released the towering purple flame from its body, sending it crashing into the tornado. Boom! The 2 colossal entities collided in midair, and at the moment of impact, a resounding thunderclap echoed across the brightened sky. The storm and the flame pillar clashed violently, each unleashing terrifying energy, causing the very space between them to ripple. Bang! After several minutes of a fierce stalemate, the storm and the flame pillar ultimately succumbed to their waning energies, culminating in a thunderous sound that resonated through the mountains as they vanished into thin air. After a tentative maneuver, both sides immediately unleashed a more ferocious offensive. However, shortly after engaging in close combat, a diminutive jade vial mysteriously appeared amidst the gaps of the colossal claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King. During one instance when the beast swung its razor-sharp claw towards Yun, breaching her aura of defense, it discreetly exerted force, shattering the vial nestled within its claw. Instantly, a cloud of fine medicinal powder enveloped Yun. Strangely, although she detected the scent of the powder in the air amidst the battle, she gave it little thought. After all, under ordinary circumstances, who would ponder the potential release of toxic gases by a creature such as the amethyst-winged Lion King? Moreover, there was little time for her to contemplate, as the violet radiance emanating from the beast intensified, its brilliant glow seemingly rivaling the nascent sun on the horizon, clearly indicating that it was preparing to unleash a terrifying skill. Chapter 116. The Flustered Yun. Sensing the sudden and strange surge of energy enveloping her surroundings, Yun's delicate face grew increasingly solemn. In this moment, she began to accumulate her strength, and within a radius of several feet, a fierce wind began to howl. A purple radiance enveloped the realm, and after a brief period of brewing, the light suddenly constricted, condensing into a deep purple beam of light, barely half a foot in diameter. The deep purple beam shot forth from the sky with lightning speed, moving with a terrifying velocity, almost flickering as it appeared near Yun in just 2 leaps. Purple crystal seal. As the purple light flickered, the low growl of the purple crystal-winged lion echoed through the mountains. At the instant the deep purple beam emerged, Yun's expression shifted slightly, and the formidable combat technique she had been cultivating was unleashed with the flow of her battle energy. Tornado of rending winds. As Yun's voice resonated, the space before her rippled slightly, and countless gigantic deep green wind blades, each measuring several meters, materialized out of thin air, intertwining like a column adorned with blades, spiraling outward at high speed. Boom! Where the purple beam collided with the swirling wind blades, the space warped slightly, and within a heartbeat, they clashed with a terrifying force akin to a meteor strike. The moment the purple beam and the wind blades met, the latter found itself at a distinct disadvantage. In mere moments, the wind blades exploded, while the purple beam merely dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple beam surged forward with a relentless force, piercing through the numerous wind shields Yun had erected before her, ultimately penetrating her very being. Success! Finally, the task entrusted by that fellow has been accomplished. Observing the purple beam strike Yun, the purple crystal-winged lion refrained from pursuing further, remaining in place as it exhaled a sigh of relief. For it had been instructed by Chen Feng that harming this woman would result in the demise of its offspring. Well done, Yao Chun, let us depart. We must not allow any other beasts to harm our teacher. Witnessing the successful execution of the purple crystal seal on Yun, Chen Feng swiftly repositioned with Yao Chun. Ultimate wind, meteoric destruction. However, just as Chen Feng moved, and the purple crystal-winged lion relaxed, Yun's peculiar longsword trembled violently, and a slender beam of profound light, almost the size of a thumb, shot forth in an instant. As the beam appeared, the very fabric of space trembled. What? Seeing this beam hurtling toward its head, the purple crystal-winged lion was taken aback. It had not anticipated that this human woman could unleash such a formidable combat technique at this moment. If struck, even its robust physique would likely sustain significant damage. At that moment, the purple crystal-winged lion abruptly lowered its head slightly, and the beam struck precisely upon the red horn atop its head, instantly cleaving through the hardest part of its body. Roar! The jagged fracture inflicted excruciating pain upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, causing it to emit a series of ferocious roars. Beneath the resonance of this tempestuous, energy-laden roar, the mountains trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with some towering peaks being violently shattered. Yao Chun, aware of the amethyst-winged Lion King's movements, urgently instructed, if it dares to retaliate against our teacher, you must intervene immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, racing through the terrain, witnessed this scene and swiftly relayed the command to Yao Chun. The amethyst-winged Lion King, grievously wounded and engulfed in fury, soon quelled the violent thoughts of tearing Yun apart. It refrained from launching an attack, recognizing that Yun was on the verge of being sealed. Should it strike now, she would undoubtedly suffer. and it had previously surmised that the human who had abducted its son might be lurking in the shadows, observing the conflict. For the sake of its offspring's safety, it chose to endure the moment. In the sky, Yinran seemed to sense the upheaval within herself, immediately recognizing the dire situation. Forcefully channeling her energy, she pivoted sharply. With a powerful flap of her azure wings, her form flickered and vanished into the horizon. Observing Yinran's desperate attempt to escape while under the influence of the sealing technique, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not pursue. Its enormous eyes scanned the surroundings and unexpectedly caught sight of Chen Feng peeking through the dense forest. "Human, I hope you honor your promise." It sighed helplessly before unfurling its wings and swiftly descending, disappearing into the sky. Above the forest, a flash of azure light darted through the air, but soon its velocity began to wane. "Damn it, I've fallen victim to that amethyst-winged Lion King's sealing technique." The slowing azure light belonged to Yinran, who had previously clashed with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Her delicate features were now etched with concern as her power continued to diminish. The energy she could wield was no longer sufficient to manifest her wings of combat. The azure glow gradually faded. With no other option, she began to descend gently to the forest floor. Just then, Yinran sensed an unsettling change within herself, a rising heat enveloping her being. "What is happening to my body? Why do I feel this strange sensation?" Angered by her body's peculiar response, Yinran felt a surge of frustration. Normally, her strength would render such a potion ineffective, but now, her cultivation was suppressed to the level of a combat master by the amethyst-winged Lion King's sealing technique, rendering her powerless against the drug's effects. As the aphrodisiac coursed through her veins, she halted in her tracks, one hand resting against a sturdy tree, her exquisite visage betraying signs of struggle. "So hot. What is happening to me?" Yinran felt an increasing heat enveloping her body, a strong urge to shed her garments overwhelming her. However, being a formidable emperor of battle, even with her powers currently sealed, the composure she once possessed remained within her. She momentarily suppressed the burning sensation that surged within her. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from behind. Startled, Yinran swiftly turned around to behold a formidable azure beast, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. It was a third-tier intermediate magical beast, the Gale leopard, and at that moment, it glared at her with its blood-red eyes, radiating an air of menace. This was disastrous. Aware of her precarious situation, Yinran became instantly tense, a sense of vigilance rising within her. In this moment, due to the drastic decline in her strength, the grace and grandeur she once exuded faded away, revealing a state of panic akin to that of a frightened maiden. Chapter 117. Yinran, who are you? Do not approach. Roar. In the next moment, the Gale leopard let out a low growl, baring its bloody maw as it lunged toward Yinran. Given her current strength, encountering this ferocious beast spelled almost certain doom. Just then, from behind a tree situated between them, emerged the silhouette of a young man of striking stature. Crack! The moment he appeared, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the Gale leopard's head. He seemed to possess boundless strength, for with just a single kick, he sent the massive, fierce, third-tier magical beast flying. The force of the blow cracked the beast's skull, and after such a heavy strike, the Gale leopard collapsed to the ground, quickly succumbing to its injuries. Phew! Witnessing the once threatening creature perish at the feet of the emerging youth, Yinran felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. "Miss, are you unscathed? What brings you alone into this perilous part of the magical beast mountains?" The young man inquired with genuine concern as he approached her. "I am fine," Yinran replied softly, shaking her head. "Are you truly unhurt? You seem to be in a rather poor state." He pressed, taking a few more steps closer. "Do not come any closer." Yinran suddenly raised her sword, pointing it toward him with a chilling command. Even her cold voice was remarkably melodious. Undeterred by her warning, the young man continued his advance until he halted just under 5 meters away from her. "If you dare to approach further, I shall not hesitate to kill you." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yunyan's eyes. "It appears my teacher truly does not recognize me." The youth before Yunyan, apart from Chen Feng, could be no one else. At this moment, standing so near, Yunyan failed to recognize him, which relieved Chen Feng's heart. In the next instant, Chen Feng's gaze roamed over Yunyan with unabashed curiosity. Though they had spent many years together, never before had he felt such unrestrained freedom to admire her. Despite their long acquaintance, he was struck anew by her breathtaking beauty. For it would not be an exaggeration to describe Yun with phrases like a painting of exquisite features and a figure of ethereal grace. Gulp. As he gazed at Yun's delicate, flawless visage, Chen Feng instinctively swallowed hard. Under the scrutiny of a stranger's gaze, an icy chill enveloped Yun's countenance. Perhaps weakened by her earlier ordeal and the fact that Chen Feng had saved her, she refrained from attacking him. Instead, she coldly threatened, "If you do not depart, do not blame me for being merciless with my sword." "How captivating you look when issuing threats, dear teacher," Chen Feng mused inwardly, feeling an unusual sensation as he faced Yun's sword pointed at him. He had never before witnessed her in such a flustered state. In the next moment, Chen Feng wore a gentle smile, altering his tone slightly and calmly explaining, "Miss, please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that being a woman traversing the depths of the Beast Mountain range alone is exceedingly perilous. Do you require assistance? Do you require assistance?" Chen Feng's words drifted into Yun's ears, causing her to curl her crimson lips and shake her head resolutely. "No, I do not need it. You should leave at once." However, just as Yun finished speaking, a frown returned to her brow as the heat within her surged once more, making her body twist uncomfortably from side to side, accompanied by a powerful impulse. In such circumstances, even if Yun was oblivious to the intricacies of romantic affairs, she was acutely aware that she had been poisoned. She hastily attempted to channel her fighting spirit to resist, only to frantically discover that her energy had been sealed by a purple crystal, leaving her with nothing to quell the fire raging within her. "Miss, I perceive that your condition appears rather unsettling. Allow me to assist you." Observing Yun's writhing form, Chen Feng chuckled softly and stepped forward, closing the distance to within a hand's breadth of the sharp sword's tip. As he came closer, Chen Feng finally caught sight of Yun's enchanting visage, now flushed with an alluring crimson hue. Her clear eyes had grown somewhat dazed, and her elegantly elongated neck, reminiscent of a swan, bore a delicate tinge of pink. This reaction mirrored that of the little healer during the initial onset of her medicinal effects just days prior. Rogue. Struggling with her expression, Yun saw Chen Feng approach yet again, her supple body leaning forward slightly, and the sharp sword was instantly thrust towards his abdomen. As the sword lunged forth, Chen Feng made no effort to evade, allowing the blade to reach him. With a soft thud, a sound of muted collision emanated from the sword's tip. The sword was indeed a fine weapon, however, in Yun's hands, devoid of any fighting spirit energy. Its thrust was feeble, weaker than that of an ordinary person, rendering it incapable of harming Chen Feng, who possessed the physique of a dragon and elephant. In the next instant, Yun's grip slackened, and the sword clattered to the ground as she fell forward. "Be careful." Noticing Yun toppling in his direction, Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to catch her, his hand resting upon her slender waist. In that instant, as his hand encircled her delicate form, Yun's body stiffened abruptly, and reflexively, she raised her jade hand to strike his face. Yet, given her current state, that hand was devoid of strength, akin to a lover's gentle caress. Subsequently, sensing the ineffectiveness of her weak retaliation, Yun suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on Chen Feng's shoulder. The once relaxed Chen Feng was taken aback by Yun's bite, feeling a sharper pain than that of the previous sword thrust, prompting him to emit a soft cry of discomfort. Fortunately, this fleeting sensation of discomfort soon transformed into a delicate, soft, and slippery touch. It became evident that upon experiencing the masculine aura at such close proximity, the heat within Yun ignited as fiercely as dry tinder meeting a roaring flame. Her small mouth, which had been biting into Chen Feng's shoulder, gradually released its grip, surreptitiously gliding away to gently caress the wound on his shoulder, reminiscent of a kitten's nibble. At that very moment, Chen Feng's body involuntarily quivered under the tender ministrations of Yun's soft, fragrant tongue, prompting his hands to ascend. Reaching towards. Just then, Yun abruptly regained a fleeting moment of clarity. A pallor washed over her delicate visage as she swiftly withdrew her mouth from Chen Feng's shoulder and forcefully slapped his hand away. Gritting her silver teeth, she whispered with great difficulty, "If you dare to take advantage of me, I shall ensure your demise once I recover." The potency of the drug coursing through her veins rendered her voice tinged with a subtle, tingling sensation, Yet within her earnest words lay a rare hint of tears. As her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion once more, crystalline tears unexpectedly cascaded from her beautiful eyes. Her blurred voice emerging from those alluring red lips. Should I lose my virtue, I shall have your remains torn asunder, and then take my own life. Yunyan's earnest declarations, imbued with a sorrowful tone, left Chen Feng momentarily dumbfounded. A flicker of hesitation and even a tinge of guilt crept into his heart, making him question whether it was excessively cruel to take advantage of Yun in such a manner. Such opportunities were rare, and considering his clear affection for the teacher, why not cherish this remarkable moment? Yet, that fleeting sense of guilt dissipated in an instant as the desire-driven Yun once again leapt into Chen Feng's embrace. The overwhelming sensation of exhilaration prompting him to reconsider his course of action. Chapter 118. The enigmatic pregnancy and abundant rewards in this moment. Yun was completely bereft of reason, her delicate, porcelain-like face adorned with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes filled with alluring charm. The previous air of elegance and grandeur utterly dissipated. The morning breeze caressed her fair cheek and gently dried the faint tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Soon, Yun's slender form was left clad in nothing but a light blue undergarment, her alabaster skin and the enticing contours beneath it rendering Chen Feng equally irrational. Time passed swiftly, transitioning seamlessly from dawn to dusk. Eventually, fatigued and somewhat faint, Yun lay in Chen Feng's embrace, her beautiful eyes gently closed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. His gaze softened as it traversed her delicate, flushed cheeks, eventually settling on her long, exposed eyelashes. At that moment, Chen Feng's heart brimmed with tranquility. After a while, he retrieved a black cloak, enveloping Yun's fair form, and then placed his hand between her neck and calves to lift her tenderly. Soon, he discovered a hidden cave behind a waterfall nearby, gently laying Yun upon a stone platform within. She would likely awaken hungry, so he resolved to prepare some sustenance. Observing Yun, who resembled a tranquil sleeping beauty, Chen Feng's expression grew increasingly gentle. Suddenly, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to step outside the cave. Ding! Detection of Yao's pregnancy confirmed. The host is rewarded with a grand gift package. Ding! Would the host like to open the grand gift package? Just as Chen Feng was about to exit the cave, a system notification echoed in his mind. Yao was pregnant. Initially taken aback by the announcement, a look of unrestrained joy illuminated Chen Feng's face. Today was indeed a day of double happiness. Not only had he savored Yun's essence, but he had also received the delightful news of Yao's pregnancy. In the next instant, Chen Feng silently urged the system within his mind. Open the package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunder Wings. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 6th-tier pinnacle magical beast, the Phantom Flame Cat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a junior experience pill. A series of system notifications resounded within Chen Feng's mind, causing his heart to blossom with elation. However, his focus remained fixated on the final reward, the junior experience pill. Could it be the kind that directly enhances cultivation? With a hint of skepticism, Chen Feng mused within. Recalling his past life where he had engaged with various online games, aware of an item known as the experience pill, which could instantly augment experience and elevate levels. In the next moment, his consciousness eagerly delved into the system space to investigate. What first caught Chen Feng's eye was a pair of enormous, floating wings, shimmering in silver and radiating a resplendent glow, suggesting their extraordinary nature. Thunder Wings, aerial combat technique. The magnificent silver wings turned out to be a flight combat technique. The potent aura of thunder emanating from them suggests that they possess capabilities beyond mere flight. Perhaps they also harbor formidable offensive abilities. As Chen Feng contemplated the grandeur of these wings, he realized that this was not the moment to learn combat techniques, and shifted his gaze to the next reward. Before him stood a black cat, approximately the size of a purple lightning marten, its sleek black fur appearing remarkably smooth. Its dark eyes resembled a pitch-black vortex, profound and enigmatic, while a dark flame flickered around its form. This was the Nether Flame Cat, a pinnacle 6th-tier magical beast, swift and possessing astonishing attack power, along with the unique ability of Beast Fire. Aside from its Beast Fire, its other attributes closely mirrored those of the purple lightning marten. Indeed, It was a magical beast endowed with formidable beast fire. Observing the might of the dark flames, Chen Feng mused that the purple fire of the purple crystal wing lion king was hardly comparable. Nodding to himself after a quick glance at the creature, his attention finally settled on a small, golden pill, no larger than a soybean, radiating a dazzling golden light. This was a primary experience pill. Upon consumption, it instantaneously elevates the user's cultivation by a year, with no side effects whatsoever. It was indeed designed to enhance cultivation. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the primary experience pill. Although he possessed various means to contend with battle emperors and some low-tier battle sovereigns, these were merely external aids. It was only by strengthening his own power that he could feel truly secure. Now, with the primary experience pill capable of instantly boosting his cultivation by a year, he found it exceedingly advantageous. After reviewing the rewards he had just acquired, Chen Feng glanced back and noticed Yinran still asleep, prompting him to exit the cave. Such an instantaneous enhancement of cultivation was best kept private, lest it disturb Yinran's sweet dreams. Stepping into the river formed by the cascading waterfall outside the cave, Chen Feng consumed the primary experience pill awarded by the system. Instantly, a massive surge of energy coursed through his body, and he felt that energy swelling within him as his cultivation soared. He progressed from a 3-star Great Master directly to a 4-star Great Master, then swiftly advanced to a 5-star Great Master, 6-star Great Master, 7-star Great Master, 9-star Great Master. As his cultivation surged dramatically, a continuous dragon's roar echoed in Chen Feng's mind, and he noticed that with each minor breakthrough, a golden dragon would soar from his body into the air, only to vanish swiftly from sight. 6 consecutive golden dragons surged forth from his body. As Chen Feng's cultivation ultimately reached the pinnacle of a 9-star great fighter, merely a step away from the realm of doling. Moreover, the consumption of the experience elixir offered an additional advantage. It bore no adverse effects, as if he had genuinely cultivated the power himself. Unlike those potency-enhancing pills that often resulted in significant resistance and could potentially cause instability in one's internal fighting energy, jeopardizing one's foundation. To think that I could ascend from a 3-star great fighter to a 9-star great fighter so swiftly, truly, the experience elixir is remarkable. Sensing the surge of power from his recent elevation, Chen Feng clenched his fist and struck the water, releasing his pent-up energy. In the next moment, a colossal wave erupted before him, within which swam 2 or 3 startled azure fish. Perfect. Spotting the azure fish amidst the splashing waves, Chen Feng deftly tapped his toes, propelling himself above the water's surface, and swiftly seized the 3 azure fish. Chapter 119. Yinran, the genius must marry you. As the night descended, the depths of the demon beast mountains were shrouded in darkness, yet the air was alive with the ferocious roars of various beasts. Behind a waterfall, a once dim cave was now illuminated by a flickering campfire, wafting an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Sensing the delightful scent in the air, the slumbering beauty on the stone platform slowly opened her eyes. After several hours of rest, Yinran felt her fatigue significantly dissipate. Where am I? Upon awakening, she abruptly sat up, only to discover that her original garments had been replaced by a loose black robe. You're awake. You must be hungry. The fish is freshly roasted and ready to eat. As Yinran sat up, Morning Breeze, who had been roasting fish by the campfire, greeted her with a warm smile, reminiscent of a husband watching his wife rise. Startled by the voice, Yinran turned to glance at the Morning Breeze nearby. Yet, upon seeing the smile on his face, a chill ran through her, and a surge of indignation and hatred welled up within her. You scoundrel! You have tarnished my innocence. I shall kill you. In that moment, murderous intent ignited within Yinran. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, swiftly grasping the long sword positioned not far from the stone platform, charging toward the Morning Breeze. In a flash, she stood before him, sword raised, aimed at his neck. Seeing the sharp blade aimed at him, Morning Breeze felt a surge of tension. Though his body remained still, his gaze fixed intently on Yinran's eyes. He wagered that she would not truly attempt to kill him. Besides, even if he was wrong, her current strength posed no lethal threat to him. A practitioner of the dragon elephant body and a 9-star great fighter, at most, he would suffer a minor injury. As fate would have it, Morning Breeze's gamble proved correct. The sharp sword in Yinran's hand halted just an inch away from his neck. She hesitated. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, vivid memories of their previous encounters flooded her mind, each moment strikingly clear. Her consciousness had indeed returned during those latter instances. Though the effects of the drug had worn off, her body had felt numb and weak, leaving her utterly defenseless against morning breeze. Even in a state of acute awareness, she had endured his advances for a time, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Moreover, at this moment, her reluctance to take his life stemmed from another reason. Had it not been for Morning Breeze's timely intervention, she might have become prey to the third-tier beast, the Gale Leopard. Thus, in a sense, he was her savior, and had this incident not occurred, she would have harbored a trace of gratitude towards him. P.S. To the dear readers who follow my writings daily, the previous text has been partially revised, adding a scene where Chen Feng rescues Yinran from a beast. In a state of utter confusion, having lost her innocence, could she truly remain oblivious to the identity of her assailant? Yinran gazed at Chen Feng with a complex expression, subsequently pressing her longsword gently against his neck, demanding, "What is your name?" With the cold blade resting against his throat, Chen Feng showed no signs of resistance, his eyes fixed intently on Yinran as he smiled. "What is this? Are you reconsidering your intent to kill me? Tell me your identity. What is your name? Speak now, or I shall not hesitate to end your life." When Chen Feng avoided her question with a playful grin, Yinran's tone turned icy as she reiterated her demand. "And what if you learn my name and identity? Are you planning to marry me?" Naturally, Chen Feng could not answer this directly, instead countering with a question. "Who would ever marry you?" Yinran retorted, her anger flaring at his audacity. "Well, all you need to know is that I am your man." Chen Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, adding, "Besides, do you truly believe you possess the strength to kill me?" As his words fell, he swiftly flicked the sword away from his neck with 2 fingers, demonstrating a speed and strength far beyond what Yinran could match in her current state. It was only after her blade was deflected that she recognized this disparity. "Once my strength is restored, killing you will be but a fleeting thought," Yinran declared defiantly, feeling the sting of being so underestimated for the first time. Observing the rise and fall of her chest in her vexation, Chen Feng chuckled softly and responded, "Then let us wait until you have regained your power to attempt my demise. Would you care for some fish?" Chen Feng inquired, offering her a skewer of roasted fish. "I refuse. How can I trust you not to poison it?" She snapped, then added, "By the way, where are my clothes? Return them to me at once." As she rejected the fish, Yinran, now clad in the black robe Chen Feng had provided, appeared strikingly alluring. The heavy fabric accentuated her graceful figure, and as she moved, glimpses of her porcelain-like legs became tantalizingly visible. "Here, this is all I have," Chen Feng replied, placing the roasted fish aside and casually retrieving a light blue undergarment from his system space to hand to her. "Shameless," she exclaimed, her eyes blazing with a mix of embarrassment and fury at this intimate garment being held by a man. After shooting him a fierce glare, she hastily snatched the blue undergarment from his hand. "What about the rest?" Yinran demanded, extending her palm and glaring at Chen Feng, pressing on with her inquiry. Upon hearing Yinran's probing inquiry, Chen Feng shrugged and replied, "Do not regard me with such disdain. The other garments have long been torn apart by your own hand, and the piece of armor you just discarded was also removed by you." This statement left Yinran incensed, yet in the next moment, she found herself momentarily speechless. For images began to flash in her mind, conjured by Chen Feng's words, images in which she was indeed present, exhibiting a wild and violent demeanor. As she regained her composure, a sudden wave of hunger washed over Yinran, particularly as she observed Chen Feng tearing off a piece of fish and placing it into his mouth, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Chapter 120. Teacher, you must not come to harm. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Yinran felt a pang of hunger, yet she resolutely stifled it. Just moments ago, she had contemplated ending Chen Feng's life. Now, indulging in the roasted fare he had prepared would be utterly contradictory. "Humph!" With a disdainful exclamation, Yinran turned on her heels, intending to exit the cave. "With your current strength, encountering just 2 second-tier magical beasts could spell your doom," Chen Feng called out as he observed Yinran stride towards the cave's entrance. "That's none of your concern." Yinran shot a fierce glare back at him, her resolve unwavering as she continued towards the exit. Watching her leave the cave, Chen Feng remained remarkably composed. Outside the waterfall, There were at least 4 or 5 third-tier magical beasts, along with a dozen second-tier beasts lurking about. The presence of such a multitude of magical creatures in the vicinity was due to Chen Feng's command for the amethyst-winged Lion King to drive them here. At that moment, Chen Feng tore off another piece of fish and savored it slowly, anticipating that a few steps outside would send Yinran scurrying back in fear of the beasts. Before long, a series of ferocious roars echoed from outside the cave. Roar! Roar! The sound was thunderous and replete with savagery. This is bad. Surely, my teacher Wutan City recklessly venture out knowing so many beasts are nearby? Hearing the unmistakably ominous roars, Chen Feng's heart raced with anxiety. It seemed he had underestimated the tenacity of the woman he had spent so many years with, especially given their recent interactions. In light of the current situation, Yinran would rather forge her own path than remain confined within the cave. It's my fault. Teacher, you must not come to harm, otherwise. Chen Feng slapped his forehead, a look of vexation crossing his face. He then immediately activated his movement technique and dashed out of the cave with fervor. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, a thought struck him. He quickly lifted the restrictions on the soul control banner regarding external perception, then urgently commanded Yao Chun within, Yao Chun, locate the teacher at once. At your command, Master, Yao Chun replied respectfully, swiftly extending its spiritual power to search. Master, to the east, in the dense forest a few miles away. 2 second-tier magical beasts are pursuing your teacher. At this rate, she will soon enter the detection range of a 4th-tier magical beast, Yao Chun reported, having pinpointed Yunyan's location in an instant. Quickly, take me there, Chen Feng urged. As his voice fell, an immense force surged through him, augmenting his speed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward several meters, swiftly leaving the river area and entering the dense forest to the east. In the heart of the forest, Yinran clutched her sword tightly as she ran swiftly, with 2 massive white wolves, each measuring 2 meters in length. Hot on her heels, the 2 white wolves, both formidable beasts of second-tier strength, outpaced Yinran. Had she not skillfully evaded them by taking refuge behind the towering trees of the forest, she would have undoubtedly been caught by now. Cursed be this place, teeming with such a multitude of magical beasts. Escaping seems a daunting task, faced with these 2 relentless white wolves, akin to tenacious leeches. Yinran furrowed her brows, rapidly contemplating her next move. Suddenly, a more profound and resonant roar echoed ahead of her. Upon hearing this primal sound, Yinran hesitated. She sensed that the source could very well be a 4th-tier beast. If she were to be surrounded by such creatures, her demise would be inevitable. As she paused, the 2 wolves behind her lunged forward, one of them striking down with its razor-sharp claws aimed at her head. In this critical moment, Yinran employed the same tactic again, swiftly sidestepping to hide behind another tree, narrowly avoiding the wolf's attack. With a crack, the tree she leaned against splintered under the wolf's assault, yet this act inadvertently slowed the beast's momentum. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her sword, landing a heavy blow on the wolf's front paw, carving a deep gash that sent blood splattering. The excruciating pain sent the wolf into a frenzied rage. At that moment, the second wolf charged toward her, baring its vicious fangs as it lunged for her arm. Catching sight of that foul maw closing in, Yinran swiftly retreated, narrowly evading this perilous strike. Currently, her strength was merely equivalent to that of an ordinary fighter, yet through her extensive combat experience, she managed to inflict significant injuries upon the 2 wolves. However, she too bore a wound on her back from the claws of one wolf, fortunately shallow enough to not pose a mortal threat. Just as Yinran seemed on the verge of overcoming the 2 wolves, a more powerful roar resonated around her. The scent of blood had attracted a 4th-tier beast, a towering jungle giant, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, with a muscular physique. The jungle giant. Upon witnessing this colossal creature, Yinran understood the true danger had arrived. In the past, she would have dismissed a 3rd-tier beast like the jungle giant without a second thought, but now, it could easily overpower her. The jungle giant, towering like the trees themselves, could sprint with a speed that even Yinran, harnessing her full strength, could not match. It appeared that today would indeed be her last. The vast disparity in power filled her with despair. To perish at the hands of these beasts would surely mean her flesh and blood would soon be devoured by them. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. As the jungle giant locked its bloodthirsty gaze upon her, it raised its massive fist without hesitation, preparing to strike down upon Yinran. The colossal ape, due to its immense size, appeared to move sluggishly. However, in reality, its speed was astonishing. As its arms swung, it produced a powerful sound that sliced through the air. The fist radiated a formidable crimson energy, and should it strike Yinran, she would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, Yinran, having been drained by the two white wolves, found herself devoid of any strength to evade the impending assault of the giant ape. Her beautiful eyes gradually closed, resigned to await the arrival of death. Yet, as she surrendered to darkness, she felt a strong arm suddenly encircle her waist, swiftly transporting her from her original position. With a resounding thud, the giant ape's fist crashed into the ground, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. "It's you. How did you get here?" Yinran exclaimed, her eyes flying open to discover that the one embracing her was none other than Chen Feng. Chapter 121. Yinran, a ghost would care for you. Did I not warn you that the outside of the cave is perilous? Why are you still running out? Chen Feng did not respond to Yinran's inquiry. His gaze was fixed on her back, stained with blood, his brow furrowing in concern. "Let go of me. My affairs are none of your business. Be careful." As Chen Feng reproached her in that tone, Yinran felt an urge to retort, yet her body was once again enveloped in his embrace. In that fleeting moment, her body tensed, as if jolted by electricity. Despite their previously intimate relationship, she remained somewhat sensitive, like a maiden. In the next instant, Chen Feng swiftly transported her to a clearing several meters away. Their previous position was violently swept by a massive crimson paw, the ground trembling beneath the force. This fellow's agility is astonishing. Witnessing Chen Feng's ghostly movement, Yinran was inwardly astonished. This marked the second time Chen Feng had saved her life, and she could sense the palpable tension in his demeanor when he spoke, a genuine concern rather than a fade. Could it be that he truly cares for me? A peculiar light flickered in Yinran's beautiful eyes as she began to scrutinize the man who held her close. "Jungle giant ape, you are courting death." Under Yinran's gaze, a hint of anger flashed across Chen Feng's face. He released his grip around his waist and lightly brushed his palm over the spatial ring, causing a blood-red spear to materialize in his hand. This spear was long and sturdy, entirely crimson, emanating a formidable aura of ferocity. Observing the sudden appearance of the blood-red spear in Chen Feng's grasp, Yinran couldn't help but glance sideways. With her knowledge, she could discern that this weapon was extraordinary. After retrieving the system's reward, the dragon spear, Chen Feng quickly channeled his energy into it, causing several arcs of lightning to coil around the blood-red spear. "What is this?" Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the dragon spear, Yinran's astonishment deepened. Although her own strength had waned, her perception remained keen. She could ascertain that Chen Feng's cultivation was merely at the great fighter level, yet the energy accumulating on the dragon spear seemed to reach the pinnacle of Dou Ling, even posing a threat to Dou Wang-level warriors. How did he achieve this? Has he employed some exceedingly powerful fighting technique? But what kind of technique could possess such might? Could it be an earth-tier fighting skill? Yinran pondered within her heart. At that moment, the enormous pupils of the jungle giant ape also reflected a profound shock. The energy coalescing on Chen Feng's blood-red spear evoked a significant sense of threat within it. Roar! Seemingly to interrupt Chen Feng's preparation, the jungle giant ape bellowed, its massive fists gathering violent crimson energy as they came crashing down towards Chen Feng's head. Heavenly Thunder Infusion. This technique, known as the first form of the Heavenly Thunder Spear, was only cultivated by Chen Feng after he ascended to the rank of Great Fighter. The Heavenly Thunder Spear is a celestial-level combat skill, and even this most rudimentary form nearly drained Chen Feng's internal fighting spirit to a perilous level. As the jungle giant ape prepared to strike, Chen Feng completed his charge. At the tip of the dragon spiral spear, the air shimmered slightly, and in an instant, a colossal silver lightning spear, measuring several dozen feet in length, surged forth, hurtling towards the jungle giant ape with ferocity. This massive silver spear dwarfed the ape's already formidable form, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the beast's body. Boom! Upon impact, a charred gaping hole erupted from the jungle giant ape, its immense frame propelled backward nearly 100 meters before crashing heavily into a line of towering trees, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, Yinran could see the fallen giant, its body crackling with arcs of lightning, occasionally convulsing. Yet it could no longer rise. As the lightning dissipated, flames began to engulf it. Hiss! In that moment, even Yinran couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To strike down a fourth-tier magical beast like the jungle giant ape with a single blow was a feat that even some ordinary Do Wang experts could not achieve. Yet, here was a young man, possessing only the cultivation of a great fighter, who had accomplished it. Who exactly was he, and how could he master such profound combat techniques? Curiosity stirred within Yinran. Although Chen Feng had displayed an affinity for lightning, she had never considered this in relation to her own disciple's attributes, as the disparity between them was quite significant. How is your injury? Does it hurt? After defeating the jungle giant ape, Chen Feng's tone had softened considerably, losing the previous urgency, though it carried a hint of weakness. I'm fine, just some minor wounds. But you, it seems you've exhausted all your fighting spirit with that technique. Under Chen Feng's gentle gaze, Yunyan's beautiful eyes flickered away, her voice barely above a whisper. So, you are concerned about me? Chen Feng grinned. Who would care about someone like you? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yunyan's lips curled slightly, turning her face away. Cough. Due to the excessive consumption of fighting spirit from executing that last move, Chen Feng found his legs growing weak. Are you all right? Noticing this, Yunyan hastily reached out to support Chen Feng, her concern evident. Hee. And you say you don't care about me? Despite his pale visage from weakness, Chen Feng couldn't resist teasing. Seeing Chen Feng in this state, Yunyan chose not to retort. She steadied him while scanning their surroundings. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a series of beastly roars erupted from the depths of the forest, causing Yunyan's expression to shift dramatically. It seems that the only course of action is to retreat to the cave for the time being. Once I break the seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King, these impending crises will surely dissipate. At this moment, attuned to the direction of the beastly roars, Yunyan resolutely decided to assist the weakened Chen Feng as they made their way toward the cave they had previously found. Within the cool confines of the cave, a somewhat restored Chen Feng gazed at Yunyan's lacerated back with concern, gently saying, I am fine, but we should first attend to your injuries. If this wound remains untreated, it will heal very slowly. As he spoke, his hand began to reach toward the gaping hole in Yunyan's black robe. Hiss! Just as Chen Feng delicately parted the fabric, the blood adhering to the robe tugged at Yunyan's wound, eliciting a pained expression from her. Chapter 122. Yunyan, mind your eyes. I am sorry, did I hurt you? Upon hearing the faint, muffled sound escaping Yunyan's lips, Chen Feng immediately halted his movements. In the next moment, a surge of silvery energy coalesced within his palm, ultimately dividing into delicate strands of silver thread, meticulously severing the viscous blood that connected her skin to the dark robe. Noticing the earnest expression on Chen Feng's face, a flicker of complex emotions danced in Yunyan's beautiful eyes, yet she refrained from stopping him, tacitly granting permission for Chen Feng to tend to her wound. All right, you may remove your clothing. I shall apply some medicine. After carefully addressing the dried, viscous blood that had adhered her garments to her skin, Chen Feng produced a jade vial, speaking with an air of nonchalance. At his words, Yunyan fell into a contemplative silence, her heart in turmoil. Did she truly have to undress before this man once more? Forget it. If you attempt to do it yourself, it may strain your injury. Allow me to assist you. Chen Feng murmured to himself as Yunyan remained silent. With that, Chen Feng set the jade vial upon a nearby stone platform and reached out to help Yunyan unfasten her robe. Just then, Yunyan's delicate hand moved. With her back turned to him, she quickly loosened her dark robe, letting it slide down to her waist. Instantly, the enchanting curves of her fair back revealed themselves to Chen Feng's gaze. Even with the long scar marring its beauty, it remained captivating. Standing before the man with her upper body bare, the once mighty woman, a former emperor of battle, felt a blush creep across her alabaster skin, her body trembling ever so slightly. While I apply the medicine, mind your eyes, Yunyan softly warned, though her admonition lacked any formidable presence. Understood. Chen Feng nodded, this time refraining from any indiscreet glances. He retrieved some clean cloth from his spatial ring, pouring a delicate green liquid from another jade vial, and began to gently wipe away the blood near her wound. As he tenderly cleaned the injury, Yunyan's eyelashes fluttered, and a hint of languid femininity graced her countenance. After thoroughly cleansing the wound, Chen Feng picked up the jade vial from the stone platform, sprinkling some white powder onto the injury. The powder's sting caused Yun to furrow her brows, a soft, pained groan escaping her lips. "Fear not, it shall heal swiftly," Chen Feng reassured her with a gentle smile, evenly distributing the powder over the wound before carefully wrapping it with some cotton cloth meant for stopping the bleeding. Of course, during the process of bandaging her injury, although Chen Feng maintained his focus, he could not help but catch glimpses of sights that ought not to be seen. The sight of Yun's pristine form stirred an unusual impulse within him, yet he swiftly suppressed it. Before long, Chen Feng clapped his hands together, pulling the dark robe back up to her shoulders, and declared with a smile, "There, the wound has been treated." Upon witnessing Chen Feng's composed demeanor throughout their interaction, Yun felt a renewed sense of admiration for him. With a gentle voice, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Instantly, joy filled Chen Feng's heart at those 3 simple words. He sensed that Yun no longer harbored the same aversion towards him as before. Consequently, their exchanges became less rigid. Although their conversations remained notably sparse, with Yun often enveloped in silence. Within the cool confines of the cave, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Feng reignited the campfire and ventured to the waterfall to catch a few fish, which he subsequently skewered over the flames. This time, as he offered the grilled fish to Yun, she accepted it with a nod, delicately tearing off a small piece with her lips, savoring it with graceful movements. "Why have you come to the Beast Mountain Range?" Yun inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. She believed that a youth of Chen Feng's caliber must surely hail from a prestigious family or sect. It seemed improbable that they would permit him to traverse such perilous terrain alone for mere training. "I am here to accomplish something of great significance," Chen Feng replied earnestly, a smile adorning his lips. "And I have already succeeded." His response piqued Yun's intrigue, though she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. "Oh, congratulations," she remarked in a neutral tone. "And what brings you to the Beast Mountain Range?" Chen Feng reciprocated with a question. "I have come to seek the amethyst-winged Lion King in exchange for the purple spirit crystal. However, I have yet to succeed and unfortunately fell victim to its seal. Once I recover, I may need to return," Yun revealed, feeling no need for secrecy. Yet, as she mentioned the purple spirit crystal, an image of a youth surfaced in her mind, strikingly similar in stature to Chen Feng, both possessing the lightning attribute. "Isn't it a coincidence? My primary objective here is to obtain the accompanying amethyst source. Previously, while the amethyst-winged Lion King was absent, I visited its lair and discreetly acquired the amethyst source, along with the purple spirit crystal." As Yun's thoughts wandered, Chen Feng interjected with a smile, revealing a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, sharp purple spirit stone in his palm. The stone shimmered with a radiant beauty. "Is it truly the purple spirit crystal?" Yun exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Initially, her intention had been to stealthily infiltrate the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair to pilfer the crystal. But she had not anticipated that a mere great fighter would achieve what she, a Dou Emperor, could not. It was no wonder the amethyst-winged Lion King had displayed such an attitude towards her previously. It turns out that their lair had already been pilfered once. With the information conveyed by Chen Feng, Yun's doubts were suddenly dispelled. In the next moment, she gazed at the purple spirit crystal in Chen Feng's hand, her red lips parting slightly as she hesitantly inquired, "Would you be willing to exchange this purple spirit crystal with me?" "Certainly. What do you intend to offer in return?" Chen Feng replied, nodding slightly, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded Yun. At this, Yun fell into a moment of silence, her heart in turmoil. 4. Based on Chen Feng's previous display of prowess in battle, it was evident that he lacked neither profound techniques nor combat skills. As for items like magic cores or medicinal pills, she found herself lacking anything of equivalent value to the purple spirit crystal, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Chapter 123. The Moon of Misfortune Sister. "Who is the treacherous Xiao? I shall avenge you." Observing the hesitation etched upon Yun's face, Chen Feng chuckled lightly. "Have you not yet discerned?" "Not yet. I cannot presently fathom what I could possibly offer you." Yun gently shook her head. Then, as if having reached a resolution, she removed the spatial ring from her finger and severed their connection. "Very well, take whatever you desire from my ring. If nothing piques your interest, then so be it," she murmured, her voice lacking conviction, yet clinging to a flicker of hope that Chen Feng might covet some treasures within and propose a trade. All right, let me have a look. Initially, Chen Feng intended to gift the purple spirit crystal to Yun, and upon witnessing her gesture, he decided to explore her spatial ring, intending to casually select an item to satisfy her. However, in the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished. Within Yun's ring, he beheld the pale blue undergarment she had previously worn. Ah, this will do. A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he unhesitatingly retrieved the intimate garment, which still bore a faint trace of her delicate fragrance. Upon seeing Chen Feng extract her personal item from the ring, Yun momentarily froze, her cheeks and fair neck flushing a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. No, that cannot be. Return it to me at once. In the next instant, she resembled a flustered maiden, exclaiming as she reached out to reclaim her undergarment from Chen Feng's grasp. With a swift motion, Chen Feng raised his arm, evading her attempt, and quickly retorted, "You yourself just stated that I could take anything I fancied from the ring. It is too late to retract your words now." With that, he extended the purple spirit crystal he had been holding towards Yun. Gazing at the crystal before her and the pale blue garment in Chen Feng's hands, a myriad of emotions flickered in Yun's beautiful eyes. She understood that since Chen Feng had chosen that particular item, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. Let it serve as a memento for him. Yun sighed inwardly, ultimately deciding to accept the purple spirit crystal he offered. "I have obtained the purple spirit crystal. Once the seal is broken, we shall leave this place," she murmured to herself, then nonchalantly tore off a piece of fish and began to chew it slowly. Noticing the shift in Yun's demeanor, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within. He caressed her intimate garment briefly before swiftly placing it into his spatial ring. In the time that followed, Yun devoted most of her hours to meditative practice, striving to break through the seal of the purple crystal. Yet, amid her cultivation, she would come to assist Chen Feng while he prepared meals, and their relationship flourished through these shared moments. In the Grand Empire, within the illustrious capital, lies the residence of Princess Yao Yi, the esteemed Long Princess. Gifted with an innate talent for management and an exceptional ability to win the hearts of the powerful, Princess Yao Yi has recently exhibited remarkable prowess in state affairs, meticulously attending to every detail while maintaining a keen strategic vision. Her commendable leadership has garnered admiration from numerous ministers and has brought satisfaction to the unseen figure orchestrating the empire from behind the curtains, assuring them of a promising successor. Yet, behind the facade of her illustrious achievements lies a hidden sorrow known only to her. As night descends, Princess Yao Yi commands all within the grand hall to leave, forbidding any from entering her private chambers, where the sound of muffled sobs occasionally escapes. "Chao Zhe, one day, I shall rend you to pieces." A chilling whisper follows the cessation of her tears. Why is my sister crying? And who is this Chao Zhe? Has he tormented her? Outside the sanctuary of Princess Yao Yi, a delicate figure stands, undeterred by the edict of withdrawal, boldly approaching her sister's quarters. Clad in a resplendent purple gown adorned with silver patterns, her exquisite visage exudes a natural nobility, accentuated by a slender waist cinched with a matching sash. Though appearing merely 14 or 15, she embodies an elegance and tranquility that belies her spirited nature, recognized by those who know her well. However, the typically cheerful little princess now wears a furrowed brow, her tiny fists clenched as she strides forward and pushes open the door to Yao Yi's chamber. Creak. Who is it? Startled, Princess Yao Yi, clad in a sheer red nightgown and dabbing at her tear-stained cheeks, turns to find the petite figure at the threshold. With a sigh of relief, she exclaims, "Yao Yu, what brings you here? Sister, tell me, is there someone named Chao Zhe who is bullying you? If so, I shall seek vengeance for you immediately." The little princess does not respond to Yao Ye's inquiry, but instead rushes into the room, concern etched in her voice. "Chao Zhe, what are you rambling about, Yao Yu?" Alarmed by her words, Yao Yi fears that her sister has uncovered something she should not know. "Sister, I am not speaking nonsense. I heard you just outside the door, vowing to dismember someone named Chao Zhe, and you were crying." The little princess pouted as she explained. Upon hearing her words, Yao Yi felt a sense of relief wash over her. It seemed that the young princess remained unaware of the secret that enveloped her, having merely stood outside the door for a brief moment. "Sister, please tell me, who is the treacherous Chao? I shall seek vengeance for you at once." The little princess declared earnestly, brandishing her tiny fists. Yao Yu, with a grave expression, placed her hands on the princess's shoulders and implored, "Dear sister, you must not involve yourself in my affairs, nor speak of tonight's events. I beg of you, just treat it as my plea." In her heart, Yao Yi regarded the treacherous Qiao as a veritable demon, and she wished to shield her sister from being entangled in such darkness. Chapter 124. Yun I am Yunji. Within the cool confines of the cave, the cohabitation between Chen Feng and Yun progressed harmoniously. However, during this period, the two did not once rekindle the intimate relationship typical of lovers. Chen Feng possessed a profound understanding of Yun. Should she break through the amethyst seal and regain her former strength as a Dou Huang, it was likely that the enchanting bond they shared would shatter. At that moment, while Yun might not draw her sword against him anew, she would undoubtedly depart without hesitation. On the 5th morning of their cohabitation, Chen Feng, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them and turned to gaze at Yun, who lay upon the stone bed like a slumbering beauty. He slowly rose and approached her side, his eyes tracing her elegant and enchanting curves, ultimately resting upon her lovely face, which bore a slight frown. "Teacher, after you return this time, I wonder how long it will be before I can gaze upon you like this again." Fixated on Yun's delicate visage, Chen Feng, after a moment, retrieved a large black robe from his spatial ring and gently draped it over her form before turning to exit the cave. Just as Chen Feng turned away, the slumbering Yun suddenly opened her eyes, quietly observing the tall silhouette fading into the darkness beyond the cave. Her jade-like hand caressed the black robe enveloping her, and her tranquil heart was inexplicably stirred with ripples of emotion. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shimmered with unspoken sentiments as she watched Chen Feng's retreating figure. A bittersweet smile, tinged with resignation, graced her face. "Having practiced alone for so many years, I never expected to be entangled with someone younger than myself." The bond shared between her and Chen Feng had, indeed, transcended mere intimacy, for within her lay remnants of the life essence he had bestowed upon her. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of dishonor regarding that process. Consequently, Yun often sought to forget the moments they had shared, repeatedly telling herself that she could not marry a man simply because he had taken her virtue. However, regardless of her thoughts and actions, she found it impossible to forget, occasionally becoming lost in her reverie. Enough of this for now. Shaking her head, Yun gracefully lifted the black robe covering her and elegantly shed her garments, revealing a perfect figure akin to jade sculpted by masterful hands, now fully exposed in the cave's embrace. After shedding her clothing, Yun cast a glance toward the cave entrance, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had just returned from outside with a few fish when he noticed that Yun, who had been practicing, had donned a pristine white dress. The once languid phoenix adornment atop her head had been neatly arranged, exuding an air of subtle nobility. Her beautiful face radiated elegance, the previous aura of fragility having vanished entirely. "It appears that teacher has broken the seal," Chen Feng mused inwardly as his gaze swept across Yun, and he promptly adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he approached the fire. As the morning breeze stirred the roasted fish, Yun slowly opened her eyes, her lips tightly sealed, and lifted her head to gaze towards the direction of the morning wind. Suddenly, a sensation washed over her heart, and the morning wind also raised his head, only to lock eyes with her pair of enchanting and lively orbs. After a fleeting moment of contact, Yun feigned nonchalance and averted her gaze, while the morning wind continued to turn the fish over the fire. "The fish is ready. Come and eat." After a short while, the morning wind calmly called out to Yun, shattering the earlier tension. She responded softly, and with a subtle movement, she appeared directly before the morning wind. The swiftness of her approach was a testament to her regained prowess, which had indeed returned to the Emperor of Battle Realm. Yun accepted the roasted fish handed to her by the morning wind, gracefully seated herself, and savored the tender flesh, chewing slowly. After a moment of hesitation, she swallowed and looked towards the morning wind, softly declaring, "My cultivation has returned." At her words, the morning wind paused mid-bite, quickly swallowing what he had, and looked up with a gentle sigh. "I knew that the moment you arrived. Once we finish the fish, I shall depart from here," Yun continued, her voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. Indeed, her words were anticipated by the morning wind, who had no intention of detaining her. In the future, they could still meet. It merely required a return to their previous master-disciple relationship. I am called Yunji, and you? Noticing the morning wind's silence, Yun stood up. Her eyes filled with expectation as she inquired. She had asked this once before, only to be met with playful teasing from him. And now she gathered the courage to ask again. Yunji? The morning wind recognized that this was not her true name, yet he wished to avoid her repeatedly uttering names other than his own. Thus, he responded, Yunji, a beautiful name indeed. However, what need is there for familiarity in our encounter? As long as we each remember this experience in our hearts, that is all that matters. The rest is but ephemeral. You are unwilling to even share a name. Upon hearing his response, Yun's previously gentle countenance darkened, clearly vexed. It was understandable. She had lowered herself to ask for his name again, only to receive such a dismissive reply. In modern terms, it would undoubtedly label him as a cad. In the next instant, Yun hurled the roasted fish at the morning wind in anger and turned to stride towards the cave entrance. I shall see you off. The morning wind reached out to catch the flying fish, swiftly placing it back on the fire before preparing to follow her. No need, came Yun's playful retort from ahead, followed by a gust of azure wind that surged towards him. The morning wind, caught off guard, was knocked back several paces. When he opened his eyes again, the cave was already devoid of Yun's presence. Beyond the cave, the enchanting silhouette paused for a brief moment. Casting a glance over her shoulder before gracefully ascending into the sky, her azure wings fluttering gently behind her. Just as the exquisite figure of Yun was about to vanish into the expanse above, Chen Feng appeared at the cave's entrance, waving towards her direction and softly uttering, Master, we shall meet again soon. With Yun disappearing into the horizon, Chen Feng turned back to the cave. Upon returning, his spirit swiftly sank into the realm of the system, his gaze fixated upon the pair of silver wings radiating a formidable aura of thunder. Chapter 125, The Little Healer's Pregnancy. With a mere thought, Chen Feng silently communicated with the system, extract the thunder wings. In the next instant, a pair of enormous silver wings, radiating an overwhelming aura of thunder, materialized in Chen Feng's grasp. Although the thunder wings were a celestial-grade combat technique, they could not be attained through mere cultivation. Rather, they required direct assimilation into the body. Once merged with these wings, Chen Feng would be able to soar through the skies. Resolving himself, Chen Feng commanded the system, fuse the thunder wings. As the words left his lips, the silver wings in his hands began to stir. With a tremor, they transformed into a streak of silver light that swiftly penetrated into Chen Feng's being. At that moment, he felt an incredibly ferocious energy surging within him. This energy, wild and tempestuous, rapidly coursed through his body. As this violent force erupted further, Chen Feng experienced an excruciating pain radiating from his limbs and bones, engulfing him entirely. A wave of unbearable agony crashed over him, prompting a cry of anguish to escape his lips as wisps of white mist emanated from his form. At this moment, Chen Feng's veins bulged, his countenance contorted in agony, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The chaotic power of the thunder wings surged through his entire being like a torrential flood. In that instant, he felt as though his body might shatter under the strain. Even with the formidable physique granted by the dragon elephant body, Chen Feng found himself on the brink of collapse. Had such a tumultuous force entered the body of an ordinary Grand Master, it would have likely resulted in instant demise. Amidst this overwhelming pain, Chen Feng sensed his consciousness beginning to blur, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. No, I cannot lose consciousness. In the depths of the cave, he clenched his fists tightly, the searing pain rendering his complexion ghostly pale. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he could feel sharp pangs radiating from all over his body. In the throes of this heart-wrenching agony, Chen Feng's physique was undergoing a profound transformation under the refining influence of the thunder power. Thump, thump. In that moment, the only sound resonating in Chen Feng's mind was the rhythm of his own heartbeat, while the suffering within intensified. Forcing himself to focus, he immersed in the metamorphosis of his flesh, gradually finding a semblance of tranquility. Within the cave, silver light flickered incessantly around Chen Feng, with torrents of fierce silver thunder power continuously permeating every part of him. His flesh, bones, meridians, and skin were undergoing significant refinement and enhancement in this moment. calmly seated on the ground. Chen Feng occasionally twitched, each convulsion revealing the pronounced bulging of his veins, a testament to the intensity of his torment. However, with each spasm, a powerful surge emanated from his body, enveloping him in an aura of formidable strength. In this manner, Chen Feng's cultivation unexpectedly ascended from a 9-star great fighter to the realm of Dou Ling without him even realizing it. The silver diamond crystal within him gradually sprouted several barbed protrusions, resembling a sea urchin. Upon breaking through to the 1-star Dou Ling, Chen Feng's surging aura showed no signs of abating. 2-star Dou Ling, 3-star Dou Ling, 4-star Dou Ling. This escalation continued until he reached the 4-star Dou Ling, at which point the agony he had previously endured finally dissipated entirely. Feeling the immense power surging within him, a slight smile of euphoria graced Chen Feng's lips. To his astonishment, the refining power of thunder not only facilitated his breakthrough into the Dou Ling realm, but also propelled him to the level of 4-star Dou Ling. With a mere thought, he summoned his Dou Qi, concentrating it in his palm. In an instant, a brilliant silver light coalesced rapidly in his hand, ultimately forming a silver spear over 3 meters in length, which he grasped with satisfaction. The manifestation of Dou Qi. Observing the silver spear entirely composed of Dou Qi energy in his hand, Chen Feng felt immense satisfaction. At the Dou Ling stage, his Dou Qi could not only be projected outward, but could also be freely shaped into physical forms. Furthermore, the armor conjured from Dou Qi would be denser than that of the Great Fighter stage, providing him with a significant advantage in combat. Soon, Chen Feng recalled the recently fused thunder wings. Tilting his head, he noticed a mysterious silver rune etched on each of his shoulder blades. Evidently, through the recent refining power of thunder, he had successfully merged with these thunder wings. He could distinctly sense that these enigmatic silver runes contained an exceedingly violent and domineering thunder energy. Thunder wings, activate. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he activated the silver runes on his shoulder blades, and a pair of resplendent silver wings materialized behind him. Having fused with the thunder wings, Chen Feng was now certain that these wings possessed more than mere flight capabilities. They could also use the power of thunder to enhance his body upon the first fusion, significantly boosting his cultivation. Furthermore, these thunder wings could serve as a conduit, absorbing additional thunder energy to further refine both themselves and Chen Feng's body, rendering him even stronger. Additionally, after infusing Dou Qi into the wings, they could unleash a formidable thunder half-moon slash, showcasing astonishing destructive power. The current potency of this thunder half-moon slash equates to executing a high-tier Earth-level combat technique. Yet the amount of Dou Qi consumed is comparable to that required for a high-tier Xin-level technique. Consequently, I shall no longer deplete my Dou Qi after just a few high-tier techniques, as I did before. Upon uncovering further information about the thunder wings, a broader smile graced Chen Feng's face. Suddenly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the little medical fairy is pregnant. Reward for the host, a grand gift package. Ding. Would the host like to open the gift package? Just as Chen Feng reveled in the efficacy of the thunder wings, this unexpected system prompt echoed within his consciousness. The little medical fairy is with child. Initially taken aback by the announcement, Chen Feng's expression swiftly transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. This moment could be deemed a double blessing. Not only had he recently integrated the formidable thunder wings, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities, but he was now also graced with the joyous news of the little medical fairy's pregnancy. In the next instant, Chen Feng silently commanded within his heart, "System, open the gift package." Chapter 126, Abundant Rewards. A further enhancement of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the celestial grade combat technique, the diamond glazed body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2-star Dou Zong experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the heavenly residual poison scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7th grade pill, transformation pill. All of the aforementioned items have been successfully allocated to the system space. The host is advised to check. Upon hearing this series of notifications, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the little medicine fairy would conceive so swiftly, presenting him with such a delightful surprise. Upon his return, he must reward her generously. In the next moment, Chen Feng's consciousness unhesitatingly plunged into the system space. The first thing that caught his eye was a golden scroll. Diamond glazed body. A beginner-level celestial-grade combat technique. Transforming the body into diamond-like glaze. Capable of shattering all without a blade. Invulnerable to all. When mastered to perfection, the body becomes a flawless diamond glaze. Standing at an impressive height of 9 zhong and 9 qi. Radiating golden light. With a punch that can shatter the heavens and a kick that can rend the earth. Indeed, this is a technique concerning the physical body. After perusing the description of the golden scroll, a look of realization dawned upon Chen Feng's face. As he had suspected its nature from the name alone, the diamond-glazed body was familiar to him when practiced to its zenith. Its effects rival those of an intermediate celestial-grade combat technique. However, cultivating such a physical technique demands an extraordinarily robust physique, and Chen Feng was uncertain if he currently possessed the qualifications to practice it. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Techniques of this caliber had previously drained his internal Dou Qi, even when he executed the simplest and weakest move of the Heavenly Thunder Spear technique. Even if he met the cultivation requirements, it would be challenging to wield it effectively. Moreover, with the fusion of the Thunder Wing, he could now unleash the Thunder Half-Moon Slash with minimal expenditure, which sufficed for his needs. Setting the golden scroll aside, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the second item. It was a 2-star Dou Zong experience card. Previously, when Xiao Sununner was pregnant, he had received a Dou Zong experience card as well. With this addition, he could afford to be more generous when utilizing the experience cards. The third item was an ancient green tome. Heavenly residual poison scripture, left behind by the poison saint over a millennium ago. Upon seeing this green book, Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly. A scripture of this nature was neither a cultivation method nor a combat technique. It recorded various methods for concocting poisons from the natural world. Once learned, it would enable the creation of potent poisons, with those derived from the poison saint's scripture potentially threatening even Dou Zun and Dou Sheng level cultivators. If Sununner activated the calamity poison body, this scripture could indeed enhance her strength. However, given her current pregnancy, engaging with poisons would not only adversely affect the fetus, but also be exceedingly painful. It was best to keep her away from it. Shaking his head, Chen Feng dismissed the notion of presenting this scripture to the little medicine fairy. Finally, Chen Feng turned his attention to the last item. Transformation Pill, a 7th grade pill. The transformation elixir, though seemingly of no use to humanity, holds a status in the realm of beasts akin to that of a 9th grade potion. Countless powerful beast families expend great effort in their quest to secure one for their progeny, for it grants the ability to transcend their animal forms and assume human shape, thereby bestowing upon them the longevity of beasts coupled with the cultivation talents of humans. The Queen Medusa would undoubtedly covet such a potion. Gazing at this transformation elixir, Chen Feng couldn't help but reminisce about the enchanting Queen Medusa of the desert. Her fame was widespread, and Chen Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to her beauty. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly seize it, though he lacked a penchant for serpentine allure. With the loyal 8th grade alchemist, Yao Chun, by his side, Chen Feng only needed to gather the requisite materials for concocting the transformation elixir to obtain it. However, the system had graciously rewarded him with one, thus alleviating some of his burdens. After reviewing the system's rewards, Chen Feng emerged from the system space, feeling quite satisfied. Now that Sununner was pregnant, he pondered whether his teacher had also received similar news. Standing in the cave, his gaze fell upon the stone bed where Yinran had previously rested, and he mused to himself. The time difference between his encounters with Xiao Yan and Yinran was merely 4 or 5 days. If his infusions of life essence into Yinran had been successful, he should receive news of her pregnancy within the next 10 days. If no such indication appeared, it would suggest that this attempt had not borne fruit. Setting aside such thoughts, he recalled the accompanying purple crystal source he had unearthed in the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Now was the time to absorb it. With a gentle shake of his head, he swiftly grasped a small jade vial. This vial contained the accompanying purple crystal source, and he possessed a total of 6 such vials. It was said that a complete portion of the accompanying purple crystal source could enable a 4th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King to directly ascend to the 5th tier, underscoring the immense energy contained within. Should he succeed in absorbing it, Chen Feng's strength would see a significant enhancement. Without hesitation, Chen Feng poured the purple liquid from the vial into his mouth. A wave of heat surged through him as the liquid entered his body, radiating from his meridians and gradually merging into his bones and flesh. Witnessing this, he promptly activated the swallowing Yuan decision. The energy within the accompanying purple crystal source was vast and imbued with a ferocious essence. However, no matter how brutal the energy, it would transform into purest form for absorption once he enacted the swallowing Yuan decision. Chen Feng's physique. Already possessing the dragon elephant body and having previously integrated the thunder wing, had been tempered by the power of thunder, rendering him exceptionally formidable. Clearly, a single vial of accompanying purple crystal source was not his limit. As the energy rampaged within him, he opened another vial and consumed its contents. Suddenly, the fervor enveloping Chen Feng intensified. Under the operation of the Tanyuan decision, the dominant purple energy not only wildly fused with Chen Feng's flesh and bones, but also swiftly coursed through his meridians, entering the unique crystalline core within him. Reminiscent of a sea urchin, as these pure energies continuously surged in, the cultivation that had been elevated by the fusion with the thunder wings began to shift once more. Within the span of an hour, Chen Feng's aura ascended to the pinnacle of 4-star Dou Ling, before rapidly breaking through to achieve 5-star Dou Ling. A complete portion of the accompanying purple crystal source could elevate the purple crystal winged lion cub from the 4th to the 5th tier. Yet Chen Feng's consumption of merely 1/3 of this amount, resulting in just a 1-star increase, clearly indicated that this was not its limit. Even after transcending to 5-star Dou Ling, the trend of ascension remained unabated. Chapter 127, Morning Breeze Sununner. I have actually been married before. With a sudden, resounding thud emanating from within Chen Feng, his cultivation level surged to the 6th star of Dou Ling. He halted just before breaking through to the 7th star. 6th-star Dou Ling. Quite commendable. Feeling the shift in his power, a satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's face. During his venture into the Monster Beast Mountains, thanks to the assistance of the primary experience pill, the Thunderwing, and the accompanying purple crystal source, he traversed an entire realm in less than half a month, a remarkably rare pace of advancement. Moreover, Chen Feng's rapid ascension and cultivation bore no adverse effects. The enhancement from the first experience pill felt as though it had been cultivated through his own efforts. The integration of the Thunderwing, having been tempered by the force of thunder, rendered his internal Duki more refined without complications. Absorbing 1/3 of the accompanying purple crystal source also proved to be harmless. However, upon entering the Dou Ling phase, Chen Feng had scarcely adapted. Thus he resolved to gradually absorb the remaining 4 vials, 2/3 of the purple crystal source, at a later time. It was time to depart. Rising to his feet and stretching languorously, Chen Feng made his way towards the cave's entrance. Upon stepping outside, a mere thought summoned a pair of enormous silver wings that unfurled behind him. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the sky, transforming into a dazzling silver orb of light. The orb soared above the dense forest, startling some of the beasts below into frantic retreat. Honoring his promise, before leaving the Monster Beast Mountains, Chen Feng returned to the territory of the purple crystal-winged Lion King to return its young. As he appeared above the domain, a colossal figure swiftly ascended to meet him. His cultivation has advanced so rapidly. He must be a prodigy of some formidable power. No wonder he has such a powerful protector. Thankfully, I adhered to his instructions. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Sensing the aura radiating from the silver orb, the purple crystal-winged Lion King felt both astonished and relieved. Purple crystal-winged Lion King, I now return your son. Without further ado, Chen Feng released the young lion, allowing the mother and child to reunite. Thank you, thank you. Seeing the young purple crystal-winged lion unscathed filled the king with immense joy, prompting him to express his gratitude to Chen Feng. The Lion King's expressions of thanks left Chen Feng with a peculiar sensation. After all, he had merely captured the young beast and was now releasing it, yet it had inspired such profound gratitude from the king. Before long, Chen Feng departed from the Monster Beast Mountains and returned to the quaint manor in Qingshan Town, where Wan Yao Zhai was situated. Following the path etched in his memory, Morning Breeze evaded all the inhabitants of the manor and made his way to a tranquil courtyard wall. Through the window, he beheld a serene and exquisite visage, accompanied by a pair of enchanting eyes brimming with longing. Within the room, the little healer sat at a small table by the window, unaware of Morning Breeze's arrival. She cradled her snow-white chin in her hands, murmuring, "Brother Morning Breeze, you have been gone for so long. I wonder if you have completed the sex task. Will you return to me?" Although her words were spoken softly, Morning Breeze, with his profound cultivation, could hear her clearly even from atop the courtyard wall. As he listened to the affection embedded in her voice, his gaze softened. Such a woman was worthy of his utmost care and affection. I cannot remain in Qingshan town for long, so I must find a way to bring her to the imperial capital. However, this means that certain truths must eventually be revealed. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly grew resolute, as if he had made a significant decision. In the next instant, he descended directly into the courtyard. "Brother Morning Breeze, you are back." Upon seeing him appear in the courtyard, a glimmer of joy surged in the little healer's yearning eyes, and she excitedly dashed out from the room to greet him. Morning Breeze opened his arms, enveloping her graceful figure in a warm embrace, chuckling, "Sununner, what foolishness were you speaking just now? How could I possibly not return? Ah, so you were already back and eavesdropping on me. You naughty one." The little healer pouted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and lightly swatted his chest with her delicate hand. Having missed her dearly during their time apart, Morning Breeze, as he held her slender waist, could not help but let his hands roam gently over her enchanting form. "You're incorrigible, thinking of that the moment you return," the little healer teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Soon enough, Morning Breeze swept her into his arms and carried her into the room. Before long, a captivating scene unfolded upon the fragrant bed within the room. After a passionate encounter, the little healer, her complexion radiant and filled with happiness, nestled against Morning Breeze. Gazing at her charming face, he gently caressed her hair and suddenly spoke, "Sununner, after this task is completed, I must return to Yunlan's sect." "Ah?" At his words, surprise flickered across her previously rosy and blissful face. She had not anticipated that he was already planning to depart again so soon after emerging from the Beast Mountain range. "Sununner, would you like to accompany me back?" Morning Breeze asked softly, his gaze warm as he looked at her. I would like that." Upon hearing his question, the little healer hesitated for a moment, but the uncertainty quickly dissipated. She nodded gently, agreeing to accompany Morning Breeze on his journey. In that fleeting moment, the young healer made a decision that could potentially alter the course of her life. She chose to relinquish the place she had called home for over a decade, venturing into an unfamiliar environment, all for the sake of being with Chen Feng. Upon hearing her response, a warm current surged through Chen Feng's heart, yet the next moment, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Sununner, before we embark on this journey, there is something I must share with you." "What is it?" "Speak, Brother Chen Feng." The young healer, her luminous dark eyes twinkling, gazed at him with a cheerful smile. "Sununner, in truth, prior to my training in the Beast Mountain range, I was already married. Will this trouble you?" At this juncture, even with Chen Feng's usual demeanor, his words were somewhat hesitant. Chapter 128. The little healer's stealthy departure. It turns out that before my encounter with Brother Chen Feng, he had already wed another woman. "What, then, does my presence signify?" Upon hearing his words, the little healer trembled, as if struck by lightning. The radiant smile that adorned her fair face quickly vanished, her beautiful eyes now filled with a complex array of emotions. Observing her distressed demeanor, Chen Feng felt a pang of concern and gently inquired, "Sununner, are you blaming me?" "No, Brother Chen Feng, I do not blame you." After a brief moment, the little healer managed to force a smile and replied softly, "Sununner, do you truly not hold any resentment towards me?" Chen Feng asked again, his voice laced with hope. "I truly do not blame you. Moreover, I do not mind that you were married before." The little healer gently shook her head and smiled in response. "Sununner, you are the best. Let us prepare. We shall depart tomorrow." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Chen Feng felt a wave of joy wash over him, and he eagerly embraced her delicate face, planting several excited kisses upon her. That night, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. The following morning, as Chen Feng opened his bleary eyes, he was startled to find that his companion from the previous night was no longer in the room. "Sununner," he called softly but received no reply. Where could she have gone so early in the morning? His gaze swept across the room, but he found nothing amiss until his eyes were drawn to a note on the table. Picking up the note, the words immediately leaped into his view. "Brother Chen Feng, I added a bit of sleeping medication to the tea you drank last night. By the time you read this note, I will have gone to a place where you cannot find me. It dawned on him that the little healer had slipped a sedative into his tea. No wonder he had been oblivious to her departure. His heart sank as he continued to read. Brother Chen Feng, during the time we spent together, I felt immense happiness and joy, often dreaming of our future. However, since you are already married, you should return and love your wife well. Do not let her down. Let us consider our connection a fleeting romance, one that, once past, shall be forgotten. Please do not seek me out again. Sighing deeply after reading the note, Chen Feng lamented, Sununner, how naive I was yesterday, believing you could be indifferent to my marital status. At this moment, he felt a mix of regret and sorrow. Reflecting on the past, he realized that the little healer must have felt profoundly wronged. Yet she had managed to present a facade of strength and acceptance in his presence. After a moment of vexation, Chen Feng resolved to first locate the position of the little medical fairy. Previously, he had arranged for the 6th-tier advanced magical beast, the purple lightning ferret, to secretly guard her. Thus, even if she were to venture forth, the ferret would follow closely behind. There existed a form of resonance between Chen Feng and the ferret, enabling him to swiftly ascertain its location. In the next instant, a dazzling orb of silver light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wan Yao Zhai estate, before streaking directly toward the Beast Mountain range. Look, what is that in the sky? How did such a silver orb come to be? This phenomenon immediately captivated the attention of numerous residents of Qingshan town. Before long, guided by the resonance with the purple lightning ferret, Chen Feng arrived at the verdant basin where he first encountered the little medical fairy, a place abundant with herbs and rich in energy. Upon entering the basin, he could distinctly sense that the ferret was deep within. It seemed that the fairy had been escorted to a secluded valley in the depths of the basin by a first-tier, flying magical beast. Gazing into the heart of the basin, Chen Feng harbored a suspicion within his heart. Continuing his flight, Chen Feng finally reunited with the small creature. Nearby the purple lightning ferret, there lay a rather peculiar location, where he sensed that beneath the thick shroud of mist lay another realm. Master! Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, the ferret eagerly leapt into his hands, joyfully tumbling about. Gently stroking the soft, violet fur of the ferret, Chen Feng whispered, Little Purple, is your sister, the little medical fairy, below? Yes, there is indeed a first-tier flying magical beast below. It was the one that brought her here last night. At that time, you were sleeping, so I did not want to disturb you. But worry not, with me around, the little medical fairy will be utterly safe. Upon hearing this, the ferret's bright eyes glanced toward the dense mist below, and its youthful voice brimmed with confidence, asserting that in this area, its 6th-tier advanced strength was indeed unmatched. Well done. Chen Feng praised the ferret, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared directly through the veil of mist. This was a valley that seemed almost isolated from the world, shrouded in thick fog above. Within, various rare herbs flourished, and the fragrant aroma of medicine mingled with the mist, refreshing the spirit. In a corner of the valley stood a humble thatched hut. At this moment, a large flying magical beast rested not far from the hut, beside which stood a woman clad in a pale white dress. Her figure was exquisite, and even the delicate curve of her slender waist could cause a multitude of men to fall to their knees. Xiao Yan, we shall reside here for a while from now on. The enchanting maiden before us is none other than the little medical sage. After departing from Morning Wind and leaving the tranquil Qingshan town, she found herself in this secluded valley, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet, despite the sorrow that lingered in her heart, a subtle smile graced her lips as she conversed with the imposing flying beast beside her. Suddenly, as her words hung in the air, the creature emitted a sharp cry, its elongated head turning towards the heavens. Xiao Yan, what troubles you? The little medical sage's attention was drawn skyward, following the beast's gaze. To her astonishment, amidst the thick fog overhead, a figure emerged, adorned with silver wings. It was Brother Morning Wind. How could he have found this place so swiftly? A surge of joy welled up within her at the sight of the figure, but it was quickly overshadowed as her eyes dimmed once more. Chapter 130, Yinran's Pregnancy. Abundant Rewards. Master, please feel free to command Lingyu. The phantom flame cat said, its form half-crouched, its tail swaying, emitting an exquisitely seductive voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a delightful tingling sensation in his ears. He reached out to stroke the soft fur atop the phantom flame cat's head and smiled. Lingyu, it seems you have a name now. From henceforth, You shall be called Lingyu. Thank you, Master. The phantom flame cat affectionately nudged its head against Chen Feng's palm, its actions imbued with warmth. Such a sound was utterly enchanting. When Sununner heard the voice of the phantom flame cat, she momentarily froze, but the next instant, upon witnessing Chen Feng's gentle caress of the cat and its charming demeanor, she seemed to come to a realization. It appeared that she needed to transform herself, striving to earn more affection from her master. Resolute in her decision, Sununner felt that Lingyu possessed many qualities worthy of her emulation. With a playful giggle, she extended her delicate hand to rest upon Chen Feng's hand, lowering her voice to a soft whisper, "Master, you are truly wonderful. I am so delighted to have Lingyu as my companion." "That is great to hear. For the time being, Lingyu will stay here to keep you company." Chen Feng smiled, acknowledging the gentle touch on his hand. "Now, as we approach the imperial capital, it is time for me to depart," Chen Feng continued, placing Lingyu into Sununner's hands. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was leaving, Sununner gazed at him with affectionate eyes and softly said, "Master, please visit me whenever you can. I will miss you. Rest assured, it won't be long before I come to see you." As he observed the hint of allure in Sununner's gaze and the slight sway of her willow-like waist, Chen Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. His efforts in guiding Sununner were finally bearing fruit. Ding. Detection indicates that Yinran is pregnant, rewarding the host with a grand gift package. Ding. Would the host like to open the grand gift package? Just as Chen Feng was about to exit the small world, a system notification echoed in his mind. Teacher is pregnant. Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by a wave of joy. Initially, he had been perplexed by the rapid pregnancy of the little healer, while Yinran's situation had remained uncertain. He had begun to doubt whether he had succeeded on that day, but now, with the system's notification, it was undeniably confirmed that Yinran was indeed expecting. Perhaps it was due to the teacher's high cultivation that the pregnancy had taken so long. Chen Feng mused, recognizing that in the Duqi continent, the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to conceive. Otherwise, figures such as the ancient clan leader Gu Yuan would not have had so few descendants over millennia. He wondered what treasures would be contained within the reward this time. In the next moment, he silently commanded the system, open the gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly tier skill, the celestial serpent technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit concealment stone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6th tier flying magical beast, the purple griffin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a primary puppet pill. All of the aforementioned items have been successfully delivered to the system space. Please check them at your convenience. Upon hearing this series of notifications, Chen Feng felt an exhilarating rush within. In the next moment, disregarding the presence of Sununner and Lingyu beside him, he immersed his consciousness into the system space to inspect the items he had just acquired. The first item was a scroll of azure hue, emanating an aura of antiquity. Celestial Serpent Technique, a primary heavenly tier skill cultivated by the ancient Celestial Serpent clan. Mastering it to its fullest potential may grant one the opportunity to evolve into the legendary ancient Celestial Serpent. To discover that this scroll was a technique of the ancient Celestial Serpent clan left Chen Feng astounded. As far as he knew, the ancient Celestial Serpent clan was among the most elite magical bloodlines on the Duqi continent, standing shoulder to shoulder with the supreme beings like the ancient Void Dragon and the ancient Phoenix. Such beings possessed a 9th tier bloodline. It was astonishing to realize that this Celestial Serpent technique, when cultivated to its zenith, could potentially enable lower-tier magical beasts to evolve into 9th tier creatures. However, possessing the top-tier skill, the Devouring Essence technique, Chen Feng found little interest in other ordinary heavenly tier techniques. This Celestial Serpent technique was evidently more suited for those of serpentine bloodlines. At that moment, Chen Feng's thoughts drifted to the hybrid bloodline of the serpent and human, Qing Lin, and the mesmerizing Medusa, queen of the desert. He intended to incorporate both into his court in the future, and when the time was right, he could bestow this Celestial Serpent technique upon them for cultivation, thus making perfect use of this reward. The next item was a transparent, diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a grape. Spirit Concealment Stone. By merging with this stone, one can effortlessly conceal their cultivation aura and soul fluctuations. The effect was quite remarkable. After reviewing the capabilities of the Spirit Concealment Stone, Chen Feng felt thoroughly satisfied. In essence, this stone allowed for the discretionary adjustment of one's cultivation aura and soul fluctuations within a certain range. If he wished for others to perceive him as merely a great Dou Master, he could conceal his aura to that level, even reducing it to 0, thereby revealing no traces of his cultivation. The same applied to soul fluctuations, enabling him to easily evade the scrutiny of formidable opponents. Recently, his rapid advancements in cultivation had indeed been extraordinary, and with the spirit concealment stone, he no longer needed to worry about attracting too much attention. Chen Feng immediately contemplated the potential applications of the spirit concealment stone. Soon after, his gaze fell upon a magnificent creature within the system space, a purple avian beast with wings spanning several dozen feet. The purple griffin, like the purple lightning ferret and the phantom flame cat, boasted a 6th-tier high rank. However, unlike the former two, it was massive in size and a natural flying magical beast, alleviating the troubles of long-distance travel for Chen Feng in the future. Riding atop a 6th-tier flying beast, one finds themselves in an illustrious realm such as Zhongzhou, where few can exude such grandeur. The final item, one with which Chen Feng was exceedingly familiar, was the elementary puppet elixir, a potion he had once utilized to command the bodyguard, Ling Ying, of Sununner. This elementary puppet elixir, to whom should it be bestowed? Within the imperial domain, there were scarcely a handful of individuals at the Dou Huang level, among them, the royal guardian, the president of the alchemist guild, and the Ice Emperor. Haibudo. Gazing at the elixir, Chen Feng was already deliberating on the most deserving recipient. The royal guardian emerged as his primary candidate. For should conflict arise with the imperial family in the future, having control over Jia Xingtian would undoubtedly mitigate numerous complications. Chapter 131. Did ancient river seek to utilize the strange fire? System. Merge the concealed spirit stone. As my consciousness withdrew from the system space, Chen Feng immediately whispered a command to the system. Instantly, a beam of white light shot forth from the system space and entered Chen Feng's body. As the concealed spirit stone merged within him, Chen Feng could faintly sense an invisible and intangible membrane enveloping his physique. With a mere thought, he concealed his cultivation to the level of a 7-star great fighter. Although this level of prowess would still astonish many, it was far less tumultuous than the commotion caused by his true cultivation as a 7-star doling. Master, what has happened? Why has your aura suddenly diminished so drastically? Sununner inquired with concern upon noticing the changes in Chen Feng as he halted in place. It's nothing, I must take my leave. Chen Feng gently shook his head, providing no further explanation, and directly departed from the small world. At that moment, the flying magical beast he had been riding had just landed in the capital of the Jiamai Empire. Upon returning to the capital, Chen Feng's first order of business was to rush back to the middle family to see Nalan Yanran. Now, Nalan Yanran was not only his formerly wed wife, but also carried his child. After leaving her alone at home for over a month, Chen Feng felt a deep longing for her. Before long, he arrived at the serene courtyard of the middle family estate. Stepping into the courtyard, he spotted Nalan Yanran taking a leisurely stroll accompanied by 2 maidservants. At that moment, Nalan Yanran, dressed in an elegant white gown, could no longer conceal her slightly rounded abdomen. Her youthful visage seemed to have matured, exuding a newfound grace. Yinran, I have returned. Chen Feng called out from the entrance of the courtyard. Darling. Upon hearing his voice, Nalan Yanran turned her head, her face lighting up with joy. Initially, she wished to rush over and embrace Chen Feng, but recalling her unborn child, she slowed her pace. Chen Feng swiftly approached her and grasped her delicate hand. The 2 maidservants, after bowing respectfully to Chen Feng, tactfully withdrew. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having been apart for over a month, both Nalan Yanran and Chen Feng yearned for one another, and their reunion was filled with much to express. Darling, you have finally returned. Nalan Yanran opened her arms and leapt into Chen Feng's embrace, greedily inhaling the scent of him. Yinran, let me feel if our child is being mischievous. Chen Feng's hand gently caressed Nalan Yanran's rounded abdomen as he spoke softly. Such a tease, it's far too early for that. Nalan Yanran giggled. After sharing their heartfelt sentiments in the room, Nalan Yanran suddenly inquired, Darling, where have you been for the past month? Master sent someone to look for you yesterday and wishes for you to return as soon as possible. Master sent someone to find me? Perhaps I shall return to the sect in a couple of days. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Chen Feng nodded and replied with a smile, "For the next few days, I shall devote my time to you." Subsequently, the two embraced and lay down together in the room. 2 days later, at the break of dawn, Chen Feng departed from the Maitel family, heading towards the Yunlan sect. Could it be that my master has summoned me back because Guhi has successfully concocted the purple crystal pill? Chen Feng pondered as he approached the grand plaza before the main hall of the Yunlan sect. The young sect master has returned. Greetings, young sect master. Since being conferred the title of young sect master, Chen Feng held a position of great esteem within the Yunlan sect, and thus, he was met with numerous respectful bows from the disciples along his path. Soon, he entered the main hall, where Yun was present. Today, she donned a golden robe adorned with purple, tightly fitted and elegant, her flowing hair styled in the shape of a phoenix, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Her serene and beautiful visage resembled a clear spring in a secluded mountain, evoking both reverence due to her high status and an involuntary sense of admiration. This was not the time to reminisce about the days in the Beast Mountain range, so Chen Feng quickly averted his gaze after a brief glance. "Master, I have returned," he called out from the entrance of the hall. "Fenger, what of your cultivation?" Upon seeing Chen Feng, Yun furrowed her brow slightly, having sensed the aura of a 7-star great fighter emanating from him. "Master, I have diligently practiced over the past month, and my cultivation has made some progress." Chen Feng replied with a smile upon hearing Yun's inquiry. "Diligently practiced and made some progress?" "In just over a month. Advancing from a 3-star great fighter to a 7-star great fighter is rather swift. It seems Fenger has been practicing the dual cultivation technique, the Dragon Wind decision. But with Yinran now with child, who has he been training with?" Yun thought to herself, her brows knitting in concern. Fenger's practice of such techniques could lead to rapid advancement, yet it may compromise his foundation, affecting future cultivation. The purple crystal pill must be refined without delay, however. Listening to Chen Feng's casual response, Yun's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, her delicate brows still furrowed. "Master, what troubles you? Wasn't there a matter that called for my return?" Chen Feng asked with genuine concern, observing the expression on Yun's face. "Fenger, your return is indeed related to the purple crystal pill," Yun replied softly after a moment of hesitation. "The purple crystal pill? Master, has Elder Guhi already succeeded in its refinement?" "Not quite." Yun shook her head and then inquired, "Fenger, do you possess a unique flame? How did you come to know of this, master?" Upon hearing Yun's words, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly found solace in understanding. It was reasonable to conclude that some members of the Nalan family had become aware of his possession of the rare fire, particularly after he had employed it to heal Nalan Jia. Consequently, it was not surprising that this information had reached the ears of Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect. "Master, I indeed possess a unique fire," Chen Feng acknowledged with a nod. "Ancient Elder Gu, he is also aware of your possession of this extraordinary fire. In my recent endeavor to seek his assistance in concocting the purple crystal pill, he has stipulated a new condition," Yun continued. "A new condition? Could it be related to the fire I possess?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow at this revelation. "Indeed. You are correct, my dear. Elder Guhi's new request entails borrowing your unique fire for a period of time. Only upon your agreement to lend him this fire will he assist me in the creation of the purple crystal pill," Yun elucidated. Chapter 132. I shall find someone to concoct this elixir myself. To borrow the? How audacious of Guhi. Upon hearing Yun's words, a cold laugh erupted within Chen Feng's heart. Guhi truly overestimates himself. Though is widely known, those who have truly encountered it are exceedingly rare, and those capable of wielding it are even more so. Not to mention that Guhi is merely a 6th-tier alchemist. Even among those who have reached the 7th or 8th tier, many covet, with some dedicating their entire lives to acquiring it. The notion that Guhi could exchange a meager favor of aiding in the crafting of a 6th-tier elixir for is quite frankly ludicrous. Moreover, once is refined, it cannot be casually relinquished. Generally, it is seized by force, often resulting in the demise of its original owner before being refined. Should the original owner choose to part with it willingly, it would cause them severe harm. Guhi may not be aware of these nuances, but his reckless and greedy behavior irked Chen Feng. At this moment, the only Chen Feng possesses is the bone spirit cold fire residing within Yao Chun. Even Yao Chun had to endure life-threatening trials to refine it, nearly losing his life in the process. The audacity of Gu He to covet something of such caliber is tantamount to courting death. However, with Yinran present, Chen Feng refrained from expressing his disdain for Gu He and continued to inquire seriously, "Master, did Elder Gu mention how long he wishes to borrow it?" In response, Yun parted her crimson lips and replied softly, "He has yet to specify." After uttering this, she seemed to sense something amiss. If Gu He intended to borrow for an extended period or for specific purposes, he should have clearly stated the duration and the time of return. "Master, it appears Elder Gu intends to leverage his assistance in crafting the purple crystal elixir to coerce me into offering as a trade." Chen Feng's voice was calm, yet a hint of anger simmered within. If Gu He truly planned such a course of action, it was profoundly disappointing. Yun furrowed her brow in discontent, as she felt a sense of betrayal. After all, the Yunlan sect had extended a debt of gratitude towards Gu He, providing him with resources without charge for many years. His current behavior was disheartening. "Master, if Gu He insists on borrowing, then I shall forego the purple crystal elixir," Chen Feng declared coldly. "That simply cannot be." Upon hearing Chen Feng's refusal for Gu He to concoct the purple crystal elixir, Yun's heart filled with concern. She hurriedly advised, "Fenger, your cultivation has progressed too rapidly. Without the foundation of the purple crystal elixir, there may be significant risks in your future training. I shall speak to Elder Gu again and see if I can persuade him to revert to the previous terms." Without waiting for Chen Feng to respond, Yun turned towards the hall's exit. "Master, please wait a moment." Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly called out to Yun. "Fenger, is there something else?" Yun halted her steps, inquiring. Should the opportunity arise, the teacher could attempt to procure the recipe for the amethyst pill from Gu He. "I shall seek another to refine it," Chen Feng replied in a calm tone. In truth, for Chen Feng, the necessity of this amethyst pill was trivial. His cultivation progressed rapidly, yet not fraught with the perils that Yun feared. Nevertheless, the amethyst pill was a heartfelt gift from Yun, and she had invested considerable effort to gather the necessary materials. Chen Feng did not wish to see her disappointment. A recipe? Seeking another for refinement? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Yun's face as she queried, "Fenger, this amethyst pill is a 6th-tier elixir. Could you really find another 6th-tier alchemist?" "Teacher, the individual I know is a 7th-tier alchemist. As long as you possess the recipe and the materials, the amethyst pill can certainly be concocted," Chen Feng explained with a smile. "A 7th tier. Fenger, do you truly know a 7th-tier alchemist?" Although Yun felt a surge of surprise at Chen Feng's words, doubt lingered in her heart. After all, it had been many years since a 7th-tier alchemist was heard of in the Jiamai Empire. Gu He, a 6th-tier alchemist, was already a pinnacle figure in the realm of alchemy there. "It is indeed true. Teacher, trust me. If you provide the recipe, I shall ensure the amethyst pill is created," Chen Feng assured, nodding with a smile. "Fenger, the recipe for the amethyst pill is right here with me." Just as Chen Feng finished speaking, Yun retrieved an ancient yellow scroll from her spatial ring. So the recipe was already in the teacher's possession. That certainly saved the need to seek out Gu He, Chen Feng remarked, somewhat surprised. "Now that we have both the recipe and materials, where is that 7th-tier alchemist you mentioned? Could you take me to meet him?" Yun inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with interest. At Yun's question, Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. The high-tier alchemist he had referenced was, of course, the spirit of Yao Chun within the Soul Banner. Yet he had no intention of revealing Yao Chun's existence. "Teacher, to be honest, the 7th-tier alchemist I mentioned is a reclusive master I met by chance. He does not appreciate being disturbed by others, so I believe it best for me to visit him alone with the recipe and materials." Chen Feng quickly fabricated an excuse. "Given that the elder possesses such a disposition, it would indeed be inappropriate for me to accompany you," Yun replied, still somewhat skeptical of Chen Feng's earlier statements. However, on the other hand, she hoped that what Chen Feng had said was true, for she believed that if he could cultivate a good relationship with a 7th-tier alchemist, it would greatly benefit his future endeavors. "Fenger, take the recipe and materials with you. Be swift in finding that elder to concoct the amethyst pill, and do not delay any longer." In the next moment, Yun entrusted Chen Feng with the recipe and the necessary herbs, offering a firm reminder. "Indeed, I shall set off in the next few days." Morning Breeze accepted the item handed to him by Yun and nodded. In truth, regardless of this matter, he had been seeking an excuse to venture out for some time now. Currently, in Wutan City, Yifei was expecting his child, awaiting his arrival for their wedding. Should her pregnancy become evident without any action taken on his part, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt of public scrutiny alone. To bring Yifei home, he would inevitably encounter resistance from those elderly figures. Morning Breeze's intention was to first journey to the desert, to retrieve the esteemed elder of the Maitel family, Ice Emperor Haibadong. With Haibadong's stature, his word would reign supreme within the Maitel family, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 133, Journey to the Desert City, Enchanting Sununner. Certainly, Chen Feng's venture into the desert was not solely to retrieve Haibadong. He harbored another objective, to seek the elusive Qing Lin and the aloof Queen Medusa. Thoughts of Qing Lin and the Medusa Queen had occupied Chen Feng's mind for quite some time, and now, he was on the verge of their long-awaited encounter. Master, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Yun, Chen Feng descended the mountain. He chose not to trouble the Pill King Gu He this time. Gu He, driven by an obsession with, had proposed a rather peculiar alchemical remuneration. Such arrangements are commonplace among alchemists. Yet those seeking their expertise have the option to refuse or negotiate further. Now equipped with the formula, Chen Feng intended for Yao Chun to concoct the purple crystal pill, rendering Gu He irrelevant. However, should Gu He dare to harbor any ulterior motives against Chen Feng after this incident, he would undoubtedly meet his demise without hesitation. Before heading to the desert, Chen Feng returned home to inform Nalan Yanran of his impending journey. Following this, he departed the imperial capital, making his way towards the eastern border of the Zhama Empire. Purple demon Griffin, arise. After distancing himself from the imperial capital, Chen Feng finally summoned the flying mount awarded by the system, perched atop the back of a 6th-tier, flying magical beast. The sensation was entirely unlike that of riding an ordinary transport beast. Not only was the speed exponentially greater, but the freedom was unparalleled. Yao Chun, examine this formula and expedite the concoction of the elixir. After surveying the scenery below, Chen Feng focused his thoughts and communicated with Yao Chun's spirit within the soul banner. At your command, Master. Upon receiving Chen Feng's directive, Yao Chun's spirit swiftly emerged from the soul banner and began studying the formula presented to him. Master, although this elixir is classified as a 6th-grade pill, it is an ancient relic, its efficacy far surpassing that of ordinary 6th-grade pills. Yao Chun exclaimed in admiration after reviewing the formula. How long will it take to concoct? Chen Feng inquired. Within 3 days. Yao Chun responded with unwavering confidence. Very well. Proceed with the concoction. Nodding at Yao Chun's reply, Chen Feng handed over the necessary materials, including the purple spirit crystal. In the next moment, he entered the small world, intending to visit Sununner. Within the small world, Sununner, in her interactions with Lingyu, had begun to mirror some of her behaviors, especially in her voice, which had grown irresistibly alluring. Master, you have arrived. Sununner has missed you so. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Sununner, clad in a delicate purple nightgown, immediately swayed her figure closer and nestled herself entirely within Chen Feng's embrace. Upon encountering the once innocent beauty now transformed into an alluring figure, Morning Breeze felt a surge of excitement within. In this captivating demeanor, combined with her exquisite visage, Sununner epitomized a harmonious blend of purity and seduction, exuding a unique charm. Under her attentive care, Morning Breeze's journey to the desert proved to be exceedingly comfortable. Soon, after a little over 2 days, the purple demon Griffin had transported Morning Breeze and his companions to the eastern border of the Zhama Empire. Master, I have successfully refined the amethyst pill. The quality of this elixir has reached the pinnacle of the 6th grade. Yao Chun respectfully presented the meticulously crafted amethyst pill before Morning Breeze. Indeed, the swift creation of a 6th-grade pinnacle elixir is impressive. Observing the exquisite purple crystalline orb nestled within its elegant wooden box, Morning Breeze nodded appreciatively, grateful for the ease that having a skilled alchemist like Yao Chun afforded him. After securely storing the amethyst pill, Morning Breeze cast his gaze downward, where the landscape had dramatically transformed since his arrival. Below lay an endless expanse of golden sands, the desert stretching far beyond the horizon, with waves of heat rising as they ventured deeper into its embrace. Master, have we arrived at the Tagore Desert? Sununner inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sight. Indeed, this is the Tagore Desert, Morning Breeze confirmed. then took out a map to study. Is it truly the Tagore Desert? I recall that my brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, seemed to have established some mercenary group here. Flashes of memory crossed Xiao Sununner's mind, yet she did not dwell on any complex thoughts. After examining the map, Morning Breeze fixed his gaze upon a yellow earthen city rising majestically amid the golden sands. This is it, Desert City. Having confirmed that the yellow city was indeed the desert city he sought, Morning Breeze swiftly drew Xiao Sununner and the purple demon Griffin into his small world, while Yao Chun's spirit entered the soul banner. At that moment, a pair of magnificent silver wings unfurled from his back. With a powerful flap of his silver wings, Morning Breeze began to descend toward the ground. As he approached the yellow city, now only a few hundred meters away, he gradually slowed his descent, his body shuddering slightly as the thunder wings rapidly retracted, transforming into two enigmatic symbols. Executing a graceful maneuver in midair, Morning Breeze landed firmly on the ground, perhaps due to their proximity to the desert. The weather here was notably dry and sweltering, with the scorching sun pouring down from above, causing the earth beneath to emanate waves of oppressive heat. The rising heat distorted the air, creating a shimmering illusion that blurred one's vision. Morning Breeze glanced upward and then began to stride towards the nearby yellow earthen city, his pace steady and purposeful. As I gradually approached the city, the throngs of passers-by increased in number. Among these individuals, the men predominantly bore bare shoulders, their skin radiating a rich, dark hue, exuding an aura of robust vitality. At first glance, they appeared quite affable. The occasional woman I encountered, while similarly possessing a subtly tanned complexion, displayed a more alluring bronze allure. The women here were not as demure and bashful as those within the confines of the empire. Clad in form-fitting leather attire, their garments merely concealed the bust and a slight area beneath it, while their slender waists were boldly exposed. Their long, taut thighs were draped only by brief skirts or shorts, and as they walked, their serpentine waists swayed enticingly, embodying a captivating charm and grace. Throughout my journey, the Morning Breeze provided a feast for the eyes, allowing me to savor the exotic beauty of these women. Chapter 134, The Ice Emperor Hebedong. At the entrance of the city of Mo, a dozen armored soldiers wielding long spears were vociferously demanding entrance taxes from the travelers. Perhaps due to its proximity to the border and the Serpent clan, the defenses here appeared far more formidable than those of typical large cities. The oppressive heat of the day had rendered the soldiers somewhat irritable, as their harsh shouts incessantly urged the passers-by at the city gate. Chen Feng's attire exuded an air of opulence, setting him apart from the surrounding crowd. Coupled with the noble aura and the subtle yet potent presence of a formidable individual, he quickly caught the attention of several guards. Therefore, as Chen Feng approached the gate, the soldiers refrained from demanding the entrance fee, instead wearing obsequious smiles. "Young master, are you entering the city?" One soldier greeted him with a smile. "Indeed," Chen Feng replied, his footsteps unwavering as he cast a fleeting glance at the guards before continuing into the city. As he emerged from the dimly lit passageway of the city walls, Chen Feng's vision brightened slightly, revealing a unique architectural ensemble characteristic of a desert city. The peculiar designs of the buildings opened his eyes to new wonders. If my memory serves me correctly, the Ice Emperor Hebedong should have a map shop named Gutu in this city. Standing on the bustling street, Chen Feng scanned the throngs of people before approaching a passerby to inquire about the location of the Gutu shop. "Ah, young master, you seek Gutu? It is an establishment run by an old fellow. Just head straight and then take a right." The person, noticing Chen Feng's lavish attire, offered directions with respect rather than refusal, a token of appreciation for your guidance. Chen Feng bestowed a small pouch of gold coins upon him, then proceeded towards the indicated location. "Gold coins. Thank you for your generosity, young master." The passerby opened the pouch, his eyes gleaming with joy as he expressed his gratitude to the already distant Chen Feng. Upon arriving in Mo City, Chen Feng did not employ the spirit concealment stone to mask his presence. The aura of an 8-star doling emanating from him occasionally intimidated the pedestrians around. Before long, the map shop Gutu came into view. Unlike other establishments that flaunted opulence, this shop emanated a subtly antiquated charm. "This is it," Chen Feng mused internally before striding into the shop. The interior of the shop was not particularly spacious, illuminated brightly by the gentle glow of two moonlight stones. A glance around revealed that there were not many patrons seeking maps, lending the place a rather desolate atmosphere. The morning breeze settled its gaze upon an elderly man meticulously crafting maps behind the counter. This man, though advanced in years with a full head of white hair, exhibited a remarkable steadiness and strength in his gnarled hands that wielded the drawing pen. The proprietor of this establishment was far more complex than he appeared. My observations indicated that his true power was at the level of a Dou Huang, yet it seemed he was constrained by some peculiar force, reducing his abilities to that of merely a Dou Ling. As the morning breeze focused intently on the white-haired elder, the spirit of the medicinal dust within the soul banner conveyed a warning. Yes, I am aware of that. Upon hearing the reminder, the morning breeze nodded slightly, fully cognizant not only of the elder's former Dou Huang status, but also of his true identity. In the next moment, the morning breeze approached the counter, feigning a casual glance over the multitude of maps displayed. Perhaps sensing the aura of cultivation emanating from the morning breeze, the elder abruptly halted his meticulous work, lifting his head slowly to reveal a weathered visage. A formidable scar stretched from the elder's left cheek to the corner of his eye, and while his gaze remained tranquil, the scar lent an unmistakable air of menace. Given the youthful appearance of the morning breeze, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, it was challenging to avoid drawing attention while exuding the aura of a high-level Dou Ling. The elder's gaze upon the morning breeze was tinged with an unusual intensity. "Esteemed elder, could you possibly provide me with the finest map to the desert?" The morning breeze inquired nonchalantly, making eye contact with the elder. Although he had already deduced that this individual was the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong, he refrained from stating it outright. After all, the Ice Emperor had been absent for many years, and even some of the older members of the Meitel family might struggle to recognize him. If someone born within the last decade or so were to identify him, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. At the sound of the morning breeze's words, the elder's expression grew notably complex. Under his scrutiny, the morning breeze's cultivation clearly reached the high-level Dou Ling tier. His calling the elder esteemed was evidently not merely a mark of respect. "I am but a decrepit old man, hardly deserving of such a title," the elder replied flatly, then slightly bowed his head to diligently search through the maps on the counter. "Ah, esteemed elder, perhaps you were once a powerful figure at the Dou Huang level. Is it not quite natural for me to address you as such?" The morning breeze responded with an equally calm smile. However, as his words lingered, the white-haired elder's expression shifted abruptly, and he forcefully tore the map in his grasp. Raising his gaze, the elder fixed his penetrating stare upon the morning breeze, a faint chill emanating from his murky eyes. "Who exactly are you?" After gazing at the morning breeze for a while, the old man's gaze suddenly sharpened. His palm lightly tapped a spot on the table, and the open door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Immediately, a chilling and formidable aura emanated from the old man, surging towards the morning breeze. In that moment, a powerful presence also surged from the morning breeze, counteracting the old man's oppressive force. "Please, do not misunderstand, esteemed elder. I do not know you. It is merely that I possess an unusual sensitivity to energy, particularly to the forces surrounding me. Earlier, I happened to detect the immense energy within you," the morning breeze explained, raising his hands in a gesture of peace and smiling. Upon hearing this clarification, the old man's expression softened. He scrutinized the young man's face for a moment longer before sighing deeply. "Young one, it is indeed rare to encounter someone of your age who has attained such advanced prowess in combat spirit. I have seldom seen the likes of it in my lifetime. Surely, you are not a denizen of the Empire, are you?" Chapter 135, The Ice Emperor's Surprise, a Meeting in Tan City. In the memory of the elder, within the Empire of Gamma, even the successors of the various past leaders of the Yunlan sect, the royal family, and the scions of several prominent families had never seen anyone reach such advanced levels of Dou spirit cultivation at the tender age of 15 or 16 as Chen Feng had. Thus, the elder speculated that a prodigy like Chen Feng likely hailed from some powerful force beyond the borders of the Gamma Empire. "Senior, you seem to be mistaken." Upon hearing the elder's conjecture, Chen Feng shook his head and chuckled. "I am Meitel Chen Feng, from one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire, the Meitel family." The Meitel family. At the mention of this name, the elder's eyelids twitched violently, and his expression turned markedly animated. After a moment, the elder's gaze sharpened as it settled on Chen Feng, and he inquired, "Are you truly a member of the Meitel family?" Indeed, I am. Here is my family token. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, producing a bronze plate and waving it before Hebedong. This bronze plate was a token reserved for certain esteemed members of the Maitel family, and thus Hebedong immediately recognized it, confirming in his heart that Chen Feng was indeed truthful. Senior, you appear quite excited upon hearing my mention of the Maitel family. Might there be some connection between us? Observing Hebedong's keen interest in the bronze plate, Chen Feng asked. Haha, not merely a connection, young one, by lineage. You should address me as the Grand Elder. Hebedong laughed heartily, and in that moment, upon learning that this talented youth was from the Maitel family, he set aside his guard. Grand Elder? Chen Feng feigned a frown. Young lad, there is no need for doubt. Behold this. As he spoke, Hebedong produced a black plate, an item with which Chen Feng was well acquainted, as it was held only by the family head of the Maitel family and a few other esteemed elders. The Grand Elder. Once a powerhouse of Dou Emperor rank, could it be that you are the Ice Emperor? Chen Feng feigned astonishment. Haha. It seems my reputation has not faded into obscurity with the passage of time. You have indeed heard of me. Observing Chen Feng's astonished expression, Hebedong couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. I have met the Grand Elder. After revealing their identities, Chen Feng did not hesitate to express his respect. For Hebedong was an elder deserving of reverence even from his grandfather. Haha, no need for excessive courtesies. Who would have thought the Maitel family could produce a talent like you? Hebedong waved his hand, regarding Chen Feng as if he were a rare treasure. Grand Elder, you once ranked among the 10 strongest in the empire. How is it that you now find yourself in this state? Chen Feng inquired with a look of curiosity on his face. Upon hearing this, Hebedong bitterly shook his head and sighed. Years ago, after participating in the Imperial Stronghold Conference, I ventured into the Taggart Desert, where by chance, I stumbled upon a fragmented map. However, this led to the relentless pursuit by the ruler of the Serpent Tribe, Queen Medusa. You must understand that Queen Medusa ranks among the elite fighters even within the Emperor's realm. Had the Serpent race possessed more than one such formidable power, they might have already launched an offensive against the human empire. In that battle, I was unsurprisingly defeated by her. Although I managed to escape in the aftermath, I fell victim to her serpent sealing spell, which rapidly aged my body and sealed my strength at the doling level. With a sigh, Hebedong continued. For all these years, I have concealed myself here, delving into the secrets of that fragmented map, yearning to uncover something that could break the seal. Yet, this fragment is merely a small portion of an entire map, and despite my extensive experience, I have been unable to decipher it. Oh, so your strength has been sealed by Queen Medusa. But what is this fragmented map you have studied for so many years? Chen Feng feigned surprise. Chen Feng was well aware that the fragmented map referred to as a portion of the treasure map for the pure Lotus Demon Fire, a true gem. However, he found himself momentarily disinterested. Otherwise, he would have sought the treasure in the cave during his previous expedition to the Beast Mountain Range. His disinterest stemmed from the fact that while the first 2 fragments were relatively easy to obtain, the whereabouts of the final piece remained unknown. Without it, the fragmented map held no practical value. Furthermore, given that the day of the Demon Fire's emergence was still over a decade away, it was likely that by then, Chen Feng would possess the means to subdue the pure Lotus Demon Fire without relying on the legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Hebedong wasted no time. He stepped out from behind the counter and approached a wooden rack in the corner of the shop. He extracted a palm-sized, tattered image from a pile of discarded maps. This is the fragmented map I obtained all those years ago. Hebedong displayed the map in the palm of his hand before Chen Feng. Having learned of Chen Feng's identity, he had cast aside all caution and willingly shared the details of the map, presenting it openly. At a glance, Chen Feng found nothing remarkable about the fragmented map and quickly averted his gaze, feigning complete disinterest. Master, this fragmented map is anything but ordinary. Its material is unique, and the patterns upon it are exceedingly ancient. I suspect it may be. Silence. At that moment, the soul of the medicinal spirit within the soul banner sensed something extraordinary about the map and hurriedly attempted to alert Chen Feng, only to be cut off by his reprimand. Perhaps in the end, it is merely an ordinary, useless fragment, Chen Feng remarked. Hearing this, Hebedong sighed deeply and then tucked the map away. After decades of diligent research, the absence of any fruitful results evokes a profound sense of emptiness within any individual. Esteemed elder, given your remarkable achievements of your residing in this remote corner truly belies your stature. Moreover, is there truly no means to unravel the seal of the Medusa Queen? Morning Breeze continued to inquire. The seal of the Medusa Queen is not insurmountable. Over these years, I have acquired a formula capable of breaking the seal. If I can concoct the elixir as prescribed, I shall restore my former strength. However, I am still lacking one final ingredient, the mandragora of the sands, and an alchemist proficient in crafting 6th grade elixirs. Chapter 136, Setting Off in Search of the Exotic Flame. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng candidly remarked, Elder, to be honest, I happen to know a 7th grade alchemist. If the medicinal materials are sufficient, it would be no problem for that alchemist to concoct the elixir you require. You, my boy, actually know a 7th grade alchemist? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Hai Buodong's face once again exhibited a look of astonishment. However, he quickly shook his head and sighed. While a 7th grade alchemist is indeed formidable, the elixir I seek can only be crafted by one possessing an exotic flame. Elder, the alchemist I mentioned happens to possess an exotic flame, perfectly meeting your criteria. Chen Feng continued. Really? If that is the case, then that is splendid. Hearing Chen Feng's response, a look of unrestrained joy spread across Hai Buodong's face as he exclaimed, Who would have thought that after decades of seclusion, I would not only witness a young prodigy from the Maitel family poised to reach the Dozong realm, but also receive news that could lift the seal. Truly marvelous. Perhaps even the heavens have not forsaken you in your time of waiting, elder. Observing Hai Buodong's excitement, Chen Feng echoed, Indeed, elder. Elder, you mentioned that in order to concoct the unsealing elixir, we are still short one ingredient, the sand mandrake. Is that particularly difficult to procure? Chen Feng inquired further. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's expression settled into calmness as he slowly replied. The sand mandrake can only be found in the Tagore Desert. The higher the temperature, the more likely one is to encounter it. However, you must understand that I practice ice attribute techniques, and with the seal imposed by Queen Medusa within me, the moment I step into the depths of the Tagore Desert, she would detect my presence. Thus, I have never dared to seek it out. I see. In that case, I, as your junior, can assist you in searching for the sand mandrake. When the time comes, I shall bring both the prescription and the materials to that alchemist for the concoction. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. You would assist me in the search? No, that is far too perilous. Upon hearing Chen Feng's proposal, Hai Buodong could not help but furrow his brow slightly, shaking his head. In Hai Buodong's eyes, although Chen Feng had reached the high-level Dou Ling, venturing into the depths of the desert still posed significant dangers. He worried that this talented youth from a noble family might encounter unforeseen mishaps in the desert, which would weigh heavily on his conscience. Elder, in truth, even without this matter, I had originally planned to visit the desert. I had heard from that 7th grade alchemist that there might be an exotic flame hidden within, hence my desire to investigate. Chen Feng clarified. I wondered why you would venture to such a place. It turns out you are also drawn by the news of the exotic flame. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, a glimmer of realization crossed Hai Buodong's face. He then placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, speaking with a hint of mystery. Perhaps I have something here that would pique your interest. What could it be? Chen Feng asked, perplexed. My fascination with cartography has led me to explore the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert, where I fortuitously acquired some information regarding the elusive ethereal flames. Through careful investigation of the locations mentioned in the intelligence I gathered, I may not pinpoint the exact whereabouts of these flames, but I have significantly narrowed down areas with a higher probability of their existence. Haidong Bo smiled with satisfaction, gently retrieving a thin piece of parchment from his robe and presenting it to Chen Feng. In my exploration, I found 3 places within the Tagore Desert that are most likely to harbor the ethereal flames. Upon receiving the parchment, Chen Feng unfurled it to reveal a meticulously detailed map of the Tagore Desert, far surpassing the rudimentary charts previously displayed at the counter. This map not only accurately indicated the locations of water sources within the desert, but also meticulously marked the tribes of serpent people scattered throughout the arid landscape. Do you see the 3 flame symbols on the map? Haidong Bo inquired with a grin. Chen Feng's gaze swept across the map, and indeed, he discovered 3 conspicuous flame symbols, representing the locations within the Tagore Desert where the ethereal flames were most likely concealed. Pointing to the 3 flame symbols, Haidong Bo remarked, Of course, These are merely conjectures based on my exploration, and the accuracy cannot reach 100%. However, it is undoubtedly better than wandering aimlessly. Indeed, with this map in hand, the quest for the ethereal flames would be significantly more advantageous. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he understood that Haidong Bo's map would not greatly assist him in the search for the ethereal flames since he recalled their approximate location, beneath the surface magma, just a few dozen miles east of Shimo City. Remember, it is best to visit the locations marked by the eastern and northern flame symbols first. As for the western one, if possible, avoid it, for it lies close to the depths of the Tagore Desert, where Queen Medusa can sense any human presence within her territory. Although you possess considerable strength, facing that terrifying Queen Medusa leaves no chance for survival. Haidong Bo cautioned, his finger lingering over the western flame symbol, a note of trepidation in his voice. I will remember. Chen Feng nodded, then turned to Haidong Bo. Elder, please provide me with the medicinal formula now. Once I locate the sand mandala, I will seek out the 7th grade alchemist to concoct the elixir. Very well. Without hesitation, Haidong Bo retrieved various alchemical materials from his spatial ring, along with a piece of aged parchment. After a brief glance at the information on the formula, Chen Feng quickly grasped its efficacy. Danlai's 6th grade possesses remarkable efficacy in unraveling the majority of seals. Upon consumption, it also cultivates a resistance within the body specifically against such seals, thereby granting a certain probability of exemption when encountering them again in the future. Esteemed elder, I shall embark at once. Chen Feng gathered all his belongings and bid farewell to Haibadong. Little one, you must return safely. As he watched Chen Feng's departing figure, Haibadong fervently prayed for his safety. The arrival of Chen Feng had stirred a transformation within his heart. After decades of living in obscurity, he had grown weary of it. Yet, constrained by his sealed powers, he was reluctant to return and face his former acquaintances in such a disheveled state. Now, with Chen Feng's emergence, hope had finally dawned upon him. Chapter 137. What Fruits to Eat. After bidding farewell to Haibadong, Chen Feng did not linger in the desert city, but rather made his way directly towards the stone desert city marked on the map. The vast expanse of desert, with its relentless sandstorms and soaring temperatures, posed a significant torment to those traversing its arid terrain. However, for Chen Feng, such concerns were non-existent. At this moment, he sat leisurely atop the back of the purple magic griffin, a selection of fruits laid out before him, and beside him stood the alluring Sununner, dressed in cool attire, attending to him with grace. Master, many years ago, I too ventured into the Tagore Desert in search of the. Although I did not find my experiences in the Tagore Desert. As Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the golden sands below, the voice of Yao Chun echoed in his ear. Enough, Yao Chun. In the future, unless I request it, refrain from unsolicited introductions. Chen Feng interjected impatiently, having little desire to listen to the old man's tales. Yes, master. Yao Chun respectfully responded, promptly silencing himself. Master, have a grape. Sununner offered, extending her delicate hand to present a peeled grape to Chen Feng. He slightly parted his lips, and she placed the fruit into his mouth. Master, where shall we go next? Sununner inquired sweetly. After chewing a few times, Chen Feng casually spat the grape seeds into her outstretched palm, responding, to Stone Desert City, to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. The mention of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps elicited a brief, yet complex change in expression on Sununner's enchanting face. She had heard of this mercenary group from the Xiao family, knowing it to be founded by the brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. The revelation that Chen Feng intended to visit the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps surprised her. Noticing the fleeting expression on her face, Chen Feng smiled and remarked, Are you worried that I might confront Xiao Ding and Xiao Li? No, not at all. Sununner quickly shook her head. Why would I be concerned about them? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Feng gently caressed her delicate face, murmuring, Rest assured, as long as those two do not provoke me, I shall not act against them. Master, I will go and peel more fruit for you. Under Chen Feng's gaze, Sununner averted her eyes momentarily, then gracefully bent to retrieve more grapes from the table. The sight of her exquisite figure, with her silken gown subtly revealing her fair skin, ignited a fervor within Chen Feng once more. What fruit shall I eat? I desire to consume you. As the morning breeze enveloped the delicate waist of Sununner with a gentle embrace, the further they ventured into the desert, the more scarce human figures became. In this vast expanse, the occasional silhouette of serpent men would appear, sometimes accompanied by scenes of fierce combat between serpents and humans. Such occurrences were of no concern to Chen Feng. However, the imposing shadow cast by the purple magic griffin soaring overhead often instilled panic among the creatures below, abruptly halting skirmishes as both sides scattered in fear. What a terrifying creature just passed overhead. A woman, clad in audacious attire, remarked, trembling atop a yellow sand dune. Her outfit was daringly scant, barely covering her bosom and a hint of her lower form, leaving her bronze-toned, alluring waist completely exposed. The short leather skirt revealed her long, toned thighs, which quivered with tension. Surrounding her were several mercenaries, equally astonished as they gazed skyward. "Let us return and inform the captains of this matter," the alluring woman commanded after regaining her composure. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having traveled for some time, finally beheld the silhouette of the grand city of Stone Desert City, nestled on the eastern outskirts of the Tagar Desert. After securing the purple magic griffin and Sununner within his small world, he unfurled his thunderous wings and soared towards the city gates, drawing gasps of astonishment from onlookers. "What is that? A swiftly moving silver orb. What silver orb? Someone is flying this way. Battle-chi wings. Could that individual be a Dou Wang-level expert?" The guards at the city gates and atop the walls were left in awe upon witnessing Chen Feng's display of thunderous wings. They had never encountered such a youthful Dou Wang before. It was known that in the Gamma Empire, the number of Dou Wang experts did not exceed 20, each possessing remarkable renown. "My lord, do you wish to enter the city?" A hurriedly descending guard, donned in the attire of a squad leader, approached Chen Feng with an ingratiating demeanor. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded gently. Just as he was about to inquire further, a thunderous shout erupted from within the city gates. "The Sand Mercenary Group is departing on a mission. Non-combatants, step aside." With that command, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from within the city, as a troop of mercenaries riding majestic steeds burst forth from the corridor, showing no signs of slowing down. "Stop!" It was not until the lead man, whose countenance resembled that of a vulture, spotted the captain of the guards and several sentinels standing in the middle of the road before the city gate that he gestured for those behind him to halt. "Captain Li, why are you not resting in the shade above? Why subject yourself to the sun's torment down here?" The vulture-faced man greeted the guard captain with a smile. "Mo Xing, cease your idle chatter. This esteemed gentleman wishes to enter the city. Quickly instruct your men to disperse and clear the way." The guard captain retorted with an urgent tone. At these words, the smile vanished from Mo Xing's face. Within the confines of Stone Desert City, few dared to disregard him in such a manner. Typically, whenever the Sand Mercenary Corps embarked on a mission, the guards at the city gate and others would promptly yield. The audacity of a mere squad captain to reprimand him left him feeling profoundly humiliated. Behind him, the expressions of the mercenaries also darkened, their gazes shifting towards Chen Feng, who stood beside Captain Li. "Heh, Captain Li, it seems you have befriended some wealthy young master. Do not forget us when you achieve fame and fortune." Mo Xing retorted with a cold sneer, perceiving Chen Feng merely as the favored scion of a wealthy family. Chapter 138. The Astonishment of the Xiao Brothers. "Huh. Can this mere pretty boy really expect our Sand Mercenary Corps to yield to him? It is utterly laughable. Captain Li, I must insist that you step aside, otherwise prolonging this standoff will yield no benefits for you. And as for that pretty boy, he should find somewhere cooler to linger. Otherwise, should he be trampled by a horse, he can hardly blame us." Behind Mo Xing, the mercenaries showed no deference to the captain of the guards, hurling taunts and mockery. "Today, the Sand Mercenary Corps is bound to face dire consequences. This youth possesses the ability to soar through the skies. How could they possibly provoke someone of such strength? To dare challenge a Dou Wang powerhouse, Mo Xing truly has a death wish. With this young man's prowess, even Rob would have to show him utmost respect." A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. As the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps continued their jeers towards Captain Li and Chen Feng, the surrounding guards and passers-by, who had previously witnessed Chen Feng unleash his Thunderwing, wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The audacity of the Sand Mercenary Corps is astonishing. Their usual arrogance is misplaced when faced with such an opponent. Should they truly provoke this esteemed individual, they can expect nothing less than their own dissolution. Observing the reaction of the mercenaries, Captain Li's countenance darkened considerably. Strange. Mo Xing, from the expressions of the others, sensed something amiss. At that moment, a bare-chested mercenary, evidently growing impatient, rode his horse to within 2 meters of Chen Feng, barking, "Boy, are you deaf? Get out of my way." Boom. Just as the mercenary opened his mouth to reprimand Chen Feng, a silver arc of lightning erupted from Chen Feng's palm, striking the mercenary squarely in the chest. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground, leaving a horrifying gaping wound and charred flesh in its wake. Hiss! Witnessing Chen Feng's decisive action, Mo Xing and the others felt their hearts race, their eyes betraying their terror. The release of fighting spirit indicated that this individual was at least a Grand Master, and significantly stronger than their captain. In that instant, Mo Xing comprehended the gravity of his misstep. He had truly bitten off more than he could chew. "My lord, I beg your pardon. I was blind to your might. I implore you to forgive me." Without delay, Mo Xing dismounted and bowed deeply before Chen Feng. The mercenaries behind him followed suit, kneeling on the ground, their recent grievances forgotten in the face of overwhelming power, uttering pleas for mercy. Witnessing this scene, the guards and passers-by dared not utter a word, merely observing in silence. Chen Feng, choosing not to continue the violence against a group of individuals of lesser cultivation, found it beneath his dignity. Casting a calm glance at the kneeling mercenaries, he declared, "Tomorrow, I do not wish to see the Sand Mercenary Corps remaining within the confines of Shimo City." What? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mo Xing, who knelt on the ground, turned pale. The gravity of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. The implication of Chen Feng's statement was unmistakable. It was a directive for the Sand Mercenary Corps to disband. Having stirred such great trouble, those who had just offended him would undoubtedly face consequences. After this brief interlude, Chen Feng, lacking patience for further inquiries, revealed his thunder wing and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, soared over the city gates, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. The transformation of his fighting spirit into wings indicated that he was a formidable Dou Wang. Witnessing Chen Feng ascend over the city walls, Mo Xing felt his legs weaken, rendering him incapable of standing. A silver orb of light appeared above the city, immediately drawing the attention of many. In the southern part of Shimo City, within a spacious estate, 2 young men were addressing a group of mercenaries. One of them, clad in mercenary garb, stood tall and robust, his dark eyes revealing a hint of severity. Though his face bore a cheerful smile, beneath it lurked a ferocity akin to that of a ravenous wolf. Clearly, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he embodied the type who would retaliate fiercely when wronged. The other, slightly older, wore a white robe, his brighter eyes reflecting a blend of wisdom and subtle cunning. These 2 were the renowned leaders of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps in Shimo City, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the elder and second brothers of Xiao Yan. Esteemed colleagues, of late, the Sand Mercenary Corps has been frequently encroaching upon our tasks. Xiao Li began, only to be interrupted as he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the silver orb in the sky. Noticing his reaction, Xiao Ding and the others quickly turned their eyes upward, soon spotting the silver orb that was Chen Feng, though it quickly vanished from their sight. "Elder brother, could that figure in the sky be the legendary Dou Wang?" Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise. "It seems so. But why would a Dou Wang appear in such a remote place as Shimo City? Could it be that the serpent folk in the desert have stirred, prompting the Empire to send this Dou Wang?" Xiao Ding pondered, furrowing his brow in analysis. Hearing Xiao Ding's assessment, Xiao Li remarked gravely, "If that is indeed the case, it appears Shimo City may face some unrest in the near future." After witnessing the silver orb, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li lost their focus on their address and promptly dispatched several mercenaries to gather intelligence. Before long, those sent to inquire returned with news. Report to the 2 leaders. "We have just learned that the powerful figure in the sky has gone to the Lord's mansion. Moreover, not long ago, Mo Xing of the Sand Mercenary Corps foolishly provoked that formidable individual, who has proclaimed that the Sand Mercenary Corps must disband by the end of today." 2 mercenaries swiftly reported the intelligence they had gathered. Indeed, it is true. The Sand Mercenary Corps faces its reckoning today. A look of delight spread across Xiao Li's face upon hearing the scout's report. The Sand Mercenary Corps had long been their archrival, and the news of them offending such a formidable adversary brought him immense satisfaction. "Brother, let us not rejoice too soon. We are still unaware of the reasons this enigmatic strongman has come to Shimo City. We must exercise caution. While Xiao Li laughed heartily, Xiao Ding's brow remained furrowed in concern. He then sternly admonished the mercenaries under his command during this period. Be sure to avoid causing any trouble. Chapter 139, A First Encounter with Qilan. In the Grand Hall of Shimo City, the city lord Su Guang gazed with an ingratiating smile at Chen Feng, who occupied the main seat. Esteemed senior, your presence in Shimo City must surely indicate a pressing matter? Su Guang inquired with utmost respect. Not particularly. I merely wish to stay here for a night. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Ah, it is indeed my honor that you have chosen to grace us with your presence. I shall have a room prepared for you immediately. Su Guang responded, though a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes at Chen Feng's casual demeanor. Nevertheless, he nodded vigorously and instructed his servants to arrange accommodations for Chen Feng. After settling a few matters, Su Guang suddenly remarked, Esteemed senior, there shall be a banquet at my residence tonight in your honor. I humbly request your esteemed presence. Very well, please extend an invitation to the leaders of the mercenary guilds in this city as well, Chen Feng suggested after a moment's contemplation. His visit to Shimo City was motivated by two desires: to acquire a rare flame and to meet Qilan. To engage with Qilan, interactions with the members of the Mo Tai mercenary group were indispensable. Certainly, I shall dispatch someone to invite those leaders right away. Su Guang nodded eagerly at Chen Feng's words before respectfully exiting the hall. As night fell, the city lord's residence was ablaze with light, hosting a grand banquet. Invited by Lord Su Guang, heads of prominent families and esteemed leaders of mercenary groups gathered to partake in the feast. As was customary, the invited guests brought along their female companions. Qilan, do refrain from wandering about when we arrive at the city lord's residence, cautioned Xiao Li, the leader of the Mo Tai mercenary group, smiling as he addressed a young maid accompanying him. Rest assured, Leader Xiao, Qilan will not stray. The young maid, referred to as Qilan, nodded affirmatively, her voice barely above a whisper. Let us proceed. The banquet is about to commence, Xiao Ding stated gravely. This evening's gathering was of great significance to both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, which is why they had chosen to bring the most composed and least likely to cause trouble among their female companions, the maid Qilan. Before long, the numerous guests were seated in an elegant courtyard within the city lord's residence. Have you heard? This banquet has been specifically convened by the city lord to welcome an unknown Dou Wang expert. One guest remarked. Indeed, I have heard that this Dou Wang is remarkably young. Another chimed in. Earlier at the city gates, the Mo Xing of the San mercenary group angered that esteemed individual. I wonder how Rob will respond. Rob has finally met his match. Typically, he allows his subordinates to act with impunity, disregarding even our city guards. It seems he has bitten off more than he can chew this time. As the guests engaged in their lively discourse, a middle-aged man seated in a corner wore a distinctly somber expression. This man was none other than Rob, the leader of the San mercenary group, the subject of much discussion among the attendees. His Excellency the City Lord has arrived. As a sharp voice echoed through the air, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the courtyard. Within their gaze, the City Lord Su Guang walked alongside a young man, incessantly flattering him while providing introductions. Brother, it seems that man is indeed the rumored Dou Wang powerhouse from earlier today. I never anticipated he would be so youthful. The moment Chen Feng made his appearance, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li revealed expressions of profound astonishment. Following their surprise, their immediate reaction was disbelief. It is known that the entire Jiamat Empire harbors no more than 20 Dou Wang powerhouses, all of whom are renowned figures. Yet none have ever achieved such prowess before the age of 20. Could that young gentleman in the sky truly be the mysterious powerhouse? Standing behind Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, Qing Lin also fixated on Chen Feng, her small, emerald eyes brimming with a peculiar hue. How could one be so young? When did the empire ever boast such a youthful Dou Wang powerhouse? Old Mo, the ability to fly does not necessarily denote a Dou Wang powerhouse. It is said that certain specialized flying techniques could grant flight capability to those below the Dou Wang level. Are you suggesting that this individual might not genuinely be a Dou Wang powerhouse, but rather has mastered some form of flying technique? At this moment, many other guests shared the sentiments of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, deeming such a young Dou Wang powerhouse to be utterly implausible. Yet, there were also some seasoned elders among them, who speculated on the reason behind Chen Feng's ability to soar. Meanwhile, upon entering the courtyard, Chen Feng's gaze swept across the numerous guests, seeking out Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Given their esteemed status, their seating was relatively prominent. Chen Feng was well aware of their cultivation levels and ages, and with Xiao Li's resemblance to Xiao Yan being strikingly similar, he quickly confirmed their identities. It appears those two must be Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Chen Feng mused inwardly as he gazed in their direction. In the next moment, his attention was drawn to the young maid standing behind Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Clad in an elegant pale green attire, although petite, she exhibited a rather peculiar maturity, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. Her delicate, heart-shaped face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, and as Chen Feng's gaze fell upon her, she displayed a timid demeanor, akin to a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Observing the maid's appearance, a thought suddenly sparked in Chen Feng's mind. Could she be the Qing Lin I am searching for? Esteemed guest, please take your seat. Just as Chen Feng was focused on the maid behind Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, City Lord Su Guang extended an invitation for him to occupy the main seat at the banquet. Chen Feng replied softly, then seated himself at the honored position. In the next moment, the newly seated Chen Feng directly communicated with the soul of Yao Chun within the soul banner. Yao Chun, take a look at the young girl behind those two. Does she possess the bloodline of a serpent folk? Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, master. Upon receiving Chen Feng's directive, Yao Chun respectfully replied, and then a subtle essence of spiritual energy wafted forth from the soul banner. Master, your conjecture is indeed accurate. That young woman does possess the bloodline of the serpent folk. However, what puzzles me is that offspring born from the union of serpent folk and humans typically do not survive for long. Yet this girl. Enough. Did I not instruct you not to speak out of turn without my command? Chen Feng admonished the forgetful Yao Chun within the soul banner, yet a smile danced in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li would bring Qing Lin to this banquet. Chapter 140. Taking away Qing Lin. In light of this, I find myself spared the need for another trip to the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, thought Chen Feng to himself. At that moment, the city lord, Su Guang, raised his wine cup and addressed all the guests with a booming voice. Esteemed guests, this banquet is specially held to welcome our venerable elder and to wash away the dust of his travels. The elder's cultivation has already reached the realm of Dou Wang, inspiring our deep admiration. Let us raise our glasses in honor of the elder. As Su Guang's words echoed throughout the hall, the guests promptly stood, lifting their cups in the direction of Chen Feng. With so many raising their glasses in his honor, Chen Feng did not decline. Together, they drank. He slowly rose, joining the others in a toast, then smiled and spoke to the assembly below. Esteemed guests, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding what Lord Su stated. I am not a Dou Wang powerhouse. My ability to fly is due to my practice of a flying combat technique. Gasps of surprise filled the room. So he is not a Dou Wang powerhouse. I had my suspicions. It is rare to find such a young Dou Wang. It turns out he has merely practiced a flying combat technique. This was indeed impressive, for such techniques are rare and difficult to come by. One would be hard-pressed to find even a handful in the entire Kima Empire. Indeed, flying combat techniques are invaluable. One wonders about the origins of this young man. As Chen Feng's words settled, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, many faces displaying surprise, while hushed conversations began to arise. However, some appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Rob, the leader of the San Mercenary Corps, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Feng's admission that he was not a Dou Wang powerhouse. The gloom on his face gradually dissipated. Since this individual was not a Dou Wang, the incident from earlier would be easier to resolve. Rob mused internally, considering that at Chen Feng's age, he might merely be a great Dou Master, perhaps just slightly stronger than himself. In the next moment, Rob lifted the wine cup poured by a nearby maid and walked directly toward Chen Feng. My lord, regarding the earlier incident, it was my subordinates who were blind and offended you. I have already reprimanded them. On their behalf, I offer my sincere apologies. Rob raised his cup, speaking earnestly. Hearing Rob's sincere apology, Chen Feng let out a cold laugh. Had Rob been willing to severely punish Mo Xing and his associates, or even remove them altogether, Chen Feng might have accepted this apology. However, now it seemed he sought to gloss over the matter with mere words, clearly not taking Chen Feng's sentiments to heart. If those individuals are indeed blind, why do you still allow them to keep their eyes? Chen Feng replied coldly. At this, Rob's expression darkened. Many prominent figures from Shimo City were present, and Chen Feng's demeanor offered him no leniency. The guests fell into a hush, their gazes fixed intently upon the confrontation between Rob and Chen Feng. A flush of heat coursed through Rob's face as he found himself somewhat intoxicated by the moment. He bellowed at the morning breeze, "My lord, I am Rob, a figure of some repute in Stone Desert City. I have already humbled myself significantly today. Do not take advantage of my restraint." How audacious of Rob to court his own demise, believing that this esteemed individual could be trifled with, whether or not he was a formidable warrior. Upon hearing such words from Rob, the city lord, Su Guang, regarded him with the gaze reserved for the deceased. Only he comprehended the depth of Morning Breeze's prowess, which, while not necessarily that of a king of combat, surely resided at a level of profound combat spirit. In that moment, the other guests present were merely spectators, eager to witness how Morning Breeze would handle the situation. "What will you do about your audacity?" Just as this thought flickered in the minds of the onlookers, Morning Breeze's aura erupted with sudden intensity. In the next instant, a silver arc of lightning shot forth from his palm, striking Rob squarely in the chest amidst his horrified gaze. Boom! The impact of the lightning bolt tore through Rob's garments and flesh, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through several tables before finally coming to a halt. What astounding strength! Rob, a fighter of the great combat master rank, could not withstand a single blow. Judging from the aura he had just emitted, even if he were not a king of combat, he surely possessed profound combat spirit. This sudden turn of events allowed many to witness the might of Morning Breeze, while simultaneously sending a portion of the guests and female attendants into a state of panic, resulting in a somewhat chaotic scene. Amid the turmoil, a young maidservant, following Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, was accidentally jostled and fell to the ground. By the time Xiao Ding and Xiao Li took notice, Qing Lin had regained her footing, gently massaging her wrist with her left hand pressed against her right. "Qing Lin, are you hurt?" Xiao Ding glanced back, his concern evident. Hearing his words, Qing Lin released her grasp on her wrist and shook her head, replying softly, "Captain, I am fine." The moment Qing Lin fell was precisely witnessed by Morning Breeze. In the next heartbeat, he frowned slightly and approached her. The attention of the many guests was firmly fixed upon Morning Breeze, yet they were puzzled as he did not head toward the spot where Rob had collapsed. Instead, he swiftly made his way to the table where the two leaders of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps were seated. What could this individual be intending? As Morning Breeze approached, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged surprised and somewhat tense glances, fully aware of the overwhelming strength he had just displayed against Rob, understanding that he was not someone to be trifled with by mere mortals like themselves. Strangely enough, upon reaching the table beside Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, Morning Breeze did not engage them in conversation. His gaze lingered instead on the maidservant who had just fallen. TSK. Upon a close examination, Chen Feng discerned that before him stood Qing Lin, a young girl of merely 13 or 14 years. Yet, perhaps owing to the intertwining of human and serpent blood within her, her petite form was a harmonious blend of curves and contours, where fullness and delicacy coexisted in exquisite balance. When met with Chen Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Qing Lin felt a sudden pang of trepidation, instinctively lowering her head. After her submission, Chen Feng's attention shifted to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, and with an air of nonchalance, he declared, "Gentlemen, I shall be taking your maid with me." The unexpected pronouncement left both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li momentarily taken aback. They were utterly perplexed by Chen Feng's intention to abscond with Qing Lin. However, having witnessed his formidable prowess, they dared not display any hesitation. "If it pleases you, my lord, do take her," Xiao Ding replied respectfully, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 141. The Service of Qing Lin, Transforming Qing Lin. What is the meaning of this? Why does this esteemed gentleman wish to take me away? The conversation between Chen Feng and Xiao Ding left Qing Lin, who was bowing her head, in a state of confusion. She could not comprehend why someone of Chen Feng's stature would suddenly desire to take her with him. Having received a response from Xiao Ding that pleased him, Chen Feng's gaze returned to Qing Lin, and he gently urged, "Come with me. They have already entrusted you to me." Upon completing this sentence, Chen Feng turned and strode toward the entrance of the courtyard. Hearing his words, Qing Lin timidly raised her head to glance at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. "Qing Lin, you shall follow this esteemed gentleman from now on. Hurry, do not provoke his ire." Xiao Ding spoke, observing the helplessness in Qing Lin's eyes. "All right, At Xiao Ding's urging, Qinglin silently nodded and quickly followed in Chen Feng's wake, for she had always felt that someone like her had no right to make choices. Sigh. Watching as Chen Feng led Qinglin away from the courtyard, Xiao Ding let out a long sigh. Beside him, Xiao Li wore a similarly complex expression. Qinglin's background was exceedingly special, having faced discrimination throughout her life. Had it not been for the kindness of the Xiao brothers, her survival until now would have been uncertain. With Qinglin now taken by Chen Feng, the unknowns of what might transpire weighed heavily on both brothers, leaving them feeling somewhat regretful, yet powerless against Chen Feng's formidable presence. Brother, let us depart. There is no need to linger at this banquet any longer. Xiao Ding sighed softly, grasping Xiao Li's arm as they exited the city lord's mansion. The other guests also did not remain long, bidding their farewells one by one. While Lord Su Guang swiftly ordered the removal of the body of the San Mercenary Corps leader, Rob. As the night passed, the dynamics among the mercenary factions in Shimo City would undergo a monumental shift, and the tale of the mysterious powerhouse would spread throughout the city. Meanwhile, Chen Feng led Qinglin directly into a secluded and luxurious chamber within the city lord's mansion. Qinglin, please close the door, he instructed as he settled beside a table in the opulent room. Yes, my lord. At his command, Qinglin quickly cast aside her tumultuous thoughts and hurried to shut the door. As she turned to face him, Chen Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon her delicate figure, particularly her slender waist, which seemed so fragile. In that moment, he felt an unusual allure, as if her graceful movements resembled a beautiful serpent swaying with enchanting elegance. Creak. As Qinglin closed the door and turned back, she noticed the peculiar glint in Chen Feng's eyes, causing her to shyly lower her head, unable to meet his gaze. The timid demeanor of Qinglin resembled that of a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of compassion within Chen Feng. After bowing his head for a moment, perhaps due to the silence that enveloped the room, Qinglin took the initiative to speak, her voice trembling as she inquired, "My lord, do you wish to rest now? If so, allow me to assist you in removing your garments." Chen Feng nodded slightly before rising to his feet. Observing this, Qinglin approached with measured steps, gently unfastening Chen Feng's outer robe with her delicate hands. Being attended to by such tender fingers filled Chen Feng with immense satisfaction. Once she had draped Chen Feng's outerwear neatly, Qinglin softly remarked, "My lord, if you intend to rest, I shall take my leave." Wait. Before Qinglin could finish her sentence, Chen Feng shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qinglin's heart began to race uncontrollably. In her experience, some male masters would summon their maidens to share their beds during the night, leading her to wonder if Chen Feng intended to do the same. What am I thinking? Someone as lowly as I. However, just as this thought began to form, she swiftly dismissed it. While Qinglin was lost in her musings, Chen Feng suddenly addressed her. "Qinglin, do you desire to become stronger in the future? No longer subjected to the disdainful gazes of others? Stronger, not to be looked down upon?" Chen Feng's words resonated within Qinglin, as if infused with a magical essence, striking at the very depths of her soul and leaving her momentarily stunned. The next moment, regaining her composure, Qinglin gazed at Chen Feng, her voice barely a whisper, "Can I?" "Truly? Indeed, as long as you wish to grow stronger, I can assist you." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "My lord, how will you help me?" Qinglin asked, her anticipation evident in her tone. "You may still be wondering why I took you from your previous master. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized that you possessed the bloodline of a human and serpent, and I discovered that you have an extraordinarily unique constitution." Chen Feng elaborated. "This constitution is known as the Baishi Sanhua Tong. I have a special constitution, the Baishi Sanhua Tong?" Qinglin's face was a canvas of confusion, her charming features displaying an array of emotions. At that moment, Chen Feng noticed that 3 minuscule green dots had suddenly appeared within Qinglin's emerald-hued pupils. Gazing into those verdant orbs, even Chen Feng felt a fleeting moment of distraction. "I understand that you may find it hard to believe me now. How about this? I shall take you to a place where you will come to understand everything," Chen Feng gently suggested, snapping back to reality. Without waiting for Qinglin's response, he grasped her small hand and led her toward the door. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Chen Feng released his grip and immediately encircled the slender, enticing waist of Qinglin. Simultaneously, a magnificent pair of silvery wings unfurled from his back, lifting them into the heavens. The first time soaring to such lofty heights, Qing Lin instinctively felt a twinge of fear, clinging tightly to Chen Feng, too afraid to open her eyes. Do not be afraid, look boldly. Chen Feng chuckled softly, feeling the softness of her form pressed against him, and then he accelerated, darting towards the eastern direction of Shimo City. The silvery glow that appeared against the pitch-black night sky immediately captured the attention of many. Has that esteemed one departed? Mused the lord of Shimo City, standing before a grand hall, his gaze fixed upon the luminous orb in the dark sky. Wow, the scenery above is truly magnificent. High above, as Qing Lin grew accustomed to the sensation of flight, she finally opened her tightly shut eyes, surveying her surroundings, her adorable face breaking into an excited smile. Chapter 142, To the Underground. Qing Lin, in the future, you too shall soar through this vast sky. As he gazed at the sudden glimmer of an alluring smile on Qing Lin's petite face, the grip of Chen Feng around her slender waist tightened slightly, drawing her soft form closer to him. This gesture caused a blush to bloom on Qing Lin's cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness. Their current posture was undeniably intimate, allowing them to feel each other's warmth and heartbeat. Sir, I still do not know your name, Qing Lin murmured, lowering her head and parting her lips inquisitively. My name is Chen Feng. You may simply call me Young Master henceforth, he replied softly. Very well, Young Master Chen Feng. Qing Lin nodded gently, her response becoming more at ease in his presence. She sensed that Chen Feng's attitude towards her was devoid of the disdain and aversion she often encountered from others, which brought her great comfort. Young Master Chen Feng, where are we headed now? Qing Lin inquired, her gaze following the direction in which he moved. To the underground. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Underground? ISNT that upon hearing Chen Feng's response, Qing Lin froze momentarily, her thoughts wandering. She recalled tales of the underground world being a realm where souls congregate after death. Unperturbed by Qing Lin's change in expression, Chen Feng continued to converse with the soul of Yao within the soul banner as he flew. Yao, please sense carefully and ascertain the approximate location of the nearby. Understood, Master. Upon receiving Chen Feng's command, the soul of Yao began to keenly attune to its surroundings. The area Chen Feng had chosen was not far from the magma region where the Qinglian earth heart fire resided. Therefore, after a thorough assessment, Yao soon made a discovery. Master, proceed 10 miles to the right ahead. The aura of the is particularly strong in that area, Yao reported excitedly, astonished at Chen Feng's foresight in pinpointing the general vicinity of the right front direction corresponded to the southeastern area of the stone desert city. Contemplating Yao's information, Chen Feng pondered briefly before swiftly altering his flight path. After traveling approximately 10 miles, he gradually descended to the ground. Before him lay a vast expanse of flat desert, an unremarkable terrain devoid of any distinguishing features. Such flat sandy stretches were countless amidst the boundless desert. Once on the ground, Qing Lin finally released her grip from Chen Feng, glancing around before timidly asking, Young Master Chen Feng, are you truly taking me underground? Indeed. Chen Feng nodded lightly, smiling as he replied, once we reach the underground, you will discover your own capabilities. Fortunately, the appearance of Morning Breeze is rather handsome, and his smile is quite charming. Qing Lin merely assumed he was jesting. Otherwise, if a person with a seemingly lewd and sinister demeanor were to smile and utter such words in this desolate place, it would surely instill a sense of dread. However, is this not a desert? How do we descend underground? Are we to excavate all the sand and soil? How long might that take? A multitude of questions lingered on Qing Lin's face. Fear not. These tasks shall be undertaken by others. Yao Chun emerge. Morning Breeze chuckled softly, and then commanded Yao Chun's spirit to appear. At the sound of Morning Breeze's command, Yao Chun's spirit swiftly materialized from the soul banner, taking form as a spectral figure 2 meters in front of Morning Breeze. Ah, ghost! The sudden appearance of the ethereal spirit startled Qing Lin, prompting her petite frame to quickly hide behind Morning Breeze. Qing Lin, do not be afraid. He is not a ghost. In this world, every individual possesses a soul, and only those with formidable souls can detach from their bodies without perishing. Observing Qing Lin's fright, Morning Breeze casually offered an explanation. Upon hearing his words, Qing Lin cautiously peeked out from behind him. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the spectral form of Yao Chun. Master, do you have any instructions? Yao Chun, unfazed by Qing Lin's reaction, respectfully bowed to Morning Breeze and inquired about his task. Yao Chun, proceed to carve a passageway leading to the underground magma. Morning Breeze instructed. As you wish, Master. Without hesitation, Yao Chun set to work. He ascended into the air, his body enveloped in a ghostly white flame, an immense energy coalescing in his palm. He then unleashed a white energy column of considerable size toward the sandy surface. Boom! The white energy column struck the sand, causing minimal explosion. However, upon contact, the surface sand was instantaneously melted away, forming a deep chasm in mere moments. This elder's strength is truly formidable. Witnessing Yao Chun's display, Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment. She could discern that the powerful aura emanating from Yao Chun surpassed even that of Morning Breeze by several folds. Under the watchful gaze of Morning Breeze and Qinglin, after Yao Chun carved out a passage over 100 meters deep, he entered the tunnel to continue his descent. Approximately an hour later, Yao Chun emerged from the passage. Master, as you anticipated, we have encountered underground magma at around 1,000 meters deep. Yao Chun exclaimed excitedly. Within that magma, I sensed a potent essence of exotic fire. Excellent. Upon receiving this news, Morning Breeze felt immense satisfaction. Listening to the conversation between Yao Chun and Chen Feng, Qinglin found herself momentarily dazed. To her, the concept of was rather terrifyingly precious, something she had only heard about in whispers. Let us proceed, Chen Feng said, extending his hand and once again enveloping Qinglin in his embrace. He then summoned the wings of thunder and entered the passageway created by Yao Chun. This passage, carved open by Yao Chun's energy, was remarkably smooth, with scarcely a stone protruding from its walls. Illuminated by the cold fire of Yao Chun's bone spirit, the dark tunnel seemed to come alive with light. Chen Feng swiftly descended with Qinglin in tow. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature rose increasingly. However, with Chen Feng's protective shielding her, Qinglin felt no significant discomfort. Soon, the trio reached the passage's end. Before them lay a vast cavern, within which red-hot magma flowed languidly. Occasionally, enormous bubbles would rise from the molten rock, only to burst moments later with a soft sound, erupting in a dazzling display reminiscent of fiery fireworks. Chapter 143, A Precious Elixir. With emerald eyes fixed upon the boundless expanse of fiery red lava, Qinglin suddenly grasped Chen Feng's hand, cautioning, Young Master Chen Feng, it seems that something lurks within the lava. Its aura is rather potent, akin to your own. Perhaps stimulated by the surrounding environment, Qinglin's extraordinary constitution caused her to continuously emanate a somewhat chilling energy, her small hand feeling icy against Chen Feng's palm. Hearing Qinglin's words, Chen Feng smiled gently and replied, Qinglin, do you know why you are able to sense what lies beneath the lava? Could it be related to the unique constitution you mentioned, young master? Qinglin inquired with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, your Baishi Sanhua physique endows you with extraordinary sensory perception, particularly towards serpentine creatures, Chen Feng affirmed, nodding with a smile. Before soaring upwards with Qinglin, hovering 10 zhang above the lava. Within the cavern, the temperature was alarmingly intense, and the faint mist exhaled by the bubbling lava was not only searing but also imbued with a fiery toxin. Any ordinary person venturing here would face dire peril. However, with Yao Chun's protection, the toxic flames were extinguished before they could approach within a zhang's distance. As they glided through the air, Chen Feng felt increasingly aware of the cavern's vastness. The surrounding lava flowed like a river, almost forming a colossal lake, which prompted Chen Feng to direct Yao Can to excavate a passage once a general location had been identified. Occasionally, as a wave of scorching air surged forth, a towering column of red lava would erupt from the lake, startling Qinglin, who clung tightly to Chen Feng in trepidation. Young Master Chen Feng, this place is terrifying, she exclaimed, clearly frightened, for in her eyes, a fall into the lava would spell instant annihilation, even for steel. Fear not. We shan't fall, Chen Feng reassured her, his gaze returning to scrutinize the lava below. Young Master, I sense that entity is drawing near, Qinglin suddenly warned, her voice sharp with urgency. No sooner had Qinglin's cry faded than a thunderous rumble resonated from the once tranquil lava lake, as countless streams of molten rock erupted violently. Amidst the cascading lava, a massive, enigmatic creature burst forth, lunging towards Chen Feng with lightning speed. The mysterious being tore through the lava, emitting a piercing shriek as it propelled itself towards the airborne Chen Feng and Yinran. The chaotic spattering of lava stirred the placid lake into a frenzy, with towering columns of molten rock shooting skyward in a breathtaking display. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Feng flared his wings behind him and ascended higher into the sky, taking Yinran with him. At this moment, the two individuals could clearly discern that the mysterious creature emerging abruptly from the molten lava was a serpent-like beast. Its elongated form appeared to measure at least 4 or 5 zhang, its entire body of vivid crimson, resembling a perfectly rounded fire opal from a distance. The surface of its body was adorned with palm-sized red scales densely covering it. Moreover, this beast possessed 2 heads, with elongated necks bifurcating into 2 menacing visages, each glaring with enormous rhomboid eyes filled with a ferocious and bloodthirsty intent. Finally, it had appeared. Upon sighting the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, Chen Feng exhibited no sign of trepidation. He commanded the soul of Yao Chun, who was already positioned in front of him. Yao Chun, capture it alive. Understood. With the directive from Chen Feng, Yao Chun immediately surged forward. At that moment, the necks of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent began to swell ominously, as if it were preparing to expel something. Just as Yao Chen's soul charged ahead, the serpent's menacing maw suddenly unhinged, unleashing 2 colossal columns of molten magma, composed entirely of lava and flames, erupting forth with the force of a volcanic explosion, aimed directly at Yao Chen's soul and Chen Feng. In response, Yao Chun merely extended his palm forward, and instantly, a peculiar wave of intangible energy radiated from his hand, forming an invisible energy barrier before him. As the lava columns approached, they unexpectedly detonated just 2 zhang away from Yao Chun, scattering molten rock that flowed gently through the air, ultimately painting the invisible energy barrier in a fiery crimson hue. With a hiss, witnessing its assault thwarted, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent's eyes blazed with fury. Rising above the lava's surface, it seemingly possessed considerable intelligence, deftly circumventing the previously established barrier, and lunged once more at Yao Chun and Chen Feng with its gaping maw. Beast! Upon witnessing the serpent's movement, Yao Chun bellowed, denying it any opportunity to retaliate. He delivered a powerful strike upon its head, causing the tough crimson scales to shatter, with streams of crimson blood seeping through the fissures and ultimately dripping into the lava, dissipating into nothingness. With a piercing hiss, the serpent emitted sharp cries as it suffered a heavy blow to its cranium, its enormous tail thrashing wildly above. As the fire spirit serpent thrashed violently within the molten depths, it suddenly raised its 2 colossal heads, the rhomboid eyes glinting with a savage hunger. Then, with a swift motion, it shook its head, and from its massive body, a deep crimson flame began to emanate, gradually ascending and enveloping a small portion of the surrounding space. With a thunderous roar, the pervasive deep crimson flames abruptly commenced a rapid rotation. As the swirling intensified, the surrounding flames began to writhe, and suddenly, 10 or more 2-headed fire spirit serpents, composed entirely of fiery energy, emerged within the flames. The 10-headed fire spirit serpents, each formidable in size, were not significantly smaller than their original form. Dozens of enormous, menacing eyes fixed intently upon the soul of the medicine dust, as they spiraled around one another for a brief moment before unleashing a collective, piercing shriek. The sharp sound waves reverberated throughout the cavern, creating an excruciatingly discordant echo. With the onset of the cacophony, the 10 or more serpents, entirely composed of searing flames, suddenly formed a fiery array, surging toward the medicine dust with an intensity capable of vaporizing the very air. Ah, this beastly fire makes for an excellent supplement. Observing the oncoming crimson serpents, a spark of exhilaration flickered across the face of the medicine dust. In response, an icy white flame erupted from his being, transforming into a formidable wall of white fire to confront the advancing serpents. As the heads of the fire serpents collided with the white flame barrier, they vanished, their fiery energy wholly consumed by the chilling blaze. Chapter 144, Activation of the Constitution. Gazing at the flames he had unleashed, which were utterly devoured by the ethereal figure above, the colossal eyes of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent glinted with a distinctly human-like astonishment and dread. In that moment, it became painfully aware that this apparition was beyond its capacity to withstand. In the next instant, The two-headed fire spirit serpent was seized by an instinct to flee. Its massive form writhed as both heads plunged downward, seeking refuge within the molten lava below. Can you truly escape? Observing the serpent's desperate maneuver, a cold smirk crept across Yao Chun's face. The task assigned to him by Chen Feng was to capture the fire spirit serpent alive. Allowing it to flee would be catastrophic. As soon as the serpent made its move, Yao Chun stepped forward, positioning himself beneath one of its heads, and swiftly delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The force of his strike nearly severed the serpent's head from its body, causing its descent to falter, before it was thrust back upwards above the lava by the sheer might of the blow. At that moment, Yao Chun swiftly formed a profound seal with his hands, conjuring an invisible wave that enveloped the fire spirit serpent, creating a spatial cage from which it could not escape. The moment had arrived. Seeing Yao Chun succeed, Chen Feng led Qing Lin to stand before the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Hiss! Hiss! As Chen Feng and Qing Lin approached, the agitated serpent opened its cavernous maw, revealing its sharp fangs and extending its elongated tongue. Though the fire spirit serpent had not managed to free itself from the spatial prison, the proximity was overwhelming, and Qing Lin felt a surge of fear, letting out a scream and lowering her head in trepidation. Noticing Qing Lin's demeanor, Chen Feng reassured her, "Do not be afraid. By facing it directly, you will uncover the secrets within you." Encouraged by Chen Feng's words, Qing Lin summoned her courage, lifting her head to fix her gaze upon the formidable creature before her. In her nervousness, 3 small green dots unexpectedly appeared within her crystalline emerald eyes, resembling delicate buds. These 3 green dots were far clearer than those Chen Feng had previously witnessed, and upon closer inspection, they resembled 3 tiny flower buds. Suddenly, the 3 dots within Qing Lin's eyes radiated an intense, eerie glow, transforming into 3 minuscule green flowers in an instant. As these peculiar green blossoms emerged, a powerful, spectral light erupted from them, illuminating the fire spirit serpent before them. Caught in the grip of this strange luminescence, the serpent's massive body stiffened, and its giant eyes reflected a glimmer of fear as they fixated on Qing Lin. A peculiar, ethereal glow glided slowly over the body of the fire spirit serpent, ultimately settling upon the center of the foreheads of its 2 heads. As the glow ceased its movement, it began to gradually diminish in size. However, with the reduction of the glow's extent, its brilliance intensified remarkably. The luminous aura continued to shrink until it was no larger than the palm of a hand. At this juncture, it halted its contraction. With a sudden burst of radiance, 2 diminutive green blossoms were imprinted upon the heads of the fire spirit serpent. Following the appearance of the flowers, the glow began to fade gradually, and moments later, the tiny blossoms within the azure pupils swiftly dissipated, returning to their previous verdant hue in an instant. Once the pupils returned to normal, the azure scale felt a wave of exhaustion, and her eyelids gradually drooped, ultimately succumbing to slumber in the embrace of morning wind. In the next moment, the colossal fire spirit serpent, previously confined, stood motionless, ceasing its struggles. When its gaze fell upon the azure scale nestled within morning wind's arms, the fierceness and savagery in its demeanor inexplicably vanished, replaced instead by a sense of docility. Concurrently, Morning Wind hastily administered some restorative elixirs to the azure scale. Before long, she awakened. "Azure scale, how do you feel now?" Morning Wind inquired, observing her revival. "Young Master Morning Wind, I cannot fathom why, but it seems I have established a strange connection with it. I can sense its thoughts. Could this be the effect of the azure serpent's triflower pupil that you spoke of?" Azure Scale responded softly, casting a glance at the fire spirit serpent. At that moment, she finally believed Morning Wind's earlier words, acknowledging the possibility of possessing a wondrous and formidable innate ability. Indeed, Morning Wind affirmed with a smile, elaborating, "The azure serpent's triflower pupil is a rather extraordinary natural ocular trait, typically manifesting only in the offspring of humans and serpent folk. Those who possess this pupil, when adept, can induce illusions in others. Imagine, during battle, causing an opponent to momentarily lose their wits, or even directly controlling them. How remarkable would that be?" A radiant smile blossomed on Azure Scale's face as she nodded in agreement, saying, "If that is truly the case, it is indeed impressive. Your type of pupil can be regarded as a nemesis to all serpentine magical beasts, as it possesses a certain probability of forming a unilateral, binding connection with them. You might consider it a rare form of mystical contract in this world, Morning Wind continued to explain. Currently, this fire spirit serpent has been bound by the contract established through your azure serpent's triflower pupil. A contract, so that is how it is. No wonder. This means the fire spirit serpent has become my most loyal magical beast guardian. Azure Scale mused, her heart finally enlightened by Morning Wind's explanation. The master's insight and perception are truly formidable. He discerned from the very beginning that the young girl possessed such an extraordinary constitution. Listening to the conversation between Chen Feng and Qinglin, Yao Chun could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Young Master Chen Feng, did you not mention your intention to seek thee in this place? This colossal creature may indeed know the exact location of thee. Qinglin suddenly interjected. Very well. In that case, let this fire spirit serpent guide us. Upon hearing Qinglin's words, Chen Feng nodded lightly. With the guidance of this two-headed fire spirit serpent, their quest would undoubtedly be swifter than if Yao Chun were to search for them himself. In the next moment, the spatial confinement dissipated, and the two-headed fire spirit serpent regained its freedom. However, it did not plunge into the lava but instead lingered upon the surface of the magma. Having just received Qinglin's command to lead Chen Feng to the location of the, considering the potential complications that might arise when collecting the Qinglian earth core fire, Chen Feng decided against bringing Qinglin into the magma with him. Instead, he positioned her in a passageway situated 100 meters above the cavern and summoned a phantom flame cat from his small world to guard her, just in case. Chapter 145, The Azure Lotus Heartfire. After securing the azure scales, Morning Wind once again descended into the subterranean chamber. With a powerful flap of his thunder wings, he plunged headlong into the searing magma below. Splash! As he immersed himself in the molten depths, an intense and fervent wind roared in his ears. The temperature surged, and at a certain point, the cacophony of the outside world was completely isolated from his senses. Suspended amidst the fiery magma, gazing at the slowly flowing crimson liquid around him, Morning Wind felt no fear. Although he was not a fire attribute cultivator, he was on the verge of reaching the Dou Wang level and possessed the formidable dragon elephant body, which instilled a sense of confidence within him. Furthermore, under the protective layer of the bone-chilling flames cast by Yao Chun, all external heat was effectively blocked, leaving Morning Wind impervious to the scorching environment. Retracting his gaze, Morning Wind turned his attention to the colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent and calmly uttered, "Fire spirit serpent, lead the way." Upon hearing his command, the fire spirit serpent, already aware of Azure Scale's instructions, wasted no time in swiftly submerging itself into the magma. In the fiery depths, the surroundings were awash in crimson. Yet fortified by the bone-chilling cold flames, Morning Wind could discern his environment. Together with Yao Chun, he closely followed the serpent as it deftly navigated deeper into the magma. Within this world of molten rock, turbulent undercurrents surged, occasionally unleashing ferocious streams of magma from unknown depths, each teeming with colossal energy that posed a significant threat to ordinary beings. However, the fire spirit serpent was intimately familiar with this terrain, skillfully evading the dangerous currents before they could reach them, allowing Morning Wind to naturally steer clear of peril. In this fiery realm, it seemed that no other life forms existed apart from the fire spirit serpent. It was hardly surprising given the harsh conditions. Were it not for the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which thrived on consuming magma, even formidable sixth-tier beasts like the amethyst-winged lion king would find it nearly impossible to navigate this treacherous environment unscathed. As they continued their descent into what appeared to be an endless abyss of magma, the external temperature escalated exponentially. Initially protected by Yao Chun, Morning Wind felt no discomfort. But as the vibrant crimson of the lava began to take on a bluish hue, a sense of heat began to envelop him. Yet, it was merely a slight warmth. Yao Chun's current restored strength was incomparable to the time when Xiao Yan first entered this magma in an alternate timeline. Before long, at the edge of Morning Wind's vision, an object radiating azure light emerged. The cerulean glow enveloped the magma, and as Morning Wind focused intently, he discerned a delicate azure lotus standing gracefully amidst the luminous aura. The Azure Lotus Master. This could very well be the birthplace of the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Chun exclaimed with palpable excitement. The Azure Lotus Heartfire ranks 19th on the list of extraordinary flames, originating from the depths of the earth. It has undergone countless trials of the earth's fire, merging, compressing, and sculpting over the ages, 10 years to attain spirit, a century to take shape, and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. When fully formed, its hue is predominantly azure, with a cluster of azure fire emerging from its core. Known as the Azure Lotus Fire, or the Azure Heartfire of the earth, this flame possesses unfathomable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, manifesting as a cataclysmic force of nature. Indeed, the Azure Lotus has given birth to the Azure Heartfire. Morning Breeze gazed intently at the azure radiance, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Hiss, hiss. Behind Morning Breeze, the fire spirit serpent emitted a sharp sound from its massive jaws. Upon glancing back, Morning Breeze noticed the creature's enormous eyes were filled with a hint of trepidation as it regarded the azure glow, its colossal form trembling slightly. Paying no heed to the serpent's behavior, Morning Breeze waved his hand and commanded, "Yao Chun, let us proceed and intensify the protective measures." With that, he charged directly towards the azure light, his body enveloped in a brilliant white aura. As he drew nearer to the azure brilliance, Morning Breeze distinctly felt the temperature around him rise once more. However, he pressed on without hesitation, plunging into the embrace of the azure luminescence. Upon entering the azure glow, the anticipated searing heat did not materialize. Instead, the temperature around him decreased significantly. Without dwelling on such matters, Morning Breeze's gaze swept across his surroundings before settling on the azure lotus at the center. The azure lotus, with 8 petals, appeared as if crafted from the most exquisite jade, flawless and resplendent, radiating a crystalline clarity that evoked an irresistible allure. Within the lotus, a small platform, approximately 2 to 3 feet in diameter, housed several orifices from which glimmers of light emanated, likely the result of the purest fire attribute energy coalescing into lotus seeds. Beneath the azure lotus, an exceedingly slender root system extended over 10 meters in length, densely covered with minute tendrils that, as they swayed, revealed their almost ravenous state, fervently absorbing the raging fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. This azure lotus floated amidst the boundless magma, akin to duckweed adrift upon the ocean. Fortunately, Qing Lin had tamed the fire spirit serpent to act as a guide. Otherwise, even Yao Chun would have faced considerable difficulty in navigating the magma. "Yao Chun, it is imperative that you retrieve the Azure Heartfire from here," Morning Breeze commanded suddenly. "At your command," Yao Chun replied respectfully, then dashed towards the lotus platform. At the very heart of the lotus, a plume of azure flame was gently ascending. The azure flame, imbued with an extraordinary spirit, swirled gently, at times coalescing into the shape of a lotus blossom, and at other moments transforming into a slender azure serpent of fire, gracefully hovering at the center of the lotus platform, exuding a gentle demeanor that was utterly endearing. "Master, should I need to gather this shortly, I may be unable to divert my focus to protect you. You will have to contend with the surrounding magma on your own. However, rest assured, it will not take long to subdue it." Sensing the immense energy contained within the seemingly docile flame, Yao Chun refrained from making a direct move, instead communicating telepathically with Chen Feng. "I understand." Chen Feng nodded, asserting that he was indeed capable of withstanding the magma for a brief while. With that declaration, Chen Feng summoned his, enveloping himself in a formidable silver armor of. Chapter 146, The Queen's Perception. Upon the lotus platform, as the Morning Breeze prepared defensive measures and retreated several paces, Yao Chun gradually extended his palm towards the azure heartfire of the blue lotus, which floated at the center of the platform. His soul's hand was enveloped in a thick layer of bone spirit cold fire, a formidable ally that Yao Chun relied upon. Otherwise, even with the strength of a Dou Zone, he would not dare to directly claim the azure heartfire. Boom. Just as Yao Chun's hand was about to grasp the flame resembling a blue lotus, the once docile azure flame suddenly erupted into a furious blaze, releasing a terrifying energy that transformed into a raging inferno. The surrounding temperature spiked dramatically, casting a blue hue upon the distant Morning Breeze. As the azure fire expanded relentlessly, Yao Chun let out a low growl, and the bone spirit cold fire surged forth from within him. In the next moment, a vast, Frosty flame enveloped the expanding azure inferno. At that instant, the protective layer of white flames that had shielded the morning breeze was entirely withdrawn, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength to withstand the searing magma surrounding him. Without the protective embrace of Yao Chun's flames, the morning breeze steeled himself as the molten lava soon cascaded onto his silver armor. Hiss, hiss, as the magma made contact with the battle aura armor. A sizzling sound erupted, as if it were on the verge of melting. However, with the fervent infusion of his battle aura energy, the rate of melting was swiftly halted. Phew! Observing this turn of events, the morning breeze couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although the high temperatures were not entirely mitigated, possessing the body of a divine elephant set him apart from the ordinary. The heat that seeped into his armor posed little significant threat, merely accelerating the consumption of his battle aura energy. In the next moment, the morning breeze cast his gaze towards the pinnacle of the Lotus platform, where the clash between Yao Chun's bone spirit cold fire and the azure heart fire had gained a substantial advantage. After several confrontations, the fierce azure flame, realizing its inferiority, began to contract in size, while Yao Chun seized the opportunity to diminish the extent of his frosty fire shield. Exerting full control over the bone spirit cold fire to contain the azure heart fire demanded immense effort, and Yao Chun gritted his teeth, ultimately forcing the azure heart fire back to its original size. At this juncture, the azure heart fire ceased its resistance, retreating timidly to the center of the bone spirit cold fire shield. Master, I have captured this entity. Having successfully secured the azure heart fire, Yao Chun promptly reported to the morning breeze, while simultaneously allocating energy to protect him. Excellent. With Yao Chun's protection, the morning breeze felt a significant alleviation of pressure and approached the azure lotus once more. In order to contain the heart fire of the blue lotus, Chen Feng instructed Yao Chun to return with the bone spirit cold fire to the soul-controlling banner. Within this banner lies a distinct space, capable of housing similar energy forms such as the extraordinary flames. Moreover, the material of the soul-controlling banner is impervious to the scorching heat of the blue lotus heart fire, rendering any turmoil caused by it utterly futile. Following this, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the azure lotus flower, unscathed by the intense heat surrounding it. Although its value is not on par with the extraordinary flames, it is still a rare treasure that requires a millennium to form. This azure lotus platform is a culmination of the earth fire, having taken 1,000 years to materialize. Once detached, any ordinary individual seated upon it would experience a remarkable increase in their cultivation speed, at least 3 to 4-fold. Furthermore, in the face of adversaries, activating the platform with combat energy would unleash the hidden earth fire within, posing a direct threat even to those at the spirit dueling level. While Chen Feng himself may not require such advantages, he could bestow this treasure upon his beloved or family for their protection. Additionally, nestled within the lotus platform are the earth fire lotus seeds, known as the essence of fire spirits, which take a century to produce a single seed. Their immense energy significantly benefits even the cultivation of powerful fighters at the dullard level. Each of these treasures, when revealed, would undoubtedly cause upheaval in the Gamma Empire. Since Chen Feng had arrived at this juncture, he resolved not to squander such invaluable artifacts. Understanding that this azure lotus is a wondrous creation of nature, he recognized that ordinary iron would dissolve upon contact, and to cut it, one must utilize a pure jade artifact to preserve its efficacy. Hence, he was well prepared. Retrieving a slender jade sword from his storage ring, with a gentle stroke at the junction where the lotus seat connected to its root, the azure lotus fell away, perfect and exquisite as a piece of art. As the lotus descended, Chen Feng summoned it with a sweep of his hand, subsequently extracting 11 small jade vials from his ring. With utmost care, he used the jade sword to delicately retrieve the 11 earth fire lotus seeds from within the lotus heart, placing them into the vials. Once secured, he gathered all his possessions. At this moment, the remaining root of the azure lotus continued to voraciously absorb the fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. Although these roots held some value, Chen Feng chose not to collect them, for they are ethereal entities that take centuries to form. It would be prudent to leave a remnant, serving as a good omen for himself. Although Chen Feng had taken the azure lotus, given another millennium, the root would eventually give rise to a new lotus. If he were to remove the root entirely, the heart fire of the blue lotus might face eternal extinction, making its rebirth exceedingly challenging. It was time to depart. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen Feng did not linger, making his way toward the azure light beyond. After all, with each passing moment spent here, Yao Chun's soul energy would be further depleted, which was quite imprudent. Upon exiting the azure light, the twin-headed fire spirit serpent followed closely behind, retracing their path toward the surface of the magma. At this moment, concealed above the lava passage, Qinglin received a message from the two-headed fire spirit serpent, informing her of Chen Feng's return. This experience was unprecedented for Qinglin. Previously, she had been regarded with disdain as an ominous figure, subjected to discrimination. Now, she found herself in the presence of opportunities that those who once scorned her could scarcely fathom. In the future, she might grow formidable enough to command their respect and awe. This transformation was facilitated by Chen Feng, for whom she felt immense gratitude. Suddenly, as Qinglin reflected on her thoughts, a splash echoed through the cavern. She hurried to the passage's entrance, her gaze fixed upon the lava, where a figure enveloped in white flames surged forth. Upon exiting the molten depths, Chen Feng did not linger. He unfurled his thunder wings and soared directly towards Qinglin. As he descended into the passage, she greeted him with a smile. "Master Chen Feng, you must have successfully acquired the—" "Indeed, it went smoothly. I have secured thee along with other treasures." Chen Feng replied with a nod, his expression radiating joy. Seeing him so pleased brought a similar happiness to Qinglin's heart. At that moment, the ethereal flame cat, guarding Qinglin, emitted a beguiling sound, slinking towards Chen Feng and swaying its ebony tail. The seductive tone of Lingyo's voice left Qinglin momentarily stunned. Its allure was such that even women would feel a shiver upon hearing it. "You performed admirably on this mission. You shall be rewarded next time," Chen Feng said, affectionately stroking Lingyo's head before summoning it into the small world. Master Chen Feng's capabilities are truly remarkable. Qinglin marveled as Lingyu vanished without a trace. She had sensed the creature's formidable power, which surpassed even Chen Feng's, yet was slightly weaker than the ethereal medicinal spirit. To her astonishment, Lingyu could articulate human speech, a sight she had never witnessed before, and Chen Feng's ability to effortlessly summon it into a mysterious space without detection was the most impressive aspect. "Qinglin, let us ascend." After storing Lingyu away, Chen Feng gently wrapped his arm around Qinglin's slender waist, preparing to depart from the underground depths. "Wait a moment, master." Just then, Qinglin swiftly whistled towards the lava lake. Instantly, the azure light upon the forehead of the two-headed fire spirit serpent surged brilliantly, causing its massive form to rapidly diminish and transform into a streak of azure light, darting into Qinglin's sleeve. Curiously, she patted the sleeve, a smile gracing her delicate features as she softly admonished, "No mischief, or else Master Chen Feng will be upset, and I shall cast you away." Hiss. Amidst the subtle sound of hissing, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, it seems the fire spirit serpent harbors some grievances regarding its master's perceived disdain. Hee. Observing this, Qinglin covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, her excitement and pride palpable. With the acquisition of this two-headed fire spirit serpent as her magical beast servant, she now possessed the means for self-protection, even in the absence of cultivation. Whoosh! In the next moment, Morning Wind flapped his silver wings, swiftly soaring through the passageway towards the ground. As Morning Wind, Qinglin, and the two-headed fire spirit serpent departed, the vast magma cavern once again fell into a tranquil silence. Deep within the desert, in the heart of the Serpent Man clan's territory, a red light that had been darting through the night sky suddenly halted. Oddly enough, the aura of the had been quite potent a moment ago, yet it now seemed entirely undetectable. Within the red light, a somewhat astonished feminine voice emerged, and moments later, the light resumed its movement, flashing towards the direction from which it had previously sensed. Upon returning to the surface with Qinglin, Morning Wind waved his hand, filling the passageway with sand to obscure any trace, rendering it imperceptible to the untrained eye. "Young Master Morning Wind, where shall we go next?" Qinglin inquired softly, gazing at the sealed passageway. "Where to?" "Of course, it's time to return and continue sleeping." In response to Qinglin's question, Morning Wind affectionately ruffled her pert nose, speaking casually. The search for the had not consumed much time. Thus the desert remained enveloped in darkness, adorned only by a few twinkling stars. The return of morning wind and Qinglin once again stirred a portion of the inhabitants of Stone Desert City, particularly the city lord, Su Guang. Initially, morning wind's departure had left him in a state of complex emotions, and now, with his return, those feelings had deepened further. To this day, Su Guang remained utterly perplexed about morning wind's true identity and the purpose of his visit to Stone Desert City. My lord, the esteemed guest from earlier today has returned and requested hot water for a bath. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward approached Su Guang to report. Su Guang nodded slightly upon hearing the steward's report and then instructed, arrange for some servants to stand guard day and night. Any requests from that esteemed guest must be met promptly. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. The steward responded with respect and promptly withdrew. I hope this esteemed guest does not cause any significant upheaval in Stone Desert City. After the steward's departure, Su Guang sighed inwardly. Although he was the lord of Stone Desert City, having attained the realm of great fighter and backed by the imperial family, it was nonetheless challenging for the empire to impose restrictions on formidable beings, especially those of unfamiliar origin. Within the chamber, Morning Wind dismissed the other servants of the lord's residence, leaving only Qinglin behind. Somewhere in the room, a luxurious bathtub had been filled with warm water, accompanied by an assortment of fruit platters, snacks, and fine wine. Qinglin, aware that Chen Feng was preparing to bathe, hesitated for a fleeting moment before making her decision. With a demure demeanor, she approached Chen Feng and softly said, "Young Master Chen Feng, may I assist you in removing your garments?" Chen Feng nodded slightly, then extended his arms. Qinglin, with delicate hands, soon helped Chen Feng shed all his clothing, unlike before, this time leaving him completely unclad. Gazing upon Chen Feng's well-proportioned physique, Qinglin felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Lowering her gaze and unable to meet his eyes, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. For this was her first encounter with such a situation. As Qinglin averted her eyes, she noticed his long, straight legs, adorned with a thick growth of hair, beginning to move toward the edge of the bathtub. With a splash, she realized Chen Feng had settled into the tub, prompting her to slowly lift her head. She placed his clothes on a rack before swiftly making her way to the bathtub's edge. At this moment, Qinglin observed that Chen Feng was reclining in the tub, his head tilted back and eyes closed. This sight eased her earlier tension. Her gaze wandered across Chen Feng's handsome face before drifting downward, finally resting at the water's surface. In such a moment, what should I do? Should I fetch something for the young master to eat? Or perhaps help him cleanse his body? Or, in the next instant, Qinglin's mind raced with thoughts, for this was a scenario she had never experienced before, leaving her anxious about her ability to serve Chen Feng adequately. Chapter 147. The Queen Medusa pursues Morning Breeze. The young master has just entered. It would be best to assist him with a gentle cleansing first. After a moment of inner turmoil, Qinglin's delicate, fair hand grasped a nearby cloth, and she tenderly began to wipe Morning Breeze's arms and chest. Being attended to in such a gentle manner by Qinglin made Morning Breeze feel exceedingly comfortable. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered that her small face was already flushed with a rosy hue. It was evident that this blush was not merely a result of the steam rising from the bathwater. Rather, it stemmed from Qinglin's peculiar constitution, which occasionally emitted a chill, causing her hands to remain somewhat cool even when immersed in warm water. "Young master, is my pressure adequate?" Noticing that Morning Breeze had awakened, Qinglin's face reddened even further, and her movements became slightly awkward. "This pressure is perfect." Morning Breeze nodded slightly. Qinglin's previous attentiveness had been quite considerate. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her petite form possessed a unique allure, full where it should be and slender where it ought to be. As she leaned in to wipe with utmost concentration, tantalizing glimpses emerged, igniting a flicker of desire within Morning Breeze. "Young master, I shall now assist you with your legs," Qinglin softly announced, bending down to dip her small hands into the water. The deep hue of the bathwater created a hazy veil, rendering her movements within it slow and exploratory. In the next moment, as if she had touched something unexpected, Qinglin's body froze, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her gaze avoiding Morning Breeze's eyes entirely. At that moment, her garments, soaked through, clung tightly to her skin, revealing her enticing contours and curves almost entirely. "Qinglin, come in and help me wash." Overcome by the lingering sensations from Qinglin's earlier touch, Morning Breeze could no longer contain the fire within him and pulled her into the bath with a swift motion. Ah! As she was dragged into the water, Qinglin instinctively cried out. However, upon meeting Morning Breeze's gaze, she fell silent, her heart racing wildly. "Young master, I shall begin washing you now." Her voice, laced with shyness, resonated softly, followed by an unusual chill enveloping Morning Breeze. After an extended period, Morning Breeze emerged from the tub, cradling Qinglin and carrying her to the bed. As the enchanting melody of the night faded, dawn broke over Shimo City, welcoming the return of a blazing sun. "Young master, you are awake." The moment Morning Breeze opened his eyes, he was greeted by Qinglin's charming figure standing by the bedside, holding a small basin of water. Her face radiated a bright smile, though it was tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Gazing upon the obedient Qinglin before him, Morning Breeze's expression softened, and a pang of tenderness stirred within him. In the next moment, Chen Feng sat up in bed, gently caressing Qinglin's face, and softly said, "Qinglin, why don't you rest a little longer?" In Chen Feng's eyes, Qinglin had transcended from being an ordinary maid to the status of his beloved. Moreover, having not practiced and having had little sleep the previous night, coupled with the intensity of their recent experiences, she must surely feel fatigued. "Young master, I am not tired. Allow me to assist you with your morning routine," Qinglin replied, placing the basin on the wooden rack beside them. After wringing out a towel, she tenderly wiped Chen Feng's face. With her meticulous care, Chen Feng felt a wave of refreshment wash over him as he inhaled the crisp morning air. "Qinglin, do you wish to cultivate?" Chen Feng turned his head to look at her and asked softly. "Young master, I do." Qinglin replied eagerly, nodding without hesitation. After the events of the previous night, her feelings for Chen Feng had evolved beyond that of a mere master and servant. Given Chen Feng's formidable prowess and noble status, she yearned not to lag behind him, aspiring to one day match his pace. "Very well, let me first teach you some breathing techniques." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. He then began to guide Qinglin in her cultivation. However, since Qinglin had yet to reach the level of a fighter, she was unable to introspect or practice any techniques. Thus, Chen Feng could only use some high-quality elixirs to lay a solid foundation for her and accelerate her cultivation speed. The azure lotus, extracted from the magma, now fully demonstrated its efficacy. Qinglin's cultivation speed on it surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As Qinglin embarked on her path of cultivation, Chen Feng also engaged in a bit of practice himself. Since arriving in the desert, his strength had reached the 8th star of the Douling stage, bringing him remarkably close to the Dou Wang level. Such a cultivation speed was undoubtedly terrifying. However, Chen Feng was not satisfied. The crisis brought about by the imprisonment of Sununner had yet to be resolved. In a little over 6 months, powerful elders from the ancient clans might descend upon Wutan City. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending against such Dozuan experts, let alone opposing an entire ancient clan. Even if his cultivation speed were to triple, it would still prove insufficient. Yet, Chen Feng could not afford to sit idly by. He needed to possess the strength to harness the rewards brought by the system, especially when Nalan Yanran would soon bear his child. In the next moment, Chen Feng retrieved a jade vial and took out a fiery lotus seed. Unlike the violent fire properties of the azure lotus heart, which he could not absorb, the earth fire lotus seed contained a vast majority of pure, potent energy, making it much easier for him to assimilate. As soon as the earth fire lotus seed entered his mouth, it transformed rapidly into a searing energy that surged down Chen Feng's throat with a ferocious intensity. This scorching energy rushed into his meridians, beginning to wreak havoc within. The morning breeze enveloped Chen Feng as he delved deep within himself, discovering that the searing energy derived from the earth fire lotus seed, though formidable and somewhat terrifying, had not inflicted significant damage upon his meridians. It was evident that his advanced Douling cultivation, combined with the dragon elephant body, equipped him to withstand the onslaught of this ferocious energy. Within his meridians, the scorching energy left behind tiny droplets, akin to emeralds and no larger than a thumb, which clung to the walls of his meridians, wriggling as if alive. These droplets then merged into the surrounding flow, ultimately giving birth to a layer of pale azure liquid. Chen Feng understood that these seemingly simple emerald-hued droplets encapsulated the essence of the earth fire lotus seed. Promptly, he activated the swallowing origin technique. channeling the Dou Qi within his meridians to extract the energy from the emerald liquid, which was then furiously directed into the cyclone. The speed of this absorption was astonishing, akin to a whale swallowing its prey, as the pure energy transformed from the earth-fire lotus seed surged forth, elevating Chen Feng's cultivation at an alarming rate. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar sound emanated from his body, and he soon realized that his cultivation had transcended the 8-star doling, rising to the 9-star doling level. What just transpired? Why has the aura suddenly intensified? The attendants of the city lord outside the room were struck with awe, recognizing that the esteemed figure was deep in cultivation and must not be disturbed. Shortly thereafter, Lord Su Guang, alerted by his subordinates, arrived to observe from a distance of 100 meters. The aura emanating from Chen Feng was markedly stronger than before, indicating yet another breakthrough. Su Guang, with a hint of envy in his gaze, murmured, "Such a rapid pace of cultivation as Chen Feng's is something many would envy." Within the confines of the room, Chen Feng sat in meditation, having reached the bottleneck of the doling realm. However, it was clear that the residual energy from the earth-fire lotus seed was insufficient for him to break through to the Douwang level. If I consume another one, perhaps I can directly ascend to Douwang. Chen Feng contemplated, retrieving another jade vial and swallowing the earth-fire lotus seed whole. Instantly, the emerald liquid within him was replenished, and the swallowing origin technique operated furiously to absorb it. This state continued for 2 days and nights, and as dawn broke on the 3rd day, the aura within Chen Feng's room reached an unprecedented zenith. This formidable presence even made Lord Su Guang, situated 100 meters away, feel a sense of oppression. Could it be that this esteemed individual has already broken through to Douwang? Sensing the immense aura emanating from the room, Su Guang, with a face full of astonishment, remarked, "Such a young Douwang powerhouse. One can hardly fathom what a prodigy this is. Does the Empire of Kaima truly harbor such a figure?" At that moment, a violet silhouette hovering several miles above Xiao City cast her gaze in that direction, a slight frown creasing her brow. Is someone breaking through to Douwang? The next instant, the violet figure soared towards Xiao City. Within the room, Chen Feng concluded his 2 days and nights of cultivation. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the transformation in his cultivation with a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, compared to 2 days prior, Chen Feng's aura had amplified several-fold. During this period, to achieve his breakthrough to Douwang, he had consumed 2 more earth-fire lotus seeds, totaling 4. Utilizing the formidable devouring capability of the swallowing yuan technique, Chen Feng overcame the majority of his body's resistance to absorbing the earth-fire lotus seeds, forcefully advancing his cultivation to Douwang. Upon reaching Douwang, the Dou Qi within Chen Feng no longer congregated in a cyclone, but was now distributed throughout his entire being. With a mere thought, torrents of robust Dou Qi surged forth from various parts of his body. In the next moment, a gentle tremor coursed through Chen Feng's shoulder, and suddenly, his Dou Qi erupted violently, following an extraordinary meridian route before bursting forth from his back. With a resounding sound, silver wings of Dou Qi sprang from his back, arching over a span of more than 10 feet, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. The transformation of Dou Qi into wings. Slightly tilting his head, Chen Feng gazed at the silver wings behind him. He had not invoked the thunder wings nor relied on any external power. He had wholly depended on himself to manifest the wings of Dou Qi, a hallmark of a Douwang powerhouse. Young Master Chen Feng, congratulations on making such significant progress in your cultivation. As Chen Feng displayed his wings of Dou Qi, Qing Lin approached with a beaming smile. Having patiently awaited him in the spacious room for the past couple of days, you too have fared well, elevating your Dou power in just 2 or 3 days. Chen Feng rose, gently caressing Qing Lin's cheek, speaking softly, his spirits lifted with his advancement to Douwang. However, as he touched Qing Lin's face, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed her charming visage. "What is it?" Chen Feng inquired with a smile. "Young master, I sense a formidable aura rapidly approaching Xiao City. This presence is strikingly similar to the bloodline within me. Furthermore, it appears to be only slightly weaker than Lingyu." Qing Lin whispered, "Remarkably similar to your bloodline, only slightly weaker than Lingyu. Could it be Queen Medusa?" Contemplating Qing Lin's words, Chen Feng immediately considered a startling possibility. If it truly is the Queen Medusa, then I need not venture deep into the desert in search of her. Upon realizing that Queen Medusa was approaching, Chen Feng felt not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he was filled with a sense of exhilaration, for he had long anticipated the renowned beauty of the Queen Medusa. Qinglin, you shall remain here and go nowhere. Chen Feng promptly instructed Qinglin. He surmised that Queen Medusa had likely sensed a trace of the when he previously excavated the passage, and his recent breakthrough had produced peculiar fluctuations that had drawn her attention. Understood. I will heed your command. Qinglin replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Feng swiftly exited the room and lifted the restrictions on Yao Chun within the Soul Banner. In the desert, the purple silhouette that had sensed Chen Feng's breakthrough now hovered in the sky, a mile from the eastern gate of Shimo City. Just as she prepared to enter the city in search of him, she suddenly noticed a silver figure soaring out from a certain direction within the city. The fact that this figure could detect her arrival ahead of time indicated that this human was no ordinary individual, as she previously sensed might very well be connected to him. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching silver figure, a peculiar smile graced the face of the purple silhouette, and she swiftly pursued after him. Yao Chun, has she followed me? The silver figure that had flown out of Shimo City was, of course, Chen Feng. He intended to lead Queen Medusa to a secluded and uninhabited location, for any conflict within Shimo City would not only be too conspicuous, but might also endanger innocents. Master, she is already in pursuit. At the current speed, she should catch up in less than 10 minutes. Yao Chun replied respectfully upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Chapter 148, Queen Medusa. Surely you do not wish to witness the annihilation of the serpent people. After soaring through the skies for several minutes, Morning Breeze chose to descend upon a sand dune, situated approximately 100 miles from Stone Desert City. As he slowed his descent, a swift sound of slicing air reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he beheld a figure of exquisite curvature entering his line of sight. The enchanting woman who appeared before him was adorned in an opulent purple brocade robe, beneath which her voluptuous form resembled that of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her flowing tresses cascaded effortlessly down her shoulders, draping gracefully over her slender waist, while a segment of a purple serpent tail peeked from beneath the robe, swaying gently and emanating a wild, seductive charm that inexplicably ignited a warmth throughout Morning Breeze's being. His gaze wandered over her nearly flawless figure, ultimately resting upon her captivating visage, causing his heart to flutter with an intensity he had never experienced before. Standing before the illustrious Queen Medusa, he began to grasp the essence of the term alluring. Such a woman could only be described with the word enchanting. Yet beneath that enchanting exterior lay a regal nobility that was equally striking. This captivating aura, embodied in a single individual, left even Morning Breeze momentarily spellbound. As he swallowed hard and all, above in the sky, Queen Medusa lowered her head slightly to gaze at Morning Breeze, her crimson lips curling into a delicate smile. In an instant, her exquisite features radiated an aura of bewitchment, causing Morning Breeze to nearly lose himself in her presence. Human, I did not expect one who has just ascended to the rank of Dou Wang to possess such remarkable speed. This sultry yet icy voice, which sent shivers down Morning Breeze's spine, emerged slowly from her alluring lips. The blend of seduction and haughtiness in her tone was a stark contrast to the flattering charm he had experienced with the phantom flame cat. The moment Queen Medusa discerned Morning Breeze's countenance, her heart skipped a beat, a flicker of astonishment dancing in her enchanting eyes. Of course, she did not know him, nor could she be captivated by his youthful handsomeness. The reason for her surprise lay in the fact that he bore the appearance of a mere 15 or 16-year-old, yet possessed the cultivation of a Dou Wang. How could this human male appear so youthful? Is it possible for someone with the cultivation of a Dou Wang to look so young? Could he be employing some form of ageless technique? At this moment, Queen Medusa was filled with profound curiosity regarding Morning Breeze's appearance. Regaining his composure after a brief moment of distraction, Morning Breeze refrained from answering her earlier inquiry. Instead, he smiled and remarked, I have long heard of your renowned beauty, Queen Medusa, and upon this meeting, I find it to be entirely true. Queen Medusa did not find it strange that he could discern her identity, for she was well aware of the distinct features and potent aura she emanated. The Morning Breeze swept over her with an unrestrained gaze, occasionally revealing a hint of admiration, which caused Queen Medusa's delicate brows to furrow slightly. It had been many years since anyone had dared to regard her with such impudence. Human, Why did you flee just now? The smile on Queen Medusa's face faded, her slender fingers brushing against the dark strands of hair that fell across her forehead, her violet-hued eyes glinting with an icy chill. Did I flee? I merely happened to arrive here, came the nonchalant reply from the morning breeze. But pray, Queen Medusa, why do you follow me? Upon hearing the queen's inquiry, the morning breeze shrugged, responding with an air of casual indifference, unaffected by the cold aura emanating from her. In response, a faint trace of derision flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes as she replied with a gentle smile. If you intended to come here, why was it that you escaped just as I approached the city? Perhaps it is merely fate that has brought us together today, leading to this encounter. Who knows? It may even become a tale worth recounting in the future. The morning breeze quipped with a grin. Upon receiving the morning breeze's flippant response, Queen Medusa pressed her alluring red lips together, the chill in her eyes intensifying as her patience began to wane. In the next moment, her voice turned frosty as she spoke. Human, you must be well aware of the strange fire that emanated from this area a few days ago. Tell me, where's that fire? Indeed, upon hearing Queen Medusa's inquiry, the morning breeze felt a sudden clarity. It seemed his previous conjecture was correct. Queen Medusa had appeared near Stone Desert City, drawn by the scent of the strange fire, and it was highly likely she had discovered the passage previously unearthed by Yao Chun, leading to the underground magma. How could I possibly know about such a treasure as the strange fire? The morning breeze replied dismissively once more. I hope you can maintain that bravado when you are being tortured. Queen Medusa's face darkened with anger, and in an instant, she vanished, swiftly closing the distance towards the morning breeze, her formidable aura fully unleashed. To her, the morning breeze was highly suspicious of possessing information regarding the strange fire, and she was eager to ascertain whether he truly appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Are we already resorting to violence? The queen is indeed domineering, the morning breeze thought, yet he was no soft target. As Queen Medusa advanced, the morning breeze remained unfazed by her imposing presence, not even flinching. Under his watchful gaze, Queen Medusa unleashed a massive red orb of energy towards him. Although the energy within the orb did not possess the full might of a Dou Huang, it would surely inflict severe injury upon an ordinary Dou Huang. However, just as the red orb was a mere 10 paces from the morning breeze, a phantom figure suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of him. At the same time, an aura even more potent than Queen Medusa's radiated from the ethereal figure. The ethereal figure casually thrust forward with a palm, causing the previously formidable crimson orb to dissipate in an instant. What? Upon witnessing the soul of Yao Chun materialize before him, Queen Medusa abruptly halted, her eyes widening with profound astonishment. This aura, has he truly attained the realm of Dozong? It is inconceivable that such a powerful spirit would be protecting this human boy. What is his true identity? Medusa pondered with incredulity. Yao Chun, capture her alive. Without granting Queen Medusa a moment to contemplate, Chen Feng commanded Yao Chun to act. Given Medusa's reckless assault, Chen Feng naturally would not bestow her any semblance of kindness. Yes, master. Upon hearing Chen Feng's order, Yao Chun immediately sprang into action, a ghostly white flame erupting from his palm as he surged forward. Exotic fire. As Yao Chun's palm ignited with flames, Medusa's beautiful eyes narrowed in shock. She had devoted considerable effort to seek out such fire, only to discover it now in the possession of someone even stronger than herself. In the next moment, the ghostly white flames in Yao Chun's palm surged upward, abruptly transforming into a fiery rocket that shot forth. In response to Yao Chun's assault, a long sword materialized in Medusa's hand, her immense Dou Qi energy swirling around the blade before it struck fiercely against the incoming white rocket. Bang! The collision between the rocket and Medusa's sword erupted with a thunderous roar, sending powerful energy ripples cascading outward. Under the impact of such energy, Medusa staggered back several dozen steps, her internal vitality tumultuous. Fortunately, she was not scorched by the erupting white flames. Otherwise, she would have ignited instantly. Although this being is merely a soul entity, unable to fully unleash the strength of a Dozong, it possesses this extraordinary exotic fire, rendering me completely outmatched. Having been repelled by Yao Chun's strike, Medusa instantly recognized the vast chasm in strength between herself and Yao Chun. Her delicate brow furrowed in disbelief. How could such a formidable presence emerge in the territory of the Empire? Yao Chun, having gained the upper hand with his attack, showed no signs of halting. He slowly clenched his palm, the ghostly white flames rapidly condensing in his grasp. Moments later, they formed into a half-length white, the flames dancing along its surface yet exuding an icy visual chill. This is untenable. His strength far surpasses mine. If this battle continues, I shall surely be defeated. Observing the white coalescing in Yao Chun's hand, Medusa felt a surge of retreating instinct. Esteemed one, today's events are but a misunderstanding. It would be prudent to cease hostilities here. Medusa called out towards Yao Chun, not waiting for a response from either him or Chen Feng before attempting to turn away. Seeing Queen Medusa's intention to depart, Chen Feng smirked and remarked, "You think it is so simple to just walk away? Today, you shall remain with us." As the morning breeze subsided, two formidable presences, akin to that of the Queen Medusa, manifested around her. These were two magical beasts. One was an enormous creature radiating a violet aura, while the other, smaller in stature, was surrounded by surging black flames. "Violet Griffin, Lingyu, capture her," commanded the morning breeze, gesturing towards the Queen Medusa. "What is this?" The Queen Medusa, who had just turned to flee, sensed the sudden emergence of these two powerful auras behind her, her countenance reflecting heightened astonishment. She swiftly turned her head, and in her line of sight, the colossal violet griffin whipped up a tempest, while the fiery phantom flame cat, engulfed in black flames, charged towards her at an astonishing speed. What was happening? Why had two powerful sixth-tier magical beasts appeared without warning? In that moment, the Queen Medusa felt her mind falter, and an overwhelming dread gripped her heart. The presence of Yao Chun, a formidable Dou Zong expert wielding extraordinary flames, was already a considerable challenge. Being pursued by two sixth-tier magical beasts of similar strength would yield a dire outcome. Flee. The only thought that raced through the Queen Medusa's mind was to escape this perilous situation. Just as she pivoted and dashed away, an ancient voice resonated, and suddenly, the space before her warped, forming a spatial barrier. Sensing the anomaly ahead, the Queen Medusa's energy surged fiercely from her palm, striking the barrier with tremendous force. Crack! Under her blow, the spatial barrier instantly manifested several massive fissures before slowly dissipating. Although Yao Chun's casually conjured barrier did not impede the Queen Medusa, it nonetheless hindered her speed. In the next heartbeat, Yao Chun, the violet griffin, and the phantom flame cat closed in on the Queen Medusa, encircling her completely. Hiss! The violet griffin struck first. Its beak agape as a gargantuan purple beam erupted forth, hurtling towards the Queen Medusa. This violet beam was not only swift, but also contained terrifying energy, causing violent ripples in the very fabric of space it traversed. Observing the approaching beam, the Queen Medusa instinctively sought to evade it. However, at that very instant, a massive white arc of energy and a blazing inferno of black flames from her flanks nearly sealed off all her escape routes. Faced with the blockade from Yao Chun and the phantom flame cat, the Queen Medusa had no choice but to confront the violet beam head-on. A resplendent red beam emanated from the Queen Medusa, colliding violently with the purple beam emitted by the violet griffin. This spectacle resembled two colossal lasers engaging in a fierce duel. The forces of both were closely matched, rendering it impossible to ascertain a victor in this brief clash. However, just as Queen Medusa believed, she had momentarily evaded the peril of a trio's combined assault. A silver crescent blade, radiating power akin to that of a sovereign fighter, unexpectedly surged from the ground. How could this be? Upon sensing the immense silver crescent blade hurtling towards her from the side, a look of panic swept across Queen Medusa's exquisite visage. This assault was entirely beyond her prior calculations, leaving her unable to intercept it, and thus, she was forced to endure. Boom! The silver crescent blade struck Queen Medusa's form with tremendous force, unleashing a dazzling array of silver lightning. Subsequently, her crimson energy beam was suppressed by the violet energy beam of the purple griffin, which surged fiercely into the realm of silver lightning. At that moment, Morning Breeze also unfurled his thunderous wings, ascending into the skies. As the lightning dissipated, an even more resplendent radiance erupted from the very spot where Medusa had once stood. Gazing at this explosive brilliance, Morning Breeze instinctively squinted his eyes. The next moment, as the light faded, a colossal purple serpent, measuring nearly 10 yards in length, materialized before him in the sky. The purple serpent possessed a slender yet formidable physique, exuding an aura of elegant beauty. Its pale purple eyes did not evoke a sense of menace and morning breeze. Rather, they resembled immense amethyst gems. She has actually manifested her true form. Observing the emergence of the purple serpent, Morning Breeze exclaimed in awe. He recalled that shortly after their birth, members of the serpent tribe undergo a secret rite, infusing their bodies with the soul of a serpentine beast. As they age and grow in power, this symbiotic soul gradually merges with them, ultimately becoming indistinguishable. When confronted with formidable foes, they are capable of summoning their true form, resulting in a considerable surge in strength. This is the final trump card of the serpent kin. The purple serpent gracefully twisted in midair, its massive head turning towards Morning Breeze, and at that moment, a glint of cold malice flickered in its pale purple gaze. Under the piercing stare of the vengeful purple serpent, Morning Breeze understood that Queen Medusa was prepared to fight to the death. He hesitated for a brief instant, then softly declared, "Queen Medusa, you must know that even in your true form, you remain no match for them. And what of it? Even in death, I refuse to be captured alive by you." Upon the conclusion of Morning Breeze's words, the purple serpent emitted a voice that was both hauntingly resentful yet alluringly melodic. Hearing the serpent's beguiling tone, Morning Breeze chuckled. "Ah, Queen Medusa, do you not consider the fate of your kin?" "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Morning Breeze mention her tribe, the purple serpent reacted violently, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in its eyes. Had it not been for the looming presence of Yao Chun, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat, she might have lunged forward to rend Morning Breeze to shreds. "I presume you would not wish to be the cause of your tribe's annihilation, would you?" Chapter 149, Queen Medusa, do you dare? With these words, laden with menace, a surge of fury enveloped the colossal purple serpent that was Queen Medusa. Its enormous jaws gaped wide, revealing long, sharp fangs, while its thick, purple tail whipped through the air, creating a fierce gust aimed at Morning Breeze. The crack of sonic booms resonated in the atmosphere, as a vast expanse was rendered into a vacuum by the impact of its massive tail. In the face of such a formidable assault from the purple serpent, Morning Breeze's instinctive response was to activate the thunder wings to evade the attack, for even with the prowess of Medicine Dust, there was little assurance that it could be entirely intercepted under such dire circumstances. As the serpent's tail lashed out, Medicine Dust, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat all struck simultaneously. Waves of terrifying attacks crashed against the serpent's massive body, echoing with explosive sounds. Indeed, as Morning Breeze anticipated, the enraged purple serpent endured the combined onslaught of Medicine Dust, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat. Its thick tail descended violently from where Morning Breeze had previously stood. Fortunately, Morning Breeze had foreseen this and deftly evaded the strike. Had he been struck by that enormous tail, even with the physique of a dragon elephant, he would have found it difficult to withstand. In that moment, numerous scales from the serpent's tail were blown away, cascading down from the air as crimson blood gushed from the wound. Clearly, even in its beastly form, Queen Medusa was utterly overwhelmed by the combined strength of Medicine Dust, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat. "Queen Medusa, should you persist in your obstinacy, I assure you, I shall lead a bloodbath upon your serpent kin by tomorrow." As he observed the frenzied purple serpent, Morning Breeze issued another threat. "You vile human, perish." The serpent's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing Morning Breeze's intentions toward her kin, and she lunged towards him with great speed. "Quick, intercept her." Morning Breeze urgently called upon Medicine Dust, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat, retreating swiftly, for he wished to avoid any injury from the purple serpent. At that moment, the imposing figure of the purple griffin immediately positioned itself before Morning Breeze, its formidable claws reaching out towards the purple serpent. With a resounding clash, the two colossal beings engaged in a fierce melee, a raw contest of physical strength. The purple griffin and the purple serpent were closely matched in power. However, the serpent was already wounded, its state diminished. Thus, the griffin's claws consistently evaded the serpent's ferocious bites, leaving a trail of gashes upon its scaled body. Moreover, with Medicine Dust and the phantom flame cat flanking the griffin in support, the purple serpent found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, as the serpent sustained severe injuries, the fervor of Medicine Dust, the purple griffin, and the phantom flame cat's attacks gradually waned, for Morning Breeze had instructed them to capture Queen Medusa alive. Queen Medusa, ponder carefully. With my strength, I possess the absolute capability to annihilate your serpent clan. However, if you surrender today, I assure you that I shall not initiate any hostility towards your kin in the future. But should you refuse, death awaits you today, and your kin shall not survive either. The fate of your people rests solely upon your decision. As the crimson blood flowed from the colossal purple serpent, my words echoed once more in her ears. Upon hearing my declaration, the frenzied purple serpent came to an abrupt halt, its massive violet eyes seemingly filled with uncertainty. Are you contemplating whether those 4 frail and elderly elders of the serpent clan can withstand my forces? Observing Queen Medusa's reaction, I continued calmly. What? How could he possibly know such things? Upon hearing my statement, disbelief flickered in the once hesitant gaze of the purple serpent. The 4 elders of the serpent clan were shrouded in utmost secrecy, known only to her, the queen, and a select few within the clan. She never anticipated that I would possess knowledge of this matter. The fact that you are so well-versed in these secrets suggests that you have been investigating my clan for quite some time, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives against us. Do you truly believe I would trust your previous words? After a moment of contemplation, the purple serpent bellowed in fury. At that moment, she was resolutely unwilling to accept my words, convinced that even if she surrendered, I would still turn against the serpent clan. In her mind, she believed that with the strength of the 4 elders, combined with the 8 leaders and numerous clansmen, they could surely contend with my party. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow slightly. I had underestimated the pride residing within Queen Medusa. It was indeed a daunting task to compel her to submit with mere words. It seems today I must resort to force, I murmured within myself. In the next instant, my aura surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the level of a Dou zone. This is impossible. Sensing the sudden eruption of my formidable presence, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in horror. The energy I now radiated appeared even more potent than that of Yao Chun. She could not comprehend how I, who had only recently possessed the cultivation of a Dou Wang, could now unleash an aura surpassing that of a Dou Huang. No wonder he could command us 3. He had been concealing his true strength all along. With 2 Dou Zone powerhouses alongside 2 peak Dou Huang experts, it seems my demise today is inevitable. At that moment, upon witnessing my hidden prowess, despair filled Queen Medusa's heart. This power could undoubtedly sweep away the current serpent clan. Queen Medusa, I grant you one final opportunity to choose. In the skies above, utilizing my Dou Zone experience card, I called out to the purple serpent, my patience wearing thin. In the impatient gaze of Morning Breeze, Queen Medusa suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, what you just said, that if I submit, you can guarantee the safety of my serpent clan, is that true? Indeed, only through absolute power could one shatter the flicker of hope lingering in her heart. Upon hearing the tone of Queen Medusa, Morning Breeze recognized her wavering resolve. Indeed, as long as you obediently comply, I can assure the serpent clan's continued stability. Perhaps in the future, there may be opportunities for them to transition into a more comfortable environment, but that depends on your choices. Morning Breeze nodded, his tone softening slightly. I hope you keep your word. Queen Medusa sighed gently, and in that moment, the massive form of the purple serpent radiated a brilliant light once more. As the luminescence faded, Queen Medusa reverted to her previous half-human, half-serpent form. Due to her severe injuries, her once alluring visage now appeared pale and weakened. Her purple robes stained crimson with blood, and her sensuous purple tail bore numerous scales missing, revealing grotesque wounds. If only you had made your choice earlier, you could have avoided this suffering. Casting a glance at Queen Medusa's dire condition, Morning Breeze spoke flatly. Although he felt a twinge of pity, he harbored no regrets for injuring her. After all, Queen Medusa had initially attacked him without hesitation. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have been the one enduring torment, and furthermore, this incident had caused him to waste a precious battle experience card. Yao Chun, seal her cultivation. Fixing his gaze upon Queen Medusa, Morning Breeze commanded Yao Chun, who stood nearby. Yes, master, Yao Chun replied respectfully, swiftly moving to stand before Queen Medusa. Noticing Yao Chun's approach, Queen Medusa exhibited no extreme reaction, though her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Yao Chun extended his hand, his gestures transforming rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar beam of light that penetrated Queen Medusa's mind. Instantly, A strange rune appeared on her forehead. This sealing technique could only be successfully executed when the opponent was utterly defenseless or not resisting at all. The manifestation of the rune on Queen Medusa's forehead indicated that Yao Chun's seal had succeeded. With her cultivation sealed, the energy sustaining the wings of battle behind her dissipated swiftly. However, supported by Yao Chun's energy, she did not plummet to the ground. Master, her cultivation has been temporarily sealed. After successfully executing the seal, Yao Chun turned and quickly reported to Morning Breeze. Excellent. Morning Breeze smiled and nodded, then swiftly approached Queen Medusa's side. As the Morning Breeze approached, a flicker of coldness once again glimmered in the eyes of Queen Medusa, only to dissipate almost instantly. She understood that, at this moment, her powers were sealed, rendering her incapable of posing any threat to the Morning Breeze. Indeed, Queen Medusa was an exquisite beauty. Even in her injured state, she exuded an enchanting charm. The gaze of the Morning Breeze swept over her slightly pale, yet exquisite visage, and he could not help but sigh within. Now, can you reveal your identity to me? What brings you to the desert? And how do you know of the secrets concerning the 4 elders of my serpent clan? After being scrutinized by the Morning Breeze for a while, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows slightly, her red lips parting to voice her perplexities. I shall reveal all in due time. But first, allow me to take you to a certain place. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, the Morning Breeze chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. With a mere thought, he transported Queen Medusa, along with Yao Chun, the purple demon griffin, and the phantom flame cat, into a small world. What is this place? Where have you brought me? In the small world, Queen Medusa surveyed her surroundings with astonished eyes, inquiring of the Morning Breeze. This is a small space under my control. The Morning Breeze explained with a smile. Once here, no one can leave without my permission. A small space? How can that be possible? Upon hearing the Morning Breeze's explanation, Queen Medusa's instinctive reaction was disbelief, as this concept surpassed her comprehension. You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me with some illusion, would you? Queen Medusa questioned skeptically. Believe what you will. If you choose to regard this as an illusion, that is of no consequence to me. The Morning Breeze chuckled at Queen Medusa's conjecture, refraining from elaborating further. Master, you have returned. The conversation between the Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa soon drew the attention of Sununner. Upon noticing Queen Medusa standing beside the Morning Breeze, she exhibited a hint of surprise, but soon her expression transformed into a charming smile as she gracefully approached. Observing the alluring aura radiating from Sununner, the Morning Breeze felt immense satisfaction, while simultaneously contemplating how to win the allegiance of the beguiling Queen Medusa. Perhaps Sununner could serve as a catalyst in this endeavor. A fleeting thought crossed the Morning Breeze's mind. He had been aware of Sununner's transformation during this period, and if she could foster a connection with Queen Medusa, it might subtly influence her perceptions. Master, why did the purple demon griffin and the phantom flame cat suddenly leave? Sununner, now at the Morning Breeze's side, cast a glance at Queen Medusa, her delicate hand resting on the Morning Breeze's chest as she gently inquired. I just took them out to capture Queen Medusa. The Morning Breeze pointed directly at Queen Medusa, stating plainly, this enchanting serpent woman is Queen Medusa? Upon hearing the words of Chen Feng, Sununner's eyes once again sparkled with surprise. However, considering Chen Feng's prowess, she found it entirely reasonable. It was unexpected that the notoriously fearsome Queen Medusa could be so remarkably beautiful. In the next moment, Sununner attentively scrutinized the visage of Queen Medusa, and even she could not help but be awestruck by her beauty. Sununner, henceforth, the Queen Medusa shall temporarily reside here with you. Chen Feng suddenly addressed Sununner. She will stay here with me. Upon hearing this, Sununner's expression was one of astonishment. She had heard of Queen Medusa's formidable cultivation. She was a paragon among the Dou Huang strong. Now, being with child, if Queen Medusa were to harbor ill intentions, it would undoubtedly place her in peril. Fear not. Her powers have been sealed. For the time being, she poses no threat. Chen Feng seemed to perceive the concerns within Sununner's heart and smiled as he explained. So her powers are sealed. That is a relief. With Chen Feng's reassurance, Sununner exhaled deeply, and the next moment, a smile graced her face as she took the initiative to greet Queen Medusa. Greetings, Queen Medusa. I am Sununner. In response to Sununner's greeting, Queen Medusa maintained a frosty demeanor, offering no reply. As a member of the Serpent clan, she harbored an innate animosity towards humans, a sentiment ingrained in her very being. Naturally, this would not change simply because Xiao Sununner was a woman. Furthermore, the demeanor Xiao Sununner displayed at that moment was akin to that of a maid. And as a proud queen, it was beneath her to engage with someone so humble. Chapter 150, Xiao Sununner, to earn the master's affection. You must learn a thing or two. Observing the cold demeanor of Queen Medusa, Xiao Sununner remained unperturbed, her face adorned with a faint smile. Queen Medusa, you must be feeling a bit anxious and unfamiliar in this new environment. It will get better as you acclimate. Xiao Sununner chuckled, recalling her own arrival. When she too had exuded pride and aloofness, her temper fierce. However, after enduring numerous trials, she ultimately chose submission, for in this realm, without the consent of Chen Feng, there was no hope for escape. Queen Medusa disregarded Xiao Sununner's words. In her eyes, despite the girl's attractive visage, she was merely a human slave devoid of dignity. With a disdainful glance at Xiao Sununner, Queen Medusa redirected her focus to Chen Feng. Did you not say that you would answer my questions once we arrived at another place? Her eyes glinting with menace, she lowered her voice, which, despite its icy tone, bore an alluring quality that sent shivers down the spine of any man. Ah, it seems you are quite eager. Noticing the menace in Queen Medusa's gaze, Chen Feng maintained his composure, replying with a light chuckle. I wonder, do you still remember the Ice Emperor? The Ice Emperor, Heibadong? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Queen Medusa was instantly reminded of Heibadong, whom she had defeated decades ago, sealing him with the serpent's sealing technique. You have come for Heibadong? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Heibadong is a predecessor of my family. He fell victim to your serpent's sealing technique, which is why I have ventured into the desert, Chen Feng affirmed with a nod. Xiao Sununner was already privy to some of Chen Feng's background, hence she showed little reaction to their exchange. Who would have thought that old fool still lives? And that your family has produced such a formidable descendant? Queen Medusa mused, her mind racing before she calmly replied. If you've come to the desert seeking my aid to break Heibadong's seal, I fear you shall be disappointed. The serpent's sealing technique has no method of unsealing, only binding. Oh, in that case, it appears I must venture into the heart of your serpent clan, Chen Feng lamented, initially believing that subduing Queen Medusa would suffice to lift Heibadong's seal. Now he realized he would need to continue searching for the necessary materials for the breaking calamity pill. You intend to enter the heart of my serpent clan. Did you not just claim that if I were to surrender, you would cease your hostilities against us? Truly, one cannot trust the words of humans. Queen Medusa's emotions flared once more, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Chen Feng. In the next instant, her delicate arm shot up, and her fair, tender hand swiftly aimed at Chen Feng. However, the actions of the Queen Medusa, whose rage has been sealed, appeared so utterly feeble and insipid to Chen Feng at this moment. With merely a gentle lift of his hand, he grasped her delicate wrist, leaving her futile struggles in vain. If only she had fought with her life on the line moments ago, she would not now find herself in such a humiliating predicament. Captured effortlessly by Chen Feng, the queen felt a wave of regret wash over her. Observing the intricate emotions swirling in her eyes, Chen Feng gradually loosened his grip on her smooth arm and remarked with a smile, there is no need for such tension. I venture into the heart of the serpent clan to seek a rare herb known as the sand mandrake, with which I aim to concoct a potion to break your seal. Human, I hope your words ring true. With a delicate finger pointed at Chen Feng, a subtle yet chilling aura enveloped the queen's countenance, her voice laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Should you deceive me, I will not spare you, even in death. Chuckling lightly, Chen Feng sensed the fragile yet threatening aura she emitted in her current weakened state. Rest assured, I will ensure you cannot forget me. Upon uttering this, his gaze unabashedly roamed over the queen's enchanting form once more. What an insufferable scoundrel! As Chen Feng's eyes lingered upon her, a sense of foreboding gnawed at Medusa, yet her proud nature compelled her not to shy away from his gaze. Instead, she lifted her chin defiantly, her beautiful eyes glaring at him in challenge. This stance inadvertently accentuated her exquisite curves, laid bare before him. Queen Medusa, do you not intend to cleanse yourself of this dirt? Chen Feng remarked, retracting his wandering gaze to focus on her alluring face. At his words, Medusa instinctively glanced down at her attire, realizing it was indeed somewhat soiled, and her brows furrowed slightly. Nevertheless, she would never stoop to the level of bathing in Chen Feng's presence. Xiao Sununner shall remain here for now. Do take the time to guide her. Master, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to enlighten her. Noticing Medusa's silence, Chen Feng cheerfully called out to Xiao Sununner, then proceeded to impart specific instructions to Ling Yu and Zmo Jiao, handing them the crystal recording stone before departing with the soul of Yao Chun from the small world. In the small world, Queen Medusa observed as Chen Feng vanished in an instant, her gaze darting around in search of him. The space was neither overly vast nor confined. The air was imbued with the same elemental energy as the outside world, yet its richness surpassed that of the outside by several fold. The periphery was shrouded in a layer of murky mist, leading to an unknown destination. Queen Medusa, there is no need to search further. The master has already departed. This realm resembles a spatial pocket akin to a storage ring, yet it permits the entry of living beings. Noticing Medusa's restless movements, Xiao Sununner smiled gently and offered her a soft reminder. At this moment, Queen Medusa's emotions were exceedingly complex. Coupled with the words entrusted to Xiao Sununner by Chen Feng, which she had overheard, the smile adorning Xiao Sununner's face did not evoke a sense of amiability in Queen Medusa. Rather, it stirred a profound disdain within her. A lowly human slave, do you truly presume to enlighten me? After disdainfully mocking Xiao Sununner, Queen Medusa turned her serpentine purple tail and glided toward the edge of the space. Upon hearing Queen Medusa label her as a lowly human slave, Xiao Sununner remained unfazed, her beautiful eyes glimmering with amusement as she watched the queen reach the periphery and touch the gray mist. In Xiao Sununner's gaze, Queen Medusa's hands slowly penetrated the hazy fog, yet as soon as her palms were enveloped, she found herself unable to advance further. How can this be? It appears there is a thick barrier surrounding this space. Realizing the situation, Queen Medusa retracted her hands, irritation evident in her voice. Do not entertain fantasies of escape. Here, only with the master's permission can we hope for a fleeting chance to venture out. In response, Xiao Sununner chuckled once more. Enough. That detestable being is your master. If you dare to refer to us again in such a manner, I shall end your life. Hearing Xiao Sununner's words from behind, Queen Medusa whirled around. Fury etched across her face as she reprimanded her. Although Queen Medusa's powers were sealed, the aura of a former Dou Huang still lingered, emanating a menacing presence that startled Xiao Sununner. Medusa, should you harbor any ill intentions towards Sister Sununner, we shall impose punishment upon you. Indeed, if you remain compliant, we shall not act against you. However, should you contemplate harm towards Sister Sununner, you will regret it. In the next moment, the purple griffin and Ling Yu, both residing in the small world, spoke almost in unison. The first directive entrusted to them by Chen Feng was to safeguard Xiao Sununner's safety, ensuring that Queen Medusa could not inflict harm upon her. The second was to intervene should Queen Medusa exhibit any suicidal tendencies. As the words of the purple griffin and Ling Yu echoed with an implicit threat, Queen Medusa reluctantly suppressed her menacing aura and regained her composure. On the other hand, Xiao Sununner, bolstered by the presence of the purple griffin and Ling Yu, felt emboldened, realizing that with Queen Medusa's powers sealed, she might not be able to overpower her. A mere Dou practitioner, Queen Medusa, in due time, you shall comprehend the meaning behind my words, Xiao Sununner remarked with a smile, shaking her head lightly before proceeding to the bathing tub positioned within the small world. If you wish to win the master's favor, you must learn a thing or two. Your current state of filth is utterly unacceptable. Hurry and cleanse yourself, Xiao Sununner continued, gaining the affection of that scoundrel, Yu. Hearing this from Xiao Sununner, Queen Medusa was nearly driven to madness, her gaze directed at Xiao Sununner brimming with lethal intent. Unfazed by the potential wrath of Queen Medusa, Xiao Sununner, accompanied by the phantom flame cat, swiftly prepared warm water for her. With her proud disposition, Queen Medusa could hardly tolerate any filth upon her. Moreover, having confirmed that Chen Feng was no longer in this space, and that both Xiao Sununner and the two magical beasts were female, she hesitated momentarily before gracefully slithering her purple serpent tail towards the bathtub. As for Chen Feng, after confining Queen Medusa within the small world, he returned once more to the Lord's mansion in Stone Desert City. Young Master Chen Feng, who was that formidable individual who arrived near Stone Desert City? Qing Lin inquired curiously upon Chen Feng's return. It was Queen Medusa of the Serpent People, he replied without reservation. Queen Medusa. No wonder I sensed such a close affinity with her bloodline. Qinglin pondered thoughtfully. Qinglin, I must venture into the depths of the desert shortly to attend to some matters. Please remain at the Lord's mansion for a few days. I shall return to escort you once my affairs are concluded, Chen Feng instructed. Given his influence, Lord Su Guang would undoubtedly treat Qinglin as an esteemed guest, making her stay here quite secure, especially with her two-headed serpent bodyguard possessing fighting spirit strength, rendering her nearly impervious to harm. Understood, young Master Chen Feng. You may attend to your business. Qinglin will take care of herself, she replied obediently, recognizing that accompanying Chen Feng into the desert could prove perilous and would only hinder him. After bidding farewell to Qinglin, Chen Feng did not linger in Stone Desert City. He glanced at the map provided by Haiba Dong before departing directly toward the depths of the desert. The journey from Stone Desert City to the Temple of Medusa was lengthy, and after covering some distance, he intended to summon the purple demon Griffin from the small world, as traveling with it would significantly enhance his comfort. However, when Chen Feng infused his spiritual energy into the Qianquan treasure box, he found himself captivated by a scene unfolding within the small world. Inside, Queen Medusa's serpent tail was submerged in the bathtub while her upper body emerged gracefully above the water's surface. Although a circle of pink curtains adorned the bathtub's perimeter, they offered no concealment from Chen Feng's divine perspective. Observing her surroundings and overhead, Queen Medusa finally relaxed, gently biting her crimson lip as her delicate hands began to unfasten the buttons of her brocade robe. In an instant, a flawless figure, akin to a divine masterpiece, was laid bare within the confines of the pink-draped space. Her alabaster, voluptuous form exuded an irresistible allure, igniting a thirst within the beholder. The exquisite visage inadvertently exudes a bewitching allure reminiscent of a fairy, complemented by a long, fair neck that reveals an elegant curvature. Crystal droplets emerge from the neck, cascading gracefully down the body, tracing a stunning arc before falling away. The slender waist, seemingly delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, possesses a subtle resilience amidst its slight frailty. The flat, tender abdomen exhibits no excess flesh, presenting an irresistible impulse to reach out and caress. Beneath that slender waist lies a wild, purple serpentine tail, gently swaying and stirring the warm water in the tub, cascading over the body and adding an alluring quality to this exquisite form, offering a unique charm. This enchanting figure, which has undoubtedly stirred desire in countless men, now lies bare before the gaze of the morning breeze, providing a feast for the eyes. Witnessing the captivating scene of Queen Medusa bathing, the morning breeze, soaring through the sky, felt a surge of forbidden fire ignite in his lower abdomen. Yet, in the next moment, this fervor was forcibly subdued by his internal energy. As it stands, Queen Medusa remains a creature of both human and serpent. No matter how tempting, he must exercise restraint. To indulge, he must await the moment she fully transforms into her human form. Chapter 151. Has Her Majesty the Queen disappeared? Whoosh. In the small world, after completing her bath, Queen Medusa felt her spirits lift slightly. However, just as she was about to don a crimson robe, she suddenly sensed that one of the two powerful beast presences that had previously existed in this realm was now absent. What could this mean? Frowning, Queen Medusa swiftly draped the red robe over herself, pulled back the curtain, and gracefully slithered out with her purple tail. As her gaze swept across the modest space, she discovered that the enormous purple griffin had vanished. Haha. Indeed, now that she was clean, she appeared even more enchanting than before. Her master would surely be pleased. Upon her emergence, Sununner appraised her with a mischievous smile, commenting on her appearance. In response to Sununner's demeanor, Queen Medusa could scarcely muster the energy to be angry, merely inquiring, "Where has that creature gone?" That creature? Taken aback by the Queen's question, Sununner quickly grasped the situation and replied with a chuckle, "You mean the griffin, right? It was just taken out by the master." At this, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow and asked, "He just entered here?" "No." Sununner shook her head. "The master can summon anything from this space with just a thought. It's akin to retrieving items from a spatial ring." Retrieving items from a spatial ring. Could it be that his spiritual essence, once infused, would allow him to see every corner of this place in an instant? Upon hearing Sununner's words, Queen Medusa's expression darkened. If her conjecture were correct, Then her recent bathing scene had likely been laid bare before someone else's gaze. Despicable humans, daring to spy on this queen. Shameless. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she could not help but release a furious shout towards the sky of the small world. Queen Medusa, how could you think like this? Our master's attention upon us should be considered an honor. Sununner patiently attempted to console her. Do not use we. Do you hear me? Queen Medusa roared, her voice nearly a growl. With just a single remark, Sununner had successfully diverted Queen Medusa's ire. It was evident that the queen held a profound disdain for the inclusion of we. Were it not for her sealed powers, Queen Medusa would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation to eliminate Sununner. Having grown accustomed to Queen Medusa's extreme reactions, Sununner chose to overlook her words and smiled, reminding her, Queen Medusa, I hope you can adapt here quickly. Otherwise, when the master returns, you may find yourself regretting it. The submissive demeanor exhibited by Sununner left Queen Medusa utterly speechless. After regaining her composure, she ceased any further conversation with Sununner, delicately forming a seal with her fingers and entering a state of meditation. The seal placed by the Elder of Medicine was not insurmountable, given sufficient time. Queen Medusa was confident in her ability to break it through her own efforts. Above, the clear sky was dominated by the immense sun, which hung like a blazing fireball, relentlessly radiating heat across the golden desert. The scorching sunlight enveloped the fine grains of sand, transforming them as if they were red-hot iron particles. In the desert, the oppressive heat caused tendrils of warmth to rise from the yellow sands, distorting the very fabric of space into an illusionary haze. Deep within this sweltering golden desert, the presence of humanity was nearly extinguished, for this was the territory ruled by the serpent people. Any human who dared to venture here would be immediately besieged by a multitude of serpentine warriors. However, on this occasion, Chen Feng, seated atop the sixth-tier flying beast, the purple griffin, faced no such troubles. Even if the ordinary serpent people noticed an anomaly in the sky, they would be at a loss, preoccupied with the potential threat posed by the colossal beast soaring above them. The serpent tribe of the Tagar Desert, aside from a few smaller clans, comprised 8 formidable factions, each the most powerful among the serpent people, holding a high status within the desert. Among them, even Queen Medusa could not broker peace, as they were fiercely independent of one another. These 8 great tribes were strategically located in various directions of the Tagar Desert, and Chen Feng had arranged for the purple griffin to traverse directly over one of their territories. As the massive shadow cast by the purple griffin glided over an oasis in the desert, a voluptuous woman suddenly surged from the depths of the clear lake. She tossed her long hair, which cascaded against her snow-white shoulders, droplets of water beating upon her delicate skin, tracing a path down her enticingly taut waist before plunging into the lake, creating ripples that danced across the surface. It was unfathomable to imagine the breathtaking curves her supple waist would produce upon a bed. Her flawless form, sculpted like a masterpiece from celestial hands, boasted full and pert breasts, proudly exposed to the slightly cool air. Under the veil of shadow, her face radiated allure, and within her diamond-shaped eyes shimmered the essence of spring's tender affection. Beneath the crystalline waters, a cerulean serpentine tail gently swayed, exuding an untamed allure. Upon emerging from the lake, the woman remained unabashed by her nudity, her gaze abruptly fixed upon the sky, a hint of gravity gracing her enchanting features. On the shores of the lake, 7 or 8 capable female serpent warriors anxiously raised their eyes, tense with anticipation. The colossal shadow, however, did not linger over the oasis but swiftly vanished into the distance. The enchanting woman with a serpent's tail gracefully swayed, her body leaping effortlessly above the water's surface. Swiftly arriving at the shore, the several female serpent folk hastily adorned her with an exquisite black robe. "My lady Yume, what was that just now?" one of the female serpent folk inquired, her face betraying terror. The immense pressure she felt was reminiscent of her singular encounter with the queen of the serpent tribe, a 6th-tier magical beast. "It seems to be approaching our serpent clan. You must return to the tribe immediately and stand guard. I shall notify Her Majesty the Queen at the temple." The alluring woman, named Yume, spoke gravely, issuing commands. Almost immediately, her body trembled as a pair of grand wings began to take shape behind her, swiftly crystallizing into ethereal, pale blue energy wings. With a gentle movement of her wings, Yumei ascended rapidly into the sky, darting toward the direction of the colossal beast in the distant heavens. However, as a mere Dou Wang, she could not possibly match the speed of the 6th-tier advanced flying magical beast. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent creature became nothing more than a small black in her vision before vanishing entirely. What could this 6th-tier beast want with our serpent tribe? Watching the gigantic beast disappear from sight, a cold and stern expression settled upon Yumei's face. A creature of such formidable prowess could unleash unimaginable destruction, potentially bringing great calamity upon the serpent folk. The women of the serpent tribe possess quite commendable figures. As he perched upon the back of the purple griffin, Chen Feng cast a casual glance backward, a faint smile gracing his face. Earlier, when passing by that oasis, he had sensed Yumei's Dou Wang fluctuations, yet he paid no mind to whether the purple griffin would be discovered by her. With his current strength, he feared not even the entire serpent tribe in unison. Continuing onward, a vast tribal fortress gradually emerged upon the distant horizon, ablaze with lights within. This must be the serpent enchantment tribe, Chen Feng murmured, urging the purple griffin to charge forth without reducing speed. Within the fortress, towering walls, several meters high, bristled with countless arrow towers, their tips glowing faintly purple. The shafts of the arrows, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated a chilling gleam. Such formidable defenses, if wielded against a grand Dou Master or Dou Spirit, would likely reduce them to mere pincushions in mere moments. Upon those walls, numerous fully armed serpent folk patrolled, wielding sharp spears. The enormous form of the purple griffin, even in the dusky night, was exceedingly conspicuous. As it soared above the fortress, some serpent folk immediately detected unusual sounds in the air, and suddenly, a peculiar howl reminiscent of a wolf or fox echoed through the night. Listening to the roar, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the morning breeze, then raised his gaze towards the front right, where a peculiar, pitch-black bird circled ominously. Clearly, it was a sentinel placed in the sky by the serpent people. Alarm! Alarm! A colossal magical beast approaches from above. The spear throwers prepare, apply poison, and ready to launch. As the eerie alarm echoed through the night, a sharp command reverberated from atop the city walls. At the sound of this authoritative call, the somewhat flustered serpent guard unit fell into a sudden silence, swiftly applying venom to their spears and glaring fiercely at the violet griffin that was soaring towards them with ferocity. Despite the impressive size of the violet griffin, emanating a formidable aura, the serpent warriors exhibited immense bravery in the face of the intruder. They shouted in unison, stepping back with their right foot, their bodies half-turned, then suddenly lunged forward. In an instant, the poison-laden spears shot forth, cutting through the air with a piercing sound that shattered the stillness of the night. Overconfident, observing the hundreds of spears flying towards him, Chen Feng maintained an expression of tranquility. As the massive wings of the violet griffin stirred, a violet protective shield materialized around its form. Thud, thud, thud. The spears struck the protective barrier with a force akin to that of steel, creating sparks that fizzled into the night, causing many serpent warriors below to suffer the consequences. Witnessing this spectacle, the serpent warriors below finally comprehended the terror of the great beast above. Just as they contemplated their next move, the violet griffin darted out of their attack range, and the group of serpent warriors regrouping at the rear of the fortress found their spears equally ineffective against the creature. The immense form of the violet griffin swiftly soared over the towering city walls, vanishing into the darkness. Damned! Staring in disbelief at the colossal figure that had vanished in an instant, a striking serpent woman struck the wall with her fist, sending cracks sprawling forth, startling the nearby serpent soldiers into fearful silence. Relay the message. Immediately inform all nearby serpent tribes and notify the leaders of the other 7 major tribes, urging them to dispatch their strongest warriors to encircle and eliminate this invading beast in the desert. The striking serpent woman gazed into the pitch-black sky, her icy voice laced with murderous intent. The communication method among the serpent tribes was notably unique and rapid. Thus, it wasn't long before the leaders of the 8 tribes were informed of the invasion by the unidentified 6th-tier magical beast into the territory of the serpent people. Moreover, the trajectory of Chen Feng and the violet griffin was unmistakably directed towards the holy city, prompting several tribal leaders to hasten towards the holy city, even without a summons from the queen. Deep within the desert stood a colossal city, the temple city of Queen Medusa, where all serpent warriors were currently under a state of martial law. Upon the towering city walls, armored serpent guards patrolled diligently, their vigilant presence a bulwark against any threat. Above, a flock of ebony-hued birds circled ominously, their keen eyes scanning the outer expanse for any sign of disturbance. The merest whisper of movement would elicit a cacophony of alarm from these creatures. Suddenly, a dark speck materialized on the horizon, hurtling towards the grand city with a piercing rush of wind. Not long after the appearance of this shadowy figure, the guards atop the walls took notice, and with a resounding alarm, countless serpent warriors raised their poisoned spears, poised to strike down the intruder. As the dark silhouette approached within 100 meters of the city, it abruptly halted midair, and a chilling voice echoed. Chief of the Dark Serpent Tribe, Mobas, requests an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. It is Chief Mobas. Everyone stand down. A female serpent, adorned in crimson armor and with fiery red hair, emerged from the ranks, her authoritative tone halting the poised guards as she recognized the figure. Flower Serpent, envoy of the charming serpent tribe, a 6th-tier magical beast, is en route to the temple. I received the message and hastened here to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Where is Her Majesty now? Mo Ba inquired as he descended upon the walls, addressing the red-haired serpent. Upon hearing Mo Ba's words, Flower Serpent's expression grew troubled as she conveyed, Mo Pis, Her Majesty is missing. I have not seen her for nearly 5 days, and I have been unable to make contact. Chapter 152, The Surrender of the Serpent People? Has Her Majesty disappeared? Upon receiving the transmission from Washi, Mobas was instantly taken aback. Did Her Majesty impart any instructions to you prior? Mobas inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. No, Her Majesty must have departed suddenly 5 nights ago. She left no instructions for me. Washi furrowed her brow and shook her head. That is quite uncharacteristic of Her Majesty. After listening to Washi, Mobas felt an even greater sense of confusion. Compared to the 6th-tier magical beast encroaching upon the heart of the serpent people towards the temple, Mobas was evidently far more concerned about the whereabouts of Queen Medusa. After conversing with Washi, an elderly serpent man, leaning on a cane with hair as white as snow, arrived at the scene. Although this aged serpent appeared frail, none dared to underestimate him. He was Yinran, a leader among the 8 major tribes, renowned as the strategist of the serpent people. Her Majesty has departed unexpectedly? After hearing Washi's words, a glint of contemplation flickered in Yinran's wise yet aged eyes. In an instant, he posed a query. Washi, do you know what Her Majesty was primarily engaged in, or what matters she was particularly concerned about recently? Well, it seems that not long ago, Her Majesty frequently ventured out into the desert in search of news regarding the strange fire, yet she always briefed me prior to her outings. However, this time, upon hearing Yinran's question, Washi hesitated before speaking. Strange fire? Why would Her Majesty seek out the strange fire? Yinran's aged eyes reflected a moment of bewilderment, and after a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned sharply to meet Mobas's gaze, whispering in astonishment, could it be? It must be so. Otherwise, why would Her Majesty exert such effort in the pursuit of the strange fire? It appears she has no other intention aside from preparing for that endeavor. Mobas inhaled deeply, speaking in a hushed tone. Is it truly so? The failure rate of that endeavor is exceedingly high. Should any misfortune befall Her Majesty, what would become of our serpent people? Upon hearing the analysis from Yinran and Mobas, a look of concern washed over Washi's face. Alas, Her Majesty has remained at the Dou Huang level for many years. Perhaps she has grown impatient. Though she appears indifferent, I am aware that she yearns for greater strength. Once she attains the Dou Zone level, the power of the serpent people will expand rapidly, freeing us from the confines of this vast desert. Despite our adaptation over the years, we serpent people are ill-suited to this place. Our bloodline, after all, is one of coldness. Mobas sighed softly. But this is far too perilous. Washi's expression was complex as she murmured, wholly disinclined to see Queen Medusa take such a risk. Do not rush. Even if Her Majesty the Queen obtains she will inevitably return to the holy city to undergo that step of evolution. However, it must be said that once Her Majesty has made a decision, no amount of persuasion will sway her. As spoke, his tone abruptly shifted, a bitter smile gracing his face. Alas, The risks involved in that matter are far too great and truly require careful deliberation. This time, what is the situation with the sixth-tier magical beast approaching the Holy City? Have we ascertained its origins? Temporarily setting aside the affairs concerning Queen Medusa, inquired about a pressing issue. Unclear, reported back, stating that she had witnessed the sixth-tier magical beast with her own eyes. Yet she had neither engaged it in battle nor conversed with it, for its speed was simply astonishing, a mere flash. The flower serpent candidly remarked. A sixth-tier flying magical beast, whose origins remain a mystery, has ventured into the heart of our serpent tribe. What could its intentions be? Could it be connected to Her Majesty the Queen's mind raced with thoughts? As one of the few within the serpent tribe aware of the existence of the four esteemed elders, he was not overly concerned about the potential havoc a sixth-tier magical beast might wreak upon the serpent tribe, for if anything truly catastrophic were to occur, the four elders would undoubtedly intervene. While pondered, a swift sound of rushing wind echoed from beyond the enormous city, as strange birds circled above, calling out in alarm. Sensing this, and abruptly turned their gazes skyward. In their line of sight, a colossal creature with wings spanning dozens of feet had approached within 100 feet of the city walls. Has it arrived so swiftly? Indeed. The sixth-tier magical beast is headed for the Holy City. What could its purpose be? All warriors, prepare. As they beheld the massive beast approaching, its pupils constricted, their hands slowly rising. Instantly, countless serpents atop the city walls raised their poisoned spears high. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the serpents, the enormous purple beast lowered its altitude, hovering in midair. At that moment, and the others finally discerned that upon the back of this giant beast stood a human figure. A human? What manner of individual is this? The figure appears quite young. How could a sixth-tier magical beast serve as its mount? It is said that the royal family possesses a sixth-tier magical beast, yet that creature holds a position of great esteem, akin to being venerated, and could never be commanded by a mere youth. Regardless of his identity, such audacity to blatantly disregard our serpent tribe's dignity and intrude upon the holy city warrants punishment. Gazing at the figure atop the massive flying beast, and were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a powerful sixth-tier magical beast would serve a human as its steed. However, following their astonishment, a surge of fury and murderous intent surged forth. Compared to the magical beasts, the serpent tribe harbors a far deeper hatred and animosity towards humans. Why has this individual ventured beyond the sacred city without being detected? Is it possible that you cannot sense the presence of a human atop that magical beast? A profound perplexity arose within Mo Ba Si, even now. He had failed to perceive any aura of cultivation emanating from the young man upon the beast, as if he were merely an ordinary person. Little did Mo Ba Si know that with the possession of the concealing spirit stone, Chen Feng could completely mask his presence. Unless one were to behold him with the naked eye, even the most formidable alchemists would be incapable of detecting the slightest trace of his essence. Human, how audacious you are to dare tread alone beyond the borders of my serpent people's sacred city. Speak, what intentions do you harbor towards my serpent people? Do you seek to incite war once more? As Chen Feng urged the purple griffin closer to the city walls, Yinran raised his staff, pointing it at Chen Feng, and bellowed in fury. In terms of strength, even the entirety of the Jia Ma Empire pales in comparison to the serpent people. Yet their adversaries are not limited to a single empire. They must also be wary of the surrounding realms. Fear not. For my presence here today is not to annihilate your serpent people, but rather to seek your assistance in procuring a particular herb within the sacred city. Observing the tense expressions of the serpent people warriors atop the towering walls, Chen Feng chuckled lightly and spoke with casual ease. Such hubris. Do you truly believe that with your youthful bravado and the presence of a sixth-tier magical beast, you can threaten my serpent people? And you wish for us to assist you in your search for herbs? Surely you jest. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the ire of Mo Ba Si and his companions surged instantaneously. Attack! Slay this human and his sixth-tier beast. Mo Ba Si roared at the serpent warriors on the walls. At his command, a thunderous uproar erupted from above, as countless serpent warriors tightened their grips on their poisoned spears, retreating a few steps before launching themselves forward. Their poisoned spears flew from their hands, creating a darkened storm of projectiles raining down upon Chen Feng and the purple griffin. The sharp sound of slicing wind filled the air and the magnitude of the poisoned spear barrage was overwhelming. Casually gazing at the deluge of poisoned spears, neither Chen Feng nor the purple griffin made any attempt to evade. The enormous wings of the purple griffin fluttered slightly, summoning forth a massive purple tornado that abruptly materialized before it. The tornado spun with great velocity, drawing in sand and debris from the ground, which were swept into its vortex. Then, the purple tempest surged forth, scattering the relentless barrage of poisoned spears, which were rendered asunder by the ferocious pull of the storm. Occasionally, a spear would pierce through the tempest, landing upon the purple griffin, yet it felt no more than a mere tickle. The prowess of this magical beast must rival that of Her Majesty the Queen. No wonder they dare to venture into our serpent people's territory. Witnessing the futility of the serpent warriors' assault as their poisoned spears were thwarted by the storm, the pupils of Mo Ba Si and his companions constricted sharply. In the next moment, a violent tempest surged forward, and even the combined efforts of Mebus, Inshur, and Washir could not halt its advance. The storm roared forth, mercilessly ravaging everything in its path. Even the stoutest of city walls could not withstand its might. Soon, the fortifications bore gaping wounds, and dozens of serpent warriors were ensnared within, their lives extinguished in an instant by the tempest's ferocious energy. After tearing a considerable breach in the towering walls, the power of the violet storm was finally expended, leaving behind a grim assortment of severed limbs and shattered tails scattered across the ruins. At this juncture, the serpent tribe's powerful warriors were filled with rage, for the purple demon griffin had claimed the lives of their elite fighters with but a single strike. Your actions are indeed ruthless. You brazenly invade our serpent clan without a trace of remorse, as if you believe my kin to be utterly defenseless. Inshur's piercing gaze swept over Chen Feng, his tone icy. You seek my life, yet cannot tolerate even a slight retaliation? Chen Feng retorted with a cold smile, recognizing the hatred in Inshur and the other's eyes. Though he was not one to kill indiscriminately, he was unyielding against those who dared to defy his authority, and he would not hesitate to impart a small lesson to them. Mebus, the situation grows dire. You and Washir must hold him off for a moment. I shall return shortly. Go. Even if it means death, I shall ensure this man does not breach the holy city. In the face of such a formidable enemy, the elder of the serpent tribe, possessing the strength of an 8-star Dou Wang, hastily retreated towards the inner sanctum of the holy city. Is he seeking reinforcements? Chen Feng observed Inshur's movements with keen insight, deducing that he was likely intent on summoning the 4 esteemed elders of the serpent clan. He felt little concern. Even if those 4 old geezers arrived, he was confident in his ability to contend with them. Meditation serpent guards, heed my command. Utilize all your strength to intercept him. Washir declared, her expression grave. The current predicament was a matter of survival for the serpent clan, aware of the purple demon griffin's formidable prowess. None of the serpent warriors faltered. They charged valiantly towards Chen Feng and the griffin, unafraid of death. What need is there for such hostility? I merely requested your assistance in locating a medicinal herb. I harbor no intention of annihilating your clan. Chen Feng shook his head gently as he observed the dozen or so serpent warriors leaping from the city walls. Among them, possessed the strength of Dou Ling, while the remainder were formidable Dou Shi. Lacking the ability to fly, they launched themselves into the air, weapons drawn. Such a formation might trouble some ordinary Dou Wang fighters. Yet the purple demon griffin merely swept its massive claws forward, sending the warriors crashing to the ground, blood erupting from their mouths, some having their insides shattered, dying on the spot. Faced with a 6th-tier peak magical beast like the purple demon griffin, the serpent warriors of Dou Ling and Dou Shi rank were mere fodder, their lives hanging by a thread with the slightest encounter. The blood of his kin ignited the ferocity within Mebus, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, while dark energy surged throughout his being. A pair of energy wings unfurled from his back, signaling his intent to engage in a fierce battle with Chen Feng. I will fight you, Mebus roared, brandishing an extraordinary large blade that vibrated with the power of his wings as he charged towards Chen Feng. Mebus, halt at once. Just as Mebus leapt forward, a venerable voice resonated from within the sacred city of the serpent clan. Upon hearing this command, Mebus froze mid-air. In the next moment, 4 formidable presences emerged from a direction within the city, swiftly appearing atop the city walls. These were 4 elder matriarchs of the serpent clan, their ages seemingly surpassing even that of the underworld, exuding an immense aura indicative of their high-level emperor rank. Greetings, revered elders. With the appearance of the four matriarchs, the captain of the Medusa serpent guard, Washir, immediately bowed in reverence. Countless serpent warriors, although unaware of their identities, understood the significance of Washir's and Inshir's respect towards the four elders, recognizing them as the venerable ancestors of their clan. Thus, they too bowed deeply in respect. Indeed, one of the elders acknowledged with a slight nod. Her piercing gaze, characterized by vertical pupils, turned coldly towards Chen Feng and the purple demon Griffin. Under the scrutiny of these four high-level emperors, Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. He discerned that these matriarchs possessed formidable strength and had evidently lingered at their current level for an extended period. However, the vitality within them seemed greatly diminished, nearing depletion. Given the extent of their waning life force, it was apparent that another battle could spell their demise, leaving them with only a few years to live. It was no wonder that these four had not intervened in the original narrative. They had been preserved as relics of the clan, their power potentially spent in a single use. Is our visit to the sacred city of the Serpent Clan merely to seek a medicinal herb? The leading elder suddenly inquired, her voice grating like a blade scraping against glass, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. Despite the unpleasantness of her tone, her demeanor suggested a willingness to negotiate. Indeed, as long as your Serpent Clan retrieves the sand mandrake for me, I shall take my leave, Chen Feng replied, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing the exchange between the elder and Chen Feng, Medusa's crimson eyes darkened, and he quickly interjected, "Revered elder, this man has slain many of our kin. I implore you to capture him." Silence. The elder reprimanded him sternly, and under the weight of her authority, Medusa clenched his fists, his eyes betraying his resentment. Upon uttering these words, the elder of the serpent folk revealed a glimmer of hesitation in her gaze. The aura emanating from Chen Feng was so enigmatic that even she could not decipher it. This mysterious youth, who possessed a sixth-tier, high-level magical beast as a steed, undoubtedly harbored profound connections. Moreover, the 8 leaders of the serpent folk and other formidable beings had yet to arrive. After undergoing a tumultuous internal struggle, the elder seemed to have reached a resolution. With a deep sigh, she addressed Chen Feng, stating, "Since you seek the sand mandala, our serpent clan shall procure it for you. However, I implore you to depart from our territory immediately upon obtaining it. Otherwise, we shall go to any lengths to ensure you remain here forever." As she concluded, her tone shifted from neutral to increasingly frigid, tinged with a hint of malice. It is refreshing to see that you old ones are wise to the times. Chen Feng responded with satisfaction, laughing heartily. "Rest assured, once I acquire the sand mandala, I shall take my leave. Then I ask you to wait outside the holy city. We shall bring the sand mandala to you forthwith." The elder swiftly instructed. Turning to another, she commanded, "Huashir, you must immediately arrange for our kin to search for the sand mandala." "Yes, esteemed elder." Although the outcome of the elder's conversation with Chen Feng left Huashir feeling deeply dissatisfied, she had no choice but to comply with the orders given. "Very well. I hope you shall not disappoint me." Witnessing the elder's decisive demeanor, Chen Feng promptly directed the purple demon Griffin to turn around and await him several miles away from the serpent folk's holy city. However, once Chen Feng had distanced himself, the elder who had just commanded Huashir suddenly changed countenance, her eyes flashing with intense malice. Chapter 153. Queen Medusa, no, you cannot do this. Elder, that human and the magical beast have brazenly invaded our sacred city of the Serpent Clan and slain so many of our kin. Why should we acquiesce to their demands? Wouldn't such compliance dishearten our people? Where lies the dignity of our Serpent Clan? As he watched the morning breeze recede from the city walls, Mobus could no longer contain his indignation and approached the elder matron at the forefront, inquiring loudly. "Foolishness." The elder matron scolded Mobus sharply, much like before. "The strength of that magical beast ranks among the elite of the 9-star Dou Emperor. Even if all 8 tribal leaders were to converge and unleash their combined techniques, they would still likely fall short against that peak 6th-tier magical beast. And now, your queen has mysteriously vanished. What do you propose we use to subdue our adversary?" Upon hearing the matron's tone, Mobus lowered his voice. "Isn't it true that the elders will intervene?" "Our intervention. I fear that after this battle, the few remaining decades of our lives may dwindle to merely 2 or 3 years." The matron spoke slowly, her aged visage tinged with melancholy. Their lifespans were nearing their conclusion, and they had previously secluded themselves from worldly matters, striving to slow the passage of time. Ah, so that is the case. Please forgive Mobus for his earlier impetuousness, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Mobus was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and expressed his profound remorse. Alas, we can only hope to delay for a time, praying that Her Majesty the Queen returns soon. If we reach the final moment, and she has still not returned, the 8 tribal leaders should have gathered by then. With your combined efforts, we old ones might exert less strain. The matron sighed deeply, speaking with a hint of resignation. In her heart, she harbored some grievances against Queen Medusa. Had it not been for her sudden disappearance, the Serpent Clan would not have found itself in such dire straits. Outside the sacred city of the Serpent Clan, after guiding the purple demon Griffin to land, the morning breeze ventured directly into the small world. Within that realm, Sununner and the phantom flame cat were engaged in playful antics to pass the monotonous time, while Queen Medusa was secluded in a corner, diligently cultivating, striving to break through the drug seal with every fleeting moment. The aura of the morning breeze was completely concealed by the spirit concealment stone, and the meditating Queen Medusa remained oblivious to his presence. Master, you have arrived. Upon seeing the morning breeze, both Sununner and the phantom flame cat immediately approached him with affectionate eagerness. Hearing their melodious calls, Queen Medusa's enchanting eyes fluttered open, halting her cultivation. Where are we now? She inquired coldly, fully aware that she was ensnared within a mobile space. Just a few miles outside your Serpent Clan's sacred city. The morning breeze replied with a smile. Outside the sacred city. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Queen Medusa's expression became complex. Filled with concern that Chen Feng might wreak havoc in the holy city and endanger the serpent people. After a moment, she suppressed her thoughts and calmly inquired again, Human, did you not say you were coming to the holy city to seek the sand mandala? Release me, and I shall arrange for someone to assist you. No need for that, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. The 4 elders of your serpent people have already appeared and readily agreed to assist me in my search. Results should arrive shortly. What? The 4 elders have manifested? Medusa's surprise deepened upon hearing this. She was acutely aware that those 4 venerable matriarchs would not reveal themselves unless it was a matter of grave concern for their kin. What exactly have you done in the holy city? She demanded, her gaze sharp and fierce. Noticing the flicker of anger in Queen Medusa's eyes, Chen Feng approached her and casually remarked, I did not do much. I merely eliminated a few serpents who dared to offend me. A small warning, if you will. Upon learning of Chen Feng's violent rampage in the holy city, a chill descended upon Medusa's fair countenance. You liar, did you not promise that as long as I surrendered, you would not harm my kin? You deceitful scoundrel. In the next moment, in her fury, Queen Medusa raised her delicate hand to strike Chen Feng, but, predictably, he seized her wrist once again. Simultaneously, his other hand grasped her alabaster chin. I said I would not take the initiative against them, but that does not imply that anyone may insult me. Chen Feng's expression turned cold, his tone equally frigid. You are no exception. Should you dare repeat such actions, I shall make you weep for mercy. Under Chen Feng's penetrating gaze, Medusa, her powers restrained, felt her imposing presence diminish, a flicker of panic dancing in her eyes. And she ceased her movements. Moments later, Chen Feng's grip loosened and slid down, gently gliding across the smooth expanse of Medusa's snowy neck. Glimpsing the alluring curves beneath her porcelain skin, Chen Feng's demeanor softened slightly. The sight of such pristine beauty, coupled with enticing depths, was enough to captivate any man. Yet, Medusa remained oblivious to Chen Feng's unusual gaze. Her mind was preoccupied with his earlier words. This man has unleashed slaughter within our holy city, and yet the 4 elders so readily agreed to assist him? Could it be a ruse to buy time? Now imprisoned here, her kin unaware of her plight. With the absence of other tribal leaders and the holy city's defenses waning, it seemed the elders had been compelled to act swiftly. If they underestimated this human strength, and conflict ensued. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Queen Medusa's complexion turned pale, her heart quickening in trepidation. Gazing at the morning breeze that admired her form, Queen Medusa lightly pressed her ruby lips and softly uttered, Human, should my 4 elders fail to deliver the herbs you require as promised, and instead join forces against you, then they shall be eradicated. Before she could finish her sentence, The morning breeze interrupted her. No, you cannot do that. Upon hearing the morning breeze's reaction, Queen Medusa implored with a pleading tone. If they harbor other intentions, they would betray the trust one just placed in them and challenge my authority. What purpose would they serve then? The morning breeze stated plainly, I beg you, do not take the lives of my kin, allow me to speak with them, to clarify matters, and urge them to swiftly procure the sand mandala for you. Queen Medusa gently grasped the morning breeze's sleeve, almost in desperation. In this posture, the regal queen appeared less dignified and more vulnerable, exuding a peculiar allure. Do not even think about being released for now. Observing the captivating form of Queen Medusa, the morning breeze shook his head with a smile and replied, if the situation is as you surmise, what can you offer to convince me to spare these deceitful serpent folk? Mere words will not suffice. What do you desire? You may take anything from my spatial ring. If that does not satisfy you, the resources of my serpent tribe are at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa earnestly began to enumerate her proposed terms. Do I appear to be in want of such mundane resources? The morning breeze chuckled in response to her suggestions. Then what is it that you seek? Queen Medusa's eyes locked onto the morning breeze, her inquiry earnest. What do I desire? As he spoke, the morning breeze reached out to gently caress Queen Medusa's pale, enchanting visage, smiling as he declared, a woman as alluring and beguiling as you is far more precious than any cultivation resources. You. This statement struck Queen Medusa as a profound insult. She had not anticipated that the morning breeze's intentions were of such a nature. Understanding his implication, she clenched her teeth with determination and asserted, you are delusional. I would rather perish than endure such humiliation. If that is the case, then there is nothing to discuss. Should those four old fools harbor ulterior motives, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will annihilate the entire city. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's response, the morning breeze withdrew his hand from her smooth cheek and spoke gravely. With that, he turned and walked toward Sununner. You are despicable. Queen Medusa cursed at the morning breeze, yet internally she was filled with doubt. Her earlier suspicions regarding the four elders were likely to materialize. And should the morning breeze become enraged, the entire sacred city of the serpent folk could face destruction. If such a conclusion were to manifest, the legacy of the serpent clan would be utterly annihilated upon reaching my hands. I would become the eternal sinner of the serpent clan. Contemplating these thoughts, Queen Medusa felt a deep pang of sorrow. She was consumed with regret for having sought thereby provoking the tyrant Chen Feng. After navigating through a tumultuous psychological journey, a flicker of determination ignited in Medusa's eyes, as if she had arrived at a difficult resolution. She called out to Chen Feng's retreating figure, wait. Oh, it seems you have come to a decision. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly turned around. Should you find yourself in conflict with my clan once more, I hope you will show mercy. I can provide you with what you desire. Medusa responded gravely, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end, yet Chen Feng heard her clearly. Very well. Since you have consented, I shall grant them an opportunity. Chen Feng nodded, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. However, if they deliver the medicinal materials you require without any further incidents, our earlier agreement shall be void. Should you deceive me, you will meet a dire fate. Medusa hastily added, observing the smile on Chen Feng's face. If that were to occur, I would never dream of deceiving you. Yet, at this moment, you likely harbor doubts about their compliance, do you not? Chen Feng replied with a cold laugh. Medusa fell silent at his words, her gaze betraying a hint of helplessness. Witnessing this, Chen Feng chose not to speak further and settled into meditation within the miniature realm. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. During this time, 5 more clan leaders of the Serpent Clan arrived at the Holy City: Kueisheng, Nanshi, King Wash, Black Poison, and the leader of the Meishi tribe, Yu Mei, who had previously seen the purple demon Griffin soar overhead. Only the distant Yin Ci had yet to arrive. In the early morning hours within the opulent hall of the Serpent Clan's holy city, a graceful figure, slightly fatigued, leaned gently against the chair's back, occasionally casting a languid glance at the vacant purple crystal throne on the high platform, shaking her head in resignation. Surrounding this figure were several leaders of the Serpent Clan, including Mobas and Inshur, all displaying expressions of concern. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing the sound, The serpent leaders turned their gazes toward the entrance. A female serpent clad in crimson armor entered, cradling a black box. Observing the arrival of Captain Wash of the Medusa Serpent Guard, Yume sighed softly, straightening her posture. Her voluptuous form accentuated alluringly. Wash, what you hold in your hands must be the sand mandrake that the humans seek, correct? Indeed. I dispatched individuals to search throughout the night and, at last, discovered this object in an inconspicuous corner of the holy city, remarked the flower serpent. That human is excessively arrogant, having slaughtered so many of our kin, yet still desires to procure medicinal herbs from us. I shall destroy it and deny him. Suddenly, a corpulent, bald serpent man rose in fury, reaching out to seize the box from Flower Serpent's grasp. Flower Serpent King, cease this. Upon witnessing the commotion, Mebas hastily intervened. What, Mebas, do you truly intend to obediently relinquish this item to that human, acting as his dog? The Flower Serpent King retorted angrily. Flower Serpent King, the four esteemed elders have already stated that yesterday was merely a stalling tactic. As for the medicinal herbs, it would be prudent to retain them for now. They may serve another purpose. Mebas elucidated. Yume, pursing her alluring red lips, concurred, Flower Serpent King, since this was arranged by the esteemed elders. It would be wise to hold on to it for the time being. Humph, should that human arrive today, I shall surely rend him to pieces. The Flower Serpent King scoffed, seething with rage. Just then, a distinctive alarm, characteristic of the serpent folk, reverberated from beyond the palace. He has arrived. Let us hasten. Upon hearing the alarm, several individuals in the grand hall swiftly darted toward the city walls. Before long, the four esteemed elders of the serpent race, 7 summoned tribe leaders, and the Medusa Serpent Guard captain, Flower Serpent, gathered atop the towering stone walls. Their gazes were intently fixed upon the colossal flying magical beast drawing ever closer. In a short while, the immense purple flying beast hovered before the city walls, upon which stood a youthful human, perched atop the back of the purple griffin. Chen Feng's gaze swept over the assembly of serpent folk on the walls. He noted that today there were 5 additional serpent beings of the Battle King rank, and the atmosphere atop the walls was far from tranquil, wholly unrepresentative of a trading intention. It seems Queen Medusa's words ring true. Contemplating silently, Chen Feng discreetly inquired of the serpent elder atop the walls, have you located the medicinal herbs I requested? Chapter 154. Oh my, he actually has a backup plan. As the words of Chen Feng echoed through the air, an obscure aura of murderous intent enveloped the formidable serpentine warriors atop the city wall. Among them, the eyes of the leaders, Mobas and the Flower Serpent King, burned a vivid crimson. The atmosphere became palpably tense, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Flower Serpent, bring it forth. In the midst of this oppressive silence, the elder matriarch of the serpent folk suddenly beckoned to Flower Serpent. Yes, great elder. In response, Flower Serpent reverently approached the elder, cradling a black box in her hands. Human, behold. This is the sand mandala you seek, the elder proclaimed, opening the box and delicately lifting a pale yellow plant into the palm of her hand. The plant appeared rather peculiar, coiling like a long yellow serpent at its apex. A serpent's head was proudly raised, with a bulbous protrusion the size of a fist atop it, the very essence of the plant. Though Chen Feng had never seen a sand mandala before, he had some inkling of its description. Upon observing the yellow plant in the elder's hand, he was certain that it was indeed the sand mandala he had been searching for. It appears this intriguing specimen is indeed present within the sacred city of the serpent folk. Bring it to me. Chen Feng remarked with a smile and a nod. At his words, the elder returned the plant to the black box and replied coldly, if you desire this item, you must come and retrieve it yourself. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The elder could have easily tossed the item to him, yet insisted he approach. Her motives were evidently suspect. Moreover, he could sense the intense murderous glances from Mobas and the Flower Serpent King directed at him, filled with hostility. If he were to advance now, he would likely be besieged. I advise you not to miscalculate your position. Hand over the item promptly for a mutually beneficial resolution. Chen Feng's tone grew icy, yet he did not budge an inch. Very well, then catch this. Seeing Chen Feng's reluctance to approach, the elder's gaze turned cold as she seized the black box and hurled it down towards the city wall. Intercept that box. Watching the box containing the sand mandala plummet from the wall, Chen Feng immediately commanded the purple demon griffin. At his command, the purple demon griffin advanced slightly, opening its beak wide to unleash a tremendous suction that drew the falling black box towards itself. Now, just then, the elder's voice rang out sharply from atop the wall, laced with deadly intent. Boom! In an instant, a dozen formidable auras surged forth from the city wall, charging towards Chen Feng. The four elderly serpentine women exhibited remarkable speed, unleashing the formidable aura of high-ranking Dou Emperors. Just as the purple demon griffin retrieved the ebony box, they formed a tactical arrangement, encircling both the griffin and the young man, Chen Feng, from all directions. Four menacing and powerful auras surged into the sky, coalescing into four colossal pillars of distinct colors, resembling towering columns that steadfastly supported the vast azure expanse above. The formidable serpentine warriors, including Yinran, Mobas, and Huaxier, charged directly towards Chen Feng atop the purple demon griffin. With a cold smirk, Chen Feng observed their actions, recognizing them to be nearly identical to the predictions made by Queen Medusa. At this moment, although the four serpentine elders had surrounded the purple demon griffin and its rider, they refrained from making an immediate attack. Meanwhile, 8 figures rushing from the direction of the city walls were gathering their Dou Qi energy. As they approached the purple demon griffin, each of the 8 unleashed a powerful Dou Qi thread, converging into a singular force aimed directly at Chen Feng. Facing the onslaught of these 8 colorful and potent Dou Qi threads, the massive form of the purple demon griffin remained immobile. Its enormous beak opened wide, suddenly releasing a purple beam of light several meters in diameter. As the beam shot forth, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and it collided fiercely with the 8 advancing Dou Qi threads, obliterating 7 of them in an instant. The last remaining red Dou Qi thread narrowly evaded the purple beam's interception, producing a sharp sound as it hurtled directly towards Chen Feng. In response to the approaching crimson energy, Chen Feng's thoughts ignited, and a pair of enormous silver wings emerged from his back, radiating with a magnificent, thunderous might. Dou Qi transformed into wings. This youth actually possessed the cultivation of a Douwang. Previously, his aura seemed to be concealed, but now it appeared to be between a 1-star and 2-star Douwang. However, with only a 1-star Douwang's power, I wonder how he will withstand the attack of the Flower Snake King. The revelation of Chen Feng's cultivation astonished the 4 elders, as they had initially perceived him to be no more than a great Dou Master at his age. They were taken aback to discover that he now exuded the aura of a Douwang, exceeding their expectations substantially. Thunderous Crescent Slash. At that moment, having just manifested his thunderous wings, Chen Feng unleashed a thunderous crescent slash towards the incoming red Dou Qi thread. The massive silver crescent blade, forged from his wings and emanating a fierce aura, swept across the sky with astonishing speed, colliding with the red Dou Qi thread unleashed by the Flower Snake King before anyone else had a chance to react. Although Chen Feng's cultivation was merely that of a 1-star Douwang, this thunderous crescent slash was equivalent to a high-level Earth-tier Dou technique. When unleashed by Chen Feng, its power could reach the level of a 1-star Dou Emperor, and the Dou Qi consumed for this technique was akin to that required for executing a high-level mysterious Dou technique. Boom! The silver crescent blade collided with the crimson aura of fighting spirit, instantly obliterating the latter, and then relentlessly struck the bulging abdomen of the Flower Serpent King. Struck by the silver crescent blade, the Flower Serpent King let out a piercing howl of agony, plummeting from the sky. A gruesome gash appeared on its swollen belly, exposing its intestines and innards, with blood gushing forth, staining the sky red. Seeing the dire state of the Flower Serpent King, one of the Serpent Clan leaders immediately flapped his wings of fighting spirit to reverse his course, catching the falling creature. How could this be possible? That previous attack had reached the level of an ordinary Douwang. How could a mere 1-star Douwang unleash such power? Could it be that this individual has mastered some extraordinarily potent fighting technique? Yet, even a low-tier ground technique should not possess such a significant amplification of strength, unless he had just executed a high-tier ground technique or the legendary celestial technique. This youth possesses such strength at such a tender age. We have made a formidable enemy today. If we allow him to mature, our Serpent Clan will undoubtedly perish at his hands. Therefore, we must seize him today, without fail. We cannot afford to let this human grow. We must snuff out this threat in its cradle. Witnessing the scene where Chen Feng severely injured the Flower Serpent King, the four esteemed elders of the Serpent clan were left in greater astonishment, their eyes now burning with murderous intent. Among them, an elderly woman swiftly maneuvered and landed on the back of the purple demon eagle, her withered hands imbued with immense power, striking towards Chen Feng's head. The strength of a high-tier Dou Huang was beyond Chen Feng's current capacity to withstand. Thus, as the elder made her move, he hastily summoned Yao Chun. Boom! Just as the elder's withered hand was less than a foot away from Chen Feng's head, an ethereal figure suddenly emerged from the soul banner he carried, conjuring a bone-white energy wall that intercepted the withered hand. Who are you? As the attack was thwarted by Yao Chen's spirit, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Serpent clan elder. This aura, could it be from a Dou Zone powerhouse? It seems to be merely a soul. A soul of Dou Zone cultivation is indeed formidable. Who would have thought this young man had such a hidden trump card? Meanwhile, the other three elders who had yet to engage were also taken aback. Dare to strike at my master? You shall perish. After Yao Chun defended against the elder's attack, he immediately launched a counteroffensive, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks upon the elder, leaving her with no means of defense. Fourth elder, be cautious. Witnessing the elder quickly fall into peril, the other three elders cried out and rushed to her aid. The four elderly members of the Serpent clan, each possessing formidable prowess at the high-level Dou Emperor tier, exhibited remarkable synergy in their alliance. Among them, the Grand Elder of the Serpent clan had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm. In a brief interval, they managed to gain a slight advantage. Observing this, Chen Feng dismounted from the back of the purple magic griffin, directing it to assist Yao Chun in confronting the four elder women. With the griffin's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The four Serpent clan elders were compelled to allocate one of their own to contend with the griffin. In this dire situation, they seemed to abandon any reservations, intensifying their assault. The heavens above resonated with the thunderous clashes of energy, the overwhelming pressure of their power instilling unease in the hearts of ordinary serpent warriors. In the Shadow Realm, leaders such as Mobas observed the battlefield for a moment before redirecting their focus onto Chen Feng, who occupied another expanse of sky. Let us first subdue this human youth while the elders handle the magical beast and the Dou Zone soul. Mobas barked, his eyes glistening with fervor. Acknowledging Mobas's command, Yinran nodded and called out, Nanshi, take the Flower Serpent King for treatment. Huaxier, organize the Medusa Serpent Guards to reinforce this position. This young man is fierce in combat. Do not engage him alone. The rest of you, join me in forming the 5 serpent poison sealing imprint. As he bellowed, Yinran's hands swiftly crafted a series of intricate seals, and with each formation, a vast, ethereal blue radiance began to coalesce within his palms. In the instant Yinran completed his seals, the other 4 swiftly followed suit, having practiced this technique countless times. They executed the complex seals with remarkable speed upon receiving the order. At the moment the 5 seals synchronized, a faint aura of ghostly energy enveloped them, clearly a precautionary measure against sudden ambushes. Gazing at the intensifying energy in the hands of the 5, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He understood that the Serpent clan's combat techniques were uniquely enigmatic, particularly their fusion techniques, which could amalgamate the strengths of multiple individuals into a singular, formidable force, enabling them to contend with high-level adversaries. The fusion technique now employed by Yinran and the others appeared to be of a high-level Xian rank, a testament to the profound mastery within the Serpent clan, accessible only to the leaders of the 8 major tribes. 5 Serpent Poison Sealing Imprint. Activate. With a low command from Yinran, the brilliance within the palms of the 5 Dou Wang powers surged dramatically. In an instant, 5 colossal pillars of ghostly blue energy erupted from their hands, intertwining as they ascended into the sky, culminating in an exceptionally massive energy column. When this colossal pillar of energy manifested, a tempest surged through the desert, infused with a visceral presence of bloodshed and ferocity that suddenly emanated from the energy column. The immense pillar began to writhe, and in an instant, it transformed into a serpentine form, a green energy serpent stretching over 10 feet in length. With a sharp hiss, the moment the energy serpent emerged, the desert winds intensified dramatically, swirling violently around its form, visible gusts spiraling with fervor. As the magnificent energy serpent surged toward him from the heavens, Chen Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. He chuckled softly, contemplating the peculiar nature of this fusion combat technique. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power, all else was but an illusion. With a light-hearted laugh, he instantaneously summoned his soul force into a miniature realm, bringing forth Ling Yu. A formidable aura suddenly radiated from Chen Feng's vicinity. He had indeed reserved a hidden trump card. My goodness, this presence signified yet another sixth-tier magical beast. The appearance of Ling Yu astonished the 5 practitioners from the Shadow Realm who were weaving their combined powers, while Hua Xier, commanding the Medusa Serpent Guard from the city tower, was equally astounded, finding it hard to believe. As Ling Yu emerged from the miniature world, it was as if he had teleported, arriving before the massive energy serpent in an instant. He unleashed an overwhelming black flame from his being, sweeping across the sky, engulfing the gigantic green serpent in a deluge akin to an enormous wave. Upon first contact with the encroaching black flames, the colossal azure energy serpent began to dissipate rapidly, much like snow encountering searing heat. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious serpent that had roared across the sky abruptly vanished, leaving behind only a haunting hiss that echoed in the heavens before gradually fading away. Chapter 155, Morning Breeze. Queen Medusa, what transpired? How is it possible that such a diminutive black cat could unleash such terrifying beastly flames? Alas, it appears that the 5 leaders are utterly no match for this feline. At this moment, as Ling Yu effortlessly dismantled the fusion technique employed by the shadows, an expression of sheer terror emerged in the eyes of the numerous formidable members of the Serpent Clan. This scene, for the Serpent Clan, was even more shocking than the earlier appearance of Yao Chun. This is not to suggest that Ling Yu surpasses Yao Chun in strength. Rather, her emergence transcends the limits of what the Serpent Clan can withstand, becoming the final straw that breaks their resolve. How could this be? How is it that this human has a 6th-tier high-level magical beast at their side? How did such a 6th-tier creature materialize with no prior indication? As if conjured from thin air? Upon learning of the rout suffered by Yin and the other serpent leaders, the spirits of the 4 elder members of the Serpent Clan, engaged in fierce combat with Yao Chun and the purple demon Griffin, were significantly shaken. Initially, after Yao Chun's appearance, they were taken aback, still hoping that the serpent leaders would arrive with a legion of warriors to assist them. Yet now, not only could they expect no aid, but they also found themselves compelled to divert their strength to provide support. Elder 4, hasten to assist over there. In a moment of urgency, the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan called out to an elderly woman beside her. However, upon hearing this, hesitation flickered in the eyes of the 4th Elder. The 4 of them were already at a disadvantage against Yao Chen's soul and the purple demon Griffin. If one more were to depart, their situation would become even more precarious. Yao Chun, meanwhile, did not afford them much time for contemplation. A chilling white flame surged forth from his being, enveloping his soul entirely. Subsequently, a fire staff, forged from the ethereal white flames, was grasped firmly in his hand. What is this? As Yao Chun summoned the bone spirit cold fire, the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan could distinctly sense the intense heat radiating from the chilling white flames surrounding Yao Chun, which seemed akin to ancient ice. Yet how could ice possibly emit such searing flames? What in the world is this phenomenon? Realizing the strange warmth emanating from Yao Chun's eerie white flames, the 4 elders of the Serpent Clan swallowed hard, exchanging uneasy glances, their hearts stirring with trepidation. Should that white fire staff strike them, and even a flicker of flame touch their skin, it would likely lead them to a point of no return. After all, serpentine beings are inherently aligned with coldness, and such extraordinary flames pose a significant threat to them. Previously, when Yao Chun refrained from using the bone spirit cold fire, the 3 among them could barely hold their ground. Now, it seemed even their combined strength would not suffice. It is time to conclude this. Observing the 4 opponents before him, who appeared to be on high alert, Yao Chun bore an enigmatic smile. The white staff in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The intense light above grew increasingly brilliant, until it resembled a radiant sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. With a low shout, Yao Chun swung his heavy ruler down fiercely upon the elder of the serpent people. Flame split, devouring wave. His voice echoed through the heavens as a massive crescent-shaped white energy blade, spanning 10 zhang in width, shot forth from the tip of the ruler. The gigantic white flame energy crescent soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its sudden heat enveloping the surrounding serpent people as if they were caught in a wave of fire. The crescent blade produced piercing sonic booms, cleaving the air, exuding an unyielding might that seemed capable of splitting the sky asunder. What a terrifying combat technique! Yao Chun's flame split. Devouring wave caused the pupils of the four elder serpent people across from him to narrow in alarm. In the next moment, the four joined forces to unleash a massive torrent towards the white crescent blade in an attempt to counter it. Whoosh! The crescent blade sliced through the air, ultimately colliding with the torrents launched by the four elders, creating a thunderous explosion that resonated across the sky. A terrifying wave of energy surged from the point of impact, generating immense pressure that sent the sand and stones swirling below, completely altering the landscape. However, despite the four elders' efforts, the white flame energy crescent remained unscathed. In a flash, it erupted from the center of the energy storm and struck the elder of the serpent people. The white crescent, albeit diminished in strength, still inflicted considerable damage upon the elder, shattering her armor and causing her blood to surge violently. Elder. Upon witnessing the elder's injury, the other three elderly women were instantly filled with anxiety. The serpent warriors observing the battlefield from a distance felt a chill run down their spines. To think that even the elders could be defeated, was calamity truly befalling the serpent people today? What of Her Majesty the Queen? Why has she not appeared in our time of crisis? Surely, the Queen would come. She would not allow our sacred city to be destroyed. At that moment, countless serpent warriors awaited the emergence of their queen to rescue them. Meanwhile, at the city wall, leaders such as Yinran and Mobas were being pushed back under the assault of the spectral flame cat, each sustaining severe injuries, their bodies scorched in various places by the black flames. Their combined technique might suffice against ordinary, yet the chasm between the peak of and was insurmountable for them. All warriors, heed my command. Defend our sacred city. Attack. Seeing Yinran and the others retreat in defeat, Washir immediately issued an offensive order to the multitude of serpent warriors atop the wall. Kill! Kill! In an instant, countless serpent warriors hurled their poisoned spears towards the direction of the phantom flame cat and morning breeze. The multitude of sharp, venomous projectiles blotted out the sky, forming an overwhelming barrage. If such a multitude of attacks were unleashed by fighters of the Dou spirit realm or even Dou Masters, even Dou Emperors and Dou Zone practitioners would find it rather challenging to contend with. However, on the city ramparts, the majority of the serpent warriors were merely at the Dou Master level, with some scarcely reaching the Dou fighter rank, incapable of unleashing their Dou Qi effectively. While the sheer volume of this assault covered an extensive area, it lacked the concentrated force necessary to pose any real threat to beings of the size and prowess of the phantom flame cat and morning breeze. It appeared to be an exhilarating display. Alas, it proved utterly futile. Observing the rain of poisoned spears cascading from the city walls, Morning Breeze gently shook his head, his Dou Qi surging as he conjured a formidable silver armor. He then extended his palm forward and unleashed a powerful strike towards the oncoming barrage. A massive silver palm imprint erupted forth with tremendous force. Bang! 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 Where the silver imprint passed, the poisoned spears shattered, creating a void amidst the torrent of projectiles, ensuring that not a single spear could reach Morning Breeze. Meanwhile, the phantom flame cat found it even easier to deflect the incoming spears. Despite her diminutive appearance, she possessed a terrifying strength that was truly astonishing. As the poisoned spears approached, she did not even attempt to evade. The sharp projectiles struck her as if they were rebounding off steel, breaking upon impact. Once the deluge of poisoned spears had subsided, both Morning Breeze and the phantom flame cat emerged unscathed. In stark contrast, the serpent tribe suffered greatly, with a gaping breach appearing in the towering walls of the holy city and 7 or 8 serpent warriors perishing beneath Morning Breeze's palm. Human, do not be so arrogant. The elder of the serpent tribe, witnessing the scene atop the holy city walls, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, her eyes reddening. In the next moment, she roared as her form transformed into a massive, ethereal blue python, measuring over 10 feet in length. Observing this, the other 3 elders of the serpent tribe swiftly executed some hand seals, their bodies enveloped in a brilliant light, morphing into equally formidable, fearsome pythons. Hiss, 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 hiss. For colossal pythons soared through the sky, their cavernous jaws agape, revealing their menacing fangs, creating a tremendous visual impact. Once the serpent tribe members assumed their beastly forms, they were prepared to fight to the death. It was evident that the elder of the serpent tribe had cast aside her concerns about her own vitality and was ready to engage in a fierce battle. At this moment, the four transformed elders of the serpent tribe did not seek to confront Yao Chun. Instead, they twisted their bodies and surged towards the walls of the holy city at an incredible speed. Master, be cautious. Upon seeing the target of the four massive pythons, Yao Chun and the purple demon griffin swiftly retreated. Damn, it seems these four old wretches are determined to fight to the finish. Upon witnessing the four colossal serpents charging towards him, Chen Feng could not help but utter an expletive. He swiftly flapped his thunder wings and retreated, seeking refuge behind the phantom flame cat, quickly reuniting with Yao Chun and the purple demon griffin. Before long, the formidable forces on both sides faced each other, separated by over 100 yards in the sky beyond the city walls. Human, if you insist on slaughtering my serpent folk today, we old ones will fight to the death to ensure you remain. The elder of the serpent folk, transformed into a massive azure serpent, roared at Chen Feng. After battling for a considerable time, they had discerned that the strongest opponent among them was none other than the seemingly weakest human youth. Huh, do you not find your own words absurd? Chen Feng retorted with a mocking smile. Had you not obstructed my path from the very beginning, I would have departed long ago. The current predicament is entirely of your own making. The azure serpent's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Alas, human, we misjudged the situation previously. What must you propose for us to cease hostilities? After a moment of silence, the elder sighed and spoke with resignation, her words signifying a concession in their negotiation. Should Chen Feng agree to halt his actions, they would strive to fulfill his demands. The war between humans and the serpent folk has never been a matter of right or wrong. Had Chen Feng revealed his true strength from the outset, the serpent folk would have disregarded any notions of face and dealt with the intruder accordingly, likely opting to offer the sand mandala to restore peace. This battle had resulted in numerous casualties among the serpent folk warriors, and several serpent leaders had also sustained injuries. The once severely wounded flower serpent king's fate remained uncertain, and the four elders of the serpent folk had suffered further depletion of their vitality, potentially shortening their lifespans by several years. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, those standing behind the four elders, including Mo Bas, refrained from interjecting, fearing they might jeopardize the negotiations. Chen Feng, upon hearing the elders' display of weakness, hesitated for a moment. Having anticipated the conflict prior to acquiring the sand mandala, he had mentally prepared himself and was not particularly enraged. Moreover, he had promised Queen Medusa to spare the serpent folk this time. However, since the serpent folk had invited him to present conditions, perhaps he could procure a substantial supply of resources. Given the vast resources of the serpent folk, even a modest acquisition could greatly benefit Chen Feng's own family and sect. If you wish for me to cease my actions now, it is not impossible. Contribute 1/3 of the resources from your sacred city's treasury, and I shall agree to a truce. Chen Feng declared with a smile, presenting his terms. 1/3 of the treasury's resources. Upon hearing the conditions presented by Morning Wind, the four elders of the serpent people, along with several leaders, visibly paled. Having languished in the barren expanse of the desert for such an extended period, the serpent people were already facing dire shortages. Should they acquiesce to Morning Wind's demands, their plight would undoubtedly worsen. Human, on what grounds should we trust that you will refrain from striking against us once you have acquired the resources? The Grand Elder of the serpent people spoke with an icy tone. Huh, do you truly believe you have a choice? Morning Wind retorted with a dismissive scoff. As his words lingered in the air, the Grand Elder fell into silence once more. Engaging in further conflict would merely deplete them. Even if they managed to repel Morning Wind, they would find themselves exhausted within a few years. By then, the neighboring empires would surely recognize the serpent people's vulnerability, ushering in a grim fate of annihilation and enslavement for their kind. Human, remember your words. Should you dare to betray us, we, the serpent people, will ensure that you suffer even in our downfall. Ultimately, the Grand Elder consented to Morning Wind's demands. dispatching individuals to retrieve 1/3 of the resources from the treasury of their sacred city and delivering them into Morning Wind's hands. This journey into the desert proved worthwhile. 100 miles away from the sacred city, Morning Wind perched upon the back of a purple demon griffin, feeling a sense of elation. The resources surrendered by the serpent people stirred a profound excitement within him, even evoking astonishment within his own house of Mytel. After distancing himself from the serpent people's sacred city, Morning Wind concentrated and entered his small world. Human, did you just have a conflict with my kin? As soon as he entered the small world, Queen Medusa anxiously inquired. Ever since Ling Yu departed, she had been in a state of distress. As you surmised, those 4 old fools harbored ulterior motives today, Morning Wind replied with composure. You did not harm them, did you? You promised me yesterday that you would let them off the hook. Upon receiving Morning Wind's confirmation, Queen Medusa's anxiety intensified. Rest assured, today's actions were merely a small reprimand. Morning Wind assured her with a nod. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards the enchanting visage of Queen Medusa and playfully inquired, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now you must surely know what you ought to do next? Chapter 157. The Return of the Ice Emperor. Qinglin's Pregnancy. Young Master Chen Feng. Is this the place where that esteemed ancestor of your family resides? Standing on the street, Qinglin gazed curiously at the quaintly adorned shop before her. During their journey to Mo City, Chen Feng had shared a few details regarding Heibadong. Indeed, the venerable elder hidden within is none other than the Ice Emperor Heibadong, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the empire. Once we enter, do remember to pay your respects. Young master, I shall remember. Chen Feng nodded lightly, and then led Qinglin directly into the shop. On the street, numerous passers-by had just witnessed the astonishing scene of Chen Feng descending from the sky with the wings of thunder, leaving them all in awe. How could such a young powerhouse emerge from such a remote place as Mo City? Among the crowd, a girl who had been closest to where Chen Feng and Qinglin landed appeared particularly excited. Clad in a form-fitting red gown, she possessed a charming appearance, and her figure, accentuated by the dress, was undeniably alluring. The Ice Emperor Heibadong, one of the empire's top 10 powerhouses. My father's earlier conjectures were indeed correct. That venerable elder is a reclusive Dou Huang expert. At this moment, after Chen Feng entered the shop, a hint of excitement illuminated the girl's exquisite face. It was evident that she had overheard Chen Feng's conversation with Qinglin. Subsequently, the girl followed closely behind, stepping curiously into the shop. Inside the goodish shop, there were very few customers. Only 2 individuals were meticulously selecting items, while Heibadong, as always, sat at the counter, diligently crafting a desert map. As Chen Feng approached, Heibadong immediately sensed a powerful aura of cultivation and abruptly lifted his head. Ah, it's you, young lad. Recognizing Chen Feng, Heibadong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a warm smile. A Douwang now? However, in the next moment, Heibadong's heart skipped a beat as he gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief. Indeed, noticing Heibadong's reaction, Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Elder, during my recent expedition to the desert, I encountered some fortuitous opportunities and managed to inadvertently break through to Douwang. Excellent. Such progress in cultivation requires not only talent, but also opportunities. It is truly wonderful that you have been granted this chance. Upon hearing Chen Feng's candid response, Heibadong's smile widened even further, nodding in appreciation. This young man had risen to the level of a Douwang. No wonder he exuded such a formidable presence. The dialogue between Chen Feng and Heibadong did not go unnoticed by the 2 individuals in the shop who had been selecting maps. They stared at Chen Feng in astonishment. A Douwang powerhouse, and one who appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. This revelation was overwhelmingly significant to them. The respect this young Douwang held for Master Ice only confirmed that he truly was a Dou Huang expert. At this moment, the woman in the red dress was increasingly certain of Heibadong's identity. It seemed that he sensed the presence of others in the shop was somewhat intrusive. Thus, with a hint of impatience, he waved his hand and coldly instructed, Everyone, please leave. We will not be conducting business today. Upon hearing his words, the 2 individuals who had been selecting maps reluctantly exited the shop. However, the woman in red, who had entered with Chen Feng, remained rooted in place. Master Bing. She hesitated slightly, speaking timidly. In response, Heibadong cast a brief glance at her and replied indifferently, You should return as well. There is no need for you to come here to assist any longer. The unceremonious dismissal left the woman in red momentarily stunned. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, and she bit her lip in distress. Her intention had been to persuade Hai Buodong to take her as a student, but his words clearly extinguished that hope, leading her to feel an overwhelming sense of grievance as mist began to blur her long eyelashes. Young master, this sister looks so pitiful. Observing the tearful countenance of the woman in red, Qing Lin spoke softly to Chen Feng, unable to suppress her compassion. Who is this little girl? Hai Buodong inquired, surprised by Qing Lin's comment. I have met the Grand Elder. My name is Qing Lin, and I am the young master's maid. She quickly replied, bowing respectfully to Hai Buodong. So, you are that little one's maid. Hai Buodong remarked with a hint of indifference. Then, as if recalling Qing Lin's earlier words, he paused momentarily, his fingers brushing over a yellow spatial ring on his fingertip, causing a scroll to manifest. With a flick of his finger, he directed the scroll towards the woman in red and said with a hint of helplessness, this is a low-level Earth-grade combat technique. Since you have assisted me for so long, I will gift it to you. I understand you wish for me to take you as a student, but I truly have no intention of doing so. Consider this a form of compensation. Dumbfounded, the woman in red received the scroll, tightly pressing her lips together. After a moment, she offered a slight bow of gratitude to Qing Lin beside Chen Feng before, with a downcast expression, gently exiting the shop. Once the woman in red had departed, Hai Buodong lightly pressed a spot behind the counter, causing all the doors of the shop to close immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, he stepped out from behind the counter and placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, inquiring, Chen Feng, how did things go during your trip to the desert? Grand Elder, I successfully located the sand mandala and even went to the alchemist elder to have him refine the breaking calamity pill. Without hesitation, Chen Feng produced a jade vial containing the pill and handed it to Hai Buodong. Already successfully refined. Your efficiency is truly astonishing, Hai Buodong exclaimed, eagerly opening the jade vial, from which an enticing aroma of medicinal essence wafted forth. Gazing at the purple elixir within the jade vial, a wave of ecstatic disbelief washed over the aged visage of Hai Buodong. His joy stemmed from the fulfillment of his desires in acquiring this breakthrough pill, while his astonishment was rooted in the incredulity of how Chen Feng had traversed the desert in such a brief span, only to find a seventh-tier alchemist to concoct the potion. Without offering an explanation, Chen Feng pointed to the elixir and spoke softly, Elder, please test the effects of this pill first and determine whether the description of the recipe is embellished. I, too, wish to uncover if this elixir can truly shatter the seal upon me. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Hai Buodong cast aside all other thoughts, focusing solely on the breakthrough pill. Come, follow me to a particular place. With that, he strode towards a side door, with Chen Feng and Qing Lin trailing behind. Upon entering the side door, a corridor unveiled itself, dimly lit, with faintly glowing lanterns placed every 10 meters or so. In this shadowy ambience, Hai Buodong led the way, lost in thought, while Chen Feng remained silent, the subtle sound of their footsteps echoing through the elongated corridor, a continuous murmur that resonated. This sound sent a shiver down Qing Lin's spine, prompting her to cautiously stay close to Chen Feng. Although the corridor followed a straight path, Chen Feng sensed they were descending. After nearly 20 minutes of this oppressive march, Hai Buodong suddenly halted, turning to Chen Feng with a smile, we've arrived. As Chen Feng's gaze passed over Hai Buodong, he scanned the area ahead and discovered, illuminated by the soft light, a sturdy iron door at the end of the corridor. The door appeared heavy and dark, exuding a sense of solidity. Observing the iron door, Hai Buodong quickened his pace, soon standing before it. He grasped the head of a black iron lion mounted beside the door, and with a resounding click, the door creaked open, revealing a brilliant light streaming forth. Step inside. He beckoned with a wave of his hand, smiling as he led the way. Chen Feng hesitated not, entering the basement with Qing Lin in tow. Upon entering the subterranean chamber, the temperature plummeted sharply, a faint chill enveloping them. This basement resembled an underground ice cavern, with thick walls and ceiling adorned with pristine ice formations. Jagged icicles hung from above like sharp swords, suspended in the air. A gentle mist of cold wafted through the chamber, lingering perpetually. And one could only wonder how much time and effort Hai Buodong had invested in creating such an expansive subterranean space. With a light chuckle, Hai Buodong explained, the martial arts I cultivate are inclined towards the chilling essence, making this location particularly conducive for my practice. Additionally, being elevated above the ground, the ice and soil here effectively obscure the aura, shielding us from detection by other formidable warriors. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Qinglin. So, how are you faring with the cold here? I'm perfectly fine. Qinglin responded with a smile, shaking her head gently. Without further ado, Chen Feng took a seat in the central chair of the basement alongside Qinglin. Please wait a moment. If this medicinal pill proves effective, I should be able to break through the seal shortly. Observing the two seated, Heibadong called out to them before lightly tapping his toes against the ground. He leaped onto a dais formed entirely of solid ice, sitting cross-legged. He then placed the into his mouth, swallowing it after a slight movement of his throat. The basement fell into a profound silence as Chen Feng and Qinglin silently watched Heibadong on the icy platform. Half an hour later, a surge of fierce energy rippled through the stillness. Heibadong, who had been enshrouded in silence, suddenly began to tremble violently. Waves of potent energy rapidly radiated from his body, shattering nearby tables and ice pillars with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Reacting swiftly, Chen Feng conjured a silver energy shield around himself and Qinglin, successfully blocking the onslaught of energy ripples. Meanwhile, Heibadong, seemingly oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed, continued to shake violently. His aged visage suddenly tensed, and an eerie blue energy began to coalesce upon his forehead. Moments later, it manifested into a slender serpentine pattern of ghostly blue energy. This serpentine form coiled around Heibadong's brow, firmly sealing the tumultuous martial energy within him. The instant the pattern emerged, a faint violet energy began to spiral up from his neck, soon making contact with the ethereal blue serpent. The collision of these two fierce energies resulted in the earlier surges of energy ripples. The violet energy and the ghostly blue serpent engaged in a tense standoff on Heibadong's forehead, emitting a faint glow that cast an eerie light upon his face. Coupled with the intense pain caused by the struggle of these two energies at such a crucial point, Heibadong's expression contorted slightly, giving him an unsettling and ferocious appearance. Two streams of energy, one violet and the other azure, were locked in a stalemate upon the visage of Heibadong, undulating up and down. However, after nearly half an hour of this impasse, the ethereal azure serpentine pattern began to fade slightly, indicating that the so-called breaking elixir indeed possessed an extraordinary efficacy in countering such seals. The violet energy, leveraging its restraining properties, gradually expelled the territory occupied by the serpentine markings. As it pushed the latter away from the crown of Heibadong's forehead, the violet energy surged fiercely, forcefully dislodging the serpentine pattern from his mind. As the serpent pattern detached from Heibadong's consciousness, it trembled violently before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. In that fleeting moment of separation, Heibadong's tightly shut eyes burst open, radiating a fierce brilliance akin to solid light. A formidable aura, reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber, erupted from deep within his body, which had been suppressed for nearly several decades. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, the crystalline ice layer within the basement began to crack. Haha, this damned seal has finally vanished. I have reclaimed my status as a Dou Huang. With his feet planted upon the icy platform, Heibadong's body ascended into the air like lightning, his countenance alight with ecstasy as he threw his head back in uproarious laughter. The violent resonance carried by his fighting spirit caused the surrounding fractured ice to shatter with a resounding crash. Congratulations, Elder, on breaking the seal. Observing Heibadong's jubilant figure suspended in midair, Chen Feng rose from his seat, smiling as he offered his heartfelt congratulations. Haha, this is all thanks to you. Young man, without you, I would have languished here far longer. In response to Chen Feng's words, Heibadong swiftly descended to the ground, his voice infused with gratitude. Elder, now that you have restored your cultivation, I wish to escort you back to the family. I am certain that the old master will be overjoyed to see your return. Chen Feng continued earnestly. Upon hearing this, Heibadong scanned the ice chamber and remarked, Indeed, after this, I find little reason to remain here. In a few days, we shall return. Elder, you have spent decades here. There must be some memories worth cherishing. How about this? I shall refrain from disturbing you today, and I will return the day after tomorrow at noon so we can depart for the imperial city together. Witnessing the contemplative expression on Heibadong's face, Chen Feng empathized with him and subsequently took his leave with the azure-scaled companion. Ding. Detection indicates that the azure-scaled entity is pregnant, rewarding the host with a grand gift package. Ding. Would the host like to open the grand gift package? Just as Chen Feng exited the basement, a system notification echoed suddenly within his mind. Chapter 158, Abundant Rewards. Queen Medusa feels despair again. Qinglin is pregnant. How delightful. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Feng momentarily paused in his stride, a smile gracing his face. Yet, it was evident that this was not the moment to examine the system rewards. After a brief halt, he resumed his journey, exiting the underground corridor and leaving the territory of Heibadong. He then sought refuge with Qinglin in an inn within the desolate city. What treasures might this reward bestow upon him? Upon reaching their room in the inn, Chen Feng eagerly addressed the system. System, open the gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 3-star Dozong experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the soul sealing spell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a small source of soul. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 300 Dou Wang rapid growth pills. All of the aforementioned items have been dispatched to the system space. Please check them, host. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Chen Feng's heart brimmed with excitement as he swiftly delved into the system space to inspect the rewards. The first item, the 3-star Dozong experience card, was one he was quite familiar with. This marked the 4th time he had received a similar cultivation experience card. Although the 3 subsequent rewards did not match the caliber of the initial 9-star Dozong experience card, each was incrementally superior to the last. With the 3-star Dozong experience card, Chen Feng could, through the application of his methods, temporarily unleash the combat prowess of an ordinary high-level Dozong, strength capable of subduing many formidable foes on this northwestern continent. His gaze swiftly scanned the 3-star Dozong experience card before shifting focus to the second reward. This was a golden, peculiar talisman. Soul Sealing Spell, an extraordinarily potent sealing technique that can be forcibly executed as an offensive measure. Upon successful casting, the spellcaster can freely regulate the power exerted by the afflicted target. What a marvelous sealing method. After absorbing the information regarding the soul sealing spell, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration, immediately contemplating his first target of use, Queen Medusa. Not long ago, he had worried that administering the transformation pill to her might allow her to break free from the seals laid by Yao Chun. With the soul sealing spell in hand, such concerns were now alleviated. Moreover, the ability to manipulate the strength of the afflicted could potentially provide better guidance for Queen Medusa. Next, Chen Feng hurriedly turned his attention to the third reward. This was a luminous orb, roughly the size of a grinding stone, radiating a transparent hue. Within it, an extremely formidable soul fluctuation emanated, pure and devoid of any impurities. Is this the source of soul? Observing the white orb that exuded pristine soul vibrations, curiosity sparked in Chen Feng's eyes. It was his first encounter with such a treasure since arriving in this Duki continent. The essence of the soul is the foundation of all living beings. Every entity in the cosmos possesses a soul. Deep within the soul resides a fragment of its origin, the very source from which the soul emerges, a unique energy that is perhaps the purest in existence. By absorbing this soul essence, one can directly enhance their soulful power. Although Chen Feng is not an alchemist, he yearns for this power. Generally speaking, individuals with profound soul strength possess heightened perceptive abilities compared to others. Moreover, soulful power can be wielded in combat. It is said that once one reaches a certain formidable realm, the soul can detach from the body and engage in battle independently. Unbound by limitations, Chen Feng could not help but feel a surge of anticipation regarding how much stronger his soul power would become upon absorbing this essence. However, he quickly quelled his excitement and shifted his focus to the final reward. This last reward consisted of 300 pills. The Dou Wang Rapid Advancement Pill. One who consumes this pill can swiftly ascend to the rank of Dou Wang, even if they are merely a fighter at the time. However, they will forever remain at this level, unable to break through further, with their lifespan unaffected by the pill. The name Dou Wang Rapid Advancement Pill is indeed quite literal, facilitating a swift elevation to Dou Wang status. Upon reading the description of this pill, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. This pill bears a striking resemblance to a renowned concoction from the Dou Qi continent known as the life-devouring pill. The life-devouring pill is a pinnacle-grade pill that once astonished the Dou Qi continent. It allows practitioners at the Great Dou Shi level to elevate to Dou Wang in a remarkably brief period. Albeit at the cost of a mere 3 years of life, its advantages and disadvantages are glaringly apparent. Those who dare to consume the life-devouring pill are either ruthless individuals or those left with no alternatives, often combining it with longevity-enhancing pills to break through to Dou Huang within that limited time frame and thus evade its side effects. The Dou Wang Rapid Advancement pill that Chen Feng has acquired is far more lenient in its usage restrictions than the life-devouring pill. It does not require one to be at the Great Dou Shi level, as even ordinary fighters can partake. Furthermore, it does not carry the drawback of shortening one's lifespan, allowing those who break through to retain the longevity of a Dou Wang. The sole limitation is that consuming this pill depletes one's potential entirely, leaving them forever stagnant at the Dou Wang level. With these 300 Dou Wang Rapid Advancement pills, it signifies that I can swiftly cultivate a force comprising 300 Dou Wang powerhouses. Chen Feng's mind raced with possibilities. For instance, the formidable Yinran sect of the empire, which boasts merely around 10 Dou Wang warriors. Should he succeed in assembling a faction with 300 Dou Wang experts, several neighboring empires would swiftly fall under his dominion. "Young master, are you all right?" In the inn's chamber, Qing Lin observed Chen Feng standing still, lost in thought. Initially refraining from interrupting him, she grew increasingly concerned as time elapsed and softly called out to him. Hearing the call of Qing Lin, Chen Feng immediately regained his senses and turned his gaze towards her. "Young master, what were you just thinking, so lost in thought?" Qing Lin inquired with a smile as she prepared a cup of tea for him. In response, Chen Feng reached out to gently stroke Qing Lin's snow-white chin and chuckled. "I was pondering how to reward my little Qing Lin." "Reward? But young master, why would you reward me? I haven't done anything," Qing Lin replied, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. Chen Feng, of course, would not divulge the news of her pregnancy at that moment. He laughed softly and said, "Oh, you're so adorable. When I'm in a good mood, I simply want to reward you. No reason needed." With that, he pulled Qing Lin into his embrace, his lips brushing against her fair cheek. After sharing a tender moment with Qing Lin, Chen Feng soon gave her a few instructions before stepping out of the room. With a flicker of thought, he entered his small world. Upon entering, he found Queen Medusa diligently practicing her cultivation, striving to break through the seals set by Yao Chun. "Master, you're here," Sununner exclaimed, snuggling against him. Her call alerted Queen Medusa to Chen Feng's arrival. However, Queen Medusa did not open her eyes to look at him. Instead, a blush crept across her fair cheeks, causing her to falter in her rhythm of cultivation. Observing her reaction, a smirk played at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth, as if he had discerned some of her inner thoughts. In the next moment, he mentally commanded the system, extract the spirit sealing spell. As his thoughts resonated, the golden, peculiar runes within the system space transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting into Chen Feng's mind. Instantly, this golden light morphed into a vast stream of information, merging with his consciousness. Once the golden light dissipated, a newfound clarity sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. He gently pushed Sununner away, his fingers surging with energy as he swiftly crafted a series of intricate seals. An array of astonished energy ripples surged around him, and as his movements ceased, a golden pillar burst forth from his palm, piercing through to Queen Medusa in the corner. Startled by the golden beam entering her body, Queen Medusa opened her eyes in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, a look of sheer joy illuminated her beautiful face. "Haha, my cultivation has finally returned," she exclaimed, lifting her proud head and bursting into laughter, while a tremendous pressure emanated from her being, as she regained her peak status of Dou Huang. It appeared that the casting of the spirit sealing spell had inadvertently shattered the seal set by Yao Chun. Chen Feng mused to himself. Confronted by the Queen Medusa, who had regained her emperor-level prowess, Chen Feng remained remarkably composed, for he had successfully cast his spirit sealing spell upon her. With a mere thought, he could manipulate the extent of power that Queen Medusa could wield. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, momentarily exhilarated in her newfound strength, suddenly focused her gaze on Chen Feng, her violet eyes brimming with indignation and cold resentment. While she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, the restored Queen Medusa refrained from acting impulsively. Having witnessed Chen Feng's display of Dozong's strength, She was acutely aware that she was no match for him. Her true objective lay with Sununner. She believed that once Chen Feng departed from this realm, she could see Sununner and use her as leverage against him, which was the only feasible plan she could conceive at that moment. Wasn't the sensation of regaining her power utterly delightful? Just as this thought crossed Queen Medusa's mind, Chen Feng's seemingly casual remark echoed in her consciousness. Upon hearing his words, her expression turned frigid, and she offered no response. Ignoring the words of her master indicated a lack of appreciation for the opportunity to regain her strength. Queen Medusa's demeanor displeased Chen Feng, who shook his head gently before casting several more hand seals. As he executed these seals, the oppressive aura of the emperor-level power emanating from Queen Medusa dissipated entirely. How could this be? Why has my power vanished once more? This sudden turn of events left Queen Medusa astounded, a look of confusion etched upon her face. Upon confirming that her strength had indeed been sealed again, she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Feng and exclaimed, "What have you done to me? Why has my power been sealed again? From this moment forth, your prowess is at my discretion. I can grant it or seal it away as I please. If you remain oblivious to your predicament, you shall never reclaim your strength in this lifetime." Chen Feng replied with a chilling smile. "You." Stunned by Chen Feng's explanation, Queen Medusa found herself at a loss for words, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. In that instant, she comprehended the terrifying nature of Chen Feng. He possessed the ability to wield such an uncanny method. System, extract the essence of the miner's soul. Ignoring Queen Medusa's reaction, Chen Feng proceeded to claim the reward bestowed by the system. Shortly, a translucent orb, roughly the size of a grinding wheel, materialized before him. The orb floated gently, radiating a soft and pure luminescence that spread outward, illuminating the verdant blades of grass within the small world, rendering them even more lush and vibrant. What is this? Why does it emanate such a potent soul resonance? As the translucent orb appeared, both Sununner and Queen Medusa wore expressions of astonishment, staring fixedly in Chen Feng's direction. The morning breeze gazed intently at the luminous sphere of souls, exhaling gently before extending a hand to touch its surface. In that moment of contact, he could perceive the profound essence of the vast soul energy emanating from within the sphere, a sensation that enveloped the core of his being with a profound warmth. Without a moment's hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, intent on refining this soul essence. From the center of his brow, a surge of soul power manifested, transforming into a formidable force of attraction. Under the influence of this magnetic pull, the luminous sphere quivered slightly, releasing an exceptionally pure soul energy that enveloped him, flowing ceaselessly through his mouth, nose, and skin pores. In that instant, he felt as though his soul were immersed in a gentle radiance, akin to an embryo nestled within the womb. As he continued to absorb the soul essence, he could visibly sense the amplification of his soul's power. However, this significant enhancement brought with it a throbbing pain in his brow, while the temples on either side of his head swelled, pulsating like small drums. After a day's passage, even he found it increasingly difficult to endure. An abrupt, thunderous explosion resonated within the depths of his mind, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. With a resounding boom, his consciousness was thrown into disarray, his vision flooded with golden light, and his mind enveloped in chaos. Chapter 159, The Spirit Realm. The Queen's Transformation. The Master's soul power has surged remarkably. This luminous orb has inexplicably rendered this individual's soul strength extraordinarily potent. Observing the scene where Chen Feng refined the essence of the soul, both Sununner and Queen Medusa in the small world began to harbor faint suspicions, particularly for Sununner. As a young lady of an ancient clan, her previous experiences were extensive. She was aware of certain obscure secrets of the continent. Thus, witnessing Chen Feng's rapid enhancement of soul power left her greatly astonished. She pondered how Chen Feng had managed to acquire such a precious essence of the soul. This peculiar state of Chen Feng did not last long. Once his consciousness returned to clarity, the excruciating pain in his mind finally dissipated. He could vaguely sense that his soul seemed to have become several times stronger than before. What realm is my soul presently in? Has it transcended into the spirit realm? Observing the now vanished, entirely absorbed soul orb, curiosity arose within Chen Feng. He was uncertain of how much this system reward of the miniature soul essence could elevate his soul-less realm. As Chen Feng contemplated, He suddenly perceived that the energy of the world within the small realm was being stirred by some enigmatic force, surging towards his brow in overwhelming waves. Could this be spiritual energy? Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement within. He understood that transitioning from the mortal realm to the spirit realm required more than mere amplification of soul strength. It also involved a transformation, necessitating the infusion of spiritual energy present in the world. Ordinary individuals are typically oblivious to spiritual energy, generally. Only those who have reached the 7th rank as alchemists can faintly sense its presence. Now, having met that criterion, Chen Feng could distinctly feel the flow of spiritual energy coursing through the universe. At this moment, the spiritual energy within the small realm surged frantically into Chen Feng's brow, ultimately merging with the soul that resided there. In this fusion, his soul was enveloped in a warm spiritual essence, the soothing energy quietly permeating every corner, evoking a sensation so pleasurable that he could scarcely restrain a moan. However, the confines of the small realm were undeniably limited. Such an infusion of spiritual energy was evidently insufficient for Chen Feng's soul to ascend to the so-called spirit realm. Consequently, this fierce absorption lasted only a brief moment before Chen Feng willed himself to depart from the small world. As he emerged, the extraordinary power at his brow suddenly intensified, culminating in an invisible wave that quietly radiated outward, penetrating walls, escaping the inn, and spreading into the vast sky above. Boom! With the expansion of this wave, the atmosphere of Mo City instantly erupted like a boiling cauldron, stirring into a frenzy. The sudden upheaval of the heavens and earth captured the attention of the residents of Mo City. However, the ethereal essence of spiritual energy appeared somewhat insubstantial to them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment as they gazed at the undulating landscape, unable to discern the source of this tumult. What was transpiring? In the ancient map shop, Hai Buodong was equally astonished. Yet, even he could only perceive a faint hint of the peculiar phenomena, remaining oblivious to the events unfolding around him. This bizarre occurrence swiftly expanded beyond Mo City, extending 100 miles outward, enveloping all beings and magical creatures within that radius in this strange spiritual energy wave. At this moment, Chen Feng was oblivious to the external disturbances, immersed in the dense spiritual energy that surrounded him. The sensation penetrated to the very depths of his soul, akin to the intoxication of alcohol, rendering him reluctant to awaken. Meanwhile, at the center of his brow, the influx of immense spiritual energy was gradually inducing a transformative change. The soul, typically a nebulous and ineffable entity, is the essence of life itself, profoundly enigmatic. The souls of ordinary individuals merely exist as a semblance of the void. Yet when harnessed, these soul energies can yield significant effects upon separation from the body. However, following the preceding transformations, the soul energy at Chen Feng's brow was no longer in its previous insubstantial state. It had coalesced into a singular form, occasionally pulsating like a heartbeat. Perhaps due to the influence of the spiritual energy, the soul at his brow emanated a newfound vibrancy, appearing more alive than ever. As the influx of spiritual energy continued to swell, Chen Feng's soul writhed, resembling something gestating within, yet he sensed an inexplicable lack in this nurturing process. Yes, I recall that to fully ascend to the realm of spirit, I require guidance in the cultivation techniques for the soul. Yao Chun emerged. At this pivotal moment, Chen Feng suddenly recalled something and hastily summoned Yao Chun from the soul banner. The restrictions of the soul banner lifted, Yao Chun emerged, his ancient eyes flickering with surprise as he sensed the extraordinary phenomena surrounding them. The master was indeed ascending to the realm of spirit. Yao Chun expressed his excitement, marveling at how, at the tender age of 15 or 16, Chen Feng had achieved such a remarkable milestone. Enough of the pleasantries, quickly teach me the soul cultivation techniques. Chen Feng admonished Yao Chun, observing his momentary distraction. Yes, master. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, Yao Chun promptly recited an incantation that resonated like celestial music. Chen Feng followed suit, mentally echoing the esoteric verses. As these incantations gradually reverberated within his mind, the soul at his brow quickened its movement, and something seemed to be taking shape within. Bang! Not long after, within the inn, a formidable wave surged forth, shattering nearby wooden planks and walls. Above the city of Mo, in the distant heavens, an ethereal radiance hung suspended, with an overwhelming force of soul energy surging outward like a tide from its nucleus, sweeping rapidly in all directions. At that moment, the entirety of Mo City, and indeed all within a 100-mile radius, felt an intensely powerful pressure on their souls, causing both humans and beasts alike to tremble involuntarily under such an oppressive force. Was this soul energy? Upon sensing the immense pressure, Hai Buodong's expression froze. Even he felt a sense of insignificance under such weight. In the sky, a phantom figure materialized, resembling Chen Feng exactly. Although Chen Feng's physical form remained in the inn, he could perceive the scene above through his soul's eyes. After taking a few light steps in the air, the ethereal soul of Chen Feng descended, transforming into a small, invisible orb of light that shot into the center of his brow. As the soul re-entered Chen Feng's being, his body quivered slightly, and the pervasive pressure of soul energy dissipated entirely at that moment. Congratulations, Master, on successfully breaking through to the realm of soul. In the dilapidated inn, the spirit of Yao Chun beamed with excitement as he congratulated Chen Feng before him. Qing Lin stood nearby, gazing at Chen Feng in a daze. With a deep breath, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. This time, stepping into the realm of the soul granted him an unprecedented experience. Henceforth, he would be able to wield soul energy to unleash powerful attacks with but a mere thought. Relieved to see Chen Feng safe and sound, Qing Lin approached him and asked with a smile, "Young master, you must have achieved a remarkable breakthrough just now, right?" "Indeed, my soul's realm has elevated somewhat. These concepts may elude your understanding for now, but you shall grasp them in due time," Chen Feng replied with a smile, acknowledging that this newfound strength was largely due to the rewards bestowed by Qing Lin's pregnancy. Subsequently, Chen Feng and Qing Lin relocated to another inn before once again venturing into the small world. Upon Chen Feng's reappearance in the small world, both Sununner and Queen Medusa sensed the transformation within him. Though subtle, there was an inexplicable aura about Chen Feng that made him seem even more radiant than the day before. What kind of prodigy is this? Queen Medusa mused silently. When Chen Feng's gaze fell upon her, she instinctively lowered her head, a reaction perhaps born from the shame of their previous encounter or the insecurity stemming from her sealed cultivation. As she gazed upon the haughty visage of Queen Medusa, a gentle smile graced Chen Feng's face as he softly inquired, "Queen Medusa, after such an extensive period of cultivation, have you never contemplated the possibility of transformation?" "Transformation?" At his words, Queen Medusa slowly lifted her head, her mesmerizing purple eyes locking onto Chen Feng with an alluring intensity. "I possess a transformation elixir. I trust you are aware of its purpose?" Chen Feng gradually revealed a jade vial, pouring its contents into the palm of his hand, enveloping the entire realm in an enticing fragrance. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa silently nodded, her gaze fixed on the elixir in Chen Feng's hand, a glimmer of desire flickering in her eyes. "Queen Medusa, since the master has presented the elixir, why do you not beseech him for it? Such reticence will not earn you his favor." Observing her silence, Sununner approached, gently encouraging her. "Ask him." The suggestion stirred a tumult of emotions within Queen Medusa. Her yearning for the transformation elixir was profound, yet the idea of pleading with Chen Feng pricked at her pride. Nonetheless, recalling her previous submission in addressing Chen Feng as master and the humiliating acts she had performed for him, her internal resistance was notably lessened this time. "Consider this. A mere display of charm could secure the transformation elixir for you. How effortless it would be. Furthermore, should you adopt a more amiable demeanor, perhaps the master might allow you some respite outdoors." Sununner's words reverberated in Queen Medusa's mind, swaying her thoughts. Finally, she resolved to obtain the elixir from him at this juncture. She lifted her gaze, her enchanting purple eyes meeting Chen Feng's, and with a voice that sent shivers down the spine, she implored, "Master, please bestow upon me this transformation elixir." Witnessing Queen Medusa's submissive stance, Chen Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction swell within him. With a smile, he replied, "I shall grant you the transformation elixir, but you must ensure my satisfaction in return." "To satisfy you." At Chen Feng's words, a blush crept across Queen Medusa's cheeks as memories of her previous humiliating deeds for him resurfaced. As her thoughts tangled, Chen Feng flicked his finger, sending the transformation elixir soaring towards her. "Wonderful!" Queen Medusa exclaimed, swiftly catching the elixir, her face alight with joy. In that moment, All her focus was consumed by the precious elixir. The energy and aroma emanating from the 7th grade elixir dispelled any hesitation, compelling Queen Medusa to swallow it without a second thought. As the elixir entered her mouth, it transformed into a liquid, coursing down her throat and into her being, where it morphed into a peculiar energy that surged throughout her body. Let us restore your cultivation for the time being. Upon witnessing the Queen Medusa consume the transformation pill, Chen Feng felt a surge of concern for her sealed powers and hastily executed a series of hand seals to restore her strength. As soon as her powers were revived, Queen Medusa emitted a soul-stirring, low growl. Subsequently, her enchanting form began to radiate a dazzling purple luminescence, enveloping her entirely. Typically, a magical beast must endure the perilous trials of a thunder tribulation to transform. However, the use of the transformation pill eliminates such a treacherous step, which elucidates its esteemed status within the realm of magical beasts. The captivating sound of Medusa's soft exhale lasted only a few minutes before the purple aura fell silent. Chen Feng's gaze remained fixed upon the violet orb, his heart brimming with anticipation, while Sununner also cast a curious glance toward the glowing sphere. In a fleeting moment, the enveloping purple light began to dissipate rapidly, revealing a striking silhouette within. Before Chen Feng stood Queen Medusa, adorned in a delicate lavender robe, her raven tresses cascading down her shoulders, tapering off at her perfectly sculpted hips. Her alluring figure, reminiscent of a fully ripened peach, exuded an enticing charm that ignited a fervor within. As his gaze descended, Chen Feng noticed that the serpent tail of Queen Medusa had transformed into 2 long, fair legs. With her pristine feet hovering half an inch above the ground, crystal clear and untouched by grime. Ah, what a bewitching enchantress! Such a figure, if only one could lift her. Chen Feng's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the delicate beauty, unable to restrain an appreciative click of his tongue. Giggling, Queen Medusa exclaimed, at last, "I have transformed." Her heart swelled with joy at her successful metamorphosis, showcasing a vitality that Chen Feng had never before witnessed. Congratulations, Queen Medusa, on your successful transformation. However, do not forget that without your master's favor, such an opportunity would not have arisen. Now, it is time to serve your master diligently. Sununner quickly responded, first offering her congratulations before pointedly reminding her. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Queen Medusa's beautiful face, her gaze now intensely focused on Chen Feng. Chapter 161. Returning to the imperial capital, preparing to marry Ye Fei. In the sky above a few miles from Mo City, Wutan cast one last glance at the immense city nestled at the junction of desert and land, letting out a soft sigh. His expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Decades of seclusion had instilled in the indifferent man a peculiar fondness for this place. Alas, let us proceed. After taking a final look of remembrance, Wutan sighed again and called out to Chen Feng. The crystalline white wings of ice behind him flared open, propelling him forward. Chen Feng nodded slightly and unfurled his thunderous wings, swiftly giving chase, while Qing Lin remained cradled in his embrace, soaring through the skies alongside them. The speed of both Chen Feng and Wutan was remarkable. Within half a day's time, they arrived at a city that served as a gateway to the flying magical beasts destined for the imperial capital. Upon the back of the colossal flying beast, the previously taciturn Chen Feng and Wutan found themselves engaged in lively conversation. During their exchange, Wutan learned of Chen Feng's other identity. He was the direct disciple of the sect master of Yinran sect, currently serving as the young sect master. However, upon discovering this, Wutan's reaction was rather subdued. A young Douwang powerhouse like Chen Feng ascending to the position of sect master seemed entirely reasonable to him. After all, he predicted that with such talent, Chen Feng would undoubtedly evolve into a Dou Zong powerhouse in the future. Esteemed elder, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? How many stars do you possess as a Douwang? Chen Feng asked, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea. 2 stars. Without any hesitation, Wutan replied. Although the Pai Dan assisted me in breaking the seal imposed by Queen Medusa, my cultivation has been sealed for far too long. To regain my former peak state as a 5-star Douwang, I estimate it will take several more years. Perhaps I possess a method that could restore your strength. Hindered by the seal, within a year, without any adverse effects, Chen Feng asserted earnestly, lightly tapping his fingers on the teacup. Oh, What ingenious method do you have, young lad? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise appeared on Hai Buodong's aged visage. Esteemed elder, I am aware of a fifth-grade pill known as the revitalizing purple spirit pill. Its efficacy lies in completely restoring strength that has deteriorated due to sealing or internal injuries, making it particularly suitable for you, Chen Feng explained with a smile. While the grade of this pill is not exceptionally high, the materials required are quite rare. However, rest assured, once we return to the family, I will swiftly gather all the necessary ingredients. If such a pill truly exists, that would be splendid. Young Chen Feng, the presence of a talent like you in the Maitel family is indeed a blessing for us, as well as for this old man. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the delight on Hai Buodong's face intensified. He raised his teacup towards Chen Feng and said, "Come, let us toast to this joyous occasion." Hai Buodong regarded Chen Feng not merely as a junior, for the ability to lift the seal had bestowed upon him an immense debt of gratitude. Moreover, Chen Feng's extraordinary talent for cultivation was almost otherworldly. These factors combined led Hai Buodong to view Chen Feng as more than just a junior. Since you are in high spirits, why not indulge in some wine instead? Upon seeing Hai Buodong raise his cup, Chen Feng chuckled and retrieved a jar of fine wine from his spatial ring. Excellent, let us drink. Hai Buodong responded with a smile, and Qing Lin, who stood nearby, hurried to pour wine for both Chen Feng and Hai Buodong. Though Chen Feng possessed remarkable speed in flight, he preferred not to travel alone, especially with Qing Lin in tow, which complicated matters. Thus, he chose to ride a flying magical beast back to the imperial capital. During the journey, he did not share a cabin with Hai Buodong, allowing him to occasionally enter his small world. In the days that followed, Chen Feng had the pleasure of visiting Queen Medusa multiple times. After their last encounter, Queen Medusa's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. She was now wholly devoted to ensuring Chen Feng's comfort. She was willing to explore various postures, relinquishing her former regal pride. Queen Medusa's performance greatly satisfied Chen Feng, and each conquest brought him a thrilling sense of dominance. He believed that soon, she would surrender herself completely to him, much like Sununner, dedicating her efforts solely to pleasing him. At last, after several days of flight, the magical beast arrived above a grand and magnificent city. The holy city, Hai Buodong, have returned. Gazing down at the vast metropolis, Hai Buodong felt a flood of emotions, nostalgia filling his old eyes. Observing Hai Buodong's expression, Chen Feng chuckled, "Elder, your return will surely astonish many within the holy city." "Indeed, it should," Hai Buodong nodded and sighed. "Yet I wonder how many of the old acquaintances from decades of seclusion still remain, and how many would still recognize this old man." Chen Feng could empathize with Hai Buodong's sentiments. In his previous life, he was not from this Dou-Chi continent. He pondered how those from his past would react if he ever returned and whether anyone would still remember him. Before the flying beast could land, Hai Buodong unfurled his icy Dou-Chi wings and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Chen Feng activated his thunder wings and followed closely behind with Qing Lin at his side. Two formidable auras manifested above the empire of Jayamar. While the ordinary populace remained oblivious, deep within the palace of Jayamar, an ancient figure meditating suddenly opened his eyes. This aura, the aged man's murky gaze brimmed with intrigue as he murmured softly. In an instant, a sphere of earthy yellow light surged forth from the depths of the palace, ascending into the heavens. Upon its emergence in the sky, the yellow orb shot forth directly towards the location of Haibodong and Chen Feng. The commotion of the yellow orb was soon sensed by Haibodong, who swiftly turned his gaze towards the opposite side of the sky. It seemed that Xingxian had detected Haibodong's presence. If that old rascal harbored any ill intentions, he would have to face the consequences. Chen Feng's attention was also drawn to that segment of the sky. Having transcended into the spirit realm, his perceptive abilities were exceedingly acute, allowing him to detect the approaching aura of a Dou Huang even earlier than Haibodong. Chapter 162, Old Friends and the Worries of Jia Xingtian Wush. In the distance, a yellow orb of light hurtled towards them. Upon reaching 100 paces before Chen Feng and Hai Buodong, it abruptly halted, quivering slightly as its brilliance gradually receded, ultimately revealing an elderly man clad in a simple hemp robe, with hair as white as snow. As the old man approached, his gaze swiftly swept over Chen Feng and his companions. "Is that Hai Buodong?" To my astonishment, this old fellow is still alive. Upon recognizing Hai Buodong's visage and sensing the unique icy aura emanating from him, the old man in the hemp robe immediately confirmed Hai Buodong's identity, his heart swelling with surprise. However, when his gaze fell upon Chen Feng, a jolt of shock coursed through him. How can such a young lad possess the cultivation of a Dou Wan? This is utterly unfathomable. The old man wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. On the other hand, Hai Buodong quickly discerned the identity of the newcomer. This old man in the hemp robe was none other than Jia Xingtian, the guardian behind the Jia Ma royal family. At this moment, Hai Buodong keenly observed Jia Xingtian's reactions and surmised that the latter was equally astonished by Chen Feng's prodigious talent. For it was unheard of in the Jia Ma Empire and its neighboring realms for anyone to break through to Dou Wang at such a tender age of 16. Old man Jia, have you truly forgotten me after all these years? A smile graced Hai Buodong's face as he took the initiative to speak to Jia Xingtian. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian slowly withdrew his thoughts, shifting his gaze from Chen Feng back to Hai Buodong. If you had a few more scars on your face, I might truly not recognize you. Jia Xingtian replied with a chuckle. You old rascal, must you bring up my scars the moment we meet? Hai Buodong retorted, slightly indignant at Jia Xingtian's teasing. In that moment, the two old men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared nostalgia for the past. Suddenly, Jia Xingtian changed the subject, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Old Ice, who is this young man by your side? Old Jia, it's a pity that after staying in the imperial capital for so long, you still do not recognize the young master of Yinran's sect. Hai Buodong realized he could no longer conceal the truth from Jia Xingtian. Thus, he directly revealed Chen Feng's identity. He is the newly appointed young master of Yinran's sect? Jia Xingtian's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment upon hearing Hai Buodong's words. At this moment, Jia Xingtian's thoughts were as intricate as a labyrinth. Recently, the imperial princess, Yao Yi, had mentioned to him that Chen Feng, the young master of Yinran's sect, possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, having broken through to the Grand Dou Master realm before the age of 16. Most significantly, the young master of Yinran's sect hailed from the Meitel family, but later wed the granddaughter of Nalan Jia, forging a close alliance between the Meitel and Nalan families. Yao Yi had expressed concern that should Chen Feng take over Yinran's sect and unite with the Meitel and Nalan families, it would pose a considerable threat to the royal family. At the outset, Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Yet he did not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. After all, in his eyes, even if Chen Feng were to rise, it would still require a span of 7 or 8 years, during which many opportunities to alter the situation could arise. However, he soon discovered that Chen Feng's cultivation was not merely at the level of a grand fighter, as Yaya had claimed, but had quietly ascended to that of a fighter king. Such a pace of advancement was nothing short of monstrous. Furthermore, the long-vanished Ice Emperor Haibodong of the Middle family had returned to the imperial capital at this time. The combination of these two events immediately instilled in Jia Xingtian a profound sense of crisis. Recalling the last power shift in the Gamma Empire at that time, the Gamma royal family was precisely a behemoth among the existing noble families within the empire. Thus, the royal family had always maintained a vigilant stance towards these prominent families, never allowing their power to eclipse that of the monarchy. This young man posed a significant threat and could not be allowed to remain. At this moment, the thought of snuffing out Chen Feng in his cradle began to take root in Jia Xingtian's mind, though he concealed his murderous intent and calmly remarked, Old Ice, it is indeed a cause for celebration that your middle family has produced such a genius. It seems that before long, we old fellows will have to exit the stage. Jia Xingtian's hesitant reaction aroused suspicion in Haibodong, who, having lived for so many years, was keenly perceptive. He understood that someone like Chen Feng had already become a threat to the royal family, and it was highly likely that Jia Xingtian would entertain some nefarious thoughts. It appeared that he would need to keep a close watch on that young man during this period. With a silent sigh, Haibodong nonchalantly patted Chen Feng's shoulder and laughed. Young Chen Feng, it seems that old Jia holds you in high regard. Senior, my cultivation pales in comparison to both of you esteemed elders. Chen Feng responded with a calm smile, betraying no signs of tension or discomfort under the imposing presence of the two fighter kings. Qinglin, who had been enveloped in Chen Feng's embrace, felt a sense of unease in this atmosphere and remained silent. Chen Feng's demeanor elicited a look of admiration from Jia Xingtian, yet the more outstanding Chen Feng appeared. The greater the latent murderous intent simmered within Jia Xingtian. Old Ice, it has been decades since we last met. I wonder how your cultivation has progressed compared to those years. Why don't we have a friendly contest? Jia Xingtian suddenly proposed to Heibadong with a smile. His intentions transparently aimed at gauging Heibadong's true strength. This old fellow seeks to assert his dominance over me, doesn't he? Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's suggestion to spar, Heibadong's expression became somewhat unnatural. In the past, before his seal, he had been slightly inferior to Jia Xingtian, and over the decades, his cultivation had stagnated and even regressed significantly. How could he possibly contend with Jia Xingtian? If he agreed to the match, he would likely be defeated in just a few exchanges. Dear Elder Jia, the younger generation is aware of your reunion with old friends, which may stir some excitement. However, it is evident that over the past several decades, the esteemed Grand Elder has experienced certain physical setbacks that have led to a regression in his cultivation. I trust that you, Elder Jia, have discerned this as well. At this juncture, as Hai Buodong hesitated, Chen Feng interjected to provide clarification. He did not conceal the fact that Hai Buodong's cultivation had diminished. Rather, he intended to gauge Elder Jia's intentions. Should Elder Jia harbor any nefarious thoughts, the knowledge of Hai Buodong's weakened state would significantly lessen his apprehensions in executing his plans. Alas, upon hearing Chen Feng reveal his circumstances, Hai Buodong could only let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 163. The authority surpassing that of the clan leader and the council of elders. Old Ice, it seems that your circumstances over these past decades have been quite unfortunate. What a pity, for your innate talent and cultivation once surpassed even mine. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained one of regret as he sighed. Chen Feng had revealed the hidden affliction within Hai Buodong's body, rendering their sparring futile. After some idle conversation, Jia Xingtian took his leave first. Young Chen Feng, it appears that the old fellow's cultivation has likely reached the level of an 8-star or 9-star Dou Emperor. If he does not achieve a breakthrough soon, his time may be drawing near. Gazing at the departing yellow silhouette, Hai Buodong sighed again, his words laden with meaning. Elder Taishang, I understand your implication. If the Jiamar royal family were to lose the protection of Jia Xingtian, a Dou Emperor powerhouse, their authority would undoubtedly waver. Thus, it is highly probable that Jia Xingtian will pave the way for the royal lineage before his time comes. And I, perhaps, have been perceived as their greatest obstacle. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Chen Feng nodded slightly, responding with a calm demeanor. It seems this young man is quite aware of the situation. Moreover, he appears untroubled by the royal family's tactics. Though Chen Feng spoke with such tranquility, Hai Buodong discerned a profound confidence within his tone, prompting him to refrain from further comment. Subsequently, Chen Feng and Hai Buodong unfurled their wings and soared directly above the opulent estate of the middle family, descending at the entrance of the grand hall before stepping inside. Look, that person who just flew in seems to be Master Chen Feng. Master Chen Feng is actually capable of flight. What is the meaning of this? Who is that elderly man accompanying him? Could he possibly be a Douwang powerhouse? In broad daylight, many members of the middle family witnessed the arrival of Chen Feng and Hai Buodong at the estate. Crack! As Hai Buodong and Chen Feng entered the hall, an elderly man with graying hair and a stern countenance suddenly broke the pen he held in a study located in the rear courtyard. This aura, it resembles old Hai's. Sensing that unique, chilling presence, excitement surged upon the old man's face. Simultaneously, in another direction of the courtyard, Chen Feng's grandfather, the second elder of the middle family, Middle Huayuan, also sensed something amiss and immediately dashed toward the hall. Whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, these two white-haired elders burst into the hall together. This is Old Hai. Old Hai is still alive. Upon seeing the figure seated at the innermost part of the hall, their aged faces first registered shock, followed by an overwhelming joy. Tengshan pays respects to Old Hai. Huayuan pays respects to Old Hai. Upon regaining their composure, the two men wasted no time and excitedly bowed deeply to Hai Buodong. The bond between Hai Buodong and the middle family runs deep. In their youth, when both Middle Tengshan and Middle Huayuan were still children, the position of the family patriarch had been vacant for an extended period. During that challenging time, it was Hai Buodong, a guest elder, who shouldered the weight of this venerable family, ensuring that the middle family did not succumb to decline in the absence of leadership. Now, among the three prominent families in the Jama Empire, their strengths are nearly equal, yet this excludes the formidable presence of Hai Buodong. A warrior of the Dou Huang level can exponentially amplify the family's power. With the return of Hai Buodong, the middle family will easily surpass the other two families, ascending to the pinnacle of the Jama Empire. Rise, observing the two elderly men, who despite their advanced age, still bowed before him. A rare warmth graced the seemingly fierce countenance of Hai Buodong, akin to a gentle gaze upon children. Upon hearing his words, Middle Tingshan and the grandfather of Chen Feng gradually straightened up. Master Hai, where have you been all these years? We dispatched family members throughout the empire in search of you, yet we could find no trace of your whereabouts. Middle Tingshan and Middle Huayuan inquired fervently, their sincerity evident. In their childhood, Hai Buodong had meticulously guided them, and it was through his teachings that they ultimately gained the capability to uphold the middle family. It's a long story. However, my return this time is entirely thanks to this young lad, Chen Feng. Hai Buodong sighed, gesturing toward Chen Feng. At this moment, Middle Tingshan and the others finally turned their attention to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's aura remained unmasked, exuding the unmistakable presence of a Dou Wang. Upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Chen Feng, Middle Tingshan's pupils abruptly constricted. During this period, the elevation of Middle Huayuan's strength to the Dou Wang level had already struck him as peculiar. Now, witnessing Chen Feng, who was not yet 16, possessing the same level of prowess left him utterly speechless. Middle Huayuan, Chen Feng's grandfather, also bore an expression of disbelief. Although he was aware of his grandson's rapid cultivation pace, he had never anticipated it would reach such terrifying heights. Chen Feng, have you truly attained the level of Dou Wang? Middle Tingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Haha, you guessed correctly. This young lad, Chen Feng, has indeed reached the Dou Wang level. The middle family has finally produced a prodigious talent. Hai Buodong laughed heartily. Splendid. Today marks a double celebration for our middle family. Haha, my boy, you truly bring honor to our clan. Confirmation received. The aged faces of Mitre Tingshan and Mitre Huayuan were illuminated with delight. You two listen closely. Henceforth, significant arrangements within the family must be made in accordance with Chen Feng's wishes. His words hold the power to override any decisions made by your council of elders. Hai Buodong suddenly instructed the two men at the center of the hall. Understood, Elder Hai. Tingshan shall remember. Yes, Elder Hai. Huayuan will bear this in mind. Though Mitre Tingshan perceived Chen Feng's youth and lack of experience, he nonetheless nodded in agreement without hesitation upon hearing Hai Buodong's words. Although Hai Buodong had not formally reinstated the position of clan leader, Chen Feng's authority within the Mitre family had already surpassed that of both the clan leader and the council of elders. Well then, Chen Feng, do you have any new plans for the family that you might wish to share with these two? Observing the responses of Mitre Tingshan and Mitre Huayuan, a satisfied smile spread across Hai Buodong's face as he turned to inquire about Chen Feng. Chapter 164, The Wedding Invitation. Confession to my junior disciple. Chen Feng had something important to convey. Upon hearing this, a smile graced his face as he calmly stated, I wish to bring Yafei into my home as soon as possible, and I hope the clan leader will make the necessary arrangements. The middle family, known for its commercial pursuits, always prioritized profit. The women of the family were often used for strategic marriages. Their future husbands were not chosen by them, but rather determined through a vote by the elder council. Mu Zhan from the Mu family had long admired and pursued Yafei, and the elder council had initially considered marrying her to him. However, with Chen Feng's current standing, Middle Tingshan would harbor no objections to his intention of marrying Yafei. After a moment of surprise, he nodded and said, Since you wish to marry Yafei, I will make arrangements to bring her back from Wutan City. Clan leader, I can handle the retrieval myself. Please just ensure the wedding preparations are in order. Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Very well. In that case, I shall send out the invitations tomorrow and oversee the wedding arrangements. Middle Tingshan responded with a nod. Had Hai Buodong not returned, Tingshan might have worried about potential objections from the Nalan family, the in-laws. However, with Hai Buodong's return, Chen Feng now held absolute authority within the clan, which greatly pleased him, as it validated the efforts he had previously undertaken to rescue Hai Buodong. There is one more matter, clan leader. Here is a list of medicinal herbs. I kindly request that you expedite the gathering of these items, Chen Feng said, handing a rolled parchment to middle Shan. Upon seeing this, Haibuodong immediately recalled Chen Feng's earlier mention of the resurrection pill and felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that if the elixir were successfully concocted, it could potentially save him 10 years of arduous cultivation. Shan, please attend to this matter promptly and, if possible, prepare an additional set of herbs, Haibuodong urged. Understood, Elder Hai. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing Haibuodong's prompt, middle Shan respectfully acknowledged and then exited the hall. Soon after, Chen Feng departed the council chamber with Qinglin, making his way to his tranquil courtyard. To marry Yafei, he had to navigate one more small hurdle: his childhood friend, his junior disciple, and his legitimate wife, Nalan Yanran. In the courtyard, Nalan Yanran was, as usual, strolling among the blossoms with her maidservants. The signs of her pregnancy were unmistakable, and even the most voluminous garments could not conceal her condition. However, Chen Feng felt no disdain for her physical changes. His gaze upon Nalan Yanran was filled with tenderness. The once youthful and vivacious junior disciple had acquired a touch of mature elegance. My husband. Upon seeing Chen Feng return, her fair and delicate face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. As the morning breeze approached, it gently caressed Nalan Yanran's belly. In a soft voice, he said, Yinran, it seems our child is soon to be born. Are you not delighted? Indeed. The little one should be able to meet us in a little over 2 months. Nalan Yanran nodded slightly, her face unconsciously radiating a blissful smile. 2 months. How wonderful. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a wave of emotions swell within him. After 2 lifetimes, he would finally embrace the role of a father. Moreover, when Nalan Yanran gave birth, he would be rewarded handsomely by the system. Good fortune always seemed to arrive in pairs for him. Suddenly, Chen Feng turned to Nalan Yanran and announced, Yinran, there is something I wish to share with you. What is it? Please speak, my husband. Nalan Yanran inquired casually, lifting her gaze. In a few days, I plan to marry Yafei, Chen Feng stated directly, without beating around the bush. My husband, you wish to marry Yafei? Upon hearing his words, Nalan Yanran's expression transformed into one of surprise, quickly followed by a flicker of grievance in her eyes. Yinran, Yafei is also pregnant with my child. She bears a heavy burden without any recognition. How would others perceive her? Thus, I cannot allow her to endure that pressure alone, Chen Feng earnestly explained. However, Nalan Yanran, feeling somewhat agitated, did not respond immediately. Observing her reaction, Chen Feng gently caressed her fair face, gazing tenderly into her eyes, and whispered, Yinran, are you blaming me? Feeling the warmth of his hand and the softness of his gaze, Nalan Yanran, who had been lost in thought, suddenly found her composure. No, my husband, I do not blame you. She gently shook her head, her red lips parting to speak. Your intention to marry Yafei, given her condition, reveals that you are a responsible and admirable man. Furthermore, a man of your caliber must certainly attract countless beautiful women. Having multiple wives is not uncommon. I should not have felt jealous just now. Yinran, I am truly pleased that you think this way. Observing Nalan Yanran's newfound understanding and empathy, Chen Feng felt immense satisfaction and softly pressed his lips against her delicate cheek. My husband, with your intention to wed Yafei, will the elders agree? What about your father and grandfather? At this moment, Nalan Yanran's jealousy had nearly dissipated, and she gently began to analyze the situation, concerned that Chen Feng might face obstacles. In response, Chen Feng revealed a charming smile, displaying his pristine teeth. Yinran, do not worry. No one can obstruct my desire to marry her. After all, when I married you, did I not easily overcome those minor troubles? Indeed, seeing Chen Feng's unwavering confidence, Nalan Yanran chose not to say anything further. Qinglin, come here. Chen Feng beckoned to Qinglin, who stood a short distance behind. Yes, young master. Upon witnessing the scene, Qinglin quickly hurried to the side of Chen Feng. Qinglin, this is my wife, Nalan Yanran. From now on, you shall reside here with her. She will arrange a room for you, Chen Feng stated with a smile. Young master, rest assured, I shall serve the madam diligently, Qinglin responded, nodding fervently at Chen Feng's words. Then she bowed respectfully to Nalan Yanran, saying, Greetings, madam. I am Qinglin, the young master's maid. Dear Qinglin, there is no need for such formality. Nalan Yanran replied with a warm smile. her heart warming to Qinglin's earnest and endearing demeanor. "Qinglin, I had no intention of having you serve as a maid. Henceforth, you need not attend to anyone. Focus on your cultivation, and when you have the time, accompany your sister Yinran." Chen Feng gently corrected the earlier impression Qinglin had given. "Indeed, dear Qinglin, this will be your home from now on. You need not address me as madam. Simply call me sister." Nalan Yanran continued in agreement. Recognizing from the outset that Qinglin was no ordinary maid, Qinglin felt a wave of emotion wash over her upon hearing Chen Feng and Nalan Yanran's words. Her eyes misting with gratitude as she spoke. "Thank you, young Master Chen Feng. Thank you, Sister Yinran." Chapter 165. The royal family finally takes action. Early the next morning, after a night of tender moments with Nalan Yanran, Chen Feng departed the imperial capital once more, heading towards Wutan City. However, prior to his departure, he entrusted the soul of Yao Chun to the Mitre family, a precautionary measure against potential maneuvers by the royal family. With Yao Chun's sole power, as long as he did not reveal himself, even the Ice Emperor Hebadong, residing in proximity within the Mitre family, would remain oblivious. This arrangement ensured a formidable protective presence. Alas, since this young man was so confident, he must possess some degree of assurance. On the high balcony, gazing in the direction of Chen Feng's departure, Hebadong shook his head. He was acutely aware that Chen Feng's existence posed a significant threat to the royal family. Even if Chen Feng harbored no intentions of seizing the throne, the royal family's suspicions could not be easily dispelled, and they were likely to make covert attempts against him. On Chen Feng's side, Hebadong had never fully discerned his capabilities. A combat king not yet 16 years of age was beyond mere description, and furthermore, Chen Feng was acquainted with a 7th-tier alchemist. The power of a 7th-tier alchemist in the context of the Jammu Empire was unfathomably vast, which is why Hebadong felt reassured allowing Chen Feng to venture alone to Wutan City to retrieve someone. "Old man Jia, let us hope we do not reach that point." With a soft sigh, Hebadong withdrew his gaze and turned to enter his quarters. As soon as Chen Feng departed, Mitre Tingshan and Mitre Huayuan began to mobilize their plans, dispatching invitations to the imperial capital and to various influential nobles and powerful figures with whom they had established close relations. This event immediately stirred considerable excitement in the imperial capital. "Have you heard? The young master of the Mitre family, Chen Feng, is preparing for another grand wedding. Did he not just marry a young lady from the Nalan family a few months ago? Who is he marrying this time?" It is rumored to be the renowned Miss Yifei from several years back in the imperial capital. Her beauty and figure are said to rival that of Miss Nalan. It seems that the young master of the Mitre family is quite the dandy. Doesn't this make the Nalan family lose face? But who can blame him with such a noble status? He is not only the young master of the Mitre family, but also the young sect master of the Yinran sect. It is truly enviable. Indeed, now that the invitations have been sent, why concern ourselves with anything else? While much of the imperial capital buzzed with discussions about this matter, within the Mitre family, shocking news emerged. The Ice Emperor Hebadong, who had vanished for decades, had returned. As the Mitre family sent out their invitations, some elders expressed doubts and opposition, arguing that this act would not only offend the Nalan family, but also squander a valuable opportunity for an alliance with the Mu family. However, when Mitre Tingshan and Mitre Huayuan revealed that Hebadong had indeed returned, the elders fell silent, none daring to voice further objections. The news of the Ice Emperor Hebadong's return sent shockwaves throughout the imperial capital, completely overshadowing the earlier announcement regarding Chen Feng's intention to wed Yifei. In the spacious hall of the Nalan residence, Nalanji occupied the innermost seat, while his father, Nalan Su, stood before him. At that moment, Nalanji was intently examining an invitation in his hands, his aged face marred by a deep frown. "Father, the Mitre family has already sent out their wedding invitations, and it is only now that we learn of Chen Feng's intention to remarry. They are exceedingly presumptuous," Nalan Su exclaimed, his countenance reflecting indignation. "This matter is indeed excessive on the part of the Mitre family. Regardless of our agreement, they did not even consult us beforehand." Nalanji replied, placing the invitation down, clearly disapproving of Chen Feng's decision to marry again. "Father, how will this affect Yifei? Is this boy truly going to abandon her?" Nalan Su continued, revealing his concern for his daughter's future treatment after marriage. "Enough, discussing this is futile." Nalanji sighed as he picked up the invitation once more. We must pay a visit to the Mitre family and ascertain what the old rascal Mitre Tingshan has to say about this. Yes, father, Nalan Su responded. And without further ado, the father and son departed the hall, intending to seek an explanation from the Mitre family. However, just as they reached the outer courtyard of the Nalan estate, before they could exit the gate, they were met with another shocking announcement from the steward. Master, old master, we have received news that the venerable elder of the Mitre family, the Ice Emperor Hebedong, has returned after decades of disappearance. The steward reported with palpable excitement. What? Hebedong is still alive? The revelation caused Nalanji's withered face to twitch, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is what you say true? Nalan Su reacted with equal fervor. Master, this information originates from the Mitre family. I believe most of the capital is already aware of it. The steward confirmed once more. The Ice Emperor Hebedong has indeed returned. This could lead to upheaval in the capital, Nalanji remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed toward the imperial palace, sighing deeply. Having lived for many years, Nalanji understood the intricacies of the political landscape within the imperial domain. Chen Feng, being both the heir of the Mitre family and the young master of the Yunlan sect, could potentially wield considerable power if he were to simultaneously control both entities. The royal family would inevitably regard this with trepidation, and with Hebedong's return, such apprehension would only intensify. Father, shall we still visit the Mitre family? Nalan Su inquired, a strange glint in his eyes. Let us return. We shall not go today. Nalanji decided. Nalan Jia shook his head. Given the stark disparity in strength between the Mitre and Nalan families, any visit would yield little in terms of resolution. Deep within the opulent palace, at the entrance of a lavish hall, stood a tall woman clad in resplendent brocade. Her figure was exquisite, the luxurious robe failing to conceal her voluptuous curves. With a strikingly beautiful face exuding an air of maturity, her enchanting eyes brimmed with an unusual perplexity. This woman was none other than Princess Yao Yi of the royal family. At this moment, Yao Yi gazed into the sky beyond the palace walls, her stunning, cool visage suddenly clouded with a hint of sorrow. Grandfather, if you can successfully eliminate Chen Feng this time, you will dismantle the connection between the three powers, Yunlan sect, Mitre, and the Nalan family. The crisis facing the royal family will naturally dissipate. After murmuring softly to herself, Yao Yi extended her delicate hand to gently caress her slightly protruding abdomen, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. Chapter 166. The Punishment of the Celestial Guardian. I shall take good care of your two granddaughters. Above the skies, 500 miles beyond the imperial city, the morning breeze unfurled its magnificent thunderous wings, soaring towards the direction of Wutan City at a pace befitting an ordinary Dou Wang. Suddenly, behind him, a sharp sound of breaking air pierced the silence. It appeared that the puppet pill must be rewarded soon. Upon hearing this sound, a tranquil expression graced the face of the morning breeze. Long before departing the imperial city, 200 miles back, he had already sensed the powerful aura trailing behind him. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling yellow light surged forward, intercepting him in midair. As the yellow light receded, it revealed the figure of an elderly man clad in a coarse robe. His hair as white as snow, none other than the royal guardian, Jia Xingtian, whom Morning Breeze had encountered with Hai Buodong the previous day. Old Jia, you have followed me for 300 miles. At last, you have decided to reveal yourself. Morning Breeze remarked with a gentle smile, his voice resonating with clarity. What? This young man has already detected my presence? A hint of surprise flickered across Jia Xingtian's otherwise calm visage. It was evident that Morning Breeze had been aware of his pursuit all along. Moreover, the calmness etched upon Morning Breeze's face only intensified the murderous intent simmering within Jia Xingtian. Youth, I must concede that your perceptive abilities are remarkable. Surely, you are aware of the purpose behind my visit today? Jia Xingtian sighed softly, his words laden with a chilling malice. What is there to misunderstand? Old Jia merely believes that my existence poses a threat to your royal family, and wishes to eliminate me to avert future troubles. Morning Breeze replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor remaining composed. You are indeed clever and audacious. However, it is often the case that those who are too clever and too bold do not live long. With these words, Jia Xingtian ceased his hesitation, unleashing his murderous intent fully. He surged towards Morning Breeze, his withered hands imbued with a heavy Dou Qi energy, striking directly at Morning Breeze's forehead. Yet, at the instant Jia Xingtian lunged, a shadow darted past Morning Breeze, directly confronting the withered hands of Jia Xingtian. Boom! The collision unleashed a fierce wave of energy, rippling outward and engulfing a small expanse of the heavens. Following the clash, both Jia Xingtian and the small shadow were thrown backward. In that moment, Jia Xingtian finally discerned the identity of the creature he had collided with. It was a remarkably petite black cat, a 6th-tier advanced magical beast. Realizing the formidable aura emanating from Ling Yu, Jia Xingtian's expression darkened considerably. The diminutive form of Ling Yu housed an immense power. Had Jia Xingtian not trained in earth attribute Dou Qi, which was heavy and formidable, he likely would have suffered greatly in that previous encounter. I have underestimated you, old man. I never anticipated that you would have the assistance of a 6th-tier advanced magical beast. Subsequently, Jia Xingtian refrained from making further moves. Finally grasping why Chen Feng appeared so composed. Alas, you have realized this too late. Chen Feng sighed softly, and then commanded Ling Yu sharply. Ling Yu, bring him down. As Chen Feng's words echoed, Ling Yu lunged fiercely once more towards Jia Xingtian, this time enveloped in a layer of searing black flames. It was indeed the beast fire. Observing the black flames swirling around Ling Yu, Jia Xingtian dared not underestimate the threat and promptly summoned a robust suit of earth-toned armor to shield himself. Boom! Every collision between Ling Yu and Jia Xingtian unleashed tremendous energy ripples in the sky. In his effort to consolidate his fighting armor against the consuming black flames, Jia Xingtian experienced a significant depletion of his internal fighting energy. It was evident that, despite both being at the pinnacle of the fighting emperor rank, Jia Xingtian was at a complete disadvantage against Ling Yu. Violet Demon Griffin, you may come forth as well. Noticing the increasingly precarious battlefield, Chen Feng concentrated his thoughts and summoned the Violet Demon Griffin. Screech. Responding to the command, the Violet Demon Griffin immediately flapped its massive wings and surged toward Jia Xingtian. Another 6th-tier magical beast. How did it manifest? The appearance of the Violet Demon Griffin sent a shiver through Jia Xingtian's heart. Previously, although surprised by Ling Yu's sudden emergence beside Chen Feng, her diminutive size had led him to assume she had been concealed on Chen Feng all along, her presence cleverly masked. However, it was inconceivable that such a colossal creature as the Violet Demon Griffin could similarly hide upon Chen Feng. At this moment, Jia Xingtian had little time for contemplation. The Violet Demon Griffin charged forth, its enormous and razor-sharp claws descending toward his face with ferocious wind. Earlier, he had dared to confront the petite Ling Yu head-on, but now, faced with the Griffin's formidable talons, he could only evade its lethal strike, desperately dodging. With the addition of the Violet Demon Griffin, Jia Xingtian, who had already found no advantage against Ling Yu, swiftly fell into a position of overwhelming disadvantage. Boom! At a certain moment, the sturdy yellow armor surrounding Jia Xingtian was finally struck by the Violet Demon Griffin, shattering into fragments. His back endured a heavy blow, leaving a grievous wound that exposed the bone beneath. As the energy armor crumbled, torrents of black flames surged forth, engulfing his body. The moment had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals. Instantly, a golden beam of light erupted from his hand, shooting directly into the massive black flames. Through the power of his formidable soul sense, even with his vision obstructed and unable to pinpoint Jia Xingtian's exact position, the energy of the golden beam struck true. Ling Yu, stand down. Do not incinerate him. Just as the golden beam penetrated Jia Xingtian's body, Chen Feng urgently instructed Ling Yu to withdraw the black flames. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu swiftly withdrew the black flames into his body. As the flames dissipated, a figure, appearing exceedingly disheveled, re-emerged within Chen Feng's line of sight. At this moment, Jia Xingtian's hair was in disarray, various parts of his body charred by fire, and a gruesome wound on his back continued to bleed profusely. No. How could my cultivation possibly be sealed? With the black flames retracted by Ling Yu, Jia Xingtian made no attempt to flee. Instead, he roared loudly, his aged visage revealing a profound struggle. However, in the next instant, his aura began to wane, and the yellow wings upon his back began to fade before vanishing entirely. Deprived of the support of his fighting spirit wings, Jia Xingtian's body plummeted from the sky with a piercing scream. Yet, just as he fell 100 meters, the massive form of the purple demon griffin swept beneath him, catching him upon its back. Swiftly, Chen Feng flapped his thunder wings and ascended to the back of the purple demon griffin. Lying upon its back, Jia Xingtian laboriously lifted his head, his murky old eyes gazing at Chen Feng, who loomed above him, filled with astonishment and regret. Had he known that Chen Feng possessed such formidable allies in the form of 2 sixth-tier magical beasts, he would have never dared to act against him. Now, having suffered defeat and with his cultivation sealed, the entire Jia family had lost its support. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. Hell, Jia, do you still wish to kill me now? Observing Jia Xingtian's pitiful and exceedingly weak state below, Chen Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he spoke lightly. How to kill? Your skills are so superior. I am no match for you. It is fitting that I meet my end. However, this matter is solely my decision. I hope that after my demise, you will spare the innocents, Yao Yi and Yao Yu, for they are unaware of these events. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian's gaze dimmed, and he rasped a plea to Chen Feng. Yao Yi is innocent. What a joke. She harbored murderous intent against me long before you, old man. Chen Feng could not help but let out a cold laugh at Jia Xingtian's plea for the sisters. Alas, it seems the assassins dispatched by Yao Yi last time were dealt with by you. Jia Xingtian sighed heavily, his eyes growing increasingly somber. Given that incident, seeking mercy for Yao Yi was practically futile. Old man, you need not worry about the sisters Yao Yi and Yao Yu. I shall take good care of them. Chen Feng chuckled, then swiftly struck to render the injured and sealed Jia Xingtian unconscious. In the next moment, with a thought, a black pill appeared in his palm. He then pried open Jia Xingtian's mouth and placed the black pill within. The effects of the primary puppet pill are such that anyone below the Dou zone level cannot resist it. It will swiftly establish a connection between the taker and Chen Feng. When Jia Xingtian awoke once more, his gaze towards Chen Feng had transformed into one of profound reverence, and he bowed deeply, proclaiming, Jia Xingtian pays homage to my master. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then executed a series of hand seals, meticulously controlling Jialing Tian's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Huang realm. He instructed Jialing Tian, upon your return, ensure that your injuries remain concealed from others. Furthermore, issue a decree to wed the Princess Yaya to me as a concubine. Certainly, master. I shall see to it that this matter is handled with utmost diligence. Jialing Tian responded with great reverence upon receiving Chen Feng's command. Now, even the clandestine power broker of the Jiamar royal family had fallen under Chen Feng's influence. Henceforth, the entirety of the Jiamar empire would rest firmly within his grasp. In Wutan City, at the middle auction house, for some time, it had been managed by Yafei. However, over 2 months ago, Yafei abruptly entered seclusion, neglecting all affairs, resulting in a rapid decline in the auction house's business. This change inevitably stirred discontent among the management of other auction houses, with some already reporting Yafei's actions back to the imperial capital, seeking to exert pressure on her or replace her with another family member to oversee the Wutan branch. Deep within the auction house, in a lavish pavilion, Yafei sat alone in her chamber, clad in a thin red nightgown. Her delicate teeth bit into her crimson lips, and her enchanting visage, reminiscent of a captivating beauty, was now tinged with a hint of sorrow that could break one's heart. In a moment of contemplation, Yafei glanced down at her slightly protruding abdomen. The sadness in her eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a surge of tenderness. It turned out that her prolonged absence from the outside world was due to the slow growth of the child within her, which made it impossible to hide the changes in her body. If she were to venture out, it would immediately reveal her pregnancy, subjecting her to an onslaught of scornful remarks as an unmarried woman with a noticeable belly. My child, it seems that your father shall not come to wed me before your birth. He recently married the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, and to come to me now would be an unbearable burden. Yafei gently caressed her belly, her voice laced with a touch of despondency. A cool night breeze wafted through the window, sending a chill through her slender frame. Rising, Yafei approached the window to face the cold air, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky. Regardless, I carry the child of brother Chen Feng. With his talents, he is destined to become a person of power and stature. What harm is there in waiting a little longer? After a considerable time, Yafei's alluring eyes suddenly curved with a hint of mischief, sparkling with determination and allure. In such cold weather, standing by the window, are you not afraid of falling ill? Just as Yafei's thoughts swirled in her mind, a familiar gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her, accompanied by a soft black cloak draping over her shoulders. Startled, she turned around, her gaze fixed on that familiar handsome face, and in a daze, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Brother Chen Feng, you have finally come to see me. Gently sniffing, Yafei opened her arms and nestled into the embrace of Chen Feng, her cheek pressed against his chest, basking in the warmth emanating from him. As he gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, tenderness flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He softly murmured, Sister Yafei, I have arrived late, and I deeply regret any distress I may have caused you. Chen Feng could distinctly sense her grievances and the depth of her feelings. She had sacrificed her hard-earned accomplishments at the middle auction house to prioritize her child. Yafei had staked everything on Chen Feng, and how could he bear to let her down? It is all right, Chen Feng. Just your presence brings me immense joy and satisfaction. Yafei gently shook her head, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Brother Chen Feng, I have come to take you back to the imperial capital and to marry you, Chen Feng declared earnestly. Really? You mustn't be teasing your sister, Yafei exclaimed, her head snapping up, her captivating face illuminated with eager anticipation. Indeed, the clan leader is already arranging our wedding, and invitations have been dispatched to the great noble families. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Wonderful. I knew I had not misjudged you. Upon hearing Chen Feng's affirmative response, Yafei's face blossomed with elation. She rose onto her toes, her alluring lips brushing against Chen Feng's. Feeling the sweet, moist touch at the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng fervently reciprocated, his hands tightening their embrace around Yafei's delicate form. Chapter 167. Yinran, have you not brought back the amethyst pill, consumed by thoughts of marrying instead? In the imperial capital, within the resplendent halls of the Jama Palace, Jia Xingtian, having tended to his wounds and donned a fresh robe, promptly summoned numerous officials residing in the capital to the palace. Before long, a grand hall glimmering with gold and jade was filled with the elite of the imperial capital, including Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, and the father-son duo of the Nalan family, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su. Both Mu Chun and Nalan Jie, not only heads of the three major families of the capital, but also holding the esteemed title of Imperial Marshal, were men of considerable influence. At this moment, the summoned Nalan Jie and Mu Chun stood at the forefront, each pondering the purpose of today's assembly. Nalan, do you speculate why Jia has suddenly convened this court? Mu Chun whispered to Nalan Jie, who stood beside him. How could I fathom Jia's intentions? Nalan Jie replied dismissively, shaking his head. In truth, both harbored the same conjecture. This gathering was likely related to the return of the elder of the Mitre family, the Ice Emperor, Hebadong. Though neither dared to voice their thoughts aloud. It was not only these two who shared such sentiments. A multitude of dignitaries in the Grand Hall held similar beliefs. Even Mitre Tingshan has been summoned. Suddenly, a few astonished voices echoed among the crowd, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. A stern-faced, white-haired elder slowly entered the hall. He was Mitre Tingshan, the current head of the Mitre family. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, his expression grew even more solemn. From the moment he was abruptly summoned to the palace this morning until his arrival in this grand hall, Mitre Tingshan felt an unease settle in his heart. He understood that the rise of Chen Feng, the young prodigy of the Chen family, would intertwine with many crucial interests of the empire. Furthermore, with the Ice Emperor returning at this juncture, Tangshan had initially surmised that today's assembly was likely directed against the Mitre family. After conferring with Hebadong about this matter, Mitre Tingshan's mood darkened further. Let it be. I shall take it one step at a time. With a sigh, he steeled himself and approached a position beside Nalan Jie and Mu Chun. Not long after Mitre Tingshan entered the hall, Jia Xingtian and Princess Yao Yi finally made their appearance. Greetings, Elder Jia, Your Highness, Princess. The assembly bowed in unison to the exalted Jia Xingtian and Princess Yao Yi. Please rise. Jia Xingtian raised a hand slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Today, I have summoned you all to announce an important matter. Esteemed guests, I believe many of you are acquainted with the young master of the Yunlan sect, Mitre Chen Feng, the heir of the Mitre family. As Jia Xingtian's face broke into a smile, he calmly inquired of those below. My tell Chen Feng, could it be that today's announcement from Elder Jia pertains to him? This young man had indeed been in the limelight lately. Rumor had it that mere months after marrying Nalan Yanran's granddaughter, he was already set to take another wife. Furthermore, his status as the young master of the Yunlan sect raised eyebrows. For the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the empire was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. The implication in Elder Jia's words suggested that he might be intent on suppressing this young man. As Jia Xingtian's voice faded, the crowd below began to ponder rapidly. Could it be that Chen Feng was truly facing peril? Had Elder Jia summoned so many to announce the young man's demise, while simultaneously sending a warning to the Meitel family? Upon hearing Elder Jia mention Chen Feng right away, Meitel Tingshan's brows furrowed, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Before departing, Heibadong had warned him that Elder Jia might take matters into his own hands to eliminate Chen Feng. And this trip to Wutan City had unwittingly presented Elder Jia with such an opportunity. Nalan Yanran's countenance also fluctuated between light and shadow. Not only had Chen Feng saved his life by removing the malevolent curse embedded in his flesh, but he had also become his granddaughter's husband. Elder Jia's attitude suggested an intent to target and suppress his grandson-in-law, leaving him understandably displeased. It seemed that the emperor had resolved to eliminate this threat, and soon. He would likely announce Chen Feng's unexpected demise to distance himself from the matter while simultaneously reprimanding the Meitel family, urging them to be vigilant in their alliances. Upon hearing Elder Jia's words, Princess Yao Yi, seated beside him, felt a surge of delight. As the silence enveloped the hall, she stood up, her radiant smile illuminating her delicate features as she slightly bowed and addressed Elder Jia. Grandfather, the young master Chen Feng of the Yunlan sect possesses exceptional talent, a rare genius not seen in the empire for decades. Dressed in an opulent crimson robe that accentuated her tall and graceful figure, Yao Yi exuded an air of nobility, making her appearance truly captivating. Ah, it seems you hold a keen interest in Chen Feng. Elder Jia's smile deepened at Yao Yi's response. Indeed, Yao Yi nodded. A prodigy like Chen Feng, who has reached the rank of great fighter before the age of 16, is hard to overlook. Yao Yi, you speak wisely. Chen Feng is indeed a remarkable talent. His future is boundless. Elder Jia expressed his satisfaction with a nod. This grandfather and granddaughter duo, why couldn't they speak plainly? Were they putting on a show for everyone present? Meanwhile, Meitel Tingshan, standing in the hall, listened to the praises being heaped upon Chen Feng by Elder Jia and his granddaughter, feeling not an ounce of joy but rather furrowing his brow in suppressed fury. Although Chen Feng does not belong to his lineage, Tingshan, as the family head, remains acutely aware of the broader implications. He understands that with Chen Feng's extraordinary talent, should he flourish, he could elevate the middle family to unprecedented heights. However, it appears that the royal family may have already extinguished this opportunity for the middle clan. Middle Chen Feng, I concede that you have been remarkably impressive, possessing a robust network of connections. Yet, if one were to perish, all becomes inconsequential. No one would dare to confront my royal family for the sake of a deceased individual. Observing Tingshan's restrained fury below, Yao Yi internally sighed, feeling a sense of triumph. However, at the very moment Yao Yi reveled in her triumph, the subsequent words of Jia Xingtian caused her to tremble involuntarily. Yao Yi, since you hold such affection for Chen Feng, I am greatly reassured. Jia Xingtian, stroking his beard with a beaming smile, proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce the betrothal of Princess Yao Yi to Middle Chen Feng. Following their marriage, Chen Feng will immediately inherit the throne as a prince consort, leading the empire. What? Surely, I did not mishear Jia. He intends to wed the esteemed princess to Chen Feng and allow this outsider to inherit the Jiaomai Empire. How is this even conceivable? This decision is utterly astonishing. If Middle Chen Feng were to ascend the throne, the empire would bear the middle name. Should this come to pass, the younger generation of the middle family would undoubtedly soar to great heights. The young master of Yunlan sect, the heir of the middle family, such status is already the envy of many. Now, with the prospect of inheriting the throne, it is truly unfathomable. Upon Jia Xingtian's declaration, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment among the imperial dignitaries. Jia's unexpected decision left them all in disbelief. Nalan Jia, who had been tense, relaxed his furrowed brow, the weight of the revelation narrowing his eyes into slits. What is happening? The royal family is not only refraining from suppressing the middle family, but is also intending to marry the princess into their clan. Moreover, They are poised to relinquish the throne to Chen Feng. What could Jia be contemplating? Tangshan's reaction was even more pronounced. Jia Xingtian's abrupt decision left him bewildered and struggling to grasp its reality. How could this be? Why would grandfather wish for me to marry Chen Feng and grant him the throne? Moreover, wasn't he dead? In that fleeting moment, Princess Yao Ye's mind was nearly a blank slate. Regaining her composure, she made a concerted effort to control her emotions, forcing a smile as she softly inquired, "Grandfather, you were merely jesting, were you not?" "Yao Yi, with so many esteemed dignitaries gathered today, do you truly believe I would jest?" Jia Xingtian replied, his expression grave. "No, this is impossible." Listening to the unwavering tone of Jia Xingtian, Yao Yi's delicate face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "Grandfather, hasn't Chen Feng already died? Am I to marry silence? Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall immediately strip you of your title as princess." Yao Yi's words were abruptly cut off by Jia Xingtian's stern reprimand. Despite possessing memories of the past, Jia Xingtian was well aware that Chen Feng was now his master, and Yao Yi's curse upon him ignited his fury. The anger in Jia Xingtian's voice was accompanied by an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a 9-star Dou Huang, filling the grand hall with an oppressive silence. As all eyes turned in astonishment towards the pair of grandfather and granddaughter seated high above, their hearts brimming with confusion. What has happened to grandfather? Just moments ago, he spoke of wanting to eliminate Chen Feng. Now, his demeanor has shifted so drastically. Feeling the weight of Jia Xingtian's reprimand in front of so many, Yao Yi felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Very well, this matter is settled." Jia Xingtian, unfazed by Yao Yi's reaction, reigned in his imposing aura and commanded once more, "The marriage of the eldest princess will be set to coincide with Chen Feng's wedding to Yafei. You may all take your leave." "Yes, Elder Jia." With his words, the noble guests present promptly took their leave. Nalan Jie and Mitre Tangshan, too, did not linger, departing the palace with expressions of shock and profound confusion. "Grandfather, I do not wish to marry Chen Feng. Did you not often express your desire for me to become the future empress of the empire? I will strive to achieve even greater things. I implore you to retract your previous command." After the crowd had exited, Yao Yi could no longer contain her feelings of injustice, and, her voice laced with tears, pleaded with Jia Xingtian, "This matter is settled. If you are unwilling, I shall arrange for Yao Yu to wed Chen Feng instead, for in the end, the throne must be inherited by Chen Feng." Upon hearing Yao Yi's tearful protest, Jia Xingtian remained unmoved, responding with indifference. Each time he uttered Chen Feng's name, a flicker of reverence would glimmer in his eyes. "No, you cannot be allowed. Grandfather, you must not do this." At his words, Yao Yi's heart raced with panic, shaking her head vehemently, soon dissolving into tears. The events unfolding within the depths of the palace soon spread throughout the entire imperial capital, rapidly gaining momentum, like a tempest sweeping beyond the city's borders. By the following day, nearly everyone associated with the Yunlan sect had become aware of the situation. The royal family intended to marry Princess Yao Yi to the young master and to have him inherit the Jiama Empire. TSK, if this matter proves true, the identity of the young master will become even more unattainable. My previous relationship with the young master was quite amicable. If I could become his trusted confidant. Within the confines of the Yunlan sect, numerous disciples and elders were fervently discussing this issue. What exactly does the royal family intend to do? Why have they suddenly arranged for the princess to marry Feng heir and allow him to inherit the Jiamar Empire? At this moment, in the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, the sect leader, Yun, furrowed her brows slightly upon receiving some news, lost in contemplation. That rascal Feng heir. Wasn't he supposed to seek out the 7th-grade alchemist to concoct the purple crystal pill? Now, instead of returning with the pill, he has brought back so many other matters. No, I must descend the mountain to ascertain the situation. What if? After a long while, Yun murmured to herself, her delicate face revealing a trace of worry. Subsequently, her figure flickered as she swiftly exited the hall, racing towards the capital of the Jiamar Empire. Meanwhile, after several days away from the imperial capital, Chen Feng finally returned alongside Yafei. Jiamar Holy City. I have returned at last. In the sky, held in Chen Feng's embrace, Yafei gazed down at the vast and magnificent city, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia and excitement. In those years past, to escape her family's arranged marriage. She had chosen to venture alone to the remote city of Wutan to forge her own path, enduring hardships and exhibiting a tenacity that others could scarcely comprehend. Noticing the emotions in the eyes of the lady in his arms, Chen Feng spoke softly, "Sister Yafei, no one in this imperial capital will ever be able to force you into anything again." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a warm current flowed through Yafei's heart as she nodded gently. "I believe everything you say, Brother Chen Feng." In the next moment, a silver figure flashed across the sky, entering a lavish, grand estate unnoticed by the multitude below. Chapter 168. The Meeting of Two Women, the Magnanimous Nalan Yanran. This time, when Chen Feng returned to the imperial capital, the gazes of nearly everyone who beheld him transformed, markedly different from before. Within the Mitre family, the younger members and ordinary elders regarded Chen Feng with utmost respect, their words laced with flattery. When some noticed Yafei's pronounced belly, they quickly averted their eyes. Their hearts filled with realization. No wonder the young master was preparing to marry Yafei at this juncture. She was already carrying his child. "Yafei, let us proceed to the back courtyard." Along the way, under the watchful eyes of many reverent onlookers, Chen Feng led Yafei straight into the depths of the Mitre family's estate. Soon, he brought Yafei to his own courtyard. "Yinran, I have returned." Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Feng called out heartily for Nalan Yanran. Having already discussed this matter with her beforehand, he felt at ease bringing Yafei here. Upon hearing his voice, Nalan Yanran and Qinglin turned their gazes towards Chen Feng. However, Nalan Yanran's attention lingered on Yafei, who stood beside him, momentarily overshadowing Chen Feng. At that moment, gazing at Yafei, whose belly was as prominent as her own, a flicker of surprise crossed Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes, and she chuckled lightly. "Sister Yafei, it has been so many years since we last met." Yafei, feeling a touch of awkwardness at being addressed by Nalan Yanran, acknowledged the greeting with a smile. After all, Nalan Yanran and Chen Feng had grown up together as childhood friends. And noticing Nalan Yanran's evident pregnancy made Yafei acutely aware of her somewhat uncomfortable position as a third party. "Indeed, it has been many years. Yinran, you are more radiant than ever." Although feeling a bit awkward, Yafei still smiled and nodded at Nalan Yanran, naturally complimenting her. Before Nalan Yanran entered Yinlan's sect, she and Yafei had interacted on several occasions. Thus their ensuing conversation flowed with shared topics, avoiding any awkwardness. The initial meeting between these two women bore no traces of tension, and witnessing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within. "By the way, dear husband, I heard some news yesterday." After exchanging pleasantries with Yafei, Nalan Yanran suddenly inquired of Chen Feng. The royal guardian, Jiao, summoned grandfather, father, and the clan leader, along with other powerful figures of the empire to the palace, announcing that on the day you wed Sister Yafei, Princess Yaya will also be married to you. Moreover, immediately after the marriage, you will inherit the throne of the Jimar Empire. What is the meaning of this? It seemed that Jia Xingtian had managed to arrange everything perfectly. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Chen Feng's expression remained remarkably calm, showing no surprise, for these were matters he had orchestrated through Jia Xingtian. "My dear brother Chen Feng, how could it be possible for you to marry Princess Yaya and inherit the Jimar Empire?" In contrast to the gentle breeze, Yafei's reaction was quite intense. Her crimson lips formed an O shape, her alluring visage adorned with disbelief. "Sister Yafei, I initially shared your skepticism, but so many have attested to the truth of this matter. It cannot be false." Nalan Yanran explained with a smile, observing Yafei's astonished demeanor. Prior to this, who could have anticipated that a youth not yet 16 would be so esteemed by the royal guardians, to the extent of inheriting the throne at this juncture? It truly is a surprise. I never imagined my younger brother, Chen Feng, could ascend to such heights in such a brief span. No wonder he previously asserted that in the Jimar Empire, no one would ever coerce him again. He indeed possesses that confidence. As Nalan Yanran spoke with unwavering conviction, Yafei turned her gaze towards Chen Feng, her lips curving into a delicate smile, exuding an enchanting charm, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Husband, it appears you are not taken aback by this revelation. Now you can marry two at once." Nalan Yanran slightly lifted her chin, a radiant smile gracing her lips. As sunlight cascaded from the heavens, accentuating the graceful contours of her face, her skin radiating a soft, jade-like luminosity, a brightness distinctly different from Yafei's seductive allure. Chen Feng's gaze softened further at the sight of Nalan Yanran's gracious acceptance of his multiple marriages. Having such a considerate and understanding wife was indeed a blessing. Yinran, the power I wield is far more formidable than it appears, at the very least. It has instilled enough trepidation in the royal family that they feel compelled to curry favor. Chen Feng elucidated with a smile, his words imbued with a profound confidence. The implication that his might had instilled fear in the royal family sent ripples of astonishment through both Yafei and Nalan Yanran. Initially, they had surmised that the royal family's decision to cultivate Chen Feng stemmed from his innate talent, never considering it was rooted in apprehension. I knew it. My husband, Nalan Yanran, shall undoubtedly rise to greatness. Upon realizing this, Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled with joy. In a place like the Jiamar Empire, having such a husband was a woman's greatest fortune. I truly did not misjudge. My younger brother Chen Feng has indeed soared to prominence. At that moment, Yafei's thoughts mirrored those of Nalan Yanran, and she felt a wave of relief for the decision she had made earlier. Haha, Chen Feng, you rascal, you have finally returned. Just then, a hearty laughter resonated from the sky beyond the courtyard, followed by the descent of a figure with white hair, landing beside Chen Feng. Greetings, elder. Greetings, elder. Yafei, Nalan Yanran, and Qinglin all bowed respectfully, while Chen Feng greeted him with a smile. No need for such formalities. Chen Feng, do tell, upon leaving the imperial capital, did you happen to encounter that old codger, Jia Xingtian? Hai Buodong first gestured to the three women, then placed his hand upon Chen Feng's shoulder, inquiring further. Indeed, we have encountered one another, Chen Feng replied with a nod. And what transpired thereafter that compelled that old fellow to make such a decision? Hai Buodong continued to press for answers. Do you still remember, esteemed elder, that I am acquainted with a senior alchemist of the 7th rank? Chen Feng countered. I knew it. Since you are so confident, you must have made the necessary preparations. Haha, you are about to take 2 wives and inherit the Jama Empire. The middle family is destined for great prosperity. Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, a look of realization crossed Hai Buodong's face, and he excitedly exclaimed. However, he refrained from probing further. Well aware that everyone possesses their own secrets and fortunes, and excessive questioning could lead to annoyance.